Mom, I want to play on the slide. Shoo, keep your voice down. Can't you see that older brother sleeping in that corner? The slide is over there, let's go play there and not disturb his rest. Okay. Very softly, a mother and child walked along a path in the park, their voices gradually softening from loud at first and then fading into the distance. In a corner, a handsome young man with black hair was fast asleep, leaning against a bench. His hand rested on his thigh, with a book with a light purple cover pressed beneath it. This boy is named Shenlin, a second-year high school student at the first high school in Tianyi City, Huaxia. Not long after the polite mother and son left, Shenlin's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he opened his eyes. It feels like I had a really long dream. Has only 30 minutes passed? He stretched and muttered to himself. And Shenlin felt as if he had experienced a long but incomprehensible dream during the half-hour break. Who put this book here? And I was sleeping so soundly that I didn't even notice someone leaving things here. He picked up the purple book from his lap, his face full of doubt. The document isn't signed and looks like a notebook. Open it and take a look? And Shenlin stared at the book for a while before finally deciding to open it. A faint sigh echoed from the void. The book contains only one line. In the 89th year of the new era, on April 9th, a place called No Stars, No Place appeared in the eastern suburbs of Tianyi district. Evil energy poured out of it and infiltrated the city, killing nearly 100 people. April 9th? It's only March now. Looks like someone wrote this as a joke. And Shenlin couldn't help but laugh when he read this. No Stars, No Place is an anomaly that appeared after the arrival of the tenfold world. The longer it exists, the more it will erode the surrounding area. The longer it exists, the deeper the erosion will be, and it will also release mortal dust and evil matter. Because there are no stars in this place, the spiritual energy is scarce and difficult to replenish, and it has no value for development or existence. It is called a place without stars or anything. The necrotic are beings from the tenfold world and can enter Earth through the starless and placeless. However, current technology can only detect the first few hours before the birth of the no star, no place. Therefore, and Shenlin believed that this was obviously a prank written by someone. He didn't mind, put the book aside, and prepared to leave. Mom, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Mom is here. Ah, Xiao Bao. As Shenlin passed a children's playground, he heard a gasp. He instinctively turned his head and saw a child flying high into the air. The swing behind him and his mother standing behind the swing revealed what had happened. This generation of parents is really hard to please. That's probably what the child who flew up felt. Now that you've seen it, why not lend a hand? The final imaginary number performance. And Shenlin raised his hand, a faint blue light flashing in his eyes. The child, who was about to land, suddenly stopped, as if he were standing on a cloud, and instead of falling to the ground, he floated in the air. And Shenlin walked over, picked up the child, and carefully placed him on the ground. Wow! The child wasn't startled at all. Instead, he exclaimed with delight, his eyes filled with curiosity. I'm so sorry, Xiaobao. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. The child's mother rushed over, apologized to her child first, and then looked at Shenlin. Xiaobao, quickly say thank you to the another order brother. Thank you, brother alien, the child said loudly to Shenlin, his eyes full of longing. The outcasts, they really are all good people who protect us kids. Those who are out of order are people with special abilities. They use the spiritual energy that emerges after the tenfold world descends to unleash a variety of abilities, with varying levels of strength. However, not everyone can become an outcast. People awaken their abilities uniformly at the age of 17 or 18. Some become out-of-order individuals, while others do not. It is entirely a matter of probability. Some people awaken earlier or after the age of 18, but the best time is still between the ages of 17 and 18. This mother also hopes that her child will become an outcast in the future. It's nothing, it's what I should do. And Shenlin smiled gently, giving people a warm feeling like a friendly older brother next door. Bye-bye, brother heterogene, the child shouted. Bye-bye. And Shenlin waved in response. Alright, Xiaobao, play with mommy one more time. Mom, I won't fall and die, will I? Mom, you made a mistake with your gesture. Ha ha ha. Listening to the conversation between the mother and son behind him, and Shenlin couldn't help but shake his head, a smile appearing on his lips. This parent is really hard to manage. Do they really want to kill the child? And Shenlin is an out-of-order individual, but there are still 10 days until the unified awakening time for 17 to 18-year-old children in China, that is, March 30th. The awakening time is not fixed, but it usually occurs between March and April. That's right, and Shenlin is one of the few who awakened early. End of imaginary number evolution. This is the name he gave to his ability. He compared most ability descriptions and found no corresponding information about his own abilities in the vast amount of data. The abilities currently demonstrated include slightly altering the air, similar to an air cannon, secondly, deflecting force, modifying and enhancing certain substances, and mimicry abilities. He categorized them as empty modification, offset, virtual creation, and simulation. However, and Shenlin confirmed that his ability fell into the category of quantity ability. Abilities are divided into 5 categories: element, body, dimension, intention, and quantity. Elemental abilities refer to those related to elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Physical ability refers to the ability to act on the body. Dimension refers to the ability to navigate spacetime. Represents mental abilities. The quantity capability is unique, encompassing the previous four categories, but its core lies in virtual computing power. Virtual computing power is an important component of quantity power. Simply put, it is the ability to calculate the quantity of one's own capabilities by distributing them, and then unleash a stronger, more precise, and more targeted force. Virtual computing power can also autonomously analyze enemy movements and accurately launch attacks when it is concealed. People with quantity ability are extremely outstanding in combat and data analysis, and are irreplaceable. And Shinlin's ability is precisely this kind of quantity ability. One characteristic of quantity ability is a high degree of understanding of the essence of one's own ability, without the need for constant training to improve understanding as with other abilities. Despite becoming an outcast, and Shenlin had no other clear goals, sleeping was practically his only hobby. But he hadn't deliberately cultivated yet, but he was slowly growing stronger without even realizing it. He carefully examined himself and discovered that his strength increased over time, and sleeping could accelerate this process. Simply put, sleeping was equivalent to cultivation. Ahem, we've gotten off topic. Let's get back to the question of why he likes to sleep. For more than a decade, he has experienced countless power struggles, faced the machinations of his blood relatives, had to guard against the exposure of his identity, and dealt with dangers from afar and threats from those around him. All of this has left him exhausted. Now that he has finally relieved many of his worries and feels much more relaxed, he naturally wants to sleep more. If he hadn't become an outcast, he might have just been an unknown nobody among the masses. As for the ability to awaken ahead of time, well, he's always been someone who goes with the flow, without any clear goals, just taking things one step at a time. As long as he can get a good night's sleep and not get too tired, that's enough for him. After all, no one knows what the future holds. Time pushes us forward relentlessly. And Shenlin returned to school. The time I could sneak out to sleep at noon was clearly not enough. As for why they don't sleep at school, what kind-hearted person would allow movies to be shown in the classroom, couples to show their affection in the woods, or people to play cards in an abandoned classroom? Do they really think school rules don't exist? To be honest, the school rules are practically non-existent. High schools have long since adopted a teaching model adapted to a society with supernatural abilities. As long as you don't engage in group fights in the classroom, take your pants off in the woods, or hang yourself in an abandoned classroom. I digress. In short, as long as no major trouble is caused, everyone can have fun in moderation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to sleep in the park outside the school. As soon as Shenlin returned to the classroom, he heard arguing. Walk to the door and look inside. It really was that guy. And Shenlin shook his head helplessly. After saying that, he turned and left. The argument in the classroom stemmed from the guy sitting behind him, a guy with a decent appearance and a roguish air, named Chu Xiao. The argument was most likely caused by those people trying to flirt with his childhood sweetheart, Lin Xianqiu, one of the school beauties. Then Chu Xiao stepped forward and became her protector. Strangely, no one made a move. Because both parties already have 2 disciplinary actions against them, if they were to fight again, they would face a 3rd disciplinary action. 3 disciplinary actions mean expulsion from school. So the 2 could only argue, not fight. But the flying spittle created a near vacuum, and no one dared to intervene, afraid of getting sprayed in the face. Wait, where did they argue? Holy crap, that's the table where I sleep. It's contaminated. This time it absolutely won't happen. Mom swears. These 2 blow-breathing killer whales. Next time I'm definitely going to seal your mouths shut. The 2 people who were arguing suddenly felt a chill down their spines and were about to turn around. Suddenly, the same hand pressed down on their heads. The 2 were forced to make intimate contact with each other, saw stars, and fell backward. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Shenlin pulled out a tablecloth of the same color as the table and silently took out an identical tablecloth mat from inside the table and placed it on the table. Wow, that's an impressively skilled move. Just then, the school bell rang, and the 2 students, who looked like 2 old men with stars in their eyes, shakily returned to their seats. Oh no, the guy who argued with Chu Xiao left the classroom shakily. Olden, you've gone a bit too far this time. Chu Xiao touched the almost swollen spot on his body and complained. Sitting to the side, Lin Xianqiu covered his mouth and laughed. Who told you to always choose his seat when you 2 argue? He sighed softly. And the fighting too, and Shenlin's table has already been smashed twice by you guys. Those 2 times were purely accidental, okay? Who told them to insult me? Chu Xiaoi defended himself righteously. It wasn't his fault. Chu Xiao usually got along quite well with others, but the only time Chu Xiao would actually take action was when the other party insulted his parents. Chu Xiao's parents were also out-ordered, but they have already sacrificed themselves and now live on pensions. Lin Xianqiu's family would occasionally help out. The 2 families had a very close relationship, typical childhood sweethearts. However, because Lin Xianqiu is the school beauty, many people who like her will mock Chu Xiao and want him to stay away from Lin Xianqiu. Xianxiu and Shenlin thought their behavior was incredibly stupid. Chu Xiao has excellent grades, but he is always getting into trouble because of his personal issues. As the awakening ceremony approaches, more and more people are looking for trouble with Chu Xiao because they don't believe he will awaken any good abilities. Does Chu Xiao's experience sound familiar? According to Shenlin's long-term observation, Chu Xiao is an optimistic, cheerful, and positive person, but also a bit greedy. He gets excited whenever there is a profit to be made, and he also has a beautiful childhood sweetheart. In addition to his background, he was often ridiculed and looked down upon. This kind of person looks like a typical protagonist. Although Shenlin doesn't have any grand ambitions, he will still strive for anything that is beneficial to him. He has always had a good relationship with Chu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu. When the sky falls, someone has to be tall enough to hold it up, and Shenlin doesn't want to be that pillar, so let Chu Xiao take over. The question is, what if Chu Xiao doesn't become the protagonist? And Shenlin is quite happy to find a partner to slack off with. Slack off alone is only fun for yourself, but with two people, the fun is doubled. By the way, Lawan, you'll be awakening in 10 days. What ability do you think you'll awaken? Chu Xiao gently patted Shenlin's shoulder as the teacher walked into the classroom and asked quietly, and Shenlin pondered for a moment and slowly said, assess my abilities, that's more suitable for me. Measurement ability? That's a very rare range of abilities, but I also think you're quite suitable. Chu Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, and Shenlin usually sits whenever possible, remains silent whenever possible, and avoids physical contact whenever possible, appearing completely idle. But once he takes action, he solves the problem in the shortest possible time. This aligns well with the precise, rapid, and powerful characteristics of quantity capabilities. But the probability of awakening a quantitative ability is about the same as that of a dimensional ability, right? It seems that Olden is quite confident in his luck, Lin Xianxiu said with a smile in a low voice. No, I just feel that the ability suits me. It would be even better if I didn't become an outcast, since being an outcast is quite tiring, and Shenlin said softly. You still have so many ideas? Lin Xianxiu said somewhat awkwardly. Many people are eager to become out of order, but Shenlin is different. He's incredibly lazy. In society, those who are outsiders enjoy many privileges, but they are earned at the cost of their lives. They not only have to face the possibility of starless and desolate places appearing at any time, but also have to fight against powerful evil forces. As soon as the Prism world appeared, they had to go in and explore it immediately, and even expand outwards. These missions could all be fatal, and that all happens after awakening. He had previously thought that he hadn't undergone the awakening ceremony and hadn't yet started writing his destiny chart. But then, Shenlin awakened his ability on his own. However, as long as you keep a low profile, problems will naturally not come knocking. Olden definitely thinks he can awaken it. Xianxiu, what ability do you want to awaken? I want dimensional ability. What about you? Chu Xiao asked Lin Xianxiu with a simple smile. I think it's my ability. I feel it suits me quite well, Lin Xianxiu replied. Well, the combined probability of all three of them awakening their desired abilities is less than 5 in 10,000. They are truly two people with dreams, or rather, only 2 out of 3. And Shenlin's lips twitched. He had only said he wanted to measure his abilities because he had already awakened them. Otherwise, he wouldn't care what abilities he might awaken. The awakening probability of these three ability ranges, intent, dimension, and quantity, is extremely low. However, many people share similar thoughts with Lin Xianxiu and Chu Xiao. Intentional abilities and dimensional abilities are indeed quite popular, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Moreover, abilities themselves are divided into good and bad. There are good and bad abilities in all 5 ranges. Both mental and dimensional abilities can have mediocre performances. Divided by ability level, there are 7 levels: dust, mortal, yellow, mysterious, earth, heaven, and ruins. The corresponding international terms are F, E, D, C, B, A, S. There are 7 levels, and each level displays different strengths. Everyone wants to awaken stronger abilities, but in the end, about 80% of people will be disappointed. And Shenlin wasn't disappointed because he didn't care about the level of his abilities at all. At this moment, Chu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu were still chatting away behind them, while Shenlin, sitting in front of them, was lost in thought. As for the random person sitting next to you, just ignore him. Suddenly, the sound of chalk breaking reached Shenlin's ears. He knew that the teacher's affectionate attack was about to begin. The teacher standing on the podium turned around, transforming the chalk in his hand into a hidden weapon, and hurled it at Chu Xiao behind him. However, in the process, Shenlin had to quickly lower his head, otherwise the hidden weapon would hit him instead. A chalk stub struck Chu Xiao squarely on the forehead, leaving a red and white mark. Chu Xiao, if you dare to speak again, I'll make you stand outside. The teacher was furious, glaring at Chu Xiao and shouting. Yes, Chu Xiao was so frightened that he simply admitted defeat and quieted down. Thank goodness, it's finally quiet. And Shenlin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then lay down on the table and fell asleep. The next moment, another hidden weapon flew towards Shenlin, but landed precisely on Chu Xiao's head, causing causing him to cry out in pain. Damn it! Teacher, do you have a special habit of hitting my forehead? How come you always manage to hit me on the forehead? The teacher ignored Chu Xiao completely, turned around, picked up another hidden weapon, and threw it straight at Shenlin. Teacher! Chu Xiao screamed in despair, and Shenlin woke up groggily, muttering to himself, whose monkeys are making such a racket. The moment he woke up, a piece of chalk hit him squarely on the head, suddenly snapping out of it, and Shenlin stood up and stared at the teacher on the podium. Get out, the teacher commanded, pointing to the classroom door. Left with no other choice, and Shenlin obediently walked out. Ha ha ha! Chu Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter as he watched Shenlin being punished. Chu Xiao, you get out too! The teacher glared at him. Ha, teacher, I didn't do anything. Chu Xiao's eyes widened, his face full of injustice. You laughed, which disrupts class discipline, the teacher said coldly. Okay, teacher. Chu Xiao had no choice but to stand up and leave the classroom. After leaving the classroom, Lin Xianxiu, who was sitting next to Chu Xiao, couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xianxiu immediately covered her mouth, a look of dissatisfaction on her face. The teacher glanced at Chu Xiao and said indifferently, You'll continue standing for the next class. Teacher, don't play like that. Chu Xiao pulled his head back, turned to look at Shenlin who was yawning beside him, and said in an annoyed tone, Olden, it's all your fault. You made me stand here too. Blame me? Who told you to laugh at me? Anyway, I'm used to it. And Shenlin replied nonchalantly. He was particularly prone to sleepiness, often falling asleep in class and sleeping much longer than others. So I've been called out to stand outside by the teacher countless times, and I've long since gotten used to it. As for Chu Xiao, he was merely an accessory who was occasionally asked to leave the classroom. Sigh, we really don't understand what our teachers are thinking. Olden, do you think the teacher was punished by being made to kneel on a washboard at home? How can you fall asleep like this? Just as Chu Xiao was about to continue speaking, he saw Shenlin leaning against the wall and falling asleep again. He really admired this guy. He could sleep anywhere, as if sleeping was more important than anything else. You can bring a book when you're being punished by standing outside? No wonder you get good grades. Did he bring any books with him when he first came out? I don't think so. Chu Xiao stared at the purple-covered book in Shenlin's arms, his face full of doubt. But after thinking about it, I didn't dwell on it and started wandering around outside the classroom out of boredom. At least you can chat with someone when you're being punished by standing outside with them. But being with Shenlin only brought endless loneliness, because Shenlin was basically sleeping. This thing, didn't I put it on a park bench? Shenlin stared at the purple book on the table, lost in thought. If he hadn't seen the exact same words on the first page, he would have suspected he had picked up the wrong book. Clearly, this was the book I had left in the park. I just didn't know who had picked it up. Shenlin also asked Chu Xiao, who said that he brought him out himself and that no one else had given in to him. So, this book just appeared out of thin air? That sounds a bit outrageous. Shenlin turned the book, his gaze lingering on the text on the first page. On April 9th, a Starless and Nowhere appeared in the eastern suburbs of Ani district. Necrotic material emerged from it and infiltrated the city, resulting in nearly 100 deaths. It's March 20th now, and March 30th is the Day of Awakening, followed by a short holiday after Awakening. Only 20 days remain until the prophecy in the book comes true. But who cares? With the city guards and the army protecting them, it doesn't matter if I don't care. The afternoon classes ended quickly, and Shenlin also woke up from his sleep. Yeah, I slept for a full 12 hours today. I need to get some rest when I get back. He began packing his gear to go home. Upon seeing the purple book, he still reached out and stuffed it inside. Before leaving the school, I ran into students collecting wishes at the school gate. In reality, this so-called wish collection is nothing more than people who are about to awaken filling in the abilities they want to awaken. It's like a wish box, and Shenlin hadn't planned to fill it out, but someone came over, so he did. He only wrote 2 words, whatever. After finishing writing, he went home, had to quickly cook and eat, and then go to sleep. As for the self-awareness of awakening abilities ahead of time, what's self-awareness? Eating and sleeping is the only way to go. Training? Don't even think about it. Back home, Shenlin cooked himself a meal of 3 dishes and a soup, all for one person. After finishing cooking, he lay down to rest. In this life, sleep is the most important thing. Okay, that's all for now. Time to sleep. Hello everyone. In the dead of night, all is quiet, and the city lights shine like bright pearls. Suddenly, a pink light streaked across the nightlight, like a pink fairy rushing past under the lamp. The next moment, the pink fairy appeared at the top of the building. It's the middle of the night, definitely not a good time to go out. But I'm really so strange. I actually came all the way here for a dream. Well, I'll stay a few days since I'm here. I need to find a place to sleep first, otherwise I'll get dark circles under my eyes. The pink fairy disappeared at the top of the building. Only the lamplight witnessed her presence. Hello, do you have any rooms available? Hello, are there any rooms available? In front of a 5-star hotel, the blue-haired girl and the pink-haired girl asked the front desk almost simultaneously. One of them had a cold expression, appearing arrogant and unapproachable. One person had a smiling face and looked youthful and lively. Yes, please wait a moment. How many many days are you staying? Okay, could you please show your ID cards? The receptionist spoke while operating the computer. A short while later, 2 room keys were placed on the counter. Here are your room keys. Please call the front desk if you need them. The 2 girls, each holding a room key, walked toward the elevators in different directions. Chongin, have you arrived in Tianyi City yet? The blue-haired girl, Meng Chongin, answered the phone, and a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Yes, I've arrived in Tianyi City, Meng Chongin answered, looking up at her reflection in the elevator door. Okay, I'll have a friend contact you tomorrow and arrange for you to attend the awakening ceremony at high school. Just stay in Tianyi City during this time, except for holidays. My friend will arrange a room for you. Thank you, Dad. Oh, right, if you have time, go find someone named Chu Xiao. He's the same age as you. Chu Xiao's parents were my former comrades in arms. They passed away in an accident. You can contact him or help him. There's another person you need to pay attention to, named In Shenlin. His father isn't a good person. You should keep your distance from In Shenlin. Dad, how do you know In Shenlin isn't a good person? Don't worry about this too much. Never mind, if you think In Shenlin is a good person, then go ahead and get to know him as you wish. I cannot view his children with prejudice because of what happened back then. I won't say much more. Just focus on your studies in Tianyi City. Okay, I will try my best. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Meng Chonin walked to her bedroom door. Suddenly, there was a slight noise beside me. She turned around and saw the pretty pink-haired girl she had met at the front desk walking over as if taking a stroll. The pink-haired girl noticed Meng Chonin and walked over quickly with a smile. Yoon's room number is 605, while the pink-haired girl lives in the next room, 606. What a coincidence, can you tell me your name? The pink-haired girl asked with a smile as she looked Meng Chonin up and down. Meng Chonin also looked at her. Although she knew she was good-looking, the pink-haired girl in front of her was no less so. Hello, my name is Meng Chonin, she replied calmly. The pink-haired girl nodded and smiled, saying, Hello, my name is Fistina. It's nice to meet you, Meng Chonin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Fistina. Are you a foreigner? No, I'm Chinese. Oh, I'm sorry for the offense. It's alright, but may I ask Miss Meng Chonin what brings you here? I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. Oh, it's okay, see you tomorrow. The two said goodbye and went back to their respective rooms. We met by chance and only briefly got to know each other. As for whether we'll ever see each other again, who can say for sure? Hi everyone. And Shenlin was sound asleep. There was a purple book in his school bag beside his bed. The book originally contained text that he had taken as a joke at the time, and now, a new line of text has appeared below that text. On March 20th, 1989, the sound and the butterfly met. Phew phew phew. Who is sleeping? Oh, it's in Shenlin. His sleep quality is simply unmatched by others. If he wants to sleep, even if he was just chatting with you, he can fall asleep without warning the next second. Chu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu sat down and whispered to each other. No one's causing trouble now, but given enough time, someone will definitely start causing trouble again. Olden, wake up, Chu Xiao shouted. Olden, school's out. You woke up instantly? Were you pretending to be asleep? As soon as he finished speaking, and Shenlin sat up abruptly. Although his eyes were still sleepy, he had already started packing his things. Hey, I was just joking, you actually did it. Chu Xiao quickly grabbed him, looking surprised. No way, you're serious? Ha! And Shenlin stopped what he was doing, looked at Chu Xiao, and then glanced at the podium. Then he went back to sleep on the table. She's asleep again. Why does she keep waking up and falling asleep? Not long after Shenlin lay down, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the podium. Hey, why is there someone else on the stage? Yeah, he's a transfer student. Never mind, I'm going back to sleep. It's hopeless, Chu Xiao sighed. A rare transfer student joined the class, and she was a school beauty who was just as pretty as Lin Xianxiu. Chu Xiao originally intended to use this beautiful girl named Meng Chonin to attract Shenlin's attention. Unexpectedly, Shenlin only glanced at it before falling back asleep. It seems that sleeping is more important than beautiful women. And Shenlin finally woke up because the commotion next to him was too loud. How did you turn into a girl? He asked, looking at his deskmate who had changed from a boy to a girl, still confused. Olden, you got a new deskmate. Aren't you happy? Chu Xiao said behind him. However, Shenlin seemed completely unconcerned about this. Yesterday, his deskmate transferred to a class that was near the beginning of the awakening ceremony. Everyone knew about this except him. You changed deskmates. The guy died in a car accident? Shenlin asked in confusion. The two were speechless. Couldn't they hope for something else? Meng Chongyin also felt that her deskmate named Shenlin had some mental issues. No wonder her father told her to stay away from him. However, she was lucky enough to sit with Chu Xiao and Shenlin. She had originally planned to ask Chu Xiao about his class after class. It's no longer needed. And Shenlin went back to sleep after learning that his deskmate had changed. Therefore, Meng Chongyin spent most of her time chatting with Chu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu. After learning that Meng Chongyin's father was a comrade in arms of Chu Xiao's parents and also had a relationship with Lin Qianqiu. The three became closer. Meng Chongyin was also happy to see that her father's friends' children were doing well, and at least they didn't seem to have suffered any setbacks. She felt it was rare to maintain such a cheerful attitude. As for In Chenlin, Meng Chongyin noticed that this guy was almost never sleeping or in a state of preparing to sleep. After learning her deskmate's name, Meng Chongyin was worried that In Chenlin would be a difficult person to get along with. And what happened? Except for waking up briefly when he first sat down, and Shenlin was basically dozing off the rest of the time. I asked Chu Xiao and Lin Qianqiu, and they said that this is In Shenlin's usual behavior. As for what kind of person In Shenlin is, both of them said he is easy to get along with, but a bit lazy. Is get out of class over? And Shenlin woke up groggily and looked around before asking. Class is still in session. Laowen, wake up. The teacher is staring at us again. Chu Xiao quickly reminded him when he saw the teacher's gaze sweep over them. And Shenlin barely opened his eyes, regained some clarity, and began to listen attentively to the lesson. Halfway through the class, and Shenlin suddenly turned to stare at the beautiful blue-haired girl beside him and asked in surprise, "Who are you? I don't remember you sitting here before. Where's my old deskmate?" Chu Xiao and the other couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle, while Meng Chongyin looked helpless and introduced herself. "My name is Meng Chongyin. I'm a new transfer student and I'll be your deskmate from now on. As for your former deskmate, you'll probably have to go find him in class 1. Oh, a transfer student, a new deskmate, not bad." After hearing the explanation, and Shenlin immediately lost interest and his gaze returned to the blackboard. Meng Chongyin was a little confused. What was going on with this perfunctory feeling? At this moment, Lin Qianqiu noticed Meng Chongyin's confusion and quickly explained. He probably feels that you are not his original deskmate, but that your gender has changed, so he is a little disappointed. Meng Chongyin was completely bewildered. What kind of thinking was this? Why would she be disappointed by something like this? And Shenlin's way of thinking is indeed different from others. To put it bluntly, he's a freak, Lin Qianqiu said with a smile. Can you say something nicer? And Shenlin turned and glared at Lin Qianqiu with displeasure. So, your thinking is unique? Lin Qianqiu replied with a smile. It still doesn't sound good, but never mind. And Shenlin twirled the pen in his hand, expressing his helplessness. By the way, Meng Chongyin, why did you transfer here? Lin Qianqiu asked curiously. Well, my dad is going on a long trip and might not be back for a long time. My dad has a friend at this school, so he arranged for me to study here. That way, we can have someone to look out for us. Meng Chongyin simply stated the reason, which sounded ordinary, but perhaps there was more to it than met the eye. And Shenlin nodded and continued to stare at the blackboard. Everyone was not hostile to the new classmate and got along well with each other. At this point, there were only 9 days left until the awakening ceremony on March 30th. Many people have begun to discuss the abilities they wish to awaken. Chu Xiao and Lin Qianqiu were no exception. However, Meng Chongyin did not participate. She seemed not to care much about the awakening ceremony. The day passed quickly. On this day, Meng Chongyin and Shenlin barely spoke, and Shenlin is usually asleep, and when he does wake up, he just listens attentively. Meng Chongyin's impression of him was limited to loving to sleep. Even after asking Chu Xiao and the others, they didn't get any answers. Are you also taking this road home? And Shenlin looked at Meng Chongyin, who was waiting for the traffic light with him, and asked, I'm staying at a hotel for now, and I'll move out once my dad has arranged accommodation. Meng Chongyin nodded in response. Yeah, everyone's had a tough time. And Shenlin said casually, his words carrying a hint of inexplicable emotion. However, Meng Chongyin didn't take it to heart. After spending the whole day together, she gradually discovered that her deskmate sitting next to her would occasionally say things that were hard to understand. No, it's not that it's hard to understand, it's just that I always feel he's talking about irrelevant nonsense. What hotel? And Shenlin asked. Suddenly, Chu Xiao poked his head out and shouted, Teacher. Lin Qianqiu is smiling too. What a coincidence, we're going the same way, let's go together. And Shenlin and Meng Chongyin walked side by side on their way back, attracting the attention of passers-by from time to time. And Shenlin always looked like he had just woken up, as lazy as a boy who didn't want to move. Meng Chongyin, with her blue hair, cold face, one hand in her pocket and the other hand playing with her phone, exuded the aura of an ice queen. The two standing together present a stark contrast. Therefore, people around often can't help but glance at them. Many people mistakenly thought they were a couple. Stand for 3 periods of class, but neither of them noticed the strange looks they were getting. Yes, teacher. After walking for a while, Meng Chongyin looked at Shenlin, who still looked like he hadn't woken up yet, and asked, Do you usually stay up very late at home? You always look like you haven't had enough sleep. I rarely play games, I just have a tendency to oversleep. And Shenlin replied, He doesn't play games much, and he's perfectly healthy, he just naturally loves to sleep. It's always been like this, from childhood to adulthood. He himself couldn't explain the reason. But since we don't know, let's just leave it at that. As long as we're okay, that's all that matters. Won't sleeping so much affect your health? Meng Chongyin asked doubtfully. It's not that I don't care, but that there's no need to to care. My health is a little better than the average person's, but also a little worse. Oh, I see. I didn't realize that. There's no need to see it, since even I can't tell the difference myself. By the way, I'm reminding you, the awakening ceremony is in 9 days. Did you know that? The two stopped again at an intersection, waiting for the traffic light to turn green. Upon hearing Shenlin's question, Meng Chongyin nodded and said, I understand. After all, one of my purposes in coming here is to participate in the awakening ceremony and then stay until after the college entrance examination. Which university do you want to apply to? And Shenlin asked. He didn't have any particular university in mind and had never seriously considered it. Yanjing University, Meng Chongyin replied, then looked at Shenlin, and you? Yanjing University, the top university in China. It seems you have lofty ambitions. As for me, judging from my lazy appearance, I don't really care which university I get into, and Shenlin said shamelessly. Today, getting into university remains the best way to change one's destiny. Many people go there for the university, even if they haven't realized it yet. It's rare to see someone as unambitious as Shenlin. You really have a unique personality. Meng Chongyin paused for a moment before revealing her assessment of Shenlin. Thank you for the compliment. And Shenlin smiled. When the green light came on, the two walked across the street. Isn't there anything you want to do? Meng Chongyin suddenly asked. And Shenlin turned to look at Meng Chongyin and saw a hint of seriousness in the eyes of this girl he had only known for less than a day. Why did she suddenly become serious? Weren't we just chatting casually? He had some doubts, but still replied, there's nothing here. It's fine as it is. Just go with the flow and do what you can. I see. But this world. You mean to say that the world is cruel, that you have no ability, and that you can't even maintain the status quo? If there were no mortal world, no place without stars or land, no prism world, no corrupted matter. That's ideal, but wonderful, isn't it? And Shenlin interrupted Meng Chongyin with a smile. Humanity has too many enemies these days, making it difficult even for ordinary people to live a peaceful life. If one is not careful and encounters a bad incident, one could lose their life or suffer serious injury. Meng Chongyin's idea was correct. This world is indeed extraordinary. Really? I feel like I'm seeing you all over again. Meng Chongyin paused for a moment, then laughed. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Amid screams and shouts, an out-of-control truck hurtled straight toward them. When Meng Chongyin and Shenlin realized what was happening, it was too late to dodge. Meng Chongyin could almost foresee the sound of the truck hitting her and the pedestrians, followed by the screams of the people around her. Just as Meng Chongyin felt there was no way to escape, and Shenlin stood aside, slowly raised his hand, and began to flow with spiritual energy within his body, activating his virtual calculation power. An invisible force spread out, and the space around the truck instantly became viscous, causing the truck to slow down. But that wasn't enough, because the truck was going too fast and the distance was too short. Even if you slow down, you'll still inevitably hit them. The impact is still tremendous and impossible to stop. When the truck hit Shenlin's raised hand, an astonishing scene unfolded. The truck actually stopped. However, just as the truck stopped, a long crack suddenly appeared on the road on either side of Shenlin and Meng Chongyin. It felt as if it had been slashed by a sharp weapon. Whew! And Shenlin let out a long breath, his whole body drenched in sweat. He first slowed the truck down to reduce the impact to a level he could withstand. He then deflected the force of the truck's impact to unoccupied areas on either side. This was the first time Shenlin had ever tried such a move. Meng Chongyin looked at him in surprise. And Shenlin sighed, turned to show Meng Chongyin his unharmed hands, and said with a smile, look, when you're doing something you don't want to do, you often inexplicably unleash your power. I'm also troubled by this, because when I wake up, I find that my dreams have become the past, just memories to cherish. And Shenlin quickly fled with Meng Chongyin. Before anyone could react, they had vanished from sight. When the city guards arrived to investigate, they simply said that an out-of-order student had stopped the truck, thus preventing casualties. The city guards did not investigate further, as it was not uncommon for members of the order to do such things. Phew, I almost couldn't get out of here. After running for a while, Shenlin leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Meng Chongyin was alright, at least he wasn't as breathless as him. Meng Chongyin stared at Shenlin and suddenly realized that this guy who was usually too lazy to do anything was actually the one who was hiding the deepest secret. He actually awakened ahead of schedule. I know what you're trying to say. Yes, I did awaken ahead of schedule. It refers to the quantity of ability, but I'm not sure about the specific level yet. And Shenlin caught his breath, gave a silly laugh, and said to Meng Chongyin, I don't understand. Meng Chongyin looked at him for a long time before finally uttering these 4 words. I don't understand. You clearly awakened early, which means your abilities and talents are either top-notch or among the best, yet you seem to have no goals, like a piece of duckweed drifting with the tide. Meng Chongyin said, her eyes filled with complex emotions. And Shenlin was silent for a moment, then smiled and looked at Meng Chongyin, saying, floating duckweed. I really don't have any goals, I just drift with the tide. Becoming an outcast to save the world is too exhausting. I'm lazy and don't like doing those things. Besides, even if the sky falls, there's always someone someone taller to hold it up. I'm not worried about what will happen to me. What's wrong with being a drifting duckweed? And Shinlin's words plunged Meng Chonin into silence once again. In this era where everyone wants to become an outcast and fight for humanity, people like Shinlin also exist. But these kinds of people are often not afraid of death, but rather weary of struggle and life and death. Meng Chonin couldn't understand why Shinlin would have the idea of giving up on using his abilities. Was it out of fear, or was there another reason? She paused for a moment, then asked, "So what are you planning to do next?" "I don't care what the outcome is, as I will still do what needs to be done," Shinlin answered. "But what if you become an outcast?" Meng Chonin looked at Shinlin and felt that there was a slight contradiction in his words, but she saw an indifferent smile on Shinlin's face. Seeing that smile, she immediately understood. Shinlin knew that once he became an outcast, his life would no longer be ordinary. He doesn't care about this at all, nor does he intend to care about what will happen in the future. He just wants to let things take their course. This is probably his mentality, going with the flow. "It would be even better if I could be a more ordinary ordered one." You want to become an out-of-order individual and get into Peking University, that's your goal. As for me, I just want to avoid adding too much trouble to my life. So, don't overthink it. Besides, isn't this world a wonderful place? Shinlin smiled gently and then continued walking forward. "Is this world a beautiful place?" Meng Chonin murmured softly, but she didn't truly understand Shinlin's words. Perhaps. Shinlin's thoughts are something she, who has only known him for a day, cannot possibly fathom. "Oh, right. Meng Chonin, you have to keep this a secret. If anyone finds out, I'm doomed." Shinlin suddenly gave Meng Chonin some instructions. Okay, I understand. I will never tell anyone." Meng Chonin had no choice but to agree to his request. Actually, she didn't plan to tell anyone, because it was pointless and would only attract attention. "Thank you so much." The two continued their journey home. Time flies. 9 days have passed since Shinlin revealed his premature awakening to Meng Chonin, which was the day of the awakening ceremony. During this time, Meng Chonin and Shinlin were inseparable from another person and had almost no communication with the outside world, so the relationship between the four of them gradually became closer. In addition, Shinlin and Meng Chonin walked home together almost every day because it was their route home, chatting as they walked, and their relationship grew increasingly harmonious. However, after the awakening ceremony, they no longer needed to travel together because Meng Chonin already had other places to stay. "Olden, wake up! The awakening ceremony is about to begin." On the playground, Xu Xiao shook Shinlin, who looked like he hadn't woken up yet, and said in a tone full of disappointment, "Shinlin is becoming increasingly sleepy. In the past, he could at least pull himself together for times like this. Now, however, I wish I could just stand up and continue sleeping." Standing in front of Shinlin, Meng Chonin couldn't help but turn around and glance at him. She also noticed that Shinlin was becoming increasingly sleepy. Xu Xiao didn't understand why, but Meng Chonin did. This is clearly a side effect of the ability to quantity. Many powerful abilities will have a slight effect on the user in the early stages. These effects are not life-threatening, but they will cause inconvenience to the daily life of the outcasts. Shinlin is in this state. However, Meng Chonin also knew that Shinlin was already prone to sleepiness, but now it was even more so. In her view, Shinlin had already shown signs of awakening, otherwise he wouldn't have been so sleepy. "Never mind, let Shinlin rest for a while, and we'll talk about it when the awakening ceremony begins." Meng Chonin reached out to stop Xu Xiao from pulling Shinlin further and said in a low voice, "As the saying goes, you can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep." The two looked at each other and smiled. Shinlin wanted to sleep, and Xu Xiao couldn't wake him up at all. "That's true." Xu Xiao released his hand and looked at Shinlin. As expected, he didn't fall down. Shinlin's skill in sleeping while standing has reached a level of perfection. Just as the group was discussing how Shinlin could sleep standing up, a portly middle-aged man walked onto the stage. The previously noisy students immediately fell silent. Because they know that the moment that will determine their future has arrived. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. "Is someone watching me?" Shinlin opened one eye and looked to his left. "Never mind, I can't see anything." He gave up because he couldn't see anything at all. "Students, today will be a very significant day in your lives. I believe many of you have been looking forward to this exciting moment for a long time. Why? Because those who belong to the Order of Heaven are the pride of every human being. Anyone who becomes an Order of Heaven will feel proud. Regardless of the level of your awakened abilities, becoming an outcast means you've embarked on a unique path. However, please be patient, everyone. Before the ceremony begins, I have something to say to you. Do you know why you came here? That's right, it's about taking the most crucial step to becoming an outcast, awakening. Do you understand what it means to become an outcast? The outcasts are the guardians of humanity. No matter where they are or what their environment is like, the out-of-order individuals will shine and become an indispensable presence. Not everyone can become a member of the Order, but I firmly believe that every student here has the opportunity to become a member of the Order and a pillar of society. Once you become an outcast, outcast, never forget this. The heretics are the pioneers of history. They are the ones who build high walls against danger with their own flesh and blood. They are the forerunners who bravely explore the unknown. Most importantly, the outcasts bear the mission of protecting humanity. Protect humanity from the harassment of malevolent forces. Protecting the peaceful lives of people in cities. Protecting humanity's infinitely bright future. This is the significance of the out of order. They combine protection, progress, exploration, and perseverance to become great people. Now that you have become members of the other order, strive in that direction. Transform yourselves into dazzling flames, illuminating the entire world. I hereby declare the awakening ceremony of Tianyi No. 1 High School officially commence. All students, please prepare yourselves. The principal took the stage and began to deliver an inspiring speech. This is an annual ceremony, and although the content is simple, it is more moving than in previous years. In just a few hundred words, the enthusiasm of every student on the playground was ignited. That's right, become an outcast and fight for humanity. This is the duty of an outcast. Now, after the awakening ceremony, everyone will become a spirit dust level out of order, completely distinguishing them from ordinary people. It's time to reveal our identity as outcasts and take responsibility. And Shenlin was awakened by the enthusiastic atmosphere around him, but he still did not get excited. Meng Chongyin looked at him and gently poked him. You seem completely indifferent? If I cared, that would be fake. And Shenlin replied helplessly. Meng Chongyin shrugged. That's true. After all, you've already awakened ahead of time. For in Shenlin, this awakening ritual was nothing new. He had already experienced it before and naturally knew what would happen next. His only pleasure was probably seeing the expressions on other people's faces when they awakened. Given his personality, he'll most likely sleep until the very end. After the principal's impassioned speech, the awakening ceremony officially began. The ceremony uses a suspended crystal, about half a person's height, for awakening, and is performed in pairs. Upon awakening, the crystal emits a power that draws the heart. If the connection is successful, the awakening is considered complete, and the crystal will emit light representing the level of power it possesses. Gray represents the dust level, white the mortal level, yellow the yellow level, blue the profound level, orange the earth level, gold the heaven level, and red the ruins level. Different types of abilities will be reflected in the crystal. If no color is displayed, it means that the awakening has not yet occurred. According to the class order, and Shenlin's class was the 7th to undergo awakening. The process of awakening is always accompanied by both joy and disappointment. Some people awaken powerful abilities, while others only awaken mediocre abilities, and some even gain nothing at all. This is all normal. Mortal level, physical enhancement. Wa'ada. What a terrible ability. Mortal level, weak water. Failed to awaken. This can't be. This is all an illusion. Yellow grade, hard. Failed to awaken. Teacher, will I die if I jump from the 6th floor? Earth grade, body of the rock. The awakening ceremony was filled with all sorts of unexpected situations, vividly showcasing the myriad aspects of life and also causing many people's enthusiasm to gradually wane. There are 50 students in each class, so 6 classes would have a total of 300 students. However, out of these 300 students, only 120 students successfully awakened their abilities. Of these, 70% of the awakened abilities belong to the dust level or mortal level. The most remarkable thing is the ability awakened by the boy named Lin Maoshan from class 5. That's a heavenly level fire elemental ability, heavenly flame. The moment he awakened, everyone was shocked, and even Shenlin couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Heavenly level abilities are extremely rare, and possessing a heavenly level ability means that the lower limit of future development is very high. As for the upper limit, that depends entirely on individual ability. In short, the appearance of this first heavenly level ability instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue, and Shenlin could even imagine how much attention and importance this guy named Lin Maoshan would receive. After all, the stronger one's abilities, the brighter one's future. Even if one's ability level is not high, one can still reach heights that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve. But those are a minority. Most people are still more willing to believe those with advanced abilities. At least, their chances of failure are not that high. Just like good students are always favored by teachers, while students with slightly lower grades don't receive as much attention. Soon, it was in Shenlin's class's turn to go on stage. Are you nervous? And Shenlin asked, looking at Meng Chongyin beside him. Meng Chongyin shook her head. I'm sure I'll awaken, so I'm not nervous at all. That's true. You usually seem quite confident. There aren't many people who can be this confident these days, and Shenlin said. Aren't you quite confident yourself? Meng Chongyin retorted. See you tomorrow. And Shenlin rolled his eyes. When have I ever been confident? I don't want to awaken at all. That's the pain in my heart. The awakening process was quick, and soon it was their class's turn. Olden, get ready to wow the whole audience. Xu Xiao nudged in Shenlin and said with a smile. Meng Chongyin, it's your turn. Lin Qianqiu nudged Meng Chongyin. Let's go, Meng Chongyin replied calmly. And Shenlin and Meng Chongyin walked together onto the platform platform specially built for the awakening ceremony. Under the guidance of their teacher, the two placed their hands on the awakening stone, which was about half a person's height, in front of them. The awakening stone released its spiritual energy, enveloping them and then slowly flowing into their bodies. A moment later, a dazzling golden light flashed from the awakening stone in front of Shenlin, and the entire place fell silent. All eyes were on him, hoping for the emergence of a second heaven-level ability. However, the teacher standing next to him heard Shenlin's helpless sigh. This guy doesn't seem too keen. Just then, a dazzling red light shone from Shenlin's side. He couldn't help but glance sideways, only to see Meng Chongyin standing in front of the awakening stone, her eyes gleaming with silver light, and that red light instantly became the focus of the entire audience. A void-level ability. This is the first void-level ability to be born in Tianyi City in decades. One heaven-level ability and one void-level ability, and they awakened at the same time. This is absolutely unprecedented in other schools. Soon after, the two displayed their respective abilities in front of the awakening stone. Meng Chongyin awakened a dimensional space-type void-level ability, Void Hiding the Sky, and Shenlin awakened a heaven-level ability, Fu Yan Hai Swan. One is a dimensional space ability, and the other is a quantity-based offensive ability. Both are extremely rare ability categories. Among the current ranks of supernatural abilities, the rarest are undoubtedly the spatial and temporal abilities among dimensional abilities, and the pure quantitative abilities among quantitative abilities. What is pure quantitative ability? Among the abilities, there is one called Heavenly Gravity, which is specifically designed to manipulate gravity. Unlike elemental or physical abilities, this type of force field ability does not have a definite parameter singularity. They rely entirely on their own virtual computing power and spiritual energy to perform their functions. This type of ability is purely quantitative. Other quantitative abilities only gain the dimension of virtual computing power upon awakening. However, the use of virtual computing power is not simple. If there is even a slight mistake, the user's calculations will collapse, resulting in an instant loss of combat power. It can be said that quantitative ability is the most difficult ability to master, and it takes a long time to develop, but it is extremely powerful. Next are dimensional spatial abilities, the lowest rank of which is yellow. This alone is enough to show the difference between the two. Whether it's a supportive or offensive spatial ability, its strength is extraordinary. Spatial abilities are naturally able to ignore most ordinary defenses, making them one of the strongest offensive abilities. Unfortunately, people with spatial abilities are extremely rare, just as rare as those with pure quantity abilities and time-like abilities. However, at this moment, a spatial ability user and a pure energy ability user appeared before everyone at the same time. Aside from shock, no one could find the words to describe their feelings at that moment. Is this true? And Shenlin looked at Meng Chongyin with a complicated expression. He had guessed that Meng Chongyin would have talent, but he never expected her to be so amazing. Those who possess this level of ability have potential that far exceeds what other ranks can achieve. Every year, a few people awaken void-level abilities, but the number has never exceeded 5. For decades, no void-level ability has ever appeared at the awakening ceremony in Tianyi City. And now it's appeared? And right next to me? Or is it a friend of mine? Ah, this is practically a full buff activated, making my future feel even more unpredictable. And this trashy awakening crystal, what's with this Fu Yan Hai Swan? My awakened ability is completely unrelated to it. At least it should be a higher grade one. Wait, since it can be a bit more upscale, could it be that I might also possess void-level abilities? Wow, the awakening crystal is awesome. It would have been even better if it had just declared my awakening a failure. Overall, it's pretty good. And Shenlin released his grip and looked up at the crowd of people with burning gazes, a mixture of jealousy, admiration, envy, and even a strange, scorching feeling. The various gazes he was being directed at made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. But what Shenlin didn't notice was, a barely perceptible red light flashed within his golden light, something only the more perceptive Meng Chongyin, standing to the side, noticed. Just as Shenlin and Meng Chongyin were about to leave, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. I sincerely invite you to join the Qin family. Although the Qin family is just a small family in Tianyi City, we can provide ample cultivation resources. I hope you will consider it. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to the speaker, Qin Hemming, the eldest son of the Qin family in Tianyi City. The Qin family is one of the major families in Tianyi City. As a leading enterprise, such families still shine brightly and enjoy a prominent reputation in the context of changing social order. Besides family members, there are also heirs of large corporations and descendants of some warbands involved. The identity of a large enterprise is easy to understand, while a battle group is an officially managed but not directly controlled external expansion organization. They are privately established, with the consequences borne by the warband, and primarily assist the military in exploring uninhabited areas and collecting resources. Internally, they are a formidable fighting force. This is Tianyi No. 1 High School, where many family members have gathered, but the Qin family was the first to speak, which made many people secretly regret that they were a step too slow to react. After all, all, this is an unprecedented void-level spatial ability. If we can successfully recruit it, the future rewards will be immeasurable. A single void-level ability user is equivalent to the efforts of several generations of a family. Sheen Hemming spoke with sincerity, without the slightest hint of threat, as if a noble young man were speaking. After he finished speaking, he smiled and looked at Meng Chongqing with a hint of seduction in his eyes. After all, he was handsome, and if his words were a little more provocative, he would definitely be the campus heartthrob villain. Meng Chongqing did not respond, but simply stared at Sheen Hemming quietly. The conditions can be adjusted. No matter what conditions other families offer, our Qin family can surpass them. If Miss Meng has any further needs, the Qin family will fulfill them. We hope Miss Meng will give us this opportunity. Sheen Hemming looked at the other family and large corporate representatives with a smile. The others' expressions changed slightly. It was clear that Sheen Hemming was determined to win over Meng Chongqing. After all, everyone can see what he's thinking. And Chen Lin looked at Meng Chongqing with anticipation, wanting to know what choice she would make. Awakening to the void level ability already signifies soaring to new heights. If one can rely on the Qin family's power, future achievements may be even more glorious. However, Meng Chongqing doesn't seem to be the kind of person who would take advantage of these relationships. After a long while, Meng Chongqing spoke softly, "My father, Meng Qianjun." After saying that, she pulled in Chen Lin downstairs. "Ha, it seems like they brought something strange down with them." "Oh, that strange thing is myself." But then again, Meng Qianjun? Could it be the Meng Qianjun who has close ties to the military and commands the Tianjun battle group? That would be interesting. After all, the Tianjun battle group far surpasses all the family businesses in Tianyi City in terms of level. In other words, they don't need to use their power to intimidate people at all. Sheen Hemming was stunned for a moment. His smile remained, but his eyes were deep and seemed to be hiding something. "Of course I believe it. Only a fool wouldn't. To publicly proclaim that one's father is Meng Qianjun, if this isn't real, then what is?" And Meng Qianjun does indeed have a daughter, who recently transferred to Tianyi No. 1 Middle School. It's just that there have been too many transfer students lately. There are several students with the surname Meng, which is probably an arrangement made by Meng Qianjun to prevent his daughter from being harassed. Therefore, they couldn't find out who Meng Qianjun's daughter was at all, and it was too much of a coincidence. The result was like digging a hole for yourself. Although it wasn't too serious, it still affected your image. And what exactly is the Tianjun battle group? It's one of the top battle groups in the country. Whether in terms of financial resources or strength, they are simply no match for them. Trying to forcibly win over Meng Qianjun's daughter? You're asking for trouble. As for whether others noticed anything unusual, Meng Chongqing didn't mention that her father was the commander of the Tianjun battle group, so most people wouldn't know. Only those who truly understand this aspect know the answer. After Meng Chongqing revealed that her father was Meng Qianjun, everyone who wanted to win her over fell silent. Everyone was left with a spectator mentality, waiting to see how Sheen Hemming would respond. However, they were disappointed because Sheen Hemming's expression remained unchanged. It was wise of Sheen Hemming not to say anything more, lest Meng Chongqing's misunderstanding deepen. Many people had seen through Sheen Hemming's thoughts. As for the other person who awakened their abilities, they were pulled away by Meng Chongqing. Meng Chongqing probably knew him, and this gesture showed that she wanted to protect him. This means that there's no chance of winning over Meng Chongqing now. We can only wait until after the ceremony. However, it must be admitted that one is a void-level dimensional space ability, and the other is a heaven-level quantity ability. These two abilities are extremely dazzling no matter where they are placed. They are all people worth befriending and cultivating relationships with. Many people are now preparing to contact them after the awakening ceremony. It's obviously impossible to win over Meng Chongqing, but there's still a chance to become friends with her. But the other boy is a different story. Anyway, it's never a bad thing to make more friends, no matter who they are. When I returned to my seat in class, quite a few people still cast curious glances my way, but as soon as Meng Chongqing glared at her, all those gazes disappeared. And Chen Lin let Meng Chongqing pull him along. "Holy crap, Olden, you're awesome. That's a heavenly level ability." "No, I'm about to awaken. Let me touch you, so I can get some good luck." As soon as he returned, Xu Xiao came over and started touching Chen Lin all over. Just as he was about to touch the strange spot, and Chen Lin slapped his hand away in disgust. "That's going too far." Xu Xiao didn't care at all, he just chuckled. However, being with Yung Kazun is indeed stressful. Void-level abilities are extremely rare, no matter where you are. They didn't know what it meant that Meng Chongqing's father was Meng Qianjun. But ever since Meng Chongqing revealed her father's name, no one dared to say anything to win her over. They understood that Meng Chongqing's father was no ordinary person. Born into a prominent family, and having awakened a void-level spatial ability, the two people's social classes immediately became worlds apart. Therefore, they still seemed somewhat reserved when facing Meng Chongqing. Meng Chongqing glanced at Xu Xiao and Lin Qianxiu's tense expressions, then looked at Chen Lin, who was yawning and completely unconcerned, and smiled gently, saying, "What kind of expressions are those? They look just like elementary school students seeing their teacher." "What? Am I not worthy to be your friend?" friend, or do you look down on me as a friend? Absolutely not. That's really not what I meant. I was just a little scared. Old and awakening a heaven-level ability isn't a big deal, considering his personality. Are you saying my personality isn't as good as in Shinlin's? No, I just wanted to say, well, it's nothing. It's just that I rarely meet people like you, Meng Chongyin. Alright, Meng Chongyin, stop making things difficult for Chu Xiao. We are all ignorant and inexperienced. Your performance was truly outstanding. After all, you are an out-of-order individual with void-level abilities. In our presence, you truly make us feel somewhat inferior. Don't be so reserved. I'm not the kind of person who's aloof and superior. To be honest, I never expected to awaken a void-level ability. It was completely beyond my expectations. However, awakening a void-level ability does not mean I am superior to others. The level of ability only defines the lower limit, not the upper limit. Right? And Shenlin, asleep again? As they were chatting, they suddenly realized that Shenlin, who was standing next to Meng Chongyin, had fallen asleep while standing again. Even breathing gives one a sense of tranquility, as if one is detached from worldly strife. Seeing this, Meng Chongyin couldn't help but reach out and pat Shenlin. Ha, what's wrong? And Shenlin's body trembled slightly as he opened his sleepy eyes, looked at the three of them, and asked in confusion. You? Meng Chongyin shook her head helplessly. Why isn't Shenlin always so unreliable? Sorry, I fell asleep again. Where were you guys talking? Keep going, I'm all ears. And Shenlin yawned, his voice flat. He showed no joy or excitement at awakening a heaven-level ability. And Shenlin also propped his head up and looked at Meng Chongyin. It was as if this was something he had anticipated. There was nothing he could do, given the circumstances. He couldn't say much more. He could only try his best to make others think that his awakening was normal. As for his premature awakening, he never told anyone, and rarely even used his abilities. The results of awakening may not match reality, but the troubles brought about by heaven-level abilities are far from trivial. So, knowing that there would be more and more troubles in the future, and that now was probably the most relaxing time, and Shenlin decisively chose to sleep a little longer. After all, even in his dreams, his ideals can still be easily realized. And Shenlin is really quite relaxed. Lin Xianxiu was a little embarrassed. When others awaken to a heavenly level ability, they can't wait to shout it out and tell the whole world. But even though Shenlin has awakened, he gives off a feeling that he doesn't want to be noticed. Meng Chongyin carried a hint of schadenfreude because she knew Shenlin's opinion of the abnormal. At the same time, she was also somewhat relieved that Shenlin had finally been discovered. Otherwise, wouldn't such great talent be wasted? By the way, Chongyin, why did you pull Shenlin down just now? Lin Xianxiu asked curiously. Xu Xiao interjected from the side. Is there any need to say that? Those people know they can't win over Meng Chongyin, so naturally they'll target Shenlin. Wasn't that the same situation where someone came knocking on our door before, when we were at the heavenly level? If Shenlin comes down by himself, he will definitely be targeted as well. Joining those people means losing a certain amount of freedom. Therefore, it's best not to join. Meng Chongyin pulled Shenlin down to tell everyone that Shenlin was her person. Let others not get any ulterior motives here. For some reason, after Chu Xiao said that Shenlin was Meng Chongyin's person, Meng Chongyin's cheeks flushed slightly. Really? Then Shenlin should thank Chongyin properly. After all, the accent helped you avoid some trouble. Lin Xianxiu said with a smile. Thank you. And Shenlin replied perfunctorily. Meng Chongyin's lips twitched slightly, then she waved her hand, pretending not to care. The people around him looked at Shenlin with envy. The awakening ceremony was not stopped by the appearance of the void-level ability. On the contrary, the atmosphere at the scene reached an unprecedented climax because of the appearance of this special ability. Many out-of-order individuals yearn to become the second person to awaken a void-level ability. Even if they cannot awaken a void-level ability, possessing a heaven-level ability is exciting enough. Although many people are just aiming too high, it is precisely this ambition that keeps the atmosphere of the awakening ceremony high. Incidentally, the third person to awaken a heaven-level ability was Chu Xiao's girlfriend, Lin Xianxiu, who possessed the elemental heaven-level ability, Ice Age. Chu Xiao himself awakened a rather special ability, the yellow-level dimensional ability, Devour. To be honest, this ability is rather awkward. It seems high-end, but it's actually not very useful. The reason is that the Devour ability is completely countered by all quantity abilities, and it has a limit to its devouring ability, which is easily detected by those who possess quantity abilities. Then, the beings with the ability to manipulate quantities can quickly suppress Devour. After all, Devour cannot devour indefinitely. Moreover, due to the existence of the upper limit, even those who are not power users can quickly suppress Devour. Therefore, the Devour ability can only be classified as yellow level, which is neither high nor low, and has little practical value even after awakening. After Chu Xiao awakened Devour, the way people looked at him completely changed. Some were sarcastic, some pitying, and some teasing. In short, very few people truly respect Chu Xiao. However, Shenlin and the others noticed that Chu Xiao clearly showed joy when he learned that he possessed the devouring ability. He seemed seemed to think that devouring was the most suitable ability for him. As for why Chu Xiao was so happy and Shenlin had no idea. Soon, the awakening ceremony came to a close. Among the 700+ students in the 35 classes, 1 void level ability user, 6 heaven level ability users, 31 earth level ability users, 68 profound level ability users, 117 yellow level ability users, 200 mortal level ability users, and 291 dust level ability users emerged. A total of 714 people awakened, far exceeding previous years. It's worth noting that in the past, it would be considered good if 500 out of more than 1,700 people were awakened, but this time it's more than 700. Grand Hyatt Hotel. Not to mention, in addition to the void level abilities, the number of heaven level and profound level abilities also far exceeds that of previous years. The principal was thrilled with this achievement. With so many promising students, their chances of getting into good universities are definitely much higher than in previous years. After the awakening ceremony concluded in the morning, the principal eagerly convened a meeting to plan the training program for the outcasts for the coming year. In the afternoon, the new class assignment list was also announced. The class assignment rules this time left everyone stunned. In the past, class assignments were random. After the first month of testing, top students were selected to enter the elite class. This time, however, the class division rule is based on the average of the 2 best and worst scores after removing the best and worst scores from the second semester of high school. The top 30 students are admitted to the elite class. Incidentally, Meng Chongyin, who possesses the void level talent, is not subject to this rule and directly enters the elite class. What are the consequences of this new class assignment rule? As a result, only 2 out of the 6 heavenly level ability users made it into the elite class. These 2 people were in Shenlin and Lin Xianxiu. Chu Xiao also entered the top class thanks to his excellent grades, but Chu Xiao wasn't the most outrageous. The second place student in the top class turned out to be a genius with dust level abilities. This situation is truly chaotic. After the class assignment results were announced, many people expressed strong dissatisfaction with the arrangement and went to argue with the teachers. But the teachers ignored these complaints. Once the class assignments were finalized, they could not be changed. Why did they suddenly change the original class assignment rules? And Shenlin slumped on the table, looking utterly frustrated. And Shenlin, didn't you also get into class 1? Why do you seem like you don't really want to stay in class 1? Lin Xianxiu asked curiously, looking at Shenlin who was lying down. Chu Xiao curled his lip and said indifferently, 9 times out of 10, it's because the atmosphere in the top class is too tense, and the atmosphere in the elite class is too oppressive, so they don't sleep well at night. He probably didn't want to be in the top class. That's quite unique, but given his heavenly level abilities, he'll definitely be valued regardless of whether the rules change, right? Lin Xianxiu said, heavenly level abilities are extremely rare resources, and they would be highly valued no matter where they are placed. There were quite a few students with heavenly level abilities in their year, but this did not diminish the school's emphasis on heavenly level abilities. And Shenlin wants to slack off? Absolutely not. The school and teachers are watching him closely. So even if he complains about the change in class assignments here, it's useless. The outcome was already predetermined. At this moment, Meng Chongyin, who had been called away by the teacher, returned to the classroom. The moment she appeared, all eyes were on her, but she completely ignored the stares and went straight back to her seat. Okay, is there anything the principal wants to see us about? Lin Xianxiu asked. Not at the moment, and Shenlin replied. Yes, you'll find out when you get there, Meng Chongyin replied. You don't seem to care much about your health. Alright, and Shenlin, let's go. Lin Xianxiu stood up, pulled Shenlin along, and left. After the two left, Chu Xiao asked in confusion, what did the principal want with them? Meng Chongyin said calmly, it's a security issue. High-level abilities are most vulnerable to being targeted by people with ulterior motives at this stage. When you ask them to go, it's usually just to remind them of safety precautions and then make empty promises. They promised us some benefits to motivate us to bring honor to the school. That's all there is to it, nothing serious. If you're good enough, you'll get those benefits too. The rule for those outside the established order is, the most capable get the most. I see, but will this trick work on Shenlin? Chu Xiao suddenly asked. Meng Chongyin was silent for a moment, then said softly, it's probably useless, about the same as you. Therefore, as the newly awakened elites, you must set an example. Those who didn't make it into the top class, don't be discouraged. After the next exam, you can prove yourselves and get into the top class. Okay, that's all I have to say. Students, you can go back and prepare for your new classes. As Meng Chongyin said, the principal first reminded them to pay attention to their own safety and how to deal with danger. Then comes the empty promises, talking about the benefits that can be obtained as long as the target is met. And Shenlin had absolutely no interest in this. The discussion on heaven-level abilities is over. Next up is earth-level abilities. However, the conversations regarding the candidates' abilities at the prefecture level were not conducted by the principal himself, but rather by the grade director and teacher. lectures. The content is roughly the same, but the promises are vastly different. What? You want to test your abilities? Don't come to me, go find Lin Xianxiu. In the new classroom, and Shenlin leaned on the exquisite and comfortable table, watching Meng Chongyin turn around, and said in a muffled voice, I'm here to tell you something. Meng Chongyin said mysteriously. What is it? And Shenlin looked at her in confusion. Meng Chongyin whispered to him about the scene she saw when she awakened, explaining that as long as red appeared, no matter how large, it was a void-level ability. The ability wasn't fully manifested, most likely because it was a new ability that had never appeared before. And Shenlin looked at Meng Chongyin with a shocked expression after hearing this. Wow, you actually know so much? I really shouldn't have gone up there with you. Moreover, 90% of those who awaken early have void-level abilities, because only the physical enhancement brought by void-level abilities can withstand early awakening. Meng Chongyin continued, her voice whispering in his ear like a demon. Well, it seems I'm really ignorant. There are many things I don't know. I thought my performance in front of Meng Chongyin was fine, but now it seems there's a big problem. Want to train with me? I'm formally inviting you. We're both at the void level, so we should have a lot to talk about. Don't worry, I won't keep bothering you during training. You can leave whenever you're tired. Meng Chongyin said with a grin. Can I refuse? And Shenlin sighed, still not wanting to get involved with Meng Chongyin. Meng Chongyin nodded. Of course you can refuse, but have you forgotten the special nature of measuring abilities? If you refuse me, can you refuse the school? Or can you directly refuse someone higher up? Measuring abilities are a scarce resource. And Shenlin's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, he had long forgotten about that. If the school were to keep an eye on him, it would probably be even more tiring than training with Meng Chongyin. Previously, those with superhuman abilities, unless otherwise assigned to other roles, were generally trained through a joint program developed by the military and schools. This was especially evident among those with superhuman abilities from ordinary families. Others usually have to undergo similar training as well. And Shenlin couldn't escape this either, but Meng Chongyin, as a void-level ability user, offered to train him. If he agreed, he could be exempted from the school's forced training. Okay, then I'll stay for a maximum of 1 hour. The time is up to you, but I can only manage at least half an hour. What do you think? This place must have cost quite a bit, right? Looking at the building in front of him, which was the size of several football fields, and Shenlin asked with some trepidation. Yunlai Training Ground. The largest training ground for outcasts in Tanny City is vast in area, large in scale, and fully equipped. Some areas even use extremely expensive metals. Both training and testing are extremely expensive. However, Meng Chongyin is Meng Qianjuan's daughter, a battle group leader, so she must be very wealthy. So for Meng Chongyin, this expense is nothing at all. Why are you all here too? And Shenlin asked, looking at Chu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu beside him, who were excitedly acting somewhat awkwardly. I invited you, is there a problem? Meng Chongyin replied calmly. No, aren't you obviously trying to get me discovered? And Shenlin asked in a low voice. No, you just need to act convincingly. Besides, everyone has just awakened, so who will nitpick your abilities? Meng Chongyin said softly, and Shenlin was speechless. Oh well, as long as she's happy. Olden, you have to show off your power of strength later. And Meng Chongyin too. I've been wanting to see what a void-level ability looks like for ages. Xu Xiao said excitedly. Having 2 heaven-level ability users and 1 void-level ability user by your side is something that many people rarely encounter in their entire lives. And Shenlin replied perfunctorily. Afterwards, the 3 followed Meng Chongyin into the Yunlai training ground. Meng Chongyin opened an E-level training room and then pulled Lin Xianxiu away. Where did they go? Xu Xiao asked the 2 of them, puzzled. Change into training clothes. You can't possibly go in and fight in these clothes, can you? Meng Chongyin said, pulling Lin Xianxiu into a corner and leaving. Shall we go change too? And Shenlin suggested with a yawn. And Shenlin and Xu Xiao entered the dressing room. The training uniforms in the locker room are all disposable, of good quality, and comfortable to wear. I never expected that you, who usually looks so lazy, would actually have abs. Xu Xiao said in surprise, touching in Shenlin's abdomen. Don't you have one too? Don't touch me like that. And Shenlin kicked Xu Xiao away and started changing into his training clothes. Soon, the 2 changed into their training clothes. I'll go get a few bottles of water over there, Xu Xiao said. And Shenlin nodded and leaned against the wall, waiting for her to return. However, instead of Xu Xiao returning, an uninvited guest arrived. So you're the one who awakened Fuyan Haiswan? You don't seem that impressive. A handsome boy in a special training uniform walked up to Shenlin and openly sized him up. And Shenlin stared at the other person with suspicion and asked, who are you? The boy straightened his clothes smugly and said, Xin family, Xin Hemming. And virtual number performance empty change slowness. Oh, and Shenlin nodded, then moved a few feet to the side with a hint of disgust. This guy has a bad background. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to tell you a few things. Xin Hemming smiled, his eyes full of disdain. Let me tell you, your background is simply not worthy of Meng Chongyin. Stay away from Lin Xianxiu from now on. Just as Xin Hemming was issuing a warning to Shenlin, another person's threat came from afar, with an equal equally sharp tone. Qin Hemming was taken aback for a moment, then continued, although you are a heaven-level ability user, you are indeed not simple. But Meng Chongyin is at the ruins level, and her background is far beyond your reach. You are destined to walk two different paths. Final imaginary number evolution, offset, sudden sensation. But I'm different. I have the backing of the Qin family and the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with Meng Chongyin. You should be sensible and keep your distance from Meng Chongyin. It's better for both of us. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another almost identical voice came from afar. You'd better be smart and keep your distance from Lin Xianqiu. It'll be better for both of us. And Shenlin and Qin Hemming were both speechless. Who is this? Can't they use less crude methods of threatening? If you don't accept, the voice repeated, then I wouldn't mind making you disappear from this world. He repeated it twice more. You know, our Qin family has this kind of strength. You need to think this over carefully. After all, this is for your own good. Repeated twice. Commoners who can't be brought to the table, he shouted intermittently. Who is it? Trying to mimic my voice, he roared. Still learning. Believe me or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. The voice grew increasingly vicious. Qin Hemming couldn't contain his anger and strode angrily toward the sound. He bumped into a boy after only a few steps. Oh, it's young Master Qin. I thought your voice sounded familiar. How have you been? Young Master Qin. Are you here for training too? And Shenlin watched Qin Hemming and that person having a fake smile and a friendly conversation, but his eyes were filled with hatred, as if he wanted to tear the other person to pieces. This scene made him sigh inwardly. Xu Xiao carried a case of water to Shenlin's side. They're sick in the head, let's just leave them alone. After speaking in hushed tones, the two quietly left, trying to avoid getting involved with them. You're here. Why are you so slow? Lin Xianqiu glared at the two who had just entered the training room. Sorry. Something came up and I was delayed. Xu Xiao quickly apologized. Now that you're here, get ready quickly. Time waits for no one. Meng Chongyin turned to look at Shenlin. The two then began to make preparations. I never expected young Master Qin to have such high standards, actually wanting to pursue his dream of playing the choreographed instrument. It seems he has a lot of confidence in his family. On the other side, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Hemming and Bai Ziyan revealed their true nature. Bai Ziyan disdainfully shook off Qin Hemming's hand and said sarcastically, I never expected Bai Ziyan to have a penchant for stealing other people's hobbies. It's obvious to everyone that Lin Xianqiu likes Chu Xiao and doesn't care about his abilities at all. But you insisted on going over there. You really have no shame. Or is it that only things stolen from others have a certain allure? Young Master Bai, when did you become so despicable? Qin Hemming didn't back down and retorted sarcastically. Bai Ziyan wasn't angry, he simply said calmly, what does young Master Qin know? Lin Xianqiu is a talented person, and only people like us can provide him with the best training environment. What is Chu Xiao? Is it his good looks, his deceased parents, or his childhood sweetheart relationship? Don't be ridiculous, these are nothing to brag about. I believe Lin Xianqiu will soon see reality and realize that following me is far better than following that poor kid. After hearing this, Qin Hemming smiled contemptuously and said, I didn't expect young Master Bai to have such poor taste. Indeed, it's understandable that the Bai family's methods of expansion were not above board, and their narrow-mindedness is to be expected. But don't drag me into this thinking. I'm different. I will pursue dream emphasis openly and honestly. As for that heavenly level guy, I will compete with him fairly and squarely. Bai Ziyan's expression changed slightly, but after hearing Qin Hemming's words, he also gave a mocking smile. Young Master Qin, don't be so self-righteous. After all, what you did was not something a good person would do. You pursue your dreams. I want my Lin Xianqiu. I hope young Master Qin won't interfere too much with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ziyan shoved Qin Hemming aside and turned to leave. Qin Hemming patted his shoulder indifferently and said coldly, what? And Shenlin asked in confusion. I really don't understand how Qin Zimming got involved with this rude and uncultured guy. He has absolutely no sense of propriety. The Bai family will be ruined by him sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hemming walked gracefully in another direction, his back view alone revealing the demeanor of a young master. Meng Chongyin, are you really going to go all out? And Shenlin looked at her, his eyes full of uncertainty. Yes, only when you give it your all can I better understand my own abilities, Meng Chongyin replied firmly. They have just awakened and have not yet fully integrated their abilities. After awakening, I merely took the initiative to perceive what the ability looked like. As for actual use, it is even rarer. Therefore, the period of adjustment after awakening one's abilities is often long. Alright, are you ready? And Shenlin asked, looking at Meng Chongyin. Of course. Meng Chongyin began to mobilize her spiritual energy, preparing to unleash her full power for the first time. As soon as Meng Chongyin finished speaking, and Shenlin's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly threw a punch from a distance. A buzzing sound rang out, the air in front of me began to distort, and a sense of crisis quickly rose. I need to get out of the way. No, it's too late. A flash of silver spiritual energy appeared on Meng Chongyin's body, then vanished instantly, teleporting to the other side. The wall she had just been standing on made a dull thud. His attacks were precise, and Shenlin's understanding and application of spiritual energy far surpasses mine. As expected, choosing him as a training subject was the right decision. Meng Chongyin stared at Shenlin, a smile appearing on her cold face. She cannot dodge directly, she can only rely on her basic spatial abilities to teleport away from the attacks. Holy crap, what just happened? What trick did Olden use? Chu Xiao exclaimed in surprise, and Shenlin probably used the air to launch an attack on Meng Chongyin. The attack was extremely fast, and Meng Chongyin didn't have time to dodge, so she could only teleport away. Is this just pure sheer power? The attack is virtually flawless. Moreover, due to the unique nature of this ability, and Shenlin's understanding of it is probably the deepest among us, Lin Xianxiu explained from the side. One of the characteristics of quantitative ability is its extremely fast comprehension speed. Those with quantitative abilities grow rapidly in the early stages, but their growth slows down later. Pure quantitative ability is even more difficult to achieve, and there are few examples of it. At this moment, Shenlin's gaze fell to the side. His attack missed, and for the first time he experienced the difficulty of spatial abilities. Teleportation is a basic skill for most spatial ability users. Its superior mobility makes it exceptionally difficult for attackers with spatial abilities to attack. However, these are just minor inconveniences. You'll get used to them. My speed isn't enough. I need to force her closer and suppress her at close range. And Shenlin's eyes gleamed with blue light, a characteristic of pure energy users when they unleash their abilities. A flash of silver light appeared on Meng Chongyin's body again, and she vanished instantly. And Shenlin quickly searched for her. This time, Meng Chongyin suddenly appeared behind him and launched an attack without hesitation, mobilizing her spiritual energy. A spatial slash aimed directly at Shenlin. A high-consumption spatial slash. Meng Chongyin was too hasty, and Shenlin sensed the danger and quickly analyzed the attack type. Although surprised, it is worth noting that even though spatial slash is a heavenly-level spatial ability, it still requires development before one can possess it. And Meng Chongyin used it now, which is indeed the power of a void-level ability. Just as the spatial slash was about to hit, Shenlin dodged the attack by turning to the side. But just as Shenlin turned to look at Meng Chongyin suddenly teleported in front of him and kicked him with her long legs. And Shenlin was kicked away by this kick. However, Meng Chongyin, who had kicked Shenlin away, frowned, feeling as if she had kicked a ball of cotton. She looked at Shenlin and found that he hadn't landed. Instead, he was pointing at her with one hand. And virtual number performance empty change slow, // skill card description, air modification, calculates using virtual computing power and then changes the state of the surrounding air with spiritual energy. Although it is still air, it can become soft or hard, and can even exert some force, bringing unexpected effects. Teleportation, the foundation of dimensional spatial abilities. The maximum distance of teleportation is determined by the ability level, and the greater the distance, the more spiritual energy is consumed. Spatial slash uses space as a slashing attack. Damage and speed are related to strength. It is the foundation of void-level abilities. Spatial abilities at the heaven level and below need to develop this skill. The basic range is about 100 meters and will continue to increase. Abilities and skills are marked with. Basic skills usually do not have this mark, but some derivative skills will. By altering the state of the surrounding air using the slow effect, Shenlin pretended to be kicked away, successfully making Meng Chongyin mistakenly believe that the attack had taken effect. Before Meng Chongyin could react, he quickly launched a counterattack. This was exactly Shenlin's plan, but Meng Chongyin, due to her lack of experience, failed to notice the abnormality immediately. By the time she realized it, it was too late. And Shenlin has completed the manipulation of his spiritual energy and the calculation of his virtual power, and is ready to unleash the most precise attack at any time. You lost. And Shenlin finally stopped, supporting himself on one hand as he lay down, his gaze fixed on Meng Chongyin not far away. Ha, it's not over yet? Chu Xiao asked in surprise and confusion. No, I've already lost, Meng Chongyin replied calmly, showing no concern for winning or losing. And Shenlin deliberately let Meng Chongyin kick him away, but he was not actually injured. Being kicked away was simply a way to launch a better counterattack. Before Meng Chongyin could react, and Shenlin's attack had already struck her. Meng Chongyin had no time to dodge, so she was defeated. Lin Xianxiu carefully analyzed the situation for Chu Xiao. Although Chu Xiao achieved good results, they all lacked practical experience. Lin Xianxiu's parents were both out-of-order individuals and had a good understanding of out-of-order combat, so they quickly analyzed the reason for Meng Chongyin's defeat. Chu Xiao nodded, indicating his understanding. It seems, Olden's combat awareness is really strong, Chu Xiao exclaimed. He wasn't completely ignorant. And Shenlin maintained the upper hand in his battle against Meng Chongyin, and despite Meng Chongyin's high mobility, he was able to see through her tactics. Such a battle cannot drag on for too long. It must be stopped short of a decisive engagement. After all, they had just awakened, and their spiritual energy reserves at the spirit dust level were insufficient to unleash their abilities multiple times. Moreover, Dream's spatial abilities are extremely depleted. Therefore, stopping short of making a move is the best option. Do you want to give it a try? And Shenlin and I will rest on the side and review the game, Meng Chongyin asked, looking at Lin Qianxiu and Chu Xiao. The spiritual energy of the spirit dust level was too little. Meng Chongyin had already consumed a significant amount in less than a minute of combat. But it's alright, the remaining spiritual energy can support 2 or 3 more battles. Okay. Chu Xiao jumped up from his seat excitedly and began to prepare. Lin Qianxiu followed suit, and Shenlin, who had fallen to the ground, yawned, got up, and sat down on a chair to the side. Not long after I sat down, Meng Chongyin came over, and Shenlin looked at her and asked, "Don't you have any moves yet?" Meng Chongyin shook her head and said, "You've just awakened, and your understanding and development of your abilities are still insufficient. Currently, my basic skills are only teleportation, small-scale spatial slashes, spatial awareness, and a small storage space, 1 cubic meter." And Shenlin's lips twitched slightly as he listened to Meng Chongyin's words, and he said, "As expected of a void-level ability, it already possesses 4 basic skills upon awakening. Newly awakened heavenly-level abilities typically only grant 2 basic skills. Other skills are determined by luck. In fact, not all abilities possess basic skills. Some even possess only 1 basic skill when they first awaken a heavenly-level ability. Basic skills are the foundation for understanding and developing abilities, and are also extremely important skills. Some basic skills can still be useful even in the later stages of the game. For example, teleportation in spatial abilities. Generally, abilities at the Earth level and above will have at least 1 basic skill, and the same applies to the heaven level. Those below the prefecture level need to rely on luck to acquire basic skills. As for void level abilities, someone like Meng Chongyin would have at least 3 skills, 2 active skills and 2 passive skills. No wonder Meng Chongyin was able to react quickly to my attack. After all, he possesses spatial awareness. And what about you? Your pseudo-heavenly level ability should also have basic skills, right? How many do you have? Meng Chongyin sat next to Shenlin, her gaze fixed on Chu Xiao and Lin Qianxiu, who had already begun their fierce battle in the center, and slowly asked. On the surface, Shenlin's ability is the heaven level, Fu Yan Hai Swan, but in reality, it is a void level ability. There are many basic skills for void level abilities, and Shenlin certainly has them as well. Only one, Shenlin replied. He only had 1 basic skill, and he wasn't even sure if it counted. Just one? What kind of one is it? Meng Chongyin was taken aback and asked in confusion. Having only 1 basic skill seems somewhat illogical for a void level ability. Come on, throw this at me. And Shenlin looked left and right, picked up a piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and handed it to Meng Chongyin. Meng Chongyin took the crumpled paper with a puzzled look, then threw it at Shenlin. The paper ball, which was clearly thrown at Shenlin, suddenly changed direction as it got close to him and flew straight to the side. This, you didn't use your abilities? Meng Chongyin looked at Shenlin and asked in surprise. No, this is my basic skill. I usually have a force field surrounding me. I can sense everything within this force field. It also has a deflection function, which allows me to concentrate and change the direction of objects flying towards me, but this is extremely physically demanding. I rarely use it normally, only maintaining the basic state, and Shenlin said calmly, completely unconcerned about Meng Chongyin's surprise. So you noticed me the instant I appeared behind you? No wonder you reacted to my attack so quickly. Your basic skills are a bit overpowered, Meng Chongyin said in surprise, and Shenlin's ability is extremely rare, so rare that Meng Chongyin had never heard of it before. But this ability is extremely powerful because it means that Shenlin's reaction speed to danger far surpasses that of ordinary people. Moreover, what surrounds Shenlin is a force field, not ordinary perception. In other words, no matter what methods the other party uses, unless they can directly erase his existence, they cannot escape his perception. This is a nightmare for melee combat abilities, especially for those skilled in assassination. As long as Shenlin reacts quickly enough, he will basically be safe. Fortunately, this skill consumes a lot of energy. Even maintaining the basic state normally will consume stamina. Therefore, I rarely use it actively, and the range of its force field is not large. Unless at close range, I cannot perceive anything beyond that distance. Almost every ability has its advantages and disadvantages, and his is no exception. Although powerful, it consumes a lot of resources and has a limited range, making it quite troublesome to use. He prefers not to use it lightly. Swallow it. At this moment, Chu Xiao suddenly shouted from the center of the battle, his pale gray spiritual energy flowing around him. He raised his hands and aimed them at the ice that was spreading towards him. Chu Xiao is indeed quite capable. And Shenlin stared at Chu Xiao and muttered to himself. If that's true, then Chu Xiao is the quintessential protagonist type. The moment he used his abilities, his extraordinary qualities became apparent. What did you find? I didn't notice anything at all, Meng Chongyin asked in confusion. And Shenlin explained, of course you can't tell. My ability is particularly sensitive to subtle changes. You'll be able to sense it if you touch Chu Xiao's body later. Simply put, when Chu Xiao uses Devour, he doesn't completely absorb the attacks inflicted on him. him. He absorbed some of it and transferred some of it into himself. This will allow him to quickly adapt to this type of attack. This is completely different from ordinary energy absorption and conversion. It begins conversion the moment it absorbs energy. Is this really the ability that devouring should have? Meng Chongyin asked, somewhat surprised. To be honest, and Shenlin himself was surprised. At first, he just felt that Chu Xiao was a bit special, and that he would show his abilities once he awakened them. I never expected Chu Xiao to be so extraordinary. His ability has mutated, allowing him to absorb attacks from others during battle and transfer them to himself, gradually reducing the damage. Moreover, during the absorption process, Chu Xiao's devouring had far exceeded his original tolerance limit. No need to watch anymore, Lin Qianqiu has lost. After unleashing this wide-range attack, he is no longer capable of fighting, and Shenlin said. As expected, Lin Qianqiu was ultimately defeated because he lacked spiritual energy. Chu Xiao's devour consumes very little energy, so he still has some left over. Although Chu Xiao and Lin Qianqiu lacked practical experience, their performance surpassed that of many others. We'll go up after they're done, Meng Chongyin said, standing up. Okay, and Shenlin replied helplessly, took a sip of water and stood up. This time, Meng Chongyin didn't give up so quickly. She held on for at least 5 minutes. After Meng Chongyin and Chu Xiao finished their battle, and Shenlin fought Chu Xiao again. As a result, Shenlin didn't give Chu Xiao a chance to use his abilities at all, and ended the battle cleanly and decisively. Next up is Lin Qianqiu. In the end, Shenlin won. Judging from his posture, it seemed like he didn't exert much effort at all. After spending more than 40 minutes at the Yunlai training ground, Shenlin decisively slipped away, since it was Meng Chongyin's promise. Sigh, I've hardly used my abilities since I awakened them. Using it so many times at once, my body is really not used to it. And Shenlin yawned as he walked, muttering to himself. The training with Yum and the others was quite simple for him. Perhaps due to their combined strength, this kind of battle was initially effective. But if Meng Chongyin and his team continue to use only this simple tactic in the future, the subsequent training was meaningless for Shenlin. However, the advantage is that Shenlin can gradually become stronger as he uses his abilities. No need for cultivation, you can gradually improve just by using your abilities. He simply couldn't understand why these things had happened to him. However, as he walked home, he didn't realize that a pink fairy was following him. This guy is indeed strange. His aura is a bit stronger. However, his level is about the same as that of an ordinary cultivator, which is truly amazing. As expected, he wasn't discovered. Looks like I can finally have a good talk with him. What kind of ability would a void level power possess? A pink-haired girl quietly followed behind Shenlin, watching him from afar with curiosity in her cherry-colored eyes. Shenlin returned to the residential area, but instead of going home immediately, he found a bench and sat down. Ah, why are you following me? I have no money and no looks. What good will it do you to follow me? He looked around, but no one appeared. Oh dear, I thought you hadn't sensed me. It seems you really aren't as simple as you appear. The world's third void-level power user. A pink-haired girl emerged from behind a tree, smiled, and sat down next to Shenlin. She crossed her legs, rested her chin on one hand, and her smile remained radiant. Shenlin looked at the girl in front of him and sighed helplessly. You know all this. Sure enough, it was you who cast a glance at me during the awakening ceremony. He didn't want others to know that he possessed void-level abilities. Because there are currently only 2 void-level ability users in the world, and both of them are strategic-level beings. Those with exceptional physical strength are rare, but almost all of them eventually become capable of standing alone. Due to the unique nature of physical strength, pure physical strength is an absolute strategic force in any country. Although his heavenly level power hasn't caused any ripples yet, it will soon be noticed by the higher-ups. Once detected, other abilities might allow one to live a peaceful life, but purely quantitative abilities are a different story. Simply put, other people's awakening is just a matter of registration and filing, but once a person with significant abilities emerges, their personal information will quickly come into the view of the military and even higher levels. I was right, there's always a force field surrounding you. The moment my gaze fell upon you, you sensed it. You seem to know quite a lot, having awakened your abilities ahead of time or at the void level. However, aren't you worried that I might do something to you by having me sit next to you like this? After all, you have no idea whether I'm a good person or not. The pink-haired girl looked at Shenlin, her smile widening. Shenlin sighed, leaned back in his chair, and said with a hint of helplessness, if you want to kill me, do it now. It doesn't matter when I take action, because I have no ability to resist. However, I don't want to die. If I'm going to die, it has to be a natural death. He had considered retaliating, but he hesitated because there might be unknown eyes watching him from the shadows, and even the person sitting next to him was present without restraint. This is either because I am confident in my own abilities, or because the other party has no ill intentions whatsoever. Therefore, Shenlin, who was in a do-nothing attitude, simply didn't take action, but instead chose to chat with this beautiful girl. Besides, judging from the opponent's aura, he already knew he was no match for them. Haha, you're really funny. Anyone else would be nervous, but you look like you're being slaughtered. That's a truly rare rare performance. But I can't bear to see you die. After all, you're quite an interesting person. The pink-haired girl stretched out her slender fingers and gently lifted in Shenlin's chin, leaning forward slightly to get closer. And Shenlin smelled the faint floral fragrance on her body and felt inexplicably confused, but he didn't know how to describe it. So he chose to quietly watch the girl, gazing at the exquisitely beautiful face before him. My heart rate did not increase as a result, but something quietly quickened its pace. A gray blur flashed across the pink-haired girl's face, and the gust of wind left a red mark on her flawless face. Oh, don't you want me to touch you? The girl narrowed her eyes, looking at Shenlin's chin provocatively. Do you believe me when I say this was an accident? And Shenlin replied awkwardly. This was indeed an accident. The moment the girl lifted his chin, he felt intense malice, and his ability automatically activated its defense. His ability is unique. It automatically activates once he senses malice. However, the other party's malice was only momentary, clearly a test, and for some reason, he felt that the person in front of him had a strange look in their eyes. Of course I believe you. After all, you're already mine. The girl laughed easily and happily. Believe it or not. And Shenlin shook his head helplessly. The girl smiled sweetly at him and said, of course it means exactly what it says. I'll wait for you until you get into Peking University, then we'll meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, she gave him a flirty wink. And Shenlin, however, was not ashamed. Instead, he trembled and felt a chill. Did I encounter a perverted woman? The girl covered her mouth and chuckled at his reaction. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. My name is Fistina, and I'm the same age as you. I'll be taking the college entrance exam next year, and my reason for contacting you is simple. I want to be your teammate. You should know that in university, most tasks are completed in teams. With your current void level abilities, ordinary people are simply not worthy of being your teammates. But I'm different. I'm also a void level ability user, and I awakened early. I've already reached the peak of the mist realm. So, am I both beautiful and powerful? Are you attracted to me? Fistina stood up, walked up to Shenlin, and said with a hint of playfulness. And Shenlin's gaze fell on the pink-haired girl in front of him, and he fell into deep thought. Indeed, having a long-term teammate is very important in college. Because the challenges faced by those who are not part of the order are not simple, it is almost impossible for them to fight alone. So usually, in their freshman year, students would form teams with classmates, and these teams would generally last until graduation. If the team members do not leave upon graduation, the team will likely remain in existence, either joining a warband or forming an independent team to explore the outside world. Of course, some people may join the military during their university years or upon graduation, at which point the unit will basically be disbanded. However, the strength of the teams varies, and generally a team consists of 5 to 6 people. Having 2 void-level ability users is an extremely luxurious lineup, no matter where you are. However, Shenlin's focus was not on these things. He was more concerned about Festina's strength. She is a void-level ability user at the peak of the Misty Realm, and it should have been a year and a half since she awakened. Can a 15-year-old child's body really withstand a void-level power? Although Shenlin also awakened ahead of schedule, it was only 2 months earlier. Even so, he experienced a period of physical discomfort. Why was the awakening ceremony scheduled for the second year of high school when the student turns 17? It is precisely because the body is at its strongest at 17 that the probability of awakening is highest. At this age, when one awakens to this state, there are almost no physical problems. But awakening prematurely is different. The earlier one awakens, the more pronounced the physical discomfort will be, and it may even endanger one's life. So let alone cultivation, most people who awaken early are still struggling to adapt to physical discomfort. But Fistina awakened so far ahead of schedule and even entered the mist of time stage. This seems a bit strange. Seemingly sensing Shenlin's doubts, Fistina smiled and explained. Although I awakened ahead of time, I am a born mist-level being. In other words, the moment I awakened, my abilities reached the mist level. However, as a consequence, I was unable to continue advancing for a period of time. Even I don't know when I'll be able to reach the boundary river level. And Shenlin nodded. This was indeed very special. However, anything is possible in this world, and there are people with special physical conditions like Fistina. So, did you agree to my request? I believe you will. After all, as a void-level ability user, getting into Peking University shouldn't be a problem with just a little effort. Please say yes, okay? Fistina started to act coquettishly. Although they had only known each other for less than half an hour, she was completely unreserved in her coquettishness towards Shenlin. And Shenlin was somewhat overwhelmed and took several steps back, turning his face to the side and whispering, I'll think about it. His words revealed his inner struggle. His original plan had been disrupted, and he needed to think carefully about what to do next. However, he still hoped that life could be simpler and that he could get into Peking University. There were both advantages and disadvantages to this, and Shenlin had some thoughts in mind, but not many. Then it's settled. Trust me, with me as your teammate, nothing bad will ever happen. And I'm not a bad person. Festina's pink eyes shone brightly as she looked intently at Shenlin. But you still awakened. And Shenlin looked at her again, staring into her beautiful eyes, lost in thought. Does he believe Festina's words? To be honest, he believed it. After all, void-level ability users could indeed do things that other levels couldn't. But why didn't he agree immediately? Because Festina's attitude changed way too quickly. She had previously been hostile towards him, which even triggered his ability to protect himself. But now, she's acting like a little girl, acting all cute and affectionate with him. Festina wasn't stupid. She knew very well that there were far too many things about her that could arouse suspicion. So what exactly made her so confident in stating her intentions? Is it because of her beauty? He admitted that Festina was indeed beautiful. Meng Chongyin and Festina were the two most stunning girls he had ever seen. But what exactly made Festina approach him? Is it because of his void-level abilities? Whatever the reason, it doesn't sound very honorable. And Shenlin gazed at Festina, who was lost in thought. However, Festina didn't give Shenlin much time to think. She gently touched his face with her slender fingers and then stood up. Alright, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. You should feel lucky to have a beautiful girl as your partner. Goodbye. With a smile, Festina skipped away and quickly disappeared from Shenlin's sight. And Shenlin watched her departing figure, remained silent for a moment, and then also left silently. Let's just pretend we ran into a salesperson today. Festina's quick arrival and departure, it really did seem like a sales pitch. After returning home, and Shenlin didn't want to exert any more energy, he ordered takeout, ate a simple meal, and then went to sleep. I woke up at 8:30. Great, I overslept again and was late. He sped off towards school. Good grief, he'd completely forgotten about the new classroom. Surrounded by a bunch of strange stares, he quickly ran back to his own classroom. Finally, he doesn't have to stand outside as punishment for being late anymore, because he's now an outcast, and on his first day as an outcast, he basically doesn't have any classes to attend. It simply introduced the arrangements for the next period of time until the end of their senior year, as well as their teachers who were considered otherworldly. When Shenlin arrived, the assistant homeroom teacher, a subject teacher, was already there, but did not punish him. After all, we are all heretics now, so the punishment methods used for ordinary people are no longer applicable. Is it true or false? Moreover, today is the first day, and many students are too excited to sleep, and quite a few are late. The teachers are already used to it and can understand. Olden, as expected of you, you're late today too. Chu Xiao teased Shenlin as soon as he sat down. There's nothing I can do, that's just how I am. And Shenlin smiled and replied nonchalantly. Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu were talking about forming a team to go to university. Many people have seen right through them, because all three of them are very strong. Meng Chongyin, Lin Xianxiu, and Shenlin are all figures whose future potential is immeasurable. If you could join any one of their teams, your future would definitely be smooth sailing. Who is Chu Xiao? Nobody takes him seriously. However, Chu Xiao, the toad who wanted to eat swan meat, is well known. A yellow level ability user dares to pursue a heaven level 1, he really doesn't know his own limitations. Because of Chu Xiao's relationship with Lin Xianxiu, many people look down on him. As for Shenlin, no one dares to mess with him. At this moment, the assistant homeroom teacher received a phone call, said a few words briefly, and then hung up. He then stood on the podium, clapped his hands, and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, please be quiet. Your homeroom teacher for the next year is about to arrive. You can ask this teacher for help with any questions about cultivation or abilities. This homeroom teacher's advice is crucial for getting into a good university, the deputy head teacher said. After becoming an out-of-order individual, the difficulty of taking the college entrance exam did not decrease. In fact, it became even more difficult than taking academic exams. They have advantages such as guaranteed admission to universities through academic exams, but the out-of-order individuals do not. Even for those at the void level, the situation is no exception. At most, the exam will be a little easier. Even without taking the cultural exams, a void level ability user can still get into one of the best universities in China. After all, their level is there. Therefore, for those who belong to the out-of-order group, hard work is still essential if they want to get into a good university. The senior year of high school is a crucial learning period, and becoming an outcast doesn't change that. Most of the class quieted down, but a few people were still whispering. Soon, a man with a cold and serious expression, wearing a black trench coat, walked in. Sorry everyone, I'm a little late. I am your class teacher and the leader of your top class for the coming year. My name is Li Chang'an. As a homeroom teacher, I don't have any fancy plans. I just want to help you newcomers who have just stepped into the world of the otherworlders become stronger, so that you can face the orderless college entrance examination next June with ease. Since classes haven't officially started yet, I won't say any more. There's still some time before school ends, so feel free to ask any questions you may have. I'll try my best to answer them here. Unlike other teachers, Li Chang'an did not first try to restore classroom discipline. Instead, he went directly to the chair next to the podium, sat down, briefly introduced himself, and then quickly moved on to other matters. Then, without saying a word, he coldly scanned everyone in the classroom with his sharp eyes, as if trying to see through their hearts. Sitting next to Shenlin, Chu Xiao said in a low mellow voice, it seems that this teacher has no intention of introducing himself at all. Because the class assignment method has changed, the current students in the top class are only temporary, they'll be replaced next month. He probably only knows about you high-achieving students with celestial-level abilities. What this student said quietly is not quite right. Li Chang'an interrupted Chu Xiao, making him somewhat embarrassed. I don't need to introduce myself because there will be a major reshuffle in my class next month, but I won't only remember those with high ability levels. In the world of the outcasts, strength is the only true measure of power. Even if you only have dust-level abilities, as long as your strength surpasses others, you will still be valued. As we all know, there is a powerful figure in China whose abilities are only at the mortal level, but he used this mortal level ability to accomplish things that even celestial level abilities would find difficult. I only pay attention to those who demonstrate potential for growth in front of me. If I don't see any growth potential, I naturally won't pay attention to it. Before Chu Xiao could finish speaking, Li Chang'an interrupted, making Chu Xiao feel quite embarrassed. No sooner had I finished speaking than someone in the classroom asked, "Teacher, doesn't that mean you only value outstanding students? Is there a problem? I'm the homeroom teacher of the top class. Is it wrong to focus on outstanding students?" Li Chang'an retorted without any politeness. No problem. The man immediately lost all his arrogance. Li Chang'an is right. Ability level doesn't actually represent everything. Some people only have dust-level abilities, yet they can become the strongest in the world. But the cruel reality is that this situation is extremely rare and almost impossible to replicate. Just like the college entrance examination for those with different abilities, people with heavenly and void-level abilities can still be admitted to good universities even if they don't work very hard. Those of lower rank may have opportunities, but they must rely on the talent they demonstrate. Li Chang'an's point of view is very clear. He only looks at the potential you demonstrate during your senior year of high school and doesn't fixate on your level of ability. If you can demonstrate enough talent, you are worth nurturing. In this class reassignment, most of the students in the top class were not those with the highest ability level, but those with excellent grades. Even if they eventually leave the elite class, the resources allocated to them for this month will still be used on them. Anyone with ambition will dedicate this month to improving themselves. After all, the examination method will be completely different after becoming an out of order. Teacher, if we get first place in the top class, will we get the same resources as the first place student? A student asked. He possesses mortal level abilities and, like most of his classmates, entered the class based on his academic performance. After becoming an out of order individual, achieving first place in the exam will grant certain resource support. These resources are used to help them cultivate, and the resources in the elite class are the most valuable and of the best quality. After all, this is the elite class, specially designed to cultivate top students, so naturally the treatment is generous. Of course, as long as you get first place, the resources for the top class will be yours. The world of the outcasts is simple. The strong prey on the weak, and the strong have priority. However, this rule doesn't apply to ordinary people. Li Chang'an said, "To be honest, the school is actually quite fair. But this is not entirely fair. What's unfair is one's background. Unless one is exceptionally talented, they simply can't compete with those from wealthy families. However, as long as you can stay in the top class, you can enjoy valuable resources every month. There are also various opportunities to accelerate growth. The treatment given to students in the top class is incomparable to that of other classes. This is the treatment that every school's top classes receive. Their school doesn't engage in underhanded practices, but other schools might be different. After all, their school principal is a former military officer, and he also has some connections. However, and Shenlin had no interest in this at all. It's easy to stay in the top class. Even if you do nothing, you probably won't be kicked out. Because he possesses quantitative power, specifically heaven-level quantitative power. The top class will never let someone like that go easily. The same goes for dream emphasis. One is due to its uniqueness, the other to its rarity, but it's not necessarily the case for others. And Shenlin and Meng Chonin are definitely the key students to be cultivated. Here we need to talk about why Shenlin's ability is so special, or rather, the special nature of his ability. First, quantitative ability is rare, and pure quantitative ability is even rarer. Second, quantitative ability is the key to breaking the no stars, no place problem. To break through the void of stars and the void of places, having the ability to measure and not having the ability to measure are completely different things. Those who possess the ability of quantity are more than 25 times faster than those who do not. The place without stars or anything is filled with a large amount of information. To quickly find the core and crack it, you have to look for clues in the information flow. However, only quantitative ability can accurately extract information from information flow. That's why measurement ability is so highly valued. And Shenlin not only possesses quantitative ability, but it is also at the heavenly level. Moreover, his quantitative ability is pure. All buffs are instantly stacked to the maximum. If he doesn't want to stay in the top class, the principal will probably ask him directly if he wants to join the army. army, because people like him are extremely popular in the military. Therefore, even before the exam at the end of April, 2 spots in the top class had already been secured. Many people are still completely unaware. I thought it was really fair competition. For most people, this first month might be one of the few opportunities to stay in the top class. This is a small favor the school has given them. They can only stay if they prove their worth. He actually hoped things would be fairer, because that way he could just give up. No, it doesn't seem that simple. The conversation in the classroom ended quickly. After the textbooks were distributed to the students of the out of order, they went home. After the 3-day holiday, classes officially began. After school, and Shenlin went to training with Meng Chongyin and the others. However, he didn't understand why they would insist on fighting him even though they knew they couldn't beat him. However, these 3 are growing at a good rate. At least it can hold out a little longer, and he won't finish it off in one go. After ending the torture of Meng Chongyin and the other 2, and Shenlin began to go home. However, he was extra careful on his way home. Don't ask, because I'm afraid Fistina might suddenly reappear. He's genuinely afraid that Fistina will cause him more trouble. Just when he thought he was safely home, he was shocked to find the leather shoes lying in the entryway. They weren't his. What are you doing back here? And Shenlin's smile vanished instantly. He looked coldly at the middle-aged man sitting in the living room and asked indifferently. The middle-aged man glanced at him, sensed the murderous aura emanating from Shenlin, and sighed helplessly. This is my home too. I can come back whenever I want. Besides, I bought this house. I am your father, after all. So what? What are you trying to say with this? Why come back to me instead of spending time with his wife and daughter who have no status or identity? Have you had a fight? Or are you looking for a place to stay? And Shenlin responded irritably, as if his father didn't exist at all. And Xinglu wasn't angry. He simply said calmly, did you participate in the awakening ceremony? Stop pretending. What are you trying to say? And Shenlin replied, seemingly ignoring the question. Sigh, and Xinglu sighed helplessly and said, a heavenly level pure energy ability. What a troublesome ability. Go to Yinqing University if you want to go to college. I'll help you avoid it before the college entrance exam. They won't know your situation, and they won't come looking for you. Once you get into Yinqing University, they won't be able to control you anymore. You've been hiding me and your daughter for over 10 years. How come you can't hide it anymore now? And Shenlin stared at Xinglu and said with a mocking tone, I don't understand why you're putting on this act here, but just say what you want to say. I won't agree to anything until I'm sure it will benefit me. If you go to Yinqing University, your freedom will be guaranteed. But if you don't go, you won't be in Shenlin anymore. And Xinglu said coldly. And Shenlin looked at him and asked, your terms? When you go to Yinqing, offer incense for your mother. Give me 1 million as seed money. And Shenlin's relationship with his father is very strained. Their interactions were more transactional. Anqing must set aside funds before Shenlin will take action. In addition, Shenlin has a half-sister, but her mother is not Shenlin's stepmother, because Xinglu hadn't married her yet. So that younger sister is now considered the child of a mistress. At least that's how Shenlin sees it. Back in his room, Shenlin collapsed onto the bed, muttering to himself, Yinqing University, that's enough. First, it was the awakening of a heaven level, no, a void level ability, or rather, a quantitative ability. Then she was targeted by a beautiful girl named Fistina. Then there's the threat from afar, Anja. The family of Yinqing is a prominent clan in Yinqing and a well-known family of outcasts. To them, every outcast is an asset to the family. You're asking about direct descendants? If being a direct descendant were useful, Xinglu wouldn't be staying in Tianyi City. Only someone with a wicked personality like Xinglu could escape the family's cage by virtue of his status as a direct descendant. And Shenlin didn't want to be discovered by the family, but it was only a matter of time before they found out. In order to preserve his freedom, he had no choice but to take the entrance exam for Yinqing University. Can't I apply to other universities? Actually, you can take the entrance exams for all 6 universities, but Yinqing University is the safest. After all, it is one of the top universities in the country. The people inside are all rich and powerful. You can't get in without ability, and your status and background are completely useless. With universities behind them and located in the capital city of Yinqing, what kind of people wouldn't be there? Is the only missing member of a large family? And home alone is no match for Yinqing University, which represents the nation, unless Anja wants to be incorporated. Therefore, this university is far safer than other institutions. Yinqing University, and Shenlin sighed helplessly, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Nothing can disturb his sleep. At Yinqing Airport, Fistina got off the plane and hugged a man. Brother, I'm so sorry to have troubled you to come all this way to pick me up. Fistina playfully stuck out her tongue and said to the man in his 20s beside her, you're my sister, of course I have to pick you up. How was your trip? What did you find? Did anyone notice anything amiss? Fei Yuelin asked. Of course no one noticed anything was wrong. Besides, I'm so pretty, everyone was just looking at me. How could they have noticed my unusual behavior? But I gained a lot from this trip. Fistina answered with a smile. Tell us about what you've have accomplished? You suddenly took a plane to Tanny City a few days ago. It scared us to death. Your identity is special. If anything happens to you, I'll get a beating from Dad, Fei Yuelin said with a smile, without any hint of blame, and seemed to dote on Fei Cdna. I originally thought there was something about Tanny City that would attract me, and I wanted to go and find it. But I didn't find it. However, that's not what I'm talking about. Brother, do you believe in love at first sight? Fistina gazed at Fei Yuelin, her pink eyes sparkling. Fei Yuelin looked at her and was slightly taken aback when he saw the excitement in her eyes. Is it true? My sister is finally serious? What? Have you fallen for someone? Let me tell you first, if the person you like doesn't meet our standards, our family will absolutely not allow you to be with them. Don't think I'm cruel. This is all for your own good. You know your own problems. Fei Yuelin spoke calmly, not thinking that Fei Cdna was joking. Of course I know, but I never expected to fall in love at first sight. No boy has ever made my heart race before. Even a short time with him makes me incredibly happy. And no matter how much I try to force myself to be malicious, it's useless. The malice appears and then quickly disappears. Because I simply can't bring myself to harbor any malice towards him. After all, forcing myself to feel malice goes against my true nature, and that's not what I truly feel. Brother, do you think this is love at first sight? Fistina looked at Phylon, her eyes full of anticipation. Fei Yuelin reached out and touched her head gently, saying, it's not that your brother wants to discourage you, but he's just stating the facts. You know your body is special, and if you don't meet the standards, you absolutely cannot be with him. This is something you promised when you were little. I understand then, brother. Can a void level out of order user meet the standard? Festina asked. Fei Yuelin replied calmly, it's merely at the ruins level, but that doesn't mean it meets all the standards. I know, but let's wait until you meet him before we talk about it. I'm sure you'll be very satisfied with him. Festina was full of confidence. This surprised Fei Yuelin. What kind of person could inspire such confidence in Festina? And it was love at first sight. This aroused his curiosity. At this moment, and Shenlin was being harassed by a harassment, his neighbor Li Dao wouldn't let him sleep. Wake up, I'm back. Get up and greet me. A young man tugged at Shenlin's blanket and shouted. The little monkey on my shoulder squeaked excitedly. Damn it. Why did Yinqing University let you, this monkey, come back? I had no idea Yinqing University regularly released monkeys back into the mountains. And Shenlin gripped the blanket tightly, muttering irritably. Never mind how the monkey got into your room. Just get up and go back to sleep, Li Dao said, pulling the blanket over her head. The little monkey continued to squeak incessantly. Are you fucking crazy? A monkey actually got in here? Did Yinqing University really send monkeys in? And Shenlin clung tightly to the blanket, refusing to come out, but he also heard two strange noises outside. There are fucking monkeys. Last time he only said he could bring a monkey back from Yinqing University. I never expected this person to be such a doer. That's incredibly efficient. I tamed this monkey with great effort. Didn't you say you were capable of taming a monkey? I got it. Wake up and go back to sleep. I don't want to. So, you woke me up just so I could see this monkey? And Shenlin looked helplessly at the golden monkey in Li Dao's arms, his tone full of speechlessness. Don't underestimate this monkey. I spent a lot of time catching it in the prism world. It's a rare golden sea monkey, a monkey with metal-related abilities. This is my prized pet, Li Dao said proudly. Even the little monkey in her arms seemed exceptionally proud. Creatures from the prism world? Upon hearing this, and Shenlin's interest was piqued. The prism world is a small world that appeared after the 10 prism world descended. It has an ecological environment similar to Earth and is home to various creatures. Unlike the planetless and desolate world, the prism world does not pose a threat to the human world. Only a very small number of things pose a great threat to humanity due to severe pollution in the tenfold world. Once the prism world appears, it cannot be directly destroyed like the no stars and no place. It can only be sealed in a certain place. And Shenlin had only heard about these things, but had never actually seen the creatures of the prism world. When Li Dao said that the little monkey came from the prism world, it immediately piqued his interest. By the way, the blonde-haired man who suddenly visited in the middle of the night was Li Dao, and Shenlin's neighbor. He is not only an out-of-order individual with Xian-level abilities, but also a freshman in the class of 88 at Yinqing University. At the same time, he is also Shenlin's senior, and they belong to the same school. Moreover, he was one of the 3 students from his graduating class who were admitted to Yinqing University. She had a good relationship with Shenlin and used to often take him around. However, because Shenlin was lazy, Li Dao usually dragged him out to play. You entered the prism world as soon as you entered Peking University? And Shenlin noticed something was amiss and looked at Li Dao with suspicion. Yes, I have been selected as the main contestant representing Beijing in the national freshman competition. I only had the opportunity to enter the prism world in order to improve my strength, Li Dao replied with a smile. The prism world is not a place you can just enter casually. Different prism worlds have their own dangers. Although it poses no threat to the real world, it harbors many hidden dangers. The low-level prism world is manageable, but the prism world at Yinqing University is no ordinary place. face. All I can say is that Li Dao is really bold, daring to venture into the prism world at only a freshman. You're really amazing, and Shenlin's lips twitched slightly. To be honest, Li Dao is really amazing. Most of the contestants in Yenching University's freshman competitions have abilities ranging from the lowest prefecture level to the highest ruin level. On one occasion, Shanghai University even sent out a strong team led by a 2-level ability user, with the rest of the substitutes being heaven-level abilities. Li Dao was selected for the list with his Shin-level ability, which means that his strength is definitely among the best of his peers. Who wouldn't be proud to have a friend like that? Okay, and Chunlin wouldn't. He just found Li Dao annoying. Whose good brother woke you up in the middle of the night just to see a monkey? Although this monkey comes from the prism world, it is still a monkey after all. What's the difference between this and dragging someone to stargaze late at night? It's not a shooting star. But what if Li Dao brought a gorilla? That's quite interesting. That's right. Don't underestimate me, brother Li Dao. I went from the countryside to the county town, and then to Tianyi City. Then he awakened a Xian-level ability and became an out-of-order person. He even got into Peking University. I wouldn't dare say I was the strongest in our year. But, in your eyes, I am absolutely the strongest. Li Dao laughed loudly and raised his clenched fist towards Shenlin. And Shenlin smiled helplessly and bumped fists with Li Dao. Yes, you are indeed the strongest in my eyes, he said. Li Dao is an inspirational person. He went from the countryside to the big city and became the strongest Yenching University student in his class without relying on any resources or background. Now he has been selected as a contestant in the freshman competition. He may not have the most outstanding abilities, but he is full of confidence and his efforts are second to none. Whether Li Dao is the strongest or not is unimportant, but in Shenlin's eyes, he is the strongest. He forged a path that no one had ever imagined. If Li Dao is not capable, then who around him is? Since I'm the strongest, can you lend me some money? Don't worry, I will not only return it to you, but I will also teach you how to use your abilities. You've already awakened, haven't you? I'm a top student from Peking University. Teaching a high school sophomore like you is more than enough. Li Dao flexed his muscles, and the little monkey next to him followed suit, flexing his muscles as well. And Shenlin looked at him speechlessly, thinking to himself, one doesn't visit the temple without a reason. Li Dao wouldn't go through all this preamble if there was nothing wrong. However, Li Dao was genuinely poor. Robbing petty thugs and thieves in high school was already outrageous enough. Now that I'm in college, I can't compete anymore. I can only turn my attention to myself. No! And Shenlin refused decisively. Please, lend brother Li Dao 500,000. I know you definitely have more money. Li Dao rushed over and hugged in Shenlin's leg, pleading with him. The little monkey seemed to think the action was a bit embarrassing, so it turned its face to the side. And Shenlin stared at Li Dao, his face so dark it was almost as if ink could drip from it. I shouldn't have let him see the balance in my bank account in the first place. Now look what's happened. I'm watching how he spends his money every day. That's the money he's saving to get married in the future. Moreover, he knew that Li Dao was only coming to him now because she wasn't in a particularly urgent situation. If she really needed the money, she would have called him directly long ago. After a long while, Li Dao finally stopped looking so pitiful. He coughed twice, pretending to be nonchalant, and said, actually, I'm not particularly short of money. By the way, what ability did you awaken? Heavenly level power. And Shenlin replied, heavenly level power? Let me die. Li Dao suddenly collapsed onto Shenlin's bed, but was quickly pushed away by him. No, I've seen people guarding their food, but I've never seen one guarding their bed. Li Dao lay on the ground, her eyes filled with envy and jealousy for Shenlin. That's heaven level power. If he had that ability, he would be the best in Yenjing. Okay, there might be one more weirdo involved. The first one is a bit difficult, but the second one is still hopeful. But with such rare heaven level abilities, why did they fall into the hands of someone as lazy as Shenlin? He really doesn't understand. Ha ha ha. Prism world, it is currently confirmed to be fragments of certain worlds. For some unknown reason, they were broken and merged into the 10 prism world. They occasionally descend upon Earth and sometimes even merge into it. The main reason for the current increase in the size of Earth is the fusion of the prism world. So what exactly do you want from me? And Shenlin asked, looking expressionlessly at Li Dao, who was on the verge of collapse. Li Dao immediately snapped out of his grief, coughed twice, and said seriously, do you know how many open prism worlds are around Tianyi City? I know, what's wrong? And Shenlin replied, puzzled. There are indeed prism worlds near Tianyi City, and more than one. However, only 2 are open to the public, and the other is partially open. I'm a little short on money, and I'm planning to go back in a few days. I was thinking of taking you with me into the prism world to make some money, Li Dao said somewhat uncertainly. He glanced out the window, then looked at Li Dao, whose face was full of excitement, and said calmly, how strong are you now? Early stage of boundary river level, 3rd tier, what's wrong? Li Dao asked. And Shenlin kicked him away, then covered himself with the blanket and went to sleep. And Shenlin, don't fall asleep. You haven't promised me yet. Li Dao pushed in Shenlin, who was hiding under the covers, trying to force him to agree in this way. I am an out of order, that's true, but but I'm not stupid enough to go and die. You're a river level, tier 3, out of order. I'm a newly awakened spirit dust level, tier 1, out of order. I went to Prism World and I doubt I'll ever come back. This isn't an invitation, it's murder. Inviting someone who has just awakened to the Prism World, only you could come up with such a terrible idea. And Shenlin angrily rebuked. Invite a newly awakened person to the Prism World. Isn't this just sending people to their deaths? The Prism World is fraught with danger. He entered with the strength of the spirit dust level, first tier, and those dangers were directly fatal threats. Many Prism Worlds do not allow out-of-order individuals who have not reached the mist level, second order, to enter. Ordinary people have no way of getting involved. He went in with Li Dao, and given his strength and Li Dao's personality, they were almost certain to die. Although some people enter at the spirit dust level, the mortality rate is extremely high, and most can only move around in the outer areas. He really didn't understand what Li Dao was thinking. Had he lost his mind after going to university? Oh, with Brother Li here, it's alright, Li Dao responded indifferently. You may not care, but I do. I care about my life. Go away. Don't disturb my sleep. Go find someone else. Why are you looking for me? This time, and Shenlin completely ignored him, because Li Dao was really going to take him to his death. Li Dao realized she had gone too far with her joke, gave Shenlin, who was hiding under the covers, a deep look, and then said, alright then, but you can consider my next request. What request? And Shenlin asked from inside the covers without lifting them. Get into Yenqing University and join my team, Li Dao said. Seriously? Are you all crazy? Why do you all insist on making me join your team? I won't add it. I'm not some rare treasure that everyone's fighting over. Get lost. Go wherever you want. And Shenlin really couldn't understand why everyone wanted to recruit him as a teammate. Even a complete team requires a strong squad. Even though heavenly level power is extremely rare. Even if I haven't joined any faction yet. Even if I am still purely a power user. It seems like I actually have some value to be won over. Never mind, I must have been overthinking it. And Shenlin just couldn't understand why, since so many people awaken their abilities every year, they specifically chose him. Li Dao looked at Shenlin, who was huddled in the quilt, without saying much. He knew that Shenlin genuinely did not want to join. That's a bit of an unreasonable request. He was 2 years older than Shenlin, and by the time Shenlin went to university, he was already a junior. Joining Shenlin's team would not benefit him at all. And Shenlin probably has his own plans for not joining. However, all 3 requests were rejected. Well, I'll try again tomorrow. I refuse to believe that my requests will be rejected forever. Thinking about it, Li Dao left Shenlin's room through the window and thoughtfully closed the window behind her. Squeak! The little monkey watched Li Dao's decisive departure, as if he was going to do something, leaving it here. Yes, that's right. The person hiding under the covers must be its new owner. Can I go to bed then? Just as the little monkey was thinking this, a hand reached out and grabbed it, then opened the window and threw it out. 3, 2, 1. Ouch, it really did get thrown down. Thank you. Li Dao caught the little monkey and raised her hand to thank Shenlin. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey felt insulted and squeaked a few times in anger. That's all. What? Getting angry will make you do something? Although it is a monkey, it is not stupid. I understand the difference between being hungry and being full. After Li Dao and the little monkey left, Shenlin was finally able to sleep peacefully. It's holiday time. I'm definitely going to sleep until the afternoon. And Shenlin, get up. Xu Xiao pulled Shenlin's blanket, while Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu stood outside the door. And Xinglu looked at Shenlin lying on the bed with a strange expression. How did they know where I live? And Shenlin huddled under the covers, questioning the meaning of life. He felt that the place was no longer safe and suitable for living. Fistina had looked for him in the neighborhood before. Yesterday, Li Dao climbed through the window to look for him in the middle of the night. Now it's Xu Xiao and his group again. Moreover, he never told anyone where he lived. How did you find this place? And Shenlin asked, huddled under the covers. I followed you when I left yesterday, Xu Xiao said smugly. Are you guys crazy? Why are you following me? And Shenlin looked at Xu Xiao strangely, then at Lin Xianxiu and the other person. Xu Xiao looked smug and shameless. Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu were somewhat embarrassed, as if they didn't recognize Xu Xiao. Actually, they had followed Xu Xiao to track Shenlin yesterday. But Xu Xiao was amazing. He found his way right to his doorstep. They dispersed once they reached the residential area. Never mind that. Let's go. Let's train, Xu Xiao said, pulling back Shenlin's blanket. Ugh, why did I have to suffer all this? The Yunlai training ground is still the same place. Since Meng Chongyin will be staying in Tianyi City for a long time, she got a membership card here. It's so convenient to train here every time. As for just how rich Meng Chongyin really is, to be honest, they didn't know, but the daughter of the war band leader certainly wouldn't be poor. This is still the same training ground that was used before. It must be admitted that since Meng Chongyin and his group improved their training quality, their progress has been significantly faster than that of ordinary people. So, who trained them? The answer is simple. Shenlin. That's right. Because Shenlin's physical strength far surpasses theirs, the training task mask naturally falls on him. And Shenlin also took this opportunity to familiarize himself with his abilities. Most importantly, they haven't fully understood their own abilities and haven't been able to develop skills that truly belong to them. Most skills are basically only half-finished products. However, Shenlin's skills are extremely versatile. One skill can generate many variations, making him the most skilled fighter among them. Even if the three of them join forces, they might not be able to defeat Shenlin alone. Its power of measurement is truly monstrous. I've noticed you get sleepy very easily, Xu Xiao said, staring at the listless Shenlin in the locker room. Yes, I usually sleep for more than 10 hours. I was planning to sleep until noon, but you guys came, and I'm seriously sleep deprived. And Shenlin complained, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. So how long did you sleep? Xu Xiao didn't immediately feel ashamed, but instead asked. After all, they went to find Shenlin at 9 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xianqiu and Shenlin, please go to the principal's office, Meng Chongyin said to the two after sitting down. I only slept for 11 hours, that's not enough. And Shenlin replied. Well, Xu Xiao felt absolutely no remorse. After becoming an outcast, their physical abilities will improve, and their sleep time will decrease accordingly. But Shenlin's sleep schedule remained unchanged. However, his physical fitness didn't improve much. Why is that? Look at this guy, isn't he just a toad trying to eat swan meat? What? You're ignoring what I said. You still dare to get close to Lin Xianqiu. Just as the two finished changing their clothes and were about to leave, a haughty voice suddenly rang out. The two turned around and saw a very familiar-looking guy standing at the locker room door. Maybe he's one of Lin Xianqiu's suitors? Xu Xiao answered uncertainly. Lin Xianqiu had countless suitors, and Xu Xiao couldn't be bothered to keep track of them. Oh dear, you really have a bad memory. Or are you looking down on me? Bai Ziyan's lips twitched, revealing a forced smile. His gaze toward Xu Xiao was filled with danger. As soon as he finished speaking, several more people rushed into the dressing room and surrounded Shenlin and Xu Xiao, forming a circle around them. Let me help you remember. My name is Bai Ziyan, and I'm Lin Xianqiu's boyfriend. Bai Ziyan straightened his clothes and introduced himself with a touch of narcissism. Ha! And Shenlin looked puzzled and turned to Xu Xiao, asking, when did Lin Xianqiu get a boyfriend? Xu Xiao firmly shook his head and replied, I can guarantee that Lin Xianqiu doesn't have a boyfriend at all. This idiot is just narcissistic, thinking he's Lin Xianqiu's boyfriend. I dare say, Lin Xianqiu wouldn't even give him a second glance. That's true, and Shenlin nodded. Many people could see that Lin Xianqiu actually liked Xu Xiao. Therefore, many people deliberately humiliated Xu Xiao in an attempt to change Lin Xianqiu's opinion. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much noise in the classroom. Bai Ziyan scoffed, saying, it's only a matter of time before Lin Xianqiu becomes my girlfriend. I warned you before to stay away from Lin Xianqiu, but it seems you didn't care at all? What did you just say? Why should I care? Just because you ate your meal in the toilet? Xu Xiao retorted without any politeness. Bai Ziyan's expression changed slightly, and he stared at Xu Xiao coldly, saying, such a filthy mouth? You must be an orphan to have such a mouth. Your parents are gone and can't discipline you, but I can teach you a lesson on behalf of your damned parents. Come and hit me. Break my leg, I'll take it. After saying that, Bai Ziyan took a step back, as if watching a good show. Xu Xiao was so angry after hearing Bai Ziyan's words that he gritted his teeth and rushed over to beat him up. But as soon as they made a move, they were stopped by the people surrounding them. Stand still, we'll avoid using our abilities if we don't have to. If you dare to resist, I believe you'll soon be begging for mercy on your knees. A man sneered and put his hand on Xu Xiao's shoulder. Go to hell. I'm going to shove your head up your dad's asshole, Xu Xiao said without any politeness, kicking away the person blocking his way. You're asking for death. The man behind him roared and charged forward when he saw that Xu Xiao dared to make a move. Xu Xiao quickly turned around, slapped him so hard he was dizzy, and said coldly, don't you know you can't talk to your father so loudly? People immediately surrounded him. Although Xu Xiao was skilled, he was no match for the crowd and was quickly put on the defensive. However, he persisted tenaciously. On the other side, Shenlin stared at Xu Xiao, who was surrounded by a group of people, and fell into deep thought. Should I go up and help, or stand aside and watch the show? Still watching the show? I'll cripple your leg first. A voice suddenly came from behind, and Shenlin calmly turned his head and saw someone kicking at his leg. He raised his hand and gently pressed down, sending the man flying. Before the others could react, Shenlin said calmly, I'm not Xu Xiao. You guys attacked first. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged forward and kicked one of the men in the leg. Ah! Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering and screams of agony, the man collapsed to the ground in pain. Damn it! You're asking for it, someone cursed, flames erupting from their hands as they lunged at Shenlin. Shenlin dodged the flames by sidestepping and kicked the man's hand, breaking it off. He then grabbed one person's hand and easily threw him over his shoulder, sending him flying onto the others. Suddenly, a faint chill appeared beneath Shenlin's feet. Turning my head, I saw a person with a smug smile on their face, but the next second, Shenlin shattered the ice with force and kicked the man away. What an idiot, playing with ice. And Shenlin muttered, even Lin Xianqiu's ice couldn't hold him back, so this little bit of ice thinks it can restrain restrict his movements? Don't even dream about it. Although Shenlin's physique is average, he is not an ordinary ability user. Enhancing his combat power with his abilities was a piece of cake for him. Why doesn't Chu Xiao care about Shenlin? Because he knew this guy was stronger than him, otherwise he would have taken it all on his own long ago. After all, Bai Ziyan came specifically to find him. However, he really thought Bai Ziyan was a bit silly. The helper they found came from who knows where. He looked quite old, but was still a spirit dust level, first order, abnormal being. He is not strong and his ability level is low, so he obviously doesn't cultivate much. These people are older than them, yet they are still stuck at the spirit dust level, first rank, which is truly puzzling. Even Shenlin doubted where Bai Ziyan, this young master, had found these thugs. And Shenlin dealt with the people around him, and Chu Xiao also began to exert his strength. Initially suppressed, Chu Xiao gradually grew stronger with each battle, and those around him could no longer defeat him. In no time, Chu Xiao had knocked his opponents to the ground, and Shenlin understood that Chu Xiao was able to do this because his ability, Devour, was a mutation that allowed him to convert attacks into his own power. So the more his opponents fought, the stronger he became, and in the end, he beat them up badly. After being hit a few times, Chu Xiao's physical abilities also improved significantly, and Shenlin shook his head, wondering if Chu Xiao had some kind of get beaten and get stronger system. He didn't fall down after being beaten, instead, he got tougher. He could clearly see that those people's hands started to hurt towards the end. Damn it, you bunch of sons of bitches. Go back to your dung beetle dens and play in your shit. Chu Xiao kicked the people he had knocked down around him and said viciously. Chu Xiao looked more disheveled than Shenlin, who at most had some dust on him. Chu Xiao's training clothes had several holes in them. However, the others fared much worse. Chu Xiao was ruthless. Those he knocked down all needed to rest for a long time. Unless someone with healing abilities helps. Those with healing abilities are also rare. Hey, why did you bring a bunch of thugs? These guys are no match for you, Chu Xiao said arrogantly, panting heavily. We are students from number 3 middle school. A person who had fallen to the ground but was not seriously injured said softly. The two looked at these people. No, you're telling me you bunch of bearded guys are all students? I don't believe it. It really is. Chu Xiao and Shenlin stared at the student ID the man handed over and fell silent. There were 12 people, and none of them looked like they were their age. The two glanced at the people and then at Bai Ziyan, whose expression was grim. Is this guy gay? Why are all the people he's looking for these eccentric individuals? Chu Xiao muttered to himself. That's what I thought too, but it doesn't look like it, and Shenlin replied. That's the bottom. Chu Xiao concluded. That makes sense. And Shenlin nodded. You too, Bai Ziyan said through gritted teeth. Who are these people? You changed his sexual orientation with just a few words. The two were speaking quite loudly, and Bai Ziyan could hear them clearly. What? You're not convinced? Chu Xiao retorted arrogantly. Don't think that just because I beat these people I can. Wah! Who ambushed me? Bai Ziyan was about to speak when a piece of clothing was suddenly draped over his head. Chu Xiao looked at Shenlin, who waved his hand and then handed Chu Xiao a piece of clothing. Chu Xiao was a little confused, but when he saw Shenlin wrap his hands with his clothes, he immediately understood. There are no security cameras in the locker room, they are only available outside. The doors are all closed now, so we can't take any pictures from outside. Wrap your hands with clothes so that they won't hurt when you hit someone, and you won't easily leave wounds. This plan is brilliant. He. Chu Xiao let out a lewd laugh, and Shenlin stared at the people lying on the ground and said, everyone, close your eyes, or you'll see something you shouldn't. The people who fell to the ground all closed their eyes. Just as Bai Ziyan was about to take off the clothes covering his head, Chu Xiao punched him hard on the head. He was then kicked away by Shenlin. I am from the Bai family. You dare to touch me? Bai Ziyan shouted immediately. Get to the point. He'll have bodyguards with him from now on. And Shenlin reminded him. Chu Xiao was slightly taken aback. That makes perfect sense. For the next 10 minutes, Bai Ziyan spent the longest time of his life in the locker room, as if he had been beaten up by several burly men. But those two thugs really didn't care about his identity. After the fight, Shenlin and Chu Xiao quickly slipped away. They had no choice but to run. Bai Ziyan was practically driven mad by their beating. But he was pretty silly to begin with. Just as the two were leaving in a hurry, they encountered another person on the road. Hey, we meet again. Qin Hemming, sporting panda eyes, greeted Shenlin warmly. Who are you? This time, it was Shenlin's turn to not remember the other person. I am Qin Hemming, we've met before. Qin Hemming paused for a moment, then smiled. Oh, are you here to threaten me? And Shenlin's eyes changed, and he became wary. He remembered that Qin Hemming and Bai Ziyan were similar types of people. What? No, one threat last time was enough. I also discovered. What did you find? Meng Choumin is a bit ruthless. What, did Meng Choumin make a move? And Shenlin asked, staring at Qin Hemming's bruised left eye. Qin Hemming was about to nod when he suddenly felt a deathly gaze upon him, and he quickly said, I fell by myself. That's right, I fell by myself. How could I be so careless as to fall like this? Chu Xiao muttered in a voice that Qin Hemming could hear. Does he even believe that himself? Don't expose him, Shenlin said. said. Qin Hemming's lips twitched, he coughed lightly, then reached out and patted in Qianlin's shoulder, saying solemnly, "And Qianlin, although we haven't met many times, please forgive me for my arrogant remarks last time." And then, he hesitated for a moment, then whispered in Qianlin's ear, "Next time Meng Qianlin tries to hit me, could you please stop her for me? I'm afraid she'll beat me to death." And Qianlin looked puzzled. "Did you offend her?" Seeing Qin Hemming's obvious dark circles, and Qianlin immediately understood and fell silent. "I said some things I shouldn't have said, so I got beaten up. This beating made me realize reality, and I won't bother you anymore," Qin Hemming said with a wry smile. He suddenly realized that he was a complete fool for wanting to pursue Meng Qianlin and threatening in Qianlin. Meng Qianlin is a girl he simply cannot control. Those dark circles under his eyes are the most obvious evidence. Therefore, Qin Hemming decisively gave up and stopped trying to further damage his reputation, at least thus protecting himself. Qin Hemming left quickly. He only sought out in Qianlin to try and make a good impression. After all, he and Meng Qianlin would meet sooner or later. Meng Qianlin's personality was not suitable for him, so he chose to give up before even starting. If you leave a good impression on in Qianlin, he might be spared if you meet him again in the future. He's not stupid, nor is he the kind of domineering CEO who would try to conquer Meng Qianlin just because she has a volatile temper. That would do no good for you. Therefore, giving up in time is the choice of a wise person. After saying that, Qin Hemming turned and walked towards the locker room, and Qianlin stared at his retreating figure, feeling somewhat confused. He was somewhat disappointed. If Qin Hemming really angered Meng Qianlin, it seemed he wouldn't need to train anymore. "I can't take it anymore. I really can't hold on any longer." And Qianlin lay on the ground, panting heavily. Meng Qianlin and her gang are really ruthless when they beat people. He didn't even have a chance to catch his breath for an hour. Putting everything else aside, his progress during this period of training has probably been the greatest, because they all come to him to fight. Even if they can't win, they still have to fight, and even if they win, they still have to keep fighting. He was tortured for an entire hour. They don't treat him like a human being at all. Meng Qianlin and the other two were also exhausted, but when they saw in Qianlin lying on the ground, their expressions were somewhat strange. Why is in Qianlin tired? Because the three of them worked together to fight against in Qianlin. He had to fight with all his might. And what was the result? The three of them fought for a long time, but they couldn't even break through in Qianlin's defenses. There was only a shoe print on his clothes, and that shoe print was actually kicked there by Meng Qianlin using a teleportation attack. At first, they thought that after several training sessions, they had figured out in Qianlin's background. But once the fight started, and Qianlin actually had a trump card up his sleeve. At this stage, when fighting in Qianlin, we have no idea how many more tricks he has up his sleeve. Just like the attack methods in Qianlin used before, most of them were similar to air cannon attacks. But this time, facing three people, and Qianlin switched to a diversionary attack. They first shifted their attack, then immediately engaged in close combat. This caused Meng Qianlin and her two companions to suffer considerable losses. It can only be said that in Qianlin is indeed a pure power user, and his combat power in the early stages is unmatched. After in Qianlin lay down and begged for mercy, they stopped attacking. The fact that the three of them teamed up was already a bit of bullying for him. Besides, they haven't won yet. "Take a break, we'll eat later." Meng Qianlin walked to in Qianlin's side and reached out to help him up. "I want to sleep," and Qianlin said helplessly. Meng Qianlin said with a hint of helplessness, "Why do you always want to sleep? You can't deprive someone of their right to sleep, can you? Besides, you guys dragged me out of bed really early this morning. Don't think I don't know. You sleep for at least 9 hours a night. Don't get involved in this." Meng Qianlin pulled in Qianlin aside and let him rest. And Qianlin was indeed at a disadvantage with them. He was a lazy bum who didn't like to move around much. His greatest pleasure was sleeping. Kumeng Chanjian and the others are all full of energy and ambition, and they all want to get into Peking University and become strong people who are admired by everyone. Well, it's good enough that I'm alive. Speaking of which, and Qianlin's abilities seem a bit strange, don't they? And Qianlin had just lain down when he heard Lin Qianxiu ask curiously. These words startled in Qianlin so much that he immediately sat up. Meng Qianlin's heart skipped a beat. Have we been discovered? These two people. Isn't in Qianlin using the Fu Yan Hai Swan? That's a typical ability that's strong in offense but weak in defense. Moreover, its main attack method is slashing. But in Qianlin has never used a slashing attack, and his defense is exceptionally strong. She made a point of learning about their capabilities. Fu Yan Hai Swan is hailed as the most offensive ability among all power level abilities. It has extremely strong attack power, but its defense is extremely weak. The only drawback is the lack of defensive measures. It basically only has offensive moves. No matter how much development is done, defense will always be a weakness. However, and Qianlin never used a slashing attack from beginning to end, and his defensive power far exceeded the Fu Yan Hai Swan she had found. How should I explain this? And Qianlin was speechless for a moment. Meng Qianlin spoke up for him. We are all still at the spirit dust level, and our combat power is limited. And Qianlin muttered reluctantly, I think time can wait for someone. It's normal for in Qianlin not to use a real attack, since that would hurt us. I've never used spatial slash on you guys either. As for defense, we're not strong. Simple defense will suffice. That's true. I don't think we can withstand Shenlin's slash either, Xu Xiao said. Is this why you didn't use the spatial slash on me? And Shenlin asked in a low voice. Are you alright? Meng Chongyin said, then suddenly remembered something and asked. Do you have a slashing attack similar to Fu Yin Hai Swan? You've gotten away with it this time, but if you don't use those attacks in the future, you'll be exposed sooner or later. Yes, and Shenlin replied. You really have some? How many moves haven't you revealed yet after all this time? Meng Chongyin's eyes suddenly sharpened. You're trying to trick me, and Shenlin said after a moment of surprise. Skill card, offset, creates an offset field around the user, which can change the direction of attacks or reduce their power. Let's take a break and go have lunch. It's only 11 o'clock, which is a bit early, but you must be hungry after playing for so long, right? Meng Chongyin said. I agree. I was dragged here by you guys before I even had breakfast. And Shenlin lay down next to Meng Chongyin and raised one hand to speak. You don't usually eat breakfast? Xu Xiao asked. And Shenlin silently withdrew his hand and replied, none of your business. Ha ha ha. Lin Qianqiu laughed out loud. If Shenlin isn't serious, he's actually quite easygoing and funny. I'm just a bit lazy. Whatever, it's Shenlin's treat anyway. Go to hell. Are you sure? Outside the Yunlai training ground, several people were crammed into a van. It's confirmed. The Void Level 1 and the other two Heaven Level 1s come here to train every day. Today is a public holiday, and they came too, each time for an hour or two. They haven't come out yet, they're definitely inside. Alright, kill all the Void Level and Heaven Level 1s. Take the one with the limited strength with you. If they resist fiercely, kill them too. We cannot allow China to have so many beings with Void Level abilities who are considered out of order. Then why not just go and kill that Void Level ability user in Yanjing? Are you stupid? China has awakened 5 heretics with Void Level abilities this time. This target is the easiest to target. Let's start by making a move on him. The rest will be dealt with later. I heard someone has already made contact with one of the Void Level ability users. It was the Americans who sent people to win him over. It would be best if we could win him over, so we don't have to put in so much effort. Enough talk, let's get ready to move. How much would it cost to set up a training ground here? A group of people walked in at the front desk of the Yunlai training ground. One of them leaned against the counter and asked the receptionist a question. Hello, do you need a closed training area or an open one? The receptionist answered. The training ground is divided into 2 types, closed and open. It's an open plan gym where everyone takes turns using the equipment. A large group of people share the same space, and it's the cheapest option. The enclosed ones, like the ones in Shenlin and his group run, have fewer facilities but strict limits on the number of people allowed, good soundproofing, and the activities inside cannot be seen by outsiders. Open spaces are different. They are generally equipped with surveillance cameras. The most expensive facility in Yunlai is the B-level training ground, of which there are only 3, and they are rented out year-round. 3 rooms are open to the public, with a total area equivalent to 2 football fields. The rest are mostly closed training grounds. How about an E-class car? How much? The person leaning against the front desk asked. Hello, the E-level closed training ground costs 10,000 yuan per hour, the receptionist said with a smile. What? 10,000 an hour? That's too expensive. Sir, opening the training ground for 1 hour costs only 100 yuan, the young woman explained with a smile. She has seen many similar clients. Closed training grounds are simply unaffordable for ordinary people. Ordinary people can only go to open venues, and apart from the larger number of people, there is no difference. How so? The man asked his companion. One person took out his phone, looked at it, and replied, Level E. The man nodded and said to the receptionist, Level E, 1 hour. And Shenlin, are you ready? Meng Chongyin asked, looking at Shenlin across from her. Okay, sir, the closed training room is ready. Here's your room key. The young woman handed over a card. Only the cardholder could open the door to the closed training room. Let's go. He took the card and followed the robot that was leading the way. What room number do they usually stay in? We're lucky, we're number 4, right next door. Once they come out, don't do anything else, just make our move. Don't say another word. This time, we must kill them all and leave no one alive. After that, get out of there immediately. Even if they escape separately, leave no survivors. Don't delay. Even if the security guards change shifts, we must act swiftly and decisively. Remember, we must leave no one alive. Begin the operation. As the group moved forward, the one in the lead suddenly bumped into someone. Are you out of your mind? Are you blind? Can't you see where you're going? Bai Ziyan sat on the ground, clutching his buttocks and roaring angrily. He had been badly beaten by Shenlin and Xu Xiao, and it took him more than an hour to recover. This bump made the wound on my buttocks hurt even more. Ignore him and let's go, someone behind him advised. After saying that, they tried to ignore Bai Ziyan and leave. But they were wrong. They ran into Bai Ziyan, a rich young master and a spoiled brat. Hey, you think you can just walk away after hitting me? Not so easy. Bai Ziyan shouted, blocking their path. Mox is Shu Yin Kongaijian. Those guys who had been beaten beaten by Shenlin and Chu Xiao and were still supporting each other, saw Bai Ziyan causing trouble again and silently took a step back. They were both injured and couldn't handle someone who was still throwing a tantrum. Should we fight or not? Someone asked in a low voice. Not fight? That's a fucking idiot. If we don't fight, he'll push his luck. But we still have a mission. Mission aside, let's deal with him for 5 minutes first. Seeing the increasingly fierce look in their eyes, Bai Ziyan panicked and hurriedly shouted. What are you doing? I'm warning you. I'm from the Bai family. Finally, the group couldn't hold back any longer. One of them kicked Bai Ziyan to the ground, and then the others surrounded him and beat him severely. Just then, Meng Chonin and Shenlin were walking out of the training room and on their way to change clothes. They happened to witness Bai Ziyan being brutally beaten. Seeing this, Meng Chonin frowned slightly, turned to look at the group of people supporting each other, and asked, what exactly happened here? I don't know either. They all answered in unison. TSK. Let's take a detour. Meng Chonin said coldly, then took out her phone and sent a message. Suddenly, Shenlin slammed down on Meng Chonin's head and a fireball flew over their heads, exploded on the wall, and created a large crater. Something's not right with these people. Shenlin said calmly, then pointed to the people behind him. Maksu number act Kongai Jujin. Just as those people were about to rush forward, they were forcibly forced back by an invisible force. When they came to their senses, they saw Shenlin pulling Meng Chonin away quickly, while Chu Xiao led Lin Xianqiu away. Seal off this area. There are explanations behind everything, so please read on patiently. The author did not reveal all the details at the beginning. The motive for the assassination and the reason for the lack of protection will be explained in detail later. Furthermore, assassination operations would never be carried out by only Tier 1 or 2 outcasts. To avoid casualties, lower-level outcasts would be deployed. Known and publicly identified high-level outcasts would be kept out, drawing out undiscovered forces, such as cult-like entities or spies hidden within. Shenlin and the other 3 returned directly to room number 3, where they had been before, and then closed the door. The walls and doors of the training room are made of special metal, otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the impact of the abilities of the ordered ones. Furthermore, to protect privacy, once the door is closed, it can only be opened from the inside without a room key. Even a powerful expert at the Suiwu level would need some time to break through the door. But Shenlin was not at ease. Just as they closed the door, a loud roar came from outside, clearly from those people outside using their abilities to smash into the wall. Despite the extremely sturdy walls and doors, the enemy was numerous and could not hold out for long. After entering, Shenlin placed his hands on the door, and blue threads appeared in his eyes. End of imaginary number evolution, imaginary creation, barrier. Pale blue threads spread across the wall surface. His power forcibly compressed the metal frame inside the wall and the metal structure on the door. Although this will significantly shorten the lifespan of the metal frame, it will greatly enhance its defensive capabilities. Even if the outside is full of age mist level out of order beings, it will still take some time to break through. Shenlin breathed slightly, turned to look at Meng Chonin, and said, it seems they came for you. Meng Chonin remained silent. There should be security here, and they'll be here soon. Lin Xianqiu said, the security team is changing shifts at this time, so it will take some time for them to arrive. Even with my reinforcements, the walls and doors can only hold out for about 5 minutes at most. We must wait for backup within 5 minutes. But reinforcements won't arrive so quickly. Dream resonance, use spatial slash over there. I sensed where the weak points were when I was reinforcing the wall. Use a spatial slash there. Then Lin Xianqiu uses ice to create an opening. Chu Xiao, help if you can. You only have 5 minutes. Shenlin said calmly, pointing to a wall. Although it was somewhat unexpected, there was still a way to escape. Waiting for reinforcements is clearly not a realistic option. Even if the walls are reinforced, it will only buy them 5 minutes. Understood. Meng Chonin did not hesitate and immediately walked to the wall that Shenlin pointed to, and began to use her ability. Lin Xianqiu hesitated slightly. She felt it was safer to wait for reinforcements. But Chu Xiao spoke up. We can't expect others to save us when we encounter danger in the future, can we? Lin Xianqiu was taken aback, then realized he had overthought things and quickly stepped forward to help. Shenlin sat to the side, calmly directing the group. Break down the wall. The people outside knocked down Bai Ziyan and his men, tossed them aside, and then began to fiercely attack the wall. However, to their surprise, the walls of the E-level room were able to withstand their repeated fierce attacks. Damn it, the wall has been reinforced. Keep bombarding. Smash this wall now. One of them noticed something amiss with the wall, cursed a few times, and immediately ordered the others to continue their assault. Aren't we being too conspicuous? Someone couldn't help but ask. Showing off? When those guys ran away, the people outside already knew something was wrong here. Security will arrive sooner or later. We can't afford to waste any more time. Still worried about attracting attention? Hurry up and break down the wall. Completing the mission is the real priority. We can put security aside for now, but what about Meng Chonin and Meng Qianjun's daughter? Do you think Meng Qianjun would let his daughter come alone? Reinforcements will arrive soon. If we can't finish this quickly, none of us will escape. Stop talking nonsense. nonsense and just start firing. That way, you'll have a much better chance of escaping. The leader wasn't stupid. He knew that their chances of surviving such a thing were extremely low. But having received the money, and given their status, they had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. As for other methods, they are simply impossible to implement. What he didn't tell everyone was that even if he killed Meng Chongyin and the others and successfully escaped, he would only live a few more days at most. With their meager strength, they can't hide for long at all. If it weren't for the money, who would risk their life here? Meanwhile, other people and managers at the Yunlai training ground also noticed something amiss. Moxis Shuyin Kongaijian. The surveillance footage was rotated and then focused on the door of room number 3. These people are suspicious. Notify security immediately. Also, who was that person who just hid in room number 3? Do you have any information on them? Yes, I just became a member yesterday. I think her name is Dream Resonance. Dream Resonance? Are you sure? Oh no. If she dies, the higher-ups will be in an uproar. Quick, get more people to stop them. That place won't last long. Everyone else can die, but Meng Chongyin can't. Because the security personnel were rotating, they didn't notice in Shenlin's unusual behavior immediately. The attackers weren't stupid either. They naturally chose a time when security wasn't around to strike. Upon learning that the person attacked was Meng Chongyin, the administrator of the Yunlai training ground reacted immediately. The security guards who hadn't yet changed shifts and those who were rotating all rushed to the training room wherein Shenlin was. Others, when faced with such a situation, would at most seek revenge and send someone to mediate. But Meng Chongyin is different. No one is more important than her in the Yunlai training ground. Security personnel rushed to the scene after receiving the message, but much time had already passed. Before they arrive, the wall will soon be smashed down by the people outside. But when the wall was breached, all the people outside saw was an empty room. A large hole appeared in the wall, and the three of them attacked continuously, finally breaking through the wall. The room was located on the 3rd floor, but the floor plan of the training ground was not that of a typical building. Therefore, this place is still at a certain height above the ground. I'll go down first. And Shenlin walked to the cave entrance and jumped down. Meng Chongyin didn't even have time to pull him up. Just as the three were worried about Shenlin, his descent speed suddenly slowed down, and he landed steadily. After landing, Shenlin waved to the three people above. Seeing that he was unharmed, Chu Xiao jumped down with peace of mind. Then came Meng Chongyin, and finally Lin Qianxiu. Lin Qianxiu jumped down at the last minute to freeze the area near the cave entrance and buy time. After expending a lot of energy to freeze the area around the cave entrance, she jumped down, and Chu Xiao caught her. Dream Emphasis teleports down instantly, without needing anyone to catch her. What do we do next? Meng Chongyin asked Shenlin. Run, I can't beat them, Shenlin replied, shrugging. I've already expended a lot of energy, so there's no way I can stall for time. Suddenly a loud bang came from above, and countless pieces of ice fell down. Those people were moving even faster than Shenlin had anticipated. They were clearly a group of desperados, and most likely they were after Meng Chongyin. After all, Meng Chongyin is an alternate order user with void-level abilities. This kind of thing happens every year during the awakening season. The data on awakening will not be released until after the short holiday, once nationwide statistics are completed. But before the holiday was even over, quite a few promising new couples had already been assassinated. Although no similar incidents occurred here last year, a transgressor with a heaven-level dimensional ability in the neighboring city had just awakened and was almost assassinated. Fortunately, the other person was in a special location at the time, and the rescue was timely, saving their life. Behind these kinds of assassinations are often either foreign organizations or cult forces. Among the most notorious cults and foreign organizations that target geniuses are the Radiant Ones and the U.S. Foreign Intelligence Service. Every year, China purges a large number of people who attempt assassination, but no matter how strict the control is, there are still people who want to target the geniuses within China every year. The reason is simple: the bigger the tree, the more the wind will blow against it. Just as China also seeks opportunities to assassinate geniuses from other countries, of course, China does it better than countries like the United States. Because China focuses more on protection, it's hard to say whether this method of protection is legitimate or not, since taking the initiative is also a form of protection. The four men fled desperately into the distance. Those standing on higher ground, seeing the four people fleeing into the distance below, all turned grim. Damn it! These shoddy idiots! Quick, chase after them! The leader angrily slammed his fist on the wall and roared. Immediately, a group of people jumped down. To them, a height of over 20 meters was no more than 2 or 3 meters. This is the difference in physical abilities between those from different orders. And Shenlin and his group were at a significant disadvantage in every aspect. Lin Qianxiu cast ice spread on the ground, and Shenlin ordered. Lin Qianxiu did whatever Shenlin told her to do without hesitation. She immediately conjured ice in her hand and hurled it to the ground. The ground was instantly covered by a large area of ice. However, the pursuers didn't take Han Bing seriously at all. Trying to make them slip on the ice? Don't be naive. This isn't a movie. And Shenlin turned around and activated his ability, directly attacking the legs of those people as they ran. Because the pursuer's attention was focused on Meng Qiumin and her group, coupled with the ice on the ground and Shenlin's unseen attacks, they had no time to react and fell to the ground. The ice spread rapidly, temporarily trapping the group. One of them lit up his hand with flames and slammed his fist into the icy ground. The ice shattered, and they quickly got up and continued their pursuit. However, Shenlin and his group of 4 had already run a certain distance by this time. Cough cough. Why is this place built so big? And Shenlin complained helplessly as he ran. The Yunlai training ground was in a remote location and covered a large area. They had barely encountered anyone after running around for so long. However, even if they encounter them, they may not be able to help. After all, the other side has a large number of people and their strength is unknown. Even if they come, they may not be able to get them out of danger. And Shenlin, what do we do next? Meng Qiumin looked at the person chasing closely behind her and turned to ask Shenlin, what other options do I have? Can your spatial teleportation help us escape? And Shenlin asked. Meng Qiumin shook her head. No, I haven't reached that level yet. If I rashly teleport someone, it will only tear me and the person I'm carrying into spatial fragments. Spatial abilities are extremely dangerous. For abilities like spatial teleportation, Meng Qiumin can only move herself. If you involve others in the movement, it's easy to lose control and cause the space to be torn apart. This is also the main reason why spatial abilities are not suitable for carrying people before they are fully developed. Well, I don't have any good ideas. I can only try to avoid them. And Shenlin said that although he had an advantage in running, Meng Qiumin and the others might not. He couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. He had to find a way to deal with it. To be honest, it is indeed very difficult for these newly awakened people to escape these pursuers. The security personnel don't seem to have arrived at the scene yet. They've probably just arrived at the room door. Ugh, this is so unreliable. I should have known better than to come here. Even if they try to escape separately, it will be useless. Facing 1 void level and 2 heaven level enemies, they will definitely be wiped out. Split up and try to escape will only hasten their demise. Just as Shenlin was lost in thought, a gentle breeze blew by, followed by a familiar voice. Leave it to me. Watch my little gold. As soon as she finished speaking, a small golden monkey appeared in Meng Qiumin's hand. Meng Qiumin looked at the little monkey with a puzzled expression, and the little monkey looked at her with the same confusion. And Shenlin was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the little monkey, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and decided not to run away anymore. He stopped and said firmly, we don't need to run anymore, we're saved. Meng Qiumin and the others also stopped in their tracks, but Meng Qiumin handed the little monkey in her hand to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao took the little monkey with some confusion, and then watched it jump onto Shenlin's shoulder. What exactly happened? Just as everyone was completely confused, a loud bang suddenly rang out. The 3 looked over and saw a young man grabbing someone and slamming them to the ground. The young man wore a brazen smile, appearing extremely arrogant. With a gentle tap, the young man sent a person flying through the air. Just as the people around were about to retaliate, a cyan spiritual aura swirled, and a sharp cyan wind blade suddenly appeared, severing one person's arm and then kicking him away. You dare touch Xiao Linzi? You're asking for death, Li Dao said with a sneer. Li Dao's ability is the Xian level wind element, Heavenly Hurricane. This ability is not extremely strong. It can only be considered a slightly above average elemental ability, but that depends on who the user is. Li Dao, ranked among the top 5 in combat strength among freshmen at Yenching University. He is a key player in the Yenching University summer freshman competition. Li Dao's strength is far beyond what those assassins could easily withstand. In just one exchange, all 3 arms were sent flying high into the air. Li Dao unleashed an extremely powerful attack from an ordinary wind element ability. A series of cyan wind blades appeared, and in a short time, they knocked down all those who were chasing Shenlin and his group. These people were all at the mist level, with only one at the boundary river level, yet he was defeated in a single battle. This is what a genius is, what is called a prodigy. Done. 3 minutes later, Li Dao wiped non-existent sweat from his face and laughed. Chu Xiao and the others stared in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock, as if they had seen a monster. Meng Qiumin and Shenlin were all right. One had seen many powerful individuals, and the other was familiar with Li Dao's strength. Regardless of their identities, those who assassinate newly awakened outcasts are almost always arrested, and they are dealt with ruthlessly. Therefore, Li Dao was extremely ruthless, and those who pursued them were almost completely incapacitated. Once security personnel arrive, they only need to keep a brief watch on the situation. Are we just going to leave it like this? Chu Xiao asked, looking at the person who had fallen to the ground. Don't movies often feature plots involving drug possession? Oh, don't worry about it. They're just guys who get paid to do things, and almost no one knows who's behind them. Moreover, these people did not intend to commit suicide if their mission failed. They were most likely sent by foreign forces. If they were a cult, I would have dislocated their jaws long ago. After all, I'll be ruthless when dealing with cults, Li Dao said calmly, while reaching out to take back the little monkey Jinzi. Last year I participated in a mission to crack down on cults and foreign forces. They killed quite a few people school and learn some things about the situation. Assassination operations are unusually active at this time of year. If I were still in school, I might take on some bodyguard jobs. However, I can get some money by dealing with these people this time. He only entered Yenching University last year, and his awakening usually occurs in his second year of high school, so he is quite familiar with these things. Mentioning Li Dao, he immediately perked up, puffed out his chest, and proudly said, Li Dao, a student from the class of 88 at Yenching University. Combat Major. Mentor, Lu Yusheng. Ranked 3rd in his freshman year at Yenching University. His ability is Heavenly Hurricane, a Xian-level ability. Li Dao certainly has plenty to be proud of in this regard. After all, Yenching University is not a place that just anyone can get into, and the combat department is one of the most sought-after majors. Ranking 3rd in his freshman year means that he is among the top 3 in overall strength among all freshmen at Yenching University. What's even more remarkable is that he still maintains a top 3 position in Yenching with his Xian-level abilities, a strength that most people would look up to. After hearing Li Dao's self-introduction, Meng Chongyin and the other two couldn't help but show surprise. They were impressed by Li Dao's strength. After all, being able to get into Yenching University is a symbol of genius, and ranking in the top 3 among the freshmen proves his absolute strength. Not to mention he possesses Xian-level abilities. In the past, some people, even without profound abilities, could still reach a fairly high level, but those people were too far away from them, while Li Dao was a living example standing right in front of them. Wow, you're a big shot. Xu Xiao's eyes lit up as he carefully examined Li Dao. After all, a true genius is right in front of us, so we should observe him carefully. Calling me a big shot is a bit of an exaggeration. I'd only consider myself one of the stronger ones among my peers, Li Dao replied modestly. Looking at this humble demeanor, and Shenlin whispered to Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu, look at this guy, his tail is practically sticking up to the sky. Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu immediately rolled their eyes at Shenlin. After all, Shenlin and Li Dao obviously knew each other. If they didn't know each other, and someone else said that, they would probably have been beaten up by Li Dao long ago. They all knew very well that Li Dao had reached his current position entirely through his own abilities, and that he had just saved them. Therefore, they wouldn't make fun of Li Dao casually. However, Shenlin and Li Dao seemed to have a good relationship, so she didn't take Li Dao's boasting seriously at all. And Shenlin, I've saved you once, can you grant me one request? Li Dao put his arm around Shenlin's shoulder and said with a grin. Shenlin's expression immediately became somewhat complicated, and he looked at Li Dao and asked, you weren't following us from the beginning, were you? Otherwise, how could you have appeared so precisely on time? At first, she didn't realize that Li Dao had been following them all along, but as soon as Li Dao said that, a strong sense of conspiracy immediately came over her. Don't say that. I did save you guys, after all, Li Dao said with an awkward smile. He had indeed been following Shenlin and the others the whole time. Shenlin said. Shenlin stared at Li Dao for a long time, then turned to Meng Chongyin and said, stop looking. This guy definitely came after accepting a mission. Otherwise, how could he have appeared so quickly? Li Dao, I told you you're a bit dim-witted. You didn't say anything last night, making us suffer instead. Li Dao awkwardly touched his nose and said, Shaolinzi, you see through it but don't say anything. Besides, I'm not familiar with Meng Chongyin. You're the one I'm familiar with. I'm not saying anything for your own good. He did indeed come to Tianyi City on a mission. Unlike other geniuses, his strength was earned through hard work, and his abilities weren't particularly outstanding. Therefore, he has much greater freedom of action than others. Many geniuses are often assassinated while on missions, but he is not, because his abilities are not conspicuous enough. Out of boredom, he took on the mission of protecting Meng Chongyin in Tianyi City. In his view, Meng Chongyin was also a genius, and his protection was just icing on the cake. However, not all outstanding individuals will be protected, because millions of people awaken in China every year, and countless others possess exceptional talent. Therefore, most of the time, people choose to wait and see, and may even create some tests for these so-called geniuses. Only those who survive and do not cause trouble can truly confirm their title of good talent. Even geniuses with void-level abilities cannot escape this process. After all, China has produced hundreds of void-level ability users to date, and the Chinese leadership has known from the beginning who can achieve what. After hearing Li Dao's words, Shenlin muttered helplessly in a low voice, I knew it. Shenlin had long understood that Li Dao's return was not because he wanted to go back on his own. Li Dao, a rising star among freshmen at Yenching University, rarely goes out except when carrying out missions. Most of the time, he only goes home once during winter or summer vacation. He never goes back on ordinary days. At first, he thought he had just accepted a normal mission to go to the prism world around Tianyi City. But unexpectedly, Li Dao's target was Meng Chongyin. Saying he was targeting someone isn't quite accurate. Actually, Li Dao came to protect Meng Chongyin. After hearing this, Meng Chongyin fell silent. For a moment, she even forgot what her void-level ability really meant. She was originally assigned to Tianyi City, but her father didn't want her to stay in Yenjing, and it wouldn't be convenient for her to have someone protect her during during the mission. Therefore, she was assigned to Zheng province, which is some distance from Yanjing. But no one expected that she would awaken a void-level ability. Even a fool understands what a void-level ability means. Therefore, being assassinated is not uncommon. However, Meng Qiunin did not immediately realize that Li Dao had come to protect her. I want to ask, who exactly sent you to protect me? Missions usually have an initiator, right? She asked, already having the answer in her mind. Meng Qianjun is your father. This mission was issued by the school. Besides Peking University, other schools should also send people, Li Dao replied. This kind of information wasn't a secret, after all. The person who initiated it was Meng Qiunin's father. It seems your dad wants you to get in touch with people from good universities early on, but I don't think he really wants to do that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just invited students, but would have posted the mission on the Skynet of the outcasts. And Chen Lin shrugged and said, Meng Qianjuan's decision to only issue the task within the universities clearly indicates that he wants Meng Qiunin to decide which school she wants to attend based on the choices made by the people sent by these universities. After all, the freshmen have been enrolled for more than half a year, and their behavior can somewhat represent the characteristics of their respective schools. This arrangement is quite reasonable. At least Meng Qiunin's father won't make the decision for her, but will let her choose for herself. Li Dao and Meng Qiunin were slightly taken aback, then looked at Chen Lin in unison. What's wrong? Isn't this how it is? Let you students hold off the weaker assassins in front of us first. Then, the men sent by Meng Qiunin's father blocked the even stronger assassins behind them. This strategy is brilliant. By showing weakness first, there will definitely be no major problems. Once our own people are in place, we'll wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Moreover, before all this, Meng Qiunin will meet with you students and make an initial impression of the university. But Meng Qiunin, don't assume that everyone at Yenqing University is like this just because this guy looks like him. He's practically the only one who doesn't fit in at all at Yenqing University, and Chen Lin said, pointing at Li Dao. Doesn't Chen Lin understand Li Dao's personality? As long as he doesn't embarrass Peking University during missions, that's already considered good enough. Li Dao's ability level is not high, but he is strong and short of money. The mission location is his hometown, so he accepted the job. People from other schools haven't shown up yet, which is probably because they're interested in Meng Qiunin. Otherwise, someone like Li Dao, who doesn't care at all, would have arrived long ago. Li Dao saw this very clearly. Little Lin, you see through it but don't say anything. Otherwise, what are the people who come after you supposed to do? Li Dao muttered under his breath. As a classmate, he naturally had to say a few good words for his future rival, even if it was just a little bit. So what? Others will come to pave the way for you. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You'll definitely get the lion's share of the mission rewards. I won't go into the rest. But those hypocrites will be seen through sooner or later, and Chen Lin said with a cold laugh. Li Dao was only after the mission rewards and had no other intentions, so Meng Qiunin didn't dislike him much. But the others are different. They haven't shown up yet, and nobody knows what they're up to. What conditions did my dad set? Meng Qiunin suddenly asked. Li Dao paused for a moment, then replied, there are no conditions, just some money. I'm short of money, so I accepted. As for others, it's uncertain. Li Dao was very clever and understood Meng Qianjuan's intention in issuing this task. Meng Qiunin and Lin Qianju weren't fools either. After hearing Chen Lin's explanation, they understood. I understand, Meng Qiunin nodded, but in her heart she felt that this was a real waste of money. She had never been interested in schools other than Yenqing University. Now that people from other schools have come, Meng Qiunin's interest has probably faded even further. Therefore, she felt that her father didn't need to spend the money to do this at all. However, Li Dao did manage to save them, which shows that the father's decision was somewhat effective. By the way, Miss Meng, there's something I'd like to ask you for a favor. Li Dao released his arm from Chen Lin's neck, rubbed his hands together, and said. Seeing this, Chen Lin kicked out directly and said sternly, don't give me bad advice here. Tell me, if I can do it, I'll help you, Meng Qiunin said helplessly. After all, this person in front of her was their savior, and she was willing to do what she could for him. Great. It's really nothing serious, you just need to come with me to the black market, Li Dao said, his request not being unreasonable. The black market? Why go there? What do you want to buy? Meng Qiunin asked. The black market is a semi-illegal place where many rare items end up. And Chen Lin remained silent for a moment, her eyes showing vigilance. Just as Li Dao was about to speak, she kicked him. Go to hell. You actually brought up that kind of thing. You might not care about your life, but Meng Qiunin does. If your dad knew you were being used as bait, he'd beat you to death. Screw you. How do you know everything? Li Dao retorted sharply to Chen Lin, showing no sign of backing down. Meng Qiunin helplessly covered her face. After Chen Lin said that, she understood what Li Dao wanted to do. And Chen Lin, can't you give me any face? Li Dao said, somewhat exasperated. Give you face? The person who gave you face last time ended up in the hospital because of you. You want to screw me and my friends? No way. And Chen Lin retorted mercilessly. Emphasis, what exactly does this person from Peking University want? Xu Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled, clearly not not understanding yet. Meng Chongyin pondered for a moment and explained, I am an alternate order user with void-level abilities, and this period is when there are the most assassinations. Generally speaking, if someone attacks a student at this time, the assassins can be directly rewarded with bounties. Moreover, some of the assassins were wanted criminals, and they also had bounties. The black market itself is a gray area that is both legitimate and illegal. If I go to the black market, there's a high chance I'll be targeted by those who want to assassinate me. Li Dao wants me to go to the black market, clearly intending to use me as bait to lure out those enemies. This is dangerous, otherwise In Shenlin wouldn't be so angry. After speaking, Meng Chongyin looked at In Shenlin, who was arguing with Li Dao, and smiled gently and beautifully. From the moment In Shenlin met those people, he never thought about protecting himself, he only wanted to do his best to protect them. Now she's opposing Li Dao purely because of Meng Chongyin, even though Li Dao is clearly joking with him. I see. How much is that person's bounty? Chu Xiao nodded and suddenly asked. Question mark. Meng Chongyin looked at Chu Xiao in confusion and replied. If the assassin is not wanted, the bounty is 10,000. If he is wanted, the bounty is calculated based on the amount of the bounty. The bounty for outlaws starts at 50,000 for spirit dust level and 150,000 for mist level, with the bounty increasing as the level rises. Why are you asking this? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard the amount of the reward. Seeing this, and Shenlin threw the little monkey on Li Dao's shoulder at Chu Xiao, hitting him on the head. Chu Xiao, don't do anything stupid. Doing this could easily get you killed. And Shenlin warned. I know. Why are you reacting so strongly? Chu Xiao was puzzled, but then, after a moment's thought, he suddenly understood. Is that why you objected, because you didn't want to go? Li Dao chimed in. What else could it be but this reason? You've been with Shenlin for over a year. Don't you understand his personality yet? He's just too lazy to move. That's why he refused. Lin Xianqiu nodded in agreement and said, this is indeed in line with Shenlin's temperament. Meng Chongyin remained silent for a while, then muttered to herself, okay, it seems I was just indulging in self-pity. However, this is indeed something Shenlin would do. Are you really planning to go? If we encounter an enemy he can't defeat, we'll be wiped out. Why not just complete the task honestly, take the money, and go home? Why bother looking for a shortcut? And Shenlin rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with impatience. However, the main reason is that Meng Chongyin, a void-level ability anomaly, has too great a reputation. She is probably the most poorly protected ruin-level out-of-order individual since the emergence of China. Therefore, many people began to have evil intentions. This so-called assassination, strictly speaking, it was more like a hunt. Moreover, this will definitely not be the last time. There will be more assassinations targeting Meng Chongyin in the future, which Shenlin cannot predict at all. That guy Li Dao still dares to court death, trying to use Meng Chongyin as bait to lure the enemy. He was too lazy to go in person, but as someone with the ability to measure strength, he would definitely take action if the conditions were met and nothing unexpected happened. There's a saying that circulates among the orderers with strong abilities can achieve twice the results with half the effort. If it weren't for the fact that there were fewer individuals with superhuman abilities than those with healing abilities, they would have become standard practice long ago. Hey, I'm just short of money. Do you think becoming an outcast means you don't have to spend money? There are so many places to spend money. I feel so bad about spending so much money every month, but to become stronger, I have to endure it. After all, only through hard work can I reap greater rewards. Otherwise, why would I need to borrow money from you? Li Dao pretended to be serious and started talking about money right away, as if he didn't care about other people's lives at all. However, it does require a huge investment for those who want to become stronger, and some resources are quite expensive. Li Dao can also choose to take the ascetic path without spending money. Although it is difficult, it is still an option. But he was aware of the limits of his abilities, and he would not let go of any opportunity to improve, which naturally required a lot of money. Time will tell, but opportunity is just as important. Meng Chongyin wanted to say something. Li Dao immediately raised his hand to interrupt. Don't worry, I won't ask your father for a single penny more. I'll only take what I earn through my own labor. Please, your earnings are obtained by using others as bait. What kind of earnings are those? As soon as Li Dao finished speaking, Shenlin kicked him. However, this was most likely not Li Dao's idea. He was just playing the villain. No one was behind it, and he would never risk anyone's life. But he must want to gain something from it, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed. Meng Chongyin was speechless. Why is this third-ranked student from Peking University so unreliable? Does he really have to use me as bait? Well, it seems like no one is more suitable than me. The argument between Li Dao and Shenlin left Meng Chongyin both amused and exasperated. Indeed, becoming an outcast requires a lot of resources, and if she didn't have money, she might have thought of making money this way. And if Li Dao wanted money, she actually had a reason to give it to him. However, Li Dao's attitude of not accepting charity left Meng Chongyin feeling somewhat helpless. Screw you, never mind, you're not Meng Chongyin, your word doesn't count. Actually, our plan is very simple. News of spatial crystals suddenly appeared on the black market. These controlled items are extremely rare, so perhaps those people are trying to lure you in. If you're willing to be the bait, we'll lay in wait and wait for them to show themselves. If not, that's fine too, it's up to you. Li Dao crossed his arms and spoke with a serious expression. After speaking, Meng Chongyin fell into deep thought, while Shenlin, standing to the side, sensed something was amiss. She herself was not strong enough to resolve these dangers on her own. At this moment, Li Dao was conveying a message to Meng Chongyin. They had made full preparations, and as long as she nodded, everything would be executed quickly. Although this method is crude, it is extremely efficient, and since the location is chosen in the black market, there is no need to worry about major trouble. Given the meticulous planning of Li Dao and the forces behind him, the possibility of Meng Chongyin encountering an accident is extremely low. Li Dao himself had experienced something similar. After all, it was impossible to sit idly by and ignore those people forever. It was better to deal with them once and for all to avoid being entangled. Why use Meng Chongyin and the others as bait, and not someone else? Because no one else would be targeted. The assassination targets would definitely be those with exceptional talent. Why go looking for some worthless trash? The reason for making the awakening public is this: if it were kept secret, no one would know that a genius died that day. Every year during the awakening season, there are many troubles to deal with. Whether at home or abroad, there is competition between each other, back and forth, assassination and counter-assassination. That's just how the world is. But there's no need to overcomplicate things. Meng Chongyin herself knows how to handle it. After all, her father's bodyguards haven't shown up yet. They're either working together or they'll only appear after things calm down. And Shenlin initially did not plan to go, but considering that his abilities were still unstable, he thought it would be safer to go alone. After all, things have already escalated to the point where there are bound to be quite a few people trying to cause trouble in Tianyi City. Making money was probably just a side goal for Li Dao. As for other matters, Li Dao and Meng Chongyin knew what they were doing. As for those pulling the strings behind the scenes, they are either the city guards or the military. Someone was definitely watching in the shadows. This was a well-executed sting operation. However, the trip to the black market was in the evening, and Shenlin went straight home after dinner. Finally, I can get some rest. The afternoon's planned cultivation and training sessions were all cancelled, which Shenlin was quite satisfied with, as it would be a good opportunity to catch up on some sleep. Back in his room, he lay on his bed and reflected on the events of the past few days. Leaving aside the twists and turns of the awakening ceremony, nothing else seems to have happened. Aside from the slightly more significant awakening ceremony, everything else has been rather uneventful lately. I feel like some important things have been forgotten. What exactly is it? Oh right, it's already April, and Qingming Festival is almost here. And Shenlin suddenly jumped out of bed, his gaze falling on the purple-covered book on the desk. He hadn't looked at the book since he got it, and it seemed that something he had forgotten was hidden there. He got up, picked up the purple book, and opened it to read it carefully. His eyes widened when he saw the words on the first page. At 11 a.m. on April 1st, Odo was attacked, but escaped with Rin's help and was eventually rescued. At 2000 hours on April 1st, Yin entered the black market and unexpectedly obtained a space crystal. She was then assassinated but was successfully stopped. Above these two records is a sentence: sound meets butterfly. The time frame is the day before Meng Chongyin arrived at the school. This is a book of prophecy? And Shenlin murmured to himself. Although the content was brief, the text appeared automatically without anyone touching it, and it recorded in detail what they were about to experience. Concise yet meaningful. He immediately guessed that the sound in the book referred to Meng Chongyin. Butterfly, could it be Fistina? Wow, that woman is no pushover. Meng Chongyin is similar. Have these two met before? Never mind, I'll ask again when I have the chance. At this moment, the most important thing is the last line of the book, the arrangements for the evening, which is Li Dao and his group's plan. Judging from the prophecy, Meng Chongyin not only successfully obtained the space crystal she wanted, but Li Dao and the others' plan will also succeed. It seems there's not much danger going to the black market, and I can even help Li Dao make some money along the way. No, this thing only mentions the result, not the process at all. Furthermore, the fact that Chu Xiao and his group did not appear here raises questions about its credibility. And Shenlin pondered for a moment, and for once began to think seriously. Just as the thought crossed his mind, and Shenlin noticed that the line in the book about going to the black market at night was slowly disappearing. How did it disappear again? And Shenlin held the book, staring at that page in confusion. A moment later, the line of text turned into a paragraph. At 8 p.m. on April 1st, Yin obtained the space crystal and was subsequently assassinated. With the help of Xiao and Lin, she blocked the attack and was unharmed afterwards. And Shenlin stared at the suddenly appearing words and fell into deep thought. This book can actually read minds? It actually knows what I'm thinking? Wouldn't that make it even less credible? The book remained silent. This is ruined. How come this damn thought process is so different from everyone else's? I clearly told you beforehand. Why don't you believe me? How about you write it in more detail? And Shenlin asked tentatively. But the book didn't respond at all. It seemed it didn't want to pay any attention to itself. It seems like we stumbled upon this by chance, but this book doesn't seem to be an ordinary thing. Let's keep it. We won't burn it. And Shenlin put the book aside and lay down on the bed to go to sleep. Nothing else matters, sleeping is the most important thing. The books on the table started making noise again. Lines of text quietly emerged, this time longer and no longer concise than before. And Shenlin quickly fell asleep, and his sleep quality was quite good. Yo! After rescuing Meng Chongyin, the rest was left to Li Dao to handle. As a student of Yenqing University, Li Dao also enjoys a small privilege, which is that Shenlin and the others are exempt from the city guard's investigation. After all, such investigations take too long. How is it going? Li Dao asked excitedly, standing next to a city guard. There is a wanted target worth 150,000. There are 9 people in total, with a total value of 390,000. Great! Another 300,000 yuan in income. Xiao Linzi is really my lucky star. Li Dao said excitedly, and the little monkey on his shoulder clapped and cheered excitedly. The city guard looked at Li Dao helplessly. To be honest, he couldn't understand how a student from Yenqing University could be so short of money. Logically speaking, students at Yenqing University should not lack money. If Li Dao knew what this city guard was thinking, he would definitely retort, "You don't know anything." After becoming an outcast, there are countless reasons to spend money, and you can never have too much. TSK, the third-ranked freshman at Peking University is so poor, it's embarrassing for us all. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Li Dao turned her head and saw a handsome young man in white clothes walking towards her with a smile. From Shanghai University? Li Dao sized up the newcomer, his brows furrowed. Lin Yuntang, ranked 7th among freshmen at Shanghai University. This is our first time meeting, isn't it, Li Dao? However, I have heard a little about your deeds. To have reached this level with merely Shin-level abilities, you must be incredibly lucky. But I have some doubts about the quality of this year's graduating class from Yenqing University. A mere Shin-level expert can sit in the top 3. It seems Peking University isn't all that great. Lin Yuntang's tone was indifferent, yet full of arrogance. Stop spouting nonsense. Just because I haven't heard of you doesn't mean you're beneath my notice. Get out. Get as far away as possible. You're so annoying, such an idiot. Li Dao didn't hold back and started cursing directly. Li Dao ignores everyone except those he knows well and a few others, especially someone like Lin Yuntang, who was arrogant and looked down on people from the start. Li Dao disliked him from the bottom of his heart. Besides, among those from different orders, strength speaks volumes. If someone is stronger, you can have a good talk. If someone is weaker, why would you want to reason with them? They must have lost their mind and are just being overly compassionate. Lin Yuntang's face darkened after being scolded by Li Dao, and he snorted coldly. After all, he comes from a poor background. He has no manners at all. He's really rude. Yes, you're so high and mighty. So what if you're so great? You still came all this way for the daughter of a battle group leader. You speak so eloquently, yet you act like a womanizer. I really don't know how you can say that, Li Dao said in a sarcastic tone. He knew perfectly well that these people had come here for no other reason than this. Isn't it just because Meng Chongyin is the daughter of the leader of the Great War Group and an out-of-order person with void-level abilities that she can bring them a lot of benefits? If you're going to act like a hooligan, just say so directly. Don't pretend to be all high and mighty. We're all the same, competitors, essentially no different. You have no right to say that about me, Lin Yuntang retorted coldly. Don't talk nonsense. I'm here for money, unlike you hooligans. Li Dao quickly distanced himself and stated his purpose. A fair maiden is sought after by a gentleman. Pursuing someone you like has nothing to do with being a hooligan. Li Dao, you're going a bit too far with what you're saying. At this moment, another handsome young man appeared, and it turned out to be someone Li Dao knew, Ling Junin, the 10th freshman at Shanghai University. Tisk, you're here too? Want to fight again? Li Dao said impatiently. Every year, Yenqing University collaborates with the top 20 universities in China for its freshmen. Last year, they partnered with Shanghai University, one of the 6 major universities in China, and Li Dao got to know a few people through this collaboration. I can't compare to you. I'm not like those rich and arrogant students from Shanghai University. I have a lot of faith in Peking University's ranking. Your 3rd place ranking is entirely due to your Shen-level ability, Ling Junin said with a smile, her attitude unlike Lin Yuntang's hostility towards Peking University students. What's going on? Are the people from Shanghai University arguing with the people from Peking University again? This is a training ground. Do you want to have a fight? As soon as Ling Junin finished speaking, a tall and burly man appeared, laughing loudly, as if he had come to watch a good show. Old Bai, what are you doing here, big man? Li Dao's expression immediately brightened when he saw him. The visitor was Bai Yan, the 9th freshman at Chang'an Military University, and Li Dao was also an old acquaintance of his. I was forced into this situation. I couldn't beat the higher-ups, so it's my turn now. I'm just here to make a show of things, so don't take me too seriously, Bai Yan said with a loud laugh. No wonder you're not popular with young girls, Li Dao thought to herself. Bai Yan's school, Chang'an Military Academy, is a military academy in one of the 6 major universities, but it's a joke that Bai Yan came here. He was 2 meters tall, as muscular as a small mountain, with an ordinary appearance and an honest look, making him the least noticeable among a group of handsome people. Yes, Li Dao himself was among those who said he was handsome. What are you military academy doing getting involved in this? Lin Yuntang asked through gritted teeth, staring at Bai Yan who had appeared. What? You want to fight? Bai Yan retorted without any politeness. Alright, this is a public place, there are plenty of people here. Let's talk this out privately. Lang Junan acted as a peacemaker, preventing a conflict from breaking out. That's how people at Shanghai University are. They're rich and ranked as the second best university in China, so they all have an inexplicable arrogance and often get into conflicts with people from other schools. However, their enemies are only the 4 major universities and a few schools that dislike Shanghai University. Ordinary schools don't dare to provoke Shanghai University at all. Does the University of Shanghai have so much money that they always pay for the girls they pick up? Just then, another person walked over. It was Qin Siyuan, the 10th freshman at Northwest University. That's right. But speaking of which, there are only 4 people with the same goal, right? It seems I have a pretty good chance. After all, I have quite a few advantages. Standing next to Qin Siyuan was an extremely handsome man, and it seemed as if everyone could see the little stars twinkling around him. That was Ouyang Ran, the 3rd-ranked freshman at Tiannan University, who was known as the alluring female scholar. At this point, everyone from the 6 universities had arrived. This is ridiculous. It's like they're picking a husband for Meng Chongqing. Li Dao muttered under his breath, feeling quite displeased with the appearance of these 5 people. I think so too. But the reason we people from the 6 universities came here is probably to let that person know about the 6 universities, right? But it's a bit far-fetched that someone has to go. Bai Yan said. He was forced to come here. He was only here to protect Meng Chongqing for a few days. Heh, what a bumpkin who doesn't understand the value of void-level abilities, Lin Yuntang said sarcastically. I think brother Li Dao makes a good point, but Miss Meng herself is already quite attractive. Besides, her father gave us this opportunity, so of course we have to seize it, Ling Junan said. People from Yenqing University may not understand, but sometimes it's really hard to find someone who is worthy of you. I think Meng Chongqing is quite suitable, so I came, Ouyang Ran said. His tone suggested that it was a great honor to have the dream emphasis as one's own. Although Qin Siyuan did not speak, everyone understood the purpose of his trip without him having to say it. Li Dao rolled her eyes and said coldly, things haven't even started yet. If Meng Chongqing really likes you, then it's not too late to talk about it later. I'm here to make money. I don't care what you want to do. If you can manage to pull off something in 3 days, then you're really something. I have other plans, so I won't bother you any longer. With that, he turned to leave. Wait a minute. Ouyang Ran called out to Li Dao. What is it now? Li Dao turned around, displeased. Tell us where Meng Chongqing is now, so we can go and protect her, Ouyang Ran said urgently. Li Dao rolled her eyes again. You guys aren't protecting her, you're clearly here to harass her. I can give you her contact information, the rest is up to you. With that, he left a string of numbers on the ground and turned to leave. Impolite fellow, Lin Yuntang muttered, before he was swept away by a gust of wind. You from Shanghai University, say that again and I'll make sure you can't shut up. Li Dao's voice came from behind. Is Yum Kazun really that sought after? The answer is yes. Putting aside her background, just consider the ability she awakened, the void level spatial ability, Void Hidden Heaven. This ability has only appeared once in history, and it was also the first void level spatial ability at the time. He was the one who named it Void Hidden Heaven. He only reached the 6th tier Anua level before perishing. However, even so, this alien with the ability of the void level single-handedly suppressed 3 7th tier high-risk prism worlds and destroyed more than 10 high-risk starless and vast lands. Even more impressively, he used his own abilities to create a small space that even an 8th order law level expert couldn't break through. This person was not Chinese, yet he died in China. Why? Because he was attacked by multiple countries during his breakthrough, resulting in irreparable internal injuries. This injury left him with little time left to live, and in order to help his country overcome the crisis, he went to China for help. In the end, he exchanged his own corpse and the special prism world he was going to create for China's aid. In the final moments of his life, he devoted all his efforts to creating a unique prism world and used his abilities to write a book about his insights on spatial abilities. This manual only has 2 copies, one in China and one in North Korea, which is why the space anomalies in China and North Korea are so powerful. He died within China's borders, and China, as agreed, provided support to North Korea. This battle actually occurred in history, but it was a contest between outcasts that transitioned from the era of firearms to a conflict between those who opposed the established order. In addition to the promises made, it was also to prevent the flames of war from spreading to China. He died in China and was known as the Fall of the New Moon, and some related records have been passed down. After his fall, people began to realize the power of void-level abilities and the power of spatial abilities. Subsequently, both before and after the new century, many void-level ability users emerged in the world, some of whom had matured and others had not yet shown their talents. However, void-level spatial ability users are extremely rare, and the void hidden heaven has never reappeared. Meng Chongyin is the second person to possess the ability of void hiding heaven after the arrival of the Ten Ring world. Don't be fooled by the calm surface of China after Meng Chongyin's awakening. Undercurrents are already surging. People abroad do not want to see a second new moon appear, while many forces within the country are racking their brains to win over Meng Chongyin. In fact, countless dangers had already been blocked by the secret agents, leaving the remaining threats specifically for Meng Chongyin. Did Meng Chongyin's father genuinely want to issue this mission? As the leader of the battle group, didn't he have the ability to send someone to protect or pick up Meng Chongyin immediately? Of course there is, so why even issue this task? The answer is actually quite simple. It's an order from above. The growth of a prodigy can only depend on themselves, and they cannot protect the second void hidden heaven forever. However, excessive and unbridled growth is not acceptable, which is why Meng Qianjun issued the mission. And Shenlin and the others thought that Meng Qianjun issued the mission so that he could take the opportunity to contact the school representatives, and at the same time, allow others to contact Meng Chongyin. Even Li Dao, who was sent by the 6 universities, thought so. But is that really the case? The 6 universities sent people to deter those with ulterior motives. Meng Chongyin's enemies are not only foreign, but also domestic forces. Sending out 6 universities is a clear message to those people. Don't overthink it. Taking action is not something the higher-ups do lightly. As for why it was arranged to look like a marriage proposal for Meng Chongyin, it was purely a prank by Meng Qianjun. Because he understands his daughter's personality very well, most men who try to woo her will be rejected. It was all just for fun. After Shenlin finished speaking, Meng Chongyin understood her father's intentions. She felt somewhat helpless, but at the same time, she was aware of the lurking danger. Meng Chongyin's agreement to go to the black market with Li Dao was not without reason. She was aware that danger lurked around her. If these hidden dangers are not eliminated, the days to come will certainly not be easy. Therefore, this trip to the black market was also beneficial to her. Although it was dangerous, no matter how dangerous it was a necessary part of her road to success. She could rely on her father for some things, but she preferred to go to him only when she had absolutely no other choice. Okay, I understand. But father, can I refuse to have any contact with them? Meng Chongyin was reporting the latest situation to her father, Meng Qianjun, in their temporary residence. Do whatever you want, whatever you want. By the way, Dad asked you, did you see that? Xu Xiao? Yes, we met. We were classmates. Although he is an orphan, he is very optimistic. His awakened ability wasn't particularly strong, but he didn't seem to care at all. He's a decent person. Meng Chongyin said, her tone suggesting she had a fairly good impression of Xu Xiao. If you feel good about him, get to know him better. He's definitely better than those arrogant spoiled brats, right? Although he was an orphan, I know his parents' personalities. They aren't bad people. Being with him is much more reliable than dealing with those playboys. Meng Qianjun said. Okay, I understand. Meng Chongyin replied calmly. By the way, did you run into Shenlin? I ran into him. He's a classmate. Meng Chongyin was somewhat puzzled. What do you think of him? Not bad, just a lazy person who always finds various excuses to be lazy. But to be honest, he's very strong. I see. Then you should try to avoid contact with him. Why? No reason why, I just feel that he is not a good person. Dad, you've never even met him. And Shenlin, who was fast asleep, was suddenly pulled up by a strong force. He looked around in confusion, and finally his gaze fell on Li Dao. Meng Chongyin and Xu Xiao have already gone to the black market. You'll be coming with me. Don't say too much. You can hide your shortcomings in front of Meng Chongyin and the others, but you don't need to in front of me. Do a good job, and I'll share the profits with you. As Li Dao spoke, she straightened her clothes, and Shenlin looked closely and saw that Li Dao was wearing an ordinary coat on the outside, but a combat uniform underneath, and a stick was slung over his back. Aren't you afraid something will happen to them? And Shenlin yawned and asked casually, what's there to be afraid of? We've made all the necessary preparations. We've considered all the tricky situations, and the danger has been minimized. There's basically no chance of anything going wrong, Li Dao said with a smile. Fine. I really don't know what sins I committed to become friends with you. And Shenlin said helplessly, and then began to prepare for departure. According to Li Dao's plan, Meng Chongyin and Xu Xiao would go directly to the black market to find the space crystal. However, finding the spatial crystal was just a pretext. The real purpose was to eliminate those lurking in the shadows. Therefore, there is no need to hide your identity. You can just go and search directly. The longer you search, the higher the probability of being secretly watched. All they need to do is wait quietly in the shadows, and Shenlin doesn't need to worry about anything else. Your lazy attitude is really unacceptable for an outcast. Even if you get into Peking University, well, you'll probably still be like this. But even so, you're still so strong. You're really a freak. Li Dao said helplessly, looking at Shenlin, who was still completely bewildered. Yanqing University is not a place where just anyone can become successful. It is much more rigorous than ordinary universities, with clear performance targets every year and even strict requirements on academic level. If the standards are not met, Yanqing University will directly advise you to withdraw. Anyone who can graduate from Yenching University is an outstanding member of the out-of-order group. Graduation is extremely difficult. Being able to graduate means surpassing other beings of the same level. Yenching University is a powerful institution with a superior environment, but internal competition is also extremely fierce. And Shenlin's personality is actually not very suitable for this place. However, he is strong enough, and what he has shown so far is not his full strength, so there is no need to worry too much about him getting into Peking University. I can't explain why either. And Shenlin answered very perfunctorily, but he knew very well in his heart. Never mind, just come with me if you're ready. Li Dao had no choice but to give up trying to persuade him. Upon closer reflection, he realized that his concern about Shenlin's actions was unnecessary. After all, Shenlin is a heaven-level ability user, so even without much effort, he is naturally stronger than others. Moreover, he knew in his heart that Shenlin was far more complicated than he appeared on the surface. Let's go, Shenlin said, and left with Li Dao. They first took a taxi to a certain place, and then continued walking. After walking for about half an hour, Li Dao and Shenlin finally arrived at the black market in Tianyi City. The black market exists in a gray area between legal and illegal, and cannot be considered legitimate. Although most of the shops look legitimate and the items sold on the street are fairly normal. In many places, they even follow formal procedures, pay taxes, and have rules against fighting. There are also regular crackdowns on prostitution. However, in terms of legitimacy, the transactions here do not follow market norms and are similar to those in the traditional black market. Contraband items are frequently found, and these items have no connection with the authorities. Regardless of whether it's genuine or fake, once you buy it, no one will help you protect your rights. You'll have to argue with the seller yourself. Most belt transactions take place here. The black market is a mixed bag, and criminals and wanted fugitives often hide here for a period of time. The reason for the existence of the black market is actually quite simple. The items sold by the government are limited, and most of them are reserved for training government personnel. The products sold by these companies are legitimate, but they are expensive. With the rarer the product, the more expensive it is, and some items are simply unavailable. The black market is difficult to manage, and verifying authenticity is troublesome. But there's a high degree of freedom here, and you can buy treasures that no one else recognizes. You can also buy junk or items that have been resold to China. In short, it's a mixed bag with all sorts of people. After entering the black market, Li Dao headed straight for Meng Chongnin's location, with Shenlin following closely behind. As soon as they arrived near Meng Chongnin, they saw a handsome man standing next to her, awkwardly chatting with her. Meng Chongnin barely responded. The man continued talking to himself. Xu Xiao and Lin Xianqiu curiously observed their surroundings from behind. Who is that guy? And Shenlin looked at the handsome man with a question in his eyes. A transvestite from Tiannan University. Definitely not a good person, Li Dao said casually. He's not a good person, and Shenlin followed the gaze and saw that while the man was chatting with Meng Chongnin, he secretly handed his contact information to a girl. Even though the girl approached you first, you can't just give out your contact information so easily, can you? This is clearly flirting, and Shenlin immediately understood the man's origins. However, it was clear that Meng Chongnin didn't want to pay any attention to him. No wonder, who would like someone with so many tricks up their sleeve? But the man seemed quite confident in his charm and continued to exude an alluring aura. To be honest, this guy is really good looking. Although he looks a bit effeminate, he's obviously a boy. A guy like that must have a lot of admirers, right? Boys are no exception. Should we go over there? And Shenlin asked Li Dao. Forget it, let's just observe from a distance. Only that idiot would get that close just to show off, so we don't need to go over there. We're here to make money, not to pick up girls. Li Dao and Shenlin did not appear in front of Meng Chongnin and the other two, but instead sent her a message to tell her that they had arrived nearby. After receiving the message, Meng Chongnin looked around but couldn't find the two of them. Is Miss Meng looking for someone? Has someone she knows come by? Yang Ran asked with a smile. Meng Chongnin remained silent. She didn't like that man. Although he was handsome, he was too much of a womanizer, and it was obvious at a glance that he was a playboy. Moreover, his intentions were all too obvious. Even a fool could see what he was up to. You absolutely must ignore this kind of person, otherwise they will take advantage of you and never stop. Chongnin, help me take a look at this. Lin Xianqiu stepped forward, took Meng Chongnin's hand, and led her to a stall. Yang Ran initially wanted to stop it, but ultimately gave up. Can you help me check if this ice spirit flower is real? Lin Xianqiu whispered in Meng Chongnin's ear, pointing to the ice blue flower on the stall. The ice spirit flower is a mortal-level spiritual plant that can be helpful to those with anomalies in the ice element. Spirit plants are plants that appear in the mortal world or the prism world, containing special spiritual energy, and are divided into 7 grades, just like abilities. Although artificial cultivation exists, the results are far less effective. There is another type called spiritual object, which is a natural object containing spiritual energy, and it is also classified into different levels. However, artificial cultivation is difficult, so the price of spiritual items is slightly higher. higher, especially for those like Lin Xianxiu who are at the spirit dust level and are considered out-of-order individuals. Taking this product in the early stages can enhance their abilities. That's fake. Ice spirit flowers wither very quickly if they aren't preserved using special methods. This flower shows no signs of wilting, so it's probably faked with something else. Look, the price is much lower than the normal price. It must be fake. Meng Chongyin lowered her voice and told Lin Xianxiu, the black market sells both genuine and counterfeit goods, and inexperienced people can easily buy counterfeit products. It's fake. Never mind then. Lin Xianxiu was a little disappointed. He happened to have some money on him and thought he had gotten a great deal. Just then, Ouyang Ran spoke up. How much is this fake flower? I'll buy it. You, what makes you think I'm selling fakes? The vendor blushed and pointed at Ouyang Ran angrily. Looks like a newbie. He got really angry when he was exposed. Ouyang Ran frowned slightly, wanting to reprimand him, but Meng Chongyin was right next to him, so he couldn't make a move. So Ouyang Ran took out her phone and started transferring money to the vendor's account. 10,000 yuan, I'll buy it, he said casually. The vendor was taken aback at first, then quickly smiled apologetically and said, okay, boss, I'll pack it up for you. It seems this guy is a real spendthrift. Although the spirit ice flower is a relatively common spiritual plant among mortal-level plants, even the best one is only worth 10,000 yuan. But these are clearly fake flowers. They only cost 50 yuan to make. I made over 9,000. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu exchanged a glance, somewhat puzzled as to why Ouyang Ran wanted to buy a fake flower. But soon, they realized what was going on. Ouyang Ran, holding the flower, smiled and looked at Meng Chongyin, saying, although this flower is fake, it looks quite nice. The spirit ice flower is a beautiful flower to begin with. Even artificial flowers look beautiful. While they can't be used for cultivation, giving them to pretty girls maximizes their value. Miss Meng, I'm giving you this flower. Whether it's real or fake doesn't matter. What matters is whether its appearance is worthy of a beauty like you. Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu. The two couldn't help but shiver, secretly thinking that Ouyang Ran was really crazy. He can exaggerate the value of even a fake flower as if it were some precious treasure. I just felt that something was wrong with his head. Forget it, we can't accept it. You should give it to Cuihua over there. Lin Xianxiu pointed in a direction with a look of disgust. Even Xu Xiao wouldn't say that. What this man said is truly disgusting. Ouyang Ran subconsciously turned his head and saw a woman who was about 1.5 meters tall and had a plump figure looking at him. The woman happened to turn her head to look at Ouyang Ran, and her small eyes, covered in pimples, immediately sparkled with excitement. I'm in love. The woman's eyes lit up even more when she saw the flower in Ouyang Ran's hand. The flowers are all ready. It looks like my dream will come true tonight. Ouyang Ran shivered immediately, lowered her head, and turned to leave. Damn, I feel like my eyes are being polluted. Ouyang Ran looked away, wanting to continue talking to Meng Chongyin, but Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu had already gone far away. Handsome boy, you're so good looking. The sound that sent chills down Ouyang Ran's spine rang out. He turned his head and saw that the woman in the 3 tires was already standing next to him. Wow, that's incredibly fast. Ouyang Ran activated her ability almost reflexively, disappearing from the spot and quickly escaping. The woman looked around blankly, searching for him. Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious. This transvestite has finally come to this. Look how pale he is. He looks like he's seen a ghost. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. I have to go back and recommend him to those physical ability users at school. Li Dao, hiding in the shadows, burst out laughing after watching the whole thing. Seeing someone you dislike get humiliated makes you feel even better than making money. But as he was laughing, he suddenly noticed that Shenlin was not moving at all. Li Dao suddenly turned around to look for him. Don't repeat the falling asleep standing up act here again. Fortunately, Shenlin did not fall asleep standing up. He simply squatted in front of a stall, carefully examining the goods. There's nothing good here, and it's no use searching high and low. Li Dao stood next to Shenlin and said. Shenlin didn't reply, his eyes flashing with blue light as he continued to examine the item in his hand. Spiritual plant, analysis, non-spiritual plant, spiritual object, analysis, not a spiritual object, spiritual plant, analysis, spiritual plant, white jade grass, damaged, estimated value 3000. That's right, and Shenlin is using his special ability, analyzing and judging the authenticity of spiritual objects and plants. This was a skill he had already mastered, but he hadn't used it much. Moreover, its current application is limited, as it can only analyze mortal and dust level objects. Although it can identify the state of damage, the accuracy is not high. Because his judgment relies entirely on the descriptions in the books in his mind, he cannot be 100% certain of their authenticity. Only by actually touching and recording the objects can absolute accuracy be guaranteed. Note, cultivation resources will not be described in detail in the early stages, as low-level cultivation resources are insufficient to bring about a qualitative change in the protagonists. Therefore, the part about consuming cultivation resources will only be briefly mentioned and will not be described in detail. Little Lindsay, have you figured figured it out yet? Li Dao asked curiously. It's more than just figuring out the tricks of the trade. Most of the items on this stall were picked out by Shenlin and were basically useless. Only a very small number are truly valuable. How much do all these things cost in total? Shenlin asked, pointing to the pile of items. The stall owner was an old man. After hearing Shenlin's words, he opened his eyes and carefully examined the item in Shenlin's hand. The old man looked at it for a long time, pondered for a moment, and coughed twice. 50,000. 500. Shenlin immediately offered a rock-bottom price. The old man's cloudy eyes widened instantly, and he glared at him, saying, 500? You don't even haggle like that. Kid, I don't recognize you. I'll sell it to you for 45,000. 250. Shenlin lowered the price by half again. Hey, who are you cursing? Kid, 40,000, or get lost. The old man was furious. Shenlin pondered for a moment, then looked up at the old man and said, 2,000? No way, at least 40,000. The old man insisted. 8,000, absolutely no more. Shenlin replied. The old man paused for a moment, thinking to himself that this young man clearly knew his stuff and couldn't be fooled. He sighed helplessly. Kid, you know your stuff. These things may be old and worn, but they're still useful. I'll sell them to you for 12,000 at cost price. Deal. Shenlin transferred 12,000 yuan without hesitation, then rolled up the items with a cloth and prepared to leave. The old man was startled by his actions. Li Dao was also stunned by his robbery behavior. This kid is usually low-key, but I didn't expect him to show his true colors now. Not bad. He's got the air of a Yenching University student. Hey, what are you doing, you little rascal? Put the cloth down right now. The old man stood up anxiously. In the end, Shenlin returned the cloth to the old man, who gave him a plastic bag to put his things in. To be honest, it's really inappropriate to pack something worth over 10,000 yuan in a plastic bag. Are all these things of yours really reliable? Li Dao asked with some doubt. Shenlin nodded, but his mind was already calculating how to use these things. How did you figure that out? I don't remember that Huyen Haiswan has this ability at all. Li Dao immediately became excited. If Shenlin could really see the value of these things, then he was a real treasure. I learned it from books. Shenlin immediately came to his senses. Damn, Li Dao's thinking is too fast. He guessed in an instant that his ability didn't include the function of identifying objects. Forget about his abilities, most abilities aren't that useful. Otherwise, would there still be a market for professional appraisers? Shenlin was well aware that he couldn't let others know his true abilities. Otherwise, they might face an assassination attempt even more ruthless than Meng Chang'in's. Li Dao knew he was hiding his strength, but he didn't know how much he was hiding. He trusted in Shenlin completely, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked him for help. Really? Okay then, how do you plan to use these things? Li Dao continued to ask. Most of these things are badly damaged and not many parts are usable, but they can slightly improve my physical fitness. My physical condition is SOSO. I need to improve it properly, Shenlin said. Of the four of them, Shenlin had the least physical fitness. Xu Xiao is the strongest, with excellent physical condition, and he mainly focuses on close combat. Meng Chongyin is second, and Lin Xianxiu is last. He was the one with the worst physical condition among the four. However, he didn't understand the reason, nor did he investigate it further. Li Dao suddenly fell silent, staring at Shenlin in disbelief. What's wrong? Shenlin asked, looking at Li Dao with a puzzled expression. What are you? I don't care who you are. Get off my brother right now, or I'll get rough. Let me tell you, my brother is so lazy, he never practices on his own initiative. So you're definitely not Shenlin. Get out of here, or I'll take action. Li Dao suddenly became serious and said in a firm tone. Shenlin sneered. Are you sick in the head? So what? Are you sick? Why do you suddenly want to cultivate? Li Dao asked with some surprise. Then Li Dao suddenly became serious and said in a firm tone. Shenlin coldly replied. Are you sick in the head? So what? Are you sick? Why are you suddenly thinking about cultivating? Li Dao asked in surprise. After all, given Shenlin's personality, it was almost impossible for him to cultivate on his own initiative. Shenlin rolled his eyes and explained. I still have to get into Yenching University, otherwise I'll be in big trouble. Given my current situation, getting into Yenching University shouldn't be a problem. But my physical fitness is not good enough. I must improve it. Although I'm lazy and not very ambitious, I will still strive to achieve the goals I want to reach. It didn't really matter to him whether he got into Yenching University or not. But ever since Qinglu said those words, he had no choice but to go to Yenching University. He didn't want to be someone else's tool for the rest of his life. He only wants to be the one who uses others, and he will never let others use him. At least you have some ambition. By the way, just how bad is your physical condition? Generally speaking, those who become out-of-order individuals will have significantly improved physical abilities compared to ordinary people. Even at the worst, they are still much better than the average person. He's only slightly better than the average person, but still not as good as those who exercise regularly, Shenlin said. He couldn't understand why his physical abilities hadn't improved much after becoming an outcast. That's really bad, probably because of your measure measurement ability, Li Dao analyzed. Who knows? By the way, do you think the space crystal you mentioned will really appear here? If it's not very credible, it's not very convincing, and Shenlin suddenly asked. I'm not sure either. Space crystals are strictly regulated, and there's only one place in our country that produces them. Although production is limited, there are still quite a few lower-grade space crystals. However, spatial crystals are controlled items and cannot be bought or sold privately. Space crystals found elsewhere can be sold privately, provided they do not originate from restricted areas. This is rare because the conditions for spatial crystals to appear are very demanding, and they are not found in many places. Even if it happens, it's always an accident. This time was no exception. I see, but does Meng Chonin really need to come to a place like this to look for something given her identity? Wouldn't that be a major drawback? And Shenlin asked, somewhat puzzled. Meng Chonin comes from an extraordinary background. Her father can provide her with things like space crystals whenever she wants. Those who want to kill her couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Then she doesn't have to take the college entrance exam in Tianyi City, right? To be honest, it's probably so that Meng Chonin can find teammates she can truly confide in, away from Yanjing. You know, Yanqing is a big city, and teams are usually formed before students enter university. But while Yanjing, Beijing, is a good place, it also has its downsides. Most teammates found there don't last long. So, Meng Chonin probably came here to find teammates she could confide in. More importantly, it's more dangerous in Yanjing than anywhere else. I see, and Shenlin said in a low voice. Li Dao understood Meng Chonin's thoughts very well. The concept of a team was truly difficult to explain. Meng Qianjuan's idea was simple, to keep Meng Chonin away from danger. Choosing Tianyi City, a medium-sized city with only 20 to 30 million people, was a good option. As for forming a team, Li Dao hasn't thought about it yet because it's really difficult to form a good team. Many wealthy second-generation individuals maintain their groups through money. Finding teammates in university can easily lead to division and disintegration if they don't share the same goals and interests. That's why many people prefer to be lone wolves when they get to university. The summer college freshman tournament is mostly played by lone wolves, partly because freshmen find it difficult to form stable teams. In this situation, finding good team members and assembling a good team is very difficult. With many other factors to consider, it would be difficult for a lone wolf with limited strength to accomplish anything, and a team is precisely what they need most. Li Dao also knew that Meng Chonin wanted to bring in Shenlin and the other two into the team to first build a team structure, that is, the so-called foundation. The last member of the team will probably learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses in college, which will make the combination more stable. However, Meng Chonin herself did not realize that the true core of the team was not actually with her, but within Shenlin. Without Shenlin's guidance, he simply didn't believe it could be accomplished. Otherwise, why would he say that Shenlin was hiding his strength? Sigh, what a pity. By the time you get into university, I'll already be a junior. By then, I should have already formed my own team and started doing quests. If you were in the same grade as me, I would definitely have recruited you into my group. And Shenlin is extremely suitable to be the invisible person in the team, both in terms of intelligence and personality. They are usually inconspicuous, but once they make a move, they are absolutely reliable. Meng Chonin has found the right person, but she still needs to slowly cultivate Shenlin's personality. Moreover, he needs to recuperate. His physical condition is too poor. No, it seems that everyone who partners with Shenlin has to go through a nurturing game. If we don't take care of him, he seems to become less effective. It feels like we're raising pigs. Li Dao thought to himself. Stop joking, I don't want to hang out with you, you drive me crazy. And Shenlin rolled his eyes and said. Meng Chonin had mentioned this idea to him before, and he neither refused nor agreed. I just felt that there was still a whole year left, and I would deal with everything after I got into university. Next up is that Fistina. That guy is not easy to deal with either. It's already exhausting enough just taking care of Meng Chonin. Once she gets into Yanqing University, she'll have to deal with one more person. This is truly disheartening. I know. How come there's one more person? Li Dao said, then looked puzzled. And Shenlin looked closely and saw a girl standing next to Lin Qianxiu, awkwardly chatting with Meng Chonin. Oh, that's someone from our class named Lin Fei. She's usually close to Lin Qianxiu and Meng Chonin. And Shenlin said, but as soon as he finished speaking, his brows furrowed slightly. Why was she here? I see. Those guys are almost all around here. Now we just have to wait for them to show up. As Li Dao spoke, he remained skeptical of Lin Fei's identity, but with Shenlin around, he probably didn't need to worry about it. There were 6 people in total. He and Ouyang Ran were already here. Everyone else was hiding in the shadows. They weren't as impatient as Ouyang Ran, eager to gain favor. Okay, I'll take another look. And Shenlin yawned and said, but he soon realized something was wrong. He then walked to a stall, picked up an inconspicuous stone that was only the size of 2 palms, and began to examine it carefully. A blue light flashed in Shenlin's eyes, and a meaningful expression appeared on his face. How much is this stone? He asked the stall owner. The stall owner was a middle-aged man who had lost one eye. He stared at Shenlin with his remaining eye without saying a word. Not bad. bad, it seems you know what you're doing. But I'm curious, how did you get here with this thing and not get caught? Logically speaking, everyone should have known this thing was going to appear, so you should have been discovered very quickly. And Shenlin weighed the stone in his hand, muttering some incomprehensible words. I have my own way of doing things. A hint of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he said after a moment of silence, you need the money urgently? And Shenlin continued to ask. Yes, the middle-aged man replied. I'll give you 2 million. Then you can take it to an auction or consign it. There's no need to risk selling it here. I've offended someone, so I can't sell anything there, and my life is in danger. I understand. Shall you name a price, or should I? And Shenlin looked at him indifferently. He wanted to take advantage of the situation, but this guy wasn't going to be so easy to get away with. Someone who can set up a stall here with a spatial crystal and not be discovered must be really skilled. He had previously thought that spatial crystals couldn't be found at street stalls. However, he did find Meng Chongmin and the others, but not Meng Chongmin. It can only be said that this is fate. There is a connection between this crystal and him and Meng Chongmin. What is the approximate market price of a space crystal? The middle-aged man asked. And Shenlin replied, that depends on which level of space crystal you need. Ordinary level. Ordinary grade space crystals cost 150,000, high grade ones cost 280,000, and top grade ones cost 500,000. Then let's compromise, I'll sell it to you for 300,000. Can you guarantee this is at least half a top quality piece? I can guarantee this is top quality. It just got broken when I brought it out. I see. Deal. After all, the fact that a flawed, top quality space crystal can still store so much energy means there's not much of a problem, so it's a great bargain. What's your name? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. We've only known each other for less than 10 minutes. Isn't it a bit presumptuous of me to ask your name so soon? Hee, that's true, but you're a good lad. I'll remember you. I hope you won't hold a grudge. Don't worry, it won't happen. And Shenlin and the middle-aged man were talking loudly, and Li Dao, who was standing next to them, could hear everything clearly. But he was completely bewildered. A spatial crystal? This kind of thing is sold at roadside stalls? Does that make sense? A top-quality spatial crystal, though slightly damaged, can be bought for 300,000? This is an absolute steal. 300,000 can actually buy such a treasure? Li Dao's eyes were almost red with jealousy. Why is it that such good things never seem to happen to him? He was the one who knew the news first, but In Shenlin ended up getting the benefit. Ugh, I should never have told In Shenlin. No, if she doesn't tell him, Meng Chongmin won't agree to his request. Oh well, if In Shenlin gets it for free, so be it. Anyway, even if he gets it, he'll have to sell it. It would be better to let In Shenlin use it to pick up girls. 300,000, I've already paid. And Shenlin took out his phone and showed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to rest. And Shenlin picked up the stone and prepared to leave. As he was leaving, he glanced at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's current appearance is clearly not real. He is wearing makeup. After all, someone who has caused trouble wouldn't sit here so casually. Their voice and appearance are probably just a disguise. After leaving the middle-aged man's stall, Li Dao grabbed In Shenlin by the neck and shook him back and forth. How could you be so lucky? You actually found the space crystal. We thought it was fake news. And Shenlin turned his head away, cursing inwardly, so annoying. It's really annoying. He never expected to be able to buy a space crystal here. I bought it just to prevent someone else from getting it first. Now that I've got the space crystal, I don't know what will happen next. What do you plan to do with this spatial crystal? Li Dao asked as he followed Meng Chongmin and the others after venting his frustration. Of course it's for Meng Chongmin. Only when she uses it can the effect of this crystal be maximized, and Shenlin said nonchalantly. Wow, you've learned how to pick up girls? You've got your eye on Meng Chongmin? Li Dao immediately burst into an exaggerated anti-smile. What are you thinking? Of course, we're going to sell it to her. And Shenlin rolled his eyes. TSK, you bastard, you really don't get it. Li Dao said helplessly. Don't you know the saying being near the water tower makes it easy to get the moon? Lin Xianxiu is clearly Chu Zhao's, while Meng Chongmin is single, which is a perfect opportunity for In Shenlin to make his move. But he was completely unaware of it and never thought about pursuing his dream of playing accented notes. If it were him, he would definitely take the opportunity to get closer to Meng Chongmin. Li Dao! And Shenlin suddenly stopped and his gaze fell on a small stall to the left of Meng Chongmin. Li Dao immediately realized what was going on, leaned forward slightly, and laughed. Indeed, bringing you along was a wise choice. At this moment, Meng Chongmin was still wandering around with Lin Xianxiu, and there was a guy who kept talking beside them. Lin Fei is also a student in the top class. After running into them at the black market, I inexplicably ended up here with them. We were all here to buy things. By the way, where is Chu Xiao? I can't see him. Lin Fei suddenly asked. Lin Xianxiu pointed ahead and said, he's right in front of us, not walking alongside us. Lin Fei followed Lin Xianxiu's gesture, nodded, and indicated that she understood. But to be honest, there are too many counterfeit goods on the black market. I don't know if you've encountered any, but I just got ripped off, Lin Fei said with a hint of helplessness. Black market stuff happens all the time. Do you come here often? Lin Qianqiu asked. No, this is my first time here too. I've heard that if you're lucky, you can find treasures here, Lin Fei replied with a wry smile. Luck is important, but discernment is even more crucial. If you want to buy things on the black market, it's best to learn more about the characteristics of spiritual plants and objects. That way, you'll be less likely to get ripped off. Of course, that doesn't mean you'll never get ripped off. Meng Qiunin interjected, thinking to herself that if she hadn't been there, Lin Qianqiu would have already suffered a huge loss. As for that fake product, it was already bought by that guy Ouyangran. Ouyangran was actually nearby, but the three of them were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice him at all. He tried to interject, but failed several times, so he turned his gaze to Lin Fei. Miss, are you in the same class as Qiumin and the others? Ouyangran asked with a kind smile. Lin Fei glanced at him, a hint of longing flashing in her eyes, but still smiled and answered, yes, I heard you and Meng Qiumin have a good relationship? What is your relationship? He was a stranger. He tried to talk to me, but I ignored him, Meng Qiumin said first. She didn't want Ouyangran to say anything inappropriate. Ouyangran's expression changed slightly, and her smile became somewhat stiff. He knew Meng Qiumin didn't want to talk to him, but her bluntness still made him somewhat resentful. But what can you do if you're not convinced? You can only keep trying. Although he had never been so humble as the most handsome guy at Tiannan University, the other party possessed rare void-level spatial abilities, which made it worthwhile for him to do this, otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed here. Just then, Ouyangran sensed a sense of danger. Meng Qiunin also noticed it soon after. Ouyangran raised her hand to block a burly man's fist, her face cold and her eyes full of contempt. As expected, he couldn't hold back anymore, Ouyangran said coldly. He then gently applied force and sent his opponent flying with a single palm strike. Celestial Fox, tear. His fingernails grew longer, his eyes turned into silver vertical pupils, white downy hair appeared on his cheeks, and his spiritual energy became turbulent. Before the burly man could react, Ouyangran slashed him with her claws, leaving a deep bone-revealing wound. Ah! The burly man screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. A mere year mist level dares to attack? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Ouyangran wiped the blood off his hands and said coldly, but he quickly realized something was wrong and turned around to fight back. Just as he turned around, a figure in cyan rushed over. Heavenly Hurricane, 3 Cloud Slash. Li Dao pulled out the long staff from his back and drew a thin sword from it. A light blue breeze swirled around the sword, which was then swung out. Dozens of cyan wind blades appeared, directly repelling a boundary river-level assassin. Little fox, you're not vigilant enough? Li Dao said with a mocking smile, holding a thin sword. Tisk. Ouyangran was extremely displeased. She snorted and said disdainfully, you madman, still so violent. Whatever, let's each do our own thing. Li Dao rolled her eyes and charged at the boundary river-level assassin with her sword. Ouyangran's gaze fell on the burly man groaning on the ground, and she waved her hand indifferently. The strong man's legs were severed instantly. You all stay here and don't move around. Ouyangran looked at Meng Qiumin with her silver eyes, her tone gentle, as if she wanted to see her appreciation. Meng remained indifferent, showing no emotion whatsoever. Tisk, looks like he's not so easy to fool. Ouyangran thought to herself. He suddenly turned around and swung out a claw, forcing back several mist-level enemies who tried to rush forward. Your grandpa's here. A rough, angry roar suddenly rang out. A giant, as tall as an iron tower, landed in front of Meng Qiumin, causing the ground to crack and raising clouds of dust. Cough, cough. Bai Yan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Ouyangran angrily patted the dust off her face and shouted at the roaring Bai Yan. You damn transvestite. Leave me alone. Bai Yan rolled his eyes, channeled his spiritual energy, and threw a punch that sent a mist-level enemy flying dozens of meters, crashing into the wall. That's really violent. Ouyangran said with a disdainful look, then continued to block those who wanted to rush over. Aren't you going up? Lin Yuntang, standing on the high ground, asked the other two. Don't worry, the big one hasn't arrived yet, Qin Siyuan replied. If you're in a hurry to go up, you can go first, but these small fry are being blocked by these two guys, so even if you go up, you'll probably only be able to watch the show. Lin Junin said with a smile. TSK. Physical ability is such a hassle. Lin Yuntang complained irritably. Ouyangran and Bai Yan, who are currently fighting, are both physical ability users, and both are at the heavenly level. Ouyangran possesses the ability to transform into a beast, called Heavenly Fox, which grants her immense speed and attack power. Bai Yan possesses the physical ability, Solid Body, which combines both defense and offense. The most distinctive feature of physical abilities is that they are either extremely strong in close combat or outstanding in other aspects. With these two in charge, there's no need for them to even lift a finger to deal with enemies of the year mist level. Physical ability branch, Beast Transformation. As the name suggests, the body enters a beast-like state, gaining a tremendous physical enhancement. Dimensional ability branch, Space, which uses space as a base for attack, defense, and support. Mind ability branches, Healing and Support, providing healing and combat enhancement support abilities. They are also river-level out-of-order beings. The difference is that they are all at the heavenly level, while Li Dao is at the profound some level, but Li Dao is probably the strongest here. The title of third place at Yenching University is quite prestigious. Even Ouyang Ran, who also ranked third, might not be able to beat him. With Li Dao around, these border river level enemies can't cause any trouble at all, and even if 2 or 3 more come, they can be stopped. Therefore, it would be pointless for them to take action now, as the enemy has already been dealt with. But why were they the ones to make the move? Aside from not being the first to act, either they looked down on Meng Chongyin, or they were arrogant and unwilling to get close to her. What were you thinking? With such low strength, you still tried to assassinate someone? Li Dao muttered helplessly as he looked at the boundary river level assassin in front of him. Li Dao was speechless. Weren't these assassins speechless too? He really didn't know why this guy in front of him was so strong. As a boundary river level, he could defeat opponents of the same level. Among the boundary river level classes, he is considered to be of average strength. But this guy in front of me is just too strong. He's mastered the art of wind elemental manipulation. Every attack missed Li Dao, and after a few moments of fighting, he himself was covered in wounds. Li Dao did not intend to kill this boundary river level monster now. He was waiting for more people to appear. At this moment, Lin Xianxiu hid behind Xu Xiao. I expected there would be many people, but I didn't expect there to be so many, Lin Xianxiu said, looking at the 3 people who were fighting, with a hint of fear. Xu Xiao wasn't that scared, but he still said, "This is a battle we can't participate in." Indeed, they had just awakened to the spirit dust level, while those who came to assassinate Meng Chongyin were mostly at least at the mist level. If they rush up there rashly, they'll only be courting death. They also noticed an interesting phenomenon. As soon as the battle began, everyone nearby quickly left, taking their belongings and evacuating rapidly. It's as if they don't want to get involved, but it's also as if they've gotten used to it. After all, this is the black market, and fighting is not uncommon in the black market. It's just that this fight was exceptionally intense. Meng Chongyin stood at a distance, watching the 3 fight fiercely, and did not rush forward rashly. In the current situation, staying put is the wisest choice. Lin Fei was also quite frightened, hiding behind Meng Chongyin, her voice trembling as she repeatedly asked, "What on earth happened? Am I going to die here? Meng Chongyin, do you know what happened?" Meng Chongyin did not respond to her. After all, Lin Fei was not part of the plan. She had only been dragged into it, and the fewer people who knew, the better. There aren't many people here yet, but more will definitely appear later. If Lin Fei runs around recklessly and causes trouble, then it will be a real problem. However, since the battle began, no one except Li Dao had noticed the person standing in the back corner. That person was in Chen Lin. He gazed at the battle not far away, pondering to himself, fights in the black market will be stopped in time, and besides, there are strong people in the black market. These people haven't shown themselves yet, most likely because they've been instructed to stay in the shadows and not make a move easily. Their mission is to intervene promptly when a stronger force emerges. If I'm not mistaken, the city guards should also be operating in the shadows. Li Dao was no fool. He understood that his actions were using Meng Chongyin as bait to add fuel to the fire. There must be a deeper meaning behind making such a plan. The objective was to cooperate with the city guards to identify the traitor lurking in Tianyi City. These traitors weren't the kind who suddenly rushed out to assassinate Meng Chongyin. They were people who were deeply hidden and indistinguishable from ordinary people. As for those guys from universities, they were probably used as pawns by Li Dao. However, Li Dao's decision was most likely driven by money. He'd do anything for money. Thinking of this, and Shenlin sighed helplessly. The reason Li Dao sent him over was actually quite simple, to keep an eye on whether there were any traitors nearby who might be getting close to Meng Chongyin. That's right, they've used him as a pawn, which is exactly what the Li Dao Association does. But even if he discovers it, what can he do? He can't beat the strong ones, and the weak ones will be easily dealt with by Meng Chongyin. 9 times out of 10, Li Dao wanted to see just how much strength he was hiding. This guy is really persistent in his investigation. Just then, a figure rushed towards Meng Chongyin from behind, a flash of lightning in his hand. Another one has arrived, openly and honestly, not a spy, and Shenlin thought coldly. Should we worry about Meng Chongyin? No need, there are still 3 people who haven't shown up yet. Do you really think those people from the 6 top universities are just here to watch the show? A cold glint flashed, and Lin Yuntang forced back this suddenly appearing boundary river level enemy. Holding a long sword, he lightly touched the ground and instantly appeared in front of his opponent, kicking out with a kick. The opponent flew out like a cannonball, but Lin Yuntang had no intention of letting him go. He brandished his silver longsword, his figure as agile as a flying butterfly. The longsword was slashed out again, but the opponent dodged it. Not bad? Looks like we'll have some fun, Lin Yuntang said with a smile. Lin Yuntang possesses a heaven-level dimensional spatial ability, Severing Strike Flash. The top-ranked universities in the 6 major universities have basically reached the boundary level, and those ranked at the top are basically geniuses and prodigies. Li Dao has indeed put in a lot of effort to reach the boundary river level, otherwise, his cultivation speed simply wouldn't have kept up. Moreover, this guy has spatial abilities, right? He's probably an offensive type. How could someone with such abilities be no match for Li Dao? He's probably arrogant and overly reliant on his skills. And Chunlin observed Lin Yuntang's battle while quickly analyzing it. The people from the 6 universities are indeed impressive, but they also have some shortcomings. This doesn't mean their strength or ranking is fake, it just means they still have a lot to learn and improve. In the distance, a pillar of flame rose, and another person joined the battle, using fire elemental abilities. It seems they really want to kill Meng Chongyin. 3 boundary river level beings have already appeared. There are also a dozen or so people at the mist level. If I'm not mistaken, the last person from the 6 academies will also appear soon. And Lin thought to himself. No sooner had he finished thinking than a chill rose from the distance. The last member of the academy made his appearance. Next, there will probably be 1 or 2 more people at the boundary river level who will hold back a few academy members. Then Yung Chongyin became the target of the attack. That was to be expected. After all, the insects should have appeared by now. And Lin looked around and slowly raised his hand. As he had expected, after the first few people appeared, 2 more river level outordered beings arrived. One of them teamed up with the other to keep Li Dao firmly in check. The other faced off against Ouyang Ran, a ruthless character who could cripple an opponent with just 2 or 3 attacks. As for Bai Yan, that muscular man was complaining about why no one came to find him. All I can say is that the people at these universities are really warmongers. They're not exactly stupid, but they're not particularly smart either. They really saw themselves as Dream Emphasis's bodyguards. But in reality, everything that happened today was the result of a prior agreement between Li Dao and certain individuals. To be precise, they were indeed bodyguards, but Li Dao also used them as thugs. It's likely that the others didn't expect the academy to send someone over. Even if they had anticipated it, they never expected that Li Dao would use them as pawns. Moreover, the current situation is completely under Li Dao's control. Although each of the 6 people is facing their own opponent, they each still have the strength to deal with other enemies. Not to mention, there's also the muscular Bai Yanhai still dealing with the Suewu level. Although dealing with the Suewu level is relatively easy, they are numerous and powerful, and Bai Yan is now having a lot on his hands. The battle intensified, and wounds began to appear on several of them, but this was not enough to stop them from continuing to fight. However, the 4 people watching from the sidelines did not think so. They had only ever seen battles at the border river level on television. Every move they made touched their hearts. They saw Li Dao moving between the buildings, suppressing 2 enemies. Those buildings, which could have been inhabited for more than 10 years, were instantly turned into ruins by the rampage of the group. In the distance, several buildings were frozen solid by ice. Flames continued to rise, destroying the surrounding buildings. And can you believe it? The 2 who caused the least damage were Ouyang Ran and Lin Yuntang. Their primary target is humans, and their attack range is limited, so they don't cause much damage. But when they start hitting someone, the pain is unbearable. Fortunately, there was almost no one around, otherwise, who knows how many innocent people would have been killed in such a battle. Wait a minute, there's nobody around? Meng Chongyin noticed a blind spot. Although the black market is unsafe, there are definitely people living around it. They are usually residents who are looking for cheap deals or who are temporarily staying in the black market. It's understandable that the vendors would quickly evacuate when faced with danger, since most of those who set up stalls here are out-of-order individuals. Although they are not very strong, they are very sensitive to danger. But the surrounding residents can't possibly evacuate so quickly, can they? You know, that muscular guy punched through the neighbor's wall as soon as the fight started. How could anyone not feel the danger? Therefore, there are only 2 possibilities in the surrounding area. Either no one lives there at all, or the residents have already evacuated. Which is more likely? Clearly, it's the latter. If someone knew in advance that a battle would take place here, then the evacuation of the residents would make sense. Everything is going according to those people's plan. Accidents are almost impossible. Meng Chongyin, this assassination attempt was really ruthless against you, Lin Fei said cautiously. She could tell that those people were basically there for Meng Chongyin. The out-of-orders all understand what void-level abilities mean. A being who grows into a void-level out-of-order individual is a great threat, so there is absolutely no one who would want to see Meng Chongyin alive. Right now, those protecting Meng Chongyin are completely absorbed in the battle, and it is believed that not many unexpected events will occur. The strength of the boundary river level is truly formidable, Lin Qianqiu exclaimed. Meng Chongyin responded, they are all top students from the 6 universities. To reach the boundary river level in one's freshman year is considered top tier among peers. So it's not that the boundary river class university itself is strong, but rather that the genius students from these 6 universities are strong. They completely outclassed most of their peers. Students from the 6 universities are already exceptionally talented and are undoubtedly among the best of their peers. Because universities specifically train the combat skills of those who are outsiders, some students have a combat awareness far stronger than that of ordinary people. This is precisely what makes university heretics unique. That's wonderful. I definitely want to become like that in the future, Xu Xiao exclaimed. Who doesn't yearn for strength? Who doesn't want to be the best among their peers? To put it bluntly, you may look down on powerful people people, but that's nothing more than jealousy. But powerful people can ignore you because they have their own pride and will never put the weak on the same level. The principle that strength is paramount applies everywhere. As long as you work hard, you can do it, just like in Shenlin's friend. To be honest, for a Shen-level ability to demonstrate such formidable combat power at the same stage they must have put in a lot of effort, and that's something we must learn from. That's what Meng Chongyin said. Lin Fei chimed in, yes, everyone knows that as long as you work hard, you can succeed. But Meng Chongyin, it seems you don't need to work hard, right? After all, the starting point of the void level ability is something that others spend countless hours trying to catch up with. You're so lucky. As she spoke, Lin Fei's tone gradually turned cold. She placed one hand at her side, her 5 fingers together, and a faint light seemed to shroud it. Meng Chongyin's expression remained unchanged as she calmly turned to look at Lin Fei. Did I do anything to provoke her? Why are her words so awful? Go to hell. Lin Fei suddenly sprang up, her arm, enveloped in a faint light, stabbing towards Meng Chongyin. Meng Chongyin looked at her, but barely reacted. Just as Lin Fei's arm was about to pierce Meng Chongyin's heart, another accident occurred. End of imaginary number evolution, simulation, / An invisible blade sliced through Lin Fei's arm, severing it completely, and blood splattered everywhere. In the distance, and Shenlin raised his hand, a faint blue light gleaming in his eyes. Ha! Lin Fei was stunned, staring at the flying arm. Ah! She quickly let out a shrill scream, clutching her bleeding arm and collapsing to her knees. And Shenlin made a move? Meng Chongyin thought to herself. Go to hell! Lin Fei roared, enduring the pain as she charged at Meng Chongyin once more. Another invisible slash came, this time with little power, only hitting Lin Fei in the chest. A deep wound, reaching to the bone marrow, appeared on her chest, and the force of the slash sent her flying several meters. The moment Lin Fei was injured and lost her fighting ability, Meng Chongyin activated her senses and clearly detected the source of the slash. She looked in the direction from which the attack came and saw Shenlin slowly walking towards her. Phew, it really was him. And Shenlin sighed, his right hand still in a sword finger position. It's you, you damn bastard. Lin Fei got up from the ground, staring at Shenlin with eyes full of hatred. However, Shenlin flicked his right hand, and a slash landed on Lin Fei. Not only did it leave another wound, it also sent her flying again. Tisk, where did this guy come from? Is he from a cult? Or is he from abroad? And Shenlin muttered to himself as he walked. At first, he didn't expect Lin Fei to be the one who wanted to assassinate Meng Chongyin. After all, the other assassins were clearly paid and were sent from abroad. But Lin Fei acted perfectly normal from beginning to end, not at all like someone who came to assassinate someone. However, this normal is actually abnormal. First of all, it's strange for a high school student to be alone on the black market. They are the exception. If it weren't for the space crystal and Li Dao's plan, who would come to such a dangerous area? Secondly, Lin Fei's emotions were extremely rich, and she didn't seem like someone who was frightened at all. Furthermore, no matter how much Shenlin thought about it, he couldn't figure out who the easiest target was. Only at the very end did he focus his attention on Lin Fei. After all, among the group, she was the only outsider, and Shenlin couldn't figure out who Lin Fei really was, but she was probably raised to be that way from a young age. However, this time her identity was completely exposed. This method is very likely the work of a cult. After all, only cults would raise a person like this from childhood. And Shenlin, Xu Xiao and Ling Xianxiu were both pleasantly surprised when they saw him, as was Meng Chongyin. Lin Fei almost succeeded, but fortunately Shenlin intervened in time and interrupted her attack. Does anyone know anything about this guy's family situation? And Shenlin asked, pointing to Lin Fei, who was lying on the ground crying. I don't know her. I've never seen her before. I probably only saw her after we were assigned to different classes. Xu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu shook their heads in unison. Meng Chongyin had no way of knowing that she was a transfer student. It seems we won't be able to find out anything, and Shenlin murmured softly. However, he soon noticed that Lin Fei, who had been moving just moments before, had suddenly become motionless. His heart tightened, and he hurried over to check on Lin Fei's condition. Lin Fei absolutely cannot die now. If she dies, the subsequent investigation will be cut off. Unfortunately, Lin Fei still died, foaming at the mouth, clearly from poisoning. It seems she had already hidden poison before the mission, and if the mission failed, she would simply take the poison and commit suicide. My skills are too shallow. I didn't even check whether there was any poison on my body. And Shenlin, Meng Chongyin walked to his side, her gaze falling on Lin Fei, and hesitated for a moment. He's dead. He died in a premeditated manner. Don't think too much about it. She came here to assassinate you. Even if she hadn't died, she would probably have spent the rest of her life in prison. And Shenlin said calmly, showing no emotion at Lin Fei's death. If you die, you die. Why worry so much when facing the enemy? That's true. Meng Chongyin nodded. She disguised herself well, but her appearance was too sudden. It was clearly premeditated, and Shenlin analyzed. Meng Chongyin responded softly. However, Meng Chongyin felt a sense of crisis surge in her heart again. Just as she was about to teleport away, she saw Shenlin blocking her way. Imitation execution. And Shenlin waved his hand, and a slash cut through the air. With a crisp sound, a large caliber bullet, split in two, fell to the ground. Sniper rifle. And Shenlin's heart tightened, and he immediately raised his hand to press Meng Chongqing's head down. Another sniper bullet followed closely behind, flying right over Meng Chongqing's head, and Shenlin pulled Meng Chongqing into his arms, protecting her head with his hands, while simultaneously unleashing two consecutive slashes with his right hand. Two crisp sounds rang out on the ground, and two bullets fell to the ground. Final imaginary number evolution, simulation, pseudospace slash. And Shenlin suddenly unleashed two slashes. These two invisible slashes, imbued with spatial power, were extremely well hidden, catching the snipers on both sides completely off guard. Asterisk, pft, pft, asterisk. In the distance, from two undamaged houses, the heads of two snipers flew off, and Shenlin took care of both snipers just like that. Huff, and Shenlin gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. Simulation is still somewhat difficult to use. It cannot completely simulate attacks and still needs the assistance of spatial energy. I'm sorry, I used some of the energy from the spatial crystal. Luckily, the spatial crystal was somewhat damaged. He sighed silently in his heart. Although Shenlin possesses abilities and attack methods, they are all developed and explored by himself. Only he himself knows the limitations of his attack power and range. However, simulation is not designed specifically for attacks. It can only mimic some attack methods. The only attacks he can simulate now are slashes similar to Fu Yanhai Swan and spatial slashes that Meng Chongqing imitated after using them extensively. The slash of Fu Yanhai Swan is actually an improvement on the spatial slash. It can be said that the attacks he created through simulation were neither high level nor low level. Unlike a true spatial slash, the spatial slash does not consume as much stamina as the slash of Fu Yanhai Swan, but it is more practical. These enemies eventually showed themselves. First it was Lin Fei, then the sniper. However, given the urgency of the situation, and Shenlin had no choice but to decisively kill the two snipers. Lin Fei also lost her life as a result, and the trail ended there. There was no other choice. If Shenlin didn't make a move, Meng Chongqing would definitely be the one to die. Phew, we're finally safe. And Shenlin breathed a sigh of relief and then released his hand from protecting Meng Chongqing's head. Just then, Meng Chongqing's beautiful blue eyes were fixed on Shenlin. What's wrong? And Shenlin's heart tightened, and he became somewhat nervous. And Shenlin, have we been discovered? Just now, there was a spatial fluctuation. The attack you just used was a spatial slash. No, it's just a mimicry of a spatial slash. It doesn't directly utilize spatial energy for attack. While it lacks the powerful attack strength of a true spatial slash, it possesses extremely high speed and a wide range. Meng Chongqing quickly analyzed Shenlin's moves in her mind, making a judgment in less than a second, and then looked at him and asked, "How did you do that?" She didn't notice anything unusual when Shenlin was holding her. After all, Shenlin possesses the ability to measure strength, so it's not surprising that he can pinpoint the source of the attack in the shortest amount of time. But after his last two attacks, Meng Chongqing clearly sensed that the attacks contained a faint spatial energy. This spatial energy is very weak, as if it is attached to something. Almost instantly, she realized that the energy was attached to the invisible slash that Shenlin had used to attack and block bullets. Spatial energy was incorporated into the slash, causing the attack's range and speed to exceed expectations. Although it doesn't ignore numerous defenses like a spatial slash, this is a fake spatial slash. However, that's enough. Combined with Shenlin's spatial abilities, as long as the enemy's location is discovered, the two pseudospace slashes will almost certainly hit. The power of its force lies in the fact that it makes it difficult for people to avoid its attacks. Without a doubt, the move Shenlin just used was a pseudospace slash. As for being attacked by firearms, she wasn't worried because she had special protective gear. The previous attacks hadn't made her too nervous either. It was just that Shenlin reacted faster. She originally wanted to remind Shenlin, but if she told him, she probably wouldn't see him use this move anymore. But how exactly did Shenlin manage to do that? The space slash is something that cannot be performed without spatial energy, and even those who possess spatial abilities may not be able to develop it. Because she possesses void-level spatial abilities, her basic skills include a weakened version of spatial slash, which, although smaller in range and attack power, is extremely fast. And Shenlin is just a user of limited abilities, so how could he possibly use a spatial slash? Can I not say? And Shenlin knew what Meng Chongqing wanted to ask, scratched his head, and said with a smile, "To be honest, there's not much to say. I can't exactly admit that I figured it out by imitating Chongqing's attacks, can I?" Moreover, he not only studied Meng Chongqing's attacks, but also analyzed and learned Chu Xiao and Lin Xianqiu's moves. However, Chu Xiao's devour ability is different from ordinary devouring. Unless someone possesses the same ability as him, they cannot use it. Lin Xianqiu's attacks are similar to Meng Chongqing's. They cannot be unleashed without additional energy support. This time, with the help of the space crystal's energy, Shenlin was able to unleash this attack. If it weren't for the space crystal, he would have had to use other methods to get Meng Chongqing out of danger. Besides, once he reveals it, Meng Chongqing will understand his abilities better, and he won't be able to slack off during training. Weighing the pros and cons, it's best to remain silent. Meng Chongyin stared at Shenlin, her gaze making him feel uneasy. I understand. Let's face the upcoming attacks together, Meng Chongyin said, then turned around. Phew, it's best to just get away with it. And Shenlin breathed a sigh of relief and found a safe place to rest. But he didn't notice that Meng Chongyin's ears were bright red, even though he had his back to him. A blush rose to her face, and she turned away to hide her appearance. She gently placed her hands on her chest, her heart pounding like a drum. I was perfectly calm just now, so why am I so upset now? How did Shenlin protect her before? He picked her up and pressed her head against his chest. Although that moment lasted only a few seconds, it made Meng Chongyin's heart beat faster. This was the first time she had ever been in such close contact with a man outside of training. Meng Chongyin, are you alright? The attack temporarily ceased, and Lin Qianqiu approached, asking with some concern. Oh, I'm fine, don't worry about it. Meng Chongyin was startled but quickly composed herself and responded hastily. Really? Lin Qianqiu looked at her, his eyes filled with doubt. It's nothing, I was just a little nervous because the situation was so urgent just now. Meng Chongyin explained in a low voice, emphasizing that the real reason must not be revealed. That's good. Perhaps I'm just ignorant, but I didn't expect the assassination attempt against you to be so fierce. Lin Qianqiu's gaze passed over Lin Fei's corpse, and the image of Shenlin blocking the bullet just now flashed through his mind, making his heart heavy. Meng Chongyin was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. That's competition. They think it's worth it to send 100 or even 1,000 lives to kill me. That's how void-level abilities are, and it's the same with your heaven-level abilities. It's just that because I'm here, it seems to overshadow your brilliance. She even became Shenlin's protector. If someone knew that Shenlin was a void-level ability user, then the assassination attempts against him would probably be even more intense than against her. For some reason, Meng Chongyin felt somewhat relieved that no one had revealed Shenlin's true strength. Moreover, Shenlin trusted her quite a bit and didn't seem worried that she would reveal the secret. No, it's nothing. Shenlin and I both want to thank you. Although it's a bit inappropriate to say it like this, if it weren't for you, we would probably have become targets long ago. Shenlin is alright, but as for me, in this situation, I'm afraid I would be dead by now. So, I have to thank you properly. Lin Qianqiu said sincerely. She was telling the truth. Having witnessed Meng Chongyin's numerous assassination attempts, Lin Qianqiu understood that being too capable was not necessarily a good thing. Meng Chongyin is a void-level ability user. She just happened to be near them. If Meng Chongyin is not around, then as a second choice, a heaven-level ability user will also become an assassination target. Although the attack of a heaven-level ability may not be as fierce as that of Dream's heavy sound, it is by no means an easy task for someone who is just awakened. There's nothing to thank me for, Meng responded softly with emphasis. What she really wanted to say was that she was a burden to them, and that the assassination attempt was made so fierce because of her existence. And is it really true that no one is targeting Lin Qianqiu and his group? Yes, but they were all blocked. She wasn't hurt because she was the bait. Meng Chongyin knew perfectly well that she was the bait. They specifically lure criminals from abroad, as well as hidden forces lurking in the city. The effect is remarkable. As bait, she not only attracted countless people who wanted to assassinate her, but also drew out Lin Fei, the assassin who had been trained since childhood and had been luring into Tianyi City. This was undoubtedly a success. But the only thing that wasn't taken into consideration was the feelings of the person involved. Looking at the scene where the battle was still raging and the situation had clearly tilted in one direction, Meng Chongyin felt a surge of helplessness and frustration. The sheer number of assassins who came to kill her far exceeded her expectations, despite some anticipation. Ultimately, she underestimated her own importance. And the mastermind behind all of this was Li Dao. As expected, someone who ranks third at Yenching University is no ordinary person. In terms of both strategy and strength, he is the strongest among the 6 in this battle. She appears innocent and carefree, with a very easygoing demeanor. In reality, he is the kind of expert who is rough around the edges but meticulous in his work. He cleverly used people from other universities to work for him for free. Thinking about all this, Meng Chongyin couldn't help but look at Shenlin. Suddenly, I realized that Shenlin's arrival was probably because he already knew Li Dao's intentions. That's why I came here without hesitation. And Shenlin would never easily reveal himself unless his life was in danger. And Shenlin's abilities are enough to protect her immediately. It was because of this that Shenlin came here with Li Dao. And Shenlin is indeed no ordinary person. Meng Chongyin could sense that Shenlin didn't want to stand out. But his act of protecting her just now has made him the focus of everyone's attention. And that is indeed the case. Not only did Meng Chongyin notice Shenlin's strength, even those engaged in battle have their eyes on Shenlin. Moreover, he is a high-level user of superpowers. Such a person had already attracted their attention. TSK. Little Rin is really impressive. This kind of subtle showing off is the most deadly. If I didn't know you were here to take the school entrance exam, I would have already declared my sovereignty. Li Dao thought to herself, but her eyes were fixed on Shenlin's performance. No one expected Shenlin to strike at such precise timing, making everyone's heart race. Now it's impossible not to notice. But this guy, he's really good at hiding his talents. I wonder how many secrets he still has that haven't been discovered. Li Dao sighed inwardly. It's likely that only Meng Qiumin and Li Dao know that Shenlin is hiding his true abilities. However, at this moment, Shenlin was almost driven crazy by Chu Xiao. Olden, was that all the attack you just did? Can you do it again? Olden, was someone sniping at you just now? How did you find out? Olden, how did you kill that sniper? Can you teach me? Olden. And Shenlin looked utterly helpless, clutching his head and cursing inwardly. Someone please shut this parrot's mouth. It's so annoying. I thought that after saving Meng Qiumin, everything would be fine. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiao came over and started asking questions incessantly, and Shenlin's head was about to explode from Chu Xiao's nagging. But they had absolutely no way to deal with Chu Xiao. Help! I'm being driven crazy by this noise. And Shenlin pretended not to want to talk to him. But Chu Xiao didn't take him seriously at all, and continued to ask questions and chat with him. Even though Shenlin didn't reply to a word, and even covered his ears, Chu Xiao's mouth still couldn't stop. And Shenlin really wanted to pry open Chu Xiao's mouth to see if there really was a speaker inside, or the kind that keeps playing on a loop. Moreover, the intense fighting around him did not affect Chu Xiao's speech at all. On the contrary, he became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. Heavens above, let me go deaf. The battle lasted a full 20 minutes before it was completely over. For Li Dao and other students from the 6 universities, dealing with these people is not actually difficult. It was within their expectations that the matter would be resolved in 20 minutes. Of the 6, Li Dao, who was attacked by 2 boundary river-level beings together, only had a few minor injuries. The other 4 people, besides Bai Yan, had similar injuries, mainly due to the significant depletion of their spiritual energy. As for Bai Yan, this tough guy, despite being covered in blood, in fact, most of the blood wasn't his own. He had many wounds, but they were just ordinary abrasions to him. After all, his physical strength was the highest among the 6. Most of the attackers were not killed, but were maimed or knocked unconscious. Because they are more valuable when they are alive, and useless when they are dead, Li Dao even plans to exchange these people for money. Ha ha ha, you guys are no good either. I took on 2 of them by myself in just 19 minutes, and you guys are even slower than me. The 6 people gathered together, and Li Dao began to mock the others. Despite having the highest combat intensity, he was also the one who ended the battle the fastest. As expected of the 3rd-ranked student from Peking University, their combat strength is indeed formidable, Qin Siyuan said with a smile. TCH, it's just that we ran into 2 weak opponents. What's there to be proud of? Lin Yuntang retorted. In fact, he could have ended the battle much earlier, but he was just playing around with his opponent and stalling for time, which is why he was slower than Li Dao. What? Why don't you come and spar with me, and I'll beat you to a pulp? Li Dao was furious. How dare Xiao Kalami question him? He really didn't know what was good for him. Lin Yuntang remained silent. It must be admitted that Li Dao's strength is indeed remarkable. For any one of them, defeating 2 opponents at the boundary river level within 19 minutes would be quite difficult. Let's not talk about that now, Li Dao. You need to explain yourself clearly. When did you start plotting against us? Lang Junin asked, staring at Li Dao with a smile. They're not fools. This kind of intense battle is far more complex than a simple assassination. From the moment the mission was announced. Otherwise, why would I have asked for those people's bounties in the first place? Li Dao confessed without batting an eye. When he saw the mission, he realized that it contained huge profits, so he began to secretly plan it. As long as the participants have enough money, Li Dao's plan can be implemented smoothly. If they're short of money, then they can only allocate some of it. Impressive, consider this all we did for you for free. Ouyang Ran said with a cold face, clapping her hands. It's natural to feel bad when you're being used. Working for free? No way, Li Dao, you have to give me some money. Bai Yan shouted excitedly. Get out of my way. How can you share my money? Believe me or not, I'll beat you to death. Li Dao shouted while laughing. The others were actually resentful, but they could only swallow their anger. What else can we do? If you feel you've been used, go and settle scores with Li Dao. Do you really think you're stupid? If you could beat him, you would have done it already. If you can't, why bring up settling scores? You got beaten black and blue, and you're still trying to settle scores? They're not idiots. They know that if they can't win, they should avoid the enemy's strength and would never be foolish enough to go up and get beaten. Geniuses and prodigies all have their own arrogance, but only Bai Yan and Li Dao are shameless to the extreme. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Look, isn't your target over there? Go chat with her, maybe you can make her fall in love at first sight. Li Dao said with a smile, looking at Meng Qiumin who was chatting with Lin Xianxiu. Forget it, you've already used me so much I'm not really interested anymore. Besides, now is definitely not a good time to strike up a conversation, Lung Junin said, shaking her head. Now is not the time to try to win someone's favor. Doing so now would only backfire. Besides, we still have time. We can take it slow and there's no rush, Ouyang Ran said. As a man who has experienced countless romantic battles battles. He is very clear about the current situation. Ultimately, nobody wants to do anything at this time. After all, flirting now would be a bit of a mood killer. Aren't you rested enough? Meng Chongyin walked up to Shenlin, looking at his exhausted appearance, and asked with concern, "How can I get any rest with someone who's like a loudspeaker next to me?" And Shenlin said helplessly, glancing at Xu Xiao, but said nothing more. Xu Xiao scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly twice. Lin Qianqiu then blamed Xu Xiao. Suddenly, Shenlin noticed that Li Dao's lips moved slightly, as if he was saying something. Immediately afterwards, his expression changed, and he rushed towards Meng Chongyin, raising his hand towards Xu Xiao and Lin Qianqiu. Mox is Xu Yin Kongaijian. Xu Xiao and Lin Qianqiu were sent flying, and Shenlin then pulled Meng Chongyin and quickly ran to the side. After the group separated by more than 10 meters, a flash of fire suddenly appeared in the sky, and a long spear burning with flames landed where they had just been. The ground cracked, and a pillar of flame tens of meters high rose into the air. The shockwave carried flames outwards. Xu Xiao reacted quickly, helping Lin Qianqiu up and moving her to the side, but he was still thrown several meters by the shockwave. Xu Xiao suffered a minor injury, but fortunately Lin Qianqiu was protected by him, otherwise it would have been even more dangerous. And Shenlin immediately activated his force field. His force field, activated while he was in a semi-dormant state, directly blocked the incoming impact and flames, and repelled them to both sides. After the flames dissipated, and Shenlin's defensive force field also disappeared. "Just the aftershocks have already exhausted me." And Shenlin gasped for breath, struggling to stay upright. The attack just now had exceeded his limit. His physical strength was completely drained, his spiritual energy was gone, and he was utterly exhausted. After the flaming spear fell, hundreds of people dressed entirely in black suddenly emerged from all directions, their clothing and equipment being eerily uniform. The big fish has finally appeared. Li Dao gripped his slender sword tightly upon seeing this, but his expression remained calm. "Are these people from the Black Spirit cult? Li Dao, you've got some nerve, daring to trick us like this?" Bai Yan glared at Li Dao, his face grim. "This is the real problem we need to face. How about that? Exciting, right?" Li Dao responded loudly. "Screw you, Li Dao, you've really screwed me over." And Shenlin roared in the direction of Li Dao. Sure enough, the cult has really arrived. The Black Spirit cult is a cult that emerged in the early 21st century. It is spread all over the world and is one of the major cults. Their deity Mahakala is associated with the tenfold world. The Black Spirit cult firmly believes that the world should accept Mahakala and become a part of it. So what exactly is the Great Black Heaven? It is a prism world of only darkness. Once you enter it, you lose your sense of time, direction, and space, and eventually lose yourself. Of all those who have entered Mahakala, only one has returned successfully, but he has become a vegetable. However, the Black Spirit cult believes that one can gain eternal life by assimilating with Mahakala. Ultimately, the Black Spirit cult is a cult that exists for the purpose of achieving immortality. They worship Mahakala because they believe that the eternal and visible night in the prism world is most closely connected to Mahakala and is the most powerful prism. Believing in it will grant them eternal life. To be honest, people who try to achieve immortality through external means are definitely not mentally sound. A person wearing a blue cloak slowly descended from the sky, retrieved his spear from the ground, and landed on a dilapidated building. In the shadows, he slightly opened his mouth, and the other men in black also opened their mouths and began chanting incantations. Daytime betrays darkness, piercing the sky with its light, and letting evil descend upon the daytime. The moon betrayed the darkness, hanging in the sky like a celestial disk, making the night seem ridiculous. The starry sky betrayed the darkness, revealing faint starlight in the darkness and making the night sky appear. Humanity betrayed the darkness, illuminating the world with the light of cities, causing the silent heavens and earth to radiate the light of sin. We believe in Horazm and offer our all. If darkness were to blind me, I would plunge the world into endless darkness. If darkness takes my life, I will turn the world into a sea of blood. If heaven and earth decree that I shall destroy all, I shall use this life to guide the supreme Mahakala. Now we will eliminate all those who stand in our way. We appear here to bring death to future sinners. At the same time, all the men in black produced a jet black long sword, its blade seemingly blending into the darkness. Li Dao, don't tell me you provoked them and don't have a better solution. Ouyang Ran looked at the well-organized Black Spirit cult team, cold sweat beating on his forehead, and asked in a low voice, "Who is he?" And Shenlin stared at the person in front of him for a long time before asking in a low voice, "This Black Spirit cult is truly sinister. Everyone is perfectly synchronized, like a well-trained army. Unity is their greatest characteristic." Hundreds of Black Spirit cult members gathered, along with a blue-robed deacon of unknown strength. No matter how you looked at it, these people who had just fought were no match for them. "Impossible, we didn't intend to confront them head-on, but I didn't expect the Dark Spirit cult to actually come. So many people, and there's one in blue robes. Could he be a high-ranking member of the Black Spirit cult in Tianyi City?" Li Dao said nervously. Although he knew there wouldn't be any major danger, he was still uneasy. "Sinner Meng Chongyin, Sinner in Shenlin, Sinner Lin Qianqiu, you, accept our judgment." amazement. The man in the blue robe pointed his spear at the three men, his voice indifferent. He seemed to be a judge. The blue-robed deacon is at least a river-level out-of-order individual within the Black Spirit cult and may even reach the sea level. As for the black-robed members, their strengths varied, roughly at the mist level or spirit dust level. Although the strength of the heretics and the cult varies, their numbers are simply too large. There were over 100 people, and even if each of them had 3 heads and 6 arms, they wouldn't be able to defeat this crowd. Not to mention, they also have to protect Meng Chongyin and the others. The previous battles could be spread out, so they can be ignored for the time being, but they had no way to deal with the surging crowd. Meng Chongyin pulled in Shenlin along, and Chu Xiao led Lin Qianxiu. The 4 of them walked to Li Dao and his 6-person team, staring at the blue-robed man in horror. Li Dao, damn it, why weren't you told about this place beforehand? Supported by Meng Chongyin, and Shenlin stood behind Li Dao and began to curse. Li Dao could only give an awkward smile. This time, we really screwed them over. What should we do now? Meng Chongyin gripped in Shenlin's arm tightly, so tightly that Shenlin couldn't help but grimace. How come this guy has such a strong grip? What can we do? We don't need to do anything, Li Dao said nonchalantly. Their mission is complete. What happens next is none of their business. What do you mean? Meng Chongyin looked puzzled. Before he could finish speaking, a streak of light rushed from afar, heading straight for the blue-robed deacon. Immediately, a burst of intense light erupted not far away, and the ground trembled slightly. How dare you, you cult? How dare you act so presumptuously here? A streak of light descended, knocking the blue-robed deacon, who had no time to react, off the high-rise building. A man with fiery wings on his back hovered in mid-air, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The black-clad members around them were also attacked by unknown forces. Soon, a group of people in uniform rushed out from the other side, attacking the black-clad member in pairs. The stronger men in black could barely put up a fight, while the weaker ones were instantly overwhelmed. Chow Wide, the blue-robed deacon, shouted the name in disbelief. He is one of the captains of the Tianyi City Guard, a powerful expert at the Evening Star level. But didn't the intelligence report say that the captains of Tianyi City were all on missions, and even the chief captain had returned to Beijing to report on his duties? Why is Chow Wide still here? It's your grandpa. Surprised? Unexpected? This is the big surprise your grandpa has for you. Chow Wide laughed loudly, his fists ignited with flames, and he slammed them together. The blazing flames on his arms were as hot as the sun, shooting out to both sides. Your city guards are lying to us. The blue-robed deacon immediately understood the situation. The information they went to great lengths to obtain turned out to be false intelligence. Knowing that the captains of Tianyi City were not present, they dared to take action. They also chanted their own doctrines and put on an imposing air while carrying out their actions. But they completely misjudged the situation, thinking they were the oriole unaware of the mantis, when in reality they were nothing more than the praying mantis. It's good that you know the truth. Don't worry, I will never let you escape. Chow Wide laughed as he swooped down. Upon seeing this, the blue-robed deacon turned to flee. How could he, a sky-sea level out of order, possibly be a match for a sunset level out of order? Besides, they were just carrying out a mission, not suicide bombers. Unless their hearts and brains were shattered, they had no means of suicide. Trying to run? Dream on! Chow Wei roared, instantly accelerating to catch up with the blue-robed deacon and began to beat him. The blue-robed deacon was probably regretting it at that moment. He regretted more than just believing the false information spread by the city guards. He regretted reciting some religious doctrines in order to show off and exert pressure. What kind of cult kills people in someone else's city and then recites its doctrines? They're not knights. But it's too late to regret it now. He only has 3 choices. First, they must escape at all costs, ensuring their own safety while also protecting their remaining companions in Tianyi City from being discovered. Secondly, I will die here, ending everything completely. Third, they were captured alive and forced to reveal intelligence. Even though he was a blue-robed deacon, he didn't want to die. He seeks immortality. Even if he weren't a member of the Black Spirit cult, he would still seek immortality and would never easily join another sect. Moreover, the Black Spirit cult's ideology was completely different from his own, so he had no intention of dying for any church. Only a fool would do something like that. Run! The more you run, the more excited I get. Chow Wei shouted triumphantly. Li Dao and the others looked at each other, silently cursing 10 times in their hearts. Your city's captain is quite a character. Yang Ran thought for a while before speaking. He's just a little strange, Li Dao replied somewhat embarrassedly. Are you sure? Yang Ran looked at the other city guards, whose behavior was similar to that of the captain. Hearing their villainous laughter, I suddenly felt like I had stumbled into a bandit's den. Li Dao happened to know this captain, and he couldn't help but be speechless at his villainous behavior, which was even more villainous than the villain himself. Is your city guard always like this? They seem like thugs. Meng Chongyin leaned close to Shenlin's ear and whispered a question. There is a team in Tianyi City that was originally part of the military and was previously responsible for border expansion. Because of the worldly affairs, all communication equipment failed and they lost their way in the no man's land. As a result, he accidentally wandered into another country. With no other choice, he had to live in a place close to the world of mortals in order to survive. But what they did was a bit like banditry, and they were later secretly brought back. After returning, his personality changed due to the influence of the mortal world, but his previous reckless and impulsive habits remained unchanged. After suffering heavy losses, this team was assigned to the newly formed city guard of Tianyi City. These people retained their personalities, the older generation mentored the newcomers, and they rarely made any major mistakes. So this team became a bit. And Shenlin told Meng Qiumin what he knew, and to be honest, it was quite embarrassing. After all, this is a case that has caused a national sensation. Are they that borderless army? Meng Qiumin asked in surprise. And Shenlin nodded. Bubian Army is a nickname for the army that mistakenly entered another country and even became kings of the mountains. Although the world hinders communication, there are still boundaries between cities. They stubbornly ignored it and crossed the border, which led to everything that followed. What exactly did you do? That area was the habitat of special spiritual plants from a small country, and they had almost completely dug them up. When small countries sent people to capture them, they hid in the world of mortals. They were secretly brought back to China only after they were discovered. This happened more than 20 years ago. This story started appearing in textbooks 5 years ago because the army brought back something quite important. However, the people in the team had bad personalities, and the originally well-behaved soldiers all turned into thugs. The same applies to the new recruits they train. Meng Qiumin never expected to see this team's city guard here. However, the higher-ups in Tianyi City back then must have regretted it. In fact, the city guard of Tianyi City has always been a major weakness. The military itself is good, but it can't handle non-terrorist attacks in cities. Lacking sufficient strength, they had no choice but to find a demobilized army to supplement their ranks, hoping to enhance their combat effectiveness. As a result, this very unique city guard team was formed. That's right, it's a truly unique city guard. If I saw this in the military, I wouldn't be surprised, but seeing it in the city guard, what are the higher-ups in Tianyi City thinking? Meng Qiumin was somewhat puzzled, and Shenlin rolled his eyes. How would I know? Maybe my brain short-circuited. However, putting everything else aside, this city guard is quite formidable in combat. Formerly an army, its members worked together seamlessly. Although no longer in the military, they still maintained the demeanor of soldiers. The battle was over in less than 10 minutes. Of the more than 100 people, more than 20 were killed, and the blue-robed deacon was knocked unconscious by Chao Wei's punch. Great! Li Dao, next time something like this happens, don't forget to call me, Chao Wei said cheerfully, carrying the blue-robed steward. Definitely next time. It's been a pleasure working with you. Li Dao's smile stretched almost to her ears. These cult members, although he could only receive 1/5 of the bounty, but with more than 100 people and a deacon in a blue robe, the total bounty alone must be no less than 1 million. No wonder some people are so keen on being bounty hunters. It turns out it's such a lucrative profession. Just as Li Dao was feeling smug, a kick came from behind. Without a doubt, it was In Shenlin. What's wrong? What do you want to do? Li Dao turned to look at In Shenlin and asked, give me 300,000, or I won't go with you next time. And Shenlin said breathlessly, he has not fully recovered yet. Upon hearing this, Li Dao exclaimed, this won't do. And Shenlin's abilities aren't particularly powerful, but they are extremely important. Even if In Shenlin were to sell himself as a mercenary, there would be plenty of people eager to hire him. He and In Shenlin were friends, so naturally he would share some with him. Of course, I'll give you 300,000 later. Li Dao did a rough calculation. 6 river-level ability users, none of whom were wanted, had a bounty of at least 500,000, totaling 2 million. However, 2 of them died, and their bodies were not included in the bounty. Other year fog-level bounties are at least over 1 million. Cult members aren't worth that much. Because they are targets for assassinating the nation's future pillars, the greater their abilities, the higher the bounty. Meng Qiumin possesses a void-level ability, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to obtain so much money. Without such a large reward, Li Dao wouldn't even consider making money from Meng Qiumin. The bounty is only given in this situation. If Meng Qiumin grows stronger in the future, there will be no bounty for catching people in similar situations. The cult's more than 100 members, plus that blue-robed deacon, would have a bounty of about 10 million, so 1/5 of that would be 2 million. He earned a whopping 5 million from this trip, plus the mission rewards. He'll get a bonus afterward. This is a huge profit. Brother Li Dao, you see, even if I didn't do anything special, I still put in a lot of effort, right? Xu Xiao shamelessly approached, originally hoping to grab a cheap bargain while things were in disarray, but he was simply not capable enough to get involved. Although he used the aftermath of the battle to boost his strength a bit with Devour, he still couldn't participate in the fight. It's good enough if there's any gain. After all, these people's attack power far exceeds that of Meng Qiumin and Lin Xianxiu. It absorbs quickly and provides rapid boosts, but unfortunately, you get saturated very quickly. We need to discuss this properly with you. Li Dao put her arm around Xu Zhao's shoulder and pulled him aside to whisper to him. Li Dao, I want one too. Bai Yan retorted, as he was also dirt poor. Get out of here. Li Dao kicked Bai Yan away and continued whispering to Chu Xiao. He won't lead Chu Xiao astray, will he? Lin Qianqiu whispered to Shenlin. And Shenlin and Meng Qiunin? When has Chu Xiao ever been any better? The two asked in unison. That seems to be true. Lin Qianqiu thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. This scene was quite awkward. But then again, after this operation, there shouldn't be any more assassinations of Meng Qiunin, right? Lin Qianqiu asked. It's not that they can't anymore, it's just that the assassins have changed. There will be a period of quiet afterward, and the assassin who tries to kill Meng Qiunin will not be someone of this level of strength. This is also our task as temporary bodyguards, Ouyang Ran said with a smile as she walked over to Meng Qiunin. I almost forgot you were my temporary bodyguards, Meng Qiunin said somewhat awkwardly. To be honest, she didn't want these bodyguards. She felt that none of these people were easy to approach, except for Li Dao, who was more down to earth. Bai Yan exudes the air of a soldier. Lin Yuntong's face was full of arrogance. Lang Junan had a sly smile on her face. She didn't look like a good person. Lang Junan? Qin Siyuan was taciturn. Ouyang Ran's flamboyant attire made her rather unlikable. Only Li Dao, who was obsessed with money and even swindled in Shenlin, suited her taste better. More accurately, Li Dao is the closest to her. Meng Qiunin admires people like Li Dao who break through the limitations of their ability level and become strong through their own efforts. She admired Li Dao's fighting spirit. You're Meng Qiunin's bodyguards, are you going to stay by her side forever? Lin Qianqiu noticed the blind spot. Yes, Ouyang Ran replied with a smile. This smile made the three people next to her feel a tickle in their hearts, and they couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Meng Qiunin suddenly jolted and hurriedly said, No, and Shenlin, do you have any spare rooms? I need to stay for a few days. And Shenlin looked confused. Don't be so desperate. Isn't Lin Qianqiu here? What are you doing at my house? Yes, you can come to my house. Lin Qianqiu looked at Meng Qiunin with a puzzled expression. Meng Qiunin's expression was firm. No, I can't let Lin Qianqiu be implicated. If any further trouble arises, living with Lin Qianqiu will definitely implicate her. And Shenlin was completely confused. You mean you can just grab me and do whatever you want with me? Lin Qianqiu suddenly realized that if they were to be assassinated again, it would be best not to damage anything. But looking around, thump thump, a complete ruin. Well, obviously this is not a good sign. Meng Qiunin looked at Shenlin and nodded with great certainty. And Shenlin couldn't help but feel a little tired. The city guards arrived quickly and left just as quickly. After tidying up the scene, they left immediately. As for these ruins, they can't care about them. They don't concern themselves with the black market. The rebuilding of this ruin is the responsibility of the black market administrators. In this gray area, at most the higher-ups will just pay some money and that's it. This is the downside of the black market. Taxes still have to be paid, but you have to bear the consequences yourself if something goes wrong. So being a manager of the black market is really tough. Li Dao and the others also went back. However, since they were tasked with protecting Meng Qiunin, they did not stray too far from her when they parted ways. And Shenlin also went back, but he was helped back by someone. Because of excessive consumption of spiritual energy, physical strength is also overdrawn, making it difficult to move. So Chu Xiao helped him home. After returning home, and Shenlin sent Chu Xiao away, who wanted to come in again. After being busy for half a day, he could finally sit down and rest. Anqing is not at home. He's probably out rescuing people again. As a healer, her daily routine consists of traveling around as a doctor. I never want to go out with them again. And Shenlin sat on the sofa and roared to the sky. Going out with Meng Qiunin and the others once left me completely exhausted. My heart was pounding with anxiety, and I almost lost my life. After resting on the sofa for a while, and Shenlin got up, took a shower, and ate something simple. Then I went back to my room to prepare for sleep. As soon as he entered the room, his gaze fell on the purple book on the table. The prophecies in the book were indeed correct, although they were only general and not specific. But without me and Chu Xiao, Meng Qiunin would definitely have been injured during this mission. However, I forgot to give the space crystal to Meng Qiunin. Furthermore, the order seems different, so this doesn't appear to be a book of prophecy at all. And Shenlin thought to himself. Yes, he noticed the changes in Chu Xiao. While Li Dao and the others were fighting, Chu Xiao shuttled back and forth, absorbing the energy left over from their battle. Several times, just as the energy was about to fall on Meng Qiunin, it was absorbed by Chu Xiao. If Shenlin hadn't been there, Meng Qiunin would have been killed by Lin Fei long ago. The sentence in the book, "They were stopped with the help of Xiao and Lin," is accurate. However, the previous statement, "Yin obtained the space crystal," is incorrect, because the space crystal is still with him. Nothing happened afterward. If it refers to the end of the battle, then nothing really happened. But if it refers to after the first assassination attempt, that's incorrect. In short, the prophecies in this book do not accurately describe this period. Thinking about all this, and Shenlin picked up the book and flipped through it carefully, but he was stunned when he saw a sentence. The sentence "sound obtained the space crystal" in the book has been crossed out. Although it remains on the book, it is clearly telling him that this did not happen. Wow, it's updated in real time? That's high-end stuff. I just don't know know who got you involved with this book. And Shenlin was silent for a moment, then smiled and said he didn't actually know the origin of the book, but since it ended up in his hands, and even if he lost it, the book would still return to his drawer. This shows that he simply can't get rid of this book. No, there might be a way, but it's definitely not something he can do right now. Sigh, I feel like I'm destined to encounter all sorts of bad luck. And Shenlin sighed helplessly and closed the book. Just as he was about to lie down and go to sleep, the doorbell suddenly rang. Damn it, it must be that brat Li Dao. And Shenlin muttered, not wanting to get up at all. But the person outside didn't seem to be giving up, ringing the doorbell several times in a row, eventually annoying in Shenlin. Li Dao, I'm going to. Ha, Meng Chongyin? He was about to open the door when he saw Meng Chongyin standing outside with a small school bag on her back. Did I disturb you? Meng Chongyin tilted her head and asked in Shenlin. No, wait a minute. And Shenlin rubbed his eyes and then closed the door. Meng Chongyin looked confused. What's going on? Did he see it wrong? After a while, and Shenlin opened the door again, and sure enough, Meng Chongyin was still standing there. He wasn't seeing things. Now you should believe I'm really here, right? Meng Chongyin said. No way? You're really serious? I thought you were just saying that. And Shenlin exclaimed. He originally thought that Meng Chongyin's previous words were just casual remarks, but he didn't expect that she would come directly to his door without sending a single message. This clearly shows they knew he wouldn't agree, so they struck first. Of course, it's not safe for her to stay at Lin Xianxiu's house. Xu Xiao is an orphan, so I shouldn't bother him. So after thinking it over carefully, I decided that coming to you is the more reliable option. They probably never imagined I'd be living in a guy's house. Meng Chongyin stood at the door, her clear and captivating eyes fixed on Shenlin. You really don't give me any privacy at all. Never mind. Whatever makes you happy. I'm going to sleep. You can use the empty room next to mine. Or you can just find any room to sleep in. And Shenlin scratched his head helplessly and had no choice but to compromise. Since she's already here, we can't just let her leave, can we? It would be troublesome if something happened on the way. Thank you. Meng Chongyin smiled and walked into Shenlin's house. And Shenlin looked at her, then gazed at the moonless and starless night sky outside. How fitting, this gloomy mood is just like this dim sky. Sigh, what did I do to deserve this? He sighed helplessly and closed the door. To be honest, and Shenlin never expected Meng Chongyin to be so persistent. Meng Chongyin looked at him, then suddenly smiled and said, alright, I'll pay for your accommodation. You won't stay for free. And Shenlin sighed softly, thinking that this wasn't really about the accommodation fee. But thank you anyway. Although you were reluctant, you still let me stay at your house for the time being. But you wouldn't have any improper thoughts about me, would you? Meng Chongyin suddenly changed her tone and asked him with a smile. And Shenlin looked directly at her, his eyes clear and bright. Meng Chongyin felt somewhat bored, sighed, and said, I know you're not that kind of person, you don't look like it, but I don't understand why my dad told me to stay away from you and not to get close to your dad. I met your dad this morning too, and I really don't understand why my dad said that. When Shenlin heard Meng Chongyin mention his father, and Xinglu, his expression changed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. By the way, isn't your dad here? Since I'm here, I should say hello to your family, since I'm here uninvited. Meng Chongyin looked around and asked curiously. He's not home, and I think I know pretty much why your dad hates him. And Shenlin walked into the living room, poured a glass of water from the kettle on the coffee table, and handed it to Meng Chongyin. I was just saying it casually. Meng Chongyin was stunned for a moment, but seeing the cold look on Shenlin's face, she shut her mouth. She walked over and sat down on the sofa. And Shenlin handed over the water and calmly said, my father was indeed not a good person. He was a mind control user, a healing type anomaly. I have no idea about his ability level or strength, but I know what he did in the past. He was a member of the warband, probably when your father first formed the warband. Your father probably didn't tell you that their warband had faced a major crisis. 2/3 of the members were seriously injured. However, my father did not provide treatment, which resulted in half of the seriously injured dying, and the other half choosing to retire due to their injuries being difficult to heal. Xu Xiao's parents were among those who sacrificed their lives back then, and my mother was also a victim of that incident. Not long after my mother passed away, he brought me to Tianyi City. Oh, right, there's another reason he came here, because there's an illegitimate daughter here who's about my age, but born a month after me. Your father hates my father, probably because of this. I didn't like him either, but for some reason, I went back to the place I used to live. So, after hearing all this, what are your thoughts? And Shenlin sat on the sofa, looking at Meng Chongyin calmly, as if this was not a big deal. Meng Chongyin remained silent. She never imagined that there was such a conflict between her father and her father. It's fate that all four of their parents lived together. But for Shenlin, this was a tragic fate, because his father's actions were infuriating. Many people died because of him, including his mother. That seemingly kind and approachable person turned out to be that kind of person. Why is this happening? However, Meng Chongyin did not distance herself from Shenlin because he was telling her about the past. After all, that was his father, not him. Having spent so much time with Shenlin, Lin, she naturally understands what kind of person he is. What she really wanted to know was, did Chu Xiao and Lin Xianqiu know about this? Do they know? Meng Chongyin asked in a low voice. I know, I told them when I met them in high school. And Shenlin's tone remained calm. Meng Chongyin was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. And Shenlin gave a helpless, bitter smile. Do you think I would hide these things from them? I'm too lazy to go through that kind of trouble. Escapism and regret are already torturous enough. I don't want these things to keep bothering me. So not long after the start of the semester, I told Chu Xiao and Lin Xianqiu. And then? Meng Chongyin asked curiously. He beat me up, and Shenlin said calmly. Ah, no, that's more like it. But, Meng Chongyin was somewhat puzzled. But why are you all still able to play so well together? And Shenlin smiled helplessly. That's because of Chu Xiao. He's not a vengeful person. After thinking about it for the entire class period, he decided that it was something my father had done, and since I had confessed, he wouldn't pursue the matter further. However, he simply didn't pursue the matter with me. After learning the cause of his parents' deaths, he still wanted to personally investigate the truth. He said, once I find out the truth, if it's still related to your father, I'll beat you up again. That's just the kind of person he is, very impulsive. Looking at Shenlin's helpless expression, Meng Chongyin imagined the scene of him being beaten by Chu Xiao and then dragged away by Lin Xianqiu to apologize. And Shenlin has a good personality. The fact that he can talk about these things shows that he's different from others. Chu Xiao has a good personality. If it were anyone else, they probably would have beaten Shenlin to a pulp long ago. However, Chu Xiao felt that Shenlin telling him the truth had given him an opportunity to investigate. Even if Shenlin admitted it, he would choose to find out the truth himself. It wasn't that he didn't trust Shenlin, but he felt there was no need to put all the blame on her. Even if it is confirmed that what Shenlin said is true, Chu Xiao probably will not harm her. Would he act this way if it weren't for your personality? It's because you told him that he became like this. Even now, even if you say all this, I won't consider you an enemy. We've spent so much time together, so I naturally know what kind of person you are. But thank you anyway for letting me know some things I didn't know before, Meng Chongyin said with a smile. She did not distance herself from Shenlin after learning about the past. After chatting briefly with Meng Chongyin, Shenlin went to rest. It's already past midnight. If I don't go to sleep now, I won't have any time left. Meng Chongyin simply tidied up the room that Shenlin had mentioned. After all, he had come here without any reason, and seeing that Shenlin was already very tired, he naturally couldn't cause him any more trouble. However, some people were not so happy. The four people who were being mocked by Li Dao and Bai Yan were the ones who were unhappy. This is hilarious. You haven't even had any relationship with her yet, and she's already ostracizing you in this way. Ha ha ha, how pathetic. He even dared to dream of climbing up to a void level expert. In the end, he can only be a bodyguard. Li Dao witnessed the entire scene of Meng Chongyin entering Shenlin's house. After Meng Chongyin entered the room, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bai Yan shared the same attitude. After all, he was forced to come here. The others looked rather grim, realizing that Meng Chongyin genuinely disliked them. In Meng Chongyin's eyes, they weren't even bodyguards. He's just someone who willingly becomes a sycophant. Li Dao, have you finished laughing? Believe me, or I'll tear your mouth off. Ouyang Ran couldn't help but roar, pointing directly at Li Dao. No way. I haven't finished laughing yet. Ha ha ha, you bunch of idiots. Why can't she just be a bodyguard? Do you really think Meng Xianjun would give his precious daughter away to someone else? That's incredibly stupid. Meng Xianjun isn't one of your families. There's absolutely no need to solidify their position through marriage. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Li Dao continued to mock, completely disregarding Ouyang Ran's threats. With power in hand, no one can stop you from mocking others however you want. Of these 6 people, only Li Dao and Bai Yan are from commoner backgrounds. The others all have family connections. The family provides a lot of resources. However, they are not from a prominent family, otherwise they wouldn't have sent them to curry favor with Meng Chongyin. But they were currying favor with the wrong person. Meng Chongyin is Meng Qianjuan's daughter, not one of those families, so why would she need a marriage alliance? If it weren't for orders from above, Meng Qianjun would never have issued this task. How did you know? He can send people himself. Li Dao, watch your mouth. But to be honest, we originally chose the wrong direction. I'll treat this trip as a lesson learned. I'm still a little envious of you. You don't have your future arranged by your family. You are free to choose who you love to marry. Leng Junin said with a wry smile that although they were not simps, they were more like them than simps, and they came here just to try their luck. The main reason they came was that they didn't want their lives to be controlled by their families. Despite their seemingly glamorous life, they actually didn't have much autonomy at home. Even if there aren't many, unless one leaves the family and ventures out on their own. Unless he achieves outstanding results at school like Ouyang Ran, but even that requires maintaining his form. He won't have that freedom once something goes wrong. Ouyang Ran came here of her own volition, and she genuinely wanted to get in touch with Meng Chongyin. As for the others, they each had their own reasons, more or less. Among them, Li Dao and Bai Yan are free agents. Li Dao faces the least pressure. Bai Yan is a soldier, while Li Dao is a free agent. What nonsense. The future is uncertain, yet they're spouting such sarcastic remarks. It's incredibly unlucky. I'm much more tired than you guys. Every day, the moment I open my eyes, it's all about cultivation. The moment I close my eyes, all I think about is how to make money. Without money, you can't improve your strength. Without cultivation, your strength won't keep up. Don't think I'm just playing around all day. I'm much more tired than you guys, and you still complain even though everyone else has resources to help you. Ultimately, you're just greedy for those resources, and at the same time, you feel you shouldn't work as hard as I do. Don't act so pitiful. Wait until you surpass me in strength before you say these things to me, then I'll be completely convinced. I'm leaving. You guys keep watching. I'm going back to count my money with my eyes closed. Li Dao retaliated without hesitation, then turned around gracefully and rode away on the wind. Only a few people remained, their faces filled with displeasure. This guy really doesn't hold back when he speaks. Lang Junin shook her head with a wry smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As Li Dao said, they became what they are today because they couldn't bear to part with the resources their family gave them. If they had fought as hard as Li Dao, they definitely wouldn't have his current strength. You may not like Li Dao, but there are certain things about him that are undeniably admirable, Lin Qianqiu said. What he said is really true. Bai Yan is supported by military resources. Although he still has to work hard, he is still better than that bastard Li Dao. Compared with Li Dao, we are indeed far behind, Ouyang Ran said helplessly. Although they don't like each other, they still have to admire each other for their merits. When everyone learned that the third-ranked student at Yenqing University was a Xian-level ability user, they all thought Yenqing University was doomed. Many people think this way, but none of the top 10 are easy targets. Each of them would rank in the top 5 of the other 5 universities. Li Dao has never relied on anyone, all her strength comes from her own hard work and training. He might not be any better off than us even if he were born into an environment like ours. Lin Yuntang gritted his teeth, hating Li Dao the most. Hey, Lin Yuntang, you're getting impatient. You, a heaven-level spatial ability user, are actually being driven mad by Li Dao, a profound-level elemental ability user. I see through you, you're just petty, Bai Yan said smugly. He and Lin Yuntang were like oil and water. Lin Yuntang's forehead veins bulged as he glared angrily. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth off. Come on, if you've got the guts, then come at me. Bai Yan wasn't afraid of him. Lin Yuntang was about to draw his sword. If you want to fight, go to the training ground. Fighting here will get you invited for tea. We're not Yenqing University. We don't have those privileges, Qin Siyuan said helplessly. He was really afraid that the two of them would start fighting. Well, since we've come this far, let's talk about how to deal with Li Dao's abilities. The freshman competition is in a few months, and Li Dao will definitely participate. Let's analyze this. We can still find a way to counter it when we get back, Lang Junin suggested. These people will basically all participate, some are substitutes, and some are official players. How do you analyze it? This ability is very simple. What's truly remarkable is Li Dao himself. What's the point of analyzing it? You all know Li Dao is crazy. There's no way to analyze it, Bai Yan said helplessly. That's true. Li Dao's abilities are not strong. His strength lies in himself, and his fighting style. The title Madman Li wasn't given for nothing. Yenqing University is #1 again this year, Qin Siyuan exclaimed. The 5 people sighed helplessly. Are you doing well in Tianyi City? On my phone, Meng Qianjun sent a message. Although it wasn't a phone call, his concern was still evident. It's hard for him not to worry. After all, Meng Qiumin is his only daughter. I thought that sending Meng Qiumin to Tianyi City was to help her cultivate people she could trust. Unexpectedly, Meng Qiumin awakened a void-level ability. He was well aware of the consequences of having a void-level ability. He even regretted sending Meng Qiumin to Tianyi City. If she were by his side, he could at least protect her better. Meng Qiumin is currently in Tianyi City, but his superiors are telling him not to rush into getting involved. On the surface, it is said to be for the development of geniuses, but in reality, it is just to observe what kind of geniuses they are. Is it worthwhile to focus on developing it? Is it worthwhile to expend a lot of resources to protect it? Can it truly become a strong player? These are key points that some people must see. A genius is more than just a genius. In this situation, Meng Qianjun was actually helpless. I'm fine, Dad. The college students you invited are all very capable. I wasn't hurt, and my friends are protecting me too. Meng Qiumin replied to the message. Because I'm temporarily staying at Shenlin's house, it's not very convenient to make a phone call. But these words came from the bottom of his heart. Li Dao and his group are indeed strong. Their strength is beyond that of ordinary people. In addition, their combat skills make them stand out among their peers. Although he's a bit of a chatterbox, his skills are definitely top-notch. Oh, I see. Then I'm relieved. But why are you so close to Shenlin? Didn't I tell you to have less contact with him? Dad, Shenlin isn't what you think. He told me. Meng Qiumin simply and clearly relayed what Shenlin had said to Meng Qianjun. He originally thought that Meng Qianjun would remain silent for a while because of this. Unexpectedly, Meng Qianjun replied, well done. I knew someone like that would wouldn't have a good ending, betrayed by everyone, and cheated on. This in Shenlin is not bad. I like him. One person's opinion of another can change that quickly. It's like chatting with a foreigner and finding out he's from Japan. The speed at which one's expression changes is always just a fleeting moment. The older women would all be plotting how to kill the other person. Face changing is an intangible cultural heritage of China and a skill that many people are proud of. Where should we eat later? Meng Chongyin smiled as she read the message her father sent, feeling a warmth in her heart. After all, no one wants their family to have a problem with their friends. However, if you're planning to let In Shenlin join your team, there's something I need to remind you of. Meng Qianjun sent another message. In Shenlin's father is no ordinary man, and his son is certainly not a fool either. You should have sensed it by now, and Shenlin is no ordinary genius, even though I've never met him in person. But from what you've said, although he's lazy, he performs exceptionally well in crucial moments. If you really want In Shenlin to be your teammate, sometimes you have to listen to his advice and accept his opinions. A team is not a one-person dictatorship. His father was quite a figure back in the day. Like father, like son, he's probably not much different. Meng Qianjun sent a long string of messages, causing Meng Chongyin to fall into deep thought. Actually, ever since she met In Shenlin, Meng Chongyin has begun to doubt herself, because she knew that In Shenlin was also a void-level ability user, and most likely an unregistered void-level ability user. Most people believe that the ability to create a void-level dimensional space is the rarest. But that's not the case. The rarest thing is actually the ability to reach the void level. Heavenly-level quantitative abilities exist, but pure quantitative abilities are quite rare. As for the power of the void level, only 3 have appeared before and since the new century. One of them has already passed away, while the other 2 are still alive. Although these 2 possess void-level power, they are not considered pure power. Even so, their combat strength remains top tier. And Shenlin is the 4th void-level quantity ability user, and is very likely a pure quantity ability user. His strength and wisdom surpassed hers. If they were to form a team, she would prefer In Shenlin to be the captain. But In Shenlin is too lazy to care about these things and definitely won't do them. She also began to doubt herself. If she became the captain, could she really do better than In Shenlin? I understand. Thanks for reminding me, Dad. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Meng Chongyin replied to the message, then lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling. He raised his hand, staring at his long, slender fingers, the scene of In Shenlin saving him flashing before his eyes. And then there are the special spatial fluctuations that follow. In Shenlin, you are really amazing, and you also have a mysterious aura about you. Meng Chongyin thought to herself, her thoughts drifting far away, when suddenly a blush crept onto her cheeks. She covered her face with her hands. What am I even thinking? Meng Chongyin woke up very early. Because so much has happened recently, my sleep has been very light. After waking up, she didn't do anything special, just cultivated for a while, and then thought about having breakfast. However, when she walked into the living room, she suddenly realized that this was In Shenlin's home, and it was not appropriate to take other people's things without permission. However, he doesn't seem to care too much. Meng Chongyin thought to herself, recalling In Shenlin's personality. So she went into the kitchen and opened the large refrigerator with a hint of apology. Wow, this In Shenlin is really amazing. Looking at the refrigerator piled high with lunchboxes, Meng Chongyin felt both admiration and a little ashamed. The top 3 shelves of the refrigerator were filled with lunchboxes, each labeled braised pork ribs. The bottom 3 layers contained pre-packaged meals, totaling 18 portions, enough for 6 days worth of meals. Apart from some repetition in breakfast, lunch and dinner were basically different dishes. It seems that In Shenlin, being too lazy to cook every day, spent an entire day preparing all the food and storing it for later reheating. To be honest, this was the first time Meng Chongyin had ever met someone like this. It smells so good. With the thought of In Shenlin's health in mind, she opened a lunchbox and took a deep sniff. The aroma is so rich and tempting. You can't make this dish without some skill. Just then, the doorbell rang. Meng Chongyin quickly closed the lunchbox, put it back in the refrigerator, swallowed hard, and then went to open the door. Uncle In, you, holy crap. Meng Chongyin, what are you doing here? Wait, you really live here? Chu Xiao stared in astonishment at the person in front of him, his mouth agape. When Meng Chongyin saw Chu Xiao, she was stunned. Chu Xiao didn't seem to show any disgust towards In Shenlin's father. No, it's not that I didn't feel disgusted, but rather that I chose to endure it and plan to deal with it later. Chu Xiao is also no simple person. The holiday for those belonging to the ordered ones is over. Next, they will embark on a year of continuous training, practice, and learning. Becoming an outcast is never an easy thing. At least in terms of holiday time, there are far fewer students with disorder than regular students. As soon as the short holiday ended, the classes were separated. The outcasts moved into a new teaching building, which was relatively close to the school's training grounds. The places where ordinary students study are some distance away. This is because, in addition to regular courses, those who belong to the ordered realm also have to take practical courses. If an ordinary person were to accidentally enter, every year many schools have a huge fight with parents over this. And Shenlin, did you not sleep well again last night? Xu Xiao asked with concern as he looked at Shenlin yawning. When have you ever seen him sober? Meng Chongyin teased from the side, and Shenlin glanced at her and asked, when are you planning to move out of my house? What, are you trying to get rid of me? Meng Chongyin replied with a smile. No, don't you feel unsafe living in a boy's house? And Shenlin said, his eyes still blurry as he began to scrutinize Meng Chongyin. Ha ha ha. The three of them burst into laughter as soon as they finished speaking. Even if you really have this idea, you'd be too lazy to do it. Xu Xiao exposed Shenlin without hesitation. Meng Chongyin has been staying at Shenlin's house for 3 days. According to her, aside from the time the four of them spend together, and Shenlin sleeps most of the time, Meng Chongyin often feels as if she is still at home. Okay, scan the code or pay cash? After all, it's rare for a guest like her to show up in someone else's home, while the host, and Shenlin, rarely makes an appearance. This scene is truly hilarious. You guys just know how to make fun of me, but honestly, your dad wouldn't feel comfortable letting you live in a boy's house, would he? Li Dao and the others have gone back, and your bodyguards have arrived. There's absolutely no need for you to continue living in my house, and Shenlin said helplessly. The first day of the 3-day period was marked by an assassination attempt, while the rest of the time passed peacefully. After all, Meng Chongyin had been with them these past few days. Initially, the people sent by the universities tried to get closer to Meng Chongyin. They later became actual bodyguards, and only left when the bodyguards sent by Meng Chongyin's father arrived. Meng Chongyin's life has become much quieter now. In addition, Shenlin gave her the spatial crystal, but she did not absorb it, because she is not yet ready to absorb such a superior product. As for Lin Fei's matter, it seems to have been suppressed. The school's official statement was that Lin Fei had taken a long leave of absence, but in reality, well, to be honest, I don't really want to move out, because of the looks you guys are giving me, Meng Chongyin said, then looked at the three people with their different expressions, and Shenlin looked utterly hopeless. Xu Xiao was filled with curiosity. Lin Xianxiu, on the other hand, shone with curiosity and a gossipy light. What are you thinking? You've gotten addicted to staying at my house? And Shenlin asked, his face filled with helplessness and despair. He really couldn't understand Meng Chongyin's thought process. Moving into the home of someone he had only known for a little over 10 days, wasn't that unsettling? Also, Meng Chongyin has quite a large appetite. She ate almost all the food he prepared for her. Meng Chongyin, tell me, what are you really thinking? Lin Xianxiu's eyes darted around, and he pulled Meng Chongyin aside, asking in a low voice. Meng Chongyin realized she had said the wrong thing and stammered. Yes, what is she really thinking? Is it because you feel comfortable staying at Shenlin's house? Or because his cooking is delicious? Or perhaps it makes cultivation easier? I was just saying it offhand, don't take it seriously. Meng Chongyin couldn't think of a reason in the end, so she just stuck out her tongue and gave a perfunctory reply. That's good, but let me tell you, and Lin Xianxiu began to speak in a low voice. Upon hearing the beginning, Meng Chongyin quickly interrupted. Stop. I don't want to hear about Shenlin's embarrassing moments. Why? Lin Xianxiu asked. You've already said everything these past few days, Meng Chongyin replied helplessly. Whenever Lin Xianxiu had free time, he would tell her about Shenlin and Xu Zhao's scandals. I've talked too much these past few days, and Meng Chongyin really doesn't want to listen anymore. Ha, I think I've said too much. Let's go, class is about to start. Lin Xianxiu pulled Meng Chongyin away quickly, and Shenlin and Xu Xiao were still walking slowly, and Shenlin looked listless, while Xu Xiao stared at his phone with his head down. What are you looking at? And Shenlin glanced at Xu Zhao's phone and asked. It's an overview of the awakening situation this year, talking about how many people have awakened this year. It's authoritative data released by the central government, and it was just released. Tell me more details, and Shenlin rarely showed interest. This year, the number of awakened people is much higher than in previous years, with nearly 10 million heretics awakening across China. On average, more than 400 people in each high school have become awakened. Wow, that's quite an astonishing ratio. Previously, the highest number was only 8 million outcasts. And Shenlin nodded. This was indeed a significant increase. Since the advent of the 10-sided world, it experienced an initial period of sharp population decline, and it was not until the 15th year that the population recovered to the level of the old era. Then came a period of explosive growth. The emergence of the 10-sided world made the world bigger and its territory continued to expand. By the time the new era began, the population had increased several times over. Alright, although the number of awakened outcasts reached 10 million, the total number of high school students who participated in the awakening was 65 million. Ultimately, these 10 million out-of-order individuals are actually quite normal within the overall population of China. After all, there are quite a few registered outcasts, and most of them fight for their power on their own. But to be honest, out of these tens of millions of out-of-order individuals, only about 1 million will eventually be able to go to university. Going to university is no easy feat for those who are not part of the order, and even if they don't go to university, they can find other ways to succeed. Holy crap, 5 void level abilities have awakened this year. year, Xu Xiao suddenly exclaimed, immediately attracting in Xinlin's attention. When this kind of information is released, it usually doesn't conceal anything, but 5 void-level abilities, that's really a bit exaggerated. In the past, there were at most 3 in China. There are 2 more this time. I wonder if it's because their abilities and quality have improved this year. What were they mentioned? And Qianlin asked. No, it only mentioned the type, which includes a void-level element class and a void-level dimension class. This should be Meng Chongyin. There are also 2 void-level body types, and 1 void-level quantity ability. Holy crap! Olden! A third entity in the world possesses void-level power, Xu Xiao said in surprise, and Qianlin fell silent. The emergence of the third void-level ability. This person's value has been mentioned countless times in the past few days, and Meng Chongyin really doesn't want to hear it anymore. Ha ha, I think I've said too much. Let's go, class is about to start. Lin Qianqiu grabbed Meng Chongyin and hurriedly ran away, and Qianlin and Xu Xiao continued walking slowly, and Qianlin seemed listless, while Xu Xiao stared at his phone. What are you looking at? And Qianlin glanced at Xu Xiao's phone and asked. The overview of this year's awakening situation comes from authoritative data released by the central government, which was just released, Xu Xiao replied. Tell me in detail, and Qianlin rarely showed interest. The number of people awakening this year is much higher than in previous years, with nearly 10 million heretics awakening across China. On average, more than 400 people in each high school have become awakened. Wow, that's quite an impressive ratio. Previously, the highest number was only 8 million outcasts, and Qianlin nodded, confirming that the number had indeed increased considerably. Since the advent of the tenfold world, after an initial period of extreme population decline, the population recovered to the level of the old era in the 15th year. Then came the period of explosive growth. The arrival of the 10-sided world has greatly expanded the world's scope, and the territory has continued to expand. In the new era, the population was several times larger than before. Although there are 10 million awakened outcasts, 65 million high school students participated in the awakening. Ultimately, these 10 million out-of-order individuals are actually considered normal within the overall population. After all, there are quite a few registered members of the order in all of China, and many of their current rights were earned through their own efforts. But to be honest, out of these 10 million out-of-order individuals, only about 1 million will eventually be able to go to university. It is not easy for those who are outside the established order to enter university, and even if they do not go to university, they can still find their own way. Holy crap, I've awakened 5 void-level abilities this year, Xu Xiao suddenly exclaimed, immediately attracting in Xinlin's attention. This type of information is usually released without concealing anything. 5 void-level abilities? That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? In the past, the largest number of Chinese civilizations ever reached was only 3. There are 2 more this time. I wonder if it's because the quality has improved this year. Did they mention who it was? And Qianlin asked. No, it only mentioned the type. One is a void-level element class, and the other is a void-level dimensional class. This should be Meng Chongyin. There are also 2 void-level physical types, and void-level quantity abilities. Holy crap, Olden! A third entity in the world possesses void-level power, Xu Xiao said in surprise, and Qianlin fell silent. The value of the third level of power is even higher than that of dream resonance. It seems that Meng Chongyin escaped assassination entirely because of this guy's existence. I just don't know if this is purely a matter of quantity or ability. This was indeed an accident. Besides Xu Xiao, the information released by the central government has attracted attention from other people, causing quite a stir. Even before class started, people were still talking about it. As in Xinlin's deskmate, Meng Chongyin asked about this. What do you think? The third person in the world with anomalies in void-level power. How can I see it? I'll just use my eyes. What else can I do? This is beyond my control. What impact will the power of the void level have on me? It would be best if he could grow up, but the country wouldn't let him fail to grow up. Since it's been made public, it means we hope he will become the number one of our generation. A person's growth inevitably involves facing countless challenges. His name is probably already known to other countries and organizations, as long as he survives. Basically, he's the first of our generation. Actually, you're pretty much the same. The rarity of your dimensional abilities is similar to his. The challenges you will face next are similar to his, and also similar to those of other void-level abilities. You will become the role models for our generation. This is a very tiring job, and I don't want to be one. And Qianlin didn't care at all. He was unwilling to compete for the title of the third void-level power. These are all just empty titles. True strength will be revealed in the future. Meng Chongyin was both expecting and slightly surprised by Xinlin's words. And Xinlin's personality meant that he wouldn't get involved in this matter, which was to be expected. But what was unexpected was that he saw through the matter so clearly. Meng Chongyin actually understood these things, because her father had told her about them. These void-level ability users began planning their growth path as soon as they were discovered. Flowers grown in a greenhouse cannot develop the resilience to withstand wind and frost, so the cultivation plan is exceptionally rigorous. rigorous. Over the course of a year, they will demonstrate their true abilities in the college entrance examination. Will you help me? Meng Chongyin propped her head up and looked at Shenlin, who was lying on the table and almost asleep. Yes, and Shenlin answered without hesitation. Meng Chongyin was stunned for a moment. She had thought he would refuse, but she soon realized that Shenlin wanted to use her to cover up his own abilities. She gave a wry smile and said, I don't think I can overshadow your brilliance. If you can't cover it up, so be it. There aren't many things in life. As long as you can eat well, drink well, and get a good night's sleep, that's enough. And Shenlin said calmly. He didn't have any grand ideals, but the situation was a delicate matter. From the moment he awakened his heavenly level power, he knew that if he wanted to keep a low profile, he could only rely on Meng Chongyin. Have you ever thought about protecting others? Meng Chongyin asked with a smile, her eyes showing a hint of probing, and Shenlin's eyes instantly turned speechless. Meng Chongyin's lips twitched, she snorted and ignored him. And Shenlin, that guy, has absolutely no sense of romance. Soon after, the school bell rang. Li Chang'an walked in, without bringing anything with him. Alright, we won't go into anything else, and there's no opening ceremony. All you need to know is that I am your homeroom teacher and also your practical mentor. Next, I will talk about the abilities that we outcasts have gained. Li Chang'an didn't waste any words and started speaking right away. The first lesson for all those outside the order, the composition of abilities. The abilities of the out-of-orders are divided into 5 major categories, as well as several major unified categories and branches. I won't go into details about these. What I'm going to talk about is the use of spiritual breath and what you're going to do next. Breath is the foundation upon which we use our abilities. From the moment you became outcasts, your bodies have been able to contain breath. As long as you mobilize your abilities, you can unleash the most basic skills. For example, like this. As Li Chang'an spoke, he raised his hand, and a fireball appeared in his palm. Half of the people listened attentively, while the other half didn't listen very carefully because these were all basic facts. He toyed with the fireball in his palm for a few moments, then gently squeezed it, causing it to scatter. He continued, basic skills are just basic skills, they can only serve as a transition. To unleash the full power of the ability, one must rely on continuous cultivation to increase the capacity and intensity of one's spiritual energy and master one's own abilities. The larger the spiritual energy capacity, the longer the endurance. The strength represents the power of the ability. Skill mastery refers to your understanding and development of skills at different stages. The foundation of spiritual energy is an indispensable part. Secondly, there are mental strength and virtual calculation ability, but virtual calculation ability is unique to quantitative ability. Generally speaking, those who excel at measuring abilities are usually quite intelligent. Is the student in our class who excels at measuring ability sleeping? Li Chang'an originally wanted to look at Shenlin, the only person in the class with superpowers, but then they saw Shenlin asleep on his desk. Instantly, all eyes in the class turned to him. Just as Meng Chongyin, who was sitting to the side, was about to tell him to get up, Li Chang'an interrupted her. There's no need to wake him up, he has the ability to use his powers while he's sleeping. After he finished speaking, everyone looked puzzled. Li Chang'an continued, this is the second point we want to make, how to use our abilities and exert our power. It's actually very simple, just continuously train your own abilities in spiritual energy. The out-of-orders are divided into 10 classes, and each class has a core ability. This core ability is the foundation of all your skills as you improve your strength. You've all probably seen the college freshman competition. I've also seen college students use all sorts of dazzling skills, but these abilities are actually extensions of their core competencies. Of course, simply developing a skill doesn't mean it's a real skill. Some are just misuses of spiritual energy and abilities. The core ability is not a single skill, but a new type of change in the abilities of an out-of-order individual at a certain level. Depending on each person's physical condition, the core abilities exhibited by those of different orders will vary at each level. This also explains why the same ability can lead to different skills and forms of expression. Your most important task right now is to quickly understand your core competencies and then start developing skills around them. What does this have to do with measurement ability? Someone asked. Because it is difficult for ordinary people to understand the special nature of measurement ability. This is not something that was taught in textbooks before. Because quantitative ability has so-called core ability from the beginning, and even has skills other than basic skills in the early stage. This is the difference between quantitative ability and your ability. They had a head start from the very beginning. So, given the current level of ability in our class, it doesn't matter if he doesn't listen to the lessons. Li Chang'an explained, while many people exclaimed in surprise. So this is what measuring ability is all about. Someone called me? Never mind, I'll go back to sleep. And Shenlin opened his eyes and looked around, then closed them again and went back to sleep. He can skip classes because at this stage, there's no need for him to learn how to use guidance skills. They possess core competencies from the start, making it easy for them to develop skills around those core competencies. The core capabilities at different stages represent different directions of development. Just like leveling up in a game, you can can gain new abilities once you reach a certain stage. Then continue development. The power displayed at each stage is different, and it can be said that the core abilities constitute the basic framework of the order's combat. Of course, having more abilities isn't necessarily a good thing. Because there is only one core ability, the characteristics of the skills are largely the same. The only difference is the way they are used. When Li Chang'an said this, Meng Chongyin, Xu Xiao, and the others couldn't help but look at Shenlin. If I'm not mistaken, Shenlin has already demonstrated several skills. These skills differ in power, purpose, and method of use. Meng Chongyin had actually noticed these things long ago, but when Li Chang'an was explaining, she couldn't help but glance at Shenlin. Shenlin's ability to measure strength seems somewhat unusual. Forget it, I shouldn't overthink it. It's enough that I know it myself. Xu Xiao and Lin Xianqiu also felt something was off, because logically speaking, Shenlin shouldn't have so many skills after awakening. Even if such a skill exists, it should be one that is similar to the essence of an ability. They didn't know what the main abilities of Fu Yan Hai Xuan were, but they knew that it was mainly a slashing ability. Even if the core abilities are different, shouldn't the adjustments be made to the abilities themselves? Why isn't Shenlin's situation different? Could it be that his abilities have also mutated? Yes, that's very likely. And so, while Shenlin was asleep, Meng Chongyin and the other two pondered his abilities in their own minds. There are absolutely no secrets. However, Shenlin was still asleep and completely unaware of the situation. Alright, I've covered everything I needed to say. Now let's go and do an experiment. Everyone, gather in the hallway, we're going to the practice field. After speaking for more than half an hour, Li Chang'an stopped elaborating and directly told everyone to go to the practice field. The ideas of the out-of-orders are useless if you only talk about them, you must put them into practice. Fortunately, there was someone in the class with the ability to measure it, so practicing was relatively easy. Li Chang'an immediately arranged what needed to be done next. The person he was going to use for the demonstration was being led away by Meng Chongyin, who looked completely bewildered. What's wrong? School's over? Shenlin hadn't even realized what was happening when he was dragged to the practice field. What do you mean school's over? Class is just starting. We need to begin our practical exercises, Meng Chongyin urged. Xu Xiao said from the side, then turned his gaze to the other side. At this point, they weren't the only class that came out. The teaching process seemed to be roughly the same. However, as soon as these classes appeared, many people cast extremely unfriendly glances at them. Why would someone look like that? The reason is actually quite simple. Many people felt that people who shouldn't have been in the top class had somehow managed to get in. Many talented students who could have entered the top classes were excluded. Although this situation is due to the change in class division rules, it does not affect the hostility of other classes towards the top classes. Shenlin and Xu Xiao also felt the unpleasant looks from those people. Following the gaze, they saw that it was that guy surnamed by who was staring at them. What was his name again? Xu Xiao asked in a low voice. I don't know, never mind, no need to care about others. Anyway, we have a grudge. Shenlin said, yawning. Besides, it's not like they have a grudge against me. Shenlin thought to himself. Seeing his reaction, Xu Xiao didn't say anything more. Next, a spirit dust level person will come to demonstrate his abilities to everyone. Please watch carefully, and feel free to ask any questions later, Li Chang'an said, turning his gaze to Shenlin. At this moment, Shenlin was drowsy and completely out of it. The others were excited because after Li Chang'an finished speaking, they would begin practicing on their own. There will be a teacher present to guide you during this practice session. However, some people looked disdainful because they had better educational resources at home. Shenlin, it's your turn, Li Chang'an shouted to Shenlin, who was standing at the back of the team. What? It's me? Shenlin immediately snapped out of it, pointing at himself with a puzzled look on his face. It's you. Only you can perform right now, Li Chang'an said, turning to another teacher beside him. Go and get that device, and install it quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Chongyin pushed Shenlin in front of everyone. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Shenlin, and he got goosebumps all over from being stared at by hundreds of eyes. Soon after, the teacher who had been sent by Li Chang'an to retrieve the items came out carrying 4 small ball-like devices. He arranged them in 4 different positions, forming a square. This thing can reveal the fluctuations of his spiritual energy when he casts a skill next. You only need to focus on this. As Li Chang'an spoke, his gaze fell on Shenlin again, and Shenlin walked reluctantly to the center of the square. As soon as he went in, the teacher activated the device. Soon, a faint gray curtain rose around Shenlin. Countless white specks of light floated within the curtain, while a faint blue glow surrounded Shenlin. The white dots you see now are spiritual energy. The air we live in actually contains extremely faint spiritual energy. The pale blue spiritual energy emanating from Shenlin represents his power and strength. As Li Chang'an explained, he squinted his eyes. If there is a leakage of spiritual energy in one's body, it is either because there is a problem with oneself causing the leakage of spiritual energy, or because something in the body is constantly in an active state. This device can only observe the use of spiritual energy by people people at the Suewu level and below. After all, higher levels don't mean much. What's wrong with Chunlin? What's wrong with his body? No, he is a power user and has a thorough understanding of his own body, so it's probably not a health issue. That can only mean that a certain skill is always in an active state. Does the ability have a skill that can be activated year-round? I'd never heard of that before. Or perhaps, Chunlin's abilities have mutated, or perhaps he himself has mutated? Although Li Chang'an has not been a teacher for long, he is quite knowledgeable about certain things. While most people hadn't yet noticed the unusual thing about Shenlin, Li Chang'an had already sensed it. Alright, you can begin now. You should be able to use your skills, Li Chang'an said. After awakening, heaven-level abilities will not only possess the core ability but also come with additional skills. However, abilities below the heavenly level depend on luck. This is also what makes higher-level abilities unique. Does it have to be this way? And Shenlin asked with a bitter expression, clearly unwilling. Well, because we forgot to ask someone at the spirit dust level for help, Li Chang'an explained. In the past, I would ask other people for help, but this time I really forgot, so I could only find manual laborers. Whether he had truly forgotten or was pretending to forget, and Shenlin had no idea, so he could only stand helplessly in the middle. Then, his gaze gradually became focused. Under everyone's watchful eyes, blue light began to gather around him, like a faint flame coiling around him. Seeing Shenlin's serious expression in class, Xu Xiao couldn't help but complain. Don't you guys feel that every time Shenlin uses his abilities, he gives off the impression of being exceptionally intelligent? Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqiu and Meng Chongyin were both taken aback. Then, seeing Shenlin's serious and focused expression, they both nodded in agreement. That's right. Before using his abilities, Shenlin was always lazy and listless. But once you start using it, it completely transforms you, even your eyes become sharp. Lin Qianqiu agreed. Meng Chongyin nodded. Indeed, Shenlin's aura was different when he used his abilities. Moreover, Xu Xiao's description of intelligence dominating the high ground is absolutely apt. Just as Shenlin was about to act, standing in front of hundreds of people, someone suddenly shouted, "Teacher, I don't think this makes any sense." Everyone, including Shenlin, turned to look in the direction from which the sound came, and Li Chang'an even frowned as he looked over there. A guy with red hair raised his hand, his face full of arrogance. He is one of the 6 students with heavenly level abilities, named Li Kong, who is skilled in the elemental fire ability, Rainbow Flame. This is a fire elemental ability that has multiple forms. What are your thoughts? Li Chang'an asked. Moxis Shuyan Kongaijian. Here, as the head teacher of the top class, he wields the greatest authority. In this way, we can only see the process of him using his abilities, and we can only observe him from the outside. We are all outsiders, and appearances alone are not enough. If you want to truly understand, you have to show it in a different way, Li Kong said with a smile, staring at Shenlin with a provocative look in his eyes. You mean, you want to go up and fight him? To show off your abilities to everyone through a fight? Li Chang'an asked with a smile, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his smile. That's right, I am also an anomaly with heavenly level abilities. Although I don't fully understand my core abilities yet, but I think the difference between people who have just awakened is not that big. Therefore, I advocate using a duel to let everyone see more directly how the abilities of the out-of-orders are used, Li Kong said, walking out directly with disdain in his eyes. This student needs to think this through. From the moment they awaken, heavenly level abilities skip the stages of understanding core abilities and developing skills. You are facing an outcast with additional skills in addition to basic ones. Even with such a gap, are you still going to persist? Li Chang'an asked, looking at Li Kong. I'm sure, Li Kong answered confidently, winning cheers from the crowd. However, some people stared at him as if he were a clown. Meng Chongyin and the other two almost burst out laughing in the group. Alright, a few teachers, go up and make the arrangements, Li Chang'an said with a smile, then began directing the other teachers. Soon, the gray light screen, which was originally only a few meters long, expanded several times over, creating an area tens of meters wide. Go in, Li Chang'an said, stepping aside to prepare to act as referee. And Shenlin looked at Li Kong, who had appeared before him, with a face full of doubt. Dude, what were you thinking? He's got the ability. He's already stronger than other skills from the start. Everyone has just awakened, and even if they know how to cultivate, they are only just beginning to understand their core abilities. Simply put, aside from basic skills, using moves is basically the most rudimentary application of abilities. What does the crudest mean? It means the kind that consumes a lot of energy, has little power, and is difficult to control. Some moves may seem powerful, but in reality they do almost no damage. Do we know each other? And Shenlin asked, staring at Li Kong with a puzzled look. I don't know you. I'm just here to prove I'm stronger than you, Li Kong replied confidently, even looking down on people. Looking down his nose at people. And Shenlin really wanted to find 2 sticks to stuff into his nostrils. How can someone be so shamelessly confident? However, it's not surprising that such people are like this. After all, they have just awakened and can't wait for everyone to know that they are powerful and that they are a strong heretic. This situation will naturally naturally improve over time. After all, the world is not lacking in geniuses. What's the point of this proof? And Chenlin asked doubtfully. There were more than one heaven-level ability user in the school, so why were they looking for him specifically? Oh, there are a lot of students here. Losing would be embarrassing, I understand. It's meaningless. My challenge doesn't need meaning, Li Kong said passionately. This guy is such a Chinibu. And Chenlin thought to himself. Just then, Li Chang'an suddenly spoke. Both sides prepare for a standard duel, stopping short of a decisive exchange. Upon hearing this, and Chenlin's expression changed, and the blue flame-like spiritual energy reappeared beneath the gray cover. I can't wait, Li Kong said excitedly, his body igniting with a red flame-like spiritual aura. This is a common phrase used in general duels. Judging from the performance of his spiritual energy, Li Kong is slightly stronger than in Chenlin. The spectators fell silent instantly, holding their breath as they watched the first close-quarters battle between the two out-of-order individuals. Alright, let the duel begin. At Li Chang'an's command, Li Kong immediately rushed towards Chenlin, his hands simultaneously igniting with flames of two different colors. To outsiders, Li Kang's spiritual flames appeared even more intense. But at this moment, Chenlin raised his hand, his 5 fingers together, forming a sword finger. Seeing Chenlin's actions, Meng Chongyin and the other two realized that Li Kong had lost. End of imaginary number evolution, simulation, / When Li Kong was still a few meters away from Chenlin calmly made a hand gesture. Everyone saw that Chenlin's spiritual energy suddenly burst forth for a moment, and then returned to calm. Li Chang'an quickly appeared beside Li Kong and took him away. What should I do? Where Li Kong had just stood, a 3-meter-long mark was left on the ground. If Li Chang'an hadn't intervened in time, Li Kong would probably have been cleaved in two by an invisible strike. Although the others did not understand what had happened, they knew that Li Kong being saved by Li Chang'an meant that he had lost. Li Kong, one of the 7 heavenly level ability users, was instantly killed when facing Chenlin, who was also a heavenly level user. At this moment, the entire hall was completely silent. Snoring. Skill card, simulation, analyzes and simulates the attacks of others to imitate similar moves, but most abilities require corresponding energy to imitate, such as the pseudospace / virtual creation, use spiritual energy to alter the basic strength, hardness, and thickness of certain substances. Ability card, rainbow flame, a heaven-level fire-type ability with multiple colors. Different flames have different powers, and the fusion of multiple flames creates a unique power. Fu Yan Hai Swan, heaven-level ability focused on attack, mainly using invisible slashes, powerful, versatile in form, and diverse in attack methods. At this moment, the entire venue fell into dead silence. With the exception of a few people, the vast majority of them were dumbfounded and speechless with surprise. They originally thought that the battle between Li Kong and Chenlin would be evenly matched. Some even thought Li Kong was slightly stronger and could win with a little effort. It can also display the powerful style of a heaven-level ability in battle. But who would have thought that Li Kong couldn't even last 5 seconds? They didn't even have a chance to get close to Chenlin before he defeated them instantly. It's important to understand that once the referee intervenes, it means the side that was saved has already lost. The battle lasted less than 5 seconds from the start of the fight to Li Chang'an's intervention. The 3-meter-long mark on the ground proved that Chenlin had used his ability in just a few seconds, directly defeating Li Kong. And so, the battle, which was a foregone conclusion, came to an end. Wow! After a brief silence, students from several classes immediately burst into shocked exclamations. Then, whispers began to rise and fall. Holy crap, Li Kong was instantly killed? The difference in skill level is just too huge. I only saw Chenlin wave his hand, and then the battle was over. Is this some kind of joke? Heavenly Hurricane Gale. How could that be? The teacher intervened, which means the situation was indeed very critical. If I'm not mistaken, Chenlin was using the ability and skill he developed himself. Li Kong had no chance to dodge this attack. That's why the teacher had no choice but to intervene. TSK. There's a world of difference even between heavenly level beings. I thought Li Kong was really good because of his confident demeanor, but I was defeated in just 1 round. It's really disappointing. TCH. Li Kong doesn't know how to use his abilities at all. If it were me, Chenlin would definitely lose. If you're so good, then you do it. Stop bragging. The students began to argue fiercely. Some people questioned the authenticity of Li Kongtian's abilities. Some people have recognized the gap in the level of capability development. Some people were analyzing the details of the battle, while others were mocking each other. In short, Chenlin's performance ignited the entire audience. They never expected Li Kong to be defeated so quickly. Chenlin's strength made everyone realize that skills developed using core abilities are on a completely different level from basic skills. This has made many people eager to quickly understand their core competencies and develop their own unique skills. Phew, you flatter me. Chenlin withdrew his hand and said with a smile. Li Kong stared at him in disbelief. He never expected to be killed so quickly. Alright, the battle is over, and you've all seen the result. Chenlin defeated Li Li Kong with lightning speed. So, Li Chang'an announced the results of the competition and was about to begin his explanation when he suddenly heard someone shout, "I haven't lost. The battle isn't over yet." Li Kong stood up with a ferocious expression, staring intently at Shenlin. "I didn't even touch him. The fight never really started, so this result doesn't count. One more time, I'll definitely beat this guy to a pulp." All eyes were on Li Kong and Shenlin. Li Chang'an and Shenlin both frowned and looked at Li Kong. Li Chang'an sighed helplessly. He could understand why Li Kong reacted so strongly. As a heavenly level ability user, Li Kong consistently ranked among the top students in the school. It's one thing to not get into the top class, but, as a result, he challenged Shenlin, who was also at the heavenly level, but was instantly defeated. This is undoubtedly a huge disgrace. They are at an age where they are very competitive. Originally, I wanted to slap someone in the face, but they were met with a fierce rebuke. Naturally, he was unconvinced and wanted to save face. Although his repeated challenges demonstrated Li Kang's unwillingness to admit defeat, but he couldn't care less about that now. When Li Kang proposed to fight again, many people looked at him with mixed feelings. The homeroom teacher of Li Kang's class looked extremely grim, and Shenlin sighed helplessly and turned to look at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an asked Li Kong, "Are you sure you want to have another duel?" "Confirmed," Li Kong roared in a low voice. This time, he is determined to wash away the humiliation he just suffered. "Alright, and Shenlin, do you have any objections?" Li Chang'an looked at him. Before Shenlin could speak, Xu Xiao rushed out. "I have a problem with this. Let me fight him." Xu Xiao looked excited, as if he had discovered something, and Shenlin and Li Chang'an glanced at Xu Xiao, then tacitly looked away, having reached a consensus. Li Chang'an retreated to the edge of the gray curtain and shouted loudly, "Both sides prepare again. Olden, let me do it. It's no fun just you stomping noobs." "What?" Xu Xiao was still unwilling and continued to shout. However, Lin Qianqiu quickly covered his mouth. Challenges are certainly a good thing, but it's inappropriate to say it like that. Upon hearing Xu Xiao's words, Li Kang's face darkened further, and he stared at Shenlin with resentment in his eyes. "How did you know?" Shenlin asked. However, Li Kong stopped making threats and adopted a fighting stance. Shenlin also adopted a completely different fighting stance than before. The faint glow of spiritual energy reappeared on his body, but this time it was concentrated on his hands and feet, completely different from before. "Oh ho, he's finished," Xu Xiao said with a smug tone as he saw Shenlin's posture. Once Shenlin adopts this stance, it means he's starting to torment his opponents. Recently, all three of them have suffered losses in this regard. Although Shenlin's physical attributes are not particularly strong, his close combat ability is exceptionally outstanding. At Li Chang'an's command, Li Kong suddenly charged towards Shenlin. This time he learned his lesson and didn't get too close. Just when Li Kong thought Shenlin would use the same move as before, Shenlin instead went to meet him. Shenlin was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Li Kong, throwing out his right fist. Li Kong reacted quickly, his right hand wrapped in flames and clenched into a fist to meet the attack. "Burn you to death." Li Kang's face twisted into a ferocious grin, and the orange-red flames burned ever brighter. To Li Kang's surprise, the flames did not spread upwards along Shenlin's body, but instead spread outwards in a ring shape. "Which university are you from?" Meng Chongyin asked, looking at Li Dao. Those watching from the sidelines saw Li Kang's fist, enveloped in red spiritual energy, collide with Shenlin's fist, surrounded by blue spiritual energy. As their fists collided, a pale blue ring immediately appeared on Shenlin's fist, directly repelling the red spiritual energy. They all knew that the red aura represented Li Kang's flames, but what kind of power was the pale blue ring? "Offset. We've suffered quite a bit from this move these past few days," Meng Chongyin said with a wry smile, looking helplessly at Shenlin's move. The three of them had gained a general understanding of Shenlin's commonly used techniques after spending the past few days together. First, the main attack is a mid-range attack using the air modification skill, alternating between strong and weak attacks to make it difficult for the opponent to get close. Secondly, there are melee attacks centered around the deflection mechanic, which are extremely troublesome. Why do I say that? Because Shenlin's deflection can redirect the force applied to him elsewhere, and can even deflect certain ability attacks. This makes it extremely difficult for them to inflict melee damage on Shenlin. Especially Xu Xiao, despite his great strength, was completely powerless against Shenlin's deflection. Did Xu Xiao and Lin Qianqiu doubt Shenlin's abilities? Of course I had my doubts, but they used ability mutation as an excuse to brush it off. While ability mutations are extremely rare, they are not impossible. Everyone watched as the flames were repelled. A look of surprise flashed across Li Kang's eyes, and he paused for a moment. Shenlin suddenly opened his fist, grabbed Li Kang's fist, and gently pressed down. A strange power immediately dispelled the flames on Li Kang's fist. Immediately afterwards, Shenlin punched Li Kang hard in the abdomen, and Li Kang flew out like a kite with a broken string. Shenlin's feet glowed with blue light as he swiftly arrived in front of Li Kang, who had just gotten up. His fist once again contained the power of offset as he swung it out. Li Kang was sent flying again, crashing straight out of the arena. "You bastard! I'm going to kill you! Li Kang struggled to his feet and roared as he charged toward In Shenlin. At this moment, Li Chang'an suddenly appeared behind Li Kang, grabbed his shoulder, and said in an icy voice, "You've gone out of bounds, you've lost." Li Kang was slightly taken aback and looked down at his feet. Only then did he realize that he was standing outside that gray curtain. I lost again? And this time I was defeated in just 3 punches? How is that possible? Li Kang's body trembled slightly, and then his gaze swept over the location of his classmates. The respectful gaze from before was gone, replaced by expressions of disdain, mockery, and pity. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his whole body gradually grew cold. The sense of superiority, admiration, and arrogance that his heavenly-level abilities once gave him vanished at this moment. All of this is because of that guy. Li Kang blared fiercely at In Shenlin. All of this was caused by In Shenlin. He wished he could beat In Shenlin to death right here and now. In Shenlin, inside the gray curtain, let out a soft breath, then withdrew his aura, showing no interest whatsoever in even glancing at him. Li Kang looked terrible at that moment, like a resentful woman blaming others for all her failures. Can you blame others if you're weak? Of course not. The weak can only blame themselves. Blaming others will only lead to stagnation. Even if there is occasional progress, it is only a fleeting moment. Alright, you can go back now. Li Chang'an saw through Li Kang's thoughts and handed him over to the homeroom teacher. Then, he walked up to all the classes and said loudly, "You have just witnessed a battle between elemental power and quantitative power. Frankly speaking, such a duel was extremely rare when you first awakened, because you will eventually understand that, whether you have just awakened or just broken through, you should never easily provoke an opponent of equal strength. What makes quantitative ability special is that although it grows slowly, it starts from an extremely high level. When you first awaken or break through, your strength is still weak, but once a person with super abilities awakens or breaks through, they can instantly master their own abilities. At your current stage, any person with superpowers is far stronger than you. Unless you start training very early, you have absolutely no chance against someone with superior strength." Li Chang'an's words made everyone immediately understand the reason for Li Kang's failure. In fact, they learned through the internet before returning to school that their measurement ability was very strong in the early stages. However, the specific meaning of powerful is unclear. Now, they finally have a direct understanding. As a heaven-level ability user, Li Kang was no match for In Shenlin, who was also a heaven-level user. In Shenlin defeated Li Kang with overwhelming force. Upon hearing these words, Li Kang's gaze toward In Shenlin became even more sinister and venomous. Li Kang has come to the conclusion that the reason he can't beat In Shenlin is entirely because the other party is a power user. Once he grows up, he will definitely be able to defeat In Shenlin one day. After explaining the differences in ability, Li Chang'an began his lecture. The joint lecture by several teachers was quite boring for In Shenlin. After being released, In Shenlin fell asleep standing next to Meng Chongyin again. Seeing that he could fall asleep while standing, Meng Chongyin could only helplessly stay by his side, never leaving his side. The courses on the ordered ones in high school are still very useful. Therefore, almost no one skips class during this period. After all, they are all aiming for university. Time at school seems to fly by at the same time, yet it also seems to drag on forever. Before we knew it, it was Saturday, April 9th. April 9th, and Shenlin sat in the chair, staring at the purple book on the table, his gaze lingering on the first sentence of the first page. On April 9th, a place without stars and nowhere appeared. TSK. Could it really happen? And in the suburbs? And Shenlin scratched his head in frustration. Without stars or a place, simply put, it is a small world connected to the 10-sided world. This little world is full of bad things, or rather, hostile creatures. There is a core within the starless land. Only by destroying the core can the starless land be completely destroyed. Unlike the prison world, there are no stars, no land, and no development value, because it constantly releases worldly dust and bad substances outwards. Therefore, it must be eliminated as soon as possible. Although there may be useful things inside, only a small part can be brought out because it cannot be developed in the long term. This prophecy book says that today there will be a place without stars or land. And Shenlin was actually reluctant to believe it. After all, the prophecies in prophetic books have never been accurate. But he felt he should believe it, even though it wasn't accurate, because the content was basically correct. You asked why In Shenlin didn't let others see it, to increase its credibility? Don't joke around. And Shenlin had already discovered that only he could understand the contents of this book. Moreover, neither fire, water, tearing, nor chopping can destroy this book. Even if you throw it out, it will inexplicably return to his side. The prophecy book thought dejectedly, who knows what I've been through all this time? And Shenlin was currently debating whether or not to go over and take a look. After all, being in a place with no stars and nowhere to go is extremely dangerous, and the same goes for bad matter. Once it enters a city, it will definitely cause large-scale casualties. Damn it! What kind of prediction was that? You didn't even give me the exact location. What am I supposed to do? He was swinging the book around vigorously. The book predicted today's events, but didn't reveal any specific specific location. He felt powerless to do it, wanting to do it but having no idea how, which made him so angry that he rolled his eyes. He had considered reporting it to the city guard, but he couldn't be sure if it was true or not. If the reported information is false, there will definitely be penalties. If it is true, it will attract an investigation. Besides, even instruments can't detect a place with no stars or nothingness a long time in advance. If he knew it earlier than the instruments, he would definitely be suspected. He might not get arrested, but his good days are definitely over. This was a reality that Shenlin simply could not accept, so he needs to think about it again. After all, his life was already chaotic enough, and if it got any more chaotic, he was afraid he would have a mental breakdown. Just as he was hesitating, Xu Xiao sent him a message. Olden, I read in a book that my ability can absorb a wide range of substances. Do you think I can absorb bad matter? Upon seeing this message, Shenlin was completely bewildered, but still replied, I don't know either, but I might give it a try if I have the chance. After all, Xu Xiao's abilities are extraordinary. That's true, but if he was killed by bad guys, how much compensation will he receive? It depends on the situation. Soldiers or city guards are on higher ground, followed by those from the other factions, but we don't know about ordinary people. And Shenlin was suddenly startled. A thought flashed through his mind, and he hurriedly typed a question. Where are you? Xu Xiao was silent for a moment before replying, Eastern suburbs? What's wrong? Hiss. That big idiot Chun is in the eastern suburbs. I had already guessed that Xu Xiao's question was not well intentioned. This isn't just a curious question, it's obvious they've discovered something bad and want to try it out. Is Xu Xiao a stubborn fool? How dare he be so headstrong as to touch something bad? However, it cannot be determined at this time whether Xu Xiao has really encountered a bad element. You're in the eastern suburbs, you didn't run into any bad stuff, did you? And Shenlin asked tentatively. Xu Xiao sent a string of ellipses, followed by a shy emoji, and then said, You really are my brother. We're so in sync. And Shenlin's face darkened, and he slapped his forehead. My goodness, Xu Xiao is truly fearless. Coming to his senses, he quickly sent a message. Don't do anything rash. Be quiet and retreat slowly. Don't let the bad guys spot you. After the message was sent, Xu Xiao replied after a while, sending a photo. In the photo, Xu Xiao is hiding behind a broken wall, his phone camera pointed at an open space in the distance. There floated a dozen or so creatures made of gray matter, their shapes constantly changing, sometimes resembling stone figures, sometimes animals. Bad quality. The creatures of this 10-sided world cannot be detected by life detection instruments and are filled with intense hostility towards humans. The appearance of bad matter means that the surrounding area is either a no man's land covered by mortal dust, or a place without stars or anywhere else. The prophecy was right. A place without stars and without land has indeed appeared in the eastern suburbs of Tianyi City. Every city has specialized instruments to detect areas without stars or any place to go. Negative matter only appears after a place without stars or places to be found. Now that Xu Xiao has encountered the bad quality, it means that the place without stars and nowhere has appeared. But the city guards did not issue any warnings. Does this mean this starless, desolate place actually escaped the instrument's detection? And Shenlin felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat poured down his back. If being without stars and without a place can truly evade detection, the consequences for humanity would be unimaginable. No, we absolutely cannot stand idly by any longer. And Shenlin immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to Xu Xiao. Get out of there right now. I'll get someone to rescue you. Don't go looking for trouble. Also, send me your location. Meanwhile, Xu Xiao, who was hiding behind the wall and dared not move, saw Shenlin's message and helplessly sent out his location. Damn it, this is really a disaster. Why did Xu Xiao go to the eastern suburbs? Because he wanted to find something good to devour while no one was paying attention. For example, scrap metal, or certain special stones. What are these things used for? Of course, it's to enhance his abilities. His ability is devouring, but not in the traditional sense. He can devour inanimate objects and convert them into his own power. He has been doing this for a while now. Previously, in the black market, he relied on absorbing impact to enhance his body's resilience. Consuming metal and stone is to increase physical strength. As for why not just buy metal or stones to devour? The answer is simple, no money. Although I got some pocket money from Li Dao, it wasn't enough to buy those special metals. Special metals and stones are excellent materials for forging weapons and equipment. He couldn't afford it with his little money, and buying ordinary metals seemed like a waste. So I can only try my luck in the less crowded eastern suburbs to see if I can find anything good. But not long after they left, they heard some unusual noises. He couldn't resist going over to take a look. When he saw it, he'd almost lost his life. Bad quality. Humanity's greatest enemy. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone to check. Now I could be picking up trash in peace. Then Xu Xiao suddenly thought, is bad matter also a lifeless thing? Could he try to devour the bad substance? He felt the idea was a bit outrageous, but he still tried sending a message to Shenlin. Unexpectedly, Shenlin immediately guessed his current situation. All I can say is that Shenlin really knows him too well. Now he can only follow Shenlin's orders, because he doesn't want to risk his life. Silently, Xu Shao crouched down and slowly slipped out. But he hadn't gone far when he suddenly bumped into something hard yet strange. Xu Shao swallowed hard, slowly raised his head, and saw that the 3 square eyes of the bad essence were staring at him, blinking like a human, as if it were sizing him up. Hi! In this emergency, Xu Shao raised his hand to greet the other party. Chi-Chi. The 3-eyed villain changed his position, then raised his hand and greeted Xu Shao in the same manner. Ha! Xu Shao looked completely bewildered. Chi-Chi? Huaiji looked at the stunned Xu Shao, all 3 of his eyes showing confusion. Xu Shao discovered something surprising. The bad element didn't seem to intend to attack him. No way, is this bad quality thinking it's one of us? What gives it that right? Is it another life or death situation? Fine, as long as they don't attack me, it's okay to be brothers with bad guys. Even if I, the Heavenly King, were to arrive, today I, Xu Shao, would still be your brother. Chi-Chi? Just then, another bad guy appeared behind Xu Shao. Xu Shao looked back and saw that the bad substances were increasing. He had only one thought in his mind: it's over. At this moment, and Shenlin was rushing to Xu Xiao's location. Of course, he couldn't possibly go to rescue Xu Shao alone. He knew his current strength, and going would be tantamount to delivering food to the villain. On the way, and Shenlin dialed a phone number, his homeroom teacher, Li Chang'an. At this moment, Li Chang'an was still sitting in his office, engrossed in writing something, with the whiteboard beside him filled with notes. He paused when he wrote a name, then wrote below the whiteboard, suspected ability mutation. This name is En Shenlin. Li Chang'an stared at the whiteboard, pondered for a long time, and then continued writing. Ability mutation direction, body force field. The force field has extremely strong repulsive properties and can deflect force and accelerate speed. It is currently uncertain whether it will affect the slashing ability. He paused, then wrote, and Shenlin himself is very strong in combat and has a high level of understanding of his abilities. He can be trained to focus on combat. But not long after, he erased the last part and rewrote it as, the direction of training is uncertain. After writing this, Li Chang'an began to analyze En Shenlin's personality and other aspects. His previous notebooks also contained the analysis results of several other people. This is not a bad idea. Absolutely not this time, Li Dao retorted confidently. Just then, a phone call came in. Li Chang'an didn't check the caller ID and answered directly. Hello, teacher? Teacher Li, I've run into some trouble and need your help. And Shenlin's voice came through. What is it? Li Chang'an asked. I've already sent it to you, I believe you can understand. And Shenlin said and then hung up the phone. Li Chang'an looked puzzled, then saw the message sent by En Shenlin. He clicked on it and immediately stood up. Damn it, this is toxic. How dare Xu Shao take pictures? Does he think he's lived too long? The usually serious Li Chang'an completely lost his composure this time. He never expected that En Shenlin would leave him with such a big problem. But then again, what does understanding mean? Li Chang'an quickly understood the meaning behind it. In all my years of teaching, this is the first time I've encountered someone who, just as they become aware of things, has already caused trouble for the teacher. Li Chang'an couldn't help but curse. And Shenlin meant that if he reported it to the city guards, the trouble would fall on him, and the city guards might not believe him. However, if Li Chang'an reports it, the trouble will fall on him, and the city guards are more likely to believe it. Li Chang'an has been teaching for 8 years and has never encountered a situation where the blame is shifted onto the teacher. But now, he has no choice but to take on this mess. It's a matter of life and death. Without much thought, he called an acquaintance in the city guard, grabbed his clothes, and rushed out. Damn it, those 2 brats, Xu Shao and En Shenlin, better not die there. We'll settle the score later. At this moment, En Shenlin, sitting in the DD car, inexplicably shivered and muttered to himself. Is Xu Shao dead? Did he curse me before he died? Probably not. Xu Shao is like a cockroach. He's probably hiding somewhere right now. Xu Shao, just bear with it. I'll bring men to collect the body. No, I'll bring reinforcements, or something like that. And Shenlin was also unsure whether Li Chang'an or the city guards would arrive. But this is the only way for now, isn't it? At this moment, Xu Shao sat upright in a corner, staring at the constantly changing forms of the evil matter in the distance with a grim expression. He was certain that these bad elements genuinely had no intention of harming him. The current transformation is clearly an attempt to hide among humans. The bad quality lacks life characteristics, but its intelligence is not low. Xu Shao couldn't sense their strength at the moment, but his survival instinct told him that if they were discovered to be human, they would surely die. What sins did I commit in my past life that I must be punished in this way? Xu Shao muttered to himself. Actually, he is not unable to leave now. After moving at a snail's pace for some time, he had maintained a distance of more than 20 meters from the bad substance. Don't underestimate those 20-odd meters. They were a crucial step in his escape and survival. Whether they survive or not depends on the distance that is slowly widening. And then there's my good brother, En Shenlin. Just as he was moving cautiously, the bad guys in the distance suddenly turned their heads and looked at Xu Shao. Hi? Xu Shao tried to greet him again. Red. The evil spirit's eyes instantly turned red, and it roared at Xu Shao. Oh no, we're doomed. Xu Shao stood up without hesitation and ran away. He ran ran ahead, with the villain in hot pursuit. No! How did you find out so quickly? Xu Xiao shouted in despair. However, at this moment, nothing he did could help. He could only run for his life. Bad quality is clearly stronger than Xu Xiao, and is also much faster. Before long, Xu Xiao was caught up. Just when Xu Xiao thought his legendary career was about to end here, a burst of fire descended from the sky. You bastard! Get back to your tenfold world. Li Chang'an was engulfed in flames, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Wow! Xu Xiao looked up at Li Chang'an, who had suddenly appeared, and exclaimed in surprise. As a result, Li Chang'an suddenly turned around and glared at him, causing Xu Xiao to cover his mouth involuntarily. Red. Seeing that Li Chang'an showed no fear and instead charged forward, Li Chang'an also set his sights on these bad elements. The bad quality of the year mist level. Thankfully, it's still within my tolerance range. I just don't know where exactly the no stars, no place is. If we can't find no stars, no place, killing the necrotic is pointless. Li Chang'an thought to himself, then spread his hands, and crimson flames burst forth from his palms. He transformed into a blur and charged straight toward the evil substance. The corrupted nature of the year mist level was a disaster for Xu Xiao, but for Li Chang'an, who was at the peak of the Boundary River realm, it was a piece of cake to deal with it. Xu Xiao finally escaped danger. When Shenlin arrived, Xu Xiao had already been successfully rescued. The reinforcement he brought, Li Chang'an, lived up to his reputation. Well, that's a bit presumptuous. Xu Xiao and the little monkey squatted on the ground together, covering their heads, and Shenlin guessed that Li Chang'an would arrive before him, and that if he had arrived first, he would definitely not have helped Xu Xiao. Because he can't win. If he could, why would he need reinforcements? Xu Xiao, are you alright? If you are, I'll contact the crematorium right now. And Shenlin walked to Xu Xiao's side and carefully observed his condition. You haven't already booked a crematorium, have you? Xu Xiao asked in Shenlin. No, it's a waste of money. And Shenlin said, glancing at Li Chang'an, who was still fighting against the evil substance in the distance. Isn't the teacher a fire element? I can have him burn me up for me, and the crematorium can just pack me up and take me away. Xu Xiao looked at Shenlin with a puzzled expression. Aren't you going to take him away yourself? And Shenlin answered without hesitation. I dislike it. Xu Xiao. As the two were chatting, a pillar of flame suddenly rose in the distance, sending several bad creatures soaring into the sky. A wave of heat swept in, but Shenlin stood motionless, the heat radiating from his sides. Xu Xiao then raised his hand and activated his devouring ability. Neither of them showed any abnormalities. The pillar of fire gradually dissipated, revealing Li Chang'an standing on the scorched earth, surrounded by decaying corpses that could no longer move. Xu Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw the decaying corpse. He tried to sneak up on it, but Shenlin stopped him. You really want to taste the spoiled food? And Shenlin looked at him with disdain. Is Xu Xiao a glutton? Does he dare to eat anything? How will I know if I don't try? No one has tried it before, so what's wrong with me giving it a shot? Xu Xiao said confidently. And Shenlin and the others knew that Xu Xiao's abilities had mutated. But I never expected him to eat anything and not be afraid of getting a stomachache. You really don't refuse anyone. And Shenlin said helplessly. Just as Xu Xiao was about to speak, a shadow fell over the two of them. Turning around, they saw Li Chang'an standing to the side, his gaze fixed on them. Hi. Hello, teacher. Xu Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only raise his hand to greet him. You big idiot. Come with me. Tell me exactly where this starless, no-star land is. Li Chang'an grabbed Xu Xiao by the collar and walked towards the direction where the bad elements were gathering. And Shenlin wanted to leave quietly, but after being glared at by Li Chang'an, he had no choice but to follow. I really don't know. All I see here are these corrupted things. I have no idea where the starless land is. Xu Xiao struggled a few times, but found that he couldn't break free from Li Chang'an's grasp no matter what he did, so he can only accept his fate. However, as he passed by those decaying corpses, Xu Xiao quietly grabbed a piece of decaying remains and hid it in his pocket. And Shenlin watched the whole process of Xu Xiao's crime from behind and thought to himself, this guy really is still up to no good. You don't know? How exactly have you survived so long in the hands of these scoundrels? Li Chang'an questioned. Xu Xiao and Shenlin both looked bewildered. What, does this have anything to do with anything? Xu Xiao asked. Li Chang'an glanced at them and explained. This is something you haven't learned yet, and I'm telling you in advance. The negative energy released when it is born without stars or a place will choose to ignore all targets around it in order to protect itself. Unless the planetless and boundless place begins to release mortal dust, the evil matter will attack all attackable targets in the vicinity. The senses of the corrupted matter are extremely strong. These corrupted matter belong to the year mist level. Since you are so close, you should have been sensed long ago. They did not attack because the planet whooshing and the land whooshing had not yet begun to release the mortal world. Now think carefully, where exactly did you encounter those bad qualities? Xu Xiao and Shenlin fell silent. And Shenlin diligently absorbed this new knowledge. The reason Xu Xiao remained silent was, he hadn't gone far from where he stood, at most a few dozen meters. Li Chang'an has now led them out of the previous area, but he didn't seem to find a place without stars or anything. Teacher, I found the bad substance in that spot just now, but you've already passed it. Xu Xiao suddenly spoke. Li Chang'an paused, then quickly turned back. Why didn't you say so sooner? Since it's right there, the problem is much easier to solve. Li Chang'an stared at Xu Xiao and questioned, you've stayed in one place for so long without running away? Xu Xiao was a little embarrassed, but he was thinking to himself, if I could run, I would have run away long ago. God knows why these nasty creatures don't attack me, but instead keep staring at me. However, what the teacher just said makes sense. I really don't know if you're determined or stupid. It's a miracle you're still alive when I came to save you. In that case, the bad individual simply has a low aggression drive, not that they are completely incapable of aggression. Li Chang'an said helplessly. A normal person would have run away by now, right? You, on the other hand, stayed with the toxic substance for a full 10 minutes and didn't die? You were just lucky. Xu Xiao felt bitter and speechless. He never expected that the bad creature would not attack him and would not let him leave. The three arrived at the place Xu Xiao had mentioned, but there was nothing nearby except for a small open space. There wasn't even the mortal world, which represents a place without stars or land. This made the three of them wonder if there really was a place without stars or anything here. And Shenlin was pondering whether the starless and placeless land might appear in other places. Holding the prophecy book, he firmly believed that a place without stars or places would surely appear, but he didn't know exactly where. He couldn't very well hold up the book in front of them and ask, where is it? Teacher, could it be that the corrupted quality isn't on the edge of nowhere? Xu Xiao asked Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an pondered for a moment and said, that's possible, but I can't be sure. After all, Li Chang'an had previously been in contact with the starless and the land of nothingness. However, it is extremely rare to find a situation like this where a bad substance is discovered, but there is no star or place to be found. Right now, the only reason he could think of was that the bad substance had already left the area of nowhere. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find a place without stars or anything. Just then, Shenlin seemed to sense something and took a few steps forward. Olden? Xu Xiao and Li Chang'an looked at him, not understanding what Shenlin had discovered. In Shenlin's perception, a faint energy fluctuation was emanating from a certain spot on this open space. This was detected by the force field around him. Reaching that spot, Shenlin pointed to a point and said, Teacher, throw a punch here. Although Li Chang'an was somewhat puzzled, he still let the flames envelop his arm and threw a punch. The spot Shenlin was pointing to shattered like a mirror after being struck by Li Chang'an's fist, revealing a prism about the height of a person, radiating a strange aura. It was nowhere to be found, and had somehow hidden itself away. This was something they hadn't expected at all. After all, there has never been a situation where there are no stars and nowhere to hide before. No wonder the instruments in Tanny City couldn't detect any trace of the starless and desolate place. It turned out it had been hidden all along. However, this hidden, starless, and desolate place is beyond their ability to handle. They could only remain as discoverers, staying away from the area and waiting for the city guards to arrive. The city guards arrived quickly. Since Wuxing and Wushidi successfully evaded the instruments detection, Li Chang'an was left behind for investigation, and Shenlin and Xu Xiao left directly. And Shenlin summoned Li Chang'an to prevent the city guards from coming after them, and also to avoid the city guards not coming at all. After all, Li Chang'an's words carried more authority. However, before they were allowed to leave, they were questioned a few times as part of a routine check. As he left, Li Chang'an's eyes held a hint of wariness, but he quickly relaxed. Never mind, it's good that nothing happened. After Shenlin and Xu Xiao left, Shenlin pulled Xu Xiao to a secluded corner. What? Xu Xiao looked at him, puzzled. What do you think? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're holding onto the corrupted fragments because you want to go back and devour them, aren't you? And Shenlin said irritably. Ha ha. Xu Xiao laughed awkwardly and asked, Olden, are you here to stop me? Can I stop you? I'm here to make sure nothing happens to you. And Shenlin rolled his eyes. Even if you stop Xu Xiao from absorbing the corrupted fragments, he'll still secretly absorb them sooner or later. It's better to let him absorb it now, and I'll keep an eye on him to prevent anything from going wrong. Xu Xiao understood Shenlin's intention and was about to give him a grateful look when he saw Shenlin standing in the distance, his fingers poised as if pointing a sword. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and swallow it. And Shenlin urged impatiently. If something happens to me, you'll just kill me? Aren't you going to leave me any way out? Xu Xiao hesitated. Don't worry, I'll take your body with me when you die. And Shenlin replied seriously. Get lost. Xu Xiao rolled his eyes, took out the damaged fragment, and sat on the ground. Immediately, a palm-sized vortex appeared in the palm of his left hand. Xu Xiao placed the corrupted fragment into the vortex, and soon the fragment disappeared into his palm. He closed his eyes, and Shenlin, standing some distance away, raised his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Resuscitation? Absolutely impossible. The slightest mishap could kill Xu Xiao. It's better to prepare for the worst. However, the unexpected event that Shenlin had anticipated did not occur. Xu Xiao opened his eyes, completely unharmed. Only one of its eyes turned gray, making the two eyes different colors, which looked a bit strange, but the gray color disappeared quickly. How are you feeling? Does something feel off? And Shenlin asked. I feel. Xu Xiao grinned mischievously, intending to scare In Shenlin, but then he saw In Shenlin's current gesture. Never mind, he doesn't want to die young right now. Cough cough, it's nothing. I feel fine, and the increase in strength is very limited. It seems that absorbing the bad matter is not a problem, Xu Xiao said with a smile, then stood up. It's good that you're alright. And Shenlin put down what he was holding and breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xu Xiao stood frozen in front of him, looking up at a certain place with a somewhat confused expression. What's wrong? And Shenlin asked in confusion, then looked in the direction Xu Xiao was pointing. But he saw nothing. What are you looking at? And Shenlin turned to ask Xu Xiao. Can you see that bad substance flying over there? Xu Xiao asked. Bad quality flying? You must be joking. And Shenlin was about to retort when he suddenly realized something was wrong and abruptly turned to stare at Xu Xiao. If I'm not mistaken, Xu Xiao did indeed gain some kind of ability after absorbing the corrupted fragment. For example, can you see hidden bad quality? Xu Xiao also realized what was happening and looked at In Shenlin with disbelief in his eyes. Can I really see hidden bad qualities? He asked in surprise. You're asking me? And Shenlin's eyes widened as he asked back. That's true. So what should we do next? Xu Xiao asked. I don't know what to do right now. Can you fly? And Shenlin asked. Xu Xiao nodded and said, that's true. But are we just going to let that bad element go unchecked? No sooner had he finished speaking than an explosion was heard not far away. In Shenlin's eyes, a fireball suddenly appeared, followed by the building exploding. In Xu Xiao's eyes, the flying monster swooped down and spewed a fireball at the building, which then exploded. Alright, we don't need to worry about it anymore, Xu Xiao said. And Shenlin helplessly covered his forehead. Indeed, it's not something they can control. The city guards are nearby and will soon discover the anomaly. Moreover, they don't have the capability to handle it. What have I done to deserve all this trouble? And Shenlin muttered to himself, but then he suddenly realized something. On April 9th, a starless and desolate place appeared in the eastern suburbs of Tianyi district. Evil substances emerged from it, infiltrated the city, and killed nearly 100 people. These are the words in the prophecy book, and they have not changed at all until he appears. He found it strange from the start. Why couldn't the detection equipment be found even though there were detection devices in the city? But that starless, desolate place was hidden and indeed went undetected by instruments. If Xu Xiao hadn't inexplicably run off to the suburbs, who knows how many more bad things would have happened. Subsequently, the bad guys infiltrated the city. After discovering that there was nowhere to go and waiting for the city guards to arrive, and Shenlin thought that everything would calm down. But the scene before him told him that the contents of the prophecy book had not changed. The evil nature has reappeared and started killing, and all they could do was stand there, powerless. It seems that book is indeed quite something. And Shenlin narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself. He had initially thought that the contents of the prophecy book might be somewhat inaccurate. After all, there have been deviations before, but this time it clearly wasn't the case. The previous deviation was due to some unexpected actions taken by humans. Therefore, it is not that the content has changed. This prophecy, which appeared more than 10 days ago, accurately predicted today's situation. However, and Shenlin was also wondering if the prophecy would change if Xu Xiao hadn't come here. Probably, since it happened the same last time. That time, he forgot to give Meng Chongyin the space crystal, which is why the contents of the book changed. In other words, the contents of the prophecy book can be changed, whether they are fulfilled or not. Shortly after the bad creature launched its attack, the city guards arrived at the scene and killed it. However, this scoundrel hiding his identity made the city guards nervous, because they don't know how much more hidden bad stuff exists. Upon learning that the bad guy could hide, the city guards immediately sealed off the surrounding area. At the same time, we requested that instruments for detecting defective products be brought in. And Shenlin and Xu Xiao, the two onlookers, were eventually brought under control, and they also met Li Chang'an again. To be honest, it's not surprising that other people are being targeted by the city guards in the suburbs. After all, this place is complicated, with all sorts of people. But what are you two students doing here? What secret deal are you making? Two boys making a secret deal? If it weren't for Li Chang'an, the two of them wouldn't have been able to explain the situation clearly, nor would they have been able to leave. Then, Li Chang'an stared at them with that deathly gaze more than 10 times. These two are really a headache. We need to give them extra training to burn off some of their energy. No, let's send them back first. What was supposed to be a peaceful weekend, a quiet time to prepare teaching materials, turned into a near accident involving one of my students. However, since things have come to this point, we can only grit our teeth and continue. Students shouldn't be pushed around like that. This isn't something they should be involved in. Even if they do good deeds, they can only get some reward afterward. In the end, he had to solve all the problems himself. As for Shenlin and Xu Xiao, they were like two frightened quails, standing aside without daring to say a word, and even their movements were cautious. She was afraid that she might accidentally anger Li Chang'an and be retaliated against in the future. 3 hours later, the city guards finally released the people. Li Chang'an also got a little rest, but his job was to get the two of them back safely. After walking a short distance, Li Chang'an suddenly kicked each of them. I've been teaching for so many years and I've never seen students as unruly as you. Luckily nothing serious happened, otherwise I would have had a hard time explaining myself. Li Chang'an felt both helpless and speechless towards these two guys. To say they did a bad job? Not entirely. They told him right away. It was wise not to tell the city guards, as they might not be able to arrive quickly. Even if they come, they'll pry and ask all sorts of questions, and once they start talking, there'll be no peace and quiet, and there might even be other troubles. More importantly, this matter may involve cults or some mysterious forces. If they are dragged into this, their lives will be in danger. However, it's quite rare for these two to dare to leave the matter to the teacher. It's ridiculous for a student to blame the teacher when they don't even know the teacher. Teacher, we only asked you for help because we knew we couldn't handle it ourselves. Xu Xiao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Actually, he didn't expect In Shenlin to call Li Chang'an over. However, after a brief exchange, he finally understood In Shenlin's intention. In Shenlin didn't speak, but his expression revealed a hint of guilt. After all, he had put his teacher in a difficult position. Xu Xiao is also partly to blame, since he was the one who caused this mess. You guys do have some conscience at least. Stop talking nonsense. I'm taking you back now. Stay home and don't come out. Don't expect anything easy for the next few months. I'm waiting to see how you perform at the end of the month, Li Chang'an said. And Shenlin and Xu Xiao exchanged a glance, both with only one thought in their minds: it's over. The teacher's words meant that they would be subjected to targeted training by Li Chang'an from now on. The teachers of the out of orders are not the kind of liberal arts teachers who only assign homework. They're serious. While there are benefits, the torment will certainly outweigh the benefits until they become apparent. Well, at least it didn't cause any bigger trouble. If the bad stuff had run into the city, that would have been a huge problem. Thinking about how difficult things would be, the two decided to blame everything on their teacher from now on. After safely returning the two to their home, Li Chang'an began to handle the next steps. Hidden nowhere, without stars or places, and possessing a corrupt nature capable of concealing itself. Neither of these two situations has ever occurred in the world before. This naturally sparked a heated discussion, which was immediately reported after it ended. Once it is confirmed to be a new situation, it will be officially recorded. There's still a lot to do. As a key figure, Li Chang'an had to personally participate in almost all important matters. Not long after, Li Chang'an returned to the scene. At this time, someone that In Shenlin and the others all knew was in charge: Chao Wide. Oh, you sent those two troublesome students away? Chao Wide said with a smile, looking at Li Chang'an. Well, those two guys, never mind, let's not talk about them, Li Chang'an replied helplessly. I see. If they hadn't discovered it in time, this area would have been overrun by the mortal world and evil matter long ago. The whole city will be affected, and even more people will die, Chao Wide said. How many people have died so far? Li Chang'an pressed. The statistics are not yet complete. Although the deaths were discovered in time, dozens of people still died. Furthermore, it is uncertain whether there are any undiscovered defects. These bad elements actually managed to hide themselves. I've never heard of anything like it before, Chao Wide said with a sneer. Even if you're at the sunset star level, you still can't detect it? Li Chang'an asked. Only a portion can be detected, the rest cannot be detected. These scourges possess an unusually powerful ability to conceal themselves, the origin of which is unknown. If I were to conduct a deeper investigation, I could see through it directly, but the scope would be limited. After I finish speaking to you, I have to go elsewhere to continue my exploration. It's not good for bad matter to be wandering around the city, Chao Wide said, as a pair of fire wings unfolded behind him. How many people will likely die this time? I'm not sure, but if we move fast enough, we can keep the death toll to around 100. If we're too slow, there will only be more, Chao Wei replied, then flew into the sky. Li Chang'an watched Chao Wide leave, his gaze then returning to the enclosed, starless and desolate place. Various instruments to suppress the appearance of red dust have been deployed nearby. Many people are also using various devices to check their surroundings. Even the smallest amount of data detected would be extremely beneficial for subsequent research. However, due to the unique nature of being without stars or a place to call upon, it is very likely that civilian outsiders will not be invited to participate, but rather the military will be responsible. Li Chang'an's guess was correct. Soon after, the army arrived to take over the area and imposed a blockade. The contents here will not be released until they are confirmed. It is estimated that the area will be sealed off for about a month. Life is truly unpredictable. Li Chang'an sighed. Monday, another pleasant weekend has come to an end. But in Shenlin and Xu Zhao's lives began to turn unpleasant again. Once the weekend is over, it means their disaster is imminent. They were being watched by Li Chang'an. Because of what had happened before, Li Chang'an was particularly concerned about the two of them, feeling that he needed to exhaust their energy to reduce further trouble. And Shenlin actually thought that as long as he kept an eye on Xu Xiao, that would be enough. He wouldn't cause trouble for himself. As it turned out, they were right. With Li Chang'an's arrival, the requirements for learning and training became even more stringent. And Shenlin was alright. He always performed with ease and didn't falter at all well during targeted training. However, and Shenlin was able to hold on entirely because of his abilities. Xu Xiao was no match for him. After one training session, he was practically falling apart. If it weren't for his excellent physical condition, he would have surrendered long ago after just one set. Seriously, the teacher is too ruthless. I feel like I'm about to die. Xu Xiao sat in his seat, his face full of helplessness. Lin Qianqiu and Meng Chongyin watched Xu Xiao's embarrassing situation from the side and secretly chuckled. They couldn't understand why Li Chang'an had suddenly started targeting these two. However, and Shenlin was fine and went straight to sleep after returning. Xu Xiao was exhausted, feeling as if he had been training in Shenlin for several days straight. How did you guys offend the teacher? He wasn't this ruthless before, Lin Qianqiu asked curiously. Don't even mention it, it's all tears, I almost lost my life, Xu Xiao said with a wry smile, and then told the two of them everything that had happened over the weekend. Hiss, you're still alive, you're incredibly lucky. Lin Qianqiu gasped in amazement after hearing this. Meng Chongyin nodded in agreement. If the teacher hadn't arrived in time, you probably wouldn't have survived. However, the teachers basically handled everything afterward, and they shouldered many of the difficult problems themselves. Right now, you can only accept the teacher's loving encouragement. I knew, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Xu Xiao couldn't help but complain. Although I was mentally prepared, I was still caught off guard when I actually faced it. There were several instances where the volume of food exceeded the limits that the food could handle. Moreover, it devours nothing but useless things. As for Shenlin, he was a little envious of him. He fell asleep as soon as he got back. He really didn't know how Shenlin could sleep. As for how Shenlin trained, they didn't know much about it. They only knew that other heavenly level abilities still required understanding their own abilities and striving to develop their skills as quickly as possible. Are you confident about the end-of-month assessment? Meng Chongyin suddenly asked. It should be fine, staying in the top class is no problem, but first place, you should be prepared to take it, right? Lin Qianqiu looked at Meng Chongyin. However, you can strive for the top few places, as the rewards for the top few are quite generous. Your cultivation now mainly relies on the school's rewards, Meng Chongyin said, addressing Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao had the worst background among them. He had to find ways to obtain all resources himself, and the rewards for being among the top performers were especially important to him. I know, I will try my best to get into the top 5. But speaking of which, what kind of resources does devouring cultivation actually require? Forget it, I'll just have to find it myself, Xu Xiao asked. As an orphan, he had no access to those things. He mostly used his money to buy ordinary cultivation resources, spiritual plants, and items with little to no attributes. He simply couldn't afford the more precious cultivation resources. He also understood why Li Dao valued money so much. Those who belonged to the other order couldn't do without money. As for the resources needed for devouring, it seems he doesn't need to specifically look for any corresponding resources, he can just eat them. Thinking of this, Xu Xiao reached out and nudged Shenlin, who looked at him in confusion. Olden, lend me some money. Before he could finish speaking, Shenlin fell asleep again. Xu Xiao was immediately a little embarrassed. Lin Qianqiu laughed mockingly from the side. You want to borrow money from Shenlin? Don't you know that his energy consumption is even greater than yours? Yeah, that's true, Xu Xiao replied awkwardly. Different ability levels require different amounts of resources. But if you want to become stronger, you definitely need resources. No one can become an unparalleled powerhouse without any resources. All resources either come from others, from the protection of predecessors, or from your own efforts. Xu Xiao can only rely on himself now. After a while, Shenlin got up again and handed Xu Xiao a card. What's this? Xu Xiao took the card and examined it carefully. For drug testing? Lin Qianqiu leaned closer and immediately understood the contents of the card. Xu Xiao and Meng Chongyin looked at each other in bewilderment. Olden, don't mess with me. Xu Xiao threw the card back to Shenlin. Aren't you short of money? This is perfect for you, Shenlin said, leaning on the table. Suitable for me. Xu Xiao was about to curse when he suddenly realized something. Meng Chongyin reacted quickly and said directly, you mean, let him try out the potion meant for the outcasts? Xu Xiao's ability is a mutated devour, and the potion contains a large amount of medicinal herbs. Xu Xiao can use devour to convert the energy from the herbs. This way, Xu Xiao can not only improve himself with the potion, but also receive a reward. Xu Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. This method does have some merit. The potions for those outside the order are mostly for restoring physical strength and enhancing their own abilities. Ordinary people simply cannot use them. They are generally used when going out on missions. But can't all medicines be used? Since it's a trial medicine, there must be risks, right? Lin Qianqiu asked doubtfully. It mainly depends on Xu Xiao himself. In theory, as long as he doesn't absorb energy beyond his own capacity, his body shouldn't have any problems. However, he absolutely cannot absorb energy exceeding the spirit dust level. Once he exceeds the spirit dust level, his body will experience problems. But this shouldn't be a problem under normal circumstances. Since you are currently at the spirit dust level, he will only give you spirit dust level potions. potions. I happen to have a potion here, you can take a look, Meng Chongyin said as she reached out and took out a pale blue potion from thin air. This action immediately attracted the attention of Chu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu. Storage space with spatial abilities. This is an ability possessed by only a very few people with spatial abilities. Although the capacity is limited, it can be used anytime, anywhere, making it extremely convenient and practical. Although there are space storage devices on the market, they are expensive. Unlike Dream Emphasis, who comes with a storage space after awakening, which is practically equivalent to carrying a treasure worth millions with him. This is a special auxiliary potion to enhance water element cultivation. It's of the Spirit Dust grade. You can hold it in your hand and feel it. Spirit Dust grade potions are easy to identify. As long as you don't feel any aversion, it's suitable for you. Meng Chongyin's wealthy and generous demeanor made both of their eyes light up. Meng Chongyin is probably the richest among them, although she doesn't usually show it. Chu Xiao took the medicine and began to examine it carefully. Indeed, Spirit Dust level potions do not cause rejection, but because this is a water element potion, it is not very attractive to Chu Xiao. Lin Xianxiu did feel a little bit attracted, but not strongly. After all, these cultivation aids are not very effective for people who are not suited to them, so they just take a look at them. As for why Meng Chongyin had water elemental potions, they had no idea. Soon after, the bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Knowing that he could make money through drug trials, Chu Xiao excitedly went to find a drug trial company as soon as he got out of school. Is Chu Xiao really alright? Lin Xianxiu asked worriedly, watching his hopping figure. No, as long as he's not foolish enough to reveal the special features of his abilities, he'll be safe. After all, those people from the pharmaceutical companies didn't know that Chu Xiao wasn't directly drinking the potion, but rather converting it into energy for his own use, and Shenlin explained, yawning. What will happen if we're discovered? Meng Chongyin asked curiously. What else can we do? Beat them up, of course. This kind of drug trial work is voluntary anyway. Even if they get scammed, they can only accept their bad luck, and Shenlin said nonchalantly. Since he wasn't the one testing the drug, he didn't care at all. How do you know so much about these things? Meng Chongyin asked curiously. Well, my dad often cleans up after these pharmaceutical companies, so he's kind of a pharmaceutical consultant on the side, which is why I know some of the inside stories, and Shenlin replied. Lin Xianxiu leaned forward and asked, is your dad a pharmacist? No, he's in charge of treatment. There are always minor issues with the medicine, and to avoid deaths, the pharmaceutical company sends in treatment-type outcasts. My dad often helps me with this. Although there were many problems with the medication, they were all within a controllable range. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Chu Xiao go and test the medicine. And Shenlin said indifferently, seemingly reluctant to talk about his father's work. Your dad is really amazing. Lin Xianxiu sighed helplessly. Just take this as an insult to him, and Shenlin smiled. Time flies, and it's already the end of April. This is also when most high schools begin their first assessment. A month is enough time to see the differences between those who are outside the established order. This end-of-month assessment will replace many members of the top-performing class. Those with strong abilities will remain in the top class and enjoy the best resources in teaching. Those who are weaker will be eliminated. Moreover, compared to the resource allocation in the first month, the second month sees the real bulk of the resources being allocated. However, for many people, being able to enjoy the resources of the elite class for a month is already enough to make them satisfied. Many students who have good grades but lack ability have no hope of staying in the top class next time. Meanwhile, those with outstanding abilities and who have performed exceptionally well during this period have already been eyeing the 30 spots in the elite class. Many people are waiting for the end-of-month assessment. The first hurdle in the end-of-month assessment remains a hurdle that many people find difficult to overcome, the academic exam. To be honest, many people who awaken as outcasts don't achieve ideal academic results. The reason why the elite class initially only had 2 heavenly level students, and Shenlin and Lin Xianxiu, was because the other heavenly level students did not have ideal academic performance and were unable to enter the elite class. Therefore, there are quite a few people who are overwhelmed by academic exams. Of course, there are also people who are sleeping, but these kinds of people either had poor grades to begin with and had already given up, or you could be like in Shenlin, whose grades are stable, and who finishes his work quickly and goes straight to sleep. Of course, it seems that only in Shenlin is like this at present. The cultural examination lasted a full day and a half. The real test is yet to come. There are 2 tests in total. The first part of the aptitude test is the skills test. A full month has passed since the awakening of the ability and the first test. This period of time is enough for everyone to explore the basics of the skills. Although everyone's skills differ due to their own characteristics, their basic directions can be roughly discerned. The first test is used to check whether the student's basic skills are on the right track. Of course, there is one exception. He was the only person in their high school with superhuman abilities, and Shenlin. The unique nature of Shenlin's quantitative abilities meant that he didn't need to go through this process at all. His skills were not just in their infancy, but were already complete. Therefore, he didn't need to take the first test at all. This has made many people envious. After all, many people have put a lot of effort into developing their skills during this period. Xu Xiao tested the medicine every day until he was almost vomiting. Lin Xianxiu then spent money to buy spiritual plants and medicines to aid his cultivation. Meng Chongyin didn't spend too much money. She absorbed half of the space crystal that Qianlin had previously obtained in the black market. Because the spatial crystal was of a high grade, it could only be absorbed little by little, which took a considerable amount of time. However, with Qianlin as their punching bag, they were able to unleash their skills much faster than the others. Meng Chongyin's first skill was exceptionally powerful, named Square Box, and she was stopped after using only half of its power, because if she releases all of them, the others won't have a chance to complete the day's test. Lin Xianxiu's first skill is not bad. It's called Crossing the Cold, a wide-range attack skill. Xu Xiao's first skill is somewhat complicated. His ability, Devour, is a mutation ability, completely different from the most common, Repel. Reflect is to reflect an attack back. The attack strength is linked to the degree of absorption, and the upper limit is extremely low. Xu Xiao's skills can absorb attacks and convert them into damage reduction power, directly transforming them into high burst damage that he can use. He can unleash tremendous power in a short period of time after withstanding a certain amount of attack, and can also launch a counterattack. It can be said that these three individuals each possess unique strengths and have achieved remarkable results. Meng Chongyin, in particular, tied for a perfect score with Qianlin. Xu Xiao was rated as above average by Li Chang'an, a score that almost no one among the yellow level ability users could match. Meanwhile, the performance of other heavenly level ability users was also quite outstanding, far surpassing that of the rest of the group. However, since Meng Chongyin and his group were the first to participate in the test, the others paled in comparison, no matter how well they performed. After all, with someone like Meng Chongyin in front of them, everyone else pales in comparison. Square Box creates a shrunken space that lasts for only 3 seconds, roughly the size of a storage space. Upon release, it includes an attack similar to Spatial Cutting, dealing cutting damage to all targets within range, or it can be converted into a small space to temporarily store attacks, thus achieving attack transfer. Crossing the Cold energy condenses and then releases a cloud of icy mist in front of the user. The icy mist contains sharp crystals. Once these crystals cut the skin, the cold energy will penetrate the body, affecting mobility and even interfering with thinking. People with weaker physical constitutions will find it difficult to withstand this attack. Repel the Strange, Xu Xiao's skill, it can absorb attacks and convert them into its own short burst of power. The intensity of the burst is closely related to the upper limit of what it can absorb. Xu Xiao couldn't help but complain, "Author, I protest. My skill name only has one extra character, and it's already considered a new skill?" Skills tests primarily assess a person's level of control over their own abilities. The whole process was quick, and it was easy to see the differences between each other. Those who don't even have a basic skill are usually either not working hard enough or have slightly weaker talent. After all, even dust-level abilities can now be developed into skill prototypes. The second part of the end-of-month assessment is a challenge test. They engage in real-world combat against teachers or opponents to test their abilities. This time, Qianlin could not escape and had to participate. More than 700 students were divided into 20 groups for testing. Qianlin and Xu Xiao were in the same group, and the teacher in charge of the test was someone they didn't know. "Olden, do you think I can stay in the top class?" Xu Xiao asked with some worry after the test started. Qianlin nodded and replied, "As long as you perform well enough, you can naturally stay in the top class. Isn't that obvious? Of course I know that good performance will get me a place. I just feel that it's going to be a bit difficult to break into the top few right now." Xu Xiao's tone was tinged with bitterness. He had observed the performances of others and sensed the gap in ability. He was initially confident of making it into the top 5, but his confidence wavered after seeing the others. Qianlin looked at Xu Xiao with a puzzled expression and said, "This isn't like you. Aren't you usually very confident? Why are you so insecure now?" "Oh, this just shows me the gap in ability. Who says I lack confidence? I just think it's a bit difficult to get into the top 5 right now." Xu Xiao patted his chest, his tone carrying a strange confidence mixed with a hint of worry. "Tell me, which yellow-level ability user dares to say they can get into the elite class?" Qianlin rolled his eyes at him and said, "Since you're worried, then do your best in the second test. Combat ability is the key. After all, not many people have actually fought. As long as you perform seriously and show the skills you've developed during this period of training, you'll definitely get a high score." "That's true." Xu Xiao nodded and began to carefully observe the battle between the teacher and the students. The teacher in charge of the test was a Shigure-level teacher. Although not the strongest, she was still quite powerful to them. A teacher at the Shizuku level can easily defeat a student without even using their abilities. Of course, it was physically demanding, and I would take a short break after dealing with each student. The test was not conducted arbitrarily, but rather grouped according to different abilities in order to more accurately assess strength. Soon it was Xu Xiao's turn to go on stage, while Qianlin was the last next one. As soon as Chu Xiao stepped onto the stage, the teacher said, "Use all your strength to attack me, and I will retaliate appropriately." Chu Xiao nodded, lowered his body slightly, and assumed a fighting stance. The next moment, he suddenly rushed towards the teacher. "That's fast. Not bad," the teacher thought to himself. He immediately raised his hand to block Chu Xiao's attack. "His strength is quite impressive. This kid is not bad. But when fighting against outcasts, we need to add our abilities." The teacher silently reminded himself and began to fight back with restraint. Chu Xiao took the blow head-on, using the remaining force to retreat 2 steps. Then, he kicked the teacher hard, even harder than before. The attack was still blocked by the teacher. Chu Xiao nimbly dodged the counterattack, quickly circled behind the teacher, and threw a punch. The teacher blocked the punch again. TSK. Chu Xiao let out a soft sigh. He didn't expect that once he erupted, the teacher, even though he was controlling his strength, would be able to react quickly. "It seems we must continue to transform our attacks," Chu Xiao thought to himself silently. Then, when the teacher launched another attack, Chu Xiao did not choose to dodge, but instead took the hit head-on. After all, this was a test, so the teacher held back, and Chu Xiao's absorption of power through Devour was also limited. To unleash even greater power, he must withstand more attacks. And Chen Lin observed from the side and couldn't help but think, compared to me, Chu Xiao is more suitable to be a punching bag. Why do I think this way? Because Chu Xiao's mutation ability is indeed very suitable for being a punching bag. Except for some power that he cannot absorb, he can devour most attacks, and the combat power he displays after absorption is also very strong. If Chu Xiao were to act as a punching bag, the effect might be even better than if I were. Of course, I might not get hurt if I'm the punching bag, but Chu Xiao would definitely get hit if he were the punching bag. After all, he really did become a punching bag. After enduring several attacks, Chu Xiao launched another counterattack. This time, the speed and power were both superior to before, putting considerable pressure on the teacher whose strength had been suppressed. Finally, the teacher suddenly sped up, caught Chu Xiao, and ended the assessment. As for the grades, the teacher will grade them later. "Looks like you've got it all figured out," and Chen Lin said, looking at Chu Xiao, who was covered in sweat. "Not necessarily, but I think I'm safe. After all, my performance was impeccable. It might be a bit difficult to get into the top few," Chu Xiao said with a hint of regret. "It's indeed not easy to rank among the top in other heavenly level abilities. It's okay, if you don't get it this time, there's always next time. You'll keep getting stronger," and Chen Lin comforted him. "Yes, I will be better than them all sooner or later," Chu Xiao said firmly. The test continued as the two talked. Soon, it was the last person's turn, namely Chen Lin, who had not appeared at all from beginning to end. To be honest, Chen Lin didn't understand why the teacher put him last. He stepped forward and looked directly at the teacher in front of him. The teacher looked at him, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "Show me your strength." If it were someone else, the teacher's words would probably be no different from what he said to Chu Xiao. However, he must not be careless when facing a heaven-level ability. Every year, some students are looked down upon because they have just awakened to the truth. The result is neither tragic nor good. And Chen Lin nodded, his gaze becoming increasingly serious. Here it comes, intelligence is about to take over," Chu Xiao whispered from below the stage. And Chen Lin suddenly rushed to the other side, his purpose quite obvious. "We can't let him get ahead," the teacher thought to herself and quickly followed after him. However, after running a distance, Chen Lin suddenly stopped and slammed his fist heavily on the ground. Air modification shock. The dust and smoke filled the air, forcing the teacher to stop in his tracks. Just as the teacher stopped, Chen Lin slowly raised his hand. Imitation execution. Sensing the danger, the teacher dodged the slash by sidestepping. Then, the moment of counterattack arrived, and Chen Lin began his counterattack. A little something about abilities. First tier, spirit dust. Within the body, spiritual dust, seemingly floating in mid-air, is generated, storing spiritual energy. However, due to the low purity of this spiritual energy, it often dissipates during use. Mental power and virtual calculation power are also in the form of dust, but they do not merge with the dust of spiritual energy. Second order, year mist. Dust within the body sublimates into an omnipresent mist, increasing the purity of spiritual energy and reducing its leakage. The mist continuously changes as power increases. Mental power and virtual calculation power began to gradually merge with spiritual energy. Most of our mental and physical abilities only begin to develop during the early stages of life. Third order, boundary river. Rivers of spiritual energy are born beneath the mist, their purity continuously increasing and the reserves of spiritual energy greatly expanding. Mental strength and virtual calculation ability are between those of the year fog and the boundary river. Fourth tier, Tian Hai. As the mist gradually dissipated, the stream vanished without a trace, and the spiritual energy within his body transformed into an ocean, with visible edges but forever unreachable boundaries. With increasing strength, the boundaries of this ocean would become ever more distant. Mental power and virtual computing power also became part of the ocean at this time. Although it is called the sea, it is only because the spiritual energy in the body increases during the breakthrough through, which makes a sound like ocean waves, hence the name sea. 5th rank Evening Star. The ocean of spiritual energy transformed into countless stars, adorning this space that was not yet night. The ocean was further enhanced by the starlight, and its spiritual power and computational power also increased accordingly. Starting from the evening star, an inner world will be born, called the inner world of the self. 6th rank Manhwa. A celestial form resembling a full moon appeared among the stars in the non-night sky, and the ocean began to rise and fall in response to its appearance. Mental strength and virtual calculation ability will be further enhanced. When the Manhwa level reaches a certain height, the inner realm can be released to form a domain. 7th rank Dawn. Within the inner realm, the spiritual energy of the sun, corresponding to the full moon, is born. The power of the sun and the full moon complement each other, converging to create an even more powerful energy. During the dawn phase, abilities receive a significant boost. The inner world began to connect with the world's sequence rules, and its abilities changed within the sequence rules, thus capturing the patterns of these changes. Mental power and virtual calculation power are enhanced at this stage, giving rise to a domain of laws composed solely of mental power and virtual calculation power. By enhancing itself through rules, its abilities begin to touch upon the original sequence rules. It can temporarily change the rules of one world, or even break the rules of the 10-sided world. Everything is ruins, but leaves something behind. All classes are divided into early, middle, late, and peak. Core abilities. At each level, an outcast's abilities undergo a transformation that is stronger than the previous level. These transformations are called core abilities and are the foundation of all outcast skills. Skills. All moves developed based on core abilities are collectively called skills. Skills are divided into useless skills and applicable skills. Useless skills, skills that consume a lot of resources, have low power, and limited uses. Applicable skills, skills that are suitable for your current abilities and are frequently used. The strength of all skills is closely related to one's understanding and application of the ability, as well as the allocation of spiritual energy. Multiple core abilities can be combined to form different skills. Note, the higher the ability level, the stronger the initial state of the main abilities and skills, the lower the probability of useless skills appearing, and most skills are very useful. And Shenlin rushed forward the moment his teacher dodged the attack. By the time the teacher realized what was happening, and Shenlin had already halved the distance between them, the teacher narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, ready to retaliate. But the next moment, he saw Shenlin's fingers transform into a sword, which he thrust out with fierce speed. Another slash came down, and the teacher dodged it again. However, this time he managed to dodge, but it allowed Shenlin to get even closer. And Shenlin rushed up to the teacher and suddenly threw a punch. His fist clashed head-on with the teacher's fist. However, the teacher felt as if his fist had landed on cotton, as if the force was invisibly blocked and did not hit the physical object at all. And Shenlin, on the other hand, sensed the immense power of his teacher. Even with displacement, it's impossible to completely disperse the teacher's power. Is this the power of the mist level? It seems the gap is far more than just a little bit. And Shenlin thought to himself as he retreated. Although they had some understanding of the power of the mist level, it was not profound. As things stand, as long as the user doesn't make any mistakes, the power of the mist level is almost overwhelming against enemies of the spirit dust level. Perhaps some people can fight opponents of higher levels, but they are definitely not the newly awakened rookies like them. After analyzing the teacher's strength, Shenlin launched another attack. His physical abilities were not outstanding, and even with the help of spiritual plants, the improvement was still limited, but his abilities made up for this shortcoming. As long as his spiritual energy is not depleted, he can unleash power and speed far exceeding his physical attributes. However, due to limited attack power, when facing Shenlin's attacks, the teacher mostly blocked them directly, except when responding with slashes. In order to deal with Shenlin, this teacher, who usually doesn't use his abilities, finally unleashed them after several attacks. His ability belongs to the earth element, and he uses it only to restrict Shenlin's movements. Once the ability was activated, Shenlin, who was moving at high speed, was immediately trapped. Left with no other choice, Shenlin had to surrender. However, even so, he persisted the longest in their group. Not bad. You really haven't been using your full strength all this time. Chu Xiao teased, putting his arm around Shenlin's shoulder. During training, Shenlin was often used as a punching bag, but if he was not careful, they would become the punching bags instead. Of course, this is all in one-on-one situations, and Shenlin was unwilling to be the one to suffer the brunt of the 3-on-1 training. I've been giving it my all since you started using your skills, okay? TSK, Shenlin pushed Chu Xiao's shoulder away and said wearily, then suddenly looked around as if he sensed something. What's wrong? Meng Chonian asked, sitting to the side. It's nothing, Shenlin replied. I feel like someone's watching me. Oh well, I'll just ignore it. At this moment, far away in Yanjing, Fistina sat by her own swimming pool, splashing the water with her feet, squinting her eyes, and pouting her lips. It's really not easy to get information about him this way. She opened her already captivating eyes, which shimmered with a faint pink light. Fistina was trying to use the trace of mental imprint she left on in Shenlin when she approached him to establish a connection and see what he was doing now. Although the connection was successfully established, it lasted only a very short time and was blurry, making it almost impossible to see anything. Forget it, take it slow, one day we'll see what he's really doing. The scene then shifts to Tianyi No. 1 Middle School, where the test has just concluded. The first monthly assessment consisted of 3 parts, a cultural test and 2 ability tests. All 3 tests have been completed. Now, the 3 overall scores are about to be announced, which is also a crucial moment to determine the members of the top class after the first end-of-month assessment. Soon, Li Chang'an stood on the podium with the booklet in hand, scanned the students below, and announced loudly, "Next, I will announce the top 5 in this assessment, as well as the 30 places for entering the elite class. No objections may be raised before I announce the end. After the announcement, if there are any questions, please raise them directly, and they will be resolved immediately." These words immediately caused an uproar at the scene. Raise the issue face-to-face and resolve it immediately? What does that mean? Are they going to settle their doubts with a live showdown? It can't be that simple and crude, can it? Unexpectedly, this was indeed the case. For the outlaws, there is no more direct and effective solution than a fight. There's a conflict? Then let's have a fight. A life-or-death conflict? Then let's have a life-or-death duel. Most disputes between out-of-order individuals are resolved by strength. You're not happy? Then keep it to yourself. If you're not strong enough and still refuse to submit, then you'll just have to put up with it. As the scene gradually quieted down, Li Chang'an continued. First place in the assessment. And Shenlin. The first place isn't Meng Chonin. Wait, how come it's in Shenlin? Even in Shenlin himself was stunned. What's going on? He's in first place? This is really illogical. Second place. Yu Chongyin. Dream Accent ranked second? A void level ability user actually got second place? This is truly illogical. Third place. Lin Xianqiu. Fourth place. Xin Hemming. Wow, even Xian level ability users are on the list. This situation is a bit baffling. Fifth place. Chu Xiao. What? Who is Chu Xiao? I've never heard of him before. Lin Xiao's childhood sweetheart? Okay, he's actually a damn guy, only at the yellow level. How could he be in the top 5? The students erupted in excitement upon hearing Li Chang'an announce the top 5. The rankings they expected never materialized. On the contrary, 2 non-celestial level ability users made it into the top 5. No wonder they say you can raise any objections directly and resolve them on the spot. As expected, they had anticipated that people would question the rankings. From 5th to 1st place, only Lin Xianqiu's ranking was acceptable to them. Lin Xiaohua, a heaven-level ability user, ranked 3rd, which is quite normal. In fact, many people believe that Lin Xianqiu should have been ranked 2nd. But the 1st place went to Shenlin, while the 2nd place went to Meng Chonin, which they found hard to understand. How could a void-level ability be comparable to a heaven-level ability? Everyone can see clearly what Meng Chonin's performance was like. How could she only rank 2nd? And 4th place is from the Qin family? Oh well, 5th place should be fine, right? How could Chu Xiao, a loser with only yellow-level abilities, possibly rank 5th? Quiet! Li Chang'an shouted, whatever the problem is, wait until I finish my announcement. At Li Chang'an's command, the students gradually quieted down. But many people still had deep doubts in their eyes, and Shenlin was no exception. He moved closer to Meng Chonin and asked in a low voice, did you go easy on her? Meng Chonin rolled her eyes and replied, I didn't hold back. The teacher ranked us based on our overall abilities. Our academic scores were similar, but our performance in actual combat was significantly different. Your practical experience is far greater than mine, which is why my score in this area is naturally lower. And Shenlin scratched his head, still somewhat confused. After all, once Meng Chonin unleashed all her skills, she was already able to fight him to a draw, even though she used 3 skills. Even so, her grades shouldn't be worse than his, right? Noticing in Shenlin's confusion, Meng Chonin leaned close to his ear and whispered, you didn't use your full strength from beginning to end, did you? I don't believe that's all you're capable of. Do you think I'm that great? If it weren't for you, my skills would never have reached this level. After all, I'm not in Yanjing now, so I have to rely on myself for everything. Without you, I would likely rank 1st, probably because of the advantage of my void level abilities, so I accept that you came in 1st place. Meng Chonin's voice was soft and gentle, very close to Shenlin. Every word she spoke was warm and ticklish, making him a little uncomfortable, and Shenlin fell into deep thought. He seemed to have never intended to take 1st place. I understand what you're saying, but if you want to get 1st place, you can also tell me. I'll just let you have it later. I think 1st place is too dazzling. He touched his neck and smiled at Meng Chonin. Meng Chonin shook her head and smiled. Let's wait until I know all your trump cards before we compete for 1st place. It's only meaningful to get 1st place if you fight for it yourself. That's true, and Shenlin nodded, his gaze returning to Li Chang'an. Just then, Li Chang'an finished announcing the list of 30 students in the top class. The top 5 were unsurprisingly among them. 4 of the 30 people were at the heavenly level, and 2 heavenly level people were not selected. Most of them were at the earth level, only 4 were at the profound brown level, and 2 others at the yellow level also successfully entered the elite class. The allocation of personnel in the elite class once again shocked everyone, because 2 people at the heaven level failed to be selected, and some powerful figures at the profound level were also left out. There are even students with yellow grades who get into the top class? This doesn't make any sense at all. Many people felt they deserved to be in the top class, and when they didn't hear their names called, their eyes turned red and they looked angry. After the announcement, dozens of people raised questions. The 2 individuals with the strongest abilities have raised the most questions. One of them is Li Kang. Li Kang's gaze at In Shenlin was practically spitting fire. Li Chang'an glanced at the crowd below who were raising questions, and said calmly, "I know you will have doubts, so I'm giving you a chance. Each person has 2 challenge opportunities. Whether they are ranked or selected for the elite class, they can designate their opponent. If the other party refuses or fails, the challenger will take their place. If there are no questions, you can begin now. The other teachers and I will be handling your challenges." Upon hearing this, several skeptical individuals immediately stepped forward, ready to issue a challenge. However, a few people abandoned their doubts after hearing Li Chang'an's words. Why did they choose to give up? Who would genuinely believe that the teacher's ranking was wrong? They're just being stubborn. Now, when asked to challenge those people, they are cowardly. Moreover, very few of the members selected for the elite class were truly excited, and even when they heard they might be challenged, their emotions remained unmoved. This demonstrates that they have sufficient confidence in their own abilities and are not afraid of challenges. In this situation, with very few exceptions, the vast majority of challengers would find it difficult to win. Rather than going on stage and losing face, it's better to sit in the audience and watch. In the end, the few people who were challenged stepped forward. Xu Xiao and another yellow-level player were called out 5 and 4 times respectively. After all, it's a common understanding that people tend to pick the weakest link. Half of the students in the top class were called out by name. No one challenged Qin Hemming, and Shenlin and Meng Chongyin were the ones who were called out. The one who specifically named In Shenlin was Li Kang, who had challenged him before. To be honest, In Shenlin couldn't understand Li Kang's expression, which was a mix of confidence and anger. Is this a special case where they're looking for him to wash away the shame from before? He didn't care, he'd take on the challenge. Winning or losing didn't matter, and he didn't think he would lose anyway. However, what puzzled In Shenlin was why another heaven-level player would challenge Meng Chongyin. Has he lost his mind? Do you still think that just because Meng Chongyin is ranked below the heavenly level, she can be bullied by anyone? Do you know the person who challenged you? And Shenlin asked in a low voice. Meng Chongyin shook her head and said, "I've been with you guys for most of the past month. I haven't even had much contact with the people in our top class, let alone anyone else. I haven't had a chance to get to know them at all." "Oh, that's probably just to get your attention. Believe me, he might suddenly confess his feelings to you during your duel later." And Shenlin teased with a smile. Meng Chongyin turned to look at him, but did not respond. "What's wrong?" And Shenlin asked, puzzled. "It's nothing, I was just curious why you would have such a thought." Meng Chongyin looked away. "Looks, I'm very sensitive to people's eyes. They can't hide their thoughts in their eyes, so I can tell at a glance," and Shenlin explained. "Is that so?" Meng Chongyin felt inexplicably disappointed. And Shenlin, however, did not understand the desolation in her tone. However, he didn't think too much about it. These complex emotions were already tiring enough for him during training and study, so he didn't have time to ponder a girl's thoughts. Since awakening, his brain has been thoroughly used, leaving him with no energy to try and figure out what others are thinking. Xu Xiao might understand, after all, his relationship with Lin Xianqiu was what it was. After the teacher announced the list of those who were nominated for the challenge, many people showed excited expressions. Some people are motivated by the opportunity to observe top students competing against each other, which inspires them to learn. Some people were simply there to watch the excitement and have some fun. The competition venue was quickly cleared. Xu Xiao's battle with another yellow-level player was scheduled for last. Because there are so many people challenging them, it's uncertain when it will be their turn to be next. Due to limited space, a maximum of 6 people can compete at a time. The first match was a highly anticipated battle. Several top-tier players, including Meng Chongyin and In Shenlin, made their debut in the first match. 6 students, please come up, a teacher shouted. Meng Chongyin, In Shenlin, and the other 4 entered the venue together. And Shenlin's opponent is the familiar face Li Kang. Although this is only their second encounter, Meng Chongyin's opponent was another heaven-level player, with a confident smile on his face, giving In Shenlin and Meng Chongyin the feeling of a peacock spreading its tail feathers to attract a mate. To be honest, almost no one dares to mess with Meng Chongyin, but this peacock was the first to dare to cause trouble. "Anyway, I'm destined to be killed instantly." And Shenlin muttered softly, then turned to look at Li Kang. At this moment, Li Kang was filled with anger, his eyes blazing, determined to wash away the shame he had suffered. "This is troublesome. I'd better end this battle quickly." And Shenlin muttered to himself as he looked at Li Kang. After confirming that both sides were ready, the referee announced loudly, "Begin. Let's try out this new move." And Shenlin assumed a fighting fighting stance, and his internal energy began to fluctuate rhythmically. End of imaginary number evolution, simulation, burst. A powerful force enveloped him. This was a short-term burst of power that Shenlin had imitated after observing Chu Zhao's skills over this period of time. Next step. The opponent is a fire elementalist, so I must prevent my body from getting infected by the flames. His flames are intense, and I can only maintain them for about 3 minutes at most, but that should be enough. An invisible force field slowly formed around Shenlin. After completing all preparations, Shenlin rushed towards Li Kang at a speed much faster than when he fought his teacher. Burial of the Sea Flame. Seeing Shenlin rushing towards him, Li Kang smiled. He slammed his hands on the ground, and a ring of orange flames spread out from him. Li Kang's flames are extremely adhesive. Once they touch someone of the same level, even removing one's clothes will not completely prevent damage. Oof, this time I'm determined to wash away this humiliation. Li Kang thought with a cold laugh, but he didn't expect that both he and Shenlin were getting stronger, and that Shenlin also had 3 strong partners training with him. His rate of improvement in strength is far behind that of Shenlin. While Li Kang was still enjoying himself, Shenlin had already come to him. To his even greater surprise, not a single trace of that proud flame adhered to Shenlin's body. Shenlin punched Li Kang hard in the stomach, this time without using any extra force, relying only on the power of a short burst. Li Kang bent over from the heavy blow to the abdomen, and Shenlin seized the opportunity to grab his neck, his left hand forming a sword-like gesture. The battle is over. The referee rushed forward to stop Shenlin from continuing his attack. No one expected that it would only take 10 seconds from start to finish. Li Kang was swiftly defeated once again. The crowd below the stage looked at Li Kang with sighs in their eyes. How can there be such a big difference between 2 heavenly-level beings? Watching Shenlin's battle, Chu Xiao asked Lin Qianxiu with a puzzled look. Hey, don't you think Shenlin's initial state is very similar to my explosive state? Really? I don't feel anything. Lin Qianxiu shook her head. I always feel like it's somewhat similar, Chu Xiao insisted. That must be your imagination. Maybe. Soon after, the battle on Meng Chongyin's side also ended. Meng Chongyin's opponent initially said what Shenlin had mentioned earlier, but Meng Chongyin ignored it completely and teleported in front of her opponent to launch a series of attacks. In the end, the battle was over without even using the square box. Unlike Shenlin's side, Meng Chongyin's opponent had no desire to fight and fought very easily. Meng Chongyin felt almost no pressure. Both matches were one-sided victories, but the battle in the third arena didn't end so quickly. Meng Chongyin and Shenlin are both highly skilled, far surpassing their opponents, resulting in a complete power imbalance. But others are different. So the third battle lasted a full 3 minutes, and the challenger was the ultimate winner. The results of the 3 matches were a feast for the eyes of the students in the audience, who then began to discuss them animatedly. Li Changyan and several teachers kept a close eye on the students' performance. TSK, impressive, and Shenlin and Meng Chongyin have already broken through to the early stage of the spirit dust level. They'll reach the intermediate level soon. It seems they can enter the advanced level before the college entrance exam. A teacher exclaimed, watching the 2 students' performance. Not only them, but the other 2 are about the same. Li Changyan's gaze fell on Chu Xiao and Lin Qianxiu, who were chatting with Shenlin. Look at those 2, TSK, they really are influenced by their surroundings. His strength has improved so quickly and so consistently. If they can really reach the fog level before the college entrance examination, the number of students admitted to the 6 major universities this year will definitely increase significantly, another teacher remarked. The year-old mist level takes more than a year to reach, and students who can reach this level are extremely rare. The best example is Li Dao, who was admitted to Yenqing University based on his exceptional abilities in the previous 2 years. Their strength is indeed extraordinary, and their combat ability is far superior to that of other students. I really don't know how they train. Did they go to the wild? A teacher asked, full of doubt. How could that be? You need to apply to go into the wild, we know that. Didn't Meng Chongyin always have bodyguards with her? They must be helping her, another teacher analyzed. Maybe, and Shenlin thought to himself, guess how I've been getting through this period of time? While the teachers were evaluating the players' performance, the second match was also underway. People with such strong combat abilities as Meng Chongyin and Shenlin are extremely rare. In subsequent matches, almost no one could finish the battle as quickly as they did. The fastest battle lasted only 2 or 3 minutes, while the slowest battle lasted a full 10 minutes. Overall, only one of the challengers lost. After all, everyone who makes it into the top 30 has real talent. Soon it was Chu Xiao's turn to take the stage. However, Chu Xiao was facing quite a few opponents this time. Although he really wanted to shout, "Come at me all at once," he knew that if he said it, he would definitely get beaten up badly. To save his life, he chose to fight one by one. Chu Xiao's fighting style is mainly based on close-range burst damage. Those challengers who thought they had the upper hand ended up being completely overwhelmed by Chu Xiao. Almost every battle was kept under a minute. The challengers were completely stunned. Dude, are you sure you're a yellow level? You seem even stronger than a heaven level. Xu Xiao won all of his battles. The other yellow-level player was not so lucky and lost to his fourth opponent. However, he still managed to retain his place in the top class. Why? Because a yellow-level player defeated 3 people who were more skilled than him. Is there even a need to ask why? Finally, the spots for the elite class were decided. Only one person was replaced, the others remained the same. Those who didn't make it into the top class but challenged themselves to do so know exactly where their shortcomings lie. Many people secretly resolved to surpass them. And so, their first assessment after awakening came to an end. *Omega**. Is everyone here? Inside the conference room of the Tianyi City Guard headquarters, a middle-aged man in military uniform looked serious as he scanned the audience. Everyone is here, replied Li Changhe, the chief of the city guard. The audience consisted of high-ranking officials from the Tianyi municipal government and leaders of the city guard. There were only 2 high-ranking military officials present. Now that everyone's here, let's begin. Shao Qi, the first topic, the middle-aged man said. The male secretary standing beside him stepped forward, holding the documents clearly in his hand, and said, the first thing is to prepare for the college entrance examination in June. Arrangements involving the 8th and 9th cohorts of candidates. The higher command required the military to cooperate closely with the city garrisons in various regions. The primary topic of this meeting was the upcoming college entrance examination in June. Every year around the time of the college entrance examination, a lot of troublesome things always emerge in the city, making it a rather tricky period. But this time, the situation was no different from previous years, and the discussion ended quickly. The second matter is the arrangement for the July trial for the 1990 cohort. This time, excuse me for interrupting, are we sure we still want to conduct the trial? Chao Wei, who was sitting on the city guard side, raised his hand and asked. A void-level ability user has appeared in Tianyi City. Not to mention the open assassinations, there were at least 67 covert attempts to thwart them. If that void-level anomaly hadn't brought his own bodyguards, he would be dead by now. There was also one assassination attempt by a moon-class assassin. Chao Wei paused, his tone heavy. I know that with the army cooperating with us, the danger can be minimized. But honestly, taking a void-level ability as weak as Tang Sanzang's flesh to the trial, isn't that just handing over the perfect opportunity to those who want to assassinate him? After Chao Wei finished speaking, the middle-aged soldier turned to look at his secretary. The secretary glanced through the documents and then said, it's because Meng Chongyin possesses void-level abilities. Since his awakening, we have worked with the city guard to prevent 14 assassination attempts by foreign forces. The city guard successfully thwarted 23 bounty assassination attempts. Our military has thwarted 10 assassination attempts by foreign illicit organizations. The city guards also thwarted 16 assassination attempts by criminals. Just a week ago, a moon-level out-of-order individual from the Sakura Kingdom, under the cover of the cult Black Spirit, infiltrated the territory of Tianyi City. He was killed on the spot by Major Lin. 6 members of the Black Spirit cult in blue robes were killed, but Captain Chao successfully captured one in an operation. These are all the recent assassination attempts targeting Meng Chongyin. Even knowing these numbers still makes one gasp involuntarily. Although these figures are not as severe as the more than 90 assassination attempts that the void-level ability user in Shanghai suffered. However, for the defense forces of Tianyi City, this number is already quite astonishing. Yeah, Shanghai has cancelled the trials this time, so what's the point of us having trials? Chao Wei said helplessly. Each trial was torture for the students, and for the military personnel as well, so no one wanted to continue. What did they say? The middle-aged man looked at his secretary, already having the answer in his heart. That's exactly what I was about to say. The higher-ups replied that the trial method needs to be changed, and everything will be led by the Tianyi City military. No, by the director of the Tianyi City Education Bureau. As the secretary spoke, her gaze shifted to the bald man. It wasn't like this before. Okay, I understand. The bald man originally wanted to argue, but under the middle-aged man's cold gaze, he had no choice but to change his tune. That's really pathetic. He didn't even have a scene, but all the blame was pinned on him. Judging from Chao Wei's expression, it was clear that they had already conspired together. Sigh, poor working people. Okay, it's settled then. The trial process will be the same as before, and our city guard will fully cooperate. This was said by Li Changhe, the chief of the city guard. No objection, the others echoed. The director of the Education Bureau thought to himself, how could I possibly have any objections? Finally, regarding the hidden, starless, and nowhere within the world's location and the low-level necrotic matter that can become invisible. Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up. This is a recently discovered, hidden, starless, and desolate place, and a corrupted entity capable of concealing itself. This is the first time such a situation has occurred in the world. Military personnel began investigating this matter 30 days ago and are analyzing the nature of the problem. Analysis suggests that the reason why the bad quality can hide itself is because it has special organs that other bad quality individuals do not possess. This organ enables the body to conceal itself. The reason why a starless and nowhere to be hidden creature can hide is because its internal internal space has changed. The refraction of light was gathered at the entrance by the starless and desolate place. It has now been confirmed that both of these are new things. These words caused an uproar in the audience. This is truly a new thing. How long has it been since anything truly new has appeared in this world? About 30 years? But luckily, two new things appeared in Tianyi City at the same time. What are the arrangements from above? Captain Li Changhe paused for a moment, then asked. All personnel in Tianyi City are on high alert to prevent the re-emergence of new starless and desolate places and bad elements. In addition, personnel can be deployed to surrounding areas. Before July, new developments can only be known to the outside world, but specific details must not be disclosed. Looks like we're going to make a fortune, Chao Wei muttered to himself, only to be glared at fiercely by Li Changhe. Did everyone understand? The middle-aged man asked sternly. Very well, the meeting continues. The spacious room in the government conference hall was filled with more than 200 people. They whispered among themselves, waiting for the annual pre-college entrance examination meeting and the students' subsequent arrangements. Because these organizations hold meetings every year. However, it seems there are more important matters to discuss at this meeting. Many people are unclear about what exactly constitutes important information. Moreover, an hour has passed since the meeting started. People who used to arrive on time are now late. Many people felt a strange, inexplicable atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, the room outside the meeting room had already been tightly surrounded by 600 city guards. Lao Wang, how many of them do you think are spies? How many are traitors? How many are cult members? Xiang Bai, the captain of the Tianyi City Guard, stood at the door and spoke with a mocking tone. Old Wang, standing to the side, picked his nose and replied nonchalantly, who cares? We'll catch as many as we can. Anyway, they are all enemies of China, so we won't hesitate to take action. That's true, but it's a real shame. I wonder how many people will be implicated. Xiang Bai sighed, but the smile on his face did not diminish in the slightest. Captain, you've got a really good act. An out-of-order individual who assassinates void-level ability users, disrupts the college entrance exam, and attempts to assassinate soon-to-be senior high school students. Which of these isn't a serious crime? None of those arrested are innocent. At most, his wife and children will suffer a bit. Those who know will be arrested together. Those who don't know won't have their families implicated. Old Wang looked at Xiang Bai with disdain in his eyes. Ha ha, how many years has it been since we've had an operation of this scale? This is truly exciting, Xiang Bai said with a smile. Just then, a message reached Xiang Bai's hands. He glanced at it briefly, then smiled and raised his hand. Move, capture everyone alive. Those who want to commit suicide, you know what to do with them. The city guards responded in unison. Immediately, 600 city guards stormed into the conference room. Everyone, freeze, cover your heads and crouch down. Soldiers rushed in with guns and quickly surrounded the people in the meeting room. Many people panicked upon seeing this and quickly crouched down, covering their heads. However, a barely perceptible hint of tension flashed in some people's eyes, while more people were filled with panic. Suddenly, a man attacked a member of the city guard and then rushed toward the gate. A flash of cold light appeared, and the man's arm was severed. Immediately afterwards, another flash of cold light struck him heavily to the ground. All of you behave yourselves. Anyone who wants to run away should think twice before they do it. Xiang Bai sheathed his long sword and smiled as he surveyed the more than 200 people in the room. The entire place fell silent. Many people who were moving stopped, and some even glared at them menacingly. Not bad. It seems there are quite a few big fish hiding here. A smile appeared on Bai's lips. Of these 200 people, only about 10 are truly needed to be arrested. But who can know how deeply these 10 people are connected to others? Those behind-the-scenes manipulators who went to great lengths to plant themselves within China. Before he could even make a move, his hands and feet were severed. All of this is thanks to the void-level ability users who have been frequently assassinated during this period. This isn't just happening here. Similar scenarios are unfolding in many places. However, Meng Chongyin, a key figure in this, was completely unaware of this. Divide. Here we go again. The spiritual plants I bought last time weren't enough, and Shenlin gazed at the black market, which was almost completely repaired, and muttered to himself. Last time he came here, he bought some damaged spiritual plants to improve his physical condition. A month later, all the spiritual plants had been used up, and Shenlin had no choice but to come because he could get a small advantage on the black market. However, this time he was not doing it willingly. Olden, you have to let me take a good look at this later. Xu Xiao put his arm around Shenlin's shoulder, beaming with joy. I've made a lot of money from drug trials during this period. He wanted to turn that money into power. Regular stores are too expensive, and specialty stores are even more expensive. So he took Shenlin with him to the black market. They really won't let me get a proper rest. And Shenlin thought to himself with a helpless sigh. I just got off work today, and my get out of class had barely ended when Xu Xiao dragged me here. I didn't have a chance to rest at all. But he still followed Xu Xiao inside. After walking for a while, the two parted ways, and Shenlin suddenly stopped walking and stood in front of a stall, staring at the owner. That shopkeeper was the one one-eyed man who had sold him the spatial crystal before. "You're here again." The one-eyed man looked at Shenlin and said indifferently, "You survived the chase?" And Shenlin squatted down and began to carefully examine the goods on the stall. I guess I've managed to save my life." "Are you a high school sophomore?" the one-eyed man suddenly asked. "Yes." And Shenlin nodded. He could actually tell too. "Did you know there's a trial in July for second-year high school students?" the one-eyed man continued to ask. "I know." And Shenlin paused for a moment before answering. "You're nervous," the one-eyed man said with a smile. "What do you think? How can I not be nervous when a stranger suddenly talks about the trials in front of high school sophomores? I've heard that something bad happens during the trials every year." And Shenlin said, "I'm not one of those lunatics," the one-eyed man replied. "Madmen often say they're not crazy," and Shenlin retorted. "Speaking of which, you seem to really dislike being an ordered one. This is too tiring, but for now, I have no choice but to continue." "Measure your ability? You think I am? Then I am. He. The two of them went back and forth like they were having a casual chat. "You don't need to worry about anything going wrong during the trial," the one-eyed man suddenly said. And Shenlin glanced at him and asked, "How do you know? Are you the mastermind?" "No, but I know some inside information," the one-eyed man said mysteriously. "Are you an informant?" And Shenlin stared at him for a while before asking. "No, I just happen to know a few things." "Do you want to know the inside story? I can tell you first, and then I'll take your money." That's what the one-eyed man said. "Isn't there a Sioux level in Tianyi City? There were quite a few people who tried to assassinate her, but they were all caught in one fell swoop." "Note that it was one fell swoop," the one-eyed man said with a smile that was rather ugly. And Shenlin was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "It seems your identity is not simple. Didn't you already know that? After all, how could someone who can hide the fluctuations of a spatial crystal be simple?" The one-eyed man responded with a smile, his eyes slightly narrowed, as he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy. "Then who exactly are you? Want to know? Knowing will bring disaster." "Never mind then. Please pack all these things for me. I won't come again after this purchase. I will not stay in Tianyi City after this." Soon, and Shenlin bought what he wanted, while the one-eyed man continued selling his goods. Back home, and Shenlin picked up the prophecy book from his room, his gaze falling on the latest contents. On July 3, 1989, the celestial being appeared for a moment, and nothing happened. The heavenly ones betrayed humanity, entered the 10-tiered world, became inhuman beings, and stood on the opposite side of humanity. He's just a high school student right now, and that's all he knows. "I can only believe in the prophecy book now," and Shenlin said silently as he closed the book. "So far, the prophecy has never been wrong. As for the matter of the sky-piercing ones, it's not something a high school student like him can discuss casually. Good luck, seniors. Ugh, this is so boring. Why did we even come here?" And Shenlin yawned, stood next to Meng Chonin, and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Time flies, and June 7th is here in the blink of an eye, the day the college entrance examination begins. From June 7th to 9th there will be a unified cultural examination, with those from different orders and ordinary people taking the exam separately. Then, from the 10th to the 20th there will be a special exam for those who are out of order. They were fortunate enough to receive a 3-day holiday because of their academic exams. But on the first day of the holiday, and Shenlin was dragged out by Meng Chonin. "Take a look around, and come with me while you're at it," Meng Chonin said. Now it's just the two of them here. Chu Shao and Lin Xianshu were busy today and couldn't come out, so Meng Chonin invited in Shenlin instead. And Shenlin, as always, asked, "Where are we going? To the black market again?" During this period, apart from attending classes in cultivating, and Shenlin was almost always dragged along by Meng Chonin and the other two wherever he went. Aside from studying and cultivating, the four of them almost always stayed together. Like now, the two of them have very little time alone together. "No, I'm just browsing around." "You won't refuse, will you?" Meng Chonin said. "Can I refuse?" And Shenlin sighed helplessly, his gaze falling on the senior high school students boarding the school bus. "We'll be taking the college entrance exam in a year. Time really flies," he exclaimed. "Before I knew it, 2 months had passed since I awakened my abilities. Life has been much more lively these past 2 months than usual. Time really flies. We'll be taking the college entrance exam next year. Yenjing University. I will definitely get in." Meng Chonin clenched her fist and said confidently, I believe you," and Shenlin replied perfunctorily. As long as Meng Chonin's void-level ability doesn't go wrong, she can basically lock in Peking University. Soon, all the school buses left. After school, Meng Chonin took in Shenlin's arm and left the school. "Where are we going?" "Let's go to the mall." "What are you going to the mall for? What else can we do?" "Buy things." And Shenlin was pulled to the mall by Meng Chonin. He originally thought that Meng Chonin was just saying go shopping casually. When Shenlin saw her trying on clothes, he immediately lost his composure. How did it turn into a date so quickly? Although he was a little confused, he quickly comforted himself, thinking that it was probably because Chu Shao and Lin Xianshu were not there, and there were fewer people, so Meng Chonin wanted to relax. After all, constantly maintaining a tense and focused mind during training is indeed quite tiring. Having figured all this out, and Shenlin felt at ease accompanying Meng Chongyin on her stroll. However, shopping is torture for Shenlin, especially when he's with girls. It's even more unbearable. When Meng Chongyin said she wanted to rest, and Shenlin felt as if he had seen the dawn. You're so listless, people might think I did something to you. Inside the milk tea shop, Meng Chongyin kicked Shenlin's shin with some dissatisfaction, her tone tinged with reproach. This is my first time shopping with a girl. Just as the internet said, shopping with a girl can really be exhausting. And Shenlin lay on the table, not moving even when kicked. Meng Chongyin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she kicked him again. Is shopping with me really that tiring? Is it more tiring than our usual training? This can't compare. I'm just amazed at how much shopping you girls can do. And Shenlin rested his chin on the table inside. Compared to accompanying Meng Chongyin shopping, training is obviously more tiring. Training is exhausting both physically and mentally, while shopping with Meng Chongyin is mainly mentally tiring. Girls all love beauty, and going shopping is also a way to make themselves more beautiful. But you can refuse, and I'll ask someone else to accompany me from now on. Meng Chongyin looked at Shenlin and said with a smile, really? And Shenlin's spirits lifted. Fake. Meng Chongyin gritted her teeth and kicked him again. I only know a few people like you, so from now on, whenever I go shopping, I'll only invite you. Sigh, alright then. And Shenlin lay down again, his breath coming in a weak voice. He knew he couldn't refuse. Moreover, it's quieter with 2 people than with 4, which Shenlin can accept. We've been shopping for so long, don't you have anything you want to buy? Meng Chongyin asked him, looking at him with suspicion. No, I usually just go out to buy groceries and then go home quickly, and Shenlin said. As a homebody, his life was extremely simple. But everything changed after Chongyin joined. That's true, Meng Chongyin nodded, her gaze immediately turning ardent as she stared intently at Shenlin. She suddenly remembered the meal she had eaten when she was temporarily staying at Shenlin's house. The taste of those dishes was in no way inferior to any chef's cooking she had ever tasted. Are you a good cook? Meng Chongyin couldn't help but ask. And Shenlin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, I've basically lived alone since I was a child. If I didn't know how to cook, I would have starved to death long ago. Then I'll come to your house for dinner tonight, Meng Chongyin said confidently and without hesitation. Ha? And Shenlin looked puzzled, but still agreed. Okay, but why did you suddenly want to come to my house for dinner? I've eaten your cooking, and it tastes pretty good. I really like it. Meng Chongyin replied with a smile. Oh, okay, I'll go back and prepare some fresh ingredients. And Shenlin didn't think much of the hidden meaning in Meng Chongyin's words. Then, Meng Chongyin dragged Shenlin along to continue shopping. To be honest, although Meng Chongyin is rich, she doesn't pick and choose luxury items that cost tens of thousands of yuan. She bought mostly ordinary priced items. She seemed especially happy when buying these things. Perhaps, only in moments like these can she truly let go of her identity as an outsider and become an ordinary person again. And Shenlin, come here. You can take pictures here. Meng Chongyin became more and more excited as she walked around, and ran up to someone who was taking street photos, excitedly shouting, you're here, and Shenlin walked to her side and was pulled by her to take a group photo. Not bad. Meng Chongyin smiled as she looked at the photo of the two standing side by side. Then, she turned to Shenlin and said, let's go to your house for dinner. Okay, and Shenlin replied. Although it was a tiring day, it was even more mentally exhausting. Moreover, Meng Chongyin was happy all day and didn't urge him to train, so all that mental exhaustion was worth it. That's really good. June 30th, 1989, was a special day. After the college entrance examination, high school seniors like them were about to face their first major test. The so-called trial involves taking all the high school students in the region who are about to enter their final year of high school to a designated location for a special test that lasts from 1 to 14 days. Trials are usually conducted in the wild. In special circumstances, other methods will be adopted. For example, their seniors from the class of 87 had to change their trial location to another place because of problems with the trial location. However, everything went smoothly this time, and the trial location was in a local area. Here, this is for you. Meng Chongyin handed Shenlin a bracelet with a GPS tracking function. The trial has begun. I'm going to be exhausted for a while. And Shenlin took the bracelet, put it on, and slumped weakly onto the table, saying this. It's only a matter of 10 days or so. Summer vacation starts after the trial. Aren't you happy? Xu Xiao said from the side. The annual trials usually last 11 or 12 days, after which a holiday is given directly, which is quite humane. The trial is exhausting, and we have to camp outside. I don't think I'll get a good night's sleep at all. And Shenlin sighed. With the trial fast approaching, his biggest concern was whether he could get a good night's sleep. You're incredibly lazy. Lin Xianxiu complained helplessly. The teacher is here. Someone whispered a reminder. The previously noisy atmosphere in the classroom instantly quieted down, and everyone returned to their seats. Everyone has a wristband, right? Li Chang'an walked up to the podium, his gaze sweeping over the students who had already changed twice. After 2 monthly assessments, some people were admitted to the top class, while others were eliminated. Once you leave the elite class, it's very difficult to go back. Because the elite classes have abundant resources, teachers tend to cultivate high-achieving students, and it is almost impossible for someone who falls out of the elite class to get back in. Now that we've got the bracelet, let's talk about the rules of this trial. First, in this trial, 5,000 out-of-order individuals from 9 high schools in Tianyi City will travel to Xiefeng, 100 kilometers outside the city, to participate in the test. The trial rules stipulate that the journey begins at a starting point 60 kilometers away from Xiefeng Mountain and proceeds towards the registration point at the summit of Xiefeng Mountain. One of the conditions for passing the trial was to reach the summit of Snow Peak within 14 days. Then, this trial came with an additional condition: to steal the bracelet. This trial will simulate the rules of this year's college entrance examination and will be a battle to grab the most bracelets. The more bracelets you grab, the higher your ranking. Once the bracelet is stolen, the trial is considered a failure. Any means are permitted to be used to seize the bracelet. During the trial, only basic supplies will be provided for one day. All other supplies must be obtained by the participants themselves. This trial will be conducted in teams of 4 to 8 people. Note that the final ranking is an individual ranking, and the distribution of wristbands must be completed within the team. Finally, it must be emphasized that all battles must be fought to a limited extent, and situations that endanger lives are strictly prohibited. In addition, the team formation method involves the wristbands touching for 30 seconds. After a team is successfully formed, the same numerical code will be displayed on the wristband. Team formation is considered to have failed if there are fewer than 3 or more than 8 members. Okay, that's all for now. We'll get on the bus and depart in 2 hours. After Li Chang'an finished speaking, he left, and the class immediately became noisy. Ugh, I knew it would be like this year's college entrance exam. Xu Xiao complained loudly from his seat. This year's college entrance examination was conducted in the form of this wristband grabbing battle. This makes it extremely difficult for those who are not good enough, and many schools have poor results. Tianyi No. 1 Middle School was not spared either. The purpose of conducting trials based on the college entrance examination model is to help them better adapt to the college entrance examination a year later. Actually, the way this year's college entrance examination is conducted is not bad. At least we don't have to worry too much about most of our opponents, Lin Xianxiu said with a smile. Let's team up first. Meng Chongyin pulled in Xinlin's hand and brought the bracelets close together. The 2 bracelets then successfully teamed up. Soon, the 4-person team was formed, and the numerical code was 13. We have 2 hours until the trial. Should we prepare something? Meng Chongyin asked after forming a team. Is there enough time? And Lin asked hesitantly. There's still time. All we need to do is buy some wilderness survival supplies. We'll be spending 14 days outdoors, enduring wind and rain. We must be prepared. Lin Xianxiu, come with me. Meng Chongyin looked at Lin Xianxiu. Okay. Lin Xianxiu agreed, and the 2 quickly left the classroom. After the 2 left, the rest of the top students also formed teams, mostly 5 or 6 people per team. Some people wanted to join their team, but Xu Xiao refused. 2 hours passed quickly, and the teacher led them onto the bus to the assessment location. 3 hours later, they left the city and arrived at their destination for this trial, Xiefeng Mountain. Is that the mortal world over there? This is the first time I've ever seen it. As soon as she got off the bus, Lin Xianxiu noticed the reddish sky in the distance and said softly. And Lin also looked at the reddened sky, then glanced at the heavily guarded city guards around him. Nothing major is likely to happen. It's best to avoid meeting someone like Tianqing. There is generally no worldly dust around cities, and as far as I know, there are no worldly dust areas around Tianyi City. There must have been some kind of natural disaster over there. When the mortal world appears, sometimes even the sky turns red when it rains. However, this usually only occurs in the wild, and it's impossible around cities, Meng Chongyin explained, standing beside Lin Xianxiu. Is that so? I thought there really was such a thing as the mortal world, Lin Xianxiu said with some regret. If there were any mortal world, we wouldn't be here undergoing trials. Let's go, let's assemble. And Lin said, yawning as he walked towards the assembled group. As he walked, and Lin suddenly saw a familiar person who was also looking at him. The 2 exchanged a glance, then simultaneously looked away, cursing inwardly, what bad luck. Not far away was the city guard team responsible for assisting the trial to proceed smoothly. They are only responsible for ensuring the safety of the students and will never interfere with the trial process. If you get involved, you'll definitely go to jail. In addition to the city guards, military personnel were also stationed on the perimeter. Soon after, people from other schools arrived one after another, and students from many schools gathered together, immediately creating a tense atmosphere. Tianyi No. 1 Middle School and No. 2 Middle School are no exception. Even though they had very few enemies, the air was still thick with the smell of gunpowder. Quiet down, everyone. Just then, a young man appeared on a bus and shouted loudly to the more than 5,000 students below the stage. The scene immediately fell silent. Welcome to Snow Peak Mountain. This trial is different from the previous ones. The trial will begin immediately after I finish explaining the rules. That's right. I won't give you any time to prepare. I am one of the captains of of the city guard. My name is Lingen. They are responsible for monitoring all your actions from beginning to end. My words are important, but you can also choose not to take them to heart. But whatever you think, you must listen to me quietly now. Langen's voice was high-pitched, carrying an air of arrogant confidence. I won't repeat what your teacher has already told you. I want to emphasize that at the start of the trial, all of you must go directly into the forest behind you. Combat is prohibited for the first hour. This trial will only provide basic supplies. Maps will not be provided. Whether you reach the top depends entirely on your own judgment. The levels of danger vary here. As long as you're careful enough, nothing will happen. If you die, you can only blame yourselves for not being smart enough. The trial has a clearly defined scope. If you exceed this scope, your bracelet will alert you. After 3 alerts, you will be responsible for the consequences. You all know in your hearts what you should and shouldn't do. Anyone who violates the rules will be disqualified from the trial. The July trial for the 90th class of students has officially begun. Everyone, run like crazy. As soon as Langen finished speaking, some of the 5,000 students immediately left the group, collected basic supplies, and entered the forest. Subsequently, those who had not left immediately followed suit. Combat is prohibited for the first hour. To avoid direct conflict on the first day, one must enter the forest and find a relatively safe place. Within 14 days, one must traverse at least 30 kilometers to reach the registration point at the summit of Xiefeng Mountain. Time is of the essence, which means that every step must be carefully considered. The fastest to rush in was the 4-person team led by Meng Chongyin. They were almost the first to enter the forest and then disappeared from sight. Following closely behind were other teams and individuals. Among these groups were acquaintances of An Shenlin. In less than 5 minutes, the large open space was deserted. After everyone dispersed, hundreds of drones took off. This year's students have performed well. I like them, but I wonder how many of them will be able to pass the trial smoothly. Langen jumped off the bus with a smile and clapped his hands. If we're only focused on grabbing the bracelets, I doubt many will pass, Li Chang'an said from the side. The main purpose of the trial is to test students' ability to adapt to the outdoor environment. Those who adapt quickly, and who don't try to snatch the bracelets, can finish the trial within 7 days. The main reason for vying for the wristbands is to compete for rankings, while also eliminating some people. This trial also reveals the strengths and weaknesses of the students. How do you think your students are performing? Langen asked, looking at Li Chang'an. I think I can get first place, Li Chang'an replied confidently. Oh, that team with void-level abilities? Abilities alone aren't enough. In this unpredictable environment, the advantages of void-level abilities are not obvious. Their advantage goes beyond just their capabilities. You seem very confident. Gada, is someone following us? And Shenlin and his group of 4 quickly traversed the forest, with Meng Chongyin, who was running at the front, asking. And Shenlin calmly replied, there are 3 teams following behind, a total of 20 people. Tisk, being targeted right from the start, this is really troublesome. Xu Xiao was somewhat annoyed. We can't make a move for the first hour. Are we planning to shake them off, or what? Lin Qianqiu asked. Let's wait and see. If they continue to follow us, we'll find an opportunity to counterattack when the time comes, and Shenlin said calmly. Meanwhile, the figures following closely behind them were also quietly approaching. And Linger, are you really sure you want to go with them? I checked their location before, and it seems to be the top class of the city's #1 high school. A member of the Tianyi #2 middle school team asked Linger, the girl in charge. Of course, I saw someone familiar. I know his personality well. He won't make a move unless we attack first. And by following him, we'll save a lot of time on our journey to Xiefeng Mountain. And Linger smiled, her eyes filled with determination. Is it appropriate for you to take advantage of him like this? After all, you two have some kind of relationship, right? A girl next to him asked. He doesn't acknowledge me, and I don't acknowledge him either. I don't care what he thinks, and Linger replied indifferently. This Linger is none other than Shenlin's half-sister. She is also a heaven-level ability user, belonging to the auxiliary type of willpower ability. She is one of the 4 heaven-level ability users at Tianyi #2 middle school, and also a student in the top class. It's probably because of the good genes Qing inherited, and Linger is both intelligent and ruthless, and harbors deep hostility towards Shenlin. What if your brother turns around and attacks us? Someone asked. Then let's fight. Surely 20 people can't beat 4 of them? And Linger said calmly, then chuckled. Anyway, we'll retreat as soon as the fighting starts, and then go back in to finish them off when they're almost done for. Don't be too rigid. You can use whatever means you want in the trial, as long as you don't kill anyone. Understood, everyone responded in unison. They're still following us. Time's almost up. Looks like we need to prepare for battle. Xu Xiao frowned slightly as he looked at the 20 people following closely behind him but keeping their distance. No need to fight, just shake them off. Meng Chongyin, how much longer until the hour is up? And Shenlin asked, turning his gaze to Meng Chongyin. What are you going to do in 3 minutes? Meng Chongyin asked, puzzled. Instead of fighting them, let them fight amongst themselves. Lin Qianqiu, release your crossing cold. Later, release as much as you can. And Shenlin smiled and said, said, as a gentle breeze began to sweep across his arms. Okay. Although Lin Xianxiu didn't understand In Shenlin's plan, he still nodded in agreement. 3 minutes passed quickly. Lin Xianxiu and In Shenlin stopped at the same time. Aircraft modification, scattered splendor. A mist of ice, carrying tiny frost particles, spread out before them. Immediately afterwards, In Shenlin gently pressed his hands forward, and a gust of wind swept by. The ice mist created by Lin Xianxiu instantly spread, expanding its range several times over. In an instant, the icy mist enveloped the vision of the 20 people, and they immediately lost sight of their target. The 20 men hesitated for a moment as they saw the icy mist spreading, but as soon as they touched it, one of them shouted, "The icy mist contains extremely sharp ice crystals. Injuries will impair movement. Everyone, retreat immediately." The power of crossing the cold remained undiminished after it spread. If precautions are not taken, one could very well die in this icy fog. Although the probability is low, it is by no means impossible. TSK. As expected of In Shenlin, let's retreat and avoid getting involved with those guys. Seeing the icy mist approaching, and Linger frowned and quickly ordered everyone to retreat. But the scene she least wanted to see still happened. Because the other two teams were ahead of them, they were able to evacuate the fastest. The three teams will meet as soon as they leave the ice fog, and the atmosphere will be tense, with conflict possible at any moment. This is so troublesome. And Linger looked at the people from the other two schools with impatience. At this moment, In Shenlin and his group, who were the masterminds behind the scenes, had already hidden themselves far away. Will they fight? Meng Chongyin asked, standing next to In Shenlin. Xu Shao stayed by Lin Xianxiu's side to rest. Whether we fight or not doesn't matter, it's only the first day. Anyone who isn't an idiot wouldn't choose to start a war now. Let's rest for a while and recover our strength before continuing. In Shenlin said. His main goal was to get rid of those people. It's never a good thing for a battle to break out on the first day, because fighting will attract the attention of others. What they need most right now is to control their stamina consumption. Only an hour has passed. Even if others are far away, it won't take them long to get here. Yes, let's do as you say. Meng Chongyi nodded and said, "Wow, this year's students are really energetic. Only an hour has passed and they're already at it. Don't they think an hour of running isn't tiring enough?" A temporary campsite had been set up in the clearing before the students entered the forest. Inside the camp, hundreds of electronic screens are displaying images captured by tracking drones. Langan watched the students charge into battle as soon as the time was up, a smile on his face that was hard to tell whether it was admiration or mockery. Li Chang'an stood silently to the side. The rules of this trial are actually very simple, and it's not difficult to pass. The key is to avoid fighting as much as possible. After just 3 months of training, the students were filled with anticipation for fighting in this environment. However, in the end, they were just students. It seems that a large number of students will be eliminated from the very beginning. Sure enough, no sooner had Langan finished speaking than a 4-person team was eliminated. What a waste! Eliminated in just 5 minutes, Langan said with a sneer. Li Chang'an glanced at the eliminated students and secretly rejoiced. Well, it's good that they're not from our class. After all, their class is an elite class, so it's unlikely that anyone will be eliminated so quickly. How's the situation in other places? Xu Shao stood under a big tree and called out to In Shenlin up in the tree. They're basically all fighting. The closest group to us is about 600 meters away, and Shenlin replied, his aura slightly expanding as he detected the unusual fluctuations in the air. I see. It seems that 3 hours hasn't created much of a gap. What's next? Should we keep going? Xu Shao stroked his chin and turned to Meng Chongyin to ask. Let's keep going. Fighting drains our energy. If we spend the whole first day fighting, even with 8 of us, we won't last. This is only temporary. Let's get to a suitable position first, and then we can consider seizing the bracelets, Meng Chongyin said calmly. I agree. Besides, we've been running for over 3 hours and are exhausted. We're not in good shape and can't fight at our best, In Shenlin said, jumping down from the tree and yawning. Then let's keep going, Lin Xianxiu said. After a brief discussion, In Shenlin and his 3 companions decided not to actively participate in the battle, but instead to continue their journey. There are many others who share the same choice. But will reality really be as In Shenlin and the others imagine? Of course not. After walking for another hour, In Shenlin and his group still encountered the enemy. On a small, steep slope, Meng Chongyin looked at the 8 confident-looking people blocking her way and asked in confusion, who are they? I only know that they are from the top class of number 2 middle school. I don't know anything else, Lin Xianxiu replied. Looks like we've been targeted. Since these guys are from the top class, they're definitely not easy to deal with. What should we do? Fight or not? Xu Shao rested his hands on his knees and looked at the other 3. We have no choice but to fight. They won't let us off the hook, And Shenlin said while stretching his body. However, And Shenlin soon sensed 3 strange gazes. Meng Chongyin and the other 2 stared at In Shenlin in surprise. What's going on? And Shenlin actually initiated the war? Has he been possessed? Why are you looking at me? I know exactly what I should and shouldn't do. And Shenlin rolled his eyes and replied. Although they were supposed to be fighting, they couldn't sense any any fighting spirit from Shenlin at all. It's still the same Shenlin as before. Then, let's go all out. Chu Xiao revealed an arrogant smile and rushed out first. Battle plan? Forget about it. Just fight. Be careful, they're both from the top class. They're definitely not weak. Meng Chongyin also rushed forward. She and Chu Xiao were the most aggressive. Of course, this refers to personality. There's nothing I can do. Lin Qianqiu sighed helplessly, and a chill began to spread around him. And Shenlin remained motionless, but a blue light flashed in his eyes. Long time no see. Top students of number 1 high school. A tall young man blocked Chu Xiao's way, raised his fist as heavy as a sandbag, and smashed it directly at Chu Xiao. Long time no see. You scum. Chu Xiao smiled and threw a punch in response. The two fists collided, and surprisingly, they were evenly matched. The people from number 1 high school are still so arrogant. Just as Chu Xiao was confronting the tall young man, an enemy holding an ice crystal suddenly appeared beside Chu Xiao, preparing to throw the ice crystal. Who are you looking at? Meng Chongyin's voice came from above the person's head. The man hurriedly looked up, but before he could even see Meng Chongyin's figure clearly, he was kicked away. Dozens of fireballs, mixed with more than a dozen metal pieces, swept towards Meng Chongyin and Chu Xiao. Air conditioning modification, delay. And Shenlin blocked all the fireballs and metal fragments in midair with one hand. It's not over yet. Suddenly, two people appeared beside Shenlin. One of them had leopard-like ears, while the other possessed pure speed. Of the three ability users, two possessed the ability to move at high speed. They were originally assassins, specializing in attacking the most dangerous targets. Their target is clearly Shenlin, but Shenlin didn't even turn his head to look. Just as the two were about to get close to him, countless icy frosts rapidly spread, completely trapping them. Have you forgotten about me? Lin Xianqiu chuckled, then stepped forward and kicked one of them away. And Shenlin also freed up his hands to attack another enemy. Air modification shock. Two loud impacts rang out. Chu Xiao suddenly unleashed his power, pinning the tall young man to the ground. In the contest of strength, Chu Xiao actually overpowered the ability user. But the next moment, a beam of light enveloped the tall young man. Roar! The tall man let out a beast-like roar, and his body instantly became even more muscular. Ability to assist those who are out of order. Meng Chongyin noticed this change. She raised her hand and unleashed a small space slash, forcing back the enemy using ice crystals before quickly teleporting away. Immediately, dream resonance appeared above the disordered ones hiding at the very back. A flaming arrow and a metal arrow were fired at the same time, forcing her to retreat. Immediately afterwards, she saw the enemy who was close to the ability user slam the ground and rise up, and a thick earthen wall quickly enveloped the two of them. One support and one protector, two ranged attackers, two high-speed harassers, one melee attacker, and one melee attacker. With this kind of team composition, it seems the teachers in the top classes at number 2 high school are either members of a combat unit or have military backgrounds. Meng Chongyin looked at the 8-person formation and analyzed it in her heart. As the daughter of the chapter leader, she came into contact with the chapter earlier than any other student. The 8 people in front of them were working together in a typical battle squad formation, which is even common in the military. For against 8, this situation looks like a disadvantage no matter how you look at it. Moreover, the opposing team of 8 is well coordinated and consists of a battle group, making them extremely difficult to deal with. If they had coordinated better and been more experienced, Meng Chongyin would have chosen to retreat immediately. However, the biggest difference between these 4 and these 8 lies in their lack of combat experience and slightly inferior strength. The opponent has accumulated a great deal of experience through regular training and simulations of various real combat situations, making them naturally superior in strength. After analyzing the enemy's strength, Meng Chongyin withdrew and turned her gaze to Shenlin. And Shenlin sighed helplessly, changed his hand gestures, and launched an attack on the tall young man. Imitation execution. A shallow wound appeared on the chest of the tall young man. Although it did not cause much damage, it carried a strong impact. This blow forced him to stagger back several steps. At this moment, the ice ability user saw that the tall young man was injured and turned his gaze to Shenlin. It was from that glance that Chu Xiao, with a sinister smile, quietly approached him and suddenly threw a punch. The man was sent flying by Chu Xiao's punch. Seeing their teammate being attacked, the two extremely fast guys charged at Shenlin again. However, Shenlin merely glanced at them indifferently before rushing straight towards the tall young man. Just as the two were about to change targets, Meng Chongyin appeared and blocked them, kicking them back with a single kick each. Immediately afterwards, Lin Qianqiu released ice from the side, completely binding the two of them. After completing all this, Meng Chongyin turned around and unleashed a spatial slash, this time targeting the tall young man. Faced with Meng Chongyin's spatial slash and Shenlin's sudden approach, the tall young man decisively chose to dodge the spatial slash first. It was this dodge that allowed Shenlin to sidestep and move to his side. Shenlin suddenly slapped the tall young man with his palm. Air modification absolute shock. The tall young man was sent flying by Shenlin's palm strike, crashing straight into the 4 people hiding behind him. The 2 ranged attackers wanted to support him with ranged attacks, but when they saw the tall tall young man flying towards them, they had no choice but to give up their attacks. However, because the tall young man blocked their view, they did not notice that Chu Xiao had quietly appeared next to Shenlin. Devour, repel, and destroy. Air modification shock. And Shenlin slapped Chu Xiao hard on the back. Chu Xiao activated his ability, absorbing most of the impact, but the remaining force still sent him flying towards the tall young man. Just as the tall young man finally regained his balance, Chu Xiao reappeared in front of him. What good is being big? I'll still beat you to a pulp. Chu Xiao kicked the tall young man to the ground with even more force than before. Just as the two people beside him were about to attack Chu Xiao, and Shenlin's slash followed closely behind, they could only flee in panic. Meng Chongyin reappeared in front of the earthen wall, holding a small silver cube in her palm. Square box. A city guard appeared in front of Meng Chongyin, grabbed her hand, and slowly raised it. A small square space measuring 1 by 1 by 1 meters appeared instantly and then quickly dissipated. Several spatial slashes fell, directly felling several large trees nearby. A slash landed squarely on the earthen wall, cutting open a gash and revealing 2 stunned people inside. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. You two are already dead. Eliminated, the city guard said calmly, looking at the two inside the earthen wall. After saying that, he reached out and lightly tapped the 2 bracelets on their wrists. The 2 bracelets that were still lit up went out instantly, meaning that they were dead. Then, he turned to Meng Chongyin. You killed someone and failed to steal the bracelet, but the fight can continue. As soon as he finished speaking, the city guards disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving the scene in an awkward moment. Shall we continue? Chu Xiao suppressed the tall young man and turned to ask Meng Chongyin. Meng Chongyin looked at her hands, then at the 2 dumbfounded people behind her, and raised her hand to ask, are you still going to fight? The 2 immediately started shaking it like rattles. If the city guards hadn't intervened, 2 people would have been dead. Moreover, both of their comrades far behind had been killed in action, and they couldn't bear to watch any longer. The outcome was already clear. Didn't you see that during the battle, all 8 of them were completely suppressed? Perhaps they had no chance of winning from the very beginning. Rather than continuing to fight and suffer, it's better to surrender. After all, this isn't a life or death struggle. Alright, hand over the bracelet. Meng Chongyin smiled gently and held out her hand. The 2 reluctantly handed over the bracelets. Big guy, give me the bracelet. Chu Xiao stood up from the tall young man and reached out with a smile. The tall young man sighed and handed over the bracelet. Gentlemen, I won't say much more, will I? Lin Xianxiu said with a smile, standing next to the 2 men whose lower bodies were frozen. The 2 did not object and silently handed over the bracelet. Here, the ice elemental abnormal being also handed over the bracelet. The 4 reunited, put the bracelet into Meng Chongyin's storage space, and left with joy and ease on their faces. All that remained were 8 people, their faces streaked with tears and filled with sorrow. These 4 are great, their teamwork is excellent. They're already far ahead of other high school students. In the camp, Langan looked at Shenlin and his 3 companions who had just finished their battle and said with a smile, they are indeed quite good. Li Chang'an smiled. Come on, with your mediocre skills, you can barely make someone stronger. If we're talking about improving the overall strength of the team, that's definitely not your doing. Langan interrupted Li Chang'an without any politeness. Li Chang'an's smile twitched slightly, and he chose to remain silent. But that blue-haired girl must be the one with the void-level ability, right? Not bad, her companion is quite interesting too. The other girl's abilities were normal, but the other 2, a yellow level, Devour? No, I feel like it's mutated. The other one I do know is the heavenly level ability, Fu Yan Hai Swan. But judging from this fighting style, it's mutated too? 2 mutated abilities in one team? That's incredible. Langan put his hands on his hips, his tone tinged with surprise. He could tell the difference between Chu Xiao and Shenlin's abilities just by watching through the screen. This is normal, since Langan has always been in charge of security for the trial. I have seen tens of thousands of abilities. Furthermore, he was one of only 2 ability users in the city guard, and the captain of that unit. It's not surprising that he has such insight. In that case, there's no suspense about this trial. Sergeant Li, what do you think? Langan looked at Li Chang'an and asked with a smile. We have to go through the motions. Li Chang'an did not deny it. The time has come to the 6th day. And Shenlin yawned and walked out amidst a cloud of icy mist. We got 4 more bracelets, so we have 88 in total now. Lin Xianqiu happily handed the bracelet in his hand to Meng Chongyin. During those 6 days, it was mostly others who took the initiative to approach them. They rarely provoke others. This strategy greatly increased their speed of progress, bringing them closer and closer to Xiefeng Mountain. However, we encountered more people, as many wanted to avoid combat. We rushed to Xiefeng Mountain. They've taken down quite a few opponents in the past few days. At the same time, there were also some people watching from afar. Among them were acquaintances of Shenlin, who knew they were not to be trifled with. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to provoke them easily, and Shenlin was quite satisfied with her rationality. It's getting dark, let's find a place to rest quickly. And Shenlin glanced at the sky and said calmly, okay, the 3 replied in unison. Soon, the 3 found a small open space, tidied up the surroundings, and began to rest. Here you go. Meng Chongyin handed over a bottle of water and sat down next to Shenlin. Thank you. And Shenlin took the water, inwardly marveling at the convenience of his spatial abilities. Meng Chongyin had prepared water and food for several days. She put them all into her storage space. Without Dream's storage space, they would probably have to catch fish or use other methods to obtain resources. At this rate, we should be able to reach the summit in 3 days. What do you think we should do next? Meng Chongyin asked while eating compressed biscuits. If you're not going to compete for rankings, just aim for the top. But if you want to compete for rankings, you have to stop after a day and a half. They used the foot of Xiefeng Mountain as a base to intercept surrounding teams. But that's up to you, I don't care. And Shenlin said, let's aim for a higher ranking. The top performers in the trial should receive more rewards. He remains most interested in supplies and money. I'm fine with anything. Our strength is among the top of everyone. In most situations, I'm not afraid. Lin Xianxiu said with a smile. Then let's aim for first place. What do you think? Meng Chongyin looked at Shenlin. Alright, I'll do as you say. And Shenlin reluctantly agreed, then finished his meal and closed his eyes to rest. And Shenlin sleeps so well. Lin Xianxiu said helplessly, looking at Shenlin who had fallen asleep in a second. He's been tired these past few days, so let him get some more sleep. That's what Meng Chongyin said. The decision-making process these past few days has been primarily handled by Shenlin. Because Shenlin possesses the ability to perceive a wide range of surrounding conditions, the decisions he makes are naturally optimal. Meng Chongyin never interfered with Shenlin's judgment. After all, not everything needs to be handled by a void-level ability user. While void-level ability users are powerful, they cannot handle everything. You should all get some rest. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night. In a secluded corner of Xiefeng Mountain, a vortex slowly formed in the air. Immediately afterwards, a pair of wings that seemed to be made up of countless prisms emerged from the spatial vortex. As wings appeared, a graceful woman slowly emerged from the colored prism. Her fiery red hair cascaded down her back, and her left eye was adorned with a flower made of prisms. After the woman appeared, the spatial vortex immediately dissipated. After confirming that the surrounding environment was safe, the woman slowly raised her hand, revealing a pair of wings that appeared to be formed from air currents on her left side, where there were no wings. These wings are invisible, yet their presence can be clearly felt. It has a physical form, yet it cannot be touched. The woman lightly touched the ground with her bare feet, and in the next instant, she appeared on a pond several kilometers away. She landed gently on the lake surface, where the air currents on her left side condensed and then slowly spread outwards. Found you. Void hidden heaven, the woman murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on one direction. And Shenlin, who was fast asleep, was awakened almost instantly and quickly stood up, which surprised Meng Chongyin, who was on night watch. How could you? Meng Chongyin looked at Shenlin, who had his back to her, with a puzzled expression. False creation, concealing emptiness. And Shenlin mobilized his spiritual energy, preparing to unleash a skill that could conceal a portion of the area. However, before he could fully unleash his skill, a stunningly beautiful red-haired woman appeared in his field of vision, her left eye like a mirror. The red-haired woman extended her slender fingers and gently lifted Shenlin's chin, speaking softly. Prism Realm, Song of Crimson Dream Lotus. Countless prisms instantly filled the surroundings, then quickly dissipated. To outsiders, nothing seemed to have changed, but in Shenlin's eyes, they had already entered a virtual world made of prisms. In the distance, a young girl suddenly opened her eyes. The prism wings, the prism-like features on his body, and the half-dead, half-alive aura, these obvious signs sent a jolt through Shenlin. Tian Cheng. He stared at the woman so close to him, ignoring the strange thing on her neck, his eyes wide open. Although the appearance of the celestial being was anticipated, but doesn't the prophecy book say that nothing will happen? Why has it come to this? He desperately needs a reasonable explanation. Just as Shenlin was panicking, the red-haired celestial being in front of him showed a puzzled look, pinched his chin and asked, "Why, didn't you fall asleep, ha?" And Shenlin was confused, but he soon noticed that Meng Chongyin, who was originally awake, was now unconscious and suspended in mid-air, enveloped by a prism. Lin Xianxiu was in the same situation, and Xu Xiao was in a similar condition, but he kept his eyes open. Wait, Xu Xiao is actually awake? And Shenlin's eyes were immediately filled with astonishment. Xu Xiao, who was enveloped in the prism and suspended in the air, gestured to him to be quiet. What on earth is going on? How come Xu Xiao is awake? Oh wait, it seems he didn't fall asleep either. But why did she ask that? Just as Shenlin was filled with confusion, the red-haired woman suddenly leaned closer and opened her mouth. Ah! And Shenlin cried out in pain. She is sucking my blood, he cried out in terror, the pain in his neck clearly telling him that it was all real. This being actually bit through his skin and continuously sucked his blood. After being sucked for a while, Shenlin suddenly kicked Tian Qingzhe away. He clutched his injured, bleeding neck and stumbled back several steps. So nothing happened? And Shenlin stared warily at Tian Qingzhe, cursing the prophecy book countless times in his heart. The book of prophecy, is it too late for me to change now? After Shenlin broke free from Tian Qingzhe's control, the red-haired Tian Qingzhe did not rush to chase after him. She gently quickly wiped the blood from her lips, then applied a bright red lipstick. A void level, a power user, and the aura of someone I dislike. Tianxing's gaze towards Shenlin suddenly turned cold. Ha! And Shenlin was stunned. No, just say it directly. Why do you have to shout it so loudly? There are people secretly watching and eavesdropping behind you. Xu Xiao, hooray. I've heard some amazing news. Who told me that a celestial being could directly analyze the ability level after drinking blood? Wouldn't that mean that if we capture a celestial being in the future, we'll have a natural ability detection device? That probably won't work. There are just too many people. And Shenlin looked at Tianxingja in front of him, his feelings extremely complicated. This is bad. Xu Xiao now knows his true abilities. But, Xu Xiao, why are you still awake? Xu Xiao, I don't know either. But it's quite exciting right now. I really like it. Just then, Tianxingja walked up to Shenlin again and spoke calmly. I want you. You have to come with me. And Shenlin, Xu Xiao, what? People are being blatantly kidnapped these days? And there are people watching. This person is just useless. Before Shenlin could respond, Tianxingja's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he said coldly, someone is spying. Immediately afterwards, Shenlin felt a powerful energy surging towards him. This is the virtual calculation flow. No. Humanity's virtual computing power is positive, but this force is negative. This is the unique, aggressive, negative virtual computing power of the celestial beings. And Shenlin quickly analyzed the composition of this power as soon as he touched it. Can he stop it? The answer is, how could it possibly stop it? This guy looks like someone you shouldn't mess with. When will your abnormal possessiveness towards those with superpowers finally disappear? That's absolutely disgusting. Suddenly, a hearty and familiar voice rang out. Then a golden light flashed, and Shenlin felt the power surging towards him dissipate instantly, while Tianxingja retreated to a distance. Coming to his senses, Shenlin saw clearly what was in front of him, a golden tang sword. It's you annoying guy. The scent is yours. You left a tracking mark on him. A person slowly landed in front of Shenlin, elegantly sheathed his tang sword, and then said, What? You're allowed to hunt me down? But I'm not allowed to set traps for you? That's sound. And Shenlin was stunned when he heard the voice of the person who came, and blurted out, the perverted one-eyed uncle in the black market. The one-eyed man's lips twitched, and he looked at Shenlin, slowly saying, Thank you for the nickname you gave me. Also, I'm not a pervert, and I'm only 28 years old, not an old man. You're kidding me. And Shenlin's face was full of disbelief. He quickly shut up, because he knew he would definitely get beaten up if he kept talking. You stole my things, and you still dare to show your face in front of me. Tianxingja stared fiercely at the one-eyed man and said, I got that from you with my own skills. What? You disagree? The one-eyed man refuted him righteously and sternly. So it was Tianxingja who was chasing you. And Shenlin was speechless again. The one-eyed man's enemy. And Shenlin looked at Tianxingja. What a formidable foe. Moreover, the spatial crystal was stolen from the Skybreaker. No wonder it's being sold on the black market. However, Xu Xiao didn't think that much about it. He was only concerned with how exactly did they take it out. As he spoke, Xu Xiao began to examine Tianxingja. It seems like there's nowhere to dig. Why, are you still awake? Just as Xu Xiao was lost in thought, Tianxingja suddenly turned his head and glared angrily. Some powerful people have an extremely keen sense of the ill-intentioned gazes of others? How about I go to sleep now? Xu Xiao panicked and quickly closed his eyes, trying to pretend to be asleep. But, are you serious about that left eye that's even wider than before? Just as Tianxingja was about to lash out at Xu Xiao, the one-eyed man suddenly pounced over, wielding his twin blades fiercely towards Tianxingja. Tianxingja nimbly dodged the one-eyed man's attack with a flash. Radiant Knight, don't be so arrogant. Skybreaker roared at the one-eyed man. Radiant Knight? And Shenlin and Xu Xiao stared in surprise. Isn't that the legendary, terrifying organization that worships the 10-dimensional world of light and specifically hunts down those who seek to destroy the heavenly realm? This guy is actually the Radiant Knight. Pursuing you Skybreakers is the most important mission of our Radiant Knights. So, why do you think I would let you go? The one-eyed man did not deny it and admitted it directly. Oh it's over. Why is the Radiant Knights considered a terrorist organization rather than a cult? All because of their fighting style. The Radiant Knights take pride in hunting down the Skybreakers, who are extremely special and difficult to kill, so they adopt a wide-ranging and aggressive fighting style. What does that mean? In other words, once the Radiant Knights and the Skybreakers clash, a large area will inevitably be affected. Previous news reports have stated that the Radiant Knights destroyed a third of a county town during the battle. That's why they were designated as a terrorist organization. What they did was truly terrifying. It should be noted that the Radiant Knights and the Radiant Ones are two different organizations, but both believe in the Light Era and do not interfere with each other. At this moment, looking at the tense standoff between the Skybreakers and the Radiant Knights, Shenlin cursed the Book of Prophecy in his heart once again. What do you mean nothing happened? This is what you call nothing happened? This is clearly a matter of life and death. Tianxingja glanced at the one-eyed man, then turned to Shenlin and Xu Xiao. A void-level ability ability user, is very attractive. And those strange guys who weren't asleep are quite worthy of study. Not to mention that void hidden heaven that should be eradicated. Although I feel a little regretful that I have to give them up now, there's nothing I can do about it. We mustn't get entangled with the one-eyed man, otherwise the powerful humans will arrive. Next time, I will definitely kill you. A spatial vortex appeared behind Tian Qingzhe. The illusory prism field disappeared, and Chu Xiao and the other two slowly landed back on the ground, returning to the forest. The sky-piercing one entered the vortex and disappeared before their eyes. No wonder there were no spatial fluctuations, so that's how they got here. But are they just leaving like this? Oh well, I should probably head out too, or I'll get beaten up again. The one-eyed man sheathed his long sword and was about to leave when he saw An Shenlin clutching his wound. You left a mark on me? An Shenlin asked, staring at the one-eyed man. I'm just quite interested in you. The one-eyed man scratched his head, his eyes darting away, his voice low. An Shenlin stared intently at him. Okay, I admit it. I had this idea after I found out you were capable of measuring your abilities. After all, these guys from the heavenly realm have an extreme fondness for those with the ability to control the flow of energy. Your friend also possesses void-level spatial abilities, which is exactly what the Skybreakers hate most. That guy followed me here, and I was planning to use you to lure her out. But she was very cautious, so in the end she didn't gain anything. The one-eyed man shrugged and said indifferently. He then walked over to An Shenlin, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, void-level power? Not bad, but strength is the foundation of everything, just like your friend with the void-level ability. Before they grow up, they are perfect as bait for fishing. And, aren't you already overworked? Get some rest. I'm not interested in people who are far weaker than me. These 2 knives are compensation for you. Don't worry, I didn't bring much this time, just 2 ordinary silver knives. Goodbye, the world's 4th void-level ability anomaly. Be careful from now on, there's still much to be done. As soon as he finished speaking, the one-eyed man vanished, leaving behind only 2 silver tang swords on the ground. And Shenlin stared at the 2 silver knives, remaining silent. Seeing the one-eyed man disappear, Chu Xiao immediately approached and asked with concern, Olden, are you alright? I'm going to rest for a bit. Don't come any closer. And Shenlin's aura suddenly weakened, and he slowly walked to the side. He had been putting on a brave face the whole time. Okay. Chu Xiao wanted to say something more, but in the end he only uttered one word. Cough. After walking a distance, and Shenlin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. If that force had lasted even a second longer, I would have died. And that was only 70% of the power. If it were released in its entirety. Heh, but it wasn't a complete waste of effort. Something was stripped away from that power and etched into my body. I'll analyze it carefully after the trial is over. And Shenlin fell to the ground, rolled over, and looked up at the sky. I'm so tired. Hee, nothing really happened today. Sigh. Cough cough cough. Fistina knelt on the ground, covering her mouth with her hand, coughing softly, blood seeping from between her fingers. As expected of the Sky Piercer, I barely built a few bridges and they already noticed, and even tried to kill me. Ha! If Shenlin hadn't blocked most of the phantom flow attacks for me, I would be dead by now. Oh dear. I owe Shenlin a life. Fistina looked towards Tiani City. This trouble was entirely because of her. I say, heal the body. Fistina murmured. A sudden explosion was heard halfway up Xiefang Mountain. You guys from number 1 high school, don't push your luck. The group of people retreated from the icy mist in a disheveled state, glaring fiercely at An Shenlin and his 3 companions before them and shouting, we've gone too far. What can you do about it? Chu Xiao stared at the group as they arrogantly retorted, we surrender. The 5-person team threw their bracelets to the ground with a triumphant air. This action stunned An Shenlin and the others. Seriously? You guys can be this tough even after surrendering? It's like we lost. You can leave if you surrender, Chu Xiao. Let's continue. Meng Chongqing sighed and turned to An Shenlin. An Shenlin nodded and withdrew his hand. There was a bandage wrapped around his neck, which was a temporary bandage when the wound appeared out of nowhere. Of course, he and Chu Xiao both knew the origin of the wound, but they just didn't say it. This is really boring, Chu Xiao muttered to himself. After the 4 left, the others were filled with resentment, but considering the fighting prowess of the 4, they could only sigh helplessly in the end. They're all high school sophomores, so why are they so strong? They couldn't understand it, and neither could others. And Shenlin and his team had defeated quite a few people. Those few were just a small part of them. It is now the 12th day of the trial. The trial ends in 2 days. Because An Shenlin encountered an accident on the 6th day, he did not officially arrive at Xiefang Mountain until the 9th day. In fact, after learning about his physical condition, An Shenlin originally wanted to end the session early, but a strange energy healed him, allowing him to continue as planned. However, it still took some time, otherwise, we would have reached the summit by the 10th day. The trial is almost over, and the Snow Peak Mountain is unusually peaceful, with very few battles taking place. Even if the teams meet, they will tacitly choose to avoid each other and do nothing. After all, nobody wants any unexpected events to happen near the end. And Shenlin and the others were the same. In the past few days of fighting, the number of bracelets has reached 200. In other words, they eliminated at least least 25 teams. This was extremely dazzling in this trial. But eliminating too many people isn't a good thing either. Because of their outstanding performance, many people knew they couldn't beat them, so they banded together to target them. They have recently faced a significant increase in the number of attacks. They can handle a small number of people, but if they are surrounded by more than 50 people or 10 teams, as before, their only option was to run away. They are strong enough but not stupid enough to take on 10 people at once. On the night of the 12th day, Shenlin and his companions arrived at the registration point at the mountaintop, which was also the end of the trial. There were hardly any lines at the finish line. It seemed that everyone who had come here had already left. However, Shenlin encountered the person he least wanted to see at the finish line. "Oh, isn't this Shenlin? Why are you so late?" And Linger said sarcastically, seeing that he had arrived late. However, her companions dared not utter a single unnecessary word. "Why didn't you come to see me?" And Shenlin asked helplessly. "Why would I contact you? Do you want me to be eliminated?" "I'm not stupid," and Linger replied with a cold laugh. She had actually considered looking for Shenlin, but after learning that he had managed to escape despite being surrounded by more than 50 people, she gave up the idea. This half-brother remains as perverted as ever. She can only vent her frustration verbally now. "Since you know that, you'd better get lost. I don't want to see you," and Shenlin said casually, yawning. Xu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu were shocked to see Shenlin display such obvious hostility towards someone for the first time. It seems that the relationship between the girl who spoke to Shenlin and him is not simple. "This is a no-fighting place. Forget it, let's go, don't linger here." And Linger wanted to say something more, but after sensing the intense emotions emanating from Shenlin, she immediately changed her mind and left first. And Shenlin actually got angry. "That's really rare." And Linger muttered to herself. Although Shenlin was usually unfriendly to her, it was extremely rare for him to show anger. Although she didn't like him, she didn't dare to cause trouble when he was angry, as the consequences would be unimaginable. "Let's go register," and Shenlin said calmly. Xu Xiao and the other two nodded silently, without saying anything more. In fact, they had noticed Shenlin's abnormality long ago. In fact, they could say they had sensed it 5 days ago. That day, Shenlin felt inexplicably weak for a while, and then his emotions began to become strange. But on the surface, he seemed no different from usual. What exactly is the reason? Xu Xiao might know something, but he remained tight-lipped. He was afraid of inadvertently revealing Shenlin's secret that he was a void-level ability user, so he had been avoiding talking about it. If Shenlin were to learn of their suspicions, he would surely protest his innocence. After all, Shenlin had been analyzing the things extracted from the attack by the Skybreakers for the past few days. This kind of analysis activates self-defense mechanisms, which is why his outward emotions seem like anger. After registering, Shenlin and his group left the mountaintop. Subsequently, people arrived at the mountaintop to register. On the 14th day, the trial officially ended. On the 15th day, the trial results were announced. The first place winner was surprisingly Xu Xiao. The second place went to Lin Xianxiu. Meng Chongyin came in third place, and Shenlin came in fourth. Why did this ranking occur? Because there was a rule before the trial began that the final bracelets had to be distributed among the team members themselves. The trial rankings are not based on teams, but on individual performance. Whoever has the most bracelets is the winner. The first place winner receives the most generous reward. Before reaching the summit, Shenlin and his group had discussed the rankings. In the end, Xu Xiao won 65 bracelets, attempting to compete for first place, and Shenlin had the fewest bracelets, with only 45. However, they still swept the top 4 spots, demonstrating a significant gap in strength. This is understandable, given that their strength is inherently superior. The trial ended, and summer vacation began. My summer vacation, which lasted for more than a month, was simple. Apart from practicing, I just traveled around. Everyone was filled with anticipation. However, some people aren't really looking forward to this summer vacation. The 7th day after the trial ended. "It's done," and Shenlin sat in the room, slowly opening his eyes. More than 10 days of analysis had finally yielded results. On the left side of his back, a pair of wings, the same length as the sky-piercing one, grew out. These are wings of information flow made up of virtual computing power, which can alleviate the burden on the brain when using virtual computing power. Moreover, the speed of casting skills will be faster. However, the virtual calculation power of the Skybreaker is the reverse calculation power. They only have the ability to launch attacks, they cannot perform other operations. The previous attacks by the Skybreakers were like this: they simply used virtual computing power to directly attack the brain. But what I imitated was different. I didn't have that strong aggressiveness. And Shenlin slowly raised his hand. End of imaginary number evolution, reverse creation, reversion. A small gray ball appeared in Shenlin's palm, and it seemed as if there was airflow flowing in his palm. But that wasn't airflow, it was spiritual energy. A device can be created to temporarily store spiritual energy. It consumes little energy, and after creation, it will automatically absorb spiritual energy. Its storage capacity is limited. limited and it can only be used once. 5. Return flows are equivalent to twice the total amount of one's own spiritual energy. And Shenlin crushed the return in his hand. The biggest problem for these spirit dust level out of order individuals is their insufficient spiritual energy purity, which results in limited endurance. But with return flow, and Shenlin's endurance will surpass everyone else's. This is not an offensive capability, so there is no solution. August 15, 1989. The guesthouse in Yanjing was specifically for entertaining diplomats from other countries. Huang Fan was straightening his suit. Although he was over 40 years old, he looked as young as a man in his 20s. It's been 5 days, and they're still negotiating. It's getting really annoying. Huang Fan grumbled as he fixed his hair. Behind him, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, smiling as he said, "After all, we've asked for too much, so it's normal that they're unwilling to accept it." Too much stuff? They should have realized this long ago, when they sent people to assassinate our void-level students. They were relatively well-behaved in previous years, but this year they've become even more outrageous. It's strange, but out of so many countries, half of them were instigated. If caught, you have no choice but to swallow the blame. There's no compensation whatsoever. And then there's the United States. They're a real headache. They can't get anything out of us, so they start causing trouble on our borders. What benefits do you think we should get from them? Huang Fan said with a smile, his smile as bright as the sunshine. "I don't know, I'm just a bodyguard to prevent you from dying here." However, the higher-ups mean that the United States and several other countries will have to pay a high price to obtain the intelligence they want. Russia can be a little more lenient. We just signed a cooperative development agreement for the uninhabited areas of Siberia. Just a small token will do. That's what the middle-aged man said. He was simply an outsider, completely ignorant of politics. Huang Fan is an ordinary person, but as someone who specializes in negotiating with foreign countries, he is exceptionally eloquent. Before the new century, the world was in turmoil, and countries were basically dominated by those who followed the disorder, because only those who are outsiders can protect the nation. However, after entering the new world, relations between countries returned to the state before the advent of the tenfold world. Unlike before the new era, we no longer attack other countries without reason. As for assassination attempts, besides compensation, there are other ways to deal with them. While China loves peace, it will never be too weak. Assassinations happen every year, but this year they've come to the forefront. I understand. I will give the higher-ups a satisfactory answer. Huang Fan put on his glasses and strode out. The middle-aged man followed. Upon arriving at the conference hall, we found representatives from more than 40 countries already seated inside. Distinguished guests, did you have a good rest yesterday? Huang Fan sat down in the main seat and asked with a smile. Some of the delegates present looked extremely grim. Some of them looked normal. Some of them were smiling, as if they were watching a good show. It seems everything is fine, so let's begin. Does anyone have any objections to our previous requests? Huang Fan scanned the entire room and asked. I have an objection. The representative from the Sakura Kingdom raised his hand and said to Huang Fan with a serious expression, Your Majesty, the demands made by your Huaxia people are unacceptable to our country. We demand that some of our demands be lowered and that Renmu Mishima's body be returned to our country. Mishima Runmeng was the same Manhwa-level out-of-order individual who had died in China. During the 5-month assassination operation, the Japanese nation was the most aggressive. Mr. Shirakawa, I want to say something on your behalf. We are deeply saddened by the news of your Moon class's death. After all, China and Japan have long established a profound friendship. Therefore, I believe that Renmu Mishima would also like to be buried in China. We will give his remains a proper burial. I hope you can find solace and strength during this difficult time. Mr. Huang Fan spoke with a smile, his tone sincere, but his words held a hidden sharpness, causing Shirakawa to clench his fists, his anger barely concealed. Needless to say, he knew that Mishima Renmu's body had already been disposed of by them. Shirakawa took a deep breath and said in a low voice, In that case, the requirements must be lowered. Mr. Shirakawa, the requirements cannot be lowered. You should understand that whatever you plan to do is under our control. But what we did was far beyond your expectations. Huang Fan's tone was laced with threat. Do you think China is easy to bully? We've let you have your fun for 5 months. Now it's our turn to strike. Refuse to give it? We have plenty of ways to force you to compromise. Do they really think of China, one of the 3 great powers and a behemoth, as an easy target? I need to go back and discuss this with my superiors. Shirakawa was so angry that his face turned ashen, but he could only suppress his anger and sullenly sit back down in his seat. Does anyone else want to speak? Huang Fan asked, glancing around at the other country representatives. Many people lowered their heads. Who dares to talk back here? If China hadn't invited them here, they would have obediently handed over their goods long ago. Huaxia gave them no chance at all, directly inviting them to the event and making demands that far exceeded their expectations. Is it only in Japan that people die? Don't be naive. In almost every country that has been used as a pawn, people have lost their lives. What the Japanese dared to ask was also what they wanted to ask. Japan, now the strongest nation, has not received even the slightest respect from China, let alone from other countries. The South Korean representative was about to speak, but was forced to shut up immediately by someone's gaze. Since no one objects, shall we continue? Huang Fan asked with a smile, looking at a blonde man. No problem, but are you Chinese sure you want our American stuff? The blonde man said with a smile. Of course, those things mean nothing to your country, don't they? Huang Fan replied. Ha ha ha, it's really nothing, but I have a condition. If your China agrees, we're willing to give you 3 times the resources. How about it? The blonde man laughed heartily. If we were to simply give that information to your country, we certainly wouldn't accept it. Mr. Kells, these items already have a price tag. If you continue to say this, we will have no choice but to give up on disclosing it to your country. Huang Fan showed a hint of regret. What could possibly justify such a high price from the United States? The answer is the hidden, no stars, no place, and the evil quality that can conceal itself. These secrets were thoroughly investigated 2 months ago, and even attracted the attention of many countries. Ha, it seems someone's little scheme is going to fail. Russian Representative Levsel sneered. Fine, you Chinese are really tough. I just don't know if you can get a good ranking in this year's World Championships. After all, the Sword Heartstone is not a treasure that is easy to find. Kells said calmly. You don't need to worry about that. Your country should just mind its own business. Huang Fan responded coldly. So, who else wants to speak? I'll answer them all, Huang Fan asked with a smile. Oh, it's finally over. These people really know how to stir things up, especially South Korea. They'd give them even a tiny bit of resources. After the meeting, Huang Fan sat wearily on the sofa and said, a 6-hour meeting is indeed too torturous for ordinary people. But for those outsiders, this amount of time is nothing, which explains why there are so few ordinary people negotiating with them. If it weren't for various medications to maintain his health, his 45-year-old body would have given out long ago. Their area has limited resources, so it's normal for them to feel distressed. You're really something, managing to get your hands on a whole bunch of resources with just a few words. The US reaction was strange. Shouldn't they have just refused outright? The middle-aged man said with a puzzled look. Huang Fan chuckled. Hee, who cares about them? The US can't do whatever it wants. We Chinese are not to be trifled with. He turned his gaze to the window. It's raining. I don't like rain because gloomy rainy days are always a harbinger of bad things. I actually quite like rain. After all, rain can cleanse the world. However, I don't want this rain to last too long either. Prolonged rain is a disaster. Yes, I still hope the disaster will come later. Hashtag nervous face hashtag. In the South China Sea, a small boat sails slowly through a torrential downpour. Red dust filled the sky, but strangely, it did not obstruct visibility. We're almost in China's territory. Honestly, I have to do everything. However, it's just a special place called no stars, no land. With enough strength, none of that matters. A red-haired man lay on the small boat, muttering to himself. At that moment, the sky was torn apart by a beam of white light, and a long sword formed from pure white light cleaved through the sea and sky. The red-haired man swiftly dodged the attack and appeared 10,000 meters away. Warner, you've crossed the line. A man dressed in white hovered in the air, his silver eyes coldly fixed on him. I never expected it to be you, white-clad sword immortal. The red-haired man responded with a smirk. What? You want to invite someone even more powerful? The man in white asked calmly. No, I don't want to. Now that you're here, I don't want to waste my time. There's no point in wasting time with you here. I'd rather go back and drink with beautiful women. That's where the real fun lies. The red-haired man lazily rested his hands behind his head. Then why don't you leave now? The man in white said coldly. Don't rush. How about I tell you some exciting news? I guarantee you'll be interested. The red-haired man suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile. Not leaving? Then I'll make you get lost. The man in white raised his hand, and a silver-white longsword appeared in his hand. A sword aura pierced the sky and roared out. TSK. You Chinese can make all sorts of fun with the mortal level, sword-wielding, ability. The law-level one is no easy feat. If you don't want to listen, fine, but why resort to violence? The red-haired man dodged the sword energy, looked at the sword energy that stretched for thousands of miles, and sneered. If you don't leave, the next sword will be yours. The man in white warned. Okay, I'll go then. But first, let me tell you that we captured a celestial being before. Although he escaped, we obtained some interesting information. All clues point to a city in your China. Would you like to hear it? The red-haired man helplessly shrugged, then revealed a smile and dropped the bombshell. The man in white paused slightly, just as he was about to make a move, when the red-haired man suddenly disappeared. Ha ha ha. Although it's just a small matter, but I'd like to see how you, the first to discover the hidden, starless, nowhere, will react. The red-haired man's laughter echoed in the air before disappearing from the white-clad man's sight. The man in white narrowed his eyes slightly. Did this guy come here just to tell them this kind of thing? No, it's definitely not just that. There must be a deeper purpose behind it. It seems I'll have to do a thorough investigation of major cities across the country next. The hidden, starless, nowhere. Tianyi City? The man in white cast his gaze in one direction, his eyes seemingly piercing through space and reaching the outskirts of Tianyi City. Then, the man in white disappeared on the sea. Unbeknownst to anyone, a major battle nearly broke out on the high seas. However, some people saw the white sword energy that seemed to pierce the sky. He's back. In September, both regular students and those from the ordered faction began the new semester. After a 2-month summer vacation, the second-year high school students have entered the third year of high school. Everyone must begin preparing for the college entrance examination and pave the way for their future. From September to June of the following year, a full 10 months, is a crucial stage for moving towards higher goals. Those who are outsiders will face even more rigorous academic pressure this year. Training outside the training ground has become a regular occurrence. The allocation of resources is becoming increasingly apparent. The top students also receive more generous treatment. By the time they reached their senior year of high school, the team had gradually taken shape. However, this is not a university team, but a team-based approach developed during the senior year of high school, which makes handling various tasks much smoother. Of course, going it alone is also possible, but only if you are strong enough. Time waits for no one. Insufficient strength will only leave regrets. Despite the hectic pace of their senior year of high school, Shenlin and the other four continued to work hard. One morning, the doorbell rang again at Shenlin's house, and he knew who it was without even thinking. Seriously, they don't even let people rest properly on Saturdays. He complained helplessly, but still sat up in bed. After Shenlin got up, the first thing he did was not to open the door, but to pick up the prophecy book that was placed on the table. This book of prophecy cannot be destroyed, and its contents are constantly being updated. Since the last prophet appeared, he has predicted more than 20 events. Most of them came true, although there were occasional slight deviations, but when looking back, the content in the book was always adjusted and corrected. One can only say that the prophecy book is too clever, as it can be updated anytime, anywhere. And Shenlin opened the book of prophecy, and, sure enough, new content appeared. It rained on December 31st, 1989. Rain? What kind of prophecy is that? Is it a weather forecast a week in advance? Fine, let's leave it at that. Knowing something is better than knowing nothing. And Shenlin looked puzzled, then casually tossed the prophecy book back onto the table. December 31st, 1989. It started raining at midnight and has continued until now. It looks like it will rain all day. This kind of weather is a bit strange in winter. In the library, Meng Chongyin sat next to Shenlin, propping her head up with one hand and looking out at the sky. Tianyi City is located in the south, and there is rarely continuous rainfall in winter. It's unprecedented for rain to fall all day without warning like today. And Shenlin wasn't surprised, because the prophecy book had told him a week ago that it would rain. Strangely, the book of prophecy did not receive any new updates this week. This morning, the prophecy book was updated again, still predicting that it will rain in a week. That's strange. Is there any pattern to rain? Despite feeling strange, Shenlin didn't pay much attention to it. Shenlin, do you have any plans for New Year's Day? Meng Chongyin suddenly turned to ask him. No, what's wrong? Shenlin replied. I've made plans with Chu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu tomorrow. Let's go out and have some fun together. Meng Chongyin said with a smile. That's fine. This period of study and training has almost made me stupid. Going out for walks is really good for your physical and mental health. Shenlin stretched and replied. Since entering their senior year of high school, they have had very little time to rest. Shenlin, who is usually quite lazy, has become a little more diligent, but it's only a slight change. Even so, his strength has not declined. What they found most incomprehensible was that Shenlin's strength was improving faster than theirs. Even Meng Chongyin, who possesses void-level abilities, cannot keep up with his growth pace. According to their strength ranking, Shenlin is still the strongest, just like a few months ago. This is hard to understand, yet impossible to question. However, no one delved into it further, since Shenlin's increased strength was a good thing for them. The next day was January 1st, 1990. The new year begins, a year filled with memorable moments. Therefore, this year's New Year's Day was much more lively than usual, and Shenlin and his friends had a rare day off from training, so the four of them went out for a trip together. On January 7th, a light drizzle was falling from the sky. The prophecy book once again foretells that it will rain again on January 14th. No new prophecies were made during this period. Everything was eerily calm. Although Shenlin noticed something was amiss, he didn't pay much attention to it. He couldn't figure out what was wrong, nor could he take the initiative to investigate. Despite having the book of prophecy in hand, he was still powerless in the face of some strange occurrences. There are some things he can only observe from the sidelines. On January 13th, the school announced the final exam results for the top classes, a school-wide showdown. Students from the top classes of each school will compete in both team and individual modes. Individual competitions are held simultaneously in multiple venues, with opponents randomly assigned. In team competitions, 5 people are selected to form a team to compete against each other. This final exam was very different from previous ones. Several schools are jointly organizing this event, and the first-place winners in both modes will receive generous resource rewards. Keep in mind that 9 months have passed since last year's awakening of ability. abilities. The top classes in each school have been fixed for a long time, and few people have been coming and going since October. This method of examination maximized the motivation of the top students. However, since this is an assessment and not a formal competition, it can only be held at the number 1 middle school's training ground. The exam lasted 10 days, and the winter break started right after it ended. Ugh, why do we have to change the final exams again? This is so annoying. And Chenlin slumped onto the table in despair, letting out a mournful cry. It is indeed a bit sudden, but it shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Xu Xiao said, sitting to the side. And Chenlin is incredibly strong. No one in the top class can rival him. At best, Meng Chongyin can only manage a draw with him. Even after more than half a year, everyone has a deeper understanding of abilities, in addition to the core skills they initially possessed. Many people have developed derivative skills to assist in combat, but no one is as powerful as In Chenlin, whose skills are diverse and unique. Xu Xiao has never won against In Chenlin in sparring matches. The day before, he thought he had figured out In Chenlin's attack patterns, but the next day he was beaten to the ground. Therefore, In Chenlin had no need to worry about this sudden change in the final exams. As long as I don't do anything stupid, my ranking will definitely be high. I just hope we don't run into each other, Xu Xiao said. It's fine if it happens later in the exam period, but it's troublesome if it happens early in the exam period. Xu Xiao values resources highly, so he finds it difficult to act once he encounters an opponent. I don't care anymore, I'm tired, let it all end. And Chenlin remained lying down, looking utterly hopeless. After class, Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianqiu immediately came over. The final exam rules have suddenly changed. What do you think? Lin Xianqiu asked, sitting down in front of Xu Xiao. Meng Chongyin lowered his head in deep thought. And Chenlin said calmly, what else can we do? Just keep up with current events. The World Championship just ended recently. It's held every 4 years, and our class will be in 4 years. Whether they are substitutes or starters, it's highly likely that they will all be from our class. Therefore, the exam rules were changed so that we could get used to the competition rules in advance. However, I don't think this is very useful, since it's not people adapting to the rules, but people following the rules. Adaptation is only suitable for those who lack the ability. Those with the ability only need to comply. Ultimately, it was the Education Bureau that made a mistake. They simply didn't understand these things. And Chenlin has been paying close attention to the international situation and the various movements of the outcasts. Among them, the most attention-grabbing event was the World Championship, which concluded in mid-December. China remains firmly in second place, and the rankings in the competition have remained largely unchanged over the years. The United States has consistently held the top spot. The champion and runner-up positions basically alternate between China and the United States, so it's normal for there to be a second-place position. However, there are always some people who are dissatisfied with this. The examination process this time was almost identical to that of world-class competitions. With a little analysis, one can see what those people in the Education Bureau are thinking. And Chenlin is right, but since it's the final exam, we still need to prepare seriously, Meng Chongyin said. She always takes assessments and similar matters very seriously. On January 14th, it started to rain. A new entry appeared in the prophecy book. It will still rain on January 15th. Sure enough, it rained again on the 15th. On this day, all high schools in Tianyi City began their final exams simultaneously. The prophecy book continues to update. January 16th, it will rain. This was followed by a rain forecast on January 17th. On the 18th, the rain still hadn't stopped. It continued to rain on the 19th. The date is January 18th. And Chenlin stared at the continuous rain forecasts on the prophecy book, a vague feeling of unease creeping into his heart. Does this rain really need to be constantly predicted? He muttered to himself, turning his gaze to the window. The prediction was correct. It has been raining continuously outside for a long time. If this were just ordinary rain, there would be no need for the prophecy to repeatedly remind us. In the past, prophetic books have always foretold events of great significance and special significance. This seemingly ordinary rain was completely different from the previous prophecies. Unless there's some kind of secret hidden in this rain, we must be extra careful, and Chenlin said in a low voice, then glanced at the book of prophecy in his hand and put it into his backpack. With the book of prophecy, many problems can be easily solved. The continuous prophecies made him sense an ominous atmosphere. In addition, the tremors at Prism World in Qingshan County, which is near Tianyi City, prompted Tianyi City to send some troops to provide support. This has left Tianyi City's defenses somewhat weak. In this situation, it is difficult to respond quickly in the event of an emergency. And Chenlin, carrying his bag, headed to school as usual, unaware that the prophecy book in his backpack had revealed new contents. Rain, rain, the rain keeps falling, no stars, no place, will appear with the rain, the skybreakers, conspiracy. However, this line of text seemed to be affected by something and was quickly erased, disappearing along with the previous prophecy. Soon after, these prophecies resurfaced, only to disappear again just as quickly. It seems as if some force is forcibly deleting these words. In the end, all that remained before in Shenlin's eyes was a prophecy with only a few characters left. The subsequent content was completely erased. After being erased, the book of prophecy flickered slightly, and the paper inside underwent subtle changes, as if it had upgraded itself. Danger. Red. In the deserted forest, a drop of water fell from a leaf but splashed in mid-air. A foul sound echoed through the forest. As soon as the first sound was uttered, it seemed to receive a response, and more bad elements began to speak out. But no one could be seen in the forest. Only the tracks left on the ground indicate that the object was crushed. A monstrous creature suddenly appeared in the air, its two round eyes gazing towards the distant Tianyi city. Red. Came a roar from its mouth. Immediately afterwards, prism-shaped objects fell from the forest, revealing the hidden, no stars, no places. Within this area, there are three, starless and nowhere, places existing simultaneously. A clear, crisp bell rang out. A girl with bells hanging from her ankles and the characteristics of a celestial being appeared on the back of the flying monster. Is everything ready? The girl asked softly. She wasn't questioning the bad guy, but rather confirming with her two companions in the distance. A response came from the air, indicating that everything was ready. They created a continuous curtain of rain, releasing the hidden, starless, nowhere. Those bad qualities also appeared. The only thing he didn't leave behind was the mortal world, because once the mortal world appears, humans will notice the anomaly here. They had been preparing for all of this for a long time. Only now is everything truly ready. This is a test for humanity. Very well, then let the slaughter begin. The girl's wings flapped, and she flew into the air, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes closed, and countless red prisms appeared behind her. Ah! The girl opened her mouth and sang a captivating song. The sound waves spread in all directions, and all the evil beings who were hiding and heard the song became excited. She seemed like a songstress from another world, singing melodies that didn't belong to this world. Red. Countless evil spirits roared, shaking the sky, and powerful energy spread out in all directions. This energy reached all the sensing instruments in Tianyi City. A dazzling red light began to flash. Crisis had arrived. The Sky Eye immediately located the position and generated an image. What came into view was three celestial beings and countless necrotic beings, issuing a blood disaster warning. However, they soon discovered that the signal was being blocked. Sigh. Inside Tianyi No. 1 Middle School, the individual competition is still in full swing. This period eliminated most of the contestants, leaving behind almost all those with exceptional skills. Today's first match is a showdown between Xu Xiao and Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao's opponent was an old acquaintance, Bai Ziyan. To be honest, Bai Ziyan is far inferior to Qin Hemming. He is arrogant and conceited, and looks down on everyone. Moreover, he has always publicly claimed to be Lin Qianqiu's boyfriend, and he often targeted Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao was driven to distraction by him. If Xu Xiao hadn't been completely powerless, he would have retaliated long ago. Although Bai Ziyan has a rich background and abundant resources, he is still no match for Xu Xiao. Therefore, whenever Bai Ziyan tried to gain favor with Lin Qianqiu by putting on airs, he was always ruthlessly humiliated by Xu Xiao. But he never learns his lesson, as if he enjoys being beaten up. Now that Bai Ziyan is facing Xu Xiao again, he naturally can't help but start with some lighthearted banter. Bai Ziyan and Xu Xiao, who do you think will win? And Shenlin propped his head up, watching the match that hadn't started yet. Xu Xiao. After all, Bai Ziyan has never won, and besides, he's really quite annoying. It's quite remarkable that a family could raise such an eccentric heir. That's what Meng Chongyin said. Bai Ziyan is practically the epitome of a spoiled brat, and he's also incredibly foolish, clinging to only one thing. Even if he only had 1/10 of Qin Hemming's strength, he wouldn't be beaten up every time. Even Qin Hemming, who was sitting behind them, had dark circles under his eyes. Meng Chongyin played it. She couldn't control her strength during the match, so that's how it is. If someone like Bai Ziyan were to take over the family, everything would collapse. I dare say that. Qin Hemming proudly echoed Meng Chongyin's words. Those who understand the times are wise. This is one of Qin Hemming's few virtues. But he soon realized that no one was paying attention to him, and he could only sit awkwardly in the back row. Why is he sitting here? Because we arrived late, there were no seats left. Otherwise, he would never have sat behind these people. Just then, and Shenlin, who had been feeling listless, suddenly sensed something was wrong. He reached into his backpack and took out a purple book, then began to read it. The next moment, and Shenlin was stunned, and his expression immediately became solemn. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual aura in the surrounding force field, and Shenlin immediately unleashed his full-body force field, enveloping everyone around him. A gust of air suddenly appeared from above, shattering the ceiling and falling straight into the force field that Shenlin had deployed. A powerful gust of air shattered the ceiling and crashed into Shenlin's force field. The force field blocked the airflow, protecting the people around. However, Shenlin couldn't hold on for long in this state. Li Chang'an was the first to react. The moment the evil substance launched its attack, he immediately sensed its presence. But it was too late to stop the attack from the bad elements. If Shenlin hadn't intervened in time, that attack would have been enough to kill most of the students in this area. Li Chang'an punched the bad creature, because that bad creature was was only at the Misty Age level. Li Chang'an killed it with a single punch. But he didn't let his guard down. The sudden appearance of the evil spirit was clearly an ominous sign. He quickly climbed onto the ceiling and began to survey his surroundings. The next moment, he froze. In the distance, dozens of blood-red fireworks burst forth, illuminating the sky, their unique material turning the sky a blood red. Even with the gloomy weather, the intense crimson color still sent shivers down one's spine. Blood disaster warning. How is this possible? No, now is not the time to dwell on the reasons. Once a blood disaster warning is issued, it means that a catastrophe powerful enough to destroy the city is about to strike. Evacuation must be arranged immediately. Li Chang'an, a former soldier, reacted quickly, abandoning his thoughts on the cause of the incident and instead considering the evacuation plan. He quickly came up with a plan. Everyone, bloodshed warning, assemble immediately. All teachers led their classes to evacuate in an orderly manner. Seek refuge at the nearest Tianyi hospital. From now on, everyone shall adhere to the 3 no questions principle. Without asking why. Without asking if I can leave. Without asking if I can do anything else. Just follow the teacher and leave this place. A teacher who had served in the military maintained order. Everyone evacuated within 5 minutes. Li Chang'an issued several orders in quick succession. The teachers, who were initially confused, immediately came to their senses upon hearing the words blood disaster warning and began directing the students to evacuate quickly. The teachers realized what was happening, but the students were completely confused. They had absolutely no idea what was going on. A blood disaster warning, once issued, it signals that the city's life hangs in the balance. The last blood disaster warning was 20 years ago, when a city in the south was shrouded in its starless and desolate place. Ultimately, the city of 5 million people was reduced to only 1 million. This was only the result of the desperate resistance of the surrounding armies and all the heretics. Why did a bloodshed warning suddenly appear? Meng Chongyin helped in Shenlin up while muttering to herself. There are 3 types of urban crisis warnings. White disaster warnings, which represent dangers that may affect the city, including natural disasters and man-made disasters. Blue disaster warning. Blue represents extreme danger and requires the deployment of a large number of troops. Bloodshed warning. The rarest and most dangerous warning ever issued. Every bloodbath is a tidal wave of death, rivers of blood, and a lamentation of heaven and earth. Once a blood disaster occurs, all out-of-order individuals, except for students, will be urgently mobilized. It's a bloodbath. Oh dear, this is a huge problem. And Shenlin, having expended a great deal of energy to withstand the destructive attack, spoke in a low voice. As soon as he saw the contents of the prophecy book, he had a vague premonition that something unprecedented was about to happen. The fact that it has now been confirmed as a bloodbath makes it even more heartbreaking. Because of the blood disaster, it is destined to be a catastrophe with rivers of blood flowing. Lin Qianqiu, are you alright? Xu Xiao rushed to the 3 of them and asked with concern. It's alright, and Shenlin acted in time and protected us, Lin Qianqiu replied. That's good. What's the situation now? I just checked my phone, and there's no signal at all. A bloodbath warning. Is it really coming? Xu Xiao took in Shenlin from Meng Chongyin's hands, his face full of worry. The blood disaster warning is no joke. You mean we have no signal here? Meng Chongyin asked. Yeah, it disconnected right at the beginning, and I couldn't get any information to load. As Xu Xiao spoke, an ominous premonition enveloped him. Oh no! If the signal in Tianyi City is blocked, it will take a lot of time for the people from other places to come to our aid. This was not a sudden bloodbath, but a premeditated disaster. Meng Chongyin said in a deep voice. What? This was premeditated. But can something like a bloodbath really be planned? Xu Xiao asked in surprise. They had previously tried to understand blood disasters, since almost all blood disasters in the world occur suddenly. It happens so suddenly that there is often no time to remedy or rescue the situation. It will be hidden in the starless and nowhere, and Shenlin suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned by these words. There are hidden, starless, desolate places, and there are also hidden bad elements. If it is either of these two, then it is indeed possible that it was premeditated. Never mind all that, let's get to the safe zone first, Xu Xiao said. There's no point in discussing these things now. Saving your life is the most important thing. At this moment, all the teachers were maintaining order. They followed the instructions of a teacher who had served in the military and evacuated the students in a very orderly manner. These students were all members of the other order. Although they were a little flustered at first, they quickly regained their composure. They strictly adhered to the 3 no questions order. Even if you're scared, what can you do? What can we do now? As all the students began to evacuate in an orderly manner, an alarm suddenly sounded in the school. The alarm sounded as if it had triggered an alarm throughout the entire area, and the same alarm sounded from different directions very quickly. The people of Tianyi City were initially confused when they saw the red fireworks, but upon hearing the alarm, many people immediately realized something was wrong and began packing their belongings to rush to the safe zone. A safe zone typically refers to an area centered around a city hospital that can be covered by an energy barrier. Tianyi City has 4 radiation protection protection zones, which means there are 4 safe zones. Quickly, everyone, pick up your weapons and go to stop those damned bad guys. In the military camp, tens of thousands of soldiers quickly sprang into action. They quickly donned their gear, grabbed their weapons, and rushed to the area where the alarm had been raised. Among these soldiers, some are quite old, while others are still very young. Despite their different ages, the only thing they had in common was their unwavering determination in the face of death. Listen up, everyone. We are soldiers, destined to die on the battlefield. The appearance of bloodshed is the clarion call of war. We have honed our skills for years and endured countless hardships, yet we have never experienced a real war. Now, at this very moment, we must fight against disaster with our lives. Protect everyone with your life. Remember, we must never allow the tragic history of those bloody disasters of 20, 29, 40 years ago to repeat itself. Everyone, what should you do? With my own flesh and blood, I will build a great wall of steel to withstand all disasters, to protect the lives of the people. Remember your words. All of you, prepare to sacrifice. The soldiers rushed to the city wall that was most severely damaged. However, the surging tide of evil before them was beyond the reach of the city walls. A large hole was torn in the energy barrier, and bad matter was pouring in through that crack. The city walls can't be held. Everyone, form ranks. The people are behind us. Hold this place at all costs. The leading general shouted and charged out first. Thousands of soldiers jumped off the city walls, landing heavily and forming an impregnable defensive line that blocked the raging tide. They stood in neat rows, facing a number far exceeding 4,000 bad elements, yet they did not back down. In the sky, countless flying monstrous particles were approaching them. Red and yellow light shot into the sky, representing the soldiers' determination to defend their country to the death. The necrotic material began to violently impact, causing the ground to shake and the sky to wail. Only the fearless roars of the warriors became the only light in this dark world. How many people will survive after today? No one knows, and they don't care. When will the aid arrive? They have no idea. They have only one goal, to stop these damn bad elements. Have all the city guards been arranged? Li Chanha stood atop the city guard building, overlooking the layout of the entire city. All the city guards have dispersed and begun to evacuate the crowd. The army has also been deployed to several key points that are currently the easiest to breach. But there is just too much evil outside. Although they are not strong, they come wave after wave like the ocean tide. The army can only passively defend. Even with continuous support from firearms, it would be a drop in the ocean. Most of the city's defense weapons can only be reactivated once Langan breaks through the information flow blockade, but manual deployment is currently being attempted. And those 3 skybreakers at the Manhwa level, they haven't made a move yet. Li Chanha can only hold off 2 skybreakers at most. Any more than that and he'll be overwhelmed. Currently, only one celestial is chanting a song to enhance the combat power of the evil beings. Chao Wei stood behind Li Chanha and reported the current intelligence to him. The information flow blocking by the sky pirates is the most troublesome method. It not only intercepts information but also feeds back to the source of the information based on the content, which is an extremely abnormal ability. Furthermore, if the Skywalkers wanted to leave, the outcasts without spatial abilities would find it extremely difficult to stop them. While using powerful attacks to prevent the Skywalkers from leaving was one method, the Skywalkers would never put themselves in danger. This operation was extremely rare, occurring without any prior warning. Otherwise, it would have been stopped long ago. After this, it will be virtually impossible to pull off another one in China. If the Heavenly Emperor had not appeared, Tianyi City's defense system could have held out for a while against the overwhelming tide of evil. Even monsters can be dealt with easily. However, the appearance of the Skybreaker temporarily paralyzed all other defensive facilities except for the energy shield. The sky-piercing one, the hidden, starless, nowhere. It seems they were already prepared to take action against Tianyi City. From the moment the hidden, starless land appeared, they were already prepared. Why? Was it to test whether humanity could cope with such a situation? Ugh, what a bunch of annoying guys. Li Chanha said, his hands clasped tightly together. As the chief of the city guard, he cannot leave until everything is over. Even with his strength at the Manhwa level, he was powerless to do anything. He had to stay in the city and arrange for the city guards to handle all affairs. Phew, how's the situation on Langan's side? When can the city's defenses be activated? When can we request outside assistance? Li Chanha took a deep breath and looked at Chao Wei, asking. Due to the information blocking by the Skybreakers, most of Tianyi City's defensive weapons were rendered inoperable. Although some weapons are still available, they are simply insufficient to cope with the impact of a large amount of bad matter. Chao Wei shook his head slightly and said, this time we are in an extremely passive position. We only managed to catch a glimpse of the Skybreakers before they blocked all our signals. Due to the intervention of the Celestials, all the information we sent out was simulated and replaced by them. So from the outside world it appeared that nothing had happened here. Once the information flow barrier appears, all information is instantly replaced and external information cannot be transmitted. What the outside world receives is all a simulation created by the Skypiercers, making it extremely difficult difficult to discover the true situation happening here. Even if Lengan were to break through the information blockade imposed by the Tiankingers with all his might, it would still take a very long time. His strength alone would be insufficient to resist the blockade imposed by 3 Tiankingers. The weapons take at least half an hour to recover, and for now we can only rely on some ordinary firearms to defend ourselves. The worst-case scenario for support is that it could take 1 to 3 hours, Chao Wei said. This is precisely the only drawback of the expanded world area after the advent of the 10-sided world. The distance between cities is relatively large. Once a city's signal is blocked, it will take other cities at least 10 minutes to react, and at most 3 hours. Why 3 hours? Because every 3 hours, neighboring cities exchange information routinely to ensure they stay in touch. However, the time when the heavenly shielder blocked the signal happened to be after the information was transmitted. Adding to the interference of information from the mortal world and the misleading use of information flow by Tiankings, the information received from Tianyi City is extremely prone to misjudgment. Basic information about the area where Tianyi City is located cannot be released at all, making it very difficult for other cities to detect the anomalies here in a timely manner. It's practically impossible to wait for other cities to discover that there's a problem here. It would be best to discover it in advance, but if it can't be discovered, we can only continue to wait. This will be the longest bloodbath ever. Send someone to break through? That's certainly a solution, but who should be sent? Whether he can break through under the nose of the Heavenly Emperor is still unknown, given his insufficient strength. Even if they manage to break through, it will take at least 2 hours to reach the nearest city. Those with strong capabilities must be stationed in the city for defense. Otherwise, Li Changhua would have rushed out to report the news long ago. The same was true of the bloodshed we had encountered in the past. Before reinforcements arrived, the only option was to hold out to the death. Unless there are those out-of-order beings who can traverse hundreds of kilometers of space. But these out-of-order individuals are not something you can just find anywhere. If this continues for several hours, how many people will die? Li Changhua stared at the sky in the distance, which was dyed red by the blood-red warning fireworks, and felt a heavy weight in his heart. The blood-red sky was a warning issued to the people inside the city, but it couldn't reach other cities at all. This blood-red sky is both a warning and a symbol of a disaster that is very likely to happen. Chao Wei remained silent, even though everyone was trying to minimize casualties. But is it really that easy to stop the bloodshed? Captain, there's something I want to tell you. Chao Wei hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. The bad situation has also appeared in Tianyi City, but there are still students. Li Changhua was stunned, his gaze turning to the hospital in the distance, which was preparing to activate its protective shield. Within Tianyi City, the sounds of battle could be heard continuously. It was the city guards locked in fierce combat with the bad elements lurking in the city. After thinking for a long time, Li Changhua gritted his teeth and said, "The bloodshed of 20 years ago has already given us the answer. Now, as the chief of the city guard, I am issuing an order that the entire city must obey. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, prioritize allowing all students and children under the age of 18 to enter the safe zone. Secondly, researchers and medical staff. All living forces must join the fight against the blood disaster. Immediately issue a message ordering 2/3 of the outcasts in Tianyi City to proceed to the prepared second line of defense and be ready for battle at any time. The remaining third are all responsible for escorting students and children, ensuring they all enter the safe zone. The students must not be harmed. Anyone who objects will be executed on the spot." To put it bluntly, this order was to sacrifice the majority of people to protect the students and preserve these hopes for the future. This is what people did during the bloody tragedy 20 years ago. Because there are only 4 safe zones, and the number of people that can be accommodated in each safe zone is limited. At that time, the city guard commander and the army commander made a decision to prioritize the safety of all students and children. In other words, all students and children under the age of 18 have priority access to the safe zone. This is a huge number, because in this city of 5 million people, nearly 800,000 are minors under the age of 18. In other words, of the 1 million people who ultimately survived, the majority were underage children. This is a sad fact, and for the rest of the city, it undoubtedly deprives them of their right to live. But this is the wisest choice. Chao Wei stared at Li Changhua, remained silent for a moment, and then solemnly replied, "I obey." Then, he spread his fiery wings and began to carry out the orders given by Li Changhua. Tiankings. After Chao Wei left, Li Changhua's gaze was fixed on Tiankings, who was singing in the distance. An endless rage surged from his body, but he was powerless to do anything and could only stand in the middle of the city and glare at everything. At this point, the city was in complete chaos. The suddenly appearing evil forces kept attacking the fleeing crowds. The inferior ones are not strong, but they are numerous. The city guards were simply unable to attend to everyone and could only rely on the outcasts within the city to fight back against the bad elements. Damn it! When will this ever end? During the escort of the students to the safe zone, many bad elements continued to attack the group, but the city guards and teachers around them were no pushovers. They all fought desperately desperately to hold them off. However, the villains seemed to understand the students' importance, and their attacks increased in number, targeting them directly. At that moment, the city guards' walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. All city guards, listen up. Prioritize escorting students and children to the safe zone. Prioritize escorting students and children to the safe zone. Prioritize escorting students and children to the safe zone. No one may raise any objection. Everyone must plan the students' route to ensure their safety. The order was finally issued. Did you all hear me? We don't care if we die here. But they can't, a city guard squad leader shouted. We heard you, the city guards responded in unison. The protected students realized that the disaster was gradually moving away from them. The number of safe zones in each city is limited because the construction conditions for safe zones are extremely demanding. They must not only withstand attacks from the Manhwa level, 6th tier, but also have a certain area. The special materials used are extremely rare, and the production process is time-consuming and labor-intensive, consuming a significant amount of resources each time it is activated. Even in the populous city of Yinjing, the number of safe zones is limited. However, only China possesses the technology for the lunar level security zone. Once they enter the safe zone, the disaster will be completely gone. In the rain, Meng Chongyin followed the student group toward the safe zone. Doing this is probably the best solution they can think of. Is the best way to protect us? Xu Xiao looked at the city guards and the heretics escorting them, his heart filled with doubt. The bloodshed 20 years ago led to a consensus among everyone in the city. This consensus is not based on other evacuation plans. Instead, they did everything in their power to protect all students and children. The idea at the time was actually very simple. Very few people would survive a bloodbath. Rather than letting the city descend into chaos, we should do everything in our power to protect the students and children. For us Chinese, each generation lives in an era, and eras will eventually change. No matter how glorious things are today, in the end, it is the young people of the new era who will inherit everything. The future belongs to them. They kept the possibility of being eliminated firmly in mind, and when the time came to make a sacrifice, they did not hesitate to give their all. This is also why millions of Chinese survived that bloodbath that nearly wiped out everyone. No other country in the world, besides us, can do this. And Shenlin walked in front of the three. His voice was soft, but everyone around him held their breath to listen. His tone was calm, yet it silenced everyone. Ultimately, the era belongs to us. The choices they made were simply handing over the future to us ahead of schedule. Thinking about this, many people felt a surge of inexplicable fear. This word is too heavy. It was something they never took to heart when it was still far removed from their lives. However, the arrival of the blood disaster made them truly feel for the first time the change of one generation passing everything on to the next. This change should have been gradual, spreading slowly over time. Now, although it is only the future of a city that has been handed over to them, it seems extremely abrupt. Almost everyone who heard in Shenlin's words felt that someone was silently watching them from behind. And what about our parents? Someone asked in a low voice. If I'm lucky, I might survive, but if I'm unlucky, I'm sorry, and Shenlin replied. Bloodshed is different from ordinary disasters. The survival rate is extremely low. According to the city guards, the parents of most of the people present were most likely already dead. This cruel truth cannot be changed. Meng Chongyin looked at Shenlin's face. That usually languid face now showed a rare serious expression. He always understood these things, and his laziness was probably just part of his true character. But he was just too lazy to move. And Shenlin knew better than them when to do what. Upon hearing Shenlin's words, a somber atmosphere immediately filled the group. However, some people don't feel much and can only silently sympathize with others. And Shenlin, Meng Chongyin, and Xu Xiao are examples of this. As soon as Shenlin finished speaking, Xu Xiao began to comfort Lin Qianxiu. Because of the three of them, one was a lone outsider, one was an orphan, and the other, although he had a father, lived in a disharmonious family. Therefore, they cannot understand the longing for family members in this situation. Perhaps only their family members will truly worry about them. Actually, we shouldn't have said these things, Meng Chongyin said softly, sensing the awkward atmosphere. And Shenlin sighed and said, it's impossible not to tell. They will have to face these things sooner or later, unless this bloodshed ends immediately. But that's impossible. Once a bloodbath breaks out, no country in the world will be able to resolve it immediately. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died. We are all outsiders, and to put it bluntly, everything we are experiencing now is the best opportunity for growth and development. Those who survived the disaster have given us the most perfect answer. Moreover, compared to our concerns about their safety, their parents will probably feel a little more at ease after hearing what the city guards are going to do, because their children still have a chance to live. And Shenlin's words were heavy, and almost no one wanted to listen. The reality is cruel. Not everyone has a strong heart to face all of this calmly. I really envy you for being able to remain so calm during a disaster, Meng Chongyin said. Aren't you also very calm? And Shenlin asked Meng Chongyin. Meng Chongyin shook her head, looked up at the sky, and clenched her hands tightly. Actually, I'm also very scared. Scared that I'll die here. I'm afraid I won't be able to achieve my dream. But I know that in the face of this situation, I, a mere spirit dust level being, am nothing more than an insignificant ant, and could perish at any moment. Even if you're afraid, even if you're grieving, you can only bury it deep in your heart. Because once I let my emotions show, I can't control them. I'm human too, someone who's afraid of all this. Meng Chongqing's tone was filled with fear, an emotion that everyone experiences. And Shenlin looked at her, pondered for a moment, and then smiled. It's normal to be afraid, everyone here is afraid. We are afraid of dying here, and we are worried that something might happen to our parents. The teachers were afraid they wouldn't be able to protect us. The city guards and the heretics are afraid that the bad matter will harm us. Now, this city is a city of despair. But you must know, we are their hope. Meng Chongqing paused for a moment after hearing this, then looked at Shenlin and asked, is this why you're not afraid? No, I'm scared. After all, if I die, I won't be able to sleep or eat. And Shenlin said with a smile, but you don't look scared. I use my abilities to control my emotions. Fear cannot be felt by everyone. Someone must remain alert. I know that such people are rare, and I, in my humble state, can only stay awake in this way. And Shenlin smiled, somewhat helplessly. Fear will spread. Now the teachers are either fighting or leading us forward. There was simply no time to consider everyone's feelings. In order to ensure that everyone arrives at the safe zone safely, someone must be there to comfort them when they have a mental breakdown. Building spiritual support amidst disaster and despair is a necessary process. Although Shenlin was somewhat lazy, he always remained absolutely calm when faced with matters of principle. Meng Chongqing looked at this different Shenlin, smiled gently, and said, I remembered what my father once said. Remember, disasters bring rivers of blood. We are those who cross the river. If we collapse and stop because of a small setback, we will have failed all those who placed their hopes in us. And Shenlin, what do you think of this statement? And Shenlin did not answer, but simply nodded slightly. A sense of despair spread through everyone's hearts. Some people are worried about their loved ones. Some people felt that even if they were protected, they would still die here. And Shenlin was right. Despair can indeed spread like a virus. They were students, and they already knew the truth about death and disaster. Right now, clinging to life is the only option, while death is drawing ever closer. Knowing that their parents were very likely to perish in the disaster, they were powerless to stop. Despair continued to spread, and emotional breakdowns erupted in an instant. Just then, Shenlin suddenly walked to the front of the group and stood in front of everyone. Xu Xiao followed closely behind. He understood the current situation and knew what Shenlin wanted to do. You're always pretending to be lazy on purpose, Xu Xiao said to Shenlin with a smile. Shenlin rolled his eyes and replied, I'll be lying down and sleeping after this is all over. Alright, that's enough. Xu Xiao, you go and cheer everyone up. I can't do this job. I know. Xu Xiao took a deep breath, turned around, and shouted loudly to everyone behind him. Everyone, stop your wasteful tears. Stop that annoying despondency. Do you know where you are right now? This is a road leading to hope. It was opened up for us by countless people in Tianyi City. Why did they do that? Isn't it because we are their last hope? Why is it the last hope? Because they were already prepared to die here. They risked their lives to leave a seed for the future of this city. And what are you like now? He looked dejected, as if he were about to be buried here. It's as if there's absolutely no hope for the future. What would those who gave their lives for us think if they saw what you look like? Don't you think they saved a group of people who had lost their will to fight? Do you think their deaths were worthless? Of course, because in your current state, you don't deserve to be saved at all. The only thing worth saving is your current status. What are you? Students. If you're only fit to exist as students, you might as well just die here. Because what they want to save are the people who can recover and rebuild after the disaster. In their hearts, we are precisely those kinds of people. We are the hope for the future. But I don't think you deserve the word hope at all. Do you really want to just keep going down this path of despair? Xu Xiao's words undoubtedly struck a chord with everyone. Not everyone knows the real reason they are being protected. Even knowing that her parents might have perished, coupled with the pervasive atmosphere of despair, they inevitably fall into despair, feeling that nothing is worthwhile. This is what is known as being confused by one's own involvement. Xu Xiao's words were meant to awaken them, to make them understand the meaning of their lives. Let them see what they can still do after they're alive. As long as one has hope for the future, one can let go of most negative emotions and move forward. Keep moving forward step by step, and you'll soon emerge from the shadows. But Xu Xiao's power was ultimately limited. He can only awaken some people. The remaining people will need to be guided by those who are clear-headed. This is the voice of despair, like a ray of light piercing through the gloom in one's heart. Gradually, the atmosphere of despair faded considerably, and after hearing Xu Xiao's words, many people's eyes no longer showed despondency. This takes time, but it is already quite remarkable that such a change can be brought about by just a few words. That's right, but if this keeps dragging on, we'll definitely run into trouble before we reach the safe zone. And Shenlin's lips curled into a smile, which then vanished. The current situation no longer allows them to dawdle and move forward. The teachers were fighting hard, while the students were barely maintaining their formation. Xu Xiao, I will walk at the front and use my senses to ensure the safety of the road ahead. Go tell those who have become outcasts that we need to speed things up. Spread out the heretics and move forward with the ordinary students. Familiar members of the Outorder gathered together, formed teams, and prepared to deal with potential dangers. Remember, never stray from the group. Everyone must stay close. And Shenlin said seriously. Xu Xiao immediately understood the meaning behind Shenlin's words. He looked at the crowd, who were no longer so desperate and fearful, and shouted again. We've come so far. The city guards, the teachers, and the outcasts who want to protect us have all been with us for so long. Don't you think we're moving too slowly? Everyone, if you're willing to listen to me, then do as I say. The outcasts split into small groups to protect their classmates who lack the abilities. Don't ignore them just because you are a member of the Out of Order. This world is made up of both Out of Order and ordinary people. Without them, we Out of Order beings would lose our reason for existence. Also, when speeding up, never stray from the group. When danger strikes, the outcasts are at the forefront. Our line is very long, so in order for everyone to reach the safe zone smoothly, please be patient and complete each task carefully. Xu Xiao, who is usually carefree and seemingly without a care in the world, is actually exceptionally meticulous when it comes to doing things. He understood that Shenlin couldn't convey this information to everyone individually, only he could do it. Therefore, all the messages were conveyed by Xu Xiao. As soon as the words were spoken, the previously still line began to move. The heretics actively sought out ordinary students who had not yet awakened, and several of them walked side by side in front of them. Perhaps it was in this difficult environment that they finally found a pillar of support. Everyone's actions became noticeably faster. And Shenlin is not suited to handle these details. Xu Xiao is more capable of doing so. At this moment, Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu also arrived at the two side. Is there anything we can help you with? Meng Chongyin asked in Shenlin. And Shenlin and Xu Xiao's actions were beyond their expectations, yet perfectly reasonable. After all, and Shenlin was never the kind of person who was indifferent. Not at the moment. All dangers have been kept in the way by the city guards and the heretics. The only thing we need to do now is to speed up our progress. However, due to the city guards fighting, many obstacles appeared on the road. These obstacles are nothing to us outsiders, but they become a problem for ordinary students. Take your men and clear away any serious obstacles that are hindering our progress. And Shenlin said calmly. Understood. Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu responded, and then began to organize some calm students to carry out the task. Once everything was arranged, the team's progress increased significantly. Soon, under the command of more than a dozen out-of-order students, the entire team moved forward in an orderly and rapid manner. Many people are gradually realizing one thing: they cannot stop moving forward. If we stop, it would be a betrayal of those who gave their lives to protect them. Bloodshed can take lives, and there is no perfect solution. And the fact that they are alive is the best outcome in the hearts of the vast majority of people in Tianyi City. Thinking of this, many students ran while silently wiping away their tears during the evacuation. They survived, but the vast majority were destined to be separated from their loved ones by death. Just in front of them, a sudden explosion rang out, and countless boulders flew towards them. Simulated thousand wind slash. And Shenlin, who was at the front, held two silver tang swords. He suddenly leaped up and swung his swords fiercely. Countless tiny slashes brushed across the gravel like a gentle breeze. The slash shattered the rubble, clearing away the obstacle that posed a great threat to them. Keep moving forward, and Shenlin said quickly after landing. These two tang swords were compensation given to him by the Radiant Knight uncle during the trial half a year ago. For a long time, and Shenlin kept them in Meng Chongyin's storage space. This is to prevent the mark left by that Radiant Knight. But none of that matters now. He preferred to let the Radiant Knight leave his mark first before rushing over. However, none of these are the key factors. The most important thing is whether the information can be successfully transmitted. All bloodshed incidents share a common premise: signals are blocked. Once the blood disaster breaks out, the signal will quickly disappear, and the outside world will be unable to connect. Even in ordinary disasters, signal strength often deteriorates. Information transmission was obstructed, but people outside could still sense the anomaly here. However, this will take time. How long will it take? It depends on how quickly outsiders discover the anomaly. Therefore, and Shenlin placed all his hopes on that Radiant Knight. Of course, he also knew in his heart that this was almost impossible. How far are we from the safe zone? And Shenlin looked up at the energy barrier that had already been deployed in the distance and asked. It's about a kilometer left. At this speed, we'll be there in 7 minutes. Meng Chongyin replied as she walked to Shenlin's side. Xu Xiao has become the backbone of the team, and he is now in charge of all affairs. However, the direction and route forward depend entirely on Shenlin to choose the optimal solution. Only he could accurately grasp the surrounding situation without looking around. It's fair to say that the team would struggle to continue without either Shenlin or Xu Xiao. Among the crowd, only the two of them stepped forward. This is truly rare. If no one steps forward, it's uncertain how long it will take to reach the safe zone. 7 minutes? That's close to the limit for an average person. Keep this speed and keep going. And Shenlin said, "Ah." Just then, screams came from the back of the group. What happened again? Xu Xiao quickly walked towards the direction from which the screams came. When he arrived there, Xu Xiao saw a city guard with only his upper body lying in the middle of the line. The screams came from the girls around them. "Someone's dead," someone shouted. The crowd immediately became agitated and was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Xu Xiao roared, "Shut up, all of you." His voice instantly drowned out the crying and shouting. Then everyone saw Xu Xiao lift the body of the city guard and gently place it aside. "I'm sorry, I can't give you a proper burial." Xu Xiao reached out and closed the eyes of the city guard. After a moment of silence, he stood up, looked around at the students, and solemnly called out, "These people died for us, and they deserve our respect. But you don't have time to remember them. The only thing we can do now is keep moving forward. Their sacrifice will only be meaningful once they enter the safe zone. This is the only thing you can do. No one is allowed to stop. Keep moving forward." After speaking, Xu Xiao began to organize the team. Under his leadership, the team quickly regained its original speed. "Xu Xiao did a good job," Meng Chongyin said, standing beside Shenlin. "He's always been like this, though it's a bit harsh to say it like that. But as an orphan, he had seen too much to remain absolutely rational in this situation. Such people develop this self-protective instinct because they lack parental companionship. And this is the real Xu Xiao, a hot-blooded idiot I know." And Shenlin said with a smile, "A hot-blooded idiot? He doesn't look stupid at all," Meng Chongyin said. "Because I'm here," and Shenlin replied directly. Meng Chongyin was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Yes, with Shenlin around, Xu Xiao only needed to act like a hot-blooded fool. But Shenlin is actually a person with little fighting spirit. The two have completely different personalities, yet they can still fight side by side, which is the most surprising thing. I never expected. And Shenlin and Xu Xiao had been hiding their true intentions so well from the very beginning. The safe zone has arrived. 8 minutes later, and Shenlin and his group, who had arrived first, stood in front of the safe zone. The surrounding area was a specially cleared open space. There was no one nearby, as the safe zone only allows students and children under the age of 18 to enter. Some people travel thousands of miles just to get their children into a safe zone. Because a large number of people gather in one place, it is easy to attract bad influences. Right now, all that can be seen are the city guards maintaining order within the safe zone, as well as the students and children who have already entered. "Move into the safe zone immediately. The outcasts are responsible for maintaining order." And Shenlin ordered Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao immediately relayed the order to the team behind him. Soon, the team's pace of progress noticeably increased. Many students from other orders spontaneously stood on both sides of the line, coordinating and managing the order of the march. After entering the safe zone, many people finally saw a glimmer of hope. But this hope is only what they can see. The blood-red sky cannot deceive anyone. It is a blood disaster, an extremely unusual and enormous catastrophe. At this moment, Fistina sat in her room, tidying her long pink hair, while using the bridge she had painstakingly built to spy on Shenlin's current movements. The bridge took months to build, and each clear shot only lasts for a few seconds, but for her, that's enough. However, as soon as the connection was established, what greeted the eye was a blood-red sky and devastated ruins. Students are being evacuated urgently, and the energy barrier in the safe zone has been fully deployed. What's going on? Could it be a blood disaster? Fistina paused slightly as she tidied her hair, her brows furrowing. Just then, the screen suddenly shook. A massive, monstrous object fell from the sky, crashing to the ground and sending a deluge of debris raining down on the team entering the safe zone. The screen shook violently as Shenlin appeared in midair, wielding a silver tang sword that instantly shattered the boulder into harmless fragments. The connection was immediately severed, and everything in front of me vanished in an instant. Fistina suddenly stood up. "There's no mistake, it's definitely a bloodbath. A bloodbath has occurred in Tianyi City. Why hasn't the news spread? Only the heavenly sovereigns have this ability. No, we must spread the news." She quickly realized the crisis Shenlin and his group were facing, put on her casual clothes, and rushed out of the room. "Brother!" Fistina ran into the study and found Fei Yuelen, who was on vacation at home. "Why are you in such a panic? What happened? Are you trying to run away again?" Fei Yuelen asked her with a smile. "Brother, do you remember the person I mentioned last year?" Fistina asked. "Who? Oh, the person you said you like? What's wrong?" Fei Yuelen looked at her in confusion. "I used my abilities to build a one-way communication bridge with him. Just now, when I checked on him through the communication, what I saw was a blood-red sky." "Blood red, and there was also bad substance appearing," Fistina said. Fei Yuelen's expression changed. He put down the book in his hand and lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. He didn't have time to dwell on why Fistina used her powers. He had to consider what she was saying. "A blood-red sky. If I'm not mistaken, that's a bloodbath. Moreover, Fistina's abilities never fail. There's still time." Fei Yuelen stood up and looked at Fei Sidina, saying, "We'll talk about using your abilities later. I'm going to check the situation right now. By the way, tell me the exact location." "Tianyi City," Fistina replied. "Understood." Fei Yuelen strode out of the study, his ice blue wings unfurling behind him. He flew directly into the sky and sped away into the distance. Hopefully I can make it. Fistina breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to watch the situation on Shenlin's side. As things stand, Shenlin's side is currently calm and peaceful, and Shenlin himself has successfully entered the safe zone. But this is not the end, or rather, it has only just begun. You'll be alright, right? Fistina was filled with worry. On the other hand, Fei Yuelin quickly landed at the Yinjing military region based on his identity. Major General Fei, aren't you on vacation? Someone saw him in the information department and greeted him warmly. Fei Yuelin walked straight into the department for routine information detection and simply nodded in response. Send a message to Tianyi City. Fei Yuelin walked up to someone and said calmly, information transmission does not require orders from higher authorities, since regular information exchanges take place between cities. Has something happened? Sitting in front of the instrument was Fei Yuelin's old friend. He didn't question Fei Yuelin's words, but instead started operating while asking questions. Don't rush, let's wait and see, Fei Yuelin suggested. Soon, the feedback came back showing that everything was normal in Tianyi City. There are no abnormalities in the information transmission in Tianyi City. Just as the man was about to continue speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He immediately shouted, call Wang Quan over here. Not long after, a man who looked to be in his 30s walked in and came to the two of them. Use your abilities to relay the message again. The man made way for Wang Quan to sit down. Wang Quan took the controller, and his eyes immediately gleamed with a faint blue light. Those with disparate abilities. The second message transmission began quickly, and the message returned again. However, during the transmission, Wang Quan, who had been watching the information intently, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! This is a fake message sent by the Skybreakers. At least 2 Skywalker organizations are involved behind these information flows. They are manipulating the information flow in reverse. This information stream can forge all information transmitted outwards. Whether it's a message from outside or a routine information transmission, they will forge a reply. The signal in Tianyi City must have been blocked by those damned Skybreakers. Wang Quan cursed angrily, immediately noticing something was wrong. The abilities of the sky-piercing ones are extremely unique, originating entirely from the 10-sided world itself. Their power is based on the rules of the 10 main prism worlds within the Decaprism world. In addition, all celestial beings share one ability, reverse virtual computation power. However, this does not mean that all those who possess the power of calculation are capable of measuring the quantity of data. Although their reverse virtual calculation power is strong, it also has limitations. Reverse computing power possesses extremely strong attack capabilities. It can not only block signals in an area, it can also use its own information flow to forge any information. As long as the signal is blocked by the Skybreakers, those inside will be unable to transmit accurate information. The information received by the outside world is all fake news, and ordinary people cannot distinguish between truth and falsehood. The only exception is those who possess the ability to measure their own strength. They connected their virtual computing power to information transmission. Once the information is transmitted back, the reverse virtual computing power unique to the Tianqing people can be detected in the signal. However, the cost is extremely high, and they are often directly attacked by the reverse virtual computing power of the Heavenly Emperor, just like Wang Quan vomiting blood on the spot. No need to look anymore. Something has definitely happened in Tianyi City. At least 2 Tianqing masters are involved. It's definitely a bloodbath, Fei Yuelin said in a deep voice. Despite having suspected it beforehand, this was the moment he officially confirmed the bloodbath in Tianyi City. Moreover, the bloodshed involving the Tianqing people would be nothing short of a catastrophe for Tianyi City. Report this immediately and issue support orders to surrounding cities of Tianyi City. We must ascertain the true situation in Tianyi City as quickly as possible. Fei Yuelin gave a loud order, and everyone in the information department tensed up instantly. Bloodshed is no ordinary disaster, and no one dares to take it lightly. As a major general, Fei Yuelin was able to make a decision on the spot. Soon, the higher-ups received the latest information. A bloodbath has been confirmed in Tianyi City, and the Tianqing people are involved. News of the bloodshed in Tianyi City spread rapidly to other cities. The city closest to Tianyi has sent people to investigate. However, accidents often happen on the road. Report number 1, this is Lin Bai. There's no need to confirm the situation in Tianyi City anymore. I've encountered a Tianqinger. They blocked my way, not wanting me to go. TSK, it seems you really came prepared. An Anglo-class out-of-order individual encountered roadblocks on his way to Tianyi City. He was just about to send a message to his city when he quickly discovered that the surrounding signals were completely blocked. The sky-piercing one blocking his way did not speak, but simply watched him quietly from midair not far away. Not only him, but many other orderers who went to Tianyi City to provide support were stopped. However, it wasn't just the Skybreakers who were blocking their way. Humans, and even a large number of corrupted beings, were also blocking their path. So the lack of movement is because you suffered a blow in Tianyi City and lost control there. so you wanted to stop us from going there? A member of the other order said sarcastically, looking at the red-robed Grand Deacon of the Black Spirit cult in front of him. This is the calamity that Tianyi City deserves. After the disaster, the people of Tianyi City have received a great baptism. All of you who want to stop the baptism deserve to die. The red-robed deacon ignored the other party's taunts and shouted in a crazy and excited tone. The heretics' faces turned grim. No one had expected that the cult, which had been wiped out before, would reappear. Previously, a void-level ability user awakened in Tianyi City, which aroused the interest of various forces. Tianyi City, in conjunction with several surrounding cities, launched the most thorough crackdown on all foreign forces and cults. Within months of the crackdown, the cult and other forces disappeared without a trace. The fact that no cult interfered in the bloodshed in Tianyi City is precisely because of this. But no one expected that these cult members, instead of being wiped out, would appear here to intercept them. What these cults enjoy most is watching disasters happen. Many disasters are also caused by cult members themselves. TCH, I'll take you all out first before I can go support Tianyi City. The heretic brandished his spear and charged toward the red-clad Grand Deacon. There's no other way. We can't support Tianyi City without dealing with the immediate enemy first. Similar blockades are happening simultaneously in many places. However, the efforts to support Tianyi City never stopped. With bloodshed raging, the sooner we provide assistance, the more lives we can save. Segmentation. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Those who can attack from a distance continue to deal damage and slow down the progress of the necrotic. This was happening in Tianyi City. The city's defensive energy barrier was breached by the relentless attacks of the malevolent forces. Hordes of bad elements rushed into the city. The soldiers and the heretics did not hold the city walls. They all retreated to the second line of defense. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells fell into the toxic tide, and the explosions created gusts of air. However, its effects are limited. Due to its unique composition and extremely strange substances, it is barely affected by firearms. At most, it can only slow down the progress of the bad matter. To truly kill them, firepower must be concentrated. However, the current situation does not allow for a concentrated attack. The number of bad elements hasn't decreased at all. Just how many Starless and Nowhere are there outside? Someone exclaimed. Only when the amount of bad elements keeps surging in like a tide can Tianyi City's defenses be quickly destroyed. Suddenly, a melodious song rang out. Upon hearing the song, the evil spirit's speed and strength increased significantly, and it launched another fierce attack on the defense. Damn it! That Skybreaker keeps amplifying the bad elements. If Major Lin were here, our pressure would be much less, an officer cursed as he slaughtered hordes of bad elements. These inferior substances are not very powerful. At most, they are at the boundary river level. But the number is astonishing. Even if one person can kill dozens of bad creatures at once, the gap will be filled in an instant. This is a tough battle, a battle destined to result in heavy casualties. Why hasn't the captain made a move yet? Someone shouted anxiously. You think the Captain General doesn't want to take action? If one celestial aspect dares to amplify the negative qualities, then there must be a second celestial aspect. No, that's not what I meant. Amidst the endless battle, his mind gradually descended into an extremely unstable state. Not to mention, they were facing those bad elements who just kept charging forward. During battle, joking with teammates became their best way to calm down. Although no one knows if their teammate will suddenly lose their voice at any moment. Just then, dozens of bolts of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, striking the most ferocious point of attack by the evil. A single bolt of lightning reduced thousands of corrupted creatures to ashes. The captain finally couldn't hold back and took action. At this moment, Li Changhe, the captain of the city guard, who was standing on the city guard building, withdrew his hand and looked at Tian Qingzhe in the distance. His attack was originally aimed at Tiankings, but it was easily wiped out by Tiankings before it could land. The celestial warriors are incredibly powerful, and they also have 3 celestial warriors fighting alongside them. Even if he personally took action, it would be to no avail. The evacuation of students and children is almost complete, but the defense line won't hold for long. The enemy numbers are too large. I can't attack too many times. If I'm not in good condition, the Tiankingers will seize the opportunity. Li Changhe thought to himself, on high alert. The situation is extremely critical, despite the fact that over 100,000 heretics are holding the line. There are many high-level combatants, but only he can rival Tiankings. Even the extraterrestrials of the Evening Star are currently restricted in their movements. If the battle situation changes, they will become the key to turning the tide. Isn't there a better way? Li Changhe sighed helplessly. Faced with the bloodshed, he might be able to survive on his own with his strength, but he would never abandon everyone. All he can do now is provide intermittent support for the attack to relieve pressure on the various defensive lines. At this moment, a male celestial being outside the city said to his companion on the other side, "Human reinforcements have arrived and are on their way, but they have all been intercepted. The speed is very fast. The previous information flow had problems. It was indeed a test by humans. However, our objective can be achieved before human reinforcements arrive. Speed up the pace, we cannot confront the human outcasts head-on. 8 million lives must be eliminated within 1 hour, especially the humans within the safe zone. Understood, I will increase the speed of bad quality delivery. This is Bai Luo. I am currently in Xiefang Mountain, 100 kilometers away from Tianyi City. I will use my abilities to transmit real-time information about the situation in Tianyi City. As reinforcements were blocked, a man appeared in Xiefang Mountain. He concealed himself, clasped his hands together, and a giant eye appeared behind him. The mental energy spreads outwards, altering the surrounding environment. He is a being with disordered willpower. The giant eye behind Bai Luo stares directly at Tianyi City. Everything in the city is laid out before your eyes. Although Bai Luo does not possess strong combat abilities, his ability can create an illusion that makes everything around him ignore his presence. It can also detect situations 100 kilometers away. He used his abilities to perceive the situation in Tianyi City and transmitted it to Yanjing. Due to the rampant attacks by the Skybreakers and the blood disaster, detection equipment such as the Sky Eye can no longer penetrate Tianyi City. Only long-distance information transmitters like Bai Luo can make use of this, although quantity and ability can also achieve this. However, those with a keen sense of proportion are exceptionally sensitive to quantity. Therefore, quantity is not the best choice. Bai Luo was shocked after observing Tianyi City. Bad quality, a huge quantity of bad quality. As an outsider, he had never seen so many bad qualities gathered in one city. Soon, Bai Luo's gaze turned to the source of the bad substance. Soon, he found it, a place without stars, without a place. And there's more than one. Bai Luo discovered a total of 18, starless and nowhere, places around Tianyi City. Strangely, no decaying matter appeared before these starless and desolate places, but the ground was covered with traces. These are all bad qualities that can hide themselves. Soon, Bai Luo noticed something was wrong. After leaving, no star, no place, those evil beings all went into hiding, only revealing themselves when launching an attack. This situation is much more serious than a typical blood disaster. Bai Luo muttered to himself helplessly, but he quickly rallied and continued to observe the situation in Tianyi City. As an outsider with limited combat capabilities, the only thing he could do was to transmit more accurate intelligence so that the higher-ups could make the best decisions. However, the frequency of necrotic attacks seems to have decreased. Bai Luo muttered to himself. Although he was unsure if it was just his imagination, he felt that necrotic attacks on the defense line were weaker than before. The safe zone is an energy barrier built around the hospital within a certain radius. The hospital has ample medical resources and medical staff and a certain number of guards, but due to its limited area, it can only accommodate a limited number of people. After Shanlin and the others entered the safe zone under the escort of the city guards, they could only begin a long wait. Even in the safe zone, it's not 100% safe. Zhu Xiao stood on a big tree, his gray eyes looking out of the safe zone. In his view, there were still a large number of bad elements lingering outside the safe zone. However, due to the presence of the energy barrier, the evil matter cannot launch an attack against them. Once you step out of the safe zone, the situation becomes very tricky. These evil qualities are all hidden in the shadows, and almost no one but him can detect them with the naked eye. Zhu Xiao, what's the situation outside? And Shenlin asked, standing under the tree. The situation is bad. The outside is almost entirely filled with necromancers, and they are all invisible necromancers. The city guards and the orderers have no way of detecting them. These cloaked swarms of stalker worms are likely waiting for an opportunity to attack us, Zhu Xiao said to Shenlin in a low voice as he jumped down from the tree. As expected, they are all invisible bad substances. If I'm not mistaken, the number of bad substances we're facing this time far exceeds that of the past. There are also a large number of starless and nowhere entities constantly releasing negative matter on the outskirts of the city. If support isn't timely, even being in a safe zone won't guarantee safety, and Shenlin analyzed. The main force behind this bloodbath is precisely those evil individuals who can hide their true nature. He and Xu Xiao had encountered this place before and were well aware of the dangers lurking within the hidden, starless and nowhere. The current situation is extremely serious. Let alone how many defenders can survive. If support is delayed, they may face death even within the safe zone. Then what do we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? Xu Xiao asked. And Shenlin rolled his eyes and replied, what other options do you have? We're basically feeding the enemy to the enemy. The only thing we can hope for is for reinforcements to arrive quickly. But don't worry, reinforcements will arrive soon. In fact, other cities are quick to detect such situations. Those that take several hours to respond are simply the worst-case scenario. Support will arrive soon, but the key is whether we can hold on until then. So what do we do now? Just wait here? Xu Xiao pressed. What else can you do? Should we risk our lives outside or go to save people? Don't be silly, stay here and don't cause trouble for others. And Shenlin yawned as he spoke, reverting to his usual lazy demeanor. He's right, they're powerless. The only thing they can do is wait for help instead of foolishly clamoring to go and rescue people. Please, there are hundreds of thousands of people here, and more are arriving. Aren't they all human? human? Don't they have anyone they want to save? To be honest, those who made it into the safe zone alive are extremely lucky. At least they survived. And outside, who knows how many people will die. Although Chu Xiao was unwilling, he understood that Shenlin was right. They had no choice but to wait. After chatting with Chu Xiao, Shenlin found a place to sit down and rest, and then opened his backpack. The Book of Prophecy was prominently displayed inside. Shenlin opened the Book of Prophecy and, sure enough, found new content inside. Butterfly is aware. Support will arrive within 30 minutes. The few lines of text were all about the arrangements for providing support. But the last line is different. The last line reads, at 5:10 p.m. on the 18th, the Skybreaker appeared and broke through the barrier of the first safe zone. The enemy has launched an attack on the first safe zone. The time is now 5:08, and the safe zone they were in was the first safe zone. 2 minutes later, the Skybreaker will appear and shatter the barrier of the safe zone. No, it's impossible. It's only been 2 minutes. The barrier to the safe zone is of the Paladin class. Even for a celestial being of the Anhwa level, breaking through the spatial barrier would take some time. So, oh no. And Shenlin suddenly stood up and scanned his surroundings. What is that? Is it a person? It looks like a person? Is it a powerful figure who has come to our aid? No, that's a celestial being. And Shenlin had barely stood up when exclamations came from nearby. Looking in the direction of the sound, a male celestial being appeared outside the barrier of the safe zone. The man slowly raised his hand and gently pressed it on the defensive barrier of the safe zone. Everyone, get out of here immediately. And Shenlin understood the other party's intention and hurriedly shouted. Perhaps because they are in the midst of a disaster, everyone's heart is filled with fear. Upon hearing Shenlin's words, everyone scattered and fled in all directions, wanting to get away from this disaster-stricken place. The guards stationed in the safe zone also noticed the anomaly immediately. Even Li Changhua, who was far away, noticed this place. The fourth heavenly sovereign. Li Changhua was shocked. Just as he was about to fly to the first safe zone, he was stopped by someone. You! Li Changhua looked at the Tian Kings blocking his way and recognized him as one of the 3 Tian Kings guarding outside Tianyi City. The other party clearly did not want him to go and provide support. Why? Why are there so many Skybreakers appearing? Li Changhua looked at Tianqingjia in front of him with a puzzled expression. Although the Tianqing people sometimes appear in groups, they do so very rarely. Such a large-scale operation to destroy a city is extremely rare on a global scale. Tianyi City is just a medium-sized city in China with a population of 30 million. What reason could the Heavenly Emperor possibly have to go to such lengths? Get out of my way. Lightning erupted from Li Changhua's body as he charged toward the Tian Kings in front of him. Tianqingjia didn't say much, silently activated his ability, and stepped forward. However, while preparing for the battle, Li Changhua also sent a signal to Chao Wei and his team. Get them to come and support the first safe zone and stop the Skybreakers from continuing to destroy the barrier. At this moment, within the first safe zone, Shenlin watched as cracks spread across the defensive barrier, anxiously pondering his next move. If the Skybreakers break in, the hundreds of thousands of people in the safe zone will likely all perish. Those who lack strength are utterly powerless against the mighty power of the Skybreaker. At this time, the defensive forces within the safe zone had already assembled and were ready to fight at any moment. At 5:10 p.m., Tian Kings finally punched a large hole in the defensive barrier. Red. As the cave entrance appeared, the evil spirit's roar also rang out. Originally, only Tian Kings was outside the barrier, but unexpectedly, a sky full of evil spirits appeared. The bad elements swarmed out, and Tian Kings glanced at the safe zone before turning and leaving. Not preparing to fight? No, because we know these toxic substances can kill everyone in the safe zone. Based on the amount of bad substance outside, without support, there will be no survivors within the safe zone. Damn it! One problem after another, and it's already over. And Shenlin thought to himself, quickly analyzing the possible ways to survive. The defensive barriers of the safe zone can be repaired, but it will take time. It's unclear how long it will take. However, the prophecy says that support will take half an hour. That's over for now. You had to hold on for at least 20 more minutes, and those 20 minutes, to survive under a barrage of malicious attacks, the difficulty is unimaginable. Although the gaps for entry are not large, there's no other way right now. Chu Xiao. And Shenlin shouted loudly at Chu Xiao. Gather all student heretics and fight alongside the guards. Understood. Chu Xiao nodded, then found a high place and shouted loudly. Senior high school students who are aliens, gather here quickly and prepare to fight alongside the guards. Everyone listen carefully. This concerns your very survival. Even if you're scared, you can't back down. Every additional person adds to the strength and the hope of survival. If you want to live, come and fight alongside the guards. Chu Xiao had already established a certain level of prestige. Many students who lack a strong sense of self are willing to listen to him. But after hearing that they had to fight the bad guys to the death, many people still hesitated. However, soon, many students from the other order stepped forward and approached the guards. Everyone, follow the instructions of the guards. Chu Xiao shouted again. After all, these students haven't experienced experienced any dangerous situations and can't possibly face them alone. And Shenlin, do you think we can survive? Meng Chongyin walked nervously to Shenlin's side and asked in a low voice. And Shenlin was silent for a moment, then slowly said, yes. No sooner had they finished speaking than a fireball slammed into them, sending them flying. Hiss, right hand. And Shenlin, protecting Meng Chongyin's back, crashed into a tree, knocking it down. The impact felt like my backbones were shattered, and my right hand was broken. Attack, the guards shouted. Immediately, the students and guards launched a fierce counterattack against the relentless influx of bad elements. All sorts of abilities suddenly erupted. Are you alright? And Shenlin struggled to his feet and gently shook Meng Chongyin. It's nothing, I'm just a little dizzy. Meng Chongyin replied, blood seeping from her forehead and a large tear in her clothes. Your arm. Meng Chongyin came to her senses and immediately noticed the injury on Shenlin's right hand. It's nothing, just a minor injury, and Shenlin said, slowly straightening up. Just as he was preparing to rejoin the battle, his gaze fell upon the book of prophecy that had fallen to the side. The prophecy book was stained with blood, but it wasn't his, it was most likely stained with blood when Meng Chongyin was injured. At this moment, the book of prophecy emitted a faint light, as if it had been activated by some kind of power, and Shenlin walked over, picked it up, and opened it to take a look. Upon seeing the new content, he smiled helplessly and muttered to himself, I knew it, this book shouldn't have ended up in my hands. It seems that Meng Chongyin's blood activated something. No wonder prophecies are always inaccurate. There's just too little information. As it turned out, I became the so-called variable. It seems that this book, having come to me, became the variable. However, I am in Shenlin, it wouldn't hurt to be a variable. At this moment, an unprecedentedly long passage appeared in the book of prophecy, the revelation of the book of all delusions. The Skybreaker used the power of the prism to destroy the defensive barrier, which will take 37 minutes to repair. It will take 26 minutes for support to arrive. However, the current defensive forces can only hold out for 18 minutes, after which a massacre will ensue. The only current solution. Let the variable in Shenlin use simulation and reverse creation to mimic the frequency of the heavenly beings and drive away the evil. Time required 15 minutes. Inspiration. 3 layers of square boxes can be stacked to cause a slight collapse of space and slow down the rate of decay. Inspiration. This allows Shao to absorb a large amount of ice and release a wide-range slowing ice attack. Revelation. It can allow. The remaining content mainly consists of reasonable personnel arrangements. And Shenlin glanced at it and then memorized it. I'm just destined for a life of hardship. Is it really that hard to live a normal life? And Shenlin muttered to himself, then turned and slowly walked to the other side. The simulated Skybreaker needs a safe place. Using simulation and reverse construction is indeed a good method. My concept of simulation is based on imitating the essence of something and then combining it with my own understanding. The only problem is that without the support of corresponding attributes, the things that are imitated by simulation cannot exert their full power. Moreover, it takes too long to imitate something. For example, it took me a full 10 days to fully understand the weakened version of Dream Space / This book led me to use the concept of reversal, and that's precisely why. Analysis consumes a large amount of spiritual energy, while reverse creation return can replenish the required spiritual energy. Since I am a variable, I naturally possess abilities stronger than those two. And Shenlin arrived at the hospital rooftop, gazing at the battlefield where fierce fighting was taking place, and pondered to himself. He took that book of prophecy. No, it should now be called the Book of All Delusions. He casually tossed the Book of All Delusions aside and placed his left hand on his broken right hand. A pale blue fluorescence flowed from his left hand. The previously twisted right hand quickly returned to normal, though only temporarily. Olden, what are you doing here? Chu Shao ran up to Shenlin, panting, and asked anxiously. And Shenlin looked at Chu Shao and asked with a smile, do you want to live? Chu Shao paused for a moment, then said firmly, of course, I still have unfinished goals, and I absolutely cannot die here. Then let's do it the way it is on this paper. 15 minutes. No, it will take less than 15 minutes. You just need to hold on for 12 minutes. We'll all be safe and sound in 12 minutes. With a confident smile, Shenlin handed a piece of paper to Chu Shao. Chu Shao looked at the paper in his hand and fell into deep thought. It seems Shenlin didn't bring this piece of paper with him just now. I understand. Chu Shao took the paper and was about to ask more questions when he noticed that Shenlin had already sat down cross-legged. Chu Shao opened his mouth but ultimately chose to believe him. After all, nothing is more terrifying than death these days. After Chu Shao left, Shenlin closed his eyes and gently exhaled. Alright, although I don't know who's behind this book, but if you can see me through it, then please witness the unknown that I, this variable, reveal. And Shenlin said softly. Behind him, the illusory wings that mimic the heavenly flower slowly emerged. The next moment, a blue ring appeared behind Shenlin. The ring is covered with countless shallow lines. And Shenlin slowly opened his eyes, his originally black pupils now completely blue. Fine lines filled his eyes. Even faint blue lines appeared on her neck. The end End of the imaginary number evolution. Ruins. Ruins language is an ability that Shenlin has never shown before. It is extremely powerful and can be activated instantly. The world before my eyes instantly transformed into an unprecedented virtual world. He can calculate everything he sees with precision, even a gently falling leaf. However, calculating these trivial things will consume a lot of spiritual energy and virtual computing power. Therefore, Shenlin rarely does this. So why has he never used it? Because he always knew that once the ruins language was activated, it would be extremely dangerous for him and everything around him. The moment Ruins of the Void unfolds, he was surrounded by some unknown substance. These substances only appear when ruins language is activated. Once someone gets close, these substances will invade their body and use virtual calculations to attack everything inside the opponent's body. Those with strong abilities might be able to barely hold their own, but those whose strength is equal to or weaker than his will surely suffer heavy losses. Even when using ruins language here, Shenlin still felt the backlash from the virtual computing power. However, there is one good point. These substances, like the wings of the virtual computing flow, are extensions of virtual computing power. They can even simulate all sorts of things. With the virtual flow wings and these substances, Shenlin's virtual computing power reserves will increase, and his analysis speed will be faster. So, if Shenlin has never actually used ruins language, how could he know these things? This is because, according to the ability system of the out of orders, ruins is actually Shenlin's core ability. From the very beginning of his awakening, he knew how to use his core ability. However, after understanding this, Shenlin chose to use ruins language to create other skills. The 4 skills, air modification, offset, simulation, and false creation, were all developed by him separately. In other words, from the awakening of abilities to now. This was actually the first time Shenlin had truly used his core ability. Begin calculating all the frequencies of the celestial being, Shenlin said in a low voice, and then mobilized the virtual calculation power engraved in his body that belonged to the Tianqing people. This is only a part of the content, and theoretically, after analyzing it once, there's nothing new to discover. However, both simulation and ruins can be further extended and analyzed on this basis. Especially when using ruins language, the unknown substances that appear can be quickly simulated. Simulating the frequency of the reverse virtual computing power of the skybreaker. Simulating the frequency of the prism wings of the skybreaker. If a prism can't be simulated, then we'll imitate it. When Shenlin activated ruins language to simulate and replicate Tianqing's, it was as if he had entered a deserted place. He could no longer perceive anything around him. His mind was completely occupied by imitating the celestials. Imitation is not merely imitating the voice of the celestials, because what the bad quality sensed was not the voice of the heavenly being, but the aura of the tenfold world frequency on the body of the heavenly being. This is a unique aura that only those with bad qualities can perceive. What Shenlin wanted to imitate were these subtle frequencies. Cough. Shenlin coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. I've never felt this tired even when I'm using my full power field. Don't exhaust yourself doing this, otherwise it'll be a waste of time and effort. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gave a self-deprecating laugh. My vision started to blur. His vision was filled with constant calculations, and the distant scenery had turned into a mosaic. And now, he has only been doing calculations for 3 minutes. However, using simulation will only make things worse. After it's over, I definitely need to get a good night's sleep to completely relax my brain. As Shenlin spoke, he sat up and continued his calculations. Only a few people noticed Shenlin's disappearance. After Chu Xiao left, almost no one knew what Shenlin was doing. Meng Chongyin only knew that he left to attend to other things. She didn't know exactly what to do. After Chu Xiao returned, Meng Chongyin hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "What did Shenlin go to do? Is he alright now?" Chu Xiao replied, "Olden is now looking for a way to keep us alive. Oh, and he gave me a piece of paper and told us to do it the way it was written. I've reviewed it, and the plan seems quite feasible. However, it's not convenient to use right now." As he spoke, Chu Xiao handed the paper that Shenlin had given him to Meng Chongyin. Meng Chongyin took the manuscript, looked at it carefully, and then fell into deep thought. Compression. I haven't tried it, but I can try it later. But how could Shenlin know so much about so many people's abilities and uses? She looked puzzled. In her memory, Shenlin had almost no contact with anyone other than them. I don't know about that, but he should have his own way of doing it. We don't need to worry about it too much. Let's figure out how to stop these bad elements first. After Chu Xiao finished speaking, his gaze fell on the bad matter that was constantly pouring into the cave entrance. Due to the limited size of the opening, the amount of bad matter that flows in is also extremely limited. Currently, the enemy's attack has been barely held off by the continuous attacks of the guards and students. However, this can only last for a few minutes at most. There are far too many defective products. The guards' attacks could not completely eliminate the bad stuff, they could only barely slow down its influx. Just then, then, several rockets exploded on the body of the mortal. Meng Chongqing and Xu Xiao looked over and saw dozens of ordinary people holding various firearms, fiercely firing at the bad matter that was constantly pouring in from the sky. They are all desperately trying to survive. We can't stay put any longer, Xu Xiao said. He turned to look at Meng Chongqing. I'll go tell the others about Shenlin's arrangements right away. Dream's voice. Once you sense anything amiss, act according to Shenlin's instructions. Okay. Meng Chongqing nodded vigorously, then ran off to the other side. Just as Meng Chongqing arrived at the main battlefield, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and a thick beam of light shot straight to the ground. If this attack were to land, a large number of people would lose their lives. Just as the beam of light was about to strike, a massive ice pillar suddenly rose up, blocking the fatal blow. Meng Chongqing turned around and saw Lin Xianqiu leading the ice-type abnormals in the distance. These icicles are the ones they created. Lin Xianqiu nodded to Meng Chongqing, then continued to command the ice-type alternates to launch an attack. Although we blocked this attack, that last blow slowed down our attack rhythm. The speed of the necrotic attacks is even faster. Meng Chongqing looked at the continuous necrotic attacks in the sky and felt a sense of pressure. Such an offensive is bound to result in casualties. Although the death toll was low, the number of injured was very high. The safe zone relies on hospital facilities, but medical staff are simply unable to provide treatment to the guards under these circumstances. Even healing-type outcasts cannot remain on the battlefield for extended periods. To minimize casualties, we can only pin our hopes on the plan Shenlin mentioned. Meng Chongqing took a deep breath, slowly raised her hand, and a small silver cube appeared in her palm. But she did not release it immediately. Instead, she focused intently on building another small cube inside the silver cube. This process is slow and difficult. After all, this was the first time Yum Chongqing had tried doing this. Soon, the second block was formed. This is so hard to control. Meng Chongqing gripped her wrist tightly with her other hand, trying her best to stay steady. She didn't give up and started building the third block. She took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented exhaustion. Building the third block is more difficult than building 4 or 5 identical blocks at the same time, but in the end, she succeeded. Triple square box. Meng Chongqing released the cube in her hand towards the sky. The box unfolded layer by layer, eventually leaving tiny spatial cracks in the air. The moment the corrupted material came into contact with these spatial rifts, its body was covered in countless wounds. Their speed was indeed slowed down. Not long after Meng Chongqing released the square box, countless icy mists filled the sky. Frost begins to form on the damaged surface, and the growth rate slows down again. Meng Chongqing looked over and saw Xu Xiao panting heavily, his whole body covered in ice. He uses his abilities to continuously devour and release ice, using himself as a converter to expand the range of ice. To be honest, even Xu Xiao himself didn't expect to use this method. The ordinary, devour, ability simply cannot do this. Only Xu Xiao's mutated ability could accomplish such a feat. After Xu Xiao and his team finished their attack, countless beams of light were rapidly launched from the ground. These beams of light are not harmful in themselves, but they will continuously reflect and spread when they hit the ice mist. The eyes of a person with poor quality are a tangible entity, although they have some resistance to strong light. However, when the line of sight is blocked by the beam of light, no matter how strong the resistance, it is impossible to see what is in front of you. Suddenly, the blurry-eyed bad quality began to attack indiscriminately, and many bad quality dug their own graves. These moves, were they really something Shenlin came up with on a whim? Meng Chongqing looked at the bad guy who had obviously slowed down his attack frequency, her heart filled with doubt. Meng Chongqing then shook her head. Who cares about all that now? Staying alive is the most important thing. Although the frequency of attacks from bad elements has decreased, it has not stopped. This is only temporary. It won't last long. Following Shenlin's instructions, many people used their abilities and then rejoined the battle. Most students belong to the spirit dust level, and their damage to the mist level is extremely limited. However, some of the evil matter was not at the mist level, and under the command of the guards, they launched a reasonable attack on the evil matter. This is much better than them running around like headless flies. Time passed slowly, and casualties continued to occur. Many people witnessed their former friends fall before their very eyes. Therefore, despair surged again, and many people began to doubt, can I really survive? Every minute and every second of those 12 minutes was excruciating. But no matter how desperate or painful it may be, the fight must continue. Because they did not want to die, they longed to live. As some watched the ever-flowing evil matter, they silently prayed, if there truly is a God, please save us. Unfortunately, there are no gods in this world. Just then, a voice pierced through everyone's hearts, as if from another world. Back off. Everyone, retreat. The attack by the toxic substance came to an abrupt halt. Back off. Everyone, retreat. The voice was like a roar, yet also like a command, as if a person stood in the sky, issuing instructions to countless evil substances. The moment the bad creatures heard this, they all stopped attacking. A moment later, to everyone's astonishment, they slowly retreated. The bad ones were puzzled as to why the superiors would order them to leave. But since it is an order from a superior, they can only obey. Upon hearing those words, they chose to retreat and cease their attack on the safe zone, even if the attack here is on the orders of another superior. The people in the first safe zone didn't understand why the bad guys left after hearing that shout, but they knew they had survived. A poor retreat means they no longer need to fight. Don't worry about dying here. They won this battle. We survived. Lin Xianxiu was so excited he almost lost his voice. Xu Xiao was equally excited and opened his arms to greet Lin Xianxiu, but Lin Xianxiu lunged at Meng Chongyin in one step and then playfully stuck out her tongue at Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao. Meng Chongyin smiled. After more than 10 minutes of perseverance, they finally survived. Perhaps they didn't defeat the evil forces, but as long as they're alive, it doesn't matter what method they used. At this moment, Meng Chongyin remembered In Chenlin and suddenly turned to ask Xu Xiao, "Where is In Chenlin now?" The rooftop. Xu Xiao paused for a moment, then answered. Meng Chongyin instantly teleported away, disappearing from their sight and appearing on the rooftop. And Chenlin. Upon seeing In Chenlin's appearance, Meng Chonyin's eyes widened and she hurriedly ran to his side. And Chenlin collapsed to the ground, coughing violently and spitting out blood. His eyes were tightly closed, and blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. His right hand was still twisted, as it had been before when it was broken. But Meng Chongyin remembered that In Chenlin did not have such serious injuries before. He came to In Chenlin's side, looked at him in his current state, and was at a loss for what to do. She then adjusted In Chenlin's position and placed her hand on his chest. The heartbeat is too weak. Meng Chongyin became anxious. In Chenlin's heartbeat has weakened. If he doesn't receive timely treatment, he might die here. What exactly happened to In Chenlin? Why did he become like this? Could it be that the voice just now really came from him? That's true. Only In Chenlin could do something so unbelievable. My heart is growing weaker and weaker, and my breathing is becoming increasingly unsteady. No, don't die. What should I do? Meng Chongyin sensed In Chenlin's unusual behavior and was eager to stabilize his condition. But they were at a loss, unsure of how to help. The situation of In Chenlin before her was completely different from what she had previously known. She simply couldn't calm him down on the spot, even though she herself was covered in wounds and desperately needed treatment. Let me do it. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Meng Chongyin looked up and saw In Chenlin's father, and Qinglu, walking over. "I am a doctor, and I treat outcasts. I can save him, and your injuries are not minor either, so I can treat you as well." And Qinglu looked at Meng Chongyin with a gentle smile on his face. Meng Chongyin was about to nod in agreement. Suddenly, a silver longsword appeared beside her, and In Chenlin's weak voice came. "Get out. I will never allow you to touch any one of us." Meng Chongyin was stunned and turned to look at In Chenlin, whose eyes were still closed and whose mouth was still bleeding. Why would he say something like that? And Qinglu remained silent, simply gazing at In Chenlin, before turning to Meng Chongyin with a meaningful look. Just as In Qinglu was about to speak, Xu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu rushed over with someone in tow. "Olden, the doctor is here." Xu Xiao ran to In Chenlin's side and shouted loudly. As he passed by In Qinglu, he glanced at him with a complicated look. Xu Xiao remembered In Chenlin once telling him, after becoming an outcast, no matter how badly injured you are, don't seek treatment from his father, and Qinglu. Although Xu Xiao had no good feelings towards In Qinglu, but the other party is, after all, a healing-type anomaly, so In Chenlin doesn't take it that seriously. However, Xu Xiao still followed In Chenlin's instructions. He knew that In Chenlin would be injured after his power overload, so he hurriedly found a doctor. When he saw In Qinglu on the rooftop, he immediately understood why In Chenlin was unwilling to let him treat him. It had only just ended. Instead of going elsewhere to treat those with more serious injuries, the doctors, instead, they ran to the rooftop. What other patients are on the rooftop? Anqing's trip was by no means simple. No wonder even In Chenlin was wary of him. Such vigilance was by no means unfounded. "I'm relieved to have such a good friend," and Qinglu said with a smile. And Chenlin did not respond, but slowly lowered his hand. His actions just now had made his condition worse. Now that the doctor is here, don't overthink it. Xu Xiao led the doctor behind him to In Chenlin. The doctor looked puzzled and confused the whole way, but upon seeing In Chenlin's condition, they immediately began treatment. This is brain overload caused by prolonged use of virtual computing power by individuals with disordered computing abilities. He's really going all out, actually using his body as a vessel for virtual computing power. Now, not only is his brain overloaded, but he also suffers multiple injuries in his body. He's not going to die yet, but if this drags on any longer, the consequences will be unimaginable. Fortunately, it was discovered early, and there will be no long-term effects after treatment. TSK. And it's a broken bone? The injury is so serious, don't use your powers anymore. After examining In Chenlin's condition, the doctor explained the illness to the 3 of them. The 3 of them remained silent after hearing this. It turned out that In Chenlin's injuries were far more serious than they had imagined. What exactly happened to cause him to be so badly injured? However, they already had a guess in their hearts. It's just inconvenient to say it out loud right now. "Move aside, I'm about to begin the treatment," the doctor said. The 3 of them automatically took a few steps back. The doctor placed his hands on Enchinlin's chest. Vines sprouted from his arms and spread to various parts of Enchinlin's body, emitting a pale green light. As a doctor who treats out-of-order individuals, it seems that Enchinlin is not in immediate danger. After a moment, the doctor withdrew the vines, sighed, and said to the three of them, "I have healed most of his internal injuries. However, he has not fully recovered and needs a long period of rest to fully recover. Since you are his friends, you should take care of him. I need to go and rescue the others now." No sooner had he finished speaking than the doctor stood up and jumped off the rooftop. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. The poor attack lasted for a full 12 minutes. In those 12 minutes, many people must have lost their lives, whether they are students, guards, or those who are brave but powerless to resist. The death toll was high, but they managed to save many more lives. The area outside the safe zone's defensive barrier is still teeming with bad elements. The large hole in the defensive barrier still exists. However, these negative elements are reluctant to enter and instead linger outside. This scene is very strange. It also made everyone realize that the person who shouted that sentence earlier was no ordinary person. They tried to find out who the person was, but they could not find a trace of him, because the sound did not come from any specific place. It seemed to fill the entire safe zone. Although the bad elements have retreated, this does not mean they are now safe. No one knows how long the bad substance will take to dissipate. Nobody knows how long this situation can last. The evil forces outside remain the relentless Grim Reaper, claiming lives. The danger is not over. When will the support finally arrive? The attack from the bad element has stopped? The frequency just now, was it of the same type? Why would someone of their own kind help a human? Something's not right. I have to go check it out. All 4 Skywalkers in Tanny City noticed the anomaly in the first safe zone. The Skybreaker, who had previously breached the defensive barrier of the first safe zone, sensed something was wrong and was about to go and investigate. Before they even reached the first safe zone, they were shot down from the sky. "You guys are really having a lot of fun." A man in military uniform looked down at the Skybreaker, his tone icy. "On you of the Tanny City Army. Impossible, aren't you still in another city?" The male celestial being looked up at the man in the sky, full of doubt. "Yes, so I went through a lot of trouble to get here." The man in military uniform spoke angrily, and countless laser guns lit up behind him. "I see, so you came back from the high-altitude mortal realm? No wonder it took you so long to get here and you didn't find anything unusual. However, I don't have the time to waste here with you." The male celestial being raised his hand and waved it, and countless black voids suddenly appeared around the man in military uniform. The man in military uniform also raised his hand and waved it, unleashing a dazzling light that instantly sliced open the entire black void. However, after the black hole disappeared, the male celestial being vanished without a trace. "Trying to run? Do you think I'm stupid?" The man in military uniform sneered and disappeared from the spot. They then quickly caught up with the Skywalker who was flying towards the first safe zone. "This is really troublesome." The male Sky Warriors were not as fast as the men in military uniforms, so they had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. The moment he was caught, he quickly relayed the message to the other celestial beings. Upon receiving the signal, the Tian Kings from another direction outside Tanny City immediately left their original location and headed in the direction indicated by their companion. Because of obstruction, they only destroyed one safe zone. This means that everyone in this safe zone is doomed to die. There can be absolutely no mistakes. Upon arriving near the first safe zone, the other party saw the bad elements surrounding the safe zone but daring not to enter, and a look of confusion appeared on their face. Why are these bad behaviors so abnormal? No one gave any orders. She was outside the city, so she didn't feel the frequency coming from inside the safe zone. Never mind, just keep giving orders. As she was thinking this, about to give an order, a series of spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared around her. A spatial anomaly. Her heart tightened, and just as she was about to react, the spatial blade pierced through her shoulder, shattering it to pieces. Phew, we finally arrived. It was worth the trip. Frequent teleportation was really torturous. A woman dressed in ancient costume appeared before Tian Qingzhe with her eyes closed, her voice tinged with weariness. "So this is the bloodbath you caused? 5 Skybreakers at the Anua level, you've got some serious skills." The woman stared directly at Tian Qingzhe, her eyes snapping open, her silver pupils fixed on the enemy before her. The space around Tian Qingzhe suddenly shattered, and the powerful spatial force slammed him into the ground. Peak of the dawn. Tian Qingzhe struggled to his feet. A peak-level spatial anomaly in Shikong is no match for them at all. They are absolutely invincible. Support will arrive in a few minutes. 5 celestial beings at the Anua level, they do have some research value. The woman in ancient costume conjured a spatial blade in her hand once more, her voice cold and resolute. As soon as she arrived, she sensed how fierce the battle was in Tanny City, and this horrific scene lasted for less than an hour. As for how many people died, she didn't dare to confirm. At this moment, the only thing she can do is to kill the culprit behind this disaster. Just as the woman in ancient costume was about to kill Tian Qingzhe, a long sword suddenly appeared and blocked her attack. Her cherry-colored hair fluttered in the wind, and 3 pairs of wings bloomed on her back. 3 were prism wings, and the other 3 were reverse calculation flow wings. He wore a blank mask on his face. Judging from her figure, she is a female celestial being. A celestial being at the peak of the Shikong realm. This time, the woman in ancient attire was shocked. The newly appeared Tian Kings kicked the woman in ancient costume away, then raised his hand to grasp the Tian Kings on the ground. An invisible force suddenly seized control of the heavenly being, rendering her unable to move. Sakura, you can't do this. They're human. Do all humans deserve to die? She shouted loudly towards the sky. Shut up. Sakura's voice was cold and indifferent. She then glanced indifferently at the woman in ancient costume in the distance and said, "You don't have much time to waste on us." After saying that, Sakura disappeared without a trace along with another celestial being. Although the woman in ancient costume wanted to catch up, she had already exhausted a lot of energy upon arriving here and was no match for him. When Sakura reappeared, she was already beside the Skybreaker who was fighting the man in military uniform. With another feint, the male celestial being was bound once more. In the end, she controlled all the Tianqing warriors who fought Li Changhe, as well as the 2 Tianqing warriors outside Tianyi City. When the Tian Kings who fought Li Changhe was captured, the signal returned to normal. Everything that happens in Tianyi City can finally be fully monitored. The Eye of the Sky spotted the pink-haired Skywalker who controlled the 5 Skywalkers. She seemed to sense a gaze from above and looked up at the sky. The woman in ancient costume pursued closely, unleashing spatial power in an attempt to prevent her from leaving. The 7-colored prism deployed by the Skypiercers allows them to freely enter and exit Earth, the prism world, and the no star, no place passage. Ordinary spatial methods are simply unable to stop them. If it weren't for the huge spatial fluctuations caused by the rainbow prism, they could have reached Earth almost anytime, anywhere. This is why the sky-piercing ones are extremely difficult to capture, and also the reason why they are the first to arrive to provide support. This is the origin of the sky-piercing one's spatial abilities. However, the rainbow prism behind Sakura was activated before the space was completely sealed off, and the woman in ancient costume, having exhausted too much energy to arrive, could not keep up with her speed. Finally, before leaving, Sakura slashed the neck of a celestial being in front of the woman in ancient costume, gave her a meaningful glance, and then departed. Less than 5 minutes after these people left, support from all over the world arrived one after another. Thus, the bloodbath that lasted only 57 minutes finally ushered in the dawn that pierced the darkness. In those brief 57 minutes, 2 million people lost their chance to see tomorrow's sun forever. This is precisely the horror of the bloodshed caused by the heavenly calamity. The terrifying and almost unstoppable speed of the slaughter made the Tianqing blood disaster the deadliest blood disaster. In less than an hour, 2 million people died. The bloodshed ended much faster than before, but the death toll far exceeded that of previous disasters. Those bloodshed incidents weren't caused by the heavenly slayers, so the casualties weren't as severe. To be honest, this shouldn't be simply called a blood disaster, it should be called an attack by the heavenly sovereigns. On the city wall, a woman dressed in ancient costume spoke to the man in white beside her. As aid from various regions arrived one after another, the overwhelming force of the evil gradually lost its initial oppressive power. However, no star, no land, continues to send out bad matter, and the battle against bad matter is unlikely to end in the short term. This bloodshed is somewhat unusual. The signal was blocked by the celestial beings, but the attack was launched by the recently discovered and concealed bad essence. Even the starless and nowhere will be hidden. This newly emerged entity was used by the Skybreakers to attack a city. No one expected this situation. Fortunately, it was discovered quickly, otherwise the consequences would have been much more serious. Actually, there is no difference. No matter what it is called, it is the loss of countless lives. The white-robed man holding the sword said calmly, "Someone had reminded me before, and I reported it. Perhaps because so much time has passed, this matter has been forgotten. Or perhaps, no one expected that Tian Kings would join in. But whatever has happened, now all we can do is figure out how to deal with what comes next. Xin Yage, you stay here. I'm going back to report for duty." The woman in ancient costume bowed to the man in white and replied softly, "Understood, Sword Immortal." A streak of light flashed across the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. The original support team included 5 sky-level out-of-order users, including 1 spatial ability user. 2 other law-level out-of-order individuals were also mobilized, but their actions were hampered by 2 hidden sky-level necrotic matter entities, causing them to arrive slightly later. Ultimately, as the incident neared its end, the 2 were assigned to clean up the remaining hazards in the city and track down the departing Skywalkers, respectively. They also found the reason why such powerful celestial beings and necrotic beings appeared. After Tianqing left, no further unusual events occurred. Leaving only 1 sky-level out-of-order individual is enough to handle the current situation. Post-disaster reconstruction will take time, and it will also take time to reassure those affected. 2 million deaths. I wonder how many people lost loved ones because of this. After the man in white left, the woman in ancient costume gazed at the devastated Tianyi city inside. Fortunately, thanks to timely assistance, this time the number number of survivors was not as high as in the past, but the death toll of 2 million is still alarming. This is a tragedy that might have occurred only months or even years before the war in the pre-21st century. The war had barely ended when bloodshed followed. What a series of disasters. Miss Qin, the meeting is about to begin. Just as Qin Yage was feeling sentimental, a soldier ran over with news. Understood. Qin Yage nodded, then disappeared from the city wall. The fighting outside the city walls remains fierce. However, under the suppression of reinforcements and various city defense weapons, the bad forces suffered repeated defeats. To prevent the bad substance from hiding and escaping, a larger barrier was deployed, covering more than 10 starless and nowhere areas outside Tianyi City. It's only a matter of time before the bad quality is removed and the no stars, no place is cleared out. Inside the temporary meeting room, Qin Yage appeared in her seat. Everyone's here, let's begin the meeting, she said calmly. Immediately afterwards, the meeting on post-disaster matters in Tianyi City officially began. Here it comes. No, Xu Xiao, I'm asking you what this is? In a regular hospital ward, Shenlin, who had just woken up, looked at the strange bowl of porridge in his hand with a face full of doubt. This porridge, the rice doesn't look cooked, and there are some strange things mixed in, including a long, black thing that I don't know if it's dead or alive. Anyway, it looks extremely strange. Seafood porridge. Xu Xiao, covered in bandages, said confidently. Seafood porridge? What did you put in it? In this situation, where would you get seafood? And Shenlin looked at Xu Xiao with a puzzled expression. The moment he finished speaking, the long, black thing in the bowl suddenly jumped out and fell to the ground. And Shenlin looked closely, and it turned out to be a lively, wriggling eel. And it was actually alive? You actually put live eels into uncooked rice, and added some other unidentifiable substances as well. So it turned into a bowl of seafood porridge? Let's not even talk about where those ingredients came from. I still advise you not to waste food. Doing so will upset some people. Besides, although I am an out-of-order individual, I am not invincible and immune to all poisons. If you want to harm me, just say so directly. And Shenlin glanced meaningfully at the porridge in his hand, then put the bowl aside. Although there wasn't a severe food shortage after the disaster, and Shenlin found Xu Xiao's wasteful approach to food quite unbearable. He could barely accept a bowl of porridge that wasn't fully cooked. But with this bunch of strange-looking things mixed together, and Shenlin really felt like his life was in danger. Lin Xianxiu thinks this is pretty good. Maybe you can give it a try? We found all of these at the nearby farmer's market, Xu Xiao said with a slightly embarrassed expression. Good heavens, Lin Xianxiu is involved too. And did I hear that right? This was actually picked up from the market? You two are really something. How exactly did a man and a woman manage to create this thing? You and Lin Xianxiu, you shouldn't cook for the child anymore. And Shenlin shook his head helplessly. Why? Xu Xiao asked, looking completely confused. And Shenlin looked at the lively eel that was jumping around and searching for water, and said in a serious tone, I'm afraid you'll kill your child if you keep going like this, you two kitchen idiots. It shouldn't be that serious, right? No, it's very serious. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. How's the situation outside? And Shenlin sighed and asked helplessly. Xu Xiao pulled up a chair and sat down, saying, the support has arrived, and the pollutants in the city have been basically cleared away. However, there are still out-of-order individuals checking for any hidden bad substances. Outside the city, seemingly due to the influence of no stars, no places, bad matter is constantly emerging. So it will take some time to completely end this. How are Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu? The two of them are resting at the temporary resettlement site. It's a pity that the bodyguard who had been protecting Meng Chongyin sacrificed himself in the bloodbath. Meng Chongyin was heartbroken for a long time after hearing the news. Those two men were members of her father's fighting group. She had contact with them when she was a child. Alas, this bloodshed has claimed the lives of 2 million people. Xu Xiao sighed heavily. After listening, and Shenlin remained silent for a moment, then turned to look out the window. It stopped raining outside, but the sky remained overcast. Although the blood-red sky has dissipated, the sorrow that lingers in the air remains. Disaster is the root of sorrow. In a pink space, Tian Qingxing suddenly ripped off the last person's head and casually tossed it aside. Within this space, all the Tian Qingers who appeared in Tianyi City were dead, their heads violently ripped off. Letting you die later is already letting you off easy. Sakura clapped her hands, turned and left the pink space. A moment later, the space completely disappeared, along with the corpses of the 5 Skywalkers. This should have been a festival that all of China should have celebrated. However, the post-disaster reconstruction in Tianyi City is still proceeding in an orderly manner. Some people can celebrate the Spring Festival, but others can only stand alone on the ruins, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. A disaster robbed many people of their happiness, but it also left many others with hope. This disaster cast a heavy shadow over the Spring Festival in Tianyi City. Even though the Tianyi City government tried its best to appease the public, it's also difficult to shake off the somber atmosphere of the Spring Festival. A rare moment of leisure. And Shenlin sat on a park bench that wasn't too badly damaged, stretched, and sighed. slide. Xu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu have already gone to celebrate the Chinese New Year. Lin Xianxiu's parents were also out-of-order individuals who participated in battles and fortunately survived the clash with the bad ones. Although he was injured, after a period of recuperation, his injuries have almost healed. Xu Xiao was an orphan, so Lin Xianxiu took him home. Meng Chongyin has also gone back to Yanjing for the Chinese New Year, and she probably won't be back for the next few days. In other words, there is no one around in Shenlin to bother him for the time being. He could finally spend the next few days in comfort. However, we still need to be wary of Li Dao. And Shenlin said with a hint of helplessness as he thought of someone. With such a major incident in Tianyi City, Li Dao will most likely return. Li Dao is even more troublesome than Xu Xiao and the others. Speaking of which, who exactly is Li Dao? Just as Shenlin was sighing, he suddenly heard a warm breath in his ear. The sound was both pleasant and familiar. A faint, pleasant fragrance lingered around his nose. Holy crap, when did you get next to me? And Shenlin was startled and jumped up, turning around in surprise to look at the pink-haired girl behind him. Fistina covered her mouth and laughed, clearly enjoying Shenlin's frightened expression. Hee, were you scared? In that case, I won't scare you next time. Why are you out during the Lunar New Year? Fistina said with a smile, then sat down on the bench and patted the seat next to her to indicate that he should sit down. And Shenlin remained silent for a moment, but eventually sat down next to her. I don't have any family, he said casually. But I remember you have a father. Fistina looked at him in confusion, but quickly fell silent. Clearly, the person Shenlin was unwilling to mention was someone he didn't have a good relationship with. But speaking of which, how did you end up here? And Shenlin looked at Fistina and asked with a puzzled expression. Of course it's because I missed you, so I came out to see you. Fistina answered matter-of-factly. She did indeed run away on her own. Given the family's situation, they should have already realized she had run away. But it's okay, I won't blame her anyway. Besides, Shenlin is all alone, which is really heartbreaking. And Shenlin was a little embarrassed. He always felt that he couldn't handle a girl like Fistina. Meng Chongyin is alright, she's not that impulsive. Just then, Fistina suddenly leaned in and gently sniffed him with her delicate nose. And Shenlin leaned back, asking in confusion, what's wrong? Do I smell strange? Fistina shook her head, looking at him intently. It doesn't have any strange smell, it always smells wonderful. And Shenlin scratched his face, unsure how to respond. Seeing his expression, Fistina couldn't help but laugh, swinging her legs and looking at him as she said, nothing else, it's just that I feel your aura has become much stronger. You're currently at the peak of the spirit dust realm, are you about to break through to the mist realm? And Shenlin was stunned for a moment, then fell silent again as he looked at Festina's pink eyes. She only sniffed slightly, yet she could sense his condition. Was her nose really that sensitive? A little. Don't talk bad about me in your heart. Festina seemed to have sensed something, pouted, and said somewhat angrily, and Shenlin immediately turned his head away guiltily. A woman's intuition is truly amazing. However, he still sighed and said, indeed, we're almost at the mist level. We should be able to break through after the new year. So fast? I remember you rarely cultivate. How come you're progressing faster than your peers? Festina tilted her head and asked curiously. Although Shenlin awakened his powers ahead of schedule, his growth rate was truly astonishing. Even for people with exceptional talent, it usually takes about a year. The route from Suiwu to the border river depends mainly on capabilities and resources, as this is an important transitional phase. But no matter how talented or resourceful one is, it will still take at least a year to travel from Suiwu to the border river. Some people even need more than 2 years. Festina heard that there was a Shen-level ability user at Peking University who took more than a year to break through from Suiwu to Jieha, and that person only stepped into Suiwu 4 months before the college entrance examination. Although there are not many boundaries between Suiwu and the border river, it is extremely rare for the other side to spend a year to enter the border river with a large amount of resources. But looking at Shenlin's current speed, he will reach the mid-stage of the Suiwu level before the college entrance examination, and will probably enter the Jieha level before the Chinese New Year next year. Moreover, Shenlin is extremely lazy, spending far less time cultivating than others. Such a rapid growth rate is truly unbelievable, especially considering that he improved the most difficult to cultivate physical abilities. Well, I can't say for sure, maybe my ability is a bit special, Shenlin said calmly. He didn't quite understand, because ever since he created, reverse creation, and used, Ruin's language, his strength had increased by a huge margin. Meng Chongyin only recently reached the peak of the spirit dust realm, but at such a speed, he is already enough to stand out from the crowd. After unleashing void language, he quickly climbed to the peak of the spirit dust realm and will soon break through. And Shenlin guessed that this was most likely due to his ability. An ability that has no record of anything. This is no simple problem. Is that so? Speaking of your abilities, have you ever used a skill that always puts you in a near-death state? Festina suddenly leaned close to Shenlin and asked seriously. The connection that Shenlin had established earlier was suddenly and almost severed due to his near-death experience. But he quickly recovered from his near-death state, which most likely means it was a skill that would cause someone someone to be on the verge of death after use. Too close. And Shunlin leaned back, muttering to himself as he looked at Fistina. Their noses were only 2 fingers width apart, and he could only smell the scent emanating from Fistina. A light fragrance. It smells like some kind of flower? I've never smelled it before, but it's quite pleasant. I understand. I won't use such dangerous skills easily either. I value my life very much. And Shenlin subtly distanced himself and turned to say, "That's good." Fistina smiled happily. She jumped down the steps, took Shenlin's hand, and helped him up. "Let's go. Come with me for a walk. Consider it our date." "Wait. Tianyi City is under reconstruction. There's nowhere good to go. It's not the destination that matters, it's that you're by my side. Hurry up, you'll say yes, right?" "Alright." And Shenlin couldn't resist Festina's coquettishness and had no choice but to let her pull him away. This girl, whom he hadn't met often but felt strangely familiar with, made Shenlin feel just as unprepared as he did with Meng Qiumin. Looking at Festina's pink hair, and Shenlin thought to himself, this is really torturous. I'm already exhausted enough from being dragged around by Meng Qiumin all the time. Now that Meng Qiumin has gone back, she'll be dragged around by Festina again. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and catch up. And Shenlin was still being dragged around by Festina. Tianyi City is still undergoing post-disaster reconstruction, so there's really nowhere fun to go. It was supposed to be a date, but we didn't actually go anywhere. We just wandered around outside. As they walked, Festina got tired and asked Shenlin to carry her. And Shenlin was a little confused. How could Festina, a time mist level out of order, possibly get tired so easily? However, after being persistently pleaded with Festina, he still carried her on his back. Festina is a bit heavier than Dreamy Sound, probably because she has a better figure. And Shenlin, are you confident about this year's college entrance examination? I'm all set to wait for you at Yenqing University. Festina lay on Shenlin's back, resting her head on his shoulder, and whispered in his ear. And Shenlin felt a warm breath around his ear, sighed helplessly, and said, "Getting into Yenqing University shouldn't be a problem, but I'd really like to know why you want me to get into Yenqing University." He was determined to get into Yenqing University. Only in this way can we get rid of a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, he was very curious as to why Festina wanted him to get into Yenqing University. If you're just a teammate, there's absolutely no need to run up to him and say something. "Because I like you." It's better to keep the person you like nearby and in a visible place. Festina stated directly that the reason was no longer to have him as a teammate. "Ha?" And Shenlin looked puzzled, then said, "There must be some special reason. Never mind, I'm going to Yenqing University anyway." Faced with Festina's sudden confession, and Shenlin said he felt nothing at all and didn't even believe it. Unfortunately, he didn't have much contact with Festina. And if a beautiful girl you've only met a few times says she likes you, would you believe her? Festina didn't speak, she just quietly looked at Shenlin. His heartbeat didn't falter, which means that Shenlin didn't even feel a flicker of excitement when he heard her words. Sigh, what a difficult person to deal with. You're being too rational. Many things are just that simple. Festina said with a smile, and began to play with Shenlin's hair with one hand. And Shenlin rolled his eyes and said, "I'm just a lazy bum who doesn't want to do anything. There's not so much logic to it. Everything is about minimizing trouble." "Is this why you're hiding your talents?" "I knew it. The person I've set my sights on speaks with such confidence," Festina said, placing the hand that had been playing with her hair on Shenlin's neck. And Shenlin didn't say anything and silently walked forward. Festina continued, "I'm a little confused. All 4 of your skills are clearly highly offensive. Why do you insist on making 2 of them defensive skills? Wouldn't that be more troublesome for you? After all, your abilities and skills are far beyond comprehension, whether in offense or defense. Your only weakness is your physical condition. However, this problem can be compensated for by your surrounding force field. And your force field is more than just ordinary defense. Didn't you retaliate when you first met me? As an all-rounder, there is absolutely no need to expend a lot of energy to build up an image of being weak in attack. This doesn't fit your image as someone with exceptional external abilities. Fu Yan Hai Swan. Why is that? Can you tell me?" After Festina finished speaking, she gently breathed on Shenlin's face, then covered her mouth and laughed. And Shenlin remained silent for a long time before finally sighing and saying, "How did you know? Did you install a surveillance camera on me?" "Of course not." Festina pouted and covered Shenlin's eyes with her hands. "You can't exactly say it's because your brother has information on Shenlin." But soon Festina let go and whispered in Shenlin's ear, "If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Everyone has some secrets, right?" And Shenlin said calmly, "Actually, there's nothing that can't be said. It's just that there are too many troublesome things. My background is a bit complicated, and once I get involved in something, it's hard to extricate myself. My initial thought was that, regardless of whether I awakened or not, I wanted to be an ordinary person. There were no trivial matters to attend to, and nothing to do. Everyone knows I'm lazy, and I'm not faking it. I really am lazy. When I awakened prematurely, I wondered if I could hide it during the awakening ceremony. After all, unless there are very special circumstances, it is impossible not to pretend participate in the awakening ceremony. But obviously, I couldn't hide it. I had even awakened a heavenly level ability. From the moment I awoke, I had to face some things. So after meeting you, I started to improve my abilities. My aggression was a bit too strong. Therefore, whether it's to Meng Chongyin and others or to outsiders, I always keep my abilities hidden. You guessed. No, you didn't guess. You're certain of these things, so I won't hide it from you anymore. Hee Fistina smiled shyly after hearing Shenlin's words, and Shenlin smiled as well. He lifted Fistina up by her thighs and continued. You probably already know why I've always held back some of my abilities. To face the danger that may come anytime, anywhere. Fistina whispered. Well, Meng Chongyin's void level ability is already bad enough. If I were exposed, I would suffer even more, and I don't want to do so many things. Therefore, suppressing my abilities is the best thing for me. Meng Chonyin and the others are improving their strength very quickly now. Before long, I will be seen by outsiders as an indispensable strategist among them, rather than being a so-called capable performer. And Shenlin said, then let out a long sigh. Meng Chonyin and the others probably guessed something, but they don't care, right? Fistina guessed the reason for Shenlin's sigh and said, well, they don't care, after all, they also want to prove themselves, in front of someone who doesn't care about strength at all. And Shenlin said helplessly, ugh, I've walked for so long, I'm so tired. On the roadside, Fistina squatted down after only a few steps, looking pitifully at Shenlin. I've only put you down for less than 5 minutes, right? I've been carrying you on my back for an hour now. Besides, what out-of-order individual gets tired after walking for 5 minutes? It's not like it's a 5-minute flight. He finally understood. Fistina wasn't tired at all. She just wanted him to carry her. Forget it, let's try to coax her, since we can't beat her anyway. And Shenlin sighed helplessly, then stretched out his hand. I won't carry you for now, let's walk a bit more. He wasn't planning on leaving at all, but he figured it was better to lead Fistina by the hand than to carry her on his back. It wasn't that carrying him was tiring, but rather that Fistina liked to move around and would occasionally blow air into his ear. As he continued reciting, he felt like Fistina was about to bite his ear. Therefore, I absolutely cannot carry Fistella anymore. Okay, Fistina reached out and took Shenlin's hand with a pitiful expression, then lunged forward and hugged Shenlin's arm. And Shenlin was stunned for a moment, then looked at Fistina's triumphant smile. Well, you really know how to torture me in different ways. Helpless, and Shenlin could only let Fistina hold his arm like that. But I have to admit, it's actually quite comfortable. I won't tell you which part is comfortable. After a brief chat with Fistina earlier, he and Fistella were also a little closer. But that's probably why Fistina is so reckless. And Shenlin had a feeling that everything Fistina had done today was revenge for something. His behavior was filled with a strong sense of revenge, and also carried a hint of sourness. Forget it, he can't fathom what women are thinking. And Shenlin and Fei CD now walked slowly down the street, chatting casually as they went. However, halfway there, Shenlin encountered two people he didn't want to see. Hey, isn't this my brother Shenlin? And Linger looked at Shenlin in front of her and said through gritted teeth, word by word. And Shenlin looked at the two people in front of him, took a deep breath, and whispered, bad luck. Fistina glanced at Linger, then at Shenlin, and asked softly, who is she to you? My dad's mistress's daughter is my half-sister. And Shenlin said, his tone full of disdain for Linger. Oh, Fistina looked at Linger, then her gaze fell on the mature woman beside her. And who is she? The mistress, Shenlin said without hesitation. And Shenlin, watch your mouth. And Linger's forehead veins bulged as she spoke to Shenlin with a forced smile. If she weren't outmatched by Shenlin, she would have made her move now. Alright, it's nothing serious. The woman on the side quickly reassured Linger. She kept glancing at Shenlin out of the corner of her eye. Her name is Chen Wen, and she is Linger's biological mother. Strictly speaking, Linger is Xingliu's illegitimate daughter. Perhaps because of her personality, she did not refute when Shenlin said she was a mistress, because in her view, she had unintentionally destroyed a family. Mom, it's not your fault, it's that dead man's fault. And Linger was a little angry, but after glancing at Shenlin, she immediately turned her head to the side. Alright, stop talking, the woman continued to soothe her. Then a wry smile appeared on his face. Mom, and Linger seemed a little angry, and Shenlin didn't say anything more, but left with Fistina. After leaving, Fistina looked at Shenlin curiously and asked, your relationship seems complicated? It's not just a feeling, it's very complicated, Shenlin said calmly. Then he sighed and said, I am the child of my father and his arranged marriage partner, who is also my biological mother. And my dad got that woman pregnant while my mom was pregnant. The child is Linger, the woman who was very unhappy with me. But my dad never told that woman about his situation, nor did he ever tell my mom. I didn't know about the other person's existence until my mother left. Is she your stepmother? Fistina asked curiously. Just based on what Shenlin just said, it's enough to make a TV series for several seasons. No, Shenlin said, scratching his head. Ha, Fistina was puzzled. Why was this relationship a bit complicated? Although my dad treated them quite well, he didn't marry her. They still treat their mistresses like like wealthy men do, but they also often stay with them, so their relationship was just a little bit off. And Shenlin said with a hint of helplessness, "Is it because you don't want to?" Fistina continued to ask. "I have no say in any of my father's decisions. I don't know what he was thinking, it was probably just about training him to be obedient." And Shenlin said, then seeing Festina's bewildered expression, he laughed. "That woman is rather soft-hearted and doesn't dare to voice any objections. But as you can see, Enlinger is very hostile towards me, and she kept protecting her mother even though she knew she couldn't beat me. This is the result of my dead father's efforts, creating a rival to provoke me." And Shenlin's gradual change in how he addressed his father made Fistina realize that Shenlin disliked his biological father. Fistina was also very clever. She immediately understood the situation and said, "You mean to say that your biological father treated them this way on purpose? The purpose is to make your half-sister hostile towards you. Then you'll start fighting among yourselves, is that it?" "Yes, that's about right. That's definitely what he's thinking," Shenlin said. "But it seems to you that your sister doesn't really care," Fistina said. And Shenlin rolled his eyes and explained, "I'm lazy. She's always been competitive with me in everything, just to protect her mother. But why should I compare myself to her? Isn't that exhausting? Besides, she can never outsmart me, so there's no comparison." However, her long-term fighting spirit has fostered a rather assertive personality in her. Another thing is, their extreme disgust towards me. However, I also dislike her, because nothing good ever happens whenever I see her. "I see. It seems your family situation is quite complicated," Fistina said. "A scumbag father, a domineering younger sister, and an exceptionally lazy person. How exactly did these three come together?" "Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore." Fistina shook her head, then hugged Shenlin's arm and snuggled closer to him, pleading, "Carry me on your back. It's late, where are you staying?" And Shenlin and Fistina were sitting on a bench. He looked at Fistina and asked her a question. Fistina looked at Shenlin and said, "Can't I stay at your house?" And Shenlin said speechlessly, "Most people in Tianyi City don't have homes anymore. The place I lived in before wasn't damaged much, but it had no water and wasn't suitable for living. Since you're a girl, it's even less suitable." "It's okay, I don't care. Besides, you'll still be living here even without water, right? And I don't care that much," Fistina said with a smile that she had already observed what Shenlin had been doing these past few days through contact. Two-way communication would take a long time, and it was probably too late to set it up. With the reconstruction of Tianyi City, most people are living in temporary resettlement areas. However, because there were too many familiar faces in the resettlement area, Shenlin had already gone back to his original place. In fact, there are still many places in Tianyi City that have suffered relatively little damage. Therefore, no one would say anything if Shenlin lived outside. And Shenlin's lips twitched, somewhat speechless. Fistina was extremely aware of his recent situation, so there's really no good way to get by. But to ask a girl to stay at his house, to be honest, it's not that he wouldn't accept it. After all, Meng Chongyin has stayed there before. I just feel there's really no need to go to his house. In this environment, anywhere is better than staying at his place. Fistina seemed to know what Shenlin was thinking and said with a smile, "Why don't you fight me? If you win, I won't go to your house." "Then let's go," Shenlin said. Isn't Fistina practically telling him that she wants to live in his house? Fistina is a peak-level out-of-order user of the Mist Realm, and also possesses Void-level abilities. Even if he reaches the peak of the Spirit Dust Realm, he would still be no match for Fistina. It's better to just agree. "No way, I just want to see the offensive side of all your skills. I'll hold back a bit. You just need to show me your strength, okay?" Fistina immediately hugged Shenlin's arm and said coquettishly. Well, he now understands what Fistina is up to. It turns out it was to test his abilities. And Shenlin couldn't help but cover his face and said, "Didn't you already know about those things? I don't need to demonstrate, right? That would be tiring and might hurt you. Simply put, I'm lazy and don't want to do this kind of thing. Demonstrating your abilities is a very simple thing." Festina's request was simply to see him display his full power. But for Shenlin, this was a very tiring thing, and he didn't want to do it. However, Fistina clearly had no intention of letting Shenlin go. She pleaded with Shenlin for a long time before Shenlin finally gave in, having been completely charmed by Fistina. "What a miserable life I am." Shenlin stood on the open ground, helplessly covering his head. Standing opposite him was Fistina, who looked excited. "All right, let's begin." Fistina waved to Shenlin. "No need to fight, right? I'll just show you." Shenlin looked at Fistina and asked, "No way. You'll definitely slack off. And don't worry about hurting me. I'm very strong. You can't hurt me right now." Fistina put her hands on her hips and said, "This is really fine. I can't go against you." Shenlin said helplessly, "Fistina possesses a void-level ability. Although its specific type is unknown, it is most likely a mental ability. The main component of willpower is mental strength. Mental attacks and virtual computational attacks are different, and at their current stage, they are virtually impossible to defend against. Previously, whether in testing or trials, those who are primarily offensive and possess strong willpower can achieve good results. else. The main problem is the lack of means to defend against mental attacks. The force field around the body changes. The target of defense is mental attack. Fistina seemed to sense something was wrong and narrowed her eyes slightly. The next moment, Fistina raised her hands and assumed a fighting stance, laughing, "I'm going in." And Shenlin's eyes were serious, and the form that Chu Xiao called intelligence dominating the battlefield reappeared. "Okay, let's go." Although it was just a friendly match, both players seemed very serious. Then, and Shenlin saw Festina's hand sway slightly. A gentle breeze arrived. 1 second Fistina was several meters away, but the next second she appeared in front of him. Teleportation? No, it's not. She started moving earlier. That gust of wind only affected my judgment. Mental attack? No, if it were a mental attack, my force field would be able to detect it. Mental disturbance? If there's no sense of aggression, it's probably just visual disturbance. The moment Shenlin saw Fistina, he quickly retreated. At the same time, virtual creation ascension. Suddenly, an earthen wall appeared in front of Fistina, blocking her way. The wall had faint blue patterns on it. The earthen wall appeared at the very spot wherein Shenlin had just been standing. You managed to send virtual computing power to the ground in such a short time? You're truly impressive. Upon seeing the earthen wall, Fistina decided to attack from the side. Fake gun. And Shenlin pointed to the ground, and the soil rose up in his hand to form a long spear. The spear has faint blue patterns on it, which give the clay spear a certain degree of hardness. And Shenlin threw the spear at Fistina and raised his hand the moment the spear was thrown. Air modification and compression. The thrown spear suddenly accelerated, piercing through the earthen wall in front of Fistina and heading straight for her. But Fistina simply sidestepped and dodged the spear attack, offset by an inch. At this moment, and Shenlin arrived in front of Fistina, placed one hand on Festina's abdomen, and then gently pressed down. A strange shock appeared and spread along Festina's body. I see, so the power originates from one point and then shifts to other places? He stopped after all. If he had gone all out, I probably wouldn't have been able to control my body now. You really put your heart into this, and Shenlin. Fistina felt the strange sensation on her body quickly dissipate, so she reached out and gently stroked Shenlin's face. Her eyes shone with a faint pink light, and Shenlin sensed something was wrong and immediately retreated, raising his hand as he did so. False creation ascension. The 4 earthen walls immediately surrounded Fistina, but the next moment, a powerful impact shattered the 4 earthen walls. Debris flew in all directions. Fistina leaped high into the air, her eyes still gleaming with pink light, and Shenlin was struck by a mental attack from Fistina, which he tried to block by covering his head with his abilities. Break through my defensive field the moment you touch me. Soon, and Shenlin recovered and looked at Fistina, who was smiling in the air. Illusory pillar construction. And Shenlin raised his hand, and the scattered fragments of earth gathered together again, forming a towering pillar. The pillar quickly reached Festina's current height, but the attack was not over, and the sand on the ground was still gathering. False creation. Just as Shenlin was about to continue his attack, he heard Festina's playful voice. And Shenlin, catch me. And Shenlin then saw Fistina standing on the earthen pillar, spreading her arms and jumping directly towards him. Ha! And Shenlin was stunned for a moment, then immediately withdrew his defense and prepared attack, and reached out to catch Fistina. Fistina wrapped her arms around Shenlin's neck, while Shenlin wrapped his arms around her waist. Hee, we've had enough fun. Let's go back to sleep now. Fistina looked at Shenlin and revealed an innocent smile. And Shenlin looked at Fistina, somewhat confused about what she was thinking. It seems Fistina just wanted to play around with him. This is something that's a bit baffling. Well, as long as Fistina is satisfied, that's fine. Let's not torture him anymore. Why did they still let Fistina move into his house? In Yanjing, at a private training ground, Meng Chongyin was launching a continuous attack on a middle-aged man. However, Meng Chongyin's close-range attacks would always stop a little distance away from her opponent, as if blocked by something. Xiaoyin, I've already told you, your close-range attacks can't break through my barrier, the middle-aged man said with a hint of helplessness. However, Meng Chongyin persisted in attacking the middle-aged man. The man's ability is to create a defensive barrier around himself. He is focused on defending against the outcasts. But even if he reduces the strength of the defensive barrier to the minimum, Meng Chongyin was also unable to break through his defenses, because Yung Chongyin didn't use any abilities at all. She relied entirely on close-range attacks. My dear young lady, you are an anomaly with spatial abilities. Your primary offensive tactic is spatial attacks that ignore most defenses. You shouldn't attack here with your fists. Unfortunately, Meng Chongyin didn't seem to listen. They continued to engage in close-quarters combat. He didn't understand why Meng Chongyin did this. Just as he was wondering, a silver light suddenly appeared on Meng Chongyin's fist. Meng Chongyin's fist suddenly broke through the middle-aged man's defense and landed a punch on him. Break through my barrier? You'll use your fists then? No, she imbued her fist with spatial power. She broke through my barrier. So that's how it is. That was her real purpose. The middle-aged man was somewhat pleased. He was happy even with such a small change in Meng Chongyin's voice. But Meng Chongyin thought to herself, not enough, Not enough? This attack isn't enough to affect In Shenlin. Why does Dream Emphasis use this method for training? The main reason for this is one person, In Shenlin. She had always thought that, being at the same level as In Shenlin, she would soon be on the same level. But as it turned out, she was wrong, terribly wrong. During the final exams before the bloodshed occurred, suddenly, a malevolent creature appeared and attacked them. And Shenlin blocked the attack for them. And Shenlin is really strong. This is the thought of everyone who has been protected by In Shenlin. But that's not what Meng Chonin noticed. It is the part that In Shenlin has hidden. Because Meng Chonin clearly sensed the aura of spatial power the moment that bad quality attack landed. That's right, the attack released by that evil entity contained a trace of spatial power, although it is extremely weak spatial energy. However, the characteristics of space are indispensable. If that attack were to land completely, everyone would be torn apart by the wind containing spatial power. Basically, no ordinary defense can stop it. However, and Shenlin managed to block it and completely blocked that spatial energy. It was at that moment that Meng Chonin realized that the gap between herself and In Shenlin was still very large, so much so that he didn't even have the chance to touch In Shenlin. And Shenlin's surrounding force field can defend against more than just physical attacks. It can also defend against her spatial attacks. Therefore, if In Shenlin wanted to, she couldn't possibly touch him. Even all of her spatial attack methods would be countered. After realizing this, Meng Chonin understood that In Shenlin had been hiding more than just a little bit of his abilities. Perhaps in their eyes, the gap between themselves and In Shenlin was not much. But what is the real situation? If In Shenlin were to use his full strength, even the three of them combined might not be able to defeat him. The previous situation is easy to explain, and Shenlin was being lazy and lacked stamina, so he was giving in to them. Moreover, there are still many things about In Shenlin that he hasn't revealed yet. Such a disparity in strength made Meng Chonin feel a sense of crisis. She felt that if she didn't try her best to catch up with In Shenlin, she would lose something. She wouldn't allow that to happen, so after returning to Yanjing, she trained relentlessly, all to catch up with In Shenlin. Meng Chonin continued her relentless attacks without giving up. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and looked at the two people standing in the distance, Meng Chonin's parents. Meng Chonin was too focused on her work and didn't even notice the arrival of the two. Meng Qianjun stood at the door looking at Meng Chonin, his eyes filled with contemplation. Lin Lin, Meng Chonin's mother, looked at Meng Chonin with some concern. Honey, is Xiaoyin alright? Lin Lin asked with some concern. She's fine, but she has some lingering obsessions. If I'm not mistaken, something from the bloodbath affected her, Meng Qianjun said. But she didn't seem to have any problems when she came back. Lin Lin was a little confused. It's not what the blood disaster saw. It's probably because of some people, Meng Qianjun said incisively. Well, as far as I know, the students from the school where Chongyin is located were able to reach the safe zone quickly during this bloodbath because of the command of a few people. The two people I placed next to Chongyin to protect her have also sacrificed themselves. Then, during their battle with the invaders who had broken into the safe zone, some of them drove the invaders away. This person is most likely someone that Chongyin knows. She probably realized the gap between herself and the other person, which is why she wanted to quickly improve her strength. Sigh, she's still too strong-willed, Meng Qianjun said with a hint of helplessness. Meng Chongyin is a very competitive person. She will admit that others are better than her, but she will be better than them next time. He only knew the general outline of what was happening in Tianyi City. Therefore, it is known that Meng Chongyin was affected by the blood disaster. This is normal. Any newly awakened genius would doubt themselves after experiencing a blood disaster. Not to mention that this bloodbath has produced many outstanding peers. Although Yung Chongyin performed well in the blood disaster, however, compared to those people, it's still a little lacking. Being a strong-willed person, she definitely wanted to change herself and surpass those people. However, Meng Qianjuan's guess was somewhat off. The main reason why Meng Chongyin is like this is because of one person, someone he never expected. I want to be on the same side as him. This was the only thought that Meng Chongyin had in mind while constantly training. Surpassing that person, even the competitive Yung Chongyin finds it difficult, because she had no idea what the other person's full strength was like. So what she wants to do now is try her best to be on his side. This is her insistence. No, we can't let Xiaoyin continue like this. And it's almost lunchtime, Xiaoyin can't skip dinner, Meng Qianjun said, then quickly walked forward to the middle-aged man's side. Commander. The middle-aged man grinned at Meng Qianjun and then bowed to him. Alright, we've known each other for so long, let's skip the formalities. Thank you for the emphasis training, go back and get some rest. Meng Qianjun waved his hand, saying with some disdain. Oh, Commander, I'm just showing you respect. Besides, when I go back, my wife will keep me from drinking. So, when my wife calls, I'll just say, how about I still train Xiaoyin? You promised you'd leave right now. He. The middle-aged man put his hand on Meng Qianjuan's shoulder and said with a grin. You're just a drunkard. Fine, I'll cover for you if your wife calls. But don't drink too much with those guys. If you drink too much, even if I cover for you, it won't help. Meng Qianjun rolled his eyes and disdainfully brushed the middle middle-aged man's hand away. "Thank you, Commander." The middle-aged man immediately beamed and then ran off in a flash. "This guy, cough cough." Meng Qianjun watched the middle-aged man leave, then turned his head and saw Meng Qianyin with a strange expression. He coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. "Dad, is there something you need from me?" Meng Qianyin walked to the side, picked up a towel to wipe the sweat off her body, and asked Meng Qianjun, "Look at what you're saying. Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do?" Meng Qianjun said with his arms crossed and a smile, "I didn't mean that." Meng Qianyin hadn't finished speaking when Meng Qianjun interrupted her. "I know, your mother and I came here to have dinner with you. It's late now, we can talk about what you want to train tomorrow. There's no need to push yourself so hard. Besides, you're only at the spirit dust level, your strength is already among the best of your peers," Meng Qianjun said. Meng Qianyin is her daughter, and she sees her daughter training so hard to become stronger. He was both pleased to see it and a little distressed. There's no way around it. What father doesn't love his child? Well, except for that bastard Ang Qingliu. Meng Qianyin remained silent for a long while, then looked at her father and asked, "Dad, do you also think I'm doing well compared to my peers? But I don't think I've reached that level yet." Perhaps she had this thought before, but after learning that Shenlin was hiding his power, she lost that thought. Meng Qianjun smiled, reached out and patted Meng Qianyin on the shoulder, saying, "I know what you're thinking. You just want to meet someone who is better than you in some way. That's normal. There are so many people in the world, even though you grew up in wealth. He possesses far more than the average person. But there are always some people in this world who have nothing, yet can do things that surpass their peers. While void-level abilities are very powerful, ability level doesn't represent everything. The strength of the truly strong lies not in their abilities, but in their aspirations. You may not be able to surpass your opponent in the short term, but as long as you take it slowly, you will eventually reach your goal." Meng Qianjuan's words were very encouraging and also reflected the competition among the outliers in this world. Many strong people are talented and have resources, but there will always be people who start from scratch and surpass them. That's just how the world is. No one can stay at the top forever. Even the strongest will eventually be replaced. Meng Qianjun and Meng Qianyin are not on the same wavelength. Meng Qianyin naturally agreed with what Meng Qianjun said and was aware of it. Xu Xiao is a prime example. His future achievements will definitely not be inferior to those of family scions with resources. She never underestimates anyone whose ability level is low or whose current strength is inferior to hers. However, the reason why Meng Qianyin trains so hard is not because of the setbacks she has suffered from people like Xu Xiao. The reason she was so upset was because of Shenlin. If Xu Xiao is an anomaly, then he is a rare impoverished genius. And Shenlin is an anomaly among anomalies, and no one can say what kind of genius he is. He's a genius, but lazy. He's lazy, but strong. He's strong, but he hasn't shown his full strength yet. Meng Qianyin felt a sense of competition when facing Xu Xiao, but after learning that Shenlin was still hiding his true abilities, she felt she could only try her best to catch up. She doesn't understand Shenlin, but she won't give up trying to understand him. Meng Qianyin sighed softly. She knew her father meant well, so she didn't say anything, but simply replied, "Dad, I know all this, thank you for your comfort. I will continue to work hard. Honestly, because we're not on the same wavelength, we can't really connect. You know that's good. Come on, let's go home for dinner." Meng Qianjun patted Meng Qianyin's shoulder happily. He had no idea that he and Meng Qianyin were not on the same wavelength. Even Meng Qianyin's mother could see it, but he just couldn't. Go back. Useless? Out of energy? Do I have to run all the way to Yinjing to ask Meng Qianyin for blood? Who came up with this ridiculous setting? If it wasn't meant for me, then please don't include it here. And Shenlin sat in the room, constantly reading the Book of All Delusions, a book of prophecy, in his hand. But you can't see anything. This thing seems to have crashed, ever since it was stained with Meng Qianyin's blood and received some enlightenment. There has been absolutely no progress on this book so far. The above content still focuses on the revelations from the bloodbath. You know, back when there was nothing going on, this book would occasionally cause a stir. Some prophecies are useful, while others are useless. But now more than 10 days have passed. There has been absolutely no word on this book. And Shenlin tossed the book onto the table, leaned back in his chair, and stared at it, lost in thought. He already knew the book wasn't meant for him, but he didn't know why it ended up in his possession. It can't be destroyed or lost, so it's left behind. However, the book's perfect planning and prophecy during the bloodbath made him realize that it was not a useless book at all. It's just that it's useless in his hands? Should we give it to Meng Qianyin? But wait, we gave it to Meng Qianyin before and there was no reaction. Even if Meng Qianyin's blood had been activated before, Meng Qianyin couldn't see the content on it. Could there be someone else? Do I need to collect the blood of other people to get rid of this? Who could it be? Xu Xiao? Lin Xianqiu? Fistina? Ah, never mind, I'm tired. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm going to sleep. Because he had overexerted his brain cells, and Shenlin went straight back to bed to sleep. As for the prophecy book, well, there's been no movement at all. It seems to have truly crashed. After staying there for 2 days, Fistina went back, and Shenlin finally had some peace and quiet. Lantern Festival, in a certain residential area, a spiritual aura emanated from one of the rooms. A nearby outcast who was doing a good deed sensed this spiritual energy. Good heavens, now that you've broken through to the mist-like level, you're showing off like this? You don't even bother to conceal your spiritual energy? Looks like one of the students has broken through. Ha, can students reach the mist level so quickly? Never mind, it's none of my business. He was a time mist level out of order individual and knew what it was like to break through to the time mist level. Therefore, when he sensed this spiritual energy, he knew that someone had broken through to the mist level. Generally, those who break through to the mist level will have a spiritual energy fluctuation belonging to the mist level. Most people would choose to hide it, but some wouldn't. Most of those who don't know are just students. After all, who wouldn't want to show off that they've reached the mist level? However, the aura that this person sensed was indeed someone who didn't want to show off. At this moment, in Shenlin's room, Shenlin was sitting on the bed with a bewildered expression. I was just taking a nap and you gave me a breakthrough? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? And Shenlin hadn't expected that he would go from Lingshan to Suewu while he was catching up on sleep, but he clearly felt that he would have to work for a few more days. I'm becoming less and less human. And Shenlin cursed as he got out of bed, dressed, and began to check his body. The breakthrough was completely unexpected. He originally planned to suppress his progress and break through after a period of time, after the start of the school term, but I never expected that I would break through my limits just by taking a nap. Nobody told him that he could break through to the next level while sleeping? Soon, a piece of information appeared in Shenlin's mind. This information is unique to quantitative abilities, allowing him to more quickly understand how his abilities have changed after the breakthrough. And what are the new core capabilities? This ability to measure quantity far surpasses its other abilities. It also makes up for the shortfall in quantitative ability growth. Of course, Shenlin does not seem to have the flaw of slow growth. Good heavens, isn't this blatantly asking me to become a dominant heretic who can suppress most people? After checking his own condition, Shenlin, having confirmed that both the quality and quantity of his spiritual energy had improved, his virtual computing power had also increased. This is a sign that we have entered the fog level. More importantly, there is the newly emerging core ability, namely the ability of the mist level. This ability is not like the main abilities of the spirit dust level, which cannot be used at will. Its main function is to enable all attacks it launches to capture the opponent's physical information. If the opponent is injured, or if there are injured people in the surrounding force field, both will speed up the analysis of the other party and help to find their weaknesses more effectively. Although it is an active ability, it undoubtedly enhances Shenlin's adaptability in battle. Of course, it's just about adaptability. It's different from Chu Zhao's abnormal adaptability. After entering the mist level, Shenlin's abilities and skills have been comprehensively enhanced. If we continue to divert abilities, we can create another skill. After reversal of creation, excluding ruins of words, I now have 6 skills. Shenlin looked at his hands, and faint blue lines rose up on his palms. Shenlin's skills are all based on his understanding of his own abilities, which he divides into several parts for use. Reverse creation is created based on the reverse virtual calculation power of the Heavenly Emperor. New skills require some time to analyze their structure. However, it's highly likely their aggressiveness won't be weak. Never mind, although it's beyond my imagination that I broke through after just one night's sleep. But there's nothing I can do to change anything, so let it be. Okay, I'll take another nap. With that, Shenlin lay back down on the bed and went to sleep. Of all things, sleep is the most important, even if sleep time decreases after becoming an out-of-order individual. However, Shenlin still sleeps for more than 12 hours whenever he has time. And school starts tomorrow, so I won't be able to sleep in anymore. Let's go. At this very moment, in a small city surrounding Tianyi City, Chu Xiao was lying motionless in a bush, as if he were gone. But at this moment, Chu Xiao's eyes were fixed on a small house in front of him. Phew, wait a little longer. Chu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, calming his restless mind. Why is he here? Because he was short of money. As an orphan, his only source of income besides working was subsidies. But these things can't last a lifetime, and his abilities also consume a lot of resources. So he came here to make money. What are we here for? They're here to arrest wanted criminals. He got to drink the soup last year when he was with Li Dao. Then he'll go out and arrest people from time to time? Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to try and capture those stronger than himself. He only captured those at the spirit dust level. As for how these people were discovered, we asked an older woman. Of course, this was just a joke. The main purpose was to use Lin Xianxiu's parents' identities as outsiders to access websites that only outsiders could access. The research data is on this. However, I have to say that these aunties are really amazing. They have most of the useful information that is only available online. No wonder they say that before the arrival of the 10-tiered world, the aunties were intelligence agents all over China. However, this time Chu Xiao faced a more challenging opponent, a wounded mist-level being. He is a wanted criminal who killed his teammates to steal treasure in the Ten-Ring world, and then, not feeling safe, killed his teammates teammates' families as well. He was injured during the pursuit and ended up here. His bounty is 2 million. The official reward is 1 million, and an additional 1 million is offered by the original warband in some of the families of the deceased. Chu Xiao was willing to go all out for this million. Just then, the small wooden house in front of Chu Xiao moved, and a person who looked exactly like the one on the wanted poster came out. He's acting suspiciously. He doesn't look like a good person. Now, as the other person got closer and closer, Chu Xiao suddenly rushed out and kicked the other person in the waist. Perhaps because of his injuries, he didn't react in time and was kicked away by Chu Xiao. Thud, thud, thud. After kicking his opponent away, Chu Xiao continued forward, his fists raining down like raindrops. They caught the opponent off guard in a short time. The other party was stunned by the attack but quickly realized what had happened. Oh no, we've run into a bounty hunter. No way, I'm going to be brain damaged. I have to fight back. Then the opponent retreated with his face swollen like a pig's head, while dozens of fireballs rushed towards Chu Xiao. Damn, this pig's head is really hard. Chu Xiao threw so many punches, all aimed at the head. Neither of them managed to kill the other, which is enough to show the difference between the mist level and the dust level. Faced with these fireballs, Chu Xiao did not confront them head-on, but instead dodged while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. The other party is injured and cannot run far. We can solve this problem as long as we seize the opportunity. If there's no chance, then you have to give up, Chu Xiao thought to himself. Suddenly, Chu Xiao remembered the 2 million yuan bounty on the other party. 2 million, 2 million, 2 million. Even if I get burned, I'll still take you down. Chu Xiao's eyes reddened, and he looked at the pig-headed man in front of him as if he were a walking 2 millionaire. That's 2 million. He's never had that much money in his entire life. It seemed that the 2 million gave him motivation, and Chu Xiao suddenly sped up. In an instant, he appeared before his opponent, throwing a punch as he spoke to the opponent's astonished gaze. My 2 million, here I come. Chu Xiao's strength surged, and with a single punch, he knocked the opponent's head to the side, sending him flying. Of course, he's not dead, but he's not far from it. Nice, 2 million in hand, Chu Xiao shouted excitedly, completely unaware that his spiritual energy was surging. Meanwhile, in the distance, someone who was receiving a message felt the spiritual energy directed at Chu Xiao and then gaped open. He murmured incredulously, "What the hell? This guy broke through to the bounty? This is even more outrageous than the guy Lao Wang mentioned who supposedly broke through his limits while sleeping. Moreover, it's one thing for those few void-level cultivators to break through immediately, but why is it that one of you is sleeping while the other is fighting and you can still break through? Am I going crazy, or has the world gone mad?" The other person's eyes were full of confusion. He'd been observing gifted students for 10 years, and this was the first time he'd encountered such an oddball. Record, and Shenlin, a heavenly level observation target, broke through to the mist level on February 17th, becoming the first student to break through to the mist level. Record, Chu Xiao, the yellow level observation target, broke through to the mist level on February 17th, becoming the second student to break through to the mist level. Record, observation target Fong Gu at the ruins level. Record, the void level observation target, Dream Resonance, broke through to the mist level on February 27th. Record. According to statistics, out of 4,600 observation targets, 45 people broke through to the year fog level 3 months ago. The fastest time to break through to the fog level has been brought forward from the end of March last year to February. It is estimated that all 4,600 observation targets will enter the fog level by April or May. More than 10,000 people will enter the year fog level before the college entrance examination. Divide. Time flies by so fast that we often don't even realize when it slaps us in the face. Schools in Tianyi City had already reopened before the Lantern Festival. After the Lantern Festival, high school seniors will return to school to begin preparing for the college entrance examination. Not long after the start of the semester, Meng Chongyin broke through to the Suiwu level. Then a few days later, Lin Xianxiu also broke through. Actually, they're not that fast yet. I wonder if it's because of An Shenlin and Chu Xiao's breakthroughs. They all made breakthroughs. As a result, the four of them became the first people in the school to reach the mist level. It has attracted much attention from the school. After all, getting into a good university after entering the senior class is a very easy thing. Then, in early April, the awakening ceremony began again. This time, not as many people at their school have become aware of the issue as last year. Moreover, let alone the void level, there are only 3 heaven-level beings. In the official announcement that followed, it was revealed that a total of 4 people with void-level abilities awakened that year. However, those without dimensional or quantitative abilities awaken. After all, even if one of these 2 types of abilities appears once every 10 years, it would be considered quite common. May has arrived, and the college entrance examination will begin in a month. As always, En Shenlin and his team continued their training. This is basically how it is every day, and even if En Shenlin is unwilling, there is nothing he can do about it. In the training room, the 4 people sat on the ground to rest after finishing a round of training. En Shenlin sat for a while and then lay down. I have to exceed the recommended amount of exercise every day. What do you think this this year's college entrance examination will be like?" Meng Chongyin asked, taking a sip of water. The National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, is approaching, but they are still unsure of its format. Last year's college entrance examination was a new model. The competition for wristbands is an unprecedented way to take the college entrance examination. However, this shows that the college entrance examination is increasingly emphasizing practical skills. If your combat ability is lacking, even a Suiwo class fighter will be eliminated. It's probably the same as last year, right? Even though the college entrance exam changes frequently, we can't keep changing it forever. Besides, if we change it again, many people won't be able to adapt. We should adapt to the college entrance examination, not the other way around. It's supposed to be the beginning of a life-changing experience, so all we can do is adapt to the college entrance exam. Waiting for the college entrance exam to adjust is worse than going to work on a construction site carrying bricks, Lin Qianqiu said. I know. Laowen, what do you think? Xu Xiao looked at Shenlin. How am I supposed to watch it? Me, lying down and watching it? The college entrance exam isn't something we can control. Those in power will use whatever methods they deem effective in tormenting us. We're not just academic students. We have people taking care of us the whole time. We are outsiders. We are the only ones who can take care of ourselves. Don't overthink it. Just wait for the college entrance exam rules to be released, and then we'll talk about it. And Shenlin didn't even want to get up. I think Shenlin is right. In the end, we are responsible for taking care of ourselves during the college entrance examination, and getting into university is also our own business. Regardless of the model, as long as you are well prepared, everything will be fine. Meng Chongyin moved closer to Shenlin and then reached out to poke Shenlin's face. And Shenlin ignored Meng Chongyin's little tricks. They've long since worn me down. That's true, but why are we talking about this? Xu Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. Lin Qianqiu said, it was just casual chatting during the break, and that's all. We're all in our late 20s now. If we just work hard, getting into a good university. No, getting into Yenqing University isn't a problem. Getting into Yenqing University is the dream of many outsiders. Yenqing University had extremely strict admission requirements. Every year, out of millions of out-of-order individuals, only a small fraction actually enter the system. Most importantly, entering the fog of time level only increases the probability of entering Yenqing University. It doesn't necessarily mean getting into Yenqing University. After all, quite a few people entered the Suiwu level before the college entrance examination, and the majority entered the Suiwu level after the college entrance examination. Reaching the year fog level only indicates part of the story. More needs to be demonstrated during the college entrance examination. They are at the year of the mist level, but they still need to take the college entrance examination seriously. After all, no one knows if a mysterious genius player might suddenly appear out of nowhere. There are people like this every year. Li Dao is one such example. However, it should be noted that the main purpose of the college entrance examination is to assess individual abilities. It's not about teamwork, so we all went it alone during the college entrance exam. One's own combat ability is extremely important. Team coordination can wait. Our primary goal right now is to improve individual skills. That's what Meng Chongyin said. It's not that you can't take the college entrance exam in teams, but if you do, the score will be significantly lower. And once a team is formed, none of the 6 universities will accept them. Therefore, personal ability is very important. Then continue practicing your individual skills. I'm going to sleep, and Shenlin said indifferently. He was put through a lot of training during this period. Basically, it was Meng Chongyin and the other two who dealt with him alone. His individual combat strength has improved a lot. Moreover, from the very beginning, he has been the strongest in terms of individual combat strength. It really doesn't require much training anymore. No, you still have to train with us, Meng Chongyin said, poking Shenlin's face. Why? The college entrance exam is an individual competition. Why are you using me as practice? That doesn't make sense. And Shenlin looked at Meng Chongyin and asked in confusion. But you're the strongest fighter. If you don't train us, who will? Besides, training will also benefit you, Meng Chongyin said with a smile. Training within Shenlin is the best way to learn. After breaking through to the Suiwu level, and Shenlin became even more difficult to get close to, the improvement in reaction speed and combat effectiveness is more than just a little, and because of the initial capacity of quantity. They weren't very proficient with the new skills yet, while Shenlin had already begun researching the next stage. So it really wouldn't be possible without Shenlin. I'm really destined for a life of toil. And Shenlin complained helplessly. On this day, all schools underwent a very detailed physical examination. However, it was more of a survey than a medical checkup, because at the end of May, news came out that this year's college entrance examination would be conducted in different groups. What is a streaming exam? This means that students at the spirit dust level and those at the mist level will be tested separately, because there are an unusually large number of students entering the year fog level this year. Originally, there was no separate exam for the mist level students because there were only a dozen or so each year, most of whom were at the peak of the spirit dust level, so it wouldn't affect the exam results. However, now there are hundreds of missed level students, which has seriously affected the exam, so we had no choice but to implement separate exams. Therefore, we decided to separate all the exams. Although it's just a little bit of information, the timing of its release is noteworthy. It's basically confirmed that it's true. Missed level. Another year fog class? There seem to be a lot of year fog class ships this year? Yes, several people in the top class are at the Suewu level. None of them are in our class, but when you add it all up, our school probably has more than 10 students at the year missed level, right? Have we ever seen so many year missed level students before? No, the missed level is not so easy to enter. Most people enter the year fog level during the summer vacation after the college entrance examination. It seems the competition for this year's college entrance exam is very intense. What are you saying? When has there ever been a year without pressure? With the appearance of the 7th person of the age fog level, the people waiting for their turn to be inspected started talking about it. This year's situation is different from previous years. This year, there are an unusually large number of students entering the year fog level. Even teachers who have been teaching for several years have never seen so many students who have entered the senior class before the college entrance examination. Not to mention the news this year that exams will be split up. The reason for the separate examination is most likely because there are too many fog level cases, which necessitates the separate examination. There weren't nearly as many people who entered the fog level before the college entrance exam last year. This year's numbers are a bit outrageous. A streaming exam. If that's really the case, then we're in big trouble. And Chenlin leaned on the railing, looking down at the physical examination area, and said, the assessment for the year missed level will most likely be much more difficult than before. Therefore, it's impossible to get good results through shortcuts. You have to rely on solid skills. Chu Xiao also leaned on the railing and murmured, actually, it's not a big problem. The purpose of the age level exam is to reduce the gap between students taking the exam. If the students aren't diverted, this year's spirit dust level students will suffer. That's what Meng Chongyin said. That's true, but the exam process will be very difficult. Sigh. Luckily we were prepared. Otherwise this information that hasn't been released yet would have panicked us. Lin Qianqiu sighed. If it's a separate exam, the Suewu class will face opponents of the Suewu class. Why did the previous Suewu class have such a great advantage? The main reason is that even students who have just broken through to the mist level are difficult to deal with at the spirit dust level. Being able to reach the Suewu level before the college entrance examination also indicates that one has good talent. If the exams are divided into different streams, the advantages that the Suewu level has will be relatively small. Especially those who have just broken through to the peak are facing off against those who have been at the age mist level for a long time. The gap in strength may be smaller, but it won't be that much smaller. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. What else can we do? We can only hope that this year's college entrance exam won't be too difficult, otherwise we'll suffer. And Chenlin said, but speaking of which, it seems like a few transfer students have come to number 2 middle school. Xu Xiao said, his expression turning puzzled. A transfer student? The college entrance exam is almost here. Why would they want to transfer? Do they think the cutoff scores are lower here? And Chenlin also looked puzzled. Why would you transfer schools when the college entrance exam is almost here? It's no use transferring it anywhere. Of course, culture can be somewhat useful. However, even if you are a foreigner taking the college entrance exam for those from different orders will still follow the same format. Things that are supposed to be difficult are still very difficult. I don't know, they were all transferred from the Misty age level. They transferred from several different places, and the principal of number 2 middle school was overjoyed when they transferred over. It's not just number 2 middle school, other schools have it too, but our school doesn't. Xu Xiao shrugged indifferently. Upon hearing this, both in Chenlin and Meng Chongyin fell silent. Meng Chongyin seemed to have thought of something, but was unsure, so she hesitated to speak. And Chenlin immediately knew what was going on. Ah, it seems they discovered me a long time ago. Are they sending these people to prevent me from getting into university? Just a few year fog level beings? Oh well, since we're already here, let's give them a little surprise. You'll never be able to get out of bed again. A cold glint flashed in Chenlin's eyes. What's coming will eventually come. The college entrance examination is fair, but the fairness of the college entrance examination for those who are not in the same class depends on their own strength. Compared to the college entrance examination based on cultural norms, the college entrance examination for those who are outside the established order is more likely to be targeted. All you need to do is bribe a few people, transfer them to another school, and target them. This has happened before. But this kind of thing happened to Shenlin. However, Shenlin didn't care. As he himself said, when soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. He'll accept any number of people who come. It all depends on how much willpower these people have to withstand his retaliation. What? These are all people who get paid to do things? That makes sense. Since he's already been paid, he won't hesitate to do it. He doesn't care what the reason is for targeting him, as long as they've been paid to do the job, he won't investigate the reason. Just go all out. Although there are security personnel present during the college entrance examination, however, injuries still occur every year. All he needed to do was control his strength and make sure those people didn't die, and there wouldn't be any problems. The world of the outcasts is that simple. Life and death are determined by fate, and if you don't cherish yourself, don't blame others. Alright, no matter how many people come, we just need to do our own thing. Why worry so much? I'll just eat and sleep as usual. I'm going back to sleep now. And Chenlin stretched and then quietly left. Meng Chongyin and the others naturally noticed in Chenlin's quiet departure, but Chenlin had already done a lot for them, so resting more would be good for both of them. College entrance examination rules. Cultural exams, June 7th to June 9th. Target, all high school graduates in China. Wishing all candidates the best of luck and outstanding results. The exam of the disordered ones. Passages to Taiyang Xingdi will be open throughout China. The college entrance examination for out-of-order individuals will be held within Taiyang Xingdi. Rules for assessing those who deviate from the established order. The examination was divided into two examination rooms, the Spirit Dust Level Examination Room and the Mist Level Examination Room. The region is divided based on the province where the individual resides, and all individuals with different orders are assessed within each region. Spirit Dust Level Exam Rules. The exam lasts for 14 days. Each person receives a bracelet as their initial identity. For the first 7 days, combat is allowed, but stealing the bracelet is not permitted. The stealing process officially begins in the last 7 days. The rules for the Mist Level exam are as follows. It lasts for 14 days, with each person surviving as an individual. There are no restrictions on combat, and each person has a bracelet that can be used to exit combat. Weapons, defensive equipment, and special disposable weapons are not allowed in any of the above assessments, and all combat will be limited to the point of contact. The National College Entrance Examination, NCE, is a 3-day academic exam that even those who are considered outsiders must take. Although those with disordered personalities do not account for a high percentage of the academic scores in the college entrance examination. However, if you don't take the academic exam, or if you do extremely poorly on the academic exam, no university will accept you. Moreover, academic exams are also a path for ordinary people to embark on a new life. The 3-day cultural exams passed quickly. What follows is the 14-day exam for the out-of-order individuals. The annual Ordered Ones exam is the main event, not because of any incidents like forgetting your exam admission ticket or ID card. Instead, there are enough interesting things to see in the orderless exams every year. It's different from cultural exams. The exam for the out-of-order test takers will release videos of test takers from different regions every day. These videos will showcase some of the things students do. Isn't there a risk of danger or cheating? No, of course not. The test for the out-of-order individuals is conducted in the celestial Earth where there is no signal. Taiyang Xingdi is a prism space that China acquired before the new century. Through long-term transformation by China, Taiyang Xingdi has become a prism space unique to China. Only 6 countries in the world possess prism, and China's prism is the largest. More importantly, Taiyang Xingdi has the function of self-recognition. If you didn't take the exam for the outcasts, or if you wanted to sneak in, they will all be distinguished by heaven, star, earth. The National College Entrance Examination, NCE, has been held for decades without any unexpected incidents. Releasing videos from the exam is a long-standing tradition of exams. Because the Chinese people value both literature and martial arts, even ordinary people pay close attention to battles between those who are outsiders. That's why the practice of releasing a video every day came about. At times like these, not only Chinese people, but people from other countries also pay close attention. Because such a large-scale examination only exists in China. Other countries cannot replicate this. 9 a.m. on June 10th. The Central Stadium in Tianyi City. Thousands of out-of-order students in Tianyi City were waiting here. In the very center of the stadium, a portal resembling a starry sky floats quietly. This is the entrance to Celestial Starland. The test for the out-of-order individuals will begin promptly at 9:30 a.m. Once it begins, everyone will be teleported away by Heavenly Star Earth. Are you nervous? Meng Chongyin asked softly, standing next to Chenlin. What's there to be nervous about? Everything is prepared. There's no need to be nervous. And Chenlin shrugged and said, I don't really feel anything, but I still want to say that I hope to see you one last time. Meng Chongyin smiled and said, and Chenlin nodded. The final meeting basically refers to those who survived the last battle. These people are definitely among the top performers in this batch of candidates. None of them are pushovers. And being the last one standing means that the results are good enough. So, what troublesome methods will they use to target me? And Chenlin's gaze fell on several people who had been staring at him from not far away. It seems that this transfer student from the year missed class can no longer afford to be careless about this exam. Aha. Do you think your plan will work? As someone who grew up in Anqing, I don't think he's someone that's easy to deal with. A heaven-level power, and it's very likely a mutated power. Such people must become our tools for settling down, they cannot be left to wander outside. Therefore, success is the only option. Failure is not an option. Besides, all we need to do is prevent him from getting into Yenching University. The rest is not something we need to worry about. What are the chances of success? Based on our observations, we have a 95% chance of success with his current abilities. Is there still a 5% chance of failure? Why? This 5% is because he is Xingliu's child and is very likely to have inherited Xingliu's talent. Therefore, we judge that there is a 95% probability that Shenlin currently possesses heaven-level power. There is a 5% probability that Xingliu's talent will mutate to a level far exceeding the heavenly level or even reach the void level. Once he demonstrates this in the exam, there's still a certain probability that our plan will be noticed, no matter how meticulously it's executed. It's even possible that it has already been noticed. Once noticed, there is a chance of getting into Yenching University regardless of academic performance, although there is only a 5% chance. After all, the probability of Xinglu succeeding with that talent is only 1 in 10,000. This is a safer approach, since Shenlin is determined to stay in the Yin family as a tool anyway. Therefore, he absolutely must not be allowed to enter Yenching University. You seem to have overlooked one problem. What's the problem? Anqing still has a daughter. If you're worried that Xinglu will do the same thing again, then you can rest assured about that. In Anqinglu's eyes, everyone is just a tool. However, Shenlin had long since transcended the realm of tools. Therefore, he will absolutely not do the same thing as he did back then. I hope so. A conspiracy that transforms a person's direct description into a tool. Even if the other party does indeed have an family blood, they are still just a tool. Tools can only look like tools, and they also have the means to control tools. Even those who possess strategic resources and abilities that are subject to the order of things are nothing more than tools that need to be taken back in their eyes. Hi, just take the college entrance exam for granted. Don't push yourself too hard. Yanjing, Fei Yuelin said to Fei Sidina, who was standing to the side. I know I won't go too far, Fistina said with a smile. As someone who awakened long ago, her strength remained at the peak of the misty age for a long time. However, it is the ability of the ruins level and the understanding of ability over the years. This had already put her in an invincible position. If she gives it her all in this college entrance examination, she can only be the top scorer in Yanjing. After all, none of those who have awakened void level abilities have reached the peak of the mist realm. Even her understanding of her own abilities was not as good as Festina's. However, while Fistella is very strong, she also has significant weaknesses in her abilities. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Fistina will not easily use her full strength. At 9:30, the time arrived. Countless points of light emanated from the spatial portal of heavenly star Earth. These spots of light fell on the students who were about to take the college entrance examination. Soon, the students disappeared from the spot. When it reappears, it will be in a forest, a desert, or a plain. They also now have a bracelet on their wrists that represents their identity. The college entrance examination for the outcasts officially begins. Let me explain why I never considered military academies from the beginning. The protagonist's personality dictates that he would never choose a military academy. For the protagonist, the benefits of entering Yenching University far outweigh those of entering a military academy. The scene before my eyes changes. After a brief period of dizziness, Shenlin began to take in his surroundings. I was in a forest, surrounded by tall trees, probably deep inside the forest. It would take a long time to leave the forest. There are no hard and fast requirements for the exam, such as when to reach a certain point in time or where to go. It's a free-for-all. In 14 days, it's all about who performs better. However, we are currently in a battlefield of the year mist level. If the battle is conducted by province, there are probably more than 500 people at the Shigyur level. Even assuming a minimum of 500 people, the exam venue probably won't be very large. In other words, the exam venue was in a forest with relatively complex terrain. However, considering that someone might fight at the last moment, therefore, there will be a peak point for the final time test. Go check out the surrounding area. And Shenlin quickly analyzed the situation around him, and then jumped. He jumped up to a tree that was tens of meters high, and Shenlin stood on the treetop and looked around. Sure enough, he saw a small, very obvious mountain peak in the distance. That's probably where they prepare for the final battle. 500 people, distributed in this place, in a complex terrain and in an even distribution. The distance between 500 people is at most 1 kilometer. Based on this calculation method, the exam area would be at least 500 square kilometers. But 1 kilometer is a bit short, so this number will continue to rise. However, it seems that the allocation is random rather than even. And Shenlin, standing on the tree, suddenly tilted his head slightly, and a flaming arrow flew past the side of his face. And Shenlin calmly turned his head and saw a man standing not far away, surrounded by dozens of flaming arrows. We've only been here for 10 minutes and we've already run into people. Looks like we're having some bad luck. And Shenlin glanced at his bracelet. Only 10 minutes had passed on the 14-day countdown. If you encounter someone with within the first 10 minutes, that means you're unlucky. Let's have a fight, the man said, looking at Shenlin with a smile. Starting a fight is not a good choice. However, if you don't figure out the fighting strength of the person in front of you, you will suffer when you encounter them again later. He did want to fight Shenlin, but his main goal was not to eliminate Shenlin. Instead, he wanted to test Shenlin. If he is stronger than Shenlin, he will try his best to eliminate Shenlin. If you're not strong enough, you'll have no choice but to run away. If it weren't for those few people, it would be impossible for them to reunite so quickly now. So he's probably just a greenhorn trying to test me. Shenlin thought to himself, then stood on the treetop and assumed a fighting stance. Seeing this, the man leaned forward slightly and assumed a fighting stance. Shenlin charged toward the man like a cannonball. Meanwhile, flaming arrows from around the man attacked Shenlin from different directions, attempting to stop him from advancing. But Shenlin's speed exceeded his expectations. His own flaming arrows did nothing to stop Shenlin from advancing. Shenlin walked up to the man and kicked him to the ground. After landing, the man used the momentum to flip over. Flames rose from his body, and 10 fireballs appeared not far from him. 10 fireballs exploded and then formed 10 pillars of fire moments later. The pillar of fire swirled around the man, the intense heat scorching the space around him. The commotion is too great. Shenlin thought to himself as he looked at the pillar of fire surrounding the man. Where did this hothead come from, making such a fuss right from the start? Shenlin sighed helplessly and raised his hand towards the man. Take this. The man, unaware of Shenlin's movements, roared and tried to attack him. Shenlin drew his sword. Imitation execution. An invisible slash was unleashed. This slash directly severed the towering pillar of fire. The slash landed on the man, interrupting his movements and sending him flying. The man's wounds were shallow, but after enduring Shenlin's attack, he found it difficult to stand up again, and his movements were temporarily restricted. I'm outta here. Shenlin left immediately after temporarily incapacitating the man. The commotion the man just made was so loud that anyone nearby would definitely have noticed what was happening. Therefore, it is not advisable to stay here for long. As for why Shenlin didn't directly eliminate the male contestant, that's completely unnecessary. Although this exam has an elimination mechanism, it's not like the spirit dust level exam where you can snatch the bracelet. The tests for the Suewu class mainly assess their adaptability and combat skills. Eliminating people at the beginning won't add any points, only the eliminated people will run out of points. Besides, this hothead is just testing the waters. Therefore, it is reasonable not to use excessive force. The main reason is that we don't yet know what will happen if we eliminate the opponent. However, the next time he encounters this hothead, he won't hold back. Just then, Shenlin's bracelet suddenly rang. Shenlin immediately stopped and looked at the bracelet. Huang Tianfan is eliminated. The eliminated player is Chu Xiao. Shenlin. Well, I didn't know the bracelet could be used like this. You really don't give us any privacy at all, do you? If a relationship ends, both the person who rejected the other will be publicly identified. It's just a notification, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Chu Xiao's location will be announced temporarily for 5 minutes. His location will not be revealed if he is eliminated within this time frame. Very good, excellent. Shenlin finally understood the essence of the mist-level exam, combat and survival. When someone is eliminated, their location will be announced and most people in the vicinity will rush there. The person who eliminates someone has to find a way to survive those 5 minutes. This is a plus for the person who eliminates people. The person whose location was revealed within 5 minutes was also a very strong individual. Such people also get extra points. If the spirit dust level exam score is determined by the bracelet, then the Wu class will have to rely on its raw power. If you're not strong enough, you can't escape within 5 minutes. Anyone with sufficient ability should think carefully before giving themselves 5 minutes. So, now we have a way to get rid of them. Shenlin immediately thought of a way to deal with those who wanted to target him. However, we cannot do that now. We need to make some preparations. As for Chu Xiao, Shenlin looked at the location and thought, it's too far. I'd better not go. He believed that Chu Xiao could survive. Chu Xiao, you don't have to believe me. That's fine with me. I should have known better than to eliminate that person. Chu Xiao was speeding through the forest. He genuinely didn't expect that he would eliminate someone who wasn't very strong. Then my location was revealed, although it was only 5 minutes. But this is just the beginning. We can't even be sure how many people are nearby. This really put him in a very difficult position. However, the main reason was his own recklessness. The only thing we can do now is to leave here as soon as possible. Many people approached him because they felt he didn't have much energy left after the battle. But in reality, he didn't expend much effort at all. But he can't possibly eliminate everyone who comes, can he? He's not a god, and his strength isn't that great. Chu Xiao was on the run at that moment. Lin Xianxia was also on his way to find Chu Xiao at this time. After the bracelet made the announcement, she realized that she was still very close to Chu Xiao. Although she can't team up for battle, she can go and lend a hand. This is at least to prevent Chu Xiao from being eliminated eliminated on the first day. On the other side, Meng Chongyin felt helpless after hearing Chu Zhao's news. I can't help because I'm too far away. However, this was also due to Chu Zhao's recklessness. Before we entered, she emphasized not to get caught up in the fighting from the start. It seems Chu Zhao didn't listen. However, given Chu Zhao's strength, he could eliminate him in 5 minutes. Unless someone stronger than her and in Shenlin appears. Otherwise, it would be virtually impossible to eliminate Chu Zhao within 5 minutes. Besides, there's still time to travel. There's no time to think about it. Now we need to think about the survival supplies we need to stay alive for the foreseeable future. Meng Chongyin murmured, you can't bring anything to the exam. In other words, for these 14 days, you have to take care of your own water and food. Tiank Xingdi is a prism space that is similar to the real world. There are living things inside. To survive here, you need to carefully observe your surroundings. An exam tests not only a candidate's combat abilities but also their survival skills. If in Shenlin were here, things would probably be much better. Meng Chongyin walked through the forest, carefully observing her surroundings. And Shenlin is well suited to living in the forest. He excels at finding food and suitable resting places. 14 days might be very difficult for others, but for in Shenlin, it probably wouldn't be a problem. What is he doing now? He's probably already looking for a suitable place to sleep. Meng Chongyin thought to himself. She guessed based on her usual impression of in Shenlin. Unfortunately, in Shenlin didn't find a place to sleep this time. Instead, they are making preparations. What preparations should be made? Prepare to deal with those who come against him. These people are new transfer students, so I don't know much about their abilities, except that one of them is the ability of will. At this stage, the ability of intention is indeed the best way to deal with the power of the year fog level. However, it's not a big problem. You just need to convert the main defensive target of your surrounding force field into mental energy. The other guys, however, had no idea what was going on. They would rather give up the better resources they would have had after getting into university than not come here. 9 times out of 10, he is a genius like Chu Xiao. They would only do this if they were overwhelmed by the sudden influx of resources. Their vision was too narrow, and they jeopardized their future. They will most likely team up. It's impossible to beat me without a team. Then, in order to prevent me from getting high scores and entering Yenqing University, the timing of the attack will not be when the game is almost over. They'll probably come after the first person I eliminate. These problems can be avoided by not eliminating people, but it's impossible for me not to eliminate people. Even if you survive to the end, the score you get without fighting is very low. Based on the scores announced before we entered, I need to eliminate at least 4 people. Then, one must survive for 14 days to meet Yenqing University's requirements. The longer it drags on, the more difficult it becomes to eliminate people. TSK. Looks like this is really troublesome. If we don't separate them, no matter what they do, it won't affect me. However, with the diversion of tasks, there's only so much I can do. After all that, it turns out the diversion has had a bigger impact on me. And Shenlin sat on the tree and scratched his head in frustration. He is a lazy person, and when faced with malicious attacks against him, he tries his best to resolve everything in the fastest and most convenient way. However, after careful consideration, he realized that he really didn't have a better way to deal with this situation on his own. The fastest and best way is to defeat them head-on. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Being prepared will prevent us from having no other choice. And Shenlin said, then jumped down from the tree. And Shenlin then raised his hand and waved. A single slash felled the large tree behind him. This is a mark, because out of hundreds of people, there are very likely only 2 people with such a slashing ability. It was him and Meng Chongyin. Seeing this attack, Meng Chongyin and the others knew it was him. Those who specifically target him will probably know it's him. The game has officially begun. Hello. Chu Xiao's behavior is bold, or you could say reckless. In the past, and Shenlin and the others would have taken responsibility for it. There has been no immediate or timely change. I'm not surprised at all that he became the first one to stick his neck out. In the military's monitoring room, everyone taking the Suewa level exam in Nanjiang province has their own dedicated screen. If these scenes were shown to an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to keep up with the sight. However, everyone here is an outcast, and a very powerful one at that, within the military. They can see all these hundreds of images, and at the same time, they also take on a part of the scoring role. And among those in the examination hall of the year fog level were some people they knew very well. After all, they were among the few people included in the Tianjia observation program, and as high-level personnel, their understanding of these people was no less than that of their teachers. Among them, the 4 people they know best and care about the most are in Shenlin and his group. But he quickly changed, one who had been waiting for days for money. Those who would even break through limits for money aren't that stupid, and Shenlin is simply their external brain. One of them said with a smile. That's true, but in Shenlin is really good at hiding his true abilities. Even after being observed for so long, most of their moves were not revealed. We still don't know what his core abilities at the Miss level are. That's what a female officer said. If in Shenlin's ability is simply Fu Yan Hai Swan, then we can guess guess a little. Even if it's a mutated version of Fu Yanhai Swan, it's just a bit more difficult. But this in Shenlin, he's really hard to guess. A middle-aged man stood with his arms crossed, looking deep in thought. Alright, some things are better left unsaid. Originally, there were 5 void levels on the surface, and one more that could fish out enough items. If a few more are exposed, the neighboring countries might retaliate without considering the consequences. It was said by an old man with a white beard who was sitting in a chair. Isn't that perfect? Last time we only got enough cultivation resources for these geniuses for 2 years. Let's come back and ask for even more. Be careful what you say. China is a peace-loving country. It's not good to just ask for things. We should ask them to give them to us willingly. Besides, we're not even sure if he's at the void level, and those who are hiding might not be at the void level either. Haha, that's true, but I'm really curious to see what it's like when all these geniuses get together. The 5 void level capabilities were announced to the public by the central government. Everything within China is under the control of the central government. How many hidden abilities are unknown? Even someone who tries their best to conceal their abilities as being at the heavenly level. It is also impossible to escape the calculation of the 9th order anomaly, level ability anomaly. Beneath the undercurrents, there are still undercurrents. Beneath the fog, there is still fog. The two completely different exams, the mist level and the spirit dust level, attracted a lot of attention during their proceedings. Exciting battle videos appear every day. Among them were dozens of spirit dust level cultivators engaged in a chaotic battle. There is also a battle royale where one person is at the level of the year fog. This made it clear to more people how hard the students taking the exam were working. At the same time, it also tells others that the college entrance examination is not a game. Accidents won't happen within Taiyang Xingdi, but injuries or death can occur. Most of them are injured, very few die, but that doesn't mean they don't happen. The purpose of releasing it every year is to remind the next generation to pay attention to something. But it never worked. Now our attention turns to the examination venue for the year fog level. At this moment, and Shenlin was speeding through the forest. 3 men followed him closely, keeping their distance and relentlessly pursuing him. Aren't you tired after chasing for so long? And Shenlin sighed helplessly to himself. These 3 guys are the ones who want to target him. However, probably because not all the people were present, they did not attack Shenlin, but simply kept a distance from him. And Shenlin approached them, and they retreated. And Shenlin walked away into the distance, and they followed closely behind, like a few bedbugs. He can't shake them off, and he can't do anything about them. No, there is a way. And Shenlin is currently strong enough to take care of these 3 people. However, based on the mindset of these individuals, it's highly likely that only one of them can be eliminated. But once you eliminate that one, your own position will be exposed. This is really troublesome. And Shenlin sighed softly. He'd encountered plenty of troublesome things, but this was the first time he'd ever experienced something this disgusting. But those guys aren't stupid, are they? Why would they take money to do something like this? With multiple people teaming up and targeting one person, it's basically impossible to get into a good university. However, and Shenlin didn't know much about the Yin family, so he didn't know what methods the Yin family had used to coerce them. As he ran, and Shenlin stopped and unleashed a slash at the back of his head. The strike cut dozens of large trees in half and hurtled straight toward the 3 of them. Sensing the danger, the 3 immediately braked and stopped, dodging Shenlin's slash. But then, several slashes rushed towards the 3 of them, and they blocked their movements from all directions. However, the 3 of them were very familiar with Shenlin's attack style, and they made different responses when the slash came. The damage caused by the slash was reduced, or Shenlin's slash was completely avoided. TSK. What a troublesome thing. And Shenlin clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction at the sight. These guys know more than just a little about him. They know practically everything about him. With such thorough preparation, it seems they've got him cornered. If we use a fabrication, no, it's best not to expose these things now. I can only fight at close range, but close range combat is still at a disadvantage for me. However, I can directly analyze their capabilities and then launch targeted attacks. It's very dangerous, but this is the only way. I'll do it again once they're all here. And Shenlin quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. Then they made a very risky decision. Having figured out what he should do next, and Shenlin turned around and started running away again. Seeing this, the 3 people in the distance did not hesitate to continue following behind Shenlin, still maintaining their distance. We're spending too much time following this now, and it's hard for others to know where we are. We need to get their location so that others can come over. One of the 3 said, "What should we do?" And Shenlin has stopped using his abilities since we started following him. Even if he encounters someone else, he won't be eliminated. His position is simply unattainable for anyone else. It's not necessarily the case that Shenlin has to reveal his location voluntarily. We can also reveal our location. Once we encounter someone, the 3 of us will work together to take them out and reveal our location. Of course, it doesn't necessarily have to be all 3 of them together. Someone still needs to follow Shenlin. Lin Yu, if you encounter someone, continue to follow Shenlin. As soon as the elimination news came out. Use your ability to determine your location by looking at the sky. Okay. The man named Lin Yu nodded. How much time do we have left? 7 days and 8 hours left. It will be dark soon. The time within Taiyang Xingyi changes in the same way as in the outside world, with day and night. They have been following in Shenlin for 3 days. They met many people over the past 3 days, but none of them were one of their own. A long time passed and they followed for a long time as well. We can't keep following them like this. We need to take the initiative and eliminate in Shenlin. Only by eliminating in Shenlin can they get what they want. Soon, as darkness was about to fall, and Shenlin encountered someone again. Just like with the people he encountered before, and Shenlin simply avoided them this time. However, the people following in Shenlin rushed up and attacked the person who had suddenly appeared, and Shenlin sensed something was wrong and turned to look behind him. Then you see one person struggling to withstand the combined attack of 2 people. It seems they're going to deliberately reveal their location to let others come over. No, we can't let them succeed. And Shenlin guessed what they were thinking and turned to go support the guy who was being attacked. But before he could advance far, several beams of light fell, blocking his path. Good heavens, it seems they're not going to let me pass. Once I get there, I have to defeat the person in front of me, while the other person can simply pretend to be eliminated to reveal my location. Once that person is eliminated, their position will be exposed. I will be besieged soon. It seems the battle with these guys is coming sooner than I expected. And Shenlin glanced at the person staring at him from a distance, then looked at the group being besieged in the distance. He's now in a real dilemma. If he wants to go and help that person, he has to get past this guy's obstruction. To break through the barrier, you can bypass the person in front of you and go around to help. But if he goes straight around, then it will be 3 people attacking that one person. They won't attack in Shenlin, they'll only attack that one person. Within Shenlin's strength, if he wanted to protect that person, those 3 people certainly wouldn't be able to eliminate that person, but in Shenlin didn't have much time or energy to devote to protecting others. So, given the current situation, and Shenlin simply left. Bai Ziyan is eliminated. The eliminated person is Chen Rifen. Next, and Shenlin will have a hard time. I wonder if this will bring out any of his other skills. In the military's monitoring room, most people's eyes were fixed on in Shenlin. They had already discovered that someone was deliberately targeting in Shenlin during this exam, but they won't interfere. That's how the college entrance exam is. From beginning to end, you have to take full responsibility for everything, whether you are being attacked or attacking others. There will always be people watching the performance. Regardless of the circumstances, it is all part of the college entrance examination in the eyes of others. Perhaps those who team up to target one person will receive very low scores, but until the very end, they didn't intervene to stop these people. The situation in Shenlin is facing now is something that has happened in previous college entrance examinations. It's not unusual to target someone. What's unusual is someone managing to escape unscathed from being targeted. Judging from Shenlin's usual behavior, it's highly unlikely that he will use any other skills. However, it's highly likely that they'll use the core abilities of the Year Mist level to deal with this situation. The current situation is quite difficult for Shenlin. Current strength analysis also shows that Shenlin's chances of winning are not high. However, as a top student, they should be able to deliver unexpected performances. The most common thing that happens to Tianjiao students is that they create miracles in the face of adversity. Their potential is unmatched by that of ordinary students. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called outstanding students. The scope of the prodigy students is also very broad, ranging from the dust level to the ruins level, and there are basically temporary recognized prodigy students in all of them. Since he is a prodigy, I look forward to the surprises he will bring us. But no matter how many surprises there are, nothing beats him revealing his hidden skills. It's not good to show off secretly to little girls. If you're going to show off, do it right in front of us. That's true, but given Shenlin's personality, it's really hard to say what he might do. However, well, Shenlin isn't going to lose anyway, it's just a matter of how he'll win. In their eyes, even if the number of people they targeted doubled, they still wouldn't be a match for Shenlin. If Meng Chongyin were to face these people, she would have a harder time dealing with them, mainly because there are too many of them and the margin for error is low. However, these prodigies would not be defeated by a small problem. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called a prodigy. And Shenlin was unaware that dozens of people were waiting outside for his performance. No, we should say we're waiting for him to show even greater strength and give them a pleasant surprise. 5 minutes. 5 minutes of positioning time plus a location report. There won't be many people arriving at the beginning, maybe just 1 or 2 at most. However, based on the location, it would take at most 3 hours for others to get here. 3 hours is the best case scenario. If possible, I can make my move when they think there are enough people to do so. But I'm worried they're being overly cautious, insisting on waiting until everyone is present before making a decision. And Shenlin thought to himself. And Shenlin didn't know exactly how many people had entered. However, in Shenlin's memory, there were at least 7 such students who transferred to several schools in Tianyi City. That's why Shenlin knew 3 people were still following him. These These three were the students who had transferred here. They maintained a certain distance, wary of Shenlin's slashing attacks. The 5-minute window of opportunity to reveal their location passed quickly, and some people caught up to check on the situation. However, upon realizing that 3 people were chasing one person, they wisely left. 10 minutes later, the first person arrived. He's a stranger, and Shenlin had a bad feeling. 20 minutes later, the number of people following Shenlin increased to 6. An hour later, there were 12 people behind and on both sides of Shenlin. Among the 7 people Shenlin knew who had transferred to Tianyi City were those people. They eliminated one more person, revealing their location. This means that not all of them have arrived yet. Good heavens, they've prepared so many people to target me. Damn it, they're absolutely certain they'll eliminate me. And Shenlin remained calm, clearly having made preparations. 2 hours later, there were 24 people. Once all 24 people had arrived, they sped up and stopped keeping their distance from Shenlin. 24 people. And Shenlin suddenly stopped and looked at the 24 people who had spread out to surround him. Sweat soaked his hair and clothes, but fatigue did not show on his face. If these 24 people attacked together, it seems I really need to get serious, or I'll just become a tool. And Shenlin took a deep breath, preparing himself for the situation. A minute passed. They still didn't make a move, and continued to stand at a distance watching Shenlin. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. This is a psychological tactic. They wanted to use this method to increase Shenlin's sense of urgency, causing him to make mistakes in the upcoming battle due to his inner turmoil. The pressure of 24 people on one person can be enormous. If it were someone else, they would probably be panicking by now. However, Shenlin did not. After preparing for battle, he used his ability to stabilize his heartbeat. To prevent myself from experiencing feelings of panic and fear. The fact that they didn't make a move for more than 20 minutes actually gave Shenlin time to prepare. 24 people of similar strength cannot possibly attack together. It consists of roughly 6 melee attackers who provide crowd control and defense, and 4 close-range, high-frequency attackers for long-range behavior restrictions, and 6 long-range high-frequency attacks. There are also 4 observation points to attack. If that's really the case, then we're in big trouble. And Shenlin calmly analyzed the current situation, and the force field around his body began to spread. A drop of sweat fell to the ground, followed by specks of ice appearing. 4 mental attacks came from 4 different directions, but were defended by Shenlin's surrounding force field. Left, Shenlin was just about to start his attack from the left, but a stone wall blocked his way, and Shenlin shattered the ice beneath his feet, then kicked at someone who was rushing towards him. Others rushed up from different directions. 24 people, 4 with mental abilities, 6 with physical defensive abilities, and 4 with physical speed abilities, 6 remote class elemental abilities, and 4 additional elemental classes responsible for restraint. Wow, this configuration is beyond our imagination. It seems that it's not just those who transferred schools, but also some local students. Their teamwork is so seamless, it seems the people behind them have put in a lot of effort. The people in the monitoring room were also slightly shocked when they saw these 24 people. But what was truly astonishing was the sheer number of people and how well they coordinated despite never having met before. This is something that rarely happens. The In family's fighting style, TSK, this In family is really persistent. Someone immediately recognized the fighting style of these 24 people. Most people know of Anja, but they don't understand it, so someone asked, "Tell me about it." This combined attack technique is quite interesting. If it were improved, it would be great to use it in the army. But the person speaking immediately shook their head and said, if it were even slightly useful, the higher-ups would have used it already. Although Anja's fighting style allows strangers to quickly coordinate, it is still a useful method. However, it is not a good way to fight, as its main core relies on the influence of mindset. We all know that most of the people in Anja are mental ability users. They have a way of manipulating mental power. It is possible to imprint certain fighting styles into a person's brain, which will manifest as Anja's combined attack techniques. However, this method only lasts for a short time, and once it disappears, it needs to be re-engraved. Each disappearance causes mental instability in a person, and repeated implantations will turn them into a puppet with a collapsed sense of self. Shouldn't that be banned? It should indeed be banned, but it's useless because Anja is mostly used only by family members. They rarely use their skills on outsiders, and even when they do, they pay for it and don't repeatedly use the same person for their work. Then the In family still has some conscience. Guess why the In family is such a prominent family in Yinjing? Before the new century, they controlled countless people in this way. Those who are out of order have very long lifespans. None of them have died yet, and we don't know where they are now. As the new century was about to begin, the Venerable One massacred the In family, killing all of their powerful members. However, Anja continued to grow and prosper, though no one knows exactly how it did. TSK. Forget it, this isn't our business. Let's just keep watching. All eyes turned back to Shenlin's battle. These people fought in the same way Shenlin had imagined. 6 people engaged in close combat, while 4 others continuously attacked at close range. Such perfect teamwork. How did you manage that? And Shenlin dodged a punch by turning to the side, then grabbed the person's arm with one hand and threw them away, stopping someone who was about to go up. And Shenlin then crouched down, braced himself with one hand on the ground, kicked someone in the chin, and then used his strength to flip sideways to avoid a fireball. And Shenlin suddenly ducked, dodging a person's horizontal arm strike, and then kicked the opponent away with a whip kick. Fireballs and ice spikes rained down on Shenlin, causing violent explosions. Before the dust had even settled, 3 people rushed in from different directions, and Shenlin suddenly rushed out from the smoke and dust, grabbed someone's arm and threw him away violently. Imitation execution. Several slashes were unleashed, blocking the attack that was coming at him again in mid-air. Then Shenlin threw a punch, forcing back a person who had come forward to attack him. Then, 3 slashes were unleashed, forcing back the 3 people who wanted to step forward and dodging an attack from one of them. From the start of the battle until now, Shenlin has made sure that he is not surrounded and his fighting space is not reduced. The mental attack landed again, but was once again blocked by Shenlin's force field. The ice spread, and a chill permeated the air. Suddenly, earth spikes appeared beneath the ice and stabbed towards Shenlin. Shenlin narrowly dodged, but was immediately surrounded by 4 people. Who? Shenlin exhaled sharply. The 6 people in the distance were ready to attack, and the 4 others who were not stationed were also ready to restrain him again. The 6 people nearby were also preparing to step forward, and the 4 people with mental abilities were also preparing for the next mental attack. This is really troublesome. Cube boxes. Shenlin shouted, and 6 small cube-shaped boxes appeared more than 10 meters away from him. The 6 square boxes expanded and exploded, unleashing nearly 100 slashes. Asterisk pft, put, pft, asterisk. All 24 people were injured by the sudden attack, and the ice and rocks on the ground were also shattered. The group that wanted to launch an attack was forced to retreat and cease their assault. For a moment, these slashes were indiscriminate, and Shenlin was also cut by his own slashes. It's not very powerful and doesn't have any other special attacks, but it has a large range. This large-scale attack successfully helped Shenlin escape the current crisis. Phew, Shenlin let out a long breath and glanced at the people. Compared to Shenlin's condition, these people are in much better condition. Heh, such an attack is effective, but it's very troublesome to prepare for. Shenlin looked at the 4 people who had temporarily stopped attacking and thought to himself, simulated box is an attack with an extremely long preparation time, created by imitating dream emphasis. The slashes from the 6 square boxes are ordinary slashes, but they appear in large numbers at once and have a wide attack range. Shenlin began preparing at the very start of the battle. Then it is used when the situation is critical. All 24 people are injured. Then it's time to change our battle strategy. Shenlin wiped the dust off his face, a smile playing on his lips. Reversal and reversion. The virtual flow wings appeared. These were wings that only Shenlin could perceive. 30 small balls appeared behind Shenlin and began to store spiritual energy. The force field spreads around him. Currently, all 24 people are within Shenlin's force field perception. Shenlin still used other skills, but there was no other way. In the current situation, he would definitely lose if he didn't use something. After using all of this, all that's left is time. A moment later, the fireball fell again. Their attack came down again. The 10 people around him charged forward again. This time, Shenlin took the initiative to greet them. Shenlin's physical abilities are lacking, but that doesn't mean he's bad at close combat. He was surrounded by 10 people. Shenlin's gaze first fell on the person with the lowest defense. He lunged forward, dodging the opponent's attack, and then sent the opponent flying with a knee strike. He then ducked and rolled to the side to dodge the attacks from the others, getting close to the big guy to avoid ranged attacks. The next moment, Shenlin punched the man in front of him in the abdomen, and as the man bent over, he flipped him over with one hand. It prevented both remote attacks from behind and sneak attacks from nearby people. However, it's impossible to fight multiple people without getting hurt at all. Shenlin was caught off guard and punched, followed by a ranged attack. It was a bit of a stretch to deal with a combined attack from 24 people. No matter how high Shenlin's combat skills were, he could hardly withstand the continuous attacks of 24 people. Once again, Shenlin was hit by a ranged attack. Around him were ice and rocks. The 10 men responsible for close-range attacks were also covered in wounds and panting heavily. Those in the distance were also not doing well. Their spiritual energy had been largely depleted. No one expected that Shenlin could hold out for so long under their control. Just when they thought it was all over, a soft laugh rang out, and Shenlin emerged from the smoke and dust. His upper body clothing had disappeared, exposing his bare skin, which was covered in numerous wounds. It was covered in dust, and many parts of it were charred black. But he still stood in front of them. Shenlin raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, his eyes flashing blue, and then whispered, "Tired? Had enough fun? Well, it's time for the real show to begin. Floating life week calculation. The calculation is over, and all 24 people have finished their calculations." Swish! Pale blue patterns appeared on Shenlin's hand, covering his elbow. There are light blue lines extending from the palm of the hand. hand. On the bodies of the 24 people, faint blue marks appeared that only Shenlin could see. The skill Floating Life has been revealed, and Shenlin has not lost his ability to fight. Even his entire demeanor changed. Now, those who came to besiege and target Shenlin understand why it takes more than 20 people to deal with one person. If there weren't so many people, they wouldn't even have had a chance to deal with Shenlin. This is meticulousness. It also shows those people's absolute understanding of Shenlin. But what is the truth? The truth is, even the family members didn't expect Shenlin to be such a good fighter, because apart from dimensional space abilities, any other ability, even a void level ability, would be extremely difficult to defeat more than 20 geniuses of the same level as the Mist level. Shenlin's performance has now exceeded the expectations of all 24 of them. This exceeded the expectations of the people who had prepared all of this. It even exceeded the expectations of those watching the battle from the outside. Shenlin's gaze fell on the person closest to him, and he slowly lowered his hand from his mouth. Prepare for battle. Someone quickly reacted and shouted, pulling the others out of their daze. As everyone prepares for battle once again, Shenlin had already arrived in front of someone, his gaze falling on the light blue marks on the other person's body. Seeing this, the opponent threw a punch at Shenlin, attempting to force him back or injure him. However, Shenlin dodged to the side and then delivered a side kick to the opponent's waist. The opponent, in pain, tried to retreat, Shenlin didn't give him that chance, throwing a punch that landed on the light blue mark on his body. The punch landed, not a very heavy one, but after being attacked, he felt a difficulty in mobilizing his own abilities. It felt like something was blocking my body. The next moment, Shenlin grabbed his hand and slammed him backward. He was thrown at someone, preventing that person from launching a sneak attack on Shenlin. The psychological attack came again. This time, Shenlin did not dodge, but took the hit head-on. However, mental attacks are not so easy to withstand. After 4 mental attacks, blood flowed from Shenlin's nose. Shenlin didn't wipe away the blood. His gaze fell on a person with an abnormal willpower. Imitation execution. Sensing the danger, the opponent dodged to the side in an attempt to avoid Shenlin's slash. A wound suddenly appeared on the opponent's chest, and then the remaining force of the slash knocked him down from the tree. How could that be? Didn't I dodge it? The other party was very puzzled. Just as he was about to stand up, he found that his legs were too weak to stand up, and he couldn't even use his abilities. What happened? What's going on? But no one will give him an answer. After Shenlin dealt with one of the ability users, 3 people rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Those with ranged abilities in the distance were also ready to attack. But Shenlin, who was about to be surrounded, remained calm and took a step forward. A person flashed past him from behind, and the attack missed. Shenlin then stepped to the side, causing another person's attack to miss. In the final step, the last person's attack also missed, and at this moment, the ranged attack also arrived. Shenlin looked up and sensed that these attacks were coming from different directions. It's hard to dodge, so I won't dodge. 6 slashes appeared, intercepting the ranged attack from different angles. The others standing at a distance also dodged Shenlin's slashes, and this time there were no surprises. Okay, we can basically confirm the current situation. Floating Life has analyzed all the weaknesses in their current abilities. Then I became more aware of their every move. Alright, it's time to send them to hell. Shenlin twisted his neck and let out a long sigh. The next moment, Shenlin appeared in front of someone who was using close combat to restrain him. The other party realized what was happening and tried to attack Shenlin. Shenlin grabbed the other person's hand, and then his arm twisted, Shenlin kicked out, striking the other person's knee and shattering it, causing the other person to kneel directly in front of him. Someone behind Shenlin was trying to ambush him, Shenlin calmly turned around, slightly dodging the opponent's attack, and then directly grabbed the opponent's head. Shenlin bumped the heads of the person who had ambushed him and the person kneeling on one knee in front of him together. Then, buzz! The 2 of them were sent flying by a force. This force extended along their bodies and finally settled somewhere within them, completely suppressing their abilities. But even if you don't suppress your abilities, it doesn't matter, because the force came from the brain downwards. After the brain had been subjected to a certain impact, they had already passed out with their eyes rolled back. Several pillars of fire surrounded Shenlin, then quickly closed in an attempt to suppress him. Several people surrounded the pillar of fire, preparing to attack Shenlin as soon as the fire died down. Shenlin kicked a person in the abdomen. The power spread, and the opponent's defenses dissipated. Shenlin broke the man's arm, then grabbed him and slammed him towards someone who was trying to step forward. The opponent tried to dodge, but in that instant, Shenlin charged forward again. Shenlin placed his fingers on the other person's shoulder. No! The other person seemed to have guessed what Shenlin wanted to do, and there was a hint of fear in their tone. Shenlin slid his finger down, and a slash appeared, severing his arm in one fell swoop. He then kicked the man away and turned to use a slash to disperse the ice wall that appeared nearby and the attack coming from afar. I have a feeling this guy's aggressiveness has increased a bit. Someone raised a question, but no one gave him an answer. Isn't that obvious? They all know that Shinlin's slash damage is limited. Because Shinlin's ability is very likely mutated, the damage from his slashes will not be as strong as that of a normal ability. However, it introduces other uncontrollable factors. Now, the slash damage hasn't changed, but Shinlin has changed quite a bit. Both their offensive capabilities and perception have improved significantly, and their previous attacks are now largely ineffective against Shinlin. And in just a few minutes, they lost 4. This situation is very bad. What are you thinking about? Shinlin appeared in front of someone again at this moment, looking at them with a smile and asking, "Damn it!" The other party reacted and tried to retreat, but Shinlin grabbed his head and kicked him in the abdomen with a knee strike. Like the previous few people, he realized in an instant that he could not use his abilities, and Shinlin reached out and slapped the other person's chest, sending him flying. A faint sound of bones cracking could be heard. In previous battles, they were at most injured, and no one lost their fighting ability. But now, only a few minutes into the battle, 5 people have lost their fighting ability. They discovered that Shinlin's attacks were strange. It seemed that no defense could stop his attacks. That's why Shinlin was able to take down a person in just a few moves, and their attacks began to have no effect on Shinlin. Shinlin was previously defeated because of their large numbers and good teamwork. Once he's engaged in combat with one enemy, he becomes unaware of the actions of others. Therefore, spending time dealing with someone is an extremely dangerous thing for Shinlin, even if he had the ability to quickly eliminate several people out of 24. But what happens after that's resolved? Should we continue fighting despite our injuries? If things continue like this, he will definitely be dragged down to his death by them. Shinlin understood all this, so in the initial battles, he focused on minimizing the damage he suffered and then trying to understand the abilities of these people. Now, through Floating Life, we have a complete understanding of their abilities and weaknesses. Then the battle that followed was much easier. Utilizing the force of offset and the ability of the mislevel backbone to analyze and lock down the body's abilities, to subdue a person in the shortest possible time. Of course, this is also subject to limitations. The analysis of Floating Life and the suppression of its abilities both require time. The stronger the capability, the slower the analysis. The speed of ability suppression will also be relatively slower. None of the 24 people who attacked him possessed heavenly level abilities. They are mostly Shin level abilities and a few D level abilities. His abilities are far inferior to his, which is why he can analyze and suppress things so quickly. Of course, he also has quick analysis methods. However, he doesn't want to use it right now. The reason their attacks failed is quite simple. After Shinlin completed the analysis, his perception was enhanced and he could sense and analyze their every move. And Shinlin could basically predict their attacks. Although it's a bit physically demanding, it's time now. It's Shinlin's turn, and Shinlin ignored the ranged attacks from the others, walked up to one person, and kicked him to the ground. He then exerted force with his feet, and the person beneath him coughed up blood, losing his fighting ability once again. And Shinlin didn't even look back before raising his hand and unleashing a slash behind him. And Shinlin's attacks are now much more cunning, and their original methods of dodging are no longer effective. As long as Shinlin is facing them, it will be extremely difficult for them to hide. Furthermore, some of the strikes contained a strange power. This force will temporarily render them incapacitated. As a result, they have gone from being proactive to being completely passive when facing Shinlin. Even with the combat skills honed by Jia, there's nothing that can be done in this situation. Hundreds of flaming arrows and icy arrows flew toward Shinlin. Shinlin raised his hand and suddenly swung it. A strong gust of wind appeared and scattered all the arrows. If their abilities hadn't been analyzed beforehand, scattered flowers wouldn't have been able to deal with these arrows. However, Shinlin now has an excellent understanding of their abilities. Of course, we have the ability to deal with these arrows. Phew! Shinlin let out a long breath and picked up speed again to launch an attack on the others. As Shinlin sprinted forward, the earthen and ice walls reappeared, attempting to block his advance. But Shinlin shattered the earthen and ice walls with a single kick, then landed on the person behind him and knocked him down with a punch. He then unleashed 3 slashes at the man lying on the ground. Another person is seriously injured and incapacitated. No, our attack is useless. Ah! One person shouted loudly, but before he could finish speaking, Shinlin arrived in front of him. He punched the man in the face, and as the man fell to the ground, he punched him in the stomach. Blood spurted from his mouth and splattered on Shinlin's face. Shinlin wiped the blood off his face expressionlessly and turned his gaze to the others. Replenishment complete. Sufficient spiritual energy, but we need to end this battle quickly. 3 of the small balls behind Shinlin are gone. Maintaining Floating Life and a wide range of perception requires a lot of spiritual energy. If there is no spiritual energy, Shinlin will have to find another way. However, even with the support of Return Flow, Shinlin could not fight for long. He has quantitative capacity, but virtual computing power cannot be replenished over a long period of time through Return Flow. Even though Shinlin has the ability to keep his brain in a certain state without overloading, he cannot not use virtual computing power indefinitely. Let's speed things up. And Shenlin thought to himself, and then his figure disappeared from the spot again. Back off. Don't let him get close, someone shouted. But it was too late. And Shenlin approached a person, first injuring the person next to him with a slash, and then kicking the person in front of him until he lost his fighting ability. Then a slash landed, severely injuring the victim. After dealing with this person, and Shenlin quickly moved on to his next target. He can take down one person quickly, and he can attack others while attacking. Even if they try to restrain them remotely, it won't work. And Shenlin's reaction speed and countermeasures were beyond their expectations. And Shenlin's spiritual energy is inexhaustible, right? How come I can keep using slashing attacks and such strange abilities all the time? How can we fight like this? Is this the power of mutation? It's terrifying. We can't fight them. We really can't fight them. From the moment they were all injured by Shenlin and failed to defeat him in the shortest possible time, they were destined to lose. And Shenlin was never one to be helpless in the face of difficulties. On the contrary, when he knows that difficulties are coming, he will come up with several ways to deal with them. He uses different methods depending on the situation, and if things go unexpectedly, he will even change everything he has prepared. From the very beginning, and Shenlin was not unprepared to face them. Their defeat was inevitable. As the last person was grabbed by the head by Shenlin, a tree was smashed down. The siege of Shenlin by 24 people has come to a complete end. Huff, huff, huff. And Shenlin was panting heavily, with only 9 recirculation points left on his back. As the battle progresses, the consumption of spiritual energy will continue to increase. However, there are still 9 left, which means that Shenlin has dealt with these people very quickly. And Shenlin aimed to cripple all 24 of them. Even if they recovered, they would suffer various health problems. If Shenlin wanted to kill, none of them would survive. If Shenlin hadn't thought killing here was inappropriate, he would have killed them long ago. Wait, there's no announcement, is it a draft? And Shenlin discovered that the bracelet had not made any changes so far. He immediately realized something was wrong and turned to run in the other direction. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of lightning struck, blasting a large hole right where Shenlin had just been standing. And Shenlin gritted his teeth, his heart racing uncontrollably as he looked at the 4 newly appeared people whose bodies were crackling with lightning. It wasn't 24 people attacking him, it was 28. And Shenlin knew that someone was watching the battle, so there was no broadcast after he took down the first person. People outside wanted to see just how capable Shenlin was. But there's a problem even before the news has aired that all 24 people have been dealt with by Shenlin. Moreover, because he was in combat, his perception range was reduced, and he could not perceive things that were a little further away. It seems, the family really isn't giving them any chance at all. The probability of failure for 24 people targeting one person was already small enough, but they had considered the possibility of failure, so they arranged for someone to take precautions. And the element chosen is lightning, which is the most offensive element among all elements. If I'm not mistaken, at least one of these lightning-type abilities is a heavenly level ability. Damn it! And Shenlin looked at the 4 people who were at full strength, and anger began to spread in his heart. TSK, TSK, TSK. The family is really going all out to ruin Shenlin. 4 of them are lightning type, 2 are of the heavenly rank, and 2 are of the earthly rank, and their levels are equal to Shenlin's. And Shenlin had just finished another fierce battle and was exhausted. Oh well, those guys are crippled anyway, it's time to end this. In the monitoring room, a group of people watched as Shenlin faced 4 lightning-type aliens alone. There are relatively few lightning-type out-of-order individuals, and only 7 lightning-type out-of-order individuals in their area have reached the miss level. 4 out of the 7 were bribed, and they ruined their promising futures. In one battle, 28 people were bribed by the family. These 28 people gave up the opportunity to be admitted to key universities or even the top 6 universities in the Suewu level, all for the sake of targeting Shenlin. I can't even fathom how much benefit Jia must have given to make so many people target one person. If I remember correctly, the last time there was a case involving more than 20 people targeting an individual. Was it the college entrance exam from the first year of the new era? But that time it wasn't arranged by outsiders. It was simply not targeted at the college entrance examination, so there was no need for it. That's true. He was just too strong back then, so strong that it was despair-inducing. Let's not talk about that and end the fight first. And Shenlin's performance had exceeded their expectations. In their minds, it didn't matter if Shenlin couldn't beat those 24 people, as long as he showed his strength, that was enough. They were prepared to intervene. However, Shenlin still defeated those 24 people, exceeding their expectations. Now, it's time to end the battle. But an unexpected event occurred during their conversation. Come back. Take care of him, one of the 4 shouted. Immediately, a long spear made of purple lightning appeared in his hand. Lightning also crackled around the others, ready to attack at any moment. The man wielding the thunder spear rushed towards Shenlin. Shenlin wanted to force his opponent back with a slash. However, a lightning snake appeared on the left and a lightning ball appeared on the right. fight. And Shenlin had no choice but to deal with the attacks from his side first and then retreat to avoid the attacks from the person in front of him. Just after Shenlin dodged the three people's attacks, a bolt of lightning struck and Shenlin had no time to dodge, taking the hit head-on. Without analysis, we can't predict attacks, we're too passive. And Shenlin gritted his teeth and interrupted the attack, then created distance again. These four people are outside his analysis scope, so floating life and range perception are completely useless. Now he's back to the situation he faced with those 24 people at the beginning. And now it's going to get even worse. Everything about him was about to collapse. Neither the brain nor the heart could calm down. If this continues, Shenlin will be overloaded in less than 5 minutes. Only by dealing with these people within 5 minutes can we prevent brain overload. But how easy is it to deal with 4 lightning elemental outliers? Cough cough. Under the relentless attacks of the 4, Shenlin was in a very sorry state and one of his eyes was already closed. My physical condition is deteriorating rapidly. Shenlin was panting heavily as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. He's done 4, keep going, someone shouted. I'm a little angry. Shenlin's lips twitched twice. He straightened up and raised his hand towards the 4 people in front of him. Illusory creation, sky-floating spear. 8 white spears appeared beside Shenlin. Give me, to penetrate them. Shenlin's tone was icy, as if he had completely changed into a different person. He raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. The moment the snap of the fingers made a sound, 8 white spears transformed into 8 white streaks of light and rushed towards the 4 people. The 4 were completely caught off guard, and one of them was pierced through by 2 spears. Blood was flowing out, and although it hurt a lot, it didn't feel like there was much actual damage. It just hurts a little, right? Shenlin looked at them and said with a light laugh, but are you still able to use your abilities? Upon hearing Shenlin's words, the 4 of them instinctively tried to activate their abilities, but nothing happened. I'm tired, you can all get lost. Shenlin waved his hand, and 8 spears flew away, carrying the 4 men with him. Then he pinned the 4 men to a tree. Aha! After the 4 were hung on the tree, a strange force surged through their bodies, and Shenlin had no intention of letting them go. That energy would destroy their meridians, and even if they recovered, their cultivation speed would drop significantly, essentially rendering them useless. The intense pain caused them to roll their eyes and faint shortly afterward. The end is a bit too much, Shenlin muttered to himself, then dragged his injured body away slowly, his wounds healing rapidly. The monitoring room was completely silent. They didn't care about the life or death of the 28 people. Even if they died, they could say they deserved it. What they cared about was Shenlin's performance. Shenlin's performance had completely shocked them. After a moment, the old man said, go, add some information to Shenlin's student file. The description reads, his combat power increases when he's enraged, and he possesses both offensive and defensive abilities, making him extremely aggressive. He also exhibits emotional disturbances commonly seen in individuals with disordered abilities, most likely an anger disorder. It's currently uncertain whether he has other emotional disturbances. Let's announce the outcome of this farce. Although they favored Shenlin, being surrounded by 24 people and by a force comparable to 24 trained soldiers would have been a formidable opponent for most other popular contestants. Even if they won, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. Those 24 were not ordinary college entrance exam takers. Among their peers, those who could reach the Suewu level on their own were all geniuses. It's just that they encountered even more talented people. In their estimation, Shenlin could hold out against the siege of 24 people for a while, so that he could enter Peking University without any controversy, and they could then make their move without hesitation. As for the 28 people who were crippled by Shenlin, they deserved it. Here I am. Su Yan is eliminated. The eliminated player is Shenlin. Liao Zihao is eliminated. The eliminated player is Shenlin. At this moment, everyone's wristbands began to announce their elimination. I thought it would be the same elimination announcement as before, but when the 6th person's name came out and he was eliminated by someone else, many people realized that something was wrong. Wang Guiming is eliminated. The eliminated player is Shenlin. The current positions of those eliminated will not be announced this time. Please keep up the good work, all candidates. 28 people. A full 28 were eliminated, and many of them were people the test takers knew. Who is Shenlin? How did he eliminate 28 people? Why were the elimination announcements for these 28 people released all at once? No wonder they didn't reveal their location. That's a monster. He managed to win against a group of 28 people. Revealing their location would be dangerous for both them and Shenlin. Olden is awesome. No way. I need to eliminate more people. Upon hearing the news of Shenlin's elimination, Xu Xiao was filled with enthusiasm and once again embarked on his journey to find someone to fight. Shenlin is amazing. Never mind, let Xu Xiao compete with Shenlin for first place. Emphasis is fine, but I'll pass. I can't beat them. Lin Xianxiu said. Shenlin, 28 people, his current condition is definitely not good. I hope he's alright. There's no place to look for for in Shenlin, Meng Chongyin murmured to herself. Everyone reacted differently. Without exception, everyone knows that there is a monster here named in Shenlin. During the college entrance examination for those with disordered order, several videos have gone viral online. These videos all have one thing in common: one person defeats multiple people. The most impressive one was how one person defeated 24 others. The faces of the people in the video are not clearly visible. However, the battle scenes were clearly visible. These people, without exception, became the focus of discussion among everyone who was paying attention to the college entrance examination. Such videos have been released before, even during previous college entrance examinations. However, the quality this year is much higher than in previous years. There are significantly more videos of battles and one-against-many combat than ever before. There's even a sentiment circulating online this year. The benchmark goes beyond just the ruin level ability. Among these released videos, many people displayed combat abilities far exceeding those of previous void level abilities. This has led to many people being unable to distinguish how many of them possess void level abilities. There are even some abilities that they can't understand at all. Even seasoned outcasts couldn't discern the abilities of the pair of 24 from Nanjing province. One person in Yanjing instantly took down 6 people, yet it was still impossible to discern what ability he possessed. In videos from northwest China, there are even instances where people raise their hands to make it dark and then collapse when it gets light. Regardless of the region, in the videos released, the abilities each person displayed were incredibly powerful, even exceeding everyone's expectations. This is the first time such a situation has occurred in nearly 30 years. Some say this is a golden age, and that a new generation of leaders will emerge in China to restore order to the nation. Some say this is an era of great competition, because not only China, but other countries have also produced many geniuses. But what exactly is going on? Nobody knows. No, some people know, but they're watching it all from behind the scenes. The day has come for the last day of the college entrance examination for the outcasts. The perspective shifts to the foggy college entrance examination in Nanjing province. There were still 8 hours left until the end of the college entrance examination. In these final moments, there will be no more darkness. The sky remained bright. In the vast forest, the sounds of battle had become rare. Many people even started walking towards the highest flat top. Now that the exams are over, everyone has a good idea of their scores. I have a general idea of which university I can get into. Even those who were eliminated had a general idea of their performance. Now, only 76 people remain in the examination hall for the Year of the Mist level. Instead of continuing the fight, they all came to the flat top and found a suitable spot to look at the flat ground in front of them. Even though they met, no battle ensued, because fighting in this final stretch won't change their results. However, they will witness the birth of the top scorer. "They're here," someone exclaimed, and everyone's eyes turned downwards. Then a splash of blue appeared in the forest. The next moment, this blue color appeared on the flat ground of Pingdingshan. The number of people eliminated from the Ruins level ability disorder group Dream Resonance is 27. It is said that no one has ever seen her use her abilities at the level of the Mist of Time. No one could hold out for long against her. "Meng Chongyin, you arrived so quickly." A moment later, a figure fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the platform. Xu Xiao's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Yellow level ability anomaly, Xu Xiao, number of eliminated, 25. "Where is in Lin?" Meng Chongyin looked at Xu Xiao, her gaze quickly falling on Lin Xianxiu behind Xu Xiao. "I don't know, but it'll be here soon." Lin Xianxiu stood outside the platform, not intending to participate in the battle, even though she eliminated 15 people. "Old and probably fell asleep somewhere, right?" Xu Xiao scratched his head and said, "Perhaps." "Xu Xiao, do you think anyone else will come here?" "I'm talking about other people," Meng Chongyin asked. It doesn't matter who comes. I don't think the 3 of us will be competing for this position in the end," Xu Xiao said indifferently. The top scorer in a province is a hot topic every year. Since it's based on the total score, there's a possibility of a top scorer emerging from the Spirit Dust level. However, if all scores are perfect, then it would be like the top scholar in the Year of the Mist level. As for the situation on the Spirit Dust level, they had no idea. However, among the Time Mist class, they voluntarily refrained from fighting in the final stages. It's all to witness which monster will ultimately claim the title of the top scholar in the Misty Age. While Xu Xiao and Meng Chongyin were chatting, no one dared to step onto the platform, because they all felt they didn't deserve it. They are quite self-aware. Excluding Meng Chongyin and his group of 72, at most 10 people will be eliminated. In one province, a total of 799 people participated in the provincial level fog level exam. However, the number of eliminations that can be allocated to each person is not much. In their consensus, if the number of eliminations is less than 20, it's best not to try to snatch the top scorer. If you can't beat them, and even if you do, you don't have enough points. It's better to just watch. Just then, the surrounding chatter suddenly stopped, and everyone's eyes fell on one spot. Meng Chongyin and the other 2 also also looked over. Soon, they saw a person wearing a baggy school uniform yawning as they walked over. "That's our school uniform," someone said. "It seems the people from your school are in a bit of a mess. They've run into this monster." "No, his clothes were just ripped off. He's right next to you." "Shut up." A burly man in a vest twitched at the corner of his mouth, suddenly losing interest in watching. "So many people? Are they planning to join forces against me?" And Shenlin looked around and asked in confusion. As soon as Shenlin said this, everyone retreated dozens of meters. "This isn't cowardice, it's acting from the heart." And Shenlin, forget about them. And Shenlin, a celestial level ability anomaly, has been eliminated 30 times. "Olden, you're too slow," Xu Xiao shouted at Shenlin. "I found a place to sleep earlier, and if it weren't for this damn bracelet beeping with a 2-hour countdown, I would have slept until the exam was over." And Shenlin said without any hesitation, "Well, they've been so careful these past few days because they're afraid of encountering these 3 monsters. So you're telling us you were sleeping? Is this the confidence that comes with real strength? We're impressed. It seems you're not in too much trouble," Meng Chongyin said with a smile, looking at Shenlin. So, what are you planning to do next?" And Shenlin asked with a puzzled expression. "What else could it be? Fight for first place. Fight for the top scholar," Xu Xiao said, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Meng Chongyin wasn't as excited as Xu Xiao. Her gaze fell on Shenlin. After a moment of silence, Shenlin said, "I'm withdrawing." I can only say that he is indeed Shenlin." "Fine then, I don't think I can beat you anyway." Xu Xiao scratched his head and said with some difficulty. Actually, he still really wanted to fight Shenlin. However, he knew even better that he couldn't beat Shenlin. And Shenlin possesses void-level abilities, and the strength he is currently displaying is definitely not his true strength. There's not much point in fighting. Moreover, he really needs the resources that come with becoming the top scorer. He was quite convinced of this. After all, resources were extremely important. Lin Xianqiu also needs it, but her current strength is still far from enough to snatch the top spot. As for Dream Resonance, I feel like I could beat them, but the chances of winning are slim. After learning that Shenlin was not planning to join the competition for the top scholar, Meng Chongyin smiled slightly, then spread her hands and said, "Since that's the case, I won't compete for the top scholar title. I have a void level ability, and my family situation is much better than yours. Whether I'm the top scorer or not, I won't lack resources. So being the top scholar doesn't mean much to me. I'm not the kind of person who needs to use being the top scholar to bring glory to my family, or use the top scorer as proof or something. So the top scholar title goes to you, Xu Xiao. I hope you can live up to this honor and perform well." Dreams don't need top scorers. With her void level abilities, she didn't even need to eliminate that many people. All she needs to do is secure a place at Yenqing University. Although the resources required for the ruins level are numerous. However, in the future, you will have more opportunities to strive for these resources. In Meng Chongnin's view, being a top scorer is only temporary and doesn't represent anything significant. Giving it to Xu Xiao can be said to maximize the resources brought by the top scorer. Moreover, given Xu Xiao's personality, Lin Xianqiu would likely be influenced by him. Therefore, Meng Chongyin also decisively gave up competing after Shenlin gave up. Xu Xiao was a little confused. The others stared incredulously at the 3 people on the platform. "What's wrong? You're not playing anymore? What are they doing here? Playing monkeys." Indeed, they're all perched on trees for easy escape. Meng Chongyin came to Shenlin's side, observed him carefully for a moment, and then asked, "Your injuries, are you alright?" Meng Chongyin was a little worried about Shenlin's condition. It was impossible for him not to get injured when fighting against 28 people. And Shenlin pulled open half of his shirt to show his wound and said, "There's nothing wrong, just some minor injuries. However, some wounds contain other powers, so their self-healing speed is a bit slow. The other wounds are fine. What hurt me were the mental attacks and the lightning attacks. Just apply some medicine after you go outside. Don't touch it, your hands are a little cold." And Shenlin's upper body wounds have mostly healed. Only a few wounds from elemental attacks remain, but these wounds will not affect movement. It wasn't a serious injury, it just looked a bit severe. As Shenlin showed his wound, Meng Chongyin's hand came closer and placed on Shenlin's wound, gently stroking it. "Girls' hands should be kept a little cool. It's good that you're okay. Be careful next time, don't be reckless," Meng Chongyin said calmly, then pulled Shenlin's clothes up. "And Shenlin, are you crazy? This is the only piece of clothing I ever stole." Meng Chongyin acted as if nothing had happened and simply sat down against the tree. And Shenlin sat down a moment later. Once he realized what was happening, Xu Xiao pulled Lin Xianqiu over to the 2 of them and started chatting. "What the hell is then? What happens if they stop fighting?" This disappointed many people who were hoping to see a major battle. They had no idea that some of the most eccentric people in the exam knew each other. No one expected that the final champion would be chosen in such a dramatic way. The big battle we wanted to see is over, and the college entrance exams aren't even over yet. The somewhat disappointed person on the side turned their gaze to the others. A few moments later, many people left. The sounds of battle could be heard again in the distance. If you still have time, try to get as many points as possible. Do you really think you can guarantee admission to one of the top 6 universities? No, those who remain are basically all fine now. I really thought I'd secured a spot at Yenching University. Keep playing, I'm going to get a high score. With this in mind, many people reignited the fight. As for how to produce the top scorer, just quit the game 1 second before it ends. There's still a big difference between quitting a second early and leaving when the time is up. Thus, the top scholar title belongs to Chu Xiao. Yenching University required that the individual survive for 13 days. Then at least 3 people will be eliminated. There are special requirements, but no one has mentioned them. However, the province wherein Chen Lin and his team were from was the place where the top scorer was produced in a relatively peaceful manner. So, anyone else want to come up? I'll stay here and keep you company. In the Yenjing Suiwu level, 2nd tier, examination hall, Fistina stood on the platform on the flat roof, smiling as she looked at the people around her. A girl whose abilities are unknown and whom no one has ever seen before, she eliminated 40 people, Fistina. While everyone is still in the middle or early stages of the year fog, Fistina, a peak-level expert in the Misty Realm, appeared before them. Her power of dimensional reduction eliminated all those who challenged her. In places like Yenjing, most of the time mist-level out-of-order individuals come from large families. His strength is immeasurably greater than that of an ordinary out-ordered being who has entered the mist level. However, they still had no chance of winning against the strangely powerful Fistina. Then, the top scorer is mine, Fistina said with a smile. Although being the top scholar was of little use to her, having the title of top scholar was still very useful in concealing certain matters. Shanghai, the examination hall for the 2nd level, 2nd tier, exam. You trash dare to challenge me? I think you've got your head stuck in a door. A young man tossed aside the seriously injured person he was carrying, as if throwing away trash. Die! A furious roar came from one side, and spatial fluctuations emanated from behind the young man. Ha! No matter how many people come, it won't change the outcome. The young man smiled slightly, raised his hand, and his eyes turned blue. The spear of heaven's void. Several spears, gleaming faintly, pierced directly through the person who tried to ambush him. With just one strike, this heavenly level out-of-order individual was severely injured. Luo Qianya's ability is spiritual awareness, a void level ability. Number of eliminations, 37. Because they knew how powerful a void level ability user was, no one dared to challenge him. He was the only one who took the initiative to approach other people. The people coming up now are all here for revenge. The realm of darkness. Inside the examination hall for the 2nd level of the fog in Anchi province, a completely black world appeared, enveloping everyone within a radius of several dozen meters. A few minutes later, the pure black world disappeared. Only a tall, indifferent-looking man remained standing there. The man glanced at the person who had fallen to the ground, then turned and left. Bei Changyin, ability, Dark Gate, a void-level elemental ability. Number of eliminations, 41 people. 14 days have passed, and the college entrance examination for those with a different order has come to an end. The 14-day college entrance examination for those from different orders has ended, and this year's college entrance examination was once again full of exciting scenes. The college entrance exam for those from different orders has ended. Scoring will be done quickly, and the results will be announced in an hour. The college entrance examination for those with a different order lasted for 14 days, and the scores for the academic exams have already been released during these 14 days. The results will be released along with the college entrance examination scores of the out-of-order individuals. This is an annual tradition. Therefore, many students who participated in the ordered event did not have time to go home. I picked up my phone and started waiting for the college entrance exam results to be released, and Chen Lin and the others also found a quiet place to wait for the results to be announced. 10:20. The results of the college entrance examination have been released. By the way, the college entrance examination scores of the out-of-order individuals are calculated based on 30% academic scores and 70% exam scores. Both the total score for the cultural exam and the total score for the out-of-order exam are 800 points, according to the previous score requirements. And Chen Lin and his classmates need to score at least 750 points combined to get into Peking University. Then there are some hard requirements. The hard requirements are for those taking the exam who are outside the established order. The exam lasts for 14 days, and you must persevere until the last day. Then, other strict requirements will be set based on the situation. Oh, the results are out. No need to calculate anymore, we've got it. And Chen Lin glanced at it briefly before tossing the phone aside. His academic score was 780, while the score of the non-standard test was 795. In addition, considering his performance in the exam for outcasts, it seems he has already met the requirements of Yenching University. Me too, just as I predicted, Meng Chongyin said. Her academic score was 775, and her score for the exam for those with a different order was 795. In terms of cultural examinations, there are significant differences between those from different orders and ordinary people. Knowledge points that might take liberal arts students a long time to understand. Most out-of-order individuals only need to be taught these concepts once to understand them. Therefore, those from other orders generally have much better academic performance. However, it's not certain if they are turned back into ordinary people. I have a cultural score of 790 and I got 780 in the out-of-order exam, Lin Xianqiu said with a smile. Now I don't have to worry about not getting into Peking University. I'm 780 in culture and I got a perfect score on the outcast exam, Xu Xiao said proudly, but then added shyly, thanks to you all, otherwise even if I got a perfect score, I might not have been able to get first place. The top scorer among those who deviate from the established academic order is not considered based on their cultural scores, but solely on their exam scores. There aren't many people who get a perfect score on the out-of-order exam. Only those who score full marks can compete for the top spot in the college entrance exam. And Chen-Lin and Meng Chongyin are definitely perfect scores. However, they quit the exam 1 second before it ended, which deducted 5 points, so they didn't get a perfect score. Xu Xiao got a perfect score. It's impossible for anyone to get a perfect score in the Suiwu level, so he won the top score. However, if Chen-Lin and Meng Chongyin hadn't given it to him, he might not have been able to get it. It's alright, the top scholar can be any of us. However, we have now basically confirmed that we can enter Yinqing University. This is great news, let's go celebrate together later, Meng Chongyin said, then reached out and pulled Chen-Lin back down as he was about to get up. I want to go back to sleep, and Chen-Lin said helplessly. I didn't eat anything decent inside. I went to eat first and then went back to sleep. Meng Chongyin looked at Chen-Lin and said, at times like these, Chen-Lin is always the first to think about leaving. If Chen-Lin hadn't been held back, he would have run away right now. Alright, Chen-Lin said. Actually, it doesn't matter if you go. It just means going to bed a little later. Besides, now that the college entrance exam is over, they are in for a 2-month vacation. You can rest whenever you want. After making their decision, the group left the venue to have dinner. In this place, some people cried and some laughed. Some were excited and roared to the sky. Some were sad and wept bitterly. Those who follow the disordered order only have one chance to take the college entrance exam. There is no second opportunity. If you fail the exam, you'll have to do something else. Divide within Heavenly Star Earth. After the college entrance examination for the out-of-order individuals ended, the barriers that separated the examination venues in different regions were slowly disappearing. In the examination room of the second level, Suiwu level, in Nanjiang province, a vortex appeared in an extremely hidden corner. Then, from within the vortex, a woman wearing a mask and with cherry blossom hair emerged. Sakura looked around at the scene and then turned to look at the black dog that had followed her out. Didn't you say you had timed it perfectly? How come it was already over when we arrived? Sakura said with some dissatisfaction. The black dog, feeling somewhat guilty, dared not look directly at Sakura. After a moment of teasing, it spoke in human language. Sir, it's normal for there to be some errors. Let's not make a big deal out of it. Sakura kicked the black dog and said in an unfriendly tone, Error? You gave me a 14-day exam? It seems you want to be torn to shreds by me, just like your master. My lord, I really didn't have such thoughts. You know that. There exists a level 9, order 9, aberrant power user on this land of China. The entire Tianqing land is under his surveillance. If we want to enter Tianxingdi undetected, we can only take it slow. 14 days have passed so quickly. I didn't expect it to end so soon after I started. The black dog said quickly. This woman in front of me is not someone to be trifled with. I was getting along well with my master, but then my master suddenly did something wrong. Then this woman in front of him tore him apart with her bare hands. I'm too small to stop this woman. Sakura gave the black dog a deep look, then said, I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next time, I'll just rip that thing off you. The black dog immediately tucked its tail between its legs, trembling as it said, My lord, this is no joke. You'll see whether I'm joking or not later. Cough. As Sakura spoke, she began to cough violently. My lord, do you really have to find this void level ability anomaly? There's another one to the east of China, and that one seems easier to solve. The black dog stepped forward and asked, that guy is just a puddle of filth. Touching him will only dirty my hands. Besides, who I find is none of your business. If you dare say another word, I'll rip your manhood out right now, Sakura said fiercely. The black dog immediately shut its mouth. After pausing for a moment, Sakura looked towards the north. After standing there for a while, seemingly lost in thought, he said calmly, Let's go, we still have plenty of time. I'll take my time. Yes, sir. A person and a dog left the whirlpool. After the man and dog left, a phantom figure appeared where they had just been. The white mask, is it the celestial one who showed us kindness? It seems they've come looking for Chen-Lin. This is getting interesting. And Chen-Lin is also an interesting guy, much better than that Luo Qianya. But, let's talk about that later, it's only just begun. After having a meal with Meng Chongyin and the others, Chen-Lin dragged his heavy body back home. As soon as he got home, Chen-Lin went straight to his bedroom to sleep. He didn't have that many scruples. Knowing that I could get into Yenching University was enough. Why bother with all that? After returning to the bedroom and collapsing onto the bed, Shenlin fell into a deep sleep. Today is the day the results are announced. Some are happy and some are sad. But Shenlin only cared about sleeping. For him, sleeping was the most important thing in the world. After a wonderful 20-hour sleep, on the afternoon of the second day, Shenlin finally woke up. "Ah, I haven't slept this well in a long time," Shenlin said, stretching. Over the past year, his sleep time has decreased significantly. Most of the time, he was accompanying Meng Chongyin and the others during training. As he became stronger, he also helped Meng Chongyin and the others become much stronger. The mutual benefit meant less sleep time, which Shenlin found somewhat difficult to adjust to. But things are better now. In 2 months, his 12 hours of sleep will be back. No, he wants to sleep 16 hours a day. He wants to sleep excessively as a form of revenge. But there's always something that doesn't want him to sleep. As Shenlin got up to go for a walk, his gaze fell on the prophecy book on the table, which he hadn't touched in a long time. Since the blood disaster a few months ago, this book, All Dreams Are Delusion, which is also a book of prophecy, has not made any prophecies, and Shenlin also put the book aside for several months. It was covered in a layer of dust. The dust was there before Shenlin went to take the exam, but now when I look at it again, the gray on it is gone. Someone moved? Shenlin frowned slightly, immediately realizing that Xinglu had been in his room, but he quickly shook his head. Even if it moves, you can't see anything. Even if Meng Chongmin's blood was used to trigger something, Meng Chongmin, the triggerer, couldn't see anything. Take a look. After thinking for a moment, Shenlin reached out and picked up the Book of Illusions, then opened it. He turned to the back of the previous prophecy, which was the new side. No new prophecies appeared in the preceding months, and Shenlin gradually forgot about the book. Several months have passed, and there is still no new content appearing. No, there's new content. As Shenlin turned to a new page, a line of text slowly appeared. At the easternmost point of Qingqing's prison world, you'll find the answer you're looking for. Shenlin stared at this line of text in silence for a long time. Then, Shenlin gritted his teeth, threw the book on the table, and cursed, "Damn it, there are so many things I want to know. Tell me the answer specifically. Can you please stop being a riddle teller? No, a riddle book? The answer to all his questions. You need to clearly explain what questions you're trying to answer, right? The Book of All Illusions and Dreams. This master is so difficult to please." Just when Shenlin thought the riddle was useless, new content appeared on the book, regarding its origin. Its origin? The origin of your book, right? What the heck? Could there really be someone sending these messages behind the scenes? Is this book also a chat application? Shenlin picked up the book and began to read it carefully. However, after displaying these words, the Book of All Delusions remained completely silent, and Shenlin sat in his seat, lost in thought. The prism world of Qingchang is a relatively low-level world. Those at the spirit dust level, first tier, are not allowed to enter, but those at the mist level, second tier, are permitted to enter. And if I remember correctly, the prism world of Qingchang experienced a riot several months ago, before the blood disaster. Some of the troops from Tianyi City went to suppress the rebellion. Could it be that the cause of that riot was because of the reason mentioned in the Book of Delusion? If so, then that's interesting. Shenlin had guessed the origin of the Book of All Delusions. I've thought it came from the future, I've thought it came from the prism world, and I've even thought it wasn't a product of this world at all. A book that can make predictions, yet calls them variables. Its origins are definitely not minor. If only we knew the origin of this book. Seems pretty useless. What good would knowing do? Would it affect him? Shenlin suddenly realized what was happening, and his expression turned strange. After careful consideration, he realized that he really didn't need to know the origin of the book, because knowing it wouldn't do any good. This book wasn't given to him, but he couldn't give it to anyone else either. It seemed to be bound to him. Most of the prophecies above were of no use to him. He never relied on the prophecies mentioned above. The only time I relied on it was when it was revealed by the Book of Dreams. That time, apart from himself, he couldn't see any problems with the arrangements made by others in the Book of All Delusions. There are only a few times from beginning to end that are truly useful, so there's absolutely no need for him to figure out the origin of the Book of All Delusions, is there? Whatever, let whoever wants to go go. Shenlin threw the book on the ground, yawned, and prepared to leave. The Book of All Illusions and Dreams. Damn it, this owner is really hard to handle. And logically speaking, shouldn't one consider this message before heading there? Shouldn't your idea be to get the answer while also getting the opportunity? This isn't what I expected. It's really exhausting. However, the Book of All Delusions also came to understand that Shenlin was not interested in many things. Even if you present an opportunity to him, he might not necessarily take it. The main reason is that I'm afraid of trouble. If it were Chu Xiao who saw this message, he probably would have set off without even thinking. It would be similar for anyone else, but it just so happens to be Shenlin, this king of slacking off. The Book of All Delusions emitted a faint light. Once again attracting Shenlin's attention. And Shenlin looked down and saw another line appear on the book, saving people. The secret of Shenlin's ability. After this line of text appeared, the book of all delusions dimmed again, as if it had run out of energy. And Shenlin fell silent. If it was just about knowing the origin of the book of delusion, then he genuinely had no interest. Saving people, he wouldn't be interested in saving anyone, let alone strangers. But the secret of his abilities. This piqued Shenlin's interest. His ability, end of imaginary number evolution, is not one of the recorded abilities, and it far surpasses other abilities of the same level. Moreover, his ability is an absolute nemesis to other quantitative abilities, especially pure quantitative abilities. He had imagined what would happen if he encountered other abilities, but the results were all pretty much the same. It's not just about sheer quantity. For him, finding a weakness is only a matter of time. As for pure physical strength, he can learn all skills and moves, given enough time. This alone is beyond the scope of our ability to measure. His ability is a secret he has been unaware of since he awakened it. Now he has been given the opportunity to learn the secret of his measurement ability. Then he won't let it go. Qingqing's prism world? Let's get ready. Sigh. And Shenlin sighed and said helplessly. And Shenlin did not set off immediately. Entry into the prism world requires an application. Although there are no level restrictions for entering the prism world. However, you can't get in without applying. Applications must be submitted through the website of the other worlders. You don't need to write a reason, just state where you're from and your abilities. After submitting his application to enter the Qingqing prism world on his computer, and Shenlin stretched and went to the bathroom to wash up. After doing all that, I stretched and went back to my computer to wait for the application results. What Shenlin didn't know was, Fistine aborted the plane that brought her here. An hour later, the results of Shenlin's application to enter the Qingqing prism world came in. Most of them passed. As long as the reason for entering isn't too bizarre, and even those who aren't considered outsiders can generally get in. Alright, let's get ready to go. And Shenlin began preparing the things he needed to enter the Qingqing prism world. He plans to go alone this time, because he was simply entering the prism world to find something, according to the prophecy in the Book of Dreams. It's not about going into the prism world to find medicinal herbs or other things. Therefore, there is no need for others to go with him. Moreover, it's safer for him to go alone. If we take Chu Xiao and the others with us, more people will definitely mean more power. However, given his insufficient strength, Shenlin still needed to take care of them. So I'll go alone. However, while the ideal was good, reality gave Shenlin a slap in the face. After his application was approved, Shenlin immediately booked a ticket to Qingqing. On the evening of the second day of the college entrance examination, Shenlin arrived in Qingqing. When Shenlin arrived at the entrance to the Qingqing prism world, someone told him that he was not allowed to enter. Why can't I get in? Didn't I already apply? Shenlin looked at the soldiers stationed in the prism world of Qingqing who had stopped him and asked in confusion, "Sorry, we're just doing our job. You really can't enter the prism world." The soldier shook his head and said they didn't understand why they were specifically ordered to stop someone from going in. And Shenlin, if I'm not mistaken, it's because of protectionist policies. To prevent students like him from doing something reckless, we prevent them from going to dangerous places. Unfortunately, in previous years, many students confidently entered the prism world or went to places where the dust of the mortal world had not yet been dispelled. And then, that was it, they were all dead. Therefore, in order to prevent these students from becoming overconfident and recklessly courting disaster, as a result, some protective policies were implemented. As for why Shenlin's application was approved, he had no idea. And Shenlin had no idea what the people above were thinking. Forget it, whatever. If I don't know the secret about my abilities, then I don't know. I don't think knowing it would bring me anything anyway. And Shenlin scratched his head in frustration. He looked at the entrance to the prism world in front of him, which consisted of a huge prism and countless smaller prisms floating around it. He sighed and turned to leave. Just as Shenlin was about to leave, the soldier who had stopped him spoke again. "Please wait a moment." And Shenlin turned around with a puzzled look and asked, "Is there anything else?" The soldier said, "It's not that you can't enter the prism world, but that you can't enter the prism world alone. You need to enter the prism world with other people, either in a team or by joining someone else's team. You just can't enter the prism world alone." This is the information they just received. They didn't know why no one else had this requirement. She has so many demands on Shenlin, but they are soldiers, so just follow their instructions. And Shenlin was silent for a moment, then said, "You mean I can't go in alone, but I can go in with other people?" "That's right." The soldier nodded. "Since he's already here, who else is he going to ask to come with him?" "I understand." And Shenlin sighed helplessly. He turned around and walked to a secluded spot to start thinking about what to do. "I can't go in alone. I'll have to find someone else to go in with me. It's clearly impossible to form a team on the spot now. The only way is to join someone else's team. It should be feasible to join someone else's team based on one's abilities and capabilities. However, those with disordered abilities are not generally popular and are also easily persecuted by others. However, if he doesn't use his identity as an ability anomaly, it will be difficult for him to join other people's teams. After all, he's too young, and many teams wouldn't want him if they saw he was a student. Even if he were already at the age of mist level, he wouldn't want it. Should we bring Chu Xiao and the others over? Forget it, the prism world is too dangerous. Even a money grubber like Chu Xiao wouldn't choose to enter the prism world to make money. Even if it were him who invited them, Chu Xiao and the others would definitely come. What should I do? Just then, Shenlin sensed the presence of a very familiar person. Upon sensing this aura, Shenlin immediately hid in the bushes to the side. Damn, what is she doing here? Shenlin thought to himself. Then he saw Meng Qiumin looking annoyed. Wait, why is dream emphasis here? This doesn't make sense. Logically speaking, shouldn't Meng Qiumin stay in Tianyi City for a few days before returning to Yinjing? How did I end up at the entrance to the Qingcheng Prism world? Found you. Just then, a very familiar voice rang out behind Shenlin. Then someone pounced on Shenlin from behind, and a soft sensation came from behind. But Shenlin didn't even have time to react before he was tackled by the person behind him and forced to leave the bushes where he was hiding. Meng Qiumin was stunned for a moment when she saw the two people who suddenly appeared, and then subconsciously clenched her hands. Fistina looked at Meng Qiumin, her pink eyes filled with doubt, as if she had seen her somewhere before. It's all over, and Shenlin felt utterly hopeless. The two most troublesome people have gotten together. You two know each other? Inside a restaurant near the Qingcheng Prism world, Shenlin and his two companions sat at a table. For some reason, the atmosphere felt a little strange, and Shenlin, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss, asked a question. No, we don't really know each other, we've only met once. Fistina propped her head up with one hand and looked at Meng Qiumin with a grin. Meng Qiumin's expression changed when she looked at Fistina. Her expression turned cold, as if she had encountered an enemy. You've met before. Well, you're all from Yanjing, so perhaps you've met somewhere before. And Shenlin nodded and spoke to himself. But what is he thinking right now? He was thinking how he could leave quietly. Unfortunately, both Fistina and Dreamy Voice were rather difficult people for him to handle. His next move was a bit dangerous, and it wouldn't be good to bring them alone. By the way, how did you meet her? And you two seem to be quite familiar with each other. Meng Qiumin looked at Shenlin and questioned him. The smiles that usually graced his face vanished, replaced by sneers. Upon hearing Meng Qiumin's question, Fistina smiled and looked at Shenlin, waiting for his answer. This, that, and Shenlin's eyes darted around. No, how should I put it? The way he met Fistina is not something you can talk about. They said they met online? But is it possible for someone you met online to behave like this? Or did you know each other before? Come on, Shenlin has never been to Yinjing. I was the one who approached Shenlin. I wanted to invite him to join my team. Before Shenlin could speak, Fistina said with a smile. Oh no, we're doomed. If you don't tell me, I can make up an excuse to get away with it. Now that you've said that, okay, we're doomed. Because Meng Qiumin has the same idea. Aren't you two going to fight if you work together? Really? It seems Shenlin is quite popular. Meng Qiumin said casually. Hiss. And Shenlin suddenly gasped. What's wrong? Fistina asked Shenlin. It's nothing, Shenlin said. My foot. After hearing Festina's words, Meng Qiumin appeared calm on the surface, but under the table, her foot was already stepping on his. It wasn't a big deal, but Shenlin did find out about her dissatisfaction. Why was she dissatisfied? Fistina harbored little malice towards this fellow void-level being who had been by Shenlin's side longer, but she also felt little affection for him. After all, Meng Qiumin is a rival in love to her. It's nothing, it's just that Shenlin agreed to join my team a long time ago, so I'm afraid I won't be able to join your team. That's what Meng Qiumin said, and Shenlin really wanted to ask him when he had agreed. Festina's lips twitched slightly, then she calmly lifted her foot. Why are you here too? And Shenlin glanced at Fistina, looking puzzled. Fistina looked at Shenlin and asked, I invited you on the very day I awakened, didn't I? And Shenlin nodded. Yes, could you please move your foot away? Meng Qiumin smiled, a hint of smugness in her eyes, and said, and Shenlin awakened ahead of schedule. I extended an invitation to him a few days before the awakening ceremony. Moreover, Shenlin has been on the same team as me for the past year. We even trained together. Compared to you, Shenlin should be on my team. Meng Qiumin actually wanted to say that Fistina was a girl of unknown origin, and who knows if she had bad intentions towards Shenlin. But she held back. Festina's lips twitched again. How could she not know that Shenlin and Meng Qiumin had a good relationship? How could he not know that Shenlin and Meng Qiumin spent the most time together? If it weren't for her inability to run away so often before she turned 18, how could Meng Qiumin be the one who has been by Shenlin's side the longest? Fistina let out a soft breath, then smiled at Meng Qiumin, and Shenlin sensed something was wrong and reached out to cover Festina's mouth. However, Fistina grabbed Shenlin's hand directly and then said kindly to Meng Qiumin, I know, of course I know these things. After all, I've been watching you in many situations. You might be wondering, but I can tell you, I've been watching him from the shadows the whole time. And Chenlin, wait, when did this happen? Seriously, what are these two doing? Jealous? No. What's so great about his jealousy? What did he do? Didn't he indulge them both equally? Meng Chongyin looked at Fistina, getting angrier the more she thought about it. She said she always had a bad feeling, and now I know why. However, Meng Chongyin wouldn't give up so easily. Is that so? But you can't spend as much time with Chenlin as I can. What else can you say about this? What else can you do? Meng Chongyin looked at Fistina with a dangerous smile. Fistina just stared at Meng Chongyin like that, and Chenlin tried to interrupt their conversation. Could you? Don't speak yet. Meng Chongyin and Fistina said in unison. Can't I just ask why you're here? The two women faced off. The people around them stopped what they were doing and listened carefully to their conversation. What are you doing? Shoo, this is a chaotic scene. Wow, that's amazing. I want to hear it too. As expected, watching a spectacle is in the nature of the Chinese people. But please let go of my feet and hands, okay? Meng Chongyin and Fistina faced each other. Neither side was willing to back down, and they kept using words to provoke each other. This was the first time Chenlin had ever seen Meng Chongyin and Fistina like this. Stop, stop, stop. You two, that's enough. After the two stood facing each other for 10 minutes, and Chenlin felt like his feet were about to be trampled. The two men gripped his wrists very tightly, and Chenlin couldn't take it anymore, so he pulled his feet and hands out and started to distract the two of them. But he was met with two unfriendly stares. Meng Chongyin and Fistina both wore kind smiles, as if waiting for Chenlin to speak. After pondering for a moment in the face of these two unfriendly gazes, Chenlin asked, I just want to ask, why are you two here? It was Fistina who spoke first. Fistina propped her head up and looked at Chenlin softly, saying, I couldn't wait to board the plane to find you as soon as the college entrance exam was over, but you're not in Tianyi City, so it's a bit troublesome to find you. But that didn't stop me. I still managed to find out where you were through our telepathic connection, so I came here. And Chenlin, you can say whatever you want, but please don't be so ambiguous, okay? After Fistina finished speaking, Meng Chongyin's gaze towards Chenlin became even colder. He seemed poised to slam the table and storm out at any moment. But Meng Chongyin took a deep breath and held back. She glanced at Fistina, then looked at Chenlin and said, My dad said he found me a team to enter the Qingqing Prism World and wants me to join them and experience the Prism World. But that team went to another city the day before yesterday, so they can't take me with them. I originally wanted to go in alone, since I had applied and could go in by myself. But for some reason, I was allowed to go in at first. The soldiers stationed behind me wouldn't let me in no matter what they said. I need to team up with someone or join others to enter the Prism World. As she spoke, Meng Chongyin glanced at Fistina. Compared to Fistina's deliberate attempt to find Chenlin, her presence here seemed much more normal. After all, summer vacation has arrived, and some people will be waiting for school to start again. Others, however, began to gain experience. 2 months is enough time to improve one's skills to a higher level. And Chenlin discovered the blind spot after hearing Meng Chongyin's words. His application to enter the Prism World was also approved. Logically speaking, it's possible for one person to enter. However, the soldiers stationed there said they could not enter. They could only form teams or join other people's teams. Dream Accent is like that too. And then there's Fistina, who inexplicably appeared here. I think I understand what's going on. And Chenlin covered his head, speechless. After all that, it turned out that the three of them were completely under the surveillance of their superiors. Dream Emphasis is a confirmed Ruins-level character. His performance in the college entrance examination almost made people doubt the authenticity of his abilities. Then there's Fistina, the somewhat inexplicable beautiful girl from Yanjing who is also admitted to having a void-level ability, although the top scorers in each province have not yet been announced. However, with her void-level abilities in peak second-order mist strength, Fistina was practically unstoppable during the exam. Each of the three of them is an extremely special individual, and coincidentally, they were about to come to the same city and get together. So the higher-ups orchestrated this whole thing to get the three of them to form a team and enter the Prism World. Isn't this just playing around? The atmosphere between these two people is extremely awkward right now. Teaming up with him would be the death of him. Wait, could Chu Xiao be here too? Thinking of this, Chenlin perked up again, took out his phone, and prepared to call Chu Xiao. But before the call could be made, I saw a message from Chu Xiao, Xianqiu, when I went to Yanjing to look for someone. See you in August. What should Chenlin do if he wants to smash his phone now? Why is Chu Xiao useless at crucial moments? It's your turn. You should tell us why you're here. Meng Chongyin looked at Chenlin, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. And Chenlin scratched his face and stammered. Well, I have the same reason as you. Indeed, it's the same reason. He came to the Prism World for the contents of the Book of Delusion, so it is indeed for a similar reason to Yung Chongyin. Meng Chongyin and Fistina both looked at Chenlin with surprise. How could someone as lazy as Chenlin possibly voluntarily enter the Prism World? I'm going to the restroom. And Chenlin felt a little uneasy under their gazes and made an excuse to leave his seat. After Chenlin left, laughed. Meng Chongyin and Fistina met each other's eyes once again. So, what exactly did you come to see in Shenlin for? Meng Chongyin asked calmly, looking at Fistina. I was indeed a bit impulsive before. Someone like in Shenlin would definitely not take the initiative to find a girlfriend. It's highly likely that Fistina approached them. What am I doing this for? Of course, it's for in Shenlin. I like in Shenlin, so I thought I would come to in Shenlin's side to cultivate our relationship. It's just a pity that if it weren't for my somewhat strange abilities, I would be the one by in Shenlin's side, Fistina said with some regret. Meng Chongyin looked at Fistina and fell into deep thought. She was a little confused about how Fistina and in Shenlin had met. Moreover, Fistina openly expressed her feelings without any hesitation, and her behavior also conveyed her emotions to in Shenlin. Wait a minute, I was clearly here first, so why am I the one who arrived later? Meng Chongyin's expression turned strange. Fistina knew what Meng Chongyin was thinking, so she smiled and said, "Little accent, do you really not know the drawbacks of measuring ability? Moreover, in Shenlin possesses void-level abilities, and these abilities are extremely unique and powerful. Some things are magnified infinitely when it comes to in Shenlin. Little accent, you really don't know these things?" Meng Chongyin was initially a little angry when Fistina called her Little Chongyin, but after hearing what Fistina said next, she fell into deep thought. The drawbacks of quantitative ability. How could she not know that? Some special abilities, while powerful, also have slight drawbacks. The ability to measure is the ability with the most drawbacks. Other abilities are not overloaded, only overdrawn, but overdrawn under normal circumstances is not very serious. However, overloading one's physical capacity can cause extremely serious damage to the body, including brain damage and reduced lifespan. Secondly, the growth of quantitative ability is slow. If one cannot control the growth rate and the virtual computing power grows too fast, the brain will collapse because it cannot bear it. Minor problems can be cured with rest, but major problems will render one useless. Then there are the rare instances where purely quantitative abilities may occur, emotional disorders and affective disorders. Both Meng Chongyin and Fistina were from Yanjing. I've seen some individuals with purely quantitative abilities who are outsiders. Some of these outcasts are capricious, while others are utterly cold. Most individuals with purely quantitative abilities have a weak capacity to manage their emotions due to the nature of their abilities. That's why this situation occurs. Then there's the emotional block. This is actually easy to understand, because when you use your brain for a long time, some of your emotions will gradually fade. The ability users they had ever met were all emotionally weak. Those with strong emotional abilities will choose one emotion as their primary emotion to prevent their emotions from collapsing, in order to prevent themselves from becoming emotionless. And Shenlin was already showing signs of this. Meng Chongyin noticed in Shenlin's signs a long time ago. Perhaps due to his early awakening, and Shenlin did not experience any emotional problems. Therefore, in order to slow down the rate at which relationship problems arise, Meng Chongyin always dragged in Shenlin along to train and go out to play. It seems that in Shenlin is doing well. Meng Chongyin didn't quite understand why Fistina brought this up. Fistina knew what Meng Chongyin was thinking and smiled. And Shenlin's current situation is indeed quite good. Because he is rather lazy, he won't have many problems in his love life. At most, they're just extremely slow-witted. But have you ever considered that in Shenlin's strength will continue to grow? The same things that happen to people with superhuman abilities will also happen to in Shenlin. Before that time, who could hold a more important place in Shenlin's heart? Cracks appeared on the table. Only then did Meng Chongyin realize that Fistina was provoking her, and she actually did think about it carefully. In this standoff, she was completely defeated. No, it should be said that even she couldn't do anything about Fistina's personality. Meng Chongyin took a deep breath and stopped talking. Not long after the two finished talking, and Shenlin returned. After returning, and Shenlin looked at the badly damaged table and fell into deep thought. What happened? Did they fight? No, even if they fought, there wouldn't be only one broken table. Ahem, let's not talk about anything else. I have something I want to discuss with you. And Shenlin coughed twice, attracting the attention of the two. The two looked at Shenlin, a hint of doubt in their eyes. Meng Chongyin and I are both going to enter the Qingcheng Prism World. However, the guards wouldn't let us in alone. So I thought, since there are three of us here, let's team up and go into the Prism World together. And Shenlin said, but he was mainly speaking to Fistina, because Fistina came to find him, and her destination was not the Prism World of Qingcheng. Moreover, he felt that if it were just him and Meng Chongyin together, they would most likely stop them. He didn't know what would happen if he brought Meng Chongyin and Fistina along. But now, this is the only way to enter the Prism World. Okay, I accept. Wherever in Shenlin goes, I'll go. Fistina accepted in Shenlin's request without hesitation. Meng Chongyin looked at in Shenlin with confusion. Why did they have to bring Fistina along when the two of them could have gone in? And Shenlin naturally noticed Meng Chongyin's puzzled look and coughed lightly before saying, "Come with me for a moment." With that, he turned and walked outside. Meng Chongyin looked at Fistina, and Fistina smiled and looked back at him. The two then followed in Shenlin, but they always maintained a certain distance from each other. And Shenlin sighed as he looked at the two who were at odds with each other. It seems we still need to find a way to get the two of them to get along. Girls are such a hassle. Upon arriving at the entrance, and Shenlin and Meng Chongyin went up and spoke with the soldiers stationed there. As expected, the two were still not allowed to enter. But after Shenlin pulled Fistana along. You have met the requirements to enter the Prism world. Good luck in the Prism world. The garrison soldiers saluted the three men and then let them pass. And Shenlin and Meng Chongyin. Okay, if one person isn't allowed in, and two people aren't allowed in either, then a third person will be allowed in. Meng Chongyin now understood why Shenlin had brought Fistana along. Because we can't leave it out. If we don't pull them in, they won't be allowed to join other teams even if they join one. Those people wanted all three of them to go in together. With just three people, and Shenlin could already imagine how arduous the journey ahead would be. That's enough. After successfully entering, Shenlin rubbed his temples speechlessly. Of the three people, two are at odds with each other, and Shenlin, caught in the middle, is targeted for every wrong word he says. What were those people thinking, making the three of them go in together? No, they probably didn't know these two would dislike each other, even though he was the one who started it all. Let me say this first, are you all ready? At the entrance to the Prism world, Shenlin looked at the two people as if to speak, but then he saw them fixing their hair. Both of them tied their hair into ponytails for easy movement, took off their jackets, put on their combat uniforms, and then put their jackets back on. We'll talk about the rest once we're inside. Where did the combat uniforms come from? Good question. Meng Chongyin has a storage space, and Fistina has a storage ring. These two rich women, and Shenlin's lips twitched as he looked at the expensive combat uniforms they were wearing. And Shenlin, this is yours. After putting on their coats, Fistina and Meng Chongyin handed Shenlin a combat uniform together. And Shenlin stared into thought as he looked at the two identical combat suits that fit his size. Wait, why do you guys have my clothing size? I don't want it. Rather than offending both of them, it's better not to wear it at all. The two quietly put away their clothes. The two of them didn't even start arguing. However, it must be said that the two of them changed their aura after putting on their combat uniforms. Meng Chongyin's already cold demeanor became even more prominent, making her resemble a sharp and powerful woman. Fistina, on the other hand, exudes an aura that commands respect, as if she could rip off the head of anyone who dares to provoke her. Meng Chongyin is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She usually looks cold, but when she is with Shenlin and the others, she is just like an ordinary girl. Fistina, on the other hand, is rather quirky and mischievous, and quite adept at causing trouble. After changing their clothes, the two of them displayed a completely different aura. But I have to say, it's really beautiful. Shenlin's clothes compared to theirs. A hoodie, a pair of trousers, a pair of sneakers, and a backpack. To be honest, if you didn't know better, you'd think he was out for a picnic. Let me say this first, once you enter the Prism world, let's put aside your conflicts for now. Please prioritize your own safety, okay? And Shenlin said, his eyes filled with worry as he looked at the two of them. Among three people walking together, there must be one who can teach me. What a load of rubbish. I'd be lucky if he didn't kill me. I know, don't worry too much, Meng Chongyin said. Me too, I'll be a good girl, Fistina said. After they finished speaking, their eyes met again, both of them displaying a defiant spirit. And Shenlin sighed. Well, sometimes you become friends after a fight, and their relationship will probably improve after this experience. He was of little use in their relationship. Let's go, and Shenlin said, then looked up and walked towards the entrance in front of him. And Shenlin's body touched the prism-like entrance, the prism shattered, and countless tiny prisms appeared. And Shenlin's figure slowly disappeared at the entrance. Meng Chongyin and Fistina followed closely behind. After the three people went inside, the entrance returned to its original state. But not long after, a person wearing a cloak also entered the prism world. Damn it, these three little devils are really fearless. They actually went in. A sound of cursing and swearing came from inside. The trio's journey in the prism world has begun. So this is what the inside of the prism world is like? This is my first time inside. Upon entering the prism world, Fistina was captivated by the surrounding scenery. The prism world is not much different from the real world. It is also characterized by natural environments such as forests and deserts. The only difference is that the natural environment in the prism world is more pristine. Besides, the biggest difference between the prism world and the real world is the 10-sided world in the sky that can be seen with the naked eye. If you look up at the sky, you can see 10 different colored prisms surrounded by countless smaller prisms that resemble stars. The prism world is always in a state of darkness where everything can be seen. What does this mean? The main point is that the sky is primarily a visible 10-sided world, with no daytime, only a night-like sky. But under this darkness, everything can be seen, just like in daylight. It's like the earth being illuminated by a bright moon in the dark of night. The prism world contains more than just forest-like environments. Some creatures that are different from those on Earth. However, these creatures are affected by the tenfold world. They also gain special abilities, and their strength could increase over time. Such creatures monsters are called monsters by them. Monsters can be good or bad. Not every monster is hostile to humans. However, demonic beasts are very different from creatures in the real world that are affected by evil in the mortal realm. Those creatures harbor an indelible hostility towards humans. However, this does not mean that encountering monsters in the prism world is without danger. On the contrary, because these monsters have a strong sense of territory, and only some of them are friendly to humans, the rest of the monsters are mostly dangerous. Why is it best to enter the prism world when you are at the mist level, second order? The main reason is that most of the monsters are at the mist level, while only a small number that pose little threat are at the dust level. Monsters are not to be trifled with, so it's best for low-level players to stay in areas free of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Furthermore, because the prism world is connected to the decaprism world, one might encounter bad matter if one is unlucky. These corrupted entities cannot enter the real world through the entrance, but they are lurking killers within the prism world. That's why he refused without hesitation when Li Dao invited him to enter the prism world, and Shenlin never expected that he would arrive in the prism world at the mist level. If it weren't for the prophecy in the Book of All Delusions, he probably wouldn't have come. He won't come over, so it seems like the thing that just happened wouldn't have happened. Don't tell me you've never been here before. This is my first time here too. TSK. Why does it feel no different from Xiefeng Mountain? And Shenlin observed the surrounding environment, finding it increasingly familiar. They're all forests. They all look pretty much the same. The prism world of Qingcheng is divided into 1/3 forest, 1/3 plain, and 1/3 mountain. The entire Qingcheng prism world covers an area of 50,000 square kilometers. Currently, the development rate of Qingcheng prism world is 85%. Because it is highly developed, it is good for beginners to explore. However, it's just difficult to make money here, since the warbands and wandering outcasts have already figured it out. Meng Chongyin stood to the side and explained to the two of them. She had done her homework before coming here. It's quite big. If only the environment here weren't unsuitable for survival, it will probably be developed into a habitable area. And Shenlin said, Prism world is generally not suitable for long-term human habitation. However, it can serve as a cultivation ground for some spiritual plants and objects, as well as a testing ground. South Korea's current area is only about 150,000 square kilometers, right? This is the area after the arrival of the 10 Prism world. Our Prism world is 1/3 the size of South Korea. That's truly unbelievable. Fistina said that although she was from Yanjing, her family never allowed her to come into contact with these things. Therefore, she knew absolutely nothing about the Prism world. That's normal. The interior of the Prism world is basically this big. Even in small countries with scarce land resources, the Prism world is very large. All the Prism worlds in the world combined are already 1.5 times the size of Earth before the advent of the 10 Prism world. However, there are very few habitable Prism worlds. There are only 9 habitable ones in the entire world. In our land of China, there are 2 habitable places, the Heavenly Palace and Flower Fruit Mountain. The Heavenly Palace is located in Yanjing. You can visit it after you go to Yenqing University. Meng Chongyin said to Shenlin. Okay, wait, is that a tourist attraction? And Shenlin suddenly realized what was happening and asked. No, the Heavenly Palace is an extremely dangerous prism world. The traces of the Heavenly Sovereign have been discovered in the Heavenly Palace no less than 50 times. Even deep within the Heavenly Palace, the mortal world can appear. Although it's a suitable place to live, the area isn't very developed yet. Fistina said from the side. Then why would I go? And Shenlin rolled his eyes. How could he possibly go to such a dangerous place? He might die if he went. But the military training location for Yenqing University is right in the Heavenly Palace, Meng Chongyin said. And Shenlin, as expected of the top-ranked university in China, their style of doing things is truly wild. To undergo military training in the Prism world, a place with such a high risk factor. Oh well, I'll have to go through this sooner or later anyway, so I shouldn't think about it too much. By the way, students at Yenqing University can apply to form teams in their first year. Let's apply directly after school starts. Fistina leaned closer and looked at Shenlin. The team needs 5 people. Meng Chongyin was about to say something. Fistina said directly, me, and Shenlin, you, and Shenlin's other 2 friends make 5 people. Meng Chongyin, I never agreed to let you join our team, but there's no one else who's a good fit for your team except me. I've already given up my chance to have Shenlin all to myself. Fistina stuck out her tongue and said with a smile. She used a strategy of retreating to advance, knowing all along that she could never form a team with Shenlin, because of their numbers and their strength. Ordinary out-of-order individuals are simply not suitable to be teammates with them. Veins were faintly visible on Meng Chongyin's forehead as she said irritably. So you were joking all along? Were you kidding me? No, no, no. Of course not. Fistina quickly said. Then she smiled at Meng Chongyin. Let me introduce myself. I am Fistina, a void-level ability user with anomalies. He is one of the undisclosed void-level ability anomalies, and also the one who best fits your team. Void-level quantity ability, void-level dimensional ability. ability, void level intention ability. Good heavens, a team with 3 void level abilities, this is unprecedented in history. For some reason, after Fistina said those things, he felt a bit of a headache. After Fistina finished speaking, Meng Chongyin fell silent, then looked at Shenlin. Why don't you mention that she has void level abilities? You didn't ask. So, as someone with void level abilities, am I qualified to join your team? Fistina moved closer to Meng Chongyin, staring at her with wide eyes and asking a question. Meng Chongyin leaned back, unable to speak for a moment. She realized she really couldn't handle Fistella. Alright, we can talk about this at Yenching University. Let's do what we need to do first, okay? And Shenlin immediately pulled Fistina away. If he couldn't even handle Fistina, then Meng Chongyin was out of the question. Few people can handle a girl as quirky and clever as Fistina. What do we need to do now? Didn't we come into the prism world to train ourselves? Meng Chongyin looked at Shenlin with some confusion and asked in bewilderment. And Shenlin remained silent. Yes, what he wants to do is different from what Meng Chongyin wants to do. If they continue to act together, who knows what might happen? Just then, Fistina said with a smile, anyway, I'll go wherever Shenlin goes. I rarely get to come out, and I don't want to go back so soon. Meng Chongyin glanced at Fistina, then said to Shenlin, do you have anywhere you want to go? Let's go together. It doesn't matter where we are anyway. No, completely different. And Shenlin thought to himself, the place he is going to may very well be fraught with unknown dangers. If I take human Fistina with me, I have a feeling something bad will happen. But if we separate from them now, it doesn't seem like it will work. Their whereabouts were known to everyone. There's a strong chance that one of the 3 of them is watching them. And Shenlin didn't know exactly where they were or how strong they were, but he knew he dared to say goodbye or leave quietly. There's a high chance they'll be sent back inexplicably. This is really difficult. And Shenlin was somewhat helpless. There really wasn't anything that could solve this problem right now. After thinking for a while, Shenlin said, alright, you can come with me. I'm going to the easternmost edge of the prism world. That's where I'm looking for. What I want. I don't know what it is, but let's go together, Meng Chongyin said. Fistina didn't say anything. She just went wherever Shenlin went. One person standing not far away fell into deep thought upon hearing Shenlin's words. Is the easternmost point the place where something unusual happened a few months ago, but the investigation has yielded no results after a long time? How did Shenlin know about that place? Was it a coincidence or did someone tell him? Forget it. I'm just a bodyguard anyway. As long as these 3 little devils don't die, that's all that matters. He was responsible for the safety of the 3 people. He doesn't care about anything else. As long as Shenlin and the other 2 don't split up, everything will be fine. It's okay if they split up, just throw them out. After discussing their route, Shenlin and the other 2 set off. In the prism world, there are only a few things that need to be taken into account. First, there are the monsters. The gentler ones are fine, but it's troublesome to encounter monsters that are hostile to humans. Secondly, there are bad quality items with an extremely low probability of occurrence. However, a low probability does not mean that they will not occur, so we should definitely pay some attention to them. Then there are the other ordered ones. The interior of the prism world is actually a world without laws. Murder and robbery are common occurrences among the outcasts. Such things are unlikely to be discovered unless they are exposed. But there will always be people who are foolish enough to kill someone in the prism world and then go on to kill someone in the real world. There are quite a few people like that. In short, in the prism world, you need to be careful and cautious with everyone and everything except yourself and your teammates. A slight mistake could lead to disaster. However, the prism world is still very large, and it won't be a matter of just 1 or 2 days for Shenlin and his group to reach their destination. The 3 of them had to take care of each other along the way, and everything had to be arranged properly. But Shenlin didn't know why. He always felt a chill. It was as if someone was spreading malice towards him from afar. I've been getting more and more sensitive lately. Is it because I'm not getting enough sleep? And Shenlin thought to himself, without thinking about where this chill came from. And Shenlin, what are you looking for at the easternmost point? First-time visitors typically don't venture too deep into the prism world. After walking for a while, Meng Chongyin walked up to Shenlin and asked, there is indeed something to look for. However, the depths of the prism world are quite dangerous, so we need to be careful along the way. And Shenlin said, with Shenlin here, we don't need to worry about much danger, Fistina said from the side. No, I don't think I'm as strong as you, and Shenlin said. Fistina stuck out her tongue and said playfully, I don't care, anyway, and Shenlin, you have to protect both of us. Spare me. And Shenlin sighed helplessly. But then, Shenlin's expression suddenly turned serious, and he pulled the 2 of them to hide in the bushes on the side. The 2 knew that Shenlin had discovered something, so they shut their mouths and stopped talking. However, this thicket is really small. Fistina and Meng Chongyin are practically huddled together. Shortly after the 3 hid, 8 tall, blue deer slowly emerged. Deer-type monsters? They're relatively neutral monsters. As long as you don't provoke them, there shouldn't be any problems. Judging from their size, they should be adults, 8 adults, probably out scouting ahead. There will likely be more deer-like monsters in their infancy and some in their adulthood later on. These monsters that protect the young should not be provoked. The species. I'm not sure, but we encountered a monster not long after we started walking. They're probably only at the level of the mist-like demon beasts. They definitely can't possibly fight these deer. And Shenlin's eyes gleamed with blue light as he immediately began analyzing the deer. And Shenlin rarely reads books about monsters, so he could only make a rough analysis. However, it doesn't take long to figure out that these deer are not people they can mess with. Let's leave quietly and not do anything else unnecessary, and Shenlin whispered in their ears. The two nodded, completely trusting in Shenlin's words. But the unexpected is what makes adventure so fun. As the three were preparing to leave quietly, and Shenlin suddenly sensed a peculiar energy that spread to their feet. Damn, a perception-type skill, and Shenlin was speechless. Yo, the deer let out a sharp cry as it sensed a creature that was not of its kind. Its sharp eyes landed on the three people who were preparing to leave quietly. Go to hell. Sensing the killing intent, and Shenlin immediately picked up the two of them and started running. With the help of his ability, his speed was several times faster than before. How can you pick up girls without any unexpected adventures? A few deer of the misty age level, there shouldn't be any problem. The person hiding in the shadows laughed and said that this little danger was not worth his effort. And Shenlin was carrying two people, but his speed was not affected. However, what was chasing them was a demon beast that was stronger than ordinary heretics in many ways. Several wind blades attacked, and Shenlin nimbly dodged the two of them. Put me down, I can run by myself, Meng Chongyin said somewhat discontentedly. Stop messing around. I know you want to fight these monsters, but there are too many of them. We can't handle them all, so let's wait and see. And Shenlin said, this is a herd of deer, and the first one to appear is the strongest in the herd. If they want to deal with these deer, they need to know what abilities these deer have and what their main attack methods are. Otherwise, we could just go head to head. Although we wouldn't die, we would definitely get injured. If either Meng Chongyin or Feisty Diana were injured, it would be difficult for him to handle the situation. Especially Fistina, he could imagine what kind of commotion she would cause after she was injured. These deer were exceptionally aggressive. After chasing for some distance, they accelerated and caught up. There's a feeling that they won't stop until they've completely destroyed Shenlin and the other two. And Shenlin blasted a deer away with his air modification, then the deer shook its head, stood up, and continued the chase. Damn it, this is difficult to solve. And Shenlin thought to himself, and just then he felt his right hand lighten, and Meng Chongyin disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, but rather it used spatial teleportation to break free from Shenlin's grasp and stood beside him. A spatial slash appeared and landed directly on the deer that was charging at the front. A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared, and the lead deer let out a painful howl, but continued to charge forward. So tough, almost as tough as someone with superhuman physical abilities, Meng Chongyin exclaimed. Of course, being tough doesn't mean it can't be solved, it just means it will take some time. Several more wind blades struck again, and Meng Chongyin and Shenlin dodged them. The wind blades felled several trees before disappearing. These deer are quite aggressive, and their attacks are very lethal. That's about it. And Shenlin's eyes gleamed with a blue light. The next moment, several white spears pierced through the bodies of the 8 deer. The deer let out painful cries, trying to use their abilities to break free but unable to. Several slashes appeared, directly severing the heads of the 8 deer. Done. And Shenlin put Fistina down and stepped forward to kick the deer's body. Definitely dead. Turning his head, he saw Meng Chongyin standing there in a daze and Fistina looking at him with a grin. What's wrong? Is there a problem? And Shenlin asked, looking at the two of them. No, that moved just now. Meng Chongyin asked, looking at the white spear slowly dissipating from Lu's body. This, and Shenlin scratched his head helplessly, then sighed and said, it was exposed during the college entrance examination, so I simply stopped hiding it, since most of the people above already know anyway. Sky-floating spear was originally a hidden attack skill of Shenlin. However, he got frustrated by those lightning-type outliers high in the sky and then used it. It's obvious that the people above knew about his hidden skills. Since we've already exposed ourselves, we might as well stop hiding it. Meng Chongyin looked at Shenlin, unsure of what to say. If her perception is correct, the moment the white spear pierced through the deer's body, the deer were unable to use their abilities, and their physical strength was weakened in an instant. This attack is very powerful. Moreover, it's difficult to predict. Meng Chongyin pondered how she would fare against Shenlin's move, but she quickly shook her head. And Shenlin just produced those white spears without making any initial move. If the attack pattern continues like this, there's no way to dodge it. Let's keep going, and Shenlin said, glancing at Meng Chongyin, who was lost in thought. Only under special circumstances can the move be activated in an instant. You'll feel it if you use it directly. Don't overthink it. I'm not your enemy. Meng Chongyin only realized what Shenlin was saying after hearing his words. Yeah, why should I care about this? And Shenlin is my friend and my teammate, isn't he? Ha! I unconsciously fell into my old habit. The thoughtful look on Meng Chongyin's face immediately turned into a smile. But when she turned her head head and saw Fistina getting close to Shenlin again, her smile vanished once more. Okay, there are still enemies here. Shortly after the three left, a person appeared beside the deer carcasses. The other party carefully examined the deer carcasses. The duration of the virtual computing power blocking ability is roughly calculated based on the user's strength, and Shenlin's abilities are too strange. It not only has the ability to attack, but also the ability to suppress and seal. Moreover, this is very likely only a small part of what he has revealed. TSK. If this kind of guy grows up, he'll be something else. A void-level ability, and most likely a newly emerging ability. No wonder they value it so much. The man sighed as he examined the body. But then, the guy collected the deer carcasses. Why not take it? We can keep it as a snack with our drinks. The man licked his lips and then disappeared again. Unbeknownst to Shenlin and his companions, the demonic beast they had just killed had already been taken away as a snack by someone else. However, after walking a certain distance, Shenlin and his companions encountered another monster. And then, keep running. There's no other way. We really have to run this time. River-level monsters, if not for their relatively slow speed. They were doomed the moment they were discovered. Damn it, now I finally understand why some people say the prison world is dangerous. And Shenlin carried Meng Chongyin and Fistina away again. Only a very small number of monsters in the prison world are worth hunting. Therefore, it is rare for members of the other order to hunt monsters. The reason they fought with the monsters was because some of the monsters' habitats contained valuable medicinal herbs. The heretics fought with the monsters in order to seize these medicinal herbs. It's precisely because there's no need to fight with the monsters. Therefore, there are still a lot of monsters in the prison world. This results in a very high probability that low-level out-of-order individuals will encounter monsters. Now, according to the easternmost point of the place wherein Shenlin and the others are going, the number of monsters encountered along the way will only increase. Even though this is a low-level prison world, the monsters here are not very strong. But Shenlin didn't dare to think about how much suffering he would endure along the way. Not to mention there are two people around who could start a fight at any moment. After walking for a day, Shenlin and his two companions finally found a place to rest. They hadn't encountered anyone else in the past period of time. However, I encountered monsters more than 10 times. Some monsters are relatively gentle. If you don't provoke them, they won't do anything to humans. However, some of the monsters were extremely violent and would charge at them as soon as they saw them. If something could be resolved within their capabilities, they naturally resolved it directly. However, if it's beyond their capabilities, they can only run away. However, every time they encountered a monster, it was Shenlin who took action to deal with it or helped it escape. Meng Chongyin could never outrun Shenlin in making a move. Fistina watched the whole thing from the sidelines, seemingly knowing that Shenlin could handle it. Putting everything else aside, Shenlin was exhausted from the journey. Sit down, let me help you relax. After finding a safe place to rest, Fistina placed her hand on Shenlin's head and insisted that he sit down. Then, a pale pink light appeared on Festina's hand. A strange energy flowed from Festina's hand into Shenlin's body. In an instant, Shenlin's fatigue was greatly relieved. Do you have support-type abilities? Meng Chongyin asked from the side. No, I'm all around just like Shenlin. However, Shenlin's abilities are more geared towards combat, while mine are more geared towards support, Fistina said with a smile. Under Shenlin's deliberate matchmaking, the distance between the two has lessened considerably. It was worth it for Shenlin to have such a long and tiring day. Meng Chongyin looked at Fistina and fell into deep thought. Festina's words contained a great deal of information. Like Shenlin, she is all around, so Festina's ability might also be a new one. Furthermore, Shenlin has never claimed that he possesses healing abilities, but Fistina still insisted that Shenlin was all-around capable. It seems that Shenlin is hiding more than he imagined. Fistina knows Shenlin even better than she does. What could be the reason for this? Did he go on a date behind her back? Just as Shenlin closed his eyes and enjoyed Festina's abilities, suddenly, several people appeared in his perception. Someone's coming, hide, Shenlin immediately opened his eyes and pulled the two of them to hide to the side. But soon, a look of disgust appeared on Shenlin's face. Fistina and Meng Chongyin also saw the people who had arrived. Fistina looked at one of them, then looked at Shenlin with some confusion. Isn't that your half-sister? Ah, yes, she's really persistent. Shenlin's lips twitched, clearly not expecting to encounter Linger here. Who? I only know one Qin Hemming, Meng Chongyin said. Of the several people who appeared, Meng Chongyin only recognized Qin Hemming. The guy who impressed her during the awakening ceremony was an idiot, but she beat him so badly he didn't dare mess with her anymore. As for the others, some I vaguely remember, and some I don't remember at all. That is Shenlin's younger sister, his half-sister. Fistina began to explain the love and hate between the two to Meng Chongyin. Shenlin, since they're people we know, there's no need to hide. They can't beat us anyway. Shenlin said, and then stood up. Seeing Shenlin stand up, Meng Chongyin and the other person also stood up. Then, the atmosphere atmosphere became awkward, and Shenlin and his two companions stared at each other, while Enlinger and her group of 7 remained completely silent. Hello. Qin Hemming greeted Meng Chongyin somewhat haltingly. It wasn't that he still had feelings for Meng Chongyin, but rather, he was afraid. What are you doing here? Enlinger asked in Shenlin with a forced smile. If you can be here, why can't I? And Shenlin retorted without any politeness. The two had an extremely bad relationship. This led everyone except Qin Hemming to believe that they were about to fight. However, Qin Hemming stopped him. This is no joke. Of the 3 of them, just 2 of them could take them down. The relationship is so bad, Meng Chongyin murmured. She remembered seeing this woman when the trial ended, but she didn't expect her to have this kind of relationship with Shenlin. You must be Meng Chongyin? It's nice to meet you. I know you're my brother's teammate. I'm also glad you took care of my brother. And Linger saw Meng Chongyin, completely ignoring Shenlin, and went up to greet Meng Chongyin. Meng Chongyin was completely bewildered by Enlinger's overly familiar manner. But then something even more bewildering happened, because Enlinger looked at Fistina and said with a smile, "It's nice to see you again. The last time I saw you, you were on a date with Shenlin. However, the situation was special last time, and I was unable to greet you. I wonder if we could get to know each other this time. I just don't know what your relationship is with my brother. Are you in a relationship?" Fistina smiled and said, "Sure, my name is Fistina, nice to meet you. But our relationship is just a normal one." Fistina knew why Enlinger said that. However, out of politeness, and because Enlinger hadn't said anything wrong, she still answered Enlinger. Meng Chongyin, who was standing to the side, realized what Enlinger was planning to do and looked at Shenlin. "Are you two really that bad off?" And Shenlin fell silent. He knew Enlinger would use all sorts of methods to mess with him. Last time, during the Chinese New Year, Fistina came to Tianyi City. Then, while strolling around with Fistina, they ran into Enlinger and the others. Enlinger is very vengeful, and coupled with her past experiences, she wants to get back at him whenever she gets the chance. I was careless. I completely forgot about it. If it weren't for Fistina and Meng Chongyin having their own judgment, they probably would have broken up again by now. All the efforts made to bring the two of them closer were in vain. This is also why Shenlin dislikes Enlinger. This guy, he'll try to sow discord with him whenever he gets the chance. If you can't beat him, you'll make him unhappy in other ways. Otherwise, why hasn't his dislike for someone diminished over the years? Just then, Fistina walked up to Meng Chongyin, put her hands on Meng Chongyin's shoulders, and said, "But don't doubt my relationship with Shenlin, we're just friends now. It's perfectly normal for friends to spend time with each other, after all, and Shenlin doesn't have anyone to accompany him like you do. It's perfectly reasonable for me to stay with Shenlin. Meng Chongyin is the same, she spends more time with Shenlin than I do. We're teammates, so we should definitely take care of Shenlin, right?" Fistina was not someone Enlinger could easily defeat. With just one sentence, she thwarted Enlinger's plans. Tisk, Enlinger still smiled when she heard Fistina's words, but her heart was not. The attempt to sow discord failed. Meng Chongyin wasn't stupid. After Fistina said those words, she knew what Enlinger wanted to do. When she looked at Shenlin again, Shenlin's face was full of indifference. It's as if they've gotten used to this situation. If that's the case, then Enlinger is indeed quite annoying. Perhaps because Enlinger was too hostile towards Shenlin, Meng Chongyin did not have any good feelings towards Enlinger. "Have you said enough? If you've said enough, you should leave." And Shenlin looked at Enlinger and began to shoo them away. "It's so annoying to look at. I won't be able to rest well if I don't get rid of it. This is a rare place to rest." "What? Can't we rest here?" Enlinger asked with a smile. "No," Shenlin said. The atmosphere between the two became tense. The two sides ultimately did not come to blows. In the end, it was Enlinger who compromised. Enlinger knew that her people might be able to deal with others. But wanting to deal with Meng Chongyin and Shenlin is just wishful thinking. However, Enlinger did not leave. Instead, she found a suitable place to rest nearby and began to rest on the spot. She just wants to get in Shenlin's way. And Shenlin wasn't buying it and sat down to rest. After a long day of walking, it's time for a good rest. 3 people rested while 1 person kept watch, and Fistina volunteered to take on the watchman's duties. And Shenlin was the most tired and the one who most needed to rest. Meng Chongyin, not wanting to compete with Fistina for this matter, also took a break. Enlinger and the others were the same, 1 person kept watch. However, the one on lookout was Enlinger. Enlinger clearly wanted to say something to Fistina. However, every time Enlinger stepped forward, she was deterred by Fistina's smile. Why? Because Enlinger sensed danger from Fistina's smile. If she actually went forward, Fistina would definitely attack her directly. She didn't know what level of strength Fistina possessed, but none of the people around Shenlin were ordinary. Whether it's Chu Xiao or Lin Xianxiu, they are all people whose abilities are beyond comprehension among their peers. Since Fistina is within Shenlin, her strength must be considerable. Therefore, for her own safety, Enlinger gave up the idea of speaking ill of others. After resting for a few hours, they set off again. As for Shenlin and the others, well, their departure depends entirely on when Shenlin wakes up. They did not plan to set off until Shenlin woke up, since Shenlin was the main force of their current team. However, it must be said that In Shenlin can sleep anywhere and sleep very soundly. 10 hours have passed, and In Shenlin is still sleeping. However, neither Meng Qiumin nor Feisty Diana felt that In Shenlin was completely powerless to resist at this moment. However, while In Shenlin was sleeping, Meng Qiumin and Fistina sat together and chatted. What exactly they were talking about was something that In Shenlin, who was asleep, didn't know. How long has it been? After sleeping for 11 hours, In Shenlin finally woke up. 11 hours? You really can sleep? Meng Qiumin complained from the side. It's not like I'm new. So, shall we continue? And Shenlin got up, stretched, and said, "We've been waiting for you. Let's keep going," Fistina said with a smile as she moved closer to In Shenlin. And Shenlin nodded, then took out a map to confirm the direction before continuing forward. However, In Shenlin discovered a problem during his journey. It seems that the relationship between Meng Qiumin and Fistina has improved quite a bit. Previously, even when the two walked, they would keep a certain distance. The two of them were almost touching as they walked, even whispering to each other in a voice he couldn't hear. This made In Shenlin wonder what exactly Fistina and Meng Qiumin talked about during the 11 hours he was asleep. And, are all girls like this? After spending some time together, they can let go of all grudges? Something doesn't seem right. After all, and Linger has been bothering him for 10 years. Never mind, he doesn't know what the girl is thinking. He'll just pretend he didn't see anything. After walking for more than an hour, In Shenlin suddenly stopped, squatted down, and touched the ground with his hand. What's wrong? Meng Qiumin asked, leaning closer. The ground is shaking. And Shenlin felt the faint vibration in his hand and realized something was wrong. And Shenlin then closed his eyes and channeled his virtual calculation power into the ground. Soon, and Shenlin sensed the source of the tremor in the distance. Damn it! And Shenlin cursed as soon as he sensed the source of the tremor. What's wrong? Fistina asked. And Linger and her buddies somehow managed to provoke a group of demonic beasts. Then those guys started running towards us. We need to leave quickly, or we'll be the ones being chased later. And Shenlin spoke, then fell silent, because he saw dozens of flying monsters appear behind them. I was careless. Ground tremors only indicate danger on land, but not necessarily in the air. I have to run as soon as I wake up. This kind of treatment is unbelievable. And Shenlin grabbed the two stunned people and started running. If we don't run now, we'll be dead. Although they are powerful, they are no match for a horde of beasts. As he ran, and Shenlin pondered, something's not right. How could the beasts in the prism world be so easily provoked? Normally, wouldn't it be the leader of the beast horde who takes action? And this pack of beasts isn't just one race. What kind of mess have Linger and the others gotten themselves into? Whether it's the flying monsters in the sky or the monsters chasing Linger on the ground, they are all composed of two or more races. These races generally don't come together, but we don't know what heinous things Linger and the others did. This attracted the attention of these monsters, who then chased after them in groups. Fortunately, there are most likely no Boundary River level monsters present. Otherwise, Linger and the others wouldn't have been able to escape alive. As for Linger, they know absolutely nothing about her. They were walking along peacefully when they discovered a cave. They were curious about what was inside the cave, but there was nothing there, only a black country dog performing the act of procreation with a she-wolf. A country dog less than half a meter long did that kind of thing to a female wolf over a meter long. This incident severely impacted their values and beliefs. Before they could react, the country dog showed a human-like embarrassment on its face and then barked at them. Then these monsters appeared out of nowhere and kept chasing after them. They really knew nothing. They did nothing. I saw a black dog in heat right there. Then they were chased by these monsters, and Linger and the others also felt wronged and helpless. More importantly, among these monsters are many of the Boundary River level monsters, whose speed can definitely catch up with theirs. They didn't chase after them. They just stayed behind, keeping their distance from Linger and the others. Once they slow down, the river level monsters behind them will release their pressure, forcing them to continue running. It can be said that Linger and the others are now being forced to run away. Even if they didn't want to run, the monsters behind them wouldn't let them. As for why the escape direction was in Shenlin's, they swore they really just randomly picked a place to run around in. They didn't even dare to stray from the path, because if they did, the monsters behind them would speed up and correct their course. Therefore, Linger and the others were also suffering terribly. Damn it, I can't even take a break and someone still bumps into me. Inside the cave, the black dog looked at the entrance and muttered curses. Woo! The mother wolf whimpered and gently nuzzled the black dog with her head. Go away, don't bother me. The black dog pushed the mother wolf away and then walked out of the cave. The red cross mark on the black dog's body only became visible after it emerged from the cave. Damn it, that woman got into trouble herself and still dragged me down with her. Fortunately, that woman is unlikely to get into trouble. As long as she doesn't die, I still have someone to rely on. And it's really comfortable in a place like this. When he's tired, he sleeps, when he's hungry, he eats a few monsters, and when he's bored, he plays with a few she-wolves. Only 2 days have passed, and I'm already sinking into this mess. The black dog stretched comfortably, then opened its mouth and yawned. How come come that woman's problem became so serious after just one day? That's a bit strange. Besides, wasn't Mirror Sea repairing it? Why didn't that woman go to Mirror Lake? The black dog lay on the ground, lost in thought. After following those women to Tiang Xingdi and failing to find the person they were looking for, its physical condition suddenly deteriorated. So they arrived in this low-level prism world. The woman came here to adjust her body. Because the lower-level prism world is not so easy to discover, and this prism world underwent some changes some time ago. There are some things inside that can help that woman adjust her body. Because the woman needed to adjust her body, she left a mark on it and then ignored it. As for what will happen to that woman, I'm not a celestial being, I don't care about these things. Just as the black dog was lying on the ground, comfortably preparing to sleep, the mark on its back suddenly began to flash violently. Damn it! I was wrong. I was wrong. Sir, I was wrong. An excruciating headache struck, and the black dog rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. You, bring that person here. A weak voice came, and then the pain in the black dog disappeared. What? Who are you bringing? Sir, you need to explain yourself clearly. The black dog immediately jumped up from the ground and asked in confusion, but there was no response. I'm doomed. They won't tell me anything. How am I supposed to find them? Well, going out to look for someone is better than staying here doing nothing. Otherwise I'll suffer again. The black dog ran out with its tail drooping. It's not as strong as its opponent, and it's also a dog that doesn't fight much. Just be obedient and behave, and you can be a pet or a mascot. He had no means of resistance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Lin and his companions were still being chased by the monsters. But strangely, these monsters were clearly fast enough to catch up with them. But I just keep my distance from them. Not only did they keep their distance, but these monsters would also threaten them after they slowed down, urging them to run faster. Seriously, are these monsters crazy? Is it fun chasing us around? And Chen Lin complained. These monsters chased them but wouldn't come up. Ugh, they were just chasing them for fun. They're really crazy. I don't know anything about this either, and I've never seen anything like it in any books, Meng Chongyin said, and Fistina, who was standing to the side, nodded. They had never read in any book about such a monster that only chased them but did nothing to them. It's like, someone is controlling these monsters from behind, chasing after them. Those who were following in Chen Lin in the shadows also noticed the problem. He was ready to take action from the beginning, because Chen Lin and his group had no way to deal with such a horde of demonic beasts. However, upon realizing that these monsters were merely chasing them, he abandoned the idea of attacking. He also wanted to see what these monsters were up to. Moreover, he had never seen such a strange monster before. Could it be that a powerful and intelligent monster king was born here? Wait a minute, if that's the case, we won't let them get away with it. So what exactly is going on? Why are they chasing after them so relentlessly? He pondered in his heart, trying to explain what was happening here with his own knowledge. Unfortunately, he was just a brute and didn't know much. All we need to do here is protect the lives of these few people. However, after these monsters chased Chen Lin and his group for 2 hours, these monsters seemed to have gotten tired of chasing, so they stopped chasing altogether and turned to leave. Seeing the demon beast leave, Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief and began to rest on the spot. To be honest, being chased by monsters for 2 hours is not a good experience. I'm really impressed. He's either running or on his way to run. This prism world. I wouldn't have come to this godforsaken place if I didn't have something to look for. And Chen Lin leaned against the tree and said he was all set to enjoy a comfortable 2-month summer vacation after finishing his exams. He wouldn't have come here if it weren't for the contents of the Book of All Delusions. Then he teamed up with Meng Chongyin and the others, and the experiences along the way were even more exciting than my own experience during the college entrance examination. Can you believe that this monster only chases people and doesn't attack them? I'm truly impressed, but thankfully, we all survived. Meng Chongyin said from the side that this was indeed an unforgettable experience for her. Fistina was sitting to the side resting. Clearly, she wasn't suited for long runs either. I'm so tired, even though we just had a long rest. Fistina sat on the ground and complained. Let's rest a bit more. We're not in good shape to continue. Hey, where did this dog come from? As Chen Lin spoke, his gaze fell on a black country dog that had appeared next to Fistina. All three of them turned their attention to the black dog. No, it should be said that there were 4 people, because the person in the distance also noticed the black dog, and he had no idea how the black dog had appeared next to Fistina. The black dog's eyes darted back and forth between the 3 people, as if searching for something. Finally, the black dog's gaze fell on Fistina beside him. Their hair colors are similar, they seem somewhat alike, but their auras aren't quite the same. It's definitely her. The black dog was absolutely certain of its judgment, and it lunged forward and bit Fistina's clothes. Who is Chen Lin? It's never seen him before, so finding someone similar to that woman is definitely the right choice. Fistina was encased in a white, semi-transparent bubble, with a thread connecting the sub-bubble and the black dog, like a dog leash. Then a vortex appeared beside the black dog. Without hesitation, the black dog plunged into the vortex, and Fistina was taken away by it as well. The whole process process took less than a second, and Shenlin and Meng Qiumin didn't even have time to react. Just as Fistina and the black dog disappeared, a person appeared in front of them, reaching into the vortex to grab them. But the moment he touched the vortex, it shattered. The dog is a space-type creature. No, it's to the east. You two, come with me. The man shouted speechlessly, then sensed something and grabbed Shenlin and Meng Qiumin, and ran away at top speed. My little darling, you absolutely can't get into trouble. If something happens, he'll be in deep trouble. The black dog led Fistina to an extremely secluded corner within the prism world. It wagged its tail excitedly and shouted, "Sir, I've brought the person." In the corner, Sakura slowly stood up, her gaze falling on Fistina. Only now did Fistina realize what was happening, and she looked at the masked female celestial with a horrified expression. Why are there skybreakers here? Where has she been taken? Just as Fistina was wondering, Sakura kicked the black dog, yelling angrily, "Stupid dog, you brought the wrong person. Damn it, the ancients were right. Talented people are trouble wherever they go. Just like the protagonist in a novel, wherever he goes, trouble follows. You shouldn't have been allowed in here in the first place." The man who appeared out of nowhere grabbed Shenlin and Meng Qiumin by the collar and ran at high speed through the forest. The surrounding trees receded so quickly that only afterimages remained. "See, I told you there were people there." After realizing the situation, Shenlin said to Meng Qiumin, his tone completely unsurprised, "Dream emphasis. Is now the time to talk about this? I've had the worst luck imaginable. I thought watching over you guys would be a simple job. You three little devils can walk in front, and I'll follow behind. Nothing will happen." Who knew a dog with spatial abilities would appear? A dog with spatial abilities. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it in my life. This person kept complaining about his current job and the things he encountered. Honestly, he had never encountered this situation before. In the past, people would at most accidentally provoke the leader of a monster or encounter a bad creature. But what's up with Shenlin and the others? Did they encounter a dog with spatial abilities? They even took away a little tyrant. And what if that little darling gets even a tiny injury because of this? He could even imagine that others would plant it directly in the soil. "Do you know where Fistina is?" Shenlin asked. "I know. I detected the slight spatial fluctuations left by that dog. Although it was only for a split second, I had already pinpointed the dog's location," the man said, increasing his speed once again. However, the two people he was carrying did not feel any bumps or discomfort. It seems that the men are using their abilities to protect them. "Zhang Ling, were you sent to protect us?" Meng Qiumin asked at this moment. "How do you know his name?" Shenlin asked. Zhang Ling was a soldier before, and later worked as a bodyguard for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for a period of time. However, because he always beat up Sakura and always attacked other people, he moved to another place. My dad said that he is still working as a bodyguard, but he is now assigned to protect people by his superiors. Because his ability is a mutated yellow-level ability called Soul Body, it can be distributed among the people he protects. He was one of the military's geniuses. When I first learned of him, he was a Skycia level, Tier 4, out-of-order individual. Meng Qiumin explained. "Your information isn't circulating properly? When did you hear about this?" When Zhang Ling heard Meng Qiumin's words, the corners of his mouth turned up, but he still pretended to be very calm and asked, "I heard that 4 years ago. You were only 23 years old back then, weren't you?" Meng Qiumin said, sounding as if she was very familiar with Zhang Ling. "Indeed, but 4 years ago I was indeed a Tianhai level, 4th order, out-of-order individual. I am now a peak extraordinary being of the Evening Star, Tier 5. How about that? Pretty fast improvement, huh?" Zhang Ling said with great pride. At 27 years old, Xixing's improvement speed is indeed very fast. It should be noted that one of the graduation requirements of Yenqing University is to reach the peak of the Boundary River level, 3rd tier, within 4 years. Of course, graduation requirements may vary depending on the individual circumstances. Some people may reach the Evening Star stage at 27, but reaching the peak of the Evening Star stage at 27. This is something that only a very few people can do. However, Meng Qiumin didn't seem to notice anything, and simply said to Shenlin indifferently, "Zhang Ling is a very narcissistic person. My dad used to have him protect me when he went out on missions. Although he is very protective, he is too narcissistic. During the time he was protecting me, he told me about what he considered his highlight moments no less than 10 times. I didn't encounter any danger during that period, but he was so noisy. If I had to describe him, he was an extremely narcissistic and talkative parrot." Meng Qiumin directly expressed her opinion of Zhang Ling in front of him. "I see, it does look somewhat like that. Wait a minute, is this the right time to talk about this?" Shenlin realized what was happening and looked at Meng Qiumin. At this moment, Zhang Ling said, "I'm the one who's exhausted. I have to go save people. I wouldn't have brought you two along if I wasn't worried you two would cause trouble. I thought you were just trying to ease the tension, but it turns out you're digging up my past." He was extremely dissatisfied with Meng Qiumin revealing his secrets. "There's no point in talking about it now. That dog has spatial abilities, but I can't sense them. That basically confirms that the dog's strength alone is already above ours. I don't know why the people behind this took Fistella away. That's what Meng Chongyin said. Aren't you worried about Fistella? It's impossible for someone to not worry about another person's safety as a companion. However, the current situation is clearly beyond their capabilities. If Zhang Ling hadn't been afraid that the two of them would do something reckless, and if he hadn't been worried that sending them out would mean it would be too late to rescue them, the two of them were of no use in rescuing Fistina, but they were just afraid something might happen. Otherwise, Zhang Ling wouldn't have wanted to keep them by his side. This has happened before. The two unfortunate children were surrounded and attacked by the beasts in the blink of an eye. All I can say is that these students who just finished the college entrance exam are incredibly bold. Hurry up, I need to speed up, Zhang Ling said, and the speed increased again. It seems like you're the one carrying us around, isn't it? Where are they going to arrest them? Forget it, I'll just ignore it. Zhang Ling was very fast. In just over 20 minutes, they saw the edge of the prism world in the distance. The boundary of the prism world resembles a vertical sea surface. However, what was undulating on it was not seawater, but extremely small fragments of prisms. Zhang Ling stared at the boundary of the prism world before him, lost in thought. He recalled that some strange energy fluctuations had been detected here some time ago. Then many evil entities appeared, which attached themselves to the monsters and attacked the entrance to the prism world, causing a riot. Immediately, Tianyi City, the superior city directly under Qingcheng, sent people to suppress the rebellion. However, unexpectedly, a bloodbath occurred not long after people were sent. The number of deaths and the amount of property lost in Tianyi City during the bloodbath reached an extremely horrific figure. Then, because of the appearance of the sky-piercing one, the higher-ups sent people here to investigate. After a month-long investigation, they found nothing. But now, the residual spatial energy he has captured is nearby. Is it hidden somewhere? Zhang Ling stopped and sensed his surroundings. But strangely, he didn't sense anything. Could it be that they've already been moved? It's possible, but there's no residual spatial energy here. And something strange, the spatial energy I'm sensing seems to be pointing towards the boundary? Zhang Ling looked a little strange. After putting the two down, he began to check the surrounding area. After being put down by Zhang Ling, and Shunlin and Meng Chongyin also began to check the surrounding situation. They had originally planned to travel for 7 or 8 days, but with Zhang Ling's help, it only took them more than 20 minutes. There was no bumpy feeling or discomfort during the process. My neck feels a bit strange, since I was being carried around. Is this the border? Fistina was brought to a place like this? And Shenlin observed his surroundings and muttered to himself. It feels a bit strange. I can't sense any spatial energy here. Is this really the place? Or could it be somewhere else? That's what Meng Chongyin said. She also cares about Fistina quite a bit. The two then followed Zhang Ling to search for any possible traces left behind in the surrounding area. Ha ha ha. Sakura knelt on the ground, panting heavily, with the prism wings and reverse calculation wings flashing behind her. She looked as if she had suffered some serious injury. Her aura was weak, and she didn't have the powerful appearance of a heavenly warrior at all. Not far away was the black dog, whose mouth was full of blood from being beaten by Sakura, but who was still alive, and Fistina, who was bound to one side by the black dog with bubbles. Fistina was puzzled. When she was brought here, the heavenly being in front of her said that the black dog had arrested the wrong person. Then they beat up the black dog. The black dog looked quite badly injured, but after playing dead for a moment, it jumped up again. However, for some unknown reason, the aura of this Tianqing cultivator suddenly weakened. Damn it, where did that guy find that thing? The restless energy within me couldn't be suppressed. How did she know there was a problem with my soul? Damn it, if all else fails, we'll have to take a tougher stance against Mirror Sea. Sakura muttered to herself, then glanced at Fistina from time to time. Her gaze fell on Fistina through the mask, and after staring at her for a moment, she looked away. Although Sakura was wearing a mask, Fistina still noticed her gaze. It was an extremely complex gaze, and Fistina sensed a pity within it. It's a real shame, because the black dog arrested the wrong person. But if I'm not mistaken, the person Tiankings wants to capture is in Shenlin. A misunderstanding led to her being arrested. That's a good thing, since Shenlin is safe now. Just then, a strange energy emanated from it. Sakura sensed this energy and quickly got up and retreated to Festina's front. Damn it, they found us so quickly? Sakura said through gritted teeth, trying to keep her breathing steady. A cultural relic. I'm amazed you managed to find this place, Sakura. A rainbow prism appeared, and then a four-winged girl walked out of it, smiling at Sakura. Ling Chen Ying looked at the newcomer, gritted her teeth, and suppressed her anger as she called out the other person's name. Don't be so angry. I just can't stand you. You are so powerful, a truly unique individual, and you even have a different mindset from us. Although we have not labeled you as a traitor among us. But as you know, we've wanted to kill you for a long time. We only made you who you are because we focused on your flaws. So what's there to be angry about? Doesn't this just fulfill our desire to kill you? So, we're all happy. You shouldn't be angry. You should smile too. After all, you can be killed by us, but that's your last value as a skybreaker. Tianking's Ling Chen said with a smile, his eyes showing no affection as a fellow human when he looked at Ing. She was looking at it as if it were an object with practical value. Sakura shielded Fistella behind her. I should have killed you back then, those 7 million souls. This is absolutely not something you can play with. And I'd rather die than let you get what you want. After she finished speaking, a terrifying aura emanated from Sakura. But the next moment, Sakura did not attack the Skybreaker in front of her. Instead, she led Fistina and the black dog to rush to the other side. Naive. Sakura, you're in no condition to do anything right now, Tianqing Lingchen said, then came to Ying's side and struck out with his palm. The space behind them shattered, and Fistina, the black dog, and Sakura were all thrown out of this small space, landing on a grassy area. Ugh. Blood slowly flowed from under Sakura's mask, indicating that she had suffered a serious injury. Ha, I like you now, like a dog, so vulnerable. Lingchen slowly emerged from the spatial rift and looked at Ing with a mocking expression. Damn it, Sakura struggled to her feet and looked up at Lingchen, who stood high above her. But at that moment, Sakura sensed a figure rapidly approaching, but the target wasn't her, but rather Fistina behind her. Damn it, how come there are 2 Skybreakers here? Moreover, judging from the number of wings, both are Sky Piercers of the 7th rank, Dawn Sky, level. I shouldn't have let you 3 little devils in. The moment Sakura was knocked out, Zhang Ling, who was originally searching for Festina's whereabouts, immediately noticed the anomaly. Zhang Ling naturally noticed the 2 powerful celestial warriors. His first instinct was to escape with Meng Chongyin and Shenlin, but he soon noticed Fistina inside the bubble. The moment he saw her, he didn't hesitate. He told Meng Chongyin and Shenlin to leave first, and then he rushed straight towards Fistina. These 2 guys are at odds, we need to hurry. Zhang Ling thought to himself. He wanted to take Fistina with him, so he rushed over the moment he saw Fistina. His target wasn't Sakura or Lingchen, he only wanted to take Fistina away. His target is her. Sakura naturally noticed Zhang Ling, but she didn't intend to stop him. Instead, Lingchen attacked Zhang Ling. A tiger made of prisms pounced on Zhang Ling, but before she could pounce on Zhang Ling, Ing reached out and crushed it. Mere humans are not worth your protection. Lingchen looked at Ing and said calmly. I don't think so, Sakura said calmly, but she soon realized that Lingchen's gaze was not on her, but looking elsewhere. Damn it, I forgot. After rescuing Fistina from the bubble, Zhang Ling also noticed the gaze of the 4-winged Skywalker. His gaze fell on Shenlin and Meng Chongyin as they fled. It's alright if the dream emphasizes the sound, but Shenlin is the priority. He's assessing his abilities. TSK. Annoying thing. Just as Lingchen was about to make a move, Ing raised her hand and used her last bit of strength to control Lingchen. However, such control is only temporary. And Lin, Sakura's body swayed precariously, but she still looked at the black dog pretending to be dead. The black dog understood and immediately stood up, its eyes gleaming with silver light. The next moment, Sakura and the black dog appeared behind Shenlin. Damn it! And Shenlin felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around and saw Tian Qingzhe, who was wearing a mask, standing behind him. Sakura reached out and grabbed Shenlin. And Shenlin tried to resist, but found that he couldn't move at all. And Shenlin, Meng Chongyin was about to do something, but Ing slapped her away. You, huh? And Shenlin wanted to say something more, but the mask on the face of the heavenly sovereign disappeared. He froze on the spot, and while he was still in a daze, a sharp pain shot through his neck. Hiss. Damn it. Are all these Skywalkers vampires? And Shenlin immediately came to his senses and felt the other party sucking his blood, while his power was rapidly draining away. Damn it. Lingchen tried to stop Ing from continuing. The blood of an ability anomalies can restore some of Sakura's power. This applies to all Celestials. Sakura slowly raised her head, and the mask reappeared. She didn't turn her head, she simply raised her hand, and Lingchen was bound. Shoo, just watch, Sakura said to Shenlin. And Shenlin clutched his bleeding neck, staring at Tian Qingzhe without saying a word. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, it's that I can't. He's been drained of all his strength by the other party. I can't move at all. What can I do besides look? Lingchen, you probably didn't expect things to turn out this way, did you? Sakura gently waved her hand across Shenlin's face, and a white mask appeared on Shenlin's face. The moment the white mask appeared, Meng Chongyin and the others completely forgot what Shenlin looked like. Memory manipulation. That mask can alter their memories. How did you do that? Just with a mask? It should be noted that Meng Chongyin and Fistina have known Shenlin for a long time, but even now, they still don't remember what Shenlin looks like. They had never seen such a method before. Damn it, that guy's power isn't ordinary. It's at the void level. You knew all along. You knew all along that there was a void level power here. Lingchen struggled in midair, but to no avail. There are also differences among those who are born in the same year. Sakura is the most outstanding celestial being among them, otherwise, she wouldn't possess 3 pairs of prism wings and reverse flow wings. Although both are from the Shikong realm, there are only 2 pairs of Lingchen. His appearance here was indeed an accident, but if it wasn't an accident, I should have gotten rid of what you've put on me a long time ago, Sakura said, then glanced at the black dog. The black dog spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the side, pretending to be dead. Sakura didn't care. All the problems she had were solved, and there was no need to exploit the black dog anymore. You deserve to die. Ling Chen let out a roar, and an incredibly powerful energy erupted instantly. After this energy burst forth, all three of them, except for Zhang Ling, were forced to the ground by this powerful force. The immense force caused them all to cough up blood. Soon, Ying raised her hand, and the energy on Ling Chen's body was immediately suppressed. In less than a second of energy release, Shenlin and the other two lost their ability to fight. Although Shenlin had already been drained of his fighting power by Sakura. Sakura glanced at the three of them, raised her other hand, and three pale green energies emerged from her fingertips. The three streams of energy landed on the three people, and they quickly recovered. And Shenlin hasn't fully recovered yet. What I'm about to do can't be shown to you, so I left with her, and thank you all for your help. After confirming that all three of them were alright, Sakura kicked the black dog. The black dog immediately got up as if nothing had happened and stretched out its paw to open a spatial rift to the side. Sakura raised her hand, grabbed Ling Chen by the neck, and carried him into the spatial rift. Before leaving, Sakura gave Shenlin a meaningful look. Soon, Sakura left with the other black dogs and Ling Chen, who was struggling and shouting in vain. After the two people and the dog left, Shenlin's mask disappeared, and their memories of Shenlin's appearance returned. If Shenlin hadn't been here, this trip would have been a disaster. Perhaps she died here. We'll settle these scores later, Sakura thought to herself. She is also a celestial being, but unlike most celestial beings, it's not just in her mindset, but in her very essence. After the two celestials and the black dog that always pretended to be dead left, Shenlin collapsed to the ground again, and Meng Chongyin and Faisadina also lay on the ground panting heavily, as if all their strength had been drained away. Horrible. It's absolutely terrifying. Is this the aura of someone with top-tier strength? Not to mention the energy that almost killed them before, just this oppressive aura. They were left breathless. If it weren't for the fact that one of the celestials clearly didn't want to attack them, they're probably already dead, the kind that even Jesus couldn't save. The six-winged skybreaker actually showed us goodwill. Zhang Ling, standing to the side, looked at the spot where Ying had been standing and fell into deep thought. Brother Zhang, is there any difference between these heavenly assassins? Meng Chongyin got up from the ground and looked at Zhang Ling, asking a question. She had seen a celestial being once, during the bloodbath in Tianyi City, but the one she saw, the sky-piercing one, only had one pair of wings. But the two celestial beings I saw today, one had 6 wings and the other had 4 wings. She had never seen a skybreaker like this before, or did skybreakers determine their strength based on the wings on their backs? Zhang Ling looked at Meng Chongyin and explained, the Tianqing are those who have obtained the prism world based on humanity. Their abilities come from the prism world, where there are fewer constraints. Therefore, the weakest of the heavenly beings is only at the heavenly sea level, 4th rank. Those who are between Tianhai, 4th rank, and Anue, 6th rank, only have one pair of wings. Those who reach the dawn sky level, 7th rank, will develop a second pair of wings. But, that masked skywalker has 3 pairs of wings, Festina said, stepping aside. 3 pairs of wings are extremely rare. They are usually at the law level, 8th rank. It is said that this type of celestial being is a celestial being who has a high degree of integration with the prism world. Having 3 pairs of wings means one is at least at the Shikong level, 7th rank, but we know relatively little about the Tian Qingzhe with 3 pairs of wings, because most of the celestial beings who appeared and were recorded were of the 7th rank or higher. Only 3 times have the Skydweller with 3 pairs of wings appeared. Furthermore, each time a celestial being appears, they are not just at the Shikong level, that is, at the 7th rank or above. And this is the first time I've ever seen a celestial being with 3 pairs of wings who was only at the dawn sky level, 7th rank. Zhang Ling said, and then fell into deep thought. He had fought against Tianqing before, but this was the first time he had seen a Tianqing as peculiar as the masked Tianqing. And that black dog. He had never seen such a despicable dog with spatial abilities. Can someone help me up? At this moment, Shenlin, who was lying on the side, made a sound. Brothers and sisters, look at me. I've been drained dry by the heavenly absorber. I have no strength left. We forgot. Meng Chongyin and Festina quickly ran to Shenlin's side and helped him up. And Shenlin was completely drained of his energy by the heavenly absorber, leaving him without any fighting ability. Even though Tiankings treated him later, it didn't help much. I simply treated the wound caused by the other party's bite. Why do skybreakers like to bite people so much? And Shenlin was being supported by the 2 men, and he was very puzzled. This is the second time he's been bitten by the skybreaker. Have you been bitten before? Meng Chongyin asked in confusion. And Shenlin remained silent, appearing as if he didn't want to say anything. Quantity is extremely attractive to those who are capable of measuring things. Because Tiankings himself was a person with incomplete physical abilities. Because of their own reverse virtual computing power, they will be affected when using their abilities. In addition, they possess the ability to control the rules of the prism world. Therefore, they need need to replenish themselves from time to time using virtual computing power. As far as we know, there is a place in the Prism world called the Mirror Sea. That place can be used to replenish the virtual computing power of those who are destined to perish. However, compared to using the Mirror Sea, they prefer the virtual computing power of the ability-disordered individuals. Moreover, the ability to measure weight can basically be described as innate, the companion of the celestial being, Zhang Ling said, and at the end, his gaze towards Chen became slightly strange. What the heck? And Chen asked in astonishment. Partner? Is it the partner he imagined? Ahem, don't overthink it, this kind of thing has never happened. It was only deduced by someone based on the psychological activities of the sky-piercing ones and their tendency to take away those with abnormal abilities. Moreover, most of the individuals with abnormal abilities who were taken away by the skybreakers became skybreakers themselves. However, this type of celestial being is a bit strange. What will those with abnormal abilities gain after becoming celestial beings? Fistina asked curiously. Nothing more, but they won't have prism wings. And Chen, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. He had considered that his situation might be somewhat dangerous, but he hadn't imagined it would be this dangerous. He was like a piece of Tang Sanzang's flesh in front of Tian Xingzhe. After a brief chat, the group looked towards a spot, the place where Tian Xingzhe and the others had come from. The spatial rift is still there. Even standing here, they can see the metallic sheen within it. Want to go in and take a look? Zhang Ling stroked his chin and turned to ask the three of them. The three of them immediately shook their heads, shaking them like rattles. Tianqing and the others came from here, okay? As for Fistina, who was mistakenly captured by the skybreakers, she didn't know what was going on inside. Because it was so dark inside, she could see nothing except for a faint metallic sheen. However, this does not mean there is no danger inside. Anyway, they didn't really want to go into the places where Tiankings had stayed. That's true. It's time to leave now, but let's take a look first. There's no way there are any more skybreakers inside. He felt that what was behind this spatial rift was the same thing that had caused the Prism world to tremble last time, and he felt that what was behind this was very important to them. He wasn't the only one who felt this way, and Chen actually had the same feeling. He felt that the place described in the Book of All Delusions was this place. As for saving people, isn't his current situation a direct result of saving someone? Most of the things described in the prophecy books are true. However, prophetic books often foretell the ending and the location of certain things. They don't say anything about what might happen along the way. To be honest, everything that happens in the Prism world is beyond his comprehension. Just then, the spatial rift seemed to be unable to bear the burden any longer and began to spread outwards again. Soon, a huge spatial rift appeared in front of Chen and his companions. Light shone through the spatial rift, revealing what was inside. A cultural relic. This is something extraordinary. Zhang Ling gasped in surprise when he saw the metal structure revealed behind the spatial rift. He rushed in excitedly, crouching down and reaching out to touch the metal floor. Wow, a high-grade dragon yellow alloy that can withstand attacks from the moon level. The floor is covered in these? And look at the quantity. Holy crap, this could buy a small country. What kind of civilization is this, using such expensive alloys to build a metal room? Zhang Ling kept exclaiming in amazement, his eyes wide as he stared at the metal objects around him. Behind them, Meng Chonin and Faisadina helped Chen walk in. Advanced alloy dragon yellow alloy, a unique alloy of China. It is an alloy with excellent strength and toughness. Made of special metals, it is extremely expensive and is generally used as a defensive outer shell for the protective barrier of safe zones. Then it's time to craft it into equipment. But, I've never seen so much dragon yellow alloy before. Meng Chonin looked at the metal around her, utterly shocked. The same applies to Fistina. Only in Chen. What is dragon yellow alloy? It seems to be a very high-end product. No, the most valuable thing here isn't the dragon yellow alloy. Rather, this place is the ruins of a civilization. That's priceless, Zhang Ling said excitedly, looking at the countless computer-like things in the distance. Civilization ruins? And Chen asked, puzzled. Zhang Ling looked at Chen and explained, the tenfold world is composed of countless broken worlds. The Prism world is part of those broken worlds, which is why the creatures in the Prism world are different from the creatures on Earth. Whether a creature is on Earth or not is immediately obvious, both in the real world and in the Prism world. Even in a broken world, there will always be a world where civilization exists. These remnants of civilization are known as cultural relics. There are usually things about a civilization in these places, and you can find a lot of information from them. However, some civilizations lean towards the ancient, while others lean towards the future. Such metallic structures are most likely relics of civilizations with technology far surpassing our own. And what remains might be found in such a cultural relic site? I don't even dare to think about it. Within these ancient ruins, we can unearth many things that can help us. Therefore, the value of the ruins of a civilization lies in these dragon yellow alloys. No, I need to contact my superiors. You can move around freely here, but try not to damage anything. Forget it, you can't destroy anything made of dragon yellow alloy anyway. After saying that, Zhang Ling ran out, leaving behind two shocked Meng Chongyin and Faisadina, as well as a completely bewildered Shenlin. And Shenlin was caught off guard by something beyond his comprehension and was somewhat unable to process it. Could there really be clues about his abilities here? Let's look around, and Shenlin said, then struggled to break free from the two and walked to the side. Meng Chongyin and Fistina glanced at Shenlin, then chose to follow behind him, and Shenlin observed his surroundings while analyzing the situation. This seems to be a shelter. After walking a little further in, Shenlin suddenly said, "A shelter?" Meng Chongyin and Fistina were stunned, somewhat incredulous. What kind of shelter is made of dragon yellow alloy? No, not entirely. And Shenlin looked to the side and saw a large metal gate in the distance, with what appeared to be some symbols on it. And Shenlin walked towards the gate, filled with doubt. This place is really big. It took Shenlin and his group quite a while just to get to the gate. Where is the broken sword stored? And Shenlin looked at the symbol above and subconsciously read it aloud. As Meng Chongyin and Fistina stared at the completely unfamiliar characters above, wondering what they might mean, and Shenlin read it aloud, and the two of them looked at him sharply. And Shenlin realized something was wrong and shut his mouth. But he seems to have still managed to create a commotion that no one expected. He didn't recognize the characters at first, but after looking at them for a second or two, he knew what it meant and then subconsciously read it aloud. And Shenlin, can you read the words on it? Meng Chongyin asked. You can understand it, right? And Shenlin finally admitted. After all, his words had been overheard by the two of them. Incredible. The inscriptions in ancient ruins require specialized personnel to decipher them. But in Shenlin, you could tell at a glance. Fistina said in shock. More than that, I want to know what the broken sword is. Meng Chongyin began to change the subject, and Fistina, who was standing to the side, also wisely shut her mouth. I don't know either, but it seems to be some kind of medicine. And Shenlin looked at the two of them and breathed a sigh of relief. Medicine? What kind of medicine is called broken sword? And Shenlin, here are a few lines of text. Meng Chongyin was a little puzzled, but she quickly noticed a few lines of text on a door-opening device next to the main gate. So Meng Chongyin pulled in Shenlin here and showed him. And Shenlin looked at it carefully and slowly read out the words. Those who wield the broken sword, you will forge the future with your own lives. Even if the soul, life, and spirit are all burning for it. You are the sharpest swords. You will break through the darkness and bring dawn to humanity. A salute to humanity that marches toward new life from the depths of despair. Humanity will prevail. Humanity will never give up. Silence fell over the three of them after Shenlin finished reading the above. This isn't a user manual, it's a declaration of spirit. It is a pillar of support for a certain type of person. Broken sword seems to be a kind of medicine that burns lifespan in exchange for power. Fistina remained silent for a long time before speaking. How about we open it and take a look? And Shenlin suggested. Can you open it? Meng Chongyin asked Shenlin. I just looked at the structure here. It's an extremely simple mechanical structure. Presumably to prevent any problems, a mechanical structure was used as the main entrance here. Just press this thing down gently, and there it is, it's open. And Shenlin stepped forward and pressed the button to open the door. The door opened slowly, but it was unclear how much time had passed. The door opened very slowly. There was no dust inside the gate, nor was there anything strange. There were only shelves that stretched as far as the eye could see, and countless empty bottles. How magnificent! Fistina exclaimed. Meng Chongyin was also watching everything inside. Only Shenlin noticed the words on the pillar in the very center. Broken sword, poison, a poison that requires long-term use in more than a month to take effect. Those who consume the broken sword can unleash its poison to burn their life, soul, and spirit in order to gain ultimate power. Here are the 10 raw materials for the broken sword. May those who follow continue the fight for humanity. Broken sword is poison. It was created by people from some unknown world to deal with the tenfold world. And Shenlin thought to himself, broken sword is a potion used to enhance one's strength when all other options are exhausted. The use of this medicine is most likely intended to deal with the tenfold world. However, it ultimately failed. The presence of ancient cultural relics here is the best proof. This information has nothing to do with my abilities. What is related to my abilities is probably elsewhere. And Shenlin thought to himself, he came to this place in search of information related to his abilities. These things were of little use to him. And Shenlin glanced at Meng Chongyin and Faisadina, who were walking back and forth in the closet, and quietly left. It should be somewhere like an archives room. And Shenlin walked on the metal floor, looking around. And Shenlin only needs to spend a few seconds to understand the meaning of the words left here. It seems that he was able to understand these contents because of his ability to read and write. Soon, Shenlin found a place that resembled an archive room. Civilization Records Institute. It seems they were prepared for their civilization to be destroyed long ago. This place in front of us is probably where they recorded the history of their civilization. The gate here is also the most complicated and difficult to open. Moreover, the metal used here is different from that used elsewhere. It seems there's no mistake here. And Shenlin thought to himself and then stepped forward to study how to open the door door here. The ruins of civilizations are very important, and everything must be done with extreme caution when exploring them. However, this was Shenlin's first time entering the ruins of a civilization, and he didn't understand these things. So he started researching how to open the door without any hesitation. This is a bit difficult. This seems to be electronically controlled. Holy crap, it's open. And Shenlin squatted in front of the gate, reached out and touched it, then used his limited spiritual energy to analyze it. But before Shenlin could come to any conclusions, the door opened, and it opened very smoothly without any warning. It's completely different from the gate that previously housed the broken sword. It's as if it hasn't been worn down by time. After the door opened, there were still countless shelves inside, filled with books, all paper books. These books seem to be records of civilization. Using books for record keeping is somewhat out of step with the technological level of this civilization. And Shenlin thought to himself, and Shenlin carefully observed the level of technology here. It is on par with their level, and may even surpass their current technology. That is, most of them are in a state of being useless, and presumably to prevent disasters, many places here are operated entirely by mechanical means. It uses an excellent alloy, so this is most likely the last refuge. And Shenlin waited at the door for a while before going inside. So many, well, okay, I can't produce most of them. And Shenlin felt a bit overwhelmed looking at so many books, but he wanted to try picking out a few. Unfortunately, most of these books are not available. No matter how much force you use, you can't pull it out, and you can't even cause any damage. And Shenlin walked among the rows of bookshelves, occasionally reaching out to try and pull out a book. However, Shenlin tried more than 20 times but still couldn't pull out a book. But when Shenlin reached the end of the road and found an extremely empty space, he discovered a book that wasn't on the bookshelf. He walked up curiously. This book is placed in a separate place, which is a bit unusual compared to the other books. The sequence tree? What the hell is that? And Shenlin looked at the name on the book with some confusion. He reached out and tried to pick up the book. Well, he couldn't. He then tried to open the book. You can open it. The moment the book was opened, a holographic projection appeared in front of Shenlin, covering the previously empty area. The projected image was a giant tree. This is, and Shenlin stared at the tree projected in front of him, stunned, because he saw something familiar on the tree trunk, the ability, Void Hidden Heaven. Located at the very center of the tree trunk, it is wrapped in a special silver pattern. There are other ability names next to Void Hidden Heaven. Elemental ability, Great Heaven, Yin Yang, Earth. Physical ability, Devouring the Ancient Body. The ability to make a sound, the Dream Without Words. Apart from Void Hidden Heaven, he had never heard of or seen the other three abilities. And look at the location of these abilities. It seems to be the highest level of its kind. No, it should be said to be the ability closest to the core. Elsewhere, near the tree trunks, Shenlin saw many void-level abilities. There are other abilities distributed in other parts of the tree. At a glance, it's impossible to count how many abilities there are. And Shenlin suspected that there were more abilities here than there were currently recorded, and most of them were described. The descriptions of some abilities are also a bit strange, especially Silent Dream. But why is there no measurement capability? And Shenlin searched around but still couldn't find where the power was. Soon, Shenlin discovered that the projection was not complete. And Shenlin stepped forward and made a shrinking gesture on the book. Then, beneath the original tree of power, a somewhat illusory, upside-down tree appeared. On the illusory tree, there are only 3 words, measurability. That's right, there are only these 3 words, unlike the tree with countless names of abilities on the right side. The tree only has the 3 words, measure your ability on it. It's as if they didn't bother to understand or assess his abilities. But soon, Shenlin noticed a few lines of text on the book. And Shenlin looked closely and quickly understood the contents. There are countless abilities in the world, 100 flowers blooming, and each of the 4 abilities has its own strengths. Quantitative ability is a very special kind of ability. The concept of quantitative ability not only includes the 4 types of abilities, but also some abilities that are simply incomprehensible. More importantly, the emergence of quantitative ability, virtual computing power, and reverse virtual computing power is very strange. It's as if it appeared out of thin air and was grafted onto the sequence. Just like when the original sequence appeared, it appeared suddenly. However, those with disordered abilities are very powerful and occupy an extremely important position in the war. The following words were damaged and could not be read further. So this is the information about my abilities? No. Are you just playing around? Isn't this information about overall capacity? TSK. Could it be that you're trying to tell me that my ability, like Meng Chongnin's Void Hidden Heaven, is a core ability? Is it a power similar to or fundamental to the Void Hidden Heaven? No. What's the use of this? I've definitely been fooled by that book again. And Shenlin scratched his head in frustration, then sighed helplessly and continued to look at the 2 large trees facing each other. Putting everything else aside, these 2 trees in front of us are truly magnificent. Even if Shenlin's ability is to measure, he still wouldn't be able to calculate how much power is on it in an instant. But just as Shenlin was was about to tally up how many abilities he had. The projection suddenly disappeared and the book closed. What's going on? And Shenlin asked, puzzled, and stepped forward to open the book again. But this time, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the book. Damn, I'm speechless. How can this little bit of information be enough? And Shenlin complained, then turned to leave. But the moment he turned around, a phantom figure appeared in front of him. Holy crap, a ghost? And Shenlin was frightened by the illusory figure in front of him. Is it something from within a cultural relic site? I am not something from a cultural relic site, I am a human being. Just as Shenlin was wondering, the illusory figure spoke softly. Who are you? And Shenlin asked, startled. You don't need to know these things. I'm here because I have something to ask you. The illusory figure spoke. What's the matter? And Shenlin began to adjust his heart and breathing. I am also an aberrant ability user, and your little tricks are useless against me. What I want to ask is, what did you just see? The illusory figure asked. And Shenlin fell silent. Just as he was about to speak, the illusory figure spoke. So I saw it after all? TSK, this is beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to come into contact with that thing so quickly. Never mind, it won't matter if you find out. You just need to know. What you just saw is the foundation of this world. I don't know what technology they used to replicate the sequence tree. None of that matters anymore. It doesn't affect you or me anyway. Alright, you should leave now. Someone will be coming to take over here shortly. The illusory figure spoke, raised its hand, and Shenlin appeared outside the spatial rift, where Meng Chongyin and Fistina were also present. Are you spying on me? And Shenlin asked, looking at the illusory figure. Spying on you? No, I can't spy on someone whose ability level is higher than mine. I was monitoring all of space, and here I discovered the fluctuations of the Celestials. I noticed you when you six-winged and four-winged Skywalkers almost came to blows. However, I did not make a move because that six-winged Skywalker was one of the few Skywalkers who showed goodwill towards humans. I knew she would save you, so I didn't intervene. However, I didn't expect that there would be a cultural relic site here. I won't say anything more. It doesn't matter what you guess in your heart. After saying that, the illusory figure disappeared. Meng Chongyin and Fistina also came to Shenlin's side. Who were you talking to just now? Meng Chongyin asked Shenlin, puzzled. They were wandering around the ruins of the ancient civilization when they were inexplicably teleported out. And Shenlin was then teleported out as well. After coming out, Shenlin seemed to be talking to someone. It's nothing, I just saw something interesting and was talking to myself. And Shenlin realized that Meng Chongyin and Feisty Diana could not see the illusory figure, and said calmly, really? By the way, how did we get teleported out? Is this the protection mechanism for this ancient civilization's ruins? Meng Chongyin asked, somewhat puzzled. Probably so. After all, it's normal for a civilization site of this scale to have some self-protection mechanisms, but the things inside aren't under our jurisdiction, so it's fine that we're out. Fistina stood beside Shenlin and smiled indifferently. Meng Chongyin nodded, no longer paying attention to the matter. And Shenlin looked intently at the spatial rift behind him that led to the ruins of the ancient civilization. Is someone watching? It seems the road ahead is going to be a bit troublesome. And Shenlin thought to himself, I've only been in the prism world for 2 days. Such a big thing happened. Although I've gotten what I wanted, it's of no use. But something is better than nothing. There's no adventurous experience to entering the prism world. However, it's highly likely they won't be allowed into any more prism worlds. Sigh, so many things have happened, and everything is unexpected. This is really troublesome. I should get some rest and prepare for my trip to Yanjing. And Shenlin thought to himself. Before long, other people arrived. Zhang Ling stepped forward to greet them and then began to guide them into the cultural site. As for Shenlin and the others, they were protected by another group of people. After that, they will be sent out. The news of the discovery of a civilization site in the Qingcheng prism world did not spread. This is, after all, a rather big deal. Therefore, the level of confidentiality is very good. Even Shenlin and the other two who were escorted out were reminded not to say too much. It seems that because this discovery is so significant, they are not prepared to leak any information until the opportune moment. However, after emerging from his predicament, Shenlin faced another crisis. Inside the restaurant, Shenlin was eating in silence. Meng Chongyin and Fistina faced off again. Didn't their relationship improve before? Why are they at odds again now? Good question. The main reason is, of course, Shenlin. Meng Chongyin knew about Shenlin's situation and his family's circumstances, so she wanted Shenlin to go to Yanjing with her. It just so happens that Chu Xiao and the others are also in Yanjing, so the four of them can look after each other in Yanjing. We can also train together regularly. But what are Festina's thoughts? She said she had finally managed to get out of the city and didn't want to go back so soon. So I want to stay in Tianyi City. This immediately shut in Shenlin, who originally wanted to stay in Tianyi City. Then, unsurprisingly, the two began to confront each other. Once I get back, I'll buy a plane ticket to the next city. And Shenlin thought to himself. He did not accept any of the offers. Instead, she was thinking about how to distance herself from the two people. He He had been exhausted for a year, and he wouldn't have come to Qingcheng if it weren't for the contents of the prophecy book. Besides, once he goes to university, he'll be troubled by all sorts of things. He won't cause any trouble for himself in the next 2 months. But Shenlin couldn't leave secretly, because he is the main character being discussed. In the end, Shenlin still left, quietly using his abilities. Immediately after leaving, Shenlin began booking tickets to other cities. By the time the two realized it, Shenlin was already in the car heading back. After returning to his home in Tianyi City, he simply packed a few clothes and left. The Book of All Delusions was also taken away. If you don't take it, it will come looking for you. So you should probably keep it with you. Finally I can rest? On the plane, Shenlin stretched and looked out the window. Shenlin watched from the window as the defensive barrier on the plane unfolded, and then a pink-haired person sat down next to him, propping their head up and smiling at him. Shenlin was slightly taken aback, then felt someone sit down in the other seat. He turned his head to look, and saw that it was someone he knew. Shenlin. Half an hour later, Shenlin fell asleep leaning back in his chair. Fistina and Meng Qiumin on either side were also asleep, their heads resting on Shenlin's shoulders. Could it be that there was no argument? Of course there are, but it was Shenlin who got injured. The three of them then fell asleep from exhaustion. Separation line. On July 5th, Shenlin, who was traveling, returned to Tianyi City. The two who had been traveling with Shenlin boarded a plane back to Yanjing. On July 14th, the admission notices from Yenching University arrived, and unsurprisingly, all four of them were admitted to Yenching University. 8 students from Tianyi City were admitted to Yenching University, 4 of whom were from Tianyi No. 1 High School. Xu Xiao has also returned. He needs to collect the numerous rewards for being the top scholar. On August 1st, Shenlin followed Xu Xiao and Lin Qianxiu to the Prism World. Finally, due to repeated competition for resources with others, the Prism World trip, originally scheduled for half a month, was forced to end 3 days early. On August 15th, Fistina returned to Tianyi City and stayed there for a week before returning to Yanjing with Shenlin. On August 22nd, Xu Xiao and Lin Qianxiu arrived in Yanjing. On August 23rd, the 4 of them met up. Aha! September 11th, 7 days before the start of the semester at Yenching University, a person set foot in a manor in Yanjing. Qing Lu, you are not welcome here. A woman stopped him the moment he stepped into the manor. Is that so? Qing Lu smiled and raised his hand, and something resembling a seed appeared in his palm. Then Anqing gently pinched it. The woman who stopped Qing Lu exploded on the spot, her flesh and organs scattered everywhere. Get out here. Anqing Lu, am here to collect my first debt. Qing Lu smiled as he removed the pieces of viscera from his face and continued walking forward, saying this as he did so. Several figures appeared in the sky, their eyes filled with anger as they looked at Qing Lu. These people are all very strong, but Qing Lu still has a smile on his face. On the other side, in a cemetery in Yanjing, Shenlin stood in front of a tombstone and threw away the incense that had been lit for a short time. They're really putting on an act. There's not a single good person in the Yin family. Qing Lu was the same, otherwise, he wouldn't have killed her with his own hands. They even pretended to want me to offer incense. Did they really think erasing my memories would work on me? You agree, right? A reckless tool for securing a home? Shenlin looked at the beautiful girl who was pinned to the ground by him with the sky-floating spear, and asked indifferently. The girl didn't speak, but continued to cast pitiful glances at Shenlin. She looked like an innocent young girl, and anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her, but Shenlin didn't. It's disgusting and ugly. It's just a puppet, so stop being so pretentious. Shenlin looked away and began to offer incense to the tombstone. By the time the semester started, Yenching University was open for registration. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Shenlin, who was usually sleeping, arrived at the cemetery. She came with Xu Xiao. Then I'll go over there to sweep my parents' graves. Xu Xiao smiled and then parted ways with Shenlin. Shenlin looked at Xu Xiao, and he knew that Xu Xiao was also feeling very sad. When Xu Xiao and Lin Qianxiu came to Yanjing, it was to retrieve the belongings left to him by his parents. It seemed that he had learned something, which caused Xu Xiao to remain depressed for a long time. So much so that he didn't do what he had said long ago, to come and sweep his parents' graves. Coming here now is something he has thought about for a long time. Shenlin also came to his mother's grave and lit 3 incense sticks as usual. Shenlin's mother's name was Yen Lin, and she was a member of a collateral branch of the Yin family in Yanjing. It can be said that Shenlin has both status and background. Unfortunately, his father belonged to the Yin family, specifically a collateral branch, and was also known as an inexhaustible tool. Oh dear, Mom, your son is about to go to college. Yenching University, isn't your son impressive? I heard that you, Mom, also graduated from Yenching University. Can you tell your son that? Do you know anyone at Yenching University? Tell your son in a dream. Forget it. Given Anqing's way of offending people, even my mom's friends don't have a good impression of me. I'd rather not invite trouble upon myself. After offering incense, Shenlin sat to the side and talked to himself. To be honest, Shenlin has no relatives. The Yin family wanted to use him as a tool, and to them, he could only ever be a tool. The Yen family, well, the Yen family had already fallen out with the Yin family, not to mention any connections the Yen family might have. Although some people from the Yen family came looking for us during this period, the goal was to have him change his name to Yen and become a member of his mother's collateral branch. However, Shenlin refused. His surname is An, which was given to him by his mother, and it has nothing to do with the Yin family. It is the peace of being quiet, the safety of living peacefully, and the tranquility of living a long and stable life. It's not the Yin from Anja. His name wasn't given to him by Anqing, it was given to him by his mother, so he won't change it. Even if he were to change it, he wouldn't change it to Yen. Compared to the Yin family, the Yen family is better, but not much better. If he hadn't assessed his abilities, the Yen family wouldn't have come looking for him. I'm not going to say anything more, Mom. I'm going to register at Yinqing University. I'll come see my mom again later, but next time, I'll have to bring something with me. After talking to himself for a while, Shenlin left. Dad, how come you're so amazing? Mom, you're pretty amazing too, staying by Dad's side for so long. Uncle Meng is even more impressive. He kept the affair between the two of you a secret all along. I can't believe what you two would be like without Uncle Meng. Forget it, it's all in the past. I know who killed you. My brother's father. Don't overthink it. My brother is great except for being a little lazy. Completely different from that person. So don't worry, what happened back then can't happen again. To target one's brother's father, that's a bit inappropriate. Alas, one can only say that life is unpredictable. Oh, right, Mom, I have something to tell you. The Skybreakers killed 2 million people in Tianyi City. Among them were my very kind neighbors. And there were many people who were kind to me in the past. Before coming here, I went to the Tianyi City Blood Disaster Warning Monument and swore an oath to those 2 million people before coming to Yanjing. Mom, I hate the Tianjing people, even though there might be good people among them, but I won't show any mercy when I encounter a celestial warrior in the future. Just treat him like a son, he's just venting for no reason. Dad, Mom, your son is gone. Xu Shao smiled bitterly and kowtowed to the two graves in front of him. He then stood up and took out a small box. Upon opening the box, one finds fragments of a prism emitting a faint glow. This is something he took from the edge of the prism world when he entered it, to be used as a sacrifice for his mother. Mom, if we can't go back, let's use this to remember her. Xu Shao scattered the prism fragments, which continued to reflect light after landing, but he didn't know how long they would continue. After doing all this, Xu Shao left. After walking a distance, he saw Shenlin squatting under the tree. Everyone else leans against a tree and looks cool, but you're the opposite, you have no image at all. Xu Shao looked at Shenlin and said with a smile, don't do anything superficial, trying to look cool is exhausting. Let's go report now. Meng Chongyin and the others should have already reported. Let's hurry over there too. And Shenlin stood up and said, let's go. Xu Shao nodded and left side by side with Shenlin. Walking down the street, Xu Shao looked at Shenlin and asked, if I were to kill your father, would you stop me? And Shenlin shook his head and said without hesitation, no, because I want to kill him too. However, he's very powerful, you'll need to put in some effort to kill him. That's true, Xu Shao said, then fell silent. This is nothing like the Xu Shao of the past. What are you thinking about? I'm wondering how my dad managed to win over my mom. Because my mom is a little bit special. Who knows? How could we possibly know about our parents' generation? Just like I don't know why my mom married my dad. Xu Shao looked at Shenlin, the guy who had attracted a lot of girls since he arrived in Yanjing. He thought Shenlin was a bit shameless. Is it that they genuinely don't know, or are they pretending not to know? If Shenlin knew what Xu Shao was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. Why would those people approach him? Did he not know? How many of them are normal people? They're basically just tools for settling down. Those tools are meant to devour people. Soon, the two took a taxi to Yinqing University. There were many people outside Yinqing University. Many people came to drop off their children. However, it can only be delivered to a certain distance. Because there were too many people, no one except students was allowed to approach within a certain area near Yinqing University. As soon as Shenlin and Xu Shao got out of the car, someone stepped forward and pushed through the crowd to let them in. Countless envious and scrutinizing glances came from the surrounding area. How did they know we were from Yinqing University? Xu Shao asked with some confusion. We all have Yinqing University admission notices on us, that's probably what we're relying on. And Shenlin said in a low voice, no, your information has already been entered into the student system within Yinqing University. Once you reach the vicinity of Yinqing University, we'll know where you are. That's what the person in charge of welcoming them said. Well, so it's high-tech, Shenlin said. And Shenlin. At the magnificent gate of Peking University, a fairy with pink hair waved at Shenlin. On one side were Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu. Come on, register here. The group was led aside by several people who appeared to be senior students. After their information was entered, the person in charge of registration couldn't help but take another look at them. Here you are. These are your dormitory keys at Yinqing University. Furthermore, flying is prohibited within university university grounds unless there are exceptional circumstances. After completing all the registrations, Shenlin and the others received their dormitory keys. Olden, we're roommates now. Xu Xiao put his arm around Shenlin's shoulder and said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. And Shenlin was somewhat helpless, living with Xu Xiao, who was always causing trouble. He could already imagine how painful his life would be from now on. Then we'll be going now, see you later. Fistina waved goodbye to Shenlin and the others. The boys and girls dormitories are not in the same area. Moreover, Yenqing University is very large, and it takes some time to walk there. Let me see. Building number 1, this is it. Xu Xiao and Shenlin arrived at the dormitory area. Their room number was 301 in building 1. Holy crap, a double room, 2 bedrooms and a living room, with a kitchen and a private bathroom. As expected of Yenqing University, even the accommodations are so luxurious. The walls are made of special rock, which is sturdy and soundproof. When Xu Xiao arrived at their dormitory, he was shocked by its luxurious interior. Don't even think about taking a piece to eat. This is where we live. If you do it, we'll be the ones who suffer. And Shenlin looked at Xu Xiao and spoke up to remind him. After discovering the special nature of his abilities, Xu Xiao started trying to eat almost anything he saw. He has developed a resistance to many things. The newer or more unusual something is, the more he wants to try it. During summer vacation in Prism World, there was a type of turtle with an extremely hard shell. Xu Xiao took advantage of their inattention to kill one of the turtles and eat it, and then, they were chased by a group of turtles. Honestly, Shenlin never imagined that one day he would be chased by a tortoise. Moreover, Xu Xiao's current absorption is no longer limited to using the power vortex. He has now evolved to the point where he can eat directly with his mouth, and his teeth are also mutating, subtly developing into shark teeth. Now that Lin Qianxiu has stopped him from directly swallowing things, Xu Xiao is now directly putting food in his mouth. But who is Xu Xiao? Would he listen to a woman? Well, he still would. And Shenlin is now genuinely afraid that Xu Xiao will kiss her as soon as he sees the wall. I'm not stupid enough to eat the place I live in, Xu Xiao said, but his gaze remained fixed on the wall. You'd better not. And Shenlin sighed as he straightened his clothes. Don't even think about it. We won't be staying here often. At most, we'll stay here during our freshman year. After our sophomore year, we spent most of our time on missions outside, so you won't be able to stay here for long, and don't expect it to be very comfortable. Once you get to university, you'll have to do all sorts of things. The protection they received during high school is no longer effective for them. Once you get to university, you'll need to fight for many of the resources yourself. Continuously performing tasks in exchange for resources is what most college student heterodox individuals need to do. Therefore, the accommodation is often just for show. After that, they spent most of their time on missions outside. Yeah, I get a headache just thinking about resources. By the way, Lawan, when do you estimate you'll reach the boundary river level, tier 3? Xu Xiao looked at Shenlin, and Shenlin rolled his eyes and said, it's still early, at the earliest it will be next year. That's pretty fast. Reaching the boundary river level, 3rd tier, in just 2 years has already surpassed many people. Crossing ranks among those of different orders is not actually that easy. Being able to reach the boundary river level, 3rd tier, in one's freshman year is already enough to be called genius. Even at Yenqing University, a top-tier university, this would place him among the best of his class. However, Yenqing University and the 6 major universities are, after all, gathering places for geniuses. Even if you rank among the top students in your class, you're still just sitting with others. Oh my, I wonder what surprises they'll have for us at the opening ceremony. Xu Xiao lay on the sofa and said, they heard that something interesting happens at the opening ceremony every year. Moreover, the freshman placement competition will be held shortly after the opening ceremony. It's about ranking the new students. Initial resources and subsequent teacher selection are based on the ranking of new students. No surprise is ever a good thing, and Shenlin said that he didn't want any surprises. However, before he could finish speaking, someone sent a message to Shenlin. It was a picture sent by Li Dao. In the picture, Li Dao is making a peace sign and sitting in the middle of a group of people. There were quite a few people around, but judging from the surrounding environment, it seems like we're in the land of cherry blossoms. How did he end up in Japan? Just as Shenlin was wondering, Li Dao sent a message saying, every year at the start of the school year, we third-year students come to the land of cherry blossoms and compete against people from the University of Tokyo. The prize for the competition is access to the Prism World, owned by the University of Tokyo. Around this time every year, many of our classmates who were playing with us would run into problems. Wait until your brother Li Dao cuts their heads off for you. And Shenlin, well, he's now witnessed firsthand the formidable strength of Yenqing University. Every year at the start of the school year, they would rob schools in other countries, and not only rob them, but also assault them. Japan is selected every year, occasionally along with other countries. But these countries dared not refuse. They claimed it was for exchange and learning, but they actually came to rob and beat people. Who can blame us when there are so many American lackeys around China? China doesn't use any other methods to deal with these countries. It simply sends students to exchange and learn from from them. As for how many people will be injured, that's beyond their control. They can only blame the fact that these people are too weak. In fact, most people in most countries don't want to face students from Yenching University, because Yenching University students are notoriously fierce. The world's 5 top universities are St. Karen College in the United States, Yenching University in China, the Russian War Academy, Asgard College in Northern Europe, and finally, Olympia College in Greece. Compared to other unusual students, Yenching University students all possess a fierce determination. Even people from the other 4 major universities in the world wouldn't dare to provoke people from Yenching University. Just like this year, Yenching University's opening ceremony was once again held in Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, without any other countries accompanying them. While waiting for the opening ceremony, we'll probably hear about the successes that so-and-so from our school has achieved in the exchange program. That sounds nice, but if you ask around carefully, of the 10 opponents, 6 were seriously injured, and the remaining 4 were finished. This is an essential program at Yenching University every year when the new semester begins. There is none like it, neither in other universities in the world nor in other universities in China. After tidying up the dormitory, and Chen Lin and Xu Xiao then left to meet up with Meng Chongyin and the others. The 5 of them strolled around Yenching University together. To be honest, the biggest impression they got from Yenching University was that it was deserted. Yes, that's right, it's deserted. There were very few students in the vast Yenching University. The students you can see are mostly freshmen who have just enrolled, and a small number of sophomores. Even if I saw some senior students along the way, they were very few. It felt like the entire university was deserted. Okay, most of the students went to do the tasks. Naturally, there weren't many people on campus. A small incident occurred while the 5 of them were strolling around together, and Chen Lin and his group encountered a group of people from the Yin family. Anjiao was admitted to Yenching University. However, the other party only stared at Shenlin from a short distance for a while before leaving. I have no idea what they are doing. As we were about to part ways, Xu Xiao finally couldn't hold back any longer and whispered in Shenlin's ear. Olden, what's your relationship with that Fistina? You're not two-timing her, are you? And Shenlin? He looked at Xu Xiao with a puzzled expression and said, what do you mean? Fistina and I are friends. And what's with this playing both sides nonsense? Have I ever actually done that? Please don't slander me, okay? Xu Xiao looked at Shenlin with a puzzled expression. Are you genuinely unaware or pretending not to know? Xu Xiao and Fistina did not spend much time together. I had met her a few times before the start of the semester, but I didn't know her well. But now the 5 of them are walking together, even though nothing has happened. But looking at Festina's expression, it's obvious that she, like Meng Chongyin, has feelings for Shenlin, okay? And Shenlin isn't a blockhead, is he? How could he not sense something like this? It's an act. This is definitely an act. Xu Xiao whispered in Shenlin's ear. Hey Laowen, are you going to want both of them? Although Fistella and Dreamy Sound are both very beautiful and they match you quite well, but this is not advisable. Both of them are from Yenjing. I don't know about Festina's situation, but Meng Chongyin's family would absolutely not allow it. If you were born a little earlier, in ancient times, there might have been a chance, but it's really impossible now. And Lin, what are you thinking about? You should go and focus on your Lin Xianxiu. Don't worry about my affairs, it's too early for that. And Lin said impatiently. The situation between Fistina and Dream Resonance was already difficult to handle. Although both of them were very good looking, and Lin was not particularly moved. Perhaps it's because the ability to measure was used too many times. And Lin himself realized that he was a bit slow on the uptake in this area. But I don't plan to do anything about it, because these things need to be done slowly. Even when facing Fistina and Meng Chongyin, he had to take it slow, because for some reason, he felt a little strange in front of the two of them. I had that feeling from the very first time we met. It's a feeling of knowing something, but not knowing where or how you came to know it. Because of this feeling, and Lin always regarded them as close friends. As for any extra feelings, to be honest, there was a moment of it, but it was gone very quickly, and I don't know why. Alright, I hope you'll make the right decision then, Laowen. Otherwise, if those two start fighting, I'll only be able to see if I can leave you a whole corpse. Xu Xiao said with a smile, then glanced at the 3 people who were chatting happily. Nothing is happening right now, but if Lin Xianxiu weren't around and they were talking about Lin, then everything becomes uncertain. After wandering around Yenching University for a long time, the 5 of them parted ways and returned to their dormitories. Oh, and something dramatic happened in the dorm too. Fistina and Meng Chongyin are roommates. In addition, freshmen at Yenching University are not allowed to live off campus. So what will happen in the coming year is really predictable. As for Lin himself, he went to sleep after returning to his dormitory. Really? It's only 9 o'clock and you're already going to bed? Xu Xiao sat in the living room, looking at Lin's door with a strange expression. Olden is going to bed way too early. Doesn't he need to cultivate? Or is sleeping his cultivation method? Although it seems a bit illogical, it makes perfect sense when applied to Laowen, because Xu Xiao had never seen Laowen cultivate for for an extended period of time. They all spend more time cultivating than sleeping, wishing they could use all their sleeping time for cultivation. However, Shenlin spends more time sleeping than cultivating, wishing he could cultivate for a whole week. If Shenlin can improve so quickly even though he sleeps longer than he cultivates, so Shenlin is most likely cultivating when he's sleeping. I'm a little curious about what Laowen's body structure is like. For the next 2 days, Shenlin and Chu Xiao did nothing. There was no class assignment, because within universities, colleges are divided according to ability. Shenlin is at the Measuring Ability Academy. Chu Xiao and Meng Chongyin are at the Dimensional Ability Academy. Devour is a dimensional ability. Lin Xianqiu is in the Elemental Abilities Academy, majoring in Ice Element. Fistina is the Academy of Abilities. A college has different departments, which are distinguished according to the categories of abilities. There are many elemental categories because elemental abilities make up a large proportion of the abilities of the outcasts. The other main categories of abilities are support and offensive, followed by some special categories that only exist within the abilities themselves. The system has the fewest dimensional and quantitative abilities. Because there are very few people with this ability, there are very few departments. If the quantity doesn't meet the standard, the department won't even be included. Furthermore, different colleges have different classrooms. Do you think there's very little overlap between students from different colleges? No. Actually, there are very few classes. Most of the time, teachers are answering students' questions about their abilities. Some less important courses are electives, taken together by students from several colleges. Their main learning content consists of professors within the department explaining the abilities and how to use those abilities. This isn't a systematic teaching method. It's taught according to different individuals, and then there's practical application. Of course, only the better the school, the more teachers and resources it has. The third day, September 20th. The opening ceremony of Yenching University has begun. The opening ceremony was held in the gymnasium of Yenching University. The seating is arranged according to the college. There are so few people. And Shenlin thought to himself as he looked at the people in his academy's seating area. The College of Measurement and Ability has only 87 places. The neighboring dimensional category has 1,000 people. The dimensional category is not limited to space-related categories. Their mental abilities are about the same. There are 10,000 new students, and the 10,000 sitting in this stadium are geniuses from all over China. They are arranged in a fan shape, with one area being empty, presumably where the teachers sit. Those who can sit here are all proud people. So, apart from people I know, the others looked at each other with disdain, fighting spirit, and something else indescribable. Just as Shenlin was about to sit down in the back, a teacher appeared next to Shenlin and pointed to the first row, where no one was sitting, and said, "Your seat is in the first row." "Ha? Isn't it supposed to be any seat you want?" Shenlin asked, looking puzzled. "Others can sit anywhere, but you can't," the teacher said. Shenlin was a little confused, but after seeing Meng Chongyin and Fistina alone in the first row in the distance, he understood what was going on. The first row was empty because only those considered the best in the academy can sit here, and he was the top student in the academy. Shenlin sat in the middle of the first row, and immediately countless eyes were cast his way. Shenlin sighed helplessly, then absent-mindedly sat down in the scalding hot first row seat. The academy's number one is the undisputed strongest person. Yenching University wouldn't fabricate a first-choice candidate. Those who can sit in the first row are basically the ones who are unanimously recognized as the best by all the judges at Yenching University. They are also considered to be among the top 5 freshmen. Few of those who get into Yenching University are willing to admit defeat. Their eyes were filled with burning fighting spirit as they looked at the people in the first row. On the other hand, what about the people in the first row? Some were disdainful, some were calm, some were arrogant, and some were sleeping? Seriously, you can fall asleep sitting in the front row? That's so weird. Here we go again. Meng Chongyin sighed helplessly as she saw Shenlin asleep. Lin Xianqiu and Chu Xiao were quite helpless when they saw Shenlin's tendency to stir up trouble. Fistina, however, still looked at Shenlin with a smile. That guy is amazing. He can even sleep in this situation. In the preparation room, a man looked at Shenlin, who was asleep in his seat, and said something. Their abilities are quite distinctive, and besides, they are people who have been favored by the Venerable One. How could he be weak? Just watch, even if he's challenged, no one can beat him. That's not necessarily true. People who are too arrogant often suffer the most. But that guy isn't arrogant. If you really want to know, nobody knows what his full strength is like. Do you think anyone can force him to use his full power? I can't think of anyone but Fistina. It's a pity that Luo Qianya went to Shanghai University. Otherwise, I really wanted to see a fight between the two of them. Luo Qianya's emotions are too much of a factor. Although his strength is good, he's not a good person. However, she's most likely no match for Fistina and Shenlin. It seems like Shanghai University is recruiting a lot this time? Yes, because Luo Qianya was there, plus Luo Qianya's speech after the college entrance examination. So a lot of people with the capacity went there, probably around 400. Luo Qianya, a student at Shanghai University, declared after the college entrance examination that as long as individuals with abnormal abilities came to Shanghai University, the Luo family would provide them with a large amount of cultivation resources. Then a lot of people were able to go to universities in Shanghai. Oh, I see. Never mind, this isn't something we need to worry about. Alright, that's enough chatting, it's time for us to go on stage. As he spoke, the 5 people in the preparation room disappeared. When they reappeared, the 5 of them were sitting in the second row of empty seats. After the 5 people appeared, the entire room fell silent, and everyone stared at them, except for one person. The 5 people appeared without saying a word, but many people guessed their identities, the deans of the academy. Shortly after the 5 appeared, many teachers walked out from the other side of the passage and sat in the seats behind them. The first row of seats was empty, but everyone knew who could sit there. Soon, a man with squinting eyes and a beautiful young woman appeared in the first row. President of Yenqing University, Shikong Level, 7th rank, Bei Chang'en. Xinyu, Vice President of Yenqing University, Shikong Level, 7th rank. Good morning, freshmen. Welcome to Yenqing University. I am Bei Chang'en, the President of Yenqing University. Bei Chang'en spoke softly, without a megaphone and in a low voice, yet his voice still resonated in everyone's ears. And Shenlin was also woken up and looked towards the teacher's seat. I am your vice principal, Xinyu. Xinyu, standing to the side, said with a charming smile, before the opening ceremony begins, we have a program for you to enjoy. A program? There's a program to watch at the opening ceremony? After Xinyu finished speaking, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a square projection appeared in the center of the stadium. The projected content showed people wearing Yenqing University uniforms fighting against several others. Who is fighting their people? Through friendly exchange studies between our school and Sakura University of Tokyo, our school's 10 representatives successfully defeated the 10 representatives from Sakura University of Tokyo. I have obtained the qualification to enter the Prism World of Cherry Blossoms, the Fall of the Heavenly Grass. Unfortunately, the 10 representatives of Sakura made a major mistake due to nervousness when facing our students. This resulted in serious injuries to all 10 people, and our student Li Dao even accidentally killed one of the representatives. However, the final result was good, so let's congratulate these 10 representatives. Congratulations on our school's outstanding performance and resounding victory abroad, Xinyu said with a smile, looking very satisfied with what the 10 students had done. A burst of enthusiastic applause immediately erupted in the arena. Everyone stared intently at the content projected on the 4 sides. The last thing projected was Li Dao killing the last representative from the University of Tokyo with a carefree laugh. This kind of back-to-school program is so awesome. As expected of Yenqing University, their opening ceremony program was even more explosive than they had imagined. They really love shows like this. And Shenlin clapped his hands and smiled as he watched Li Dao's performance. Li Dao is still as strong as ever. As a low-level ability alien, Li Dao has always been in the top 3. If Li Dao happens to be in time for the World Championships, these people have a high probability of winning first place. Speaking of the World Championship, the World Championship is held every 4 years and only allows students from various countries to participate. Last year there was a World Championship, and the next one will be when they are in their junior year, just when they will meet the minimum requirements to participate. Sigh, there are a lot of troublesome things. However, the most troublesome thing is what happens next. Yenqing University has a strong martial arts tradition, if I'm not mistaken. They won't be able to talk for long before they start fighting. Newcomer placement competition, those who rank higher will receive more resources. Once I get into Yenqing University, I basically won't need to worry about any of this anymore. I might as well just surrender. No, that won't work. Those teachers know I'm hiding my true strength. So even if you surrender, the teachers will still put you in first place. Then there will be even more to come. And if I don't perform well enough at Yenqing University, 9 times out of 10, the people from the Yin family and the Yen family will take advantage of the situation and do something underhanded. Moreover, I will be teammates with Meng Chongyin and the others, and I'm sure many people will disagree. It seems I have no choice but to put in as little effort as I want. And Shenlin thought about what might happen next and sighed helplessly. He discovered something. No matter where he went, he couldn't just give up. If I hadn't gotten into a fight during the college entrance exam, I probably wouldn't have been assigned to this position. No, that's unlikely. These teachers aren't stupid. It seems like we have no choice but to go through with it. I'm so tired. The Dark Ages were an era of war, similar in nature to World War II. Moreover, there were assassination attempts and such earlier. Nothing comes from nowhere. Please be careful with your words. As in Shenlin had predicted, what happened next was exactly what he had foreseen. It's about welcoming these new students and introducing them to the various things and environment on campus. It's just a template change, and many people aren't interested in it, because what they are most interested in is the subsequent freshman placement competition. Finally, we will announce the resources for the top 100 freshmen in the first round. After a lengthy lengthy explanation, Xinyu said something that had everyone's attention. In Yinqing University, ranking among freshmen and achieving a certain rank grants access to considerable cultivation resources. The cultivation resources at Yinqing University are incomparable to those they usually obtain outside. Everyone, please look at the projector, Xinyu said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, resources given to the top 100 freshmen appeared in the middle of the gymnasium. First place, 20 rare yellow grade, level 3, top grade spiritual plants and 20 top grade spiritual objects corresponding to the corresponding ability. 48 hours in a special grade. Spiritual energy cultivation room with 20 times the concentration of the corresponding level, 1 dragon yellow alloy special weapon, and 1 guidance from the principal. Second to 5th place, 15 each, 32 hours in the training room, 1 specially made weapon of 1000 spirit alloy, and 1 guidance from the vice principal. 6th to 20th place, 8 of the above, 16 hours in the training room, 1 military issue weapon, and 1 guidance session from the vice dean. Rank 21 to 100, 2 of each of the above, 4 hours in the training room, 1 standard weapon. What do you mean by this reward? Abundant. Absolutely abundant. What does specific rarity mean? It means that these spiritual plants and objects are only available at Yinqing University or within the National Reserve. Even if these spiritual plants and objects are not top grade, but the lowest grade, they are still comparable to some top grade spiritual plants and objects. Then there are the weapons. Putting aside the dragon yellow alloy weapon that ranked first, the moon grade, tier 6, alloy weapon is so durable that it's hard to say how long it will last. Even standard military weapons and ordinary standard weapons are not ordinary weapons. Perhaps some members of large families don't need it, but others may not. The top tier cultivation room is a place used to accelerate cultivation. Cultivating here will not have any negative impact on the body. 1 hour of cultivation inside is equivalent to a whole day of cultivation outside. Moreover, there is no way for them to obtain a special grade training room in the early stages. It is only given out based on the freshman ranking. Then there's guidance. The effectiveness of expert guidance is self-evident. However, this is a reward for the initial freshman ranking, and only the top 100 people receive it, which is also the most generous reward. There won't be as many resources in the subsequent rankings, but there are many ways to acquire resources, and you'll need to work hard for them. Initial resources are just for getting started, but for some people, ranking is more important than resources. This was merely intended to ignite the competitive spirit of the 10,000 people present. Many people's eyes burned with desire as they looked at the rewards for the top 100. Xu Zhao's eyes were practically popping out of their sockets as he sat there. How could he not know the difficulty of acquiring resources after becoming in out of order? So after seeing the reward, he secretly resolved to get a top 5 finish. And Shenlin, however, rested his chin on his hand, appearing nonchalant. Such resources, that's quite a generous offer. Is it to get us ranked and motivate others to compete? There are no mediocre people who can get into Yinqing University. No one is willing to stay behind others or not be ranked at all. Therefore, this method is used to stimulate the competitive spirit of all students. The resources gained from rankings are only a small fraction. According to Li Dao, most resources need to be earned through their own efforts. The higher the ranking, the more ways there are to acquire resources, but that doesn't mean that people who are ranked lower or not ranked at all don't have similar ways to acquire resources. But those methods, restrict and strive for, only the strong can strive for them. Therefore, unfairness will occur, because the strong will continue to get stronger, and the gap between the two will continue to widen. But there is no such thing as fairness among those who are outside the established order. Ability, talent, and hard work are all indispensable, and for some people, background is an additional factor. However, this is already quite good. As long as we don't slack off, we will basically have cultivation resources. Otherwise, ordinary students at Yinqing University wouldn't be so sought after by various war groups and forces. From the moment I entered Yinqing University, it was unfair to students from other universities. However, something even more unfair is about to happen. When Shenlin saw the initial ranking resources for freshmen provided by Peking University, he knew the university's intentions. No, I should say that most people know what Yinqing University wants to do. The pyramid model is pretty much the same for other schools as well. However, this move was successful and has already ignited the fighting spirit of many people. Looks like I'll have to do some really tiring stuff. And Shenlin yawned and mentally made one last complaint. I'm sure everyone has seen the rewards for the top 100, right? Without further ado, let's announce the top 100. Xinyu's lips curled into a wicked smile as she spoke. As expected, and Shenlin gave a helpless smile. Li Dao once said that the ranking of freshmen is very chaotic and a free-for-all, so the initial rankings are very different from the later rankings. But, in the past, the opening ceremony was held on the largest playground inside Yinqing University. However, they took place inside the stadium. There were even instances where only one person was allowed to sit in the first row. This has never happened before. Usually, after the conversation is over, a chaotic fight immediately breaks out. The last 100 people are the top 100. 100. Now, it's clear what they want to do: challenge the competition. Soon, the projection of the top 100 appeared. Festina's name was first, and Shenlin's was second, and Meng Qiaomin's was third. The top 5 are probably the 5 people sitting in the first row. Xu Xiao is 6th, and Lin Qianxiu is 9th. However, what's most striking about this ranking isn't the ranking itself, but rather the strength and ability levels listed after the names. First place, Festina, peak of the second tier of the mist, with the ability of the void level. Second place, and Shenlin, late stage of Suiwu, second tier, heavenly level, unpredictable, ability. The third place winner is Meng Qiaomin, a late stage second order mist cultivator with void level dimensional abilities. Sixth place, Xu Xiao, late stage of the second order of the mist, yellow level dimensional ability. Among the 100 people, all of them were at the second tier of the year mist level, and the 100th person was at the mid stage of the second tier of the year mist level. And Shenlin's unpredictable nature beyond the heavenly rank and Xu Xiao's yellow rank abilities are the most dazzling. Moreover, many people have noticed that 4 of the top 5 people have void level abilities. When they awakened this year, only 5 void level abilities were announced, but 1 void level quantitative ability was in Shanghai, and another void level physical ability went to Chang'an military. Wait a minute, this number is wrong. Why is there one more? The first ranked void level ability wasn't mentioned in the published information, was it? What's going on? I'm sure you all have a lot of questions, right? Just then, Principal Bei Chang'an smiled and squinted, and everyone looked at him. It's okay to have doubts. Please remember, there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. We didn't use the usual grading method this time because your class is quite interesting. Take our student Xu Xiao for example. He has a yellow level ability and is the first yellow level student recruited by Peking University in 10 years. Ability level doesn't represent everything. After all, you're all only at the second level of the mist, and there's still a lot of room for development in the future. Secondly, there's the strength shown on the leaderboard. As everyone has probably noticed, there isn't a single person on the leaderboard who is at the spirit dust level, first tier. And I can also tell you here that among this year's new students, Yenqing University admitted a total of 381 students who entered the Suiwu class, second stage, before the National College entrance examination. Can you guess how many students we have in the mist level, second stage, this year? Everyone fell silent, only then remembering something: the college entrance examination is a streaming system. The spirit dust level, first tier, and the mist level, second tier, are in different examination rooms. Is this the first time such an exam format has appeared? Why? It's very simple. There weren't enough second order, second tier fogs in the past, but there are plenty this year. I'm sure everyone understands what's going on, Bei Chang'an continued. This freshman ranking competition is a performance by these 960 people, and also a one-man show by a few. Those at the spirit dust level are ineligible to participate in this ranking competition. After Bei Chang'an finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Many people's excited expressions disappeared, replaced by dissatisfaction and contemplation. Only a small number of people appeared calm and composed. These were the second tier, Suiwu level. Just as I thought, and Shenlin thought to himself. He had already guessed that this would be the case. In the past, there weren't many second-order fog level fogs, but there have been quite a few this year. They expected there would be many, but they didn't expect this year's to be 10 times that of last year. This change exceeded everyone's expectations. No wonder the opening ceremony, which used to be held on the playground, has been moved to the gymnasium. This is because there was no real melee at all. What followed was just a battle between those 960 people. Many people felt relieved after their initial dissatisfaction and anger subsided. What can be done if they can't let it go? Most of these people are at the peak of the spirit dust, first order, not far from the second tier of the year mist level, but the lowest among the top 100 are all mid-stage year mist level. Even if they boast about how powerful they are, claiming they can fight against ordinary outcasts even if they are much stronger. But they didn't have that confidence when facing other students at Yenqing University. People should have self-awareness. Everyone has some guesses about what to do next. However, I want to say that although this is a performance, a one-man show, there are always unpredictable things that can happen in a play. If you believe you are capable enough, you can also become an exception. This is your right, and we will not stop you. But if you just want to see how big the gap is, you shouldn't come up. It's a waste of time. Bei Chang'an said calmly. His words were a little hurtful, but that was the truth. If you don't have the skills, why would you want to go on stage and grab a ranking? Is that even fair? No one objects, right? Then let's begin now. Everyone ranked after 100 gets a chance to challenge. Those already ranked can also challenge for a spot, but they only have one chance, and it happens last. The challenge can be taken from now until midnight. The venue will only host one match at a time, so please be prepared. By the way, we have prepared teachers with healing abilities and teachers who can restore physical strength and energy for you. So please don't worry about a situation where there will be a series of challenges. However, please note that the top 100 players only have 8 minutes to defeat the person they are challenging. Otherwise, you'll lose. lose, Xinyu said with a smile, and then raised her hand, and the middle of the stadium was immediately covered with metal. The competition venue is ready. Many people were stunned when they heard Xinyu's words. 8 minutes? Doesn't that mean they have to go all out? Otherwise, if one person cowers in and doesn't fight, wouldn't they lose? Good. As expected of Yenching University, they can even make a freshman ranking competition into something amazing. It put pressure not only on the challenger, but also on the challenged. Starting now, 100 challenge slots available. First come, first served within 3 minutes. As they spoke, a projection appeared in front of everyone except those ranked in the top 100, showing who they wanted to challenge. But with the 3-minute time limit, not many people took action. Why? Many people began to doubt their own abilities after hearing Bei Chang'en's words, so they were thinking about whether or not they wanted to take on the challenge. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Shenlin looked at the announced order of challenges. The first shocking thing was that he was fighting against a mid-stage second-order mist cultivator. Of the 100 challenge slots, 10 were for him. As for Chu Xiao, he was in an even worse situation, with 31 people. Other average distributions. Chu Xiao couldn't help but swear when he saw the number of people challenging him. Honestly, they're treated really well. Nearly half the people come to challenge them. It seems everyone is quite curious about these two, so let's invite our classmate in Shenlin to come up on stage first. Xinyu's gaze fell on Shenlin, a smile on her face, and Shenlin reluctantly got up, then rolled over and jumped down. Then, a person sitting behind Shenlin jumped down as well, facing Shenlin. Xiaolin, heaven-level ability, extreme life flame, the challenger said calmly to Shenlin. Do I need to introduce myself? Shenlin asked, puzzled. No need. I'm here to defeat you, Xiaolin said calmly, quite arrogant. Shenlin's lips twitched. Both sides, take your positions. Battle, begin. As soon as Xinyu finished speaking, Xiaolin raised his hand, and several fireballs appeared beside Shenlin. The fireball exploded, and Shenlin was instantly engulfed in flames. He lost, Meng Chongyin said calmly from her seat. Sitting behind Meng Chongyin, Chu Xiao asked in confusion, why? Aren't they still testing each other? Meng Chongyin shook her head and said, his probing is to get information about Shenlin. This is something that all quantity-based abilities can do, but he is facing pure quantity-based abilities. Such probing is useless, it will only expose him. I can't figure it out. Xiaolin's eyes flashed with blue light, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. The next moment, Shenlin, whose eyes were glowing blue, suddenly rushed in front of him. So fast, I have to hurry. Xiaolin reacted quickly. As he retreated, he tried to set up a virtual calculation to analyze Shenlin's movements. Shenlin merely glared at Xiaolin, and Xiaolin's illusionary calculation collapsed, while the flames surrounding him began to become unstable. At this moment, Meng Chongyin said calmly, pure quantity capability is overwhelmingly superior to non-pure quantity capability in terms of virtual calculation. Non-pure quantity ability is essentially just having more virtual computing power. Their attacks are indeed stronger than similar types of abilities. Because of their analytical and targeted attacks, they possess superior combat capabilities compared to other similar types. However, when faced with pure quantitative power, their computational ability is negligible. Shenlin grabbed Xiaolin's head and pressed it down, while simultaneously raising his leg and striking Xiaolin's abdomen with his knee. I can't analyze it. My calculations are being suppressed. Xiaolin was hit hard, but he continued to analyze Shenlin, but it was no use. The flame of life. Countless small flames appeared in the arena. We can't use virtual computing power to fight him. We can't get close. We have to force him back. Xiaolin thought to himself, but it didn't work. Shenlin looked up at the flames. The firepower is all equal. Form an interwoven net to attack in an orderly sequence. Are you preparing to unleash even greater power when you force me to retreat? The idea was good, but it was useless. Aircraft modification, scattered splendor. Shenlin raised one hand and swept it backward. The next moment, all the flames that were about to approach were forced back by an invisible force. After thwarting the attack, Shenlin delivered an elbow strike to the back of Xiaolin's head. The force spread, and Xiaolin's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Battle over. Time taken, 32 seconds. Look, this is the difference between pure quantitative ability and non-pure quantitative ability. From the very beginning of the battle, the opponent's fighting style was flawed. His every step posed no threat to Shenlin. 32 seconds, actually Shenlin could have been faster. Shenlin simply didn't want to do that. Meng Chongyin said calmly from her seat. It's clear that Laowen didn't use any of his usual skills, but is the difference between abilities that aren't purely quantitative really that significant? Chu Xiao was somewhat puzzled. He had never tried to understand the difference between the two, only knowing that pure quantity of power was rare. The difference is quite significant. From what I understand, non-pure quantity capability is essentially just an additional virtual computing power that can be used. Before the new century, quantitative ability only included pure quantitative ability. Other abilities similar to those in the fire element that possess virtual calculation power are classified as fire element abilities. However, However, the awakening crystal classifies these abilities as quantitative abilities, so the range of quantitative abilities now includes 4 additional abilities. However, pure quantitative abilities are still rare, just like my spatial abilities. But compared to value, the value of sheer quantity is higher than mine. Meng Chongyin clarified Chu Xiao's doubts, making him understand the characteristics of quantitative ability even more clearly. I thought all the physical abilities were as abnormal as Lao An's. Chu Xiao slapped the back of the first row of chairs and said in a muffled voice. Meng Chongyin said, actually, and Shenlin is already one of the more abnormally powerful people among those with abnormal abilities. His mastery of his own abilities and his use of virtual computing power have surpassed those of other individuals of the same level who possess different abilities. Just like Xiao Lin, there's no need to analyze his every move in front of Shenlin. Really strong, Chu Xiao said. He had fought Shenlin many times, and in each battle he was able to force Shenlin to use his sky-floating spear. He even forced out other combat skills, but even so, he was no match for Shenlin and Meng Chongyin. Meng Chongyin almost won, but they really didn't know what Shenlin's true strength was. It's unrealistic to expect these people to force Shenlin to reveal his hidden strength. Battle over, and Shenlin wins. Xin Yu's voice came, and immediately someone stepped forward and took the unconscious Xiaolin away. Do you need a rest? A teacher asked Shenlin, and Shenlin shook his head. It didn't consume much. Xiaolin relied too much on virtual computing power. He only needs to use his virtual computing power to fight back, and he will lose most of his fighting strength. Therefore, he didn't suffer any losses in this battle. Next up, Anberlin. After Xiaolin was sent away, a young man jumped down and stood in the center. Upon hearing this guy's name, Shenlin's heart stirred, and then he looked at the young man. Anjia people. Dear teachers, may I ask if we can use weapons? And Belan rested his right hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist and looked at Bei Chang'an and the others. Please, Bei Chang'an said with a smile. Thank you. And Belan drew his long sword and assumed a fighting stance towards Shenlin. Is there some kind of subtle, mind-altering poison on the knife? This is really troublesome. Dream resonance. And Shenlin looked towards the area where the Dimensional Academy was located. Meng Chongyin immediately understood what Shenlin meant. She reached into her storage space, took out a silver tang sword, and tossed it to Shenlin. Shenlin took the tang sword and assumed a fighting stance. However, many people don't understand what Shenlin is trying to do, because his pure physical strength and close combat ability are relatively weak compared to other abilities. They would naturally regard Shenlin as one of the same people. Both sides are ready. Battle, begin. At Qin Yu's command, a faint light emanated from Belan's body, and he transformed into a blur as he rushed out. A physical ability user, apparently a speed-type user, no wonder they use weapons. Meng Chongyin analyzed. But Shenlin could win even without a knife, right? Chu Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, Shenlin probably has his own reasons, Meng Chongyin said. As he spoke, the other party had already arrived behind Shenlin and slashed down at Shenlin with his long sword. Shenlin calmly turned around, raised his tang sword to block the opponent's attack, and a wave of energy emanated from his body. At this moment, Shenlin's eyes shone with a pale blue light, and he looked at Belan with an indifferent gaze as if he were looking at an insect. And Belan's expression changed slightly, and he continued to attack Shenlin. But whether it was a stab, a flick, a slash, or an upward cut, Shenlin blocked them all with ease. And Belan hovered around Shenlin like a mosquito, constantly attacking him. It gleamed with a cold light, but what followed was the silver blade. Shenlin hasn't moved an inch since the start of the battle. The only significant movement he's made is turning around. Anberlin's attacks were as dense as raindrops. Shenlin, however, defended himself as if strolling leisurely, unhurried, and calm. The other party's actions were entirely within Shenlin's expectations, Meng Chongyin analyzed. I can tell. Shenlin is pretty good with knives. I can't beat him. I prefer guns. Chu Xiao spoke casually. Just then, a heavy clang rang out, and Shenlin used a single hand to send Belan flying. Wasn't it said that his physical fitness was poor? And Belan rolled onto the ground, panting heavily as he looked at Shenlin, his eyes filled with confusion. My physical abilities are indeed lacking, but I can make up for it with my abilities in battle. Shenlin slowly walked up to Belan, swinging his tang sword in his hand as if he were bored. But the next moment, a flash of silver light appeared, and Belan hurriedly raised his sword to defend, but was still forced back several steps. Just as Belan was about to retaliate, Shenlin appeared beside him. The tang sword slashed horizontally, and Belan barely managed to block it by supporting the blade. This is a measure of ability? And Belan was utterly shocked. Keep in mind that he is currently in a state of enhanced power, with improvements in all aspects, especially its own speed and reaction speed. However, when facing Shenlin, he actually felt a sense of powerlessness as if he were fighting against a high-level alien. So what? You think you can deal with me just by picking up a weapon? Shenlin's eyes flashed with blue light as he spun and kicked to the side, and Belan was instantly kicked away. What kind of skill is this? There's absolutely no mention of it in the intelligence. And Belan adjusted his posture in midair, and and quickly retreated after landing. Many people sitting in the stands frowned. This guy is acting strangely. This isn't how Fuyan Haiswan should behave. Interesting. A guy whose intelligence capabilities are completely inconsistent with his heavenly rank. No wonder there's an uncertain one behind his heavenly rank. This guy is very strong. Many people have given their opinions on Enchunlin. However, Enchunlin's gaze remained fixed on Enbalan. Enbalan accelerated again, transforming into a streak and arriving in front of Enchunlin in an instant. He tried to see a look of surprise on Enchunlin's face, but all he saw was Enchunlin's indifferent expression. His long sword thrust out, and the moment he reached Enchunlin's hand holding the sword made a blocking gesture upwards. A dazzling spark appeared as Enchunlin once again blocked Enbalan's attack. How is this possible? Enbalan exclaimed in astonishment. But he quickly launched a series of attacks on Enchunlin. But Enchunlin dodged or blocked them all. Enchunlin swung his longsword at Enbalan. Enbalan raised his sword to defend, but the longsword stopped just as it was about to fall. Ha! Enchunlin's cold laughter rang out. Then, in Enbalan's vision, a fist loomed large in front of him. Enbalan was sent flying, blood still gushing from his nose. Damn it! Enbalan regained his footing and charged at Enchunlin again. 8 directions flash. In an instant, 8 Enbalan appeared around Enchunlin and surrounded him, launching attacks on him simultaneously in different ways. Ha! Enchunlin looked calmly at Enbalan rushing towards him and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Simulated virtual unit enhancement. Virtual computing power and spiritual energy flowed rapidly within his body, using the various singularities that Enchunlin had already established within his body as fulcrums to quickly strengthen his physique. Yes, Enchunlin's physical condition is very poor, but he has his own ways of coping with it. Virtual enhancement instantly enhances a specific part of Enchunlin's body. The damage caused to the body by the instantaneous enhancement will all be transmitted into the air. At this moment, Enchunlin instantly spread the enhanced power throughout his entire body. Ha! Enchunlin's lips curled into a smile as he directly met Enbalan's attack. Amidst the glint of swords and the clang of blades, Enchunlin, like a fluttering butterfly, calmly deflected all attacks. Are different attacks difficult to counter? No, different attacks are essentially still attacks by the same person. Therefore, blocking all these attacks was incredibly easy for Enchunlin. Enchunlin seized the opportunity again and kicked Enbalan away. At this moment, Chu Xiao shouted at Enchunlin, "Olden, stop playing around. Let's finish this quickly and move on to the next one. We're all tired of watching." What? This guy was just playing around? Many people thought he was joking, but when they looked at Enchunlin again, they found Enchunlin's breathing was steady and his aura was strong, showing no signs of having just finished a major battle. No way? Is this guy really that weird? Alright, we've been playing for 2 minutes already, it's time to end this. Enchunlin sighed and walked to Enbalan's side. Enbalan has not yet lost his ability to fight, and he wants to continue attacking Enchunlin. Simulated 1000 wind slash. Enchunlin sighed softly, then slowly raised his sword. Countless slashes scattered outwards, but Enbalan disappeared just as he was about to be hit. His teacher intervened and saved him. I was just playing around with you. Don't think I'm really not strong enough, people of the Yin family. Enchunlin sheathed his knife, looked at the still shaken Enbalan, and said calmly. The room fell silent as everyone carefully considered Enchunlin's words. There was definitely something juicy going on, and a huge one at that. Enchunlin's performance was undoubtedly inconsistent with the abilities they knew him to be. Furthermore, Enchunlin also has some conflicts with the Yin family. But none of that matters anymore. What matters is that it's not surprising that Enchunlin is ranked in the top 5. It's common knowledge that he's not good at close combat. However, Enchunlin's close combat ability is already comparable to that of ordinary physical abilities. Moreover, Enchunlin only used one skill-like item from beginning to end. Changyin, do you have a chance to win against Enchunlin? In the position of elemental ability, a girl sitting in the second row asked Bei Changyin, who was sitting in the first row. Bei Changyin pondered for a moment, then said, if his strength is limited to this, it's a 90-10 split, I'll go 90-10. But his strength can't be limited to this. I know, but even if we both use our full strength, it's probably a 50-50 chance. However, I'm not interested in him. I'm interested in Fistina, who came in first place. Bei Changyin said, glancing at Fistina, who was staring at Enchunlin in the distance. At the peak of the year mist, second tier, even someone of the same age with exceptional talent could never reach the peak of the year mist in just over a year. Bei Changyin also comes from a family and enjoys countless resources because of her void-level abilities. Even so, he still did not reach the peak of the year mist, second tier. But Fistina achieved it. Therefore, Fistina definitely awakened ahead of schedule, at least 6 months earlier than expected. Just how powerful was the void-level ability that had been awakened ahead of time? This was something he desperately wanted to know. Therefore, compared to Enchunlin and Meng Chongyin who were ahead of him, he was more interested in Fistina. He wants to challenge Fistina even more. After Enbalan was defeated by Enchunlin, a person sitting in the area with special abilities showed a dissatisfied expression. Enbalan man is too useless. Cut off all his cultivation resources when we get back. And in Shenlin, go and think of other ways to deal with him. After he finished speaking, he felt a terrifying gaze lock onto him. Turning his head, he saw Fistina smiling and staring at him. He was puzzled and was about to pretend nothing had happened when he heard someone whisper in his ear, "Get hurt." The man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, but it was only a minor injury and he was fine. Damn it, a mental attack. Who dares to do that? Many people noticed his strange behavior. Some people are concerned, while others are curious. The teachers noticed his unusual behavior, but ignored it after seeing Fistina smiling. Conflicts between classmates? If you don't see it happening, just step in and resolve it. After Shenlin finished off in Balan, he rested briefly before moving on to the next match. The person who lasted the longest among those who challenged him, ranked 100th, was a person with disordered physical abilities. Because it was a defensive ability, it lasted for 3 minutes. Then, the one who persisted the shortest was Xiao Lin from the very beginning. Later, probably because Shenlin got tired, his offensive intensity decreased, and Shenlin defeated all 10 people who challenged him in less than half an hour. This also showed many people just how strong the top 5 teams really are. After Shenlin, Xu Xiao was the next person to step up. Xu Xiao has quite a few opponents, many of whom believe that even the strongest yellow-level ability shouldn't be in the top 10, so they choose to challenge him. Xu Xiao did not refuse and jumped down after Shenlin's battle ended. "Olden, how are you feeling?" Xu Xiao asked with a smile as he stretched his body. "There's not much pressure, overall, they're not strong enough," Shenlin said calmly. "Others, they really want to refute it, but they can't find any way to refute it." Shenlin did not feel any pressure during the battle, and most likely had not even used his full strength. "As expected of you, it's going to be a bit more tiring for me, over 30 people. Damn it, do they really think I'm easy to bully?" Xu Xiao said fiercely, and Shenlin rolled his eyes and said, "With your yellow-level abilities, everyone must think you're easy to bully." "Ha ha, that's true," Xu Xiao laughed. "It's your turn to perform now," Shenlin said, then jumped onto the audience seats. "Of course I have to do my best," Xu Xiao said with a smile, twisting his neck. The teachers sitting in their seats. "And Shenlin's strength is a bit beyond our expectations," someone said. "That's normal. He's been to Prism World twice in the past 2 months. Given his unique understanding of abilities, it's normal for him to become stronger." "Isn't Shenlin's strength above that of Fistina?" "It's hard to say. Fistina awakened her powers ahead of time, and her abilities are still unknown. The strength they have shown so far is definitely the best among them. If Shenlin were to unleash his full power, he'd probably be evenly matched with Fistina." "What about Meng Chongyin?" "Meng Chongyin's strength is relatively weaker because she is the second Void Hidden Heaven. There aren't many resources available for reference, so she has to figure everything out on her own. Therefore, the full potential of Void Hidden Heaven has not yet been realized, and it is still somewhat lacking compared to Shenlin. Xu Xiao is similar. His ability has mutated, and the strength he is showing now is a combination of physical ability and dimensional ability. In fact, his strength should be about the same as Bei Chang'in's, but Bei Chang'in has a way to restrain Xu Xiao. If the two were to face off, Bei Chang'in would have a better chance of winning. What if Bei Chang'in faces off against either Fistina or Shenlin? He might not even be a match for Meng Chongyin, so naturally he wouldn't be a match for those two. "Xu, stop talking. Xu Xiao's battle has begun." While the teachers were chatting, Xu Xiao's battle began. With his yellow-level abilities, Xu Xiao was seen as the easiest target for challengers. "The battle is over. The victor is Xu Xiao." "Pa, I thought you were something special. You're just a paper tiger." Xu Xiao disdainfully tossed the person in his hand aside. This guy charged in aggressively and immediately unleashed his ultimate move. But what was the result? They didn't even last 2 minutes against Xu Xiao. Everyone else fell silent upon seeing the result of the match. Xu Xiao's combat power once again exceeded their expectations. "Olden, look how awesome I am. I actually fell asleep." "Oh well." Xu Xiao was about to show off to Shenlin, but in the blink of an eye he saw Shenlin leaning against the chair and fast asleep. Honestly, Shenlin is probably the only one who could fall asleep in this situation. If they can't show off to Shenlin, they'll show off to Lin Xianxiu and the others. Lin Xianxiu happily cheered for Xu Xiao, while Meng Chongyin and Fistina clapped for Xu Xiao with smiles on their faces. However, Xu Xiao's battle was not over yet. This is just the first one. There are 30 more to come. An hour and 50 minutes later, Xu Xiao, panting, defeated the last person. "Damn, this is so tiring." Xu Xiao lay down on the ground after finishing the fight. Fighting 31 people, even with people helping to restore stamina and provide healing, was still exhausting. Despite being exhausted, Xu Xiao still demonstrated his formidable strength. No one who challenged him could last 5 minutes in his hands. Others also realized something, that almost none of the people in the top 10 are easy to deal with. The challenges continue. Subsequent challenges did not see the same kind of battles resolved in a minute as those between Shenlin and Xu Xiao, but most people still managed to finish the fight within 5 minutes. Only a few people managed to finish the fight within the 8-minute time limit. The first round of fighting ended after 4 hours. Is it a long time? Yes, it is a long time. However, those who appeared in the first round of battles were basically in the mid-stage of the Suewu, second tier. The person who is making this challenge is definitely among the top 300. Those who originally wanted to take on the challenge lost interest after seeing their challenge. They consider themselves geniuses, believing that few of their peers can beat them. But you should know that they can only be called geniuses who are 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000. And among the top 100, at the very least, it's 1 in 1,000. There are 10 million people of the same age but different order, and even if it's 1 in 1,000, there are still 10,000. Many people lost the will to challenge these top 100 fighters after seeing their performances. A temporary setback does not mean they will always retreat, because there are stronger people standing in front of them, and these people will become their targets to catch up with. Soon, the second round of battle began. However, only 80 people chose to participate in the battle this time. These are people who feel they still have a chance, and the people they challenge are basically those who are further down the list. They're all smart lads, Shinyu said with a smile as the first match of the second round began. Recognizing the gap in strength was the first lesson these top 100 people taught them. The first thing they need to do now is to avoid arrogance and complacency. Bei Chang'an rested his chin on his hand and said with a smile, "What about the top 100? This is just fueling their arrogance. They have reason to be proud, but in doing so, they are standing on the edge of a cliff. As long as they know they are outsiders, they know that while they are getting stronger, others are also getting stronger. Standing at the top for a time does not mean they will stay at the top forever. They can move forward with pride, but they must never look down on others while being proud, or they won't even know how they died. Giving them the top 100 is to tell them that they are now very strong. We're not letting them stand still. If you lack self-awareness, you'll eventually fall behind. People with sufficient self-awareness only see resources and opportunities. Rankings are just one part of how they acquire those resources," Bei Chang'an said, his gaze sweeping over the 100 people sitting calmly in their seats. "You must have some tricks up your sleeve to become the principal," Shinyu said. "I've been in this position for 50 years. Is this the first time you found out?" Bei Chang'an said with a smile. Time passed quietly, and soon 11 hours had gone by. 4 rounds of matches were played in those 11 hours. Starting from the second round, fewer and fewer people took on the challenge. In the fourth round, only 23 people took on the challenge. No one took on the challenge in the fifth round. Of course, they couldn't have stayed here for 11 hours without eating or drinking. The school also provides them with food and drinks. After 4 rounds of challenges, only one person remained in the top 100, meaning the last person was replaced by someone below them. The other 99 people remain in the top 99. This ranking is no surprise to the teachers. At this moment, the longest opening ceremony in history ushered in its final segment, a challenge among the top 100 students. Now, please write down who you want to challenge among the top 100 students. We will start from the lowest ranking and work our way up. 3 minutes, everyone. Please begin," Shinyu said, and then a projection appeared in front of the top 100 people. Many people raised their hands and wrote down the person they wanted to challenge. The others waited for the battle to begin. The competition is fiercest among those ranked within the top 100, because those ranked in the top 100 are basically the most outstanding group among these 10,000 people. They will definitely feel resentful towards those ranked above them. Therefore, many of those ranked within the top 100 are eager to make a big splash. But some people don't care. Strength is the foundation for ranking in the top 100. If you're worried about being challenged by others, they no longer need to be ranked in the top 100. Aside from those in the top 100, some people started to get excited. People outside the top 100 also started to get excited. They felt that only by watching the battles between the top 100 geniuses could they see the difference between themselves and these people. Moreover, they can learn even more from battles between geniuses. Otherwise, why hasn't a single one of the 10,000 people left since the start of the challenge? They all wanted to see how those stronger than themselves, or others, fought. Learning anything useful can potentially improve one's abilities. Don't underestimate the 10,000 people present. They are the most elite group among this batch of awakened outcasts. There are over 9,000 different interpretations of combat among 10,000 people. Maybe he's sleeping? Ha, it's over? Can we go back now? Oh, we're in the top 100. And Shen Lin woke up after Qin Yu finished speaking, but was quickly disappointed. It's not over yet. We still have to keep fighting. And Shen Lin is in second place, so the only challenge he can make is against Fistina. So, there's no need to write it at all. 3 minutes passed quickly, and at least 60 people chose to take on the challenge. However, those ranked 50th or lower generally aim to climb one or several places. I just want to get a better ranking. Those in the top 50 are basically people who are challenging the level above them. Most of the people ranked 21st to 50th are challenging the top 6 to top 20. For those ranked between the top 6 and top 20, the challenge is mostly against the top 5. Xu Xiao is challenging Bei Chang'an. Lin Xianqiu gave up the challenge, but she was challenged by someone else. Both Meng Chongyin and Bei Chang'an challenged Fistina. And Shen Lin had no one to challenge him, but the person ranked 10th challenged him instead. Fistina's challenger is, and Lin? What? Fistina wants to challenge me? And Lin sat up straight, looking at the challenge arrangements with an incredulous expression, and then looked at Fistina. Fistina smiled sweetly at Lin, like an innocent girl who had done nothing wrong. She really knows how to play games. Lin's lips twitched. He roughly knew what Fistina was thinking. Well, it was just for fun. Fistina challenged him just for fun, nothing more. This certainly fits Fistina's character. Well, there's no way to stop her anyway, so I'll just play along. And Lin thought to himself, then leaned back in his seat to rest. The first battle soon broke out. The battle remains limited to 8 minutes. Battles against the top 100 are different from battles against the bottom 100. Basically everyone was fighting with all their might, otherwise 8 minutes wouldn't have been enough. The battle was progressing slowly, but few people felt it was slow. Instead, they were enjoying watching the battles of the top 100 and finding some shortcomings in them. Soon, the battles for the bottom 80 were over, and the main event was about to begin, the battles for the top 20. The battles between the top 20 and the bottom 80 are on completely different levels. In 8 minutes, several skills were released and dozens of derivative skills were unleashed. Every battle was absolutely stunning. Soon, it was the 10th ranked player's turn to challenge Lin. To be honest, I really don't want to fight. And Lin walked onto the stage and yawned. Compared to Lin's nonchalant attitude, the 10th ranked person looked at Lin with great vigilance. Soon, the battle began. Lin's opponent, being a user of the mind power, launched the first attack, but it was no use. It was blocked by an invisible force emanating from Lin. Seeing this, the opponent tried to create distance, but in the instant he did so, a white spear appeared. Sky-floating spear. This is the first time Lin has used the sky-floating spear since the start of the challenge. So fast, the opponent exclaimed in surprise, barely managing to dodge. He immediately tried to launch another attack on Lin, but failed to find Lin's figure. The moment he found Lin kicked him away. Imitation execution. With a flick of the sword, a slash appeared. The opponent barely managed to hold on, but at the moment of the defense, a powerful impact came. The opponent had no time to react and was sent flying. Just as Lin stepped forward to continue his attack, the force field around him told him that danger was imminent. Lin stepped back, and then two mental blades slashed past the spot where he had just been standing. As expected of a top 10 team, they're not so easily defeated. Lin looked at the guy who immediately prepared for battle and fell into thought. At this moment, the opponent launched another attack on Lin. Hundreds of spiritual blades rushed towards Lin. Just when Lin thought this was a pointless act by him that was wasting his energy, the figure of the other person suddenly became blurry in Lin's eyes. Oh no, it's an illusion ability. I've been hit. Lin immediately realized what was happening, and at that moment, dozens of opponents appeared around him. Ugh, this is so annoying. Lin sighed, then closed his eyes. At this moment, the dozens of opponents also launched an attack on Lin. But the next moment, Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes, which were glowing with blue light, became somewhat eerie. Air modification, absolute shock. The powerful impact spread outwards. The dozens of people all stopped in their tracks. Found you. Lin looked at one of the people and then rushed over. Lin kicked his opponent away. The illusion shattered, and all the extra people disappeared. Lin raised his hand and unleashed a slash, which his opponent barely dodged again. But as he tried to retaliate, a white spear stopped at his chest. The battle is over, Lin said calmly, then dismissed his spear and turned back to the audience seats. The entire battle lasted less than 5 minutes. This is currently the fastest battle. Lin's battle ended too quickly. All of this makes it seem like this isn't a battle between the top 10. It's more like the top 100 fighting against those behind them. But many people, upon further reflection, considered Lin's second place ranking and were thus reassured. The top-ranked players are all at the peak of the Mist Realm, second tier. If it weren't for the ridiculously powerful Fistina, then Lin is definitely number 1. In the past, the top student at Yenching University was so strong that no one could beat the top student. By the way, excluding the class of 88, the class of 88 produced a third-place winner, Li Dao, and a second-place winner, Xian Shiling. If it weren't for Li Dao's low-level ability and Xian Shiling's slow improvement, even someone with the highest ranking ability couldn't stop these two, let alone someone with the highest ranking power. The class of 88 was also the most bizarre. Despite having 2 void-level abilities, they only ranked 4th for their other void-level ability. I'm so upset. But according to rumors, the 4th one is the 3rd one's girlfriend. Ahem, let's get back to the battle at hand. After Lin's battle ended, it was time for the others to fight. The 4th to last battle was between Xu Xiao, who possessed yellow-level abilities, and Bei Changyin, who possessed void-level abilities. This is a major highlight. One of them, whose yellow-level ability was never highly regarded, has made it into the top 10. One is a highly anticipated void-level ability, and many people are looking forward to seeing what kind of sparks will fly in their battle. Shu Xiao. Shu Xiao stood on the challenge platform and smiled as he said his name to Bei Chang'in. However, Bei Chang'in's gaze fell on Shu Xiao's teeth. Shu Xiao's teeth were not shark teeth yet, but they were already showing signs of becoming shark teeth. What's wrong? Shu Xiao asked, puzzled. Bei Chang'in pointed to his teeth and said, teeth, how can they be developed like this? Shu Xiao, are you out of your mind? Why are you paying attention to other people's teeth? Here we go again. The girl who had been sitting behind Bei Chang'in earlier covered her face helplessly. Bei Chang is great in every way, but it's a bit chinibu, a Japanese term for someone with delusions of grandeur. I don't talk much because I'm not interested in most things, and I think it's cool to be quiet and act cool. The things that interest him are rather unusual. At the same time, he was a bit too confident. Of course, it's normal for him to be overconfident in his void-level abilities, since he hasn't experienced a real beating yet. This is due to ability, not something that can be cultivated, Shu Xiao said speechlessly. I see. Bei Chang'in nodded, and then began to think about how he could create such teeth with his own abilities. Seeing Bei Chang'in deep in thought, Shu Xiao had a bad feeling. No way? This guy isn't thinking about using his powers to change his teeth, is he? Don't be so ridiculous. But just as Bei Chang'in was pondering and Shu Xiao was questioning his existence, the battle began. Almost simultaneously, Shu Xiao and Bei Chang'in disappeared. Their fists collided, and shockwaves emanated from them. Your strength is very strong. Black energy swirled around Bei Chang'in's arm. If he hadn't used his ability to absorb some of the force just now, his arm would have been ruined. You're pretty good, aren't you? Shu Xiao said with a smile, his heart starting to pound with excitement. He was very excited. Shu Xiao kicked Bei Chang'in away. As Bei Chang landed, black energy coiled around his waist, neutralizing Shu Xiao's attack. It seems close combat is not an option. Bei Chang'in got up and began to back away. But Shu Xiao was faster than him. The gate of darkness, black sun. Behind Bei Chang'in, a small black sun appeared. Immediately, countless black lights scattered, directly forcing Shu Xiao back. However, even though Shu Xiao retreated in time, he was still attacked by Bei Chang'in. Dark-type abilities have a corrosive effect. No wonder they aren't afraid of my challenge. Shu Xiao watched the black energy slowly seeping into his arm and thought to himself, he can indeed absorb most of the power to enhance his resistance, but against dark-type attacks, he can only easily absorb them on the initial attack. It also has the ability to erode, which makes its devouring ability much weaker. This is a bit tricky. Shu Xiao shook his hand, shaking off the dark corrosive power. This action left Bei Chang'in completely stunned. No, is his ability so easily surpassed? Were the people he beat up before, who were in so much pain because of the power he was being corrupted, all an act? Before Bei Chang'in could figure out the reason, Shu Xiao rushed up again. Bei Chang'in immediately controlled the black sun to launch an attack on Shu Xiao. Shu Xiao used the devouring vortex to deal with these attacks. However, the attacks from North Chang'in were extremely dense, even with the vortex providing some resistance. Quite a few attacks still landed on him. Is this guy not afraid at all? Bei Chang'in narrowed his eyes and continued to retreat. But Shu Xiao suddenly accelerated and came straight in front of him. Under the dark sun, Shu Xiao punched Bei Chang'in, but the punch landed on the black mist. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Bei Chang'in was just about to congratulate himself on his quick reaction. Shu Xiao exerted force with his arm again, directly piercing through the black mist and sending Bei Chang'in flying. This guy is outrageous. Bei Chang'in finally realized something was wrong, adjusted his posture, landed, and raised his hand. Heavenly Dark Gate. A large black door appeared before him. The moment the gate appeared, Shu Xiao rushed over again and punched the black gate. Like a quagmire, the door felt really bad to the touch and completely neutralized his power. A massive vortex of devouring energy appeared, completely enveloping the entire black gate. Bei Chang'in immediately removed the black gate and controlled the black sun to launch attacks on Shu Xiao from different directions. Shu Xiao's figure flickered as he dodged Bei Chang'in's attacks and retreated. After retreating to a certain distance, Shu Xiao took a deep breath, his heart beating even faster. Devour Bloodbath. Red blood energy appeared on Shu Xiao's body, making it look as if he was enveloped in red mist. Shu Xiao exhaled a breath of stale air and then rushed towards Bei Chang'in. This time he was even faster than before. Black sun, black sky. Bei Chang'in formed a strange hand seal, and immediately, the black sun behind him spread out in all directions, forming a black world, enveloping Shu Xiao and him in a black world. This dark world can only last for a short time, but within it, he is the one in control. Just as Bei Chang'in was about to control the black world to attack Shu Xiao, he saw with his own eyes Shu Xiao open his mouth and bite down hard on his black world, tearing off a piece and biting a hole in it. Bei Chang'in, are you crazy? You actually ate this? Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache? Bei Chang'in thought that Shu Xiao ate his black world in order to escape, but he didn't expect that Shu Xiao would charge straight at him after eating a small part of his black world. How did you determine the location? Bei Chang'in was startled. Logically speaking, only he could see everything clearly in this world. Shu Xiao shouldn't be able to see anything in his world. However, Bei Chang'in didn't have time to think too much and immediately controlled the black world to launch an attack on Shu Xiao. Countless black spears flew towards Shu Xiao. Chu Xiao nimbly dodged his attack and then appeared in front of him. Chu Xiao punched the black mist in front of Bei Changyin, but the next moment, Bei Changyin stared in disbelief as Chu Xiao opened his mouth and devoured the black energy protecting him. Finally, I can beat you up. Chu Xiao, his face contorted with rage, sneered at Bei Changyin. Blood-devouring battle, once activated, stamina will begin to be consumed in large quantities. Devouring cannot be used directly, it can only be done through the mouth. Most of what you devour in battle can be converted into corresponding resistances and your digestion speed will be increased. The erosion was indeed very effective against Chu Xiao, but how could Chu Xiao not have a way to deal with it? This is the skill that Chu Xiao created using the core abilities of the second-tier Suiwu. Soon, Bei Changyin's dark world vanished. Then what appeared before everyone was Chu Xiao, sitting on Bei Changyin's back and beating him up. Bei Changyin could only barely use his abilities to stop Chu Xiao's attack. Occasionally, they would try to retaliate, but Chu Xiao would always completely devour them. Chu Xiao's ferocity also greatly frightened Bei Changyin, who can directly absorb skills. Bei Changyin underestimated the enemy. If he hadn't used the Black World move, he probably could have defeated Chu Xiao. As you said, that's about right. Chu Xiao's current state is very special. It seems that he can convert most of his energy into his own resistance or combat power. Given the time frame, North Changyin is destined to lose. TSK. Even a yellow level mutation can reach the level of a heaven level ability. Looks like Chu Xiao is another Li Dao student. Old Lu, is this student your type? One of the teachers looked at a middle-aged teacher with a buzz cut and said with a smile. Lu Yuxing stared at Chu Xiao for a long while, then smiled and said, I really like this guy. Don't try to take it from me. I want it. I guarantee that under my supervision, he will become just like Li Dao, one of the pillars of Yenqing University. Old Lu, don't be so sure of yourself. It's not certain whether they'll choose you or not. Besides, it's not time yet. Let's wait and see. Yes, but Lao Lu probably won't give up. Sigh, if only my teaching methods weren't unsuitable for Chu Xiao. I want to compete with Lao Lu. Lu Yuxing didn't speak, but the more he looked at Chu Xiao, the more satisfied he became. The battle ended in the 7th minute. Despite Chu Xiao's brutal beating, Bei Changyin managed to hold on for 2 minutes. However, due to excessive energy expenditure and being rendered afraid to use any abilities by Chu Xiao, he was ultimately defeated. But even if he held on for 8 minutes, there was no point in continuing the fight. After Chu Xiao's challenge ends, it will be Bei Changyin's turn to challenge Fistina. But before the challenge, Xin Yu specifically asked, do you still want to challenge Fistina? Sitting to the side receiving treatment, Bei Changyin pondered for a moment, and finally could only shake his head helplessly. Having already lost to Chu Xiao, there was no need for him to challenge Fistina again. Alright, let's begin the next round of challenges, Xin Yu said, then looked at the two girls who had already stood up. Meng Chongyin and Fistina landed on the challenge platform together. I didn't expect you to actually come and challenge me, Fistina said with a smile as she looked at Meng Chongyin. At the very least, you need to know the gap between me and you, and between me and Shenlin, Meng Chongyin said earnestly. Fistina awakened her powers earlier than Shenlin, a fact that had become clear during their time together. She had also asked Shenlin, who said that Fistina was very strong. Even if he went all out, his fighting strength would only be about 40 to 60 against Fistina. This was something Meng Chongyin recently asked Shenlin. No one has ever seen what Shenlin looks like when he goes all out, but Shenlin has never seen what Fistina looks like when she goes all out either. This was just Shenlin's feeling. It feels like Fistina is ridiculously strong. So what's the real situation? Meng Chongyin really wanted to know. Alright then, emphasis, let's have a good fight, Fistina said with a smile. Meng Chongyin also assumed a fighting stance. At this moment, Chu Xiao had already crossed the department and sat down next to Shenlin. He put his arm around Shenlin's shoulder and asked with a smile, Olden, who do you think will win? Festina, Shenlin said without hesitation. Don't you have any confidence in Meng Chongyin? Chu Xiao asked. Shenlin said, if Meng Chongyin is also waiting for the peak of Suiwu, second tier, then the chances of Meng Chongyin winning are slightly higher. But she wasn't, and her understanding of Fistella's abilities was only superficial. So, to beat Fistina, she would have to seize the opportunity given by Festina's slightest mistake. This is difficult because Festina's current mastery of her abilities far surpasses that of all of us. Therefore, it will be very difficult for Meng Chongyin to beat her. Fistina awakened ahead of time, and from the moment she awakened, she was already at the peak of the Mist Realm, second tier. Now that so much time has passed, her current mastery of her abilities is far superior to theirs. Even if Shenlin is a powerhouse, he might not surpass Fistina in terms of ability mastery. Alright, let's begin. Let's take a closer look, Chu Xiao said, then focused his attention on the challenge platform. The moment Xin Yu shouted the start of the battle, Meng Chongyin arrived in front of Fistina, his fist imbued with spatial spiritual energy, and swung towards her. But Fistina just smiled lightly, and then dodged away like a butterfly. Festina's eyes sparkled with pink light. Then she opened her mouth and said in a voice only she could hear, the wind is picking up. A gust of wind blew by, disrupting Meng Chongyin's attack rhythm. Fistina Fistina stood still as two spatial slashes rushed towards her. Fistina dodged to the side, then looked at Meng Chongyin and raised her hand with a smile. As the mental shock struck, Meng Chongyin immediately used the method Shenlin had taught them to concentrate her spiritual energy on both sides of her brain to resist the mental impact. However, in the moment of resisting Fistina's mental attack, Fistina appeared in front of Dream Resonance, the square box vanishing within its boundary. The moment Fistina appeared before her, Meng Chongyin suddenly raised her hand, and a square box that had doubled in size appeared in front of her. Inside the box, the space breaks down and rapidly destroys everything inside. At that moment, Fistina appeared behind Meng Chongyin. When did this happen? Meng Chongyin was startled. She hadn't noticed Fistina's actions at all. And Shenlin, sitting in the audience, said, Meng Chongyin lost. She just failed to defend against Fistina's mental attack. Now everything she sees about Fistina's movements is a little later than Fistina's actual movements. This is why Dream's endurance couldn't beat Fistella. From the perspective of others, Meng Chongyin could always pinpoint Fistina's location with pinpoint accuracy. However, each time Meng Chongyin counterattacked, she was a little slow, and she just barely missed Fistina. Let the wind rise, Fistina whispered in Meng Chongyin's ear. The next moment, Meng Chongyin was blown away by a strong gust of wind. This wind is no ordinary wind, it carries the connotation of psychological attack. If you don't take any precautions, you can easily get injured. Meng Chongyin landed and steadied herself, then took a deep breath, and a moment later, a silver light emanated from her body. Void, hidden heavens, pressure-induced space. The next moment, Meng Chongyin's figure became illusory, her entire body flickering, like something taken by a malfunctioning camera. Meng Chongyin vanished and appeared directly behind Fistina. Fistina turned around to retaliate, but Meng Chongyin's figure disappeared. Behind her, Meng Chongyin raised her hand. Fistina dodged the spatial slash that flashed like Dream's emphasis by sidestepping, and then quickly moved away. But the moment the distance between them increased, Meng Chongyin reappeared in front of her, with a long silver trailing behind her. Shake it open. In Fistina's perception, Dream's true form appeared in various places. The Dream accents in every place are real, and they could all potentially attack her. However, it is also possible that every place is fake, which could lead to misjudgment. There was no other way. Fistina wouldn't gamble. She could only use area of effect attacks to force Dream Resonance back. A powerful mental shock erupted from Fistina. Meng Chongyin's figure disappeared and appeared not far from Fistina, in a place where the mental impact could not reach. Is this the core ability of the lesser emphasis mist level, second tier? That's pretty impressive. He can compress space onto his own body and then use it for both movement and attack. Both can cause the other person to experience spatial illusions. Fistina smiled as she looked at Meng Chongyin, her eyes still sparkling with pink light. Meng Chongyin looked at Fistina, sighed softly, and released her current state, saying, I concede. I admit defeat, Meng Chongyin said with a hint of helplessness. Heavy pressure space allows the user to cover the space, achieving spatial teleportation without any prelude and eliminating spatial perception errors. And in the state of high pressure space, both Meng Chongyin's attack power and speed have been greatly improved. When the ability is in use, it is very difficult for the enemy to know exactly where they are. Even so, Fistina quickly devised a countermeasure, and he understood her ability in an instant. This situation made Meng Chongyin realize that there was no chance of winning if she continued to fight. It's better to just admit defeat. Hee, it seems that Chongyin still lacks confidence in himself. Fistina leaned close to Meng Chongyin, covered her mouth, and said with a smile. Meng Chongyin said with a hint of helplessness, stop making fun of me. I know that my strength is inferior to yours. If I can beat you, I'll try even if it takes longer than the allotted time. You'll be able to beat me from now on. After all, my current strength is only temporary. Once we reach the boundary river level, tier 3, everything will be different. Fistina said with a smile, it is true that those who are out of order undergo a transformation at a certain level. At the second level of the Misty Age, the development of virtual computing power and mental power officially began to accelerate. Therefore, at the second level of the Misty Age, the ability to measure and the ability to intend are often stronger. However, things are not necessarily the same when you reach the boundary river level, tier 3, where all abilities are on the same level. Subsequent level changes are changes beyond ability. Different abilities will change differently at different levels. Fistina is now stronger than them. She believes it's because she has been at the peak of the Mist Realm, second tier, for a long time. That's why they are stronger than others. Once you reach the boundary river level, third tier, this advantage disappears. It's still early. You may soon break through to the boundary river level, third tier, but we're not that fast. I can't help it, Meng Chongyin said helplessly. Fistina is at the peak of the Mist Realm, second tier, and it's only a matter of time before she breaks through to the boundary river realm, third tier. If Fistina breaks through to the boundary river level, third tier, then the gap between them will only widen. Hee, I won't break through that quickly. And Shenlin knows this, so you don't need to worry, Fistina said with a smile, then looked at Shenlin, who was leaning back in his seat looking bored, and waved to him. And Shenlin, who was sitting in his seat, was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand to greet Fistina. Fistina. When Meng Chongyin saw this, she didn't say anything, but simply moved closer to Fistina and greeted her as well. Speaking of which, why did you challenge in Shenlin? Meng Chongyin asked with some doubt. Fistina stuck out her tongue and said, this wasn't my intention, it's just that someone wanted to know what In Shenlin's true strength was like. Besides me, no one else present could make In Shenlin use his full strength, so it's just me and In Shenlin fighting. Meng Chongyin was taken aback for a moment, then asked, do you think In Shenlin would really do that with you? Fistina shook her head and said, how could that be? Given In Shenlin's personality, even if I were to take it seriously, he wouldn't. So when we go on stage, it's just a simple exchange to complete the task. Besides, I couldn't bear to harm In Shenlin. Meng Chongyin thought about it carefully for a moment, then nodded. That's absolutely true. If it were someone else, In Shenlin might take it more seriously and then very seriously admit defeat. But the opponent is Fistina, so even if he takes office, he might not lift a finger, he might just collapse and go to sleep. It's impossible for Fistina to force In Shenlin to reveal his true strength. Alright, I understand. Meng Chongyin had a hunch that Fistina might do something, but she didn't care. Within 2 months, the two of them had already learned that In Shenlin was unusually oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. The more anxious you are, the less likely you are to make In Shenlin understand these things. They all agreed that the most important thing now is to prevent In Shenlin from having relationship problems. Take your time with everything else, but that doesn't mean the two are on the same side. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have occurred during summer vacation. Meng Chongyin had just left after finding In Shenlin, and then Fistina arrived right afterward. Even so, the two still place great importance on improving their skills. Many things can be done slowly because we see each other often, so there's no need to rush. Instead of rushing things, it's better to improve their strength so that their team doesn't fall apart. Meng Chongyin returned to her position, and then In Shenlin jumped down. And Shenlin walked up to Fistina, scratched his head, and asked in confusion, why did you decide to challenge me? Just playing around, it doesn't matter who wins or loses, right? Fistina covered her mouth and laughed as she spoke. Playing isn't done like this. Fine, what do you want to do? Play a friendly match? And Shenlin said helplessly. Fistina is quite good at controlling her actions, so In Shenlin isn't worried that she might do anything unexpected. Shall we sit down and have a chat? Fistina tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, then I'll go shopping with you and Meng Chongyin later, okay? You chatting here, it's driving me crazy. And Shenlin rolled his eyes and said, so what do you think we should do? We can't just stand here and do nothing, can we? Fistina asked with a smile. Let's play a friendly match instead. And Shenlin said helplessly, then what you just said? Fistina looked at In Shenlin. She had brought this up a long time ago, but Meng Chongyin was also present when she did so they changed their minds and asked In Shenlin to accompany the two of them. However, In Shenlin did not agree. In Shenlin realized he had said the wrong thing, but once he had said the wrong thing, he can only continue down the wrong path. He sighed helplessly and said, fine, I'll stay with you. Then don't go back on your word. Fistina laughed. I've already changed my mind. And Shenlin thought to himself. At that moment, Xin Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Battle begins. After saying that, she rested her chin on her hand and looked at them. And Shenlin and Fistina glanced at where the teachers were, then looked at each other and put some distance between themselves. The most perfunctory battle in history has begun. Let's put aside whether or not we need to use our abilities. Are you serious about chatting and laughing while playing? Are you sure you're not dancing? Or, is this how you try to fool them? It was definitely a sham that was obvious to the naked eye. The two of them only used their abilities once from beginning to end. And that was the end of it. In the last few seconds, and Shenlin simply conceded defeat. Okay, that concludes the battle between the top two. Yes, the only highlight is that Fistella is really beautiful, like a beautiful butterfly. Are there any difficult points? Yes, the way In Shenlin and Fisadina flirted and teased each other made many people uncomfortable. Both boys and girls envy and are jealous of In Shenlin. Is there anything that left them speechless? Yes. Fistina went back to her seat with In Shenlin. Instead of returning to her assigned seat in her department, Fistina sat directly next to In Shenlin, and Meng Chongyin was sitting next to him. Why can this guy chat so well with two such beautiful girls? It seems In Shenlin has become the target of everyone's criticism again. Lin Xianxiu, sitting next to Chu Xiao, said, looking at the three chatting happily. That's normal. I don't know much about Festina's background, but her origin seemed to be a bit more impressive than Meng Chongyin's. Meng Chongyin is also Uncle Meng's daughter, and countless people are eyeing the resources in Uncle Meng's hands. Some people might feel uncomfortable because In Shenlin has two beautiful women around him. However, those with connections felt that In Shenlin's close proximity to the two would hinder their interests. According to In Shenlin, those families treat anyone who is not from their own family as such. They are all seen as tools to bring benefits. Those who can be won over are won over, and those who cannot are left alone. Eliminate those who pose a threat, or cultivate good relationships with them. If you really can't do anything about them, then back down. This is true for virtually all large and prestigious families. Xu Xiao said that In Shenlin had told him all of this. this. And Shenlin was also part of a family, so he was quite knowledgeable about these things. I see, it feels like he's similar to a villain in a novel, Lin Qianqiu said. Xu Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, indeed, it's about the same. However, it won't cause any significant trouble. And I'd love for some people to come looking for trouble with me, Lin Qianqiu asked, puzzled. Why? Wouldn't that be annoying? Xu Xiao laughed and said, it feels so good to show off and get slapped in the face. Lin Qianqiu, boys are all the same, but that's definitely true. In the area where the teacher is sitting. After Fistina and Shenlin finished their fight, they were both speechless. I never imagined their relationship was this good, one of the teachers said. Now it's all over, we know nothing about him except his floating life spear. Oh, right, there's also the enhancement ability. Knowing all this is useless anyway. Never mind, I'll find out about these things later. It doesn't matter if I don't know now, but if we don't know his strength, we won't be able to train him accordingly. When you become his teacher, how will you teach him? That's true. I always felt that even if I became his teacher, he wouldn't show his true strength. Right, what's a good idea? Just then, Bei Chang'an spoke up. These are not things that require so much worry. And Shenlin, someone will teach him. The teachers and professors were slightly taken aback. They couldn't figure out who would teach in Shenlin. Principal Bei, who can teach in Shenlin? Bei Chang'an smiled gently and then said, naturally, he is the most suitable person to teach him. Yenqing University's longest opening ceremony in its history finally ended in the evening. Aside from a few people, no one else felt that the 10+ hours had passed very long. They actually learned a lot from it. However, the selection of mentors, which was originally scheduled to begin after the opening ceremony, was postponed for 2 days. Choosing a mentor is also a very serious matter. Different mentors have different teaching styles. Finding a suitable mentor is very important. Moreover, many professors and teachers only take on a few students. Those mentors were among the best, and many students wanted to become their disciples. However, this happened a few days later. After spending the day at the opening ceremony, Shenlin rushed into his room to sleep as soon as he got back to his dormitory. Xu Xiao couldn't stop him no matter what. Never mind, we'll talk about it tomorrow. And Shenlin was about to jump onto the bed when he returned to his room and saw the Book of Delusion on the table shimmering with a faint light. The energy has been restored? And Shenlin walked to the table, picked up the prophecy book, and opened it to read. There's new content. It seems the energy has indeed been restored. And Shenlin fell silent as he looked at the newly appeared content. Someone is waiting for you on the tallest building within 5 kilometers of Yenqing University. Someone is waiting for him. Who is it? And Shenlin sat down and fell into deep thought as he looked at the contents. The prophecy book hasn't been updated in a long time, partly because the last prophecy consumed a lot of energy. In addition, it takes a lot of energy to accurately predict things. The prophetic books have now been fully restored. There will only be more prophecies to come. And these prophecies, hopefully they'll be of some use. As for who is waiting for him, is it him? An image flashed through in Shenlin's mind, and his eyes sharpened. And Shenlin then got up and walked out. Olden, where are you going? Xu Xiao, who was sitting in the living room eating a piece of metal, asked in Shenlin. I have to go out for a bit. What are you eating? And Shenlin said calmly, but then he saw the metal in Xu Xiao's hand. It's an alloy, don't worry, I'm capable of eating it. It won't damage my teeth, Xu Xiao said with a smile. And Shenlin, I really don't know what to say if you eat late-night snacks, but you're eating this stuff. Well, that's a bit scary. And Shenlin sighed helplessly and said, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be right back. Okay. Xu Xiao nodded, then continued eating the metal while scrolling through his phone. And Shenlin left the dormitory and then spent several tens of minutes walking out of the school. There is no curfew at the orderless university. After all, the lifestyles of those who live outside the established order are different from those of ordinary people. Within Yenqing University, one cannot use their abilities completely at will, but they can use vehicles and such, although in Shenlin does not. After leaving Yenqing University, you can use your abilities to travel, but you can't fly freely. After leaving Peking University, Shenlin used his ability to increase his speed. 10 minutes later, Shenlin arrived at the tallest building within 5 kilometers of Peking University. Reaching the top of the building, Shenlin looked at the people gazing in the direction of Peking University and said calmly, it really was you. How come you didn't die at the infamilies? The person standing on the top of the building was none other than Shenlin's biological father, Xinglu. Xinglu was a little surprised by Shenlin's arrival, but still smiled and said, even if you die, I will never die in the infamily. After all, I'm a nightmare for the infamily. If I die, the infamily won't survive much longer either. So, what is your purpose here? And Shenlin asked. He sensed something was off. It seemed the person standing in front of him wasn't Xinglu. I'm thinking about how to get you to come to me, but I never expected that you would take the initiative to contact me. What is this? Is it some kind of special telepathic connection between us, father and son? And Xinglu said with a smile, looking completely harmless, there's nothing disgusting between us. As for our previous agreement, I've already done it. Is there anything else you want to do now? And Shenlin Shenlin narrowed his eyes and questioned him. He knew that Xinglu wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the initiative to come to Xinglu. It's nothing, I just want to ask my dear son for help with some things, Xinglu said with a smile, and then walked step by step toward Shenlin. A slash landed between the two, and Shenlin said calmly, if you have something to say, just stand there and say it. There's no need to come closer to me. How heartless, Xinglu sighed helplessly. I recently collected a debt from the Yin family, and it was quite a large debt. I'm going to give it all to you as resources to help you improve your abilities. I don't need you to do anything, just, all you need to do is give me a drop of my essence blood, right? Xinglu, you have never changed your mind on this matter. What, is my blood that special? And Shenlin said calmly, a hint of wariness appearing in his eyes as he looked at Xinglu. And Xinglu smiled helplessly and said, as expected of my son, I can't hide anything I want to do from you. That makes sense, considering I've known what I think since I was a child. How could I not know what I wanted to do? I don't want anything else, and I won't use your blood to parasitize you. All I need is your blood, the very foundation upon which I achieve my goal. As he continued, Xingliu's gaze toward Shenlin turned icy. He looked at it as if it were an object with only a little bit of use value. Ha, if you're so capable, come and get it yourself. Don't tell me that you, as my father, haven't been able to get a single drop of my blood in over 10 years. You're utterly useless. And Shenlin mocked, showing no fear of Xinglu, and immediately attacked. And Xingliu's eyes turned cold. He did indeed want to take action directly, but he couldn't do it. His ability is unique. He can use it on others without considering the consequences. But as for Shenlin, his own biological son, his abilities cannot be used on Shenlin. He had tried many times to obtain Shenlin's essence blood by treating Shenlin when Shenlin was in a daze. However, Shenlin would always retain a portion of his consciousness to stop him each time. His treatment methods were also unable to leave anything in Shenlin's body. The only way is to get Shenlin's consent, and it has to be consent under normal circumstances. Neither hypnosis nor consent under certain conditions is effective. And Xinglu looked at Shenlin and said calmly, don't you also need these resources at Yinqing University? Strength is the key to success. With these resources, you can improve your strength much faster. Moreover, many of these resources are things left behind by your mother. You don't even want this? And Shenlin looked at Xinglu, and after a moment he suddenly laughed. And Shenlin suddenly laughed, as if mocking Xinglu. And Xinglu looked at Shenlin with some confusion and asked, what are you laughing at? Aren't these things necessities for you? I'd trade billions for a single drop of your blood. You don't think that's enough, do you? And Shenlin waved his hand and smiled. No, that's not what I meant. After all, I also need resources. But, have you forgotten that, apart from being related to me by blood, you have no other connection with me? Everything I have, from childhood to adulthood, has been obtained through transactions. Whether you're nurturing and linger or using me to achieve your goals, it doesn't matter. I don't care, because it's a transaction, and I don't need to worry about so much. But everything you're proposing now is no longer a transaction. It's threatening my life. And Shenlin looked at Xinglu with disdain in his eyes. Anqing, there are some things you can fool others about, and you can fool yourself about. Everything you've done is for your own benefit, based on what you call conditions that I find acceptable. That's just your own wishful thinking. Anqing Lu, you've done a good job of disguising yourself. Everyone thinks you're a perfectly normal person. But I'm different. And Shenlin raised his hand and pointed to his brain, saying, from the moment I became aware of things, you have been in my eyes a person without humanity who is just pretending to be human. As a tool for settling down, they never imagined you had self-awareness, let alone that your humanity would be eroded along with it. After getting rid of Anjia, you begin to disguise yourself and pretend to be a normal person. Whether it was your mother's death or the deaths of Chu Zhao's parents, it was all something you did for your own sake. And nurturing and linger is just to give you and me more opportunities to trade. Do you know why I've always acquired what I need through transactions since I was a child? That's because you lack humanity and don't know how to conduct normal transactions. Everything you wanted was actually written in what you gave me. Billions of resources, that's a lot, and it's extremely important to me. But to exchange billions for a single drop of blood, that's the mistake you made in your transaction. Because you know very well that even if I give you my essence and blood, I can make that drop of blood useless at any time. To prevent this from happening, you chose to raise the price. Because in your view, I have always traded for everything since I was a child, so the more I give, the more I will do. Just like the deal I made with you when I first awakened. I only asked for 1 million, but you gave me 2 million. Your request was for me to offer incense to your mother on your behalf, but I offered incense to your mother for several days in a row. 6 sticks of incense. You think the conditions you set exceeded the scope of what I proposed. I did those extra things for you to make up for that extra portion. In your understanding, that's what I would do, right? And Shenlin looked at Xinglu, waiting for his reply. Anqing remained silent. Why the silence? Because everything Shenlin said was what he thought. And Shenlin has been making deals with him since he was a child. And Shenlin always completed the transaction smoothly. and getting into Peking University was no exception. And from some point onwards, as long as he gave Shenlin more bargaining chips, Shenlin would complete extra tasks. Therefore, he would always give Shenlin more bargaining chips in exchange for getting Shenlin to do something extra. The same applies to this time, where billions of dollars in deal chips were offered. Even a drop of blood, even if it's his life essence, is something Shenlin should rightfully give him. And Shenlin isn't worried about what he might do next, because he has already made a promise. But now, it seems everything is going in an unexpected direction. And Shenlin knew that Xinglu had already figured out the meaning behind it, so he continued, "You believe you have made a commitment and offered a large amount of leverage in the deal. I will give it to you. That's because that's the kind of person you know me to be. I am a person who values commitments and leverage. See, when people who lack humanity think about human nature, they always make mistakes. A promise, billions of resources, and you want to exchange one person's life for the life of someone who has always been wary of you? Is this just a fantasy? But not for you, because in your mind all of this is perfectly normal. It's so normal that you'd think I'd agree to anything. But I can understand, after all, you are a tool with self-awareness but no humanity. More than a decade of trials has made you feel that everything should proceed in the same direction as before. Murder to collect debts. Make a deal with me. You started preparing all of this the moment you failed to get my blood the first time. As for getting me into Yenching University, if there's no way to get what you want from me, and it's just something that came out because they didn't want Anja to have a tool to control you, do you think I don't know anything? No, I know everything, but I have never done what you want me to do. Do you understand now why I came here? And Xingliu's gaze towards Shenlin instantly turned icy cold. I really didn't expect that you had been testing me since I was a child. But I don't understand, when did you notice that something was wrong with me? Logically speaking, I should have disguised myself very well, since neither your mother nor that silly boy's mother could tell. A being of the highest caliber, someone who was most sensitive to human emotions and feelings, failed to notice anything amiss with me. On the contrary, it was you, the person I thought was least likely to discover this from childhood to adulthood, who discovered my secret. A flaw in human nature. I never imagined that our deal all along was actually a test by you. Stop. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Who's this idiot? And Shenlin said, his eyes filled with disbelief. Your friend Chu Xiao. Isn't that kid supposed to be a hot-blooded idiot? So naturally he's a silly boy. And Xinglu said in a serious tone, Chu Xiao's mother is a heavenly sovereign. And Shenlin's voice suddenly grew louder, and he said in disbelief. And Sheng nodded with some doubt. Didn't that guy tell you? And if it were a human, I wouldn't kill them unless they were like your mother. And Shenlin, well, this whole thing has completely stumped him. Is Chu Xiao's mother a Tianqing? His father was truly a ruthless man. Moreover, putting everything else aside, Meng Chongyin's father definitely knew about this. No wonder Chu Xiao was listless for a while after returning from Yanjing. After all, Tianqings killed 7 million people in Tianyi City, and his mother was Tianqing's. Very good. Now everything is clear. No wonder Xinglu wanted to kill Chu Xiao's mother. It turns out there was something to gain from it. And Shenlin now understands why Xinglu did those things back then. And Xinglu is indeed a hopeless bastard. But this bastard knows a lot more, and he's very difficult to deal with. Based on his observations of everything Xinglu did, basically, they were all aiming to take revenge on the Yin family and destroy them. In his eyes, practically nothing else was more important than these two things. If I had to say there was, that means obtaining a bit of his essence blood. His essence blood was of utmost importance to Xinglu, and Shenlin didn't know what Xingliu's ability was. However, it was definitely not a good ability, judging from the fact that many people he had treated with Xinglu died inexplicably. Therefore, he will absolutely not be given any blood. He came here to make Anqing give up on that idea. But unexpectedly, I received some extremely explosive news. However, once we know that Chu Xiao's mother is a heavenly sovereign, many things can be explained clearly. For example, why didn't the villain attack Chu Xiao back then? They must be thinking of Chu Xiao as a celestial being, but Chu Xiao himself is very different from a celestial being. So after realizing what was happening, they launched an attack on Chu Xiao. Wow, I have to say, Chu Xiao is really lucky. If it had been discovered from the beginning that Chu Xiao was not a celestial being, then the annual ceremony would now be a tribute to Chu Xiao. Thinking of this, and Shenlin sighed helplessly. Chu Xiao, oh Chu Xiao, I feel like he has quite a few secrets about him. What are you going to do now? What will you do after I reject you? And Shenlin's gaze returned to Xinglu. Murder, and Xinglu said calmly, Chu Xiao, Meng Chongyin, Fistina, and Lin Xianxiu. If I kill one of them, will I be able to threaten you? And Shenlin sighed helplessly. I knew it would turn out like this. Anqing revealed a smile, appearing harmless. If the deal doesn't work, then we have to resort to threats. They are all your friends. I'm threatening you with their lives. Will you accept our deal? However, you know it will be very difficult for me to kill them. I need some time to find the right moment to kill them. But it doesn't matter. My skills aren't that great, but I've treated at least tens of thousands of people. I just need to briefly expand my abilities, and then casually pinch someone. something. Those people will explode on the spot. And the reason for the explosion is because of you. Until I find an opportunity to kill your friend, you'll see news of people dying every day. Those people all died because of you, no matter how tragic their deaths were, no matter how worthless their deaths were. All you need to know is that those people died because of you. By the way, before I find an opportunity to kill your friend, I kill at least several hundred people every day. And the people I've treated over the past 10 years. At the very least, it's only a few tens of thousands. After the ability spreads, it can probably kill over 100,000 people. So, can our transaction continue now? This time I will not give you anything. You need to give me your essence blood. And Xinglu spoke with a smile throughout, his tone very calm, without a trace of murderous intent. It was just like a normal chat, but what they were talking about was something even a demon wouldn't say. And Shenlin looked at Xinglu with icy eyes. The moment the new content appeared in the prophecy book, he guessed it was Xinglu, and he also knew that such a situation would occur. Because Xinglu is an absolute madman, a madman without humanity. He knew that Xinglu was not one to joke around. And Xinglu is a doctor who can treat patients who come to him for treatment. Xinglu is a doctor who deals with people who misuse medications. And Xinglu is a doctor who can kill. Why did he become a doctor? Not just because his abilities were exceptionally suited to be one. Or perhaps it's because doctors can effectively conceal the inhumanity within him. Now, Xinglu no longer wants to pretend with Shenlin. He has shown his true self. And Shenlin looked at Xinglu without saying a word. Did Xingliu's words exceed his expectations? No, because he guessed that Xinglu would use this to threaten him. Does he have any better solutions? There really isn't one. And Shenlin didn't care about the lives of those more than 100,000 people, because it was none of his business. But for him to watch more than 100,000 people die is still a very difficult thing. Killing Chu Xiao and his group would be a very difficult task for Xinglu. However, Anqing will not give up easily if it does not achieve its goal. So how to stabilize Anqing is also a problem now. And Shenlin had been thinking about this while on the road. Because Anqing wouldn't just appear in this area out of nowhere. His presence in this area definitely had a purpose, and that purpose was his blood. He could guess what they would use to exchange for him, and what they would use to threaten him afterwards. But, being able to guess is one thing, being able to stop it is another. If he didn't have to worry about it, Shenlin would have turned back halfway through the journey. Just when Shenlin couldn't think of a better solution and was about to try to fool Xinglu, a calm voice rang out. And tools that have broken free from Anjia's control? To be honest, I wasn't quite sure before. After all, as Shenlin's father, he should have some extraordinary qualities. Well, it's actually quite good now. Every move it makes perfectly fits the image of a tool with little emotion. And Xinglu suddenly turned his head and saw a phantom figure standing behind him. And Shenlin was also stunned when he saw the illusory figure. I met this person at the Prism World in Xincheng during the summer vacation. And Shenlin, it's been a long time. I should have come to see you before the start of the semester. However, something happened in the Tenfold World, and I was a bit overwhelmed, so I arrived a little late. The illusory figure walked to Shenlin's side and said, "The venerable one of 1,000 lifetimes." And Xinglu looked at the illusory figure with great vigilance. It seems you do know me. That's right, I was the one who massacred Anjia more than 100 years ago. As someone who was once a tool of Anjia, you should have some memories. And Jia has learned her lesson. To avoid provoking me, she's even etched memories of me into your minds. But it's no use. If they do that again, I'll go and massacre them again. The illusory figure spoke calmly. If you want, I can do those things in place of the Yin family. And Xinglu said, if you do it, I will only kill you, not the Yin family. Anjia is still somewhat useful now, otherwise I wouldn't have left so many people here in the first place. Alright, back to the main topic. You seem to really want Shenlin's blood? You've even resorted to such vicious threats. Why is that? Because of your abilities? A phantom figure appeared beside Xinglu, its pale blue eyes scrutinizing him closely. There are some things I can't tell you, Xinglu said. Really? Ha, no wonder you were so arrogant. It turns out you're just an avatar. Is the main body watching? If so, then listen carefully. Some things are not for you scum to touch. The illusory figure's voice suddenly turned serious, and the powerful pressure directly crushed Xingliu's head. At this moment, Xinglu, in an unknown place, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. I lost contact with those people. Is this the method of the venerable one of 1,000 worlds? Ha, it doesn't matter. It's just that there's no way to kill those people. Everything about those people is still in my hands. After saying this, Xinglu slowly got up, walked out, entered the mortal world, and then disappeared into the boundless mortal world. Let's return our focus to Yanjing. Strange ability. No wonder the Yin family has always been wary of this guy. Alright, everything's settled. You should come with me now. The illusory figure turned its head to look at Shenlin, but then they saw Shenlin faint, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The illusory figure, I forgot to protect him. His oppressive aura was not something an ordinary person could withstand, even if he placed all of it on Xinglu. Even the extremely weak pressure that leaked out out was enough to seriously injure Shenlin. Fortunately, this was just a clone. If it were the real body, Shenlin would be dead here. I'm getting old, my memory is getting worse and worse. The illusory figure picked up Shenlin and disappeared into the night sky. Phew, I'm still alive. In a white room, Shenlin suddenly sat up and looked at his hands. Just what kind of strength did that person possess? That little bit of pressure. I almost died. Shenlin recalled the scene of that illusory figure releasing its oppressive aura and felt a wave of fear. Honestly, even a 7th-tier celestial being of the Shikon level didn't exert that much pressure on him. Moreover, that illusory figure was merely an avatar. You're awake. If you're awake, check if there's anything wrong with your body. If there's nothing wrong, come with me. On the other side, Bei Chang'an, the president of Yenqing University, sat in his chair and looked at Shenlin with a smile. Oh, okay, no problem. Shenlin was startled by Bei Chang'an, but quickly checked his own condition. There's nothing wrong, not a single injury. Then come over here, the Venerable One wishes to see you. Bei Chang'an stood up and a metal door behind him opened. Okay, Shenlin immediately got out of bed and followed behind Bei Chang'an. Stepping out of the room, Shenlin was shocked by the scene outside. This place, why does it look so much like the ruins of a civilization he saw in the Qingcheng Prism world before? This is 10,000 meters underground from Yenqing University. It's a place we created by imitating ancient civilization sites. Bei Chang'an noticed Shenlin's confusion and said with a smile, 10,000 meters. What can I say but awesome? Shenlin was shocked. Just thinking about building such a place 10,000 meters underground was troublesome. Actually, it's nothing. Even a Shikong level, 7th rank, expert can do it very easily. But this is no ordinary shelter or research lab. Forget it, it's too early for you to be involved in these things now. Once you're strong enough, you'll naturally find out where you are, Bei Chang'an said. Shenlin nodded. He had seen many things along the way, but it was clear that most of the things were covered up, making it impossible for him to see the whole picture. What is that? It looks like a person? As Shenlin walked, he noticed a crystal pillar not far away, inside which a person was bound. Bei Chang'an looked over, then smiled and said, "It's nothing. That's actually the root of our Chinese network, similar to the root server before the Ten-Ring world came into existence." What? But that's clearly a person. Shenlin was somewhat puzzled. Yes, it is indeed one person, a former peak, 8th order, heaven-level pure energy ability anomaly in the Sakura Kingdom. Because they overestimated their own capabilities and wanted to launch another war against China. His self-awareness was erased by the Venerable One of 1,000 worlds, and his entire body was transformed into a network terminal. This guy is amazing. His abilities are focused on calculations, so using him is effortless. It could handle not only the entire Chinese internet, but the entire world's internet without any problem, Bei Chang'an said in a somewhat indifferent tone, as if he felt nothing at all. Shenlin, what's with the creepy feeling on my back? Wait, it turns out that the network terminal they rely on for survival is actually one person. People from the land of cherry blossoms? Then it's alright. Anyway, he died a worthy death. Principal, what is the strength of Venerable 1,000 worlds? After a long silence, Shenlin asked. The Venerable One of 1,000 generations is the only person in China to have reached the 9th rank, the highest level, in terms of ability and order. His name is Qian Shiyan, and he calls himself the Venerable One of the 1,000 generations. He is one of the top combat forces in China. Bei Chang'an said. The Venerable One, the 9th rank, is beyond my reach. Shenlin sighed. Didn't you already meet them twice? Bei Chang'an said with a smile. That's different. I didn't know he was a Venerable One at all. I only knew he was very strong. Shenlin said, and then the illusory figure appeared in his mind. He was a Venerable One before the new century. Now he should be an old man, right? Shenlin thought to himself, and then continued to follow Bei Chang'an. After passing through several spatial teleportation channels, Bei Chang'an finally brought Shenlin to the outside of a room. Your Excellency, I have brought Shenlin with me, Bei Chang'an said respectfully from the doorway. Shenlin, come in. A voice from inside came from within. As he spoke, the scene before Shenlin's eyes flickered, and he entered the room without knowing it. There were two people in the room. One was a young man sitting expressionlessly in a chair. The other was a person with pink hair wearing a mask. Wait, who is that? Isn't that the one who brings peace to the heavens? He was surprised to see you. Didn't you say there was something between you two? The young man looked at Sakura to the side and asked in confusion. Having a slight connection means we've only met once. We don't have much of a relationship. Sakura sighed and said helplessly. Shenlin thought to himself, is it because I was sucked of blood? That's right. Shenlin, let me introduce you. Tian Qingxing, she will be your mentor at Yenqing University. The young man pointed at Sakura and said, Ha? Shenlin looked at the young man with a puzzled expression. The one who guides the heavens? The mentor? No, how are these two words connected? Sakura looked at the young man with a puzzled expression and asked, when did I say I wanted to be a tutor at Yenqing University? You want a genius like Tianqing to be a professor at the best university in China? Are you crazy? crazy? And Chenlin nodded. That woman is no good. Then who are you going to have teach him? Me? Or is it the network terminal that's sitting there? The young man countered with a question. Don't you have any way to teach me? Sakura asked the young man, looking at him with a puzzled expression. A being with abnormal abilities at the void level and also at the rule level, 9th rank, surely there's a way to teach them, right? Qianshurian looked at Ing and said, do you think I can teach you in my current condition? I was originally going to teach you, but the trouble you caused is what's making us suffer. My main body is still dealing with those matters in the tenfold world. Do you think I have the energy to teach him? If I hadn't already known your attitude towards humanity, I will kill you when you cause those troubles. Otherwise, would you still be sitting here chatting with me? Actually, Qianshurian was also speechless. They discovered long ago that there were celestials who extended benevolence to humanity. However, even those at the heavenly sea level, 4th rank, are very difficult to find. Therefore, they have never found a benevolent being. Fortunately, I found her some time ago and was just about to find time to talk to her. Who would have thought that the heavenly sovereign would directly blow up the mirror sea? Now things are in trouble. It will take some time for the mirror sea to recover, and the 10-sided world is also in chaos. If it weren't for Qianshurian's true form guarding the 10-tiered world, countless places would have been plunged into bloodshed once again. Of course, he only cared about the fact that no bloodshed had occurred within China. He didn't concern himself with other places. Upon hearing Qianshurian's words, Ing fell silent. She was the one who blew up the mirror sea. Sakura immediately looked at Shenlin and asked, are you sure you want to hand Shenlin over to me? And Shenlin also looked at Qianshurian. No, I refuse. I absolutely refuse to let Tiankings become my teacher. I know about your soul problems, and I know what you've done. I don't know what the point of what you did was, but you would never harm Shenlin, would you? Qianshurian said calmly. Sakura fell silent, then got up and walked to Shenlin, beginning to carefully observe him. And Shenlin, on the other hand, was pondering Qianshurian's words. I won't hurt him. And Shenlin looked at Sakura wearing a mask and recalled the face beneath it. No, it feels even worse. I agree, Sakura said after observing Shenlin for a moment. And Shenlin thought to himself, can I refuse? Of course not. You should be happy to have a Shikon level, 7th rank, expert as your teacher, Sakura said, her tone somewhat assertive. After speaking, Sakura retracted the prism wings and the virtual calculation wings on her back, and her entire aura changed instantly. Without the aura of the celestial one, he was like a normal outcast. The hair turned red, and the mask turned into a pair of glasses. However, the face beneath the mask was different from the one Shenlin remembered. Why do you look like a young girl? You look exactly the same age as them. Those professors and teachers, aren't they all in their 40s or 50s? I glanced at Qianshurian. Well, this person who is over 100 years old looks only about 20. And Bei Chang'an, he's also in his early 20s. The out of order, how peculiar. Then I left with my students. Sakura grabbed Shenlin by the back of his collar with one hand, turned to look at Qianshurian and said, we've covered everything we needed to talk about. So, do you want to stay and say something else? Qianshurian's figure began to disappear. It seemed he was not going to say anything more. No, I have nothing more to say. Just arrange a place for me to stay. Sakura said calmly, since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Going back to the tenfold world now isn't really feasible, so let's just stay here. By the way, Shenlin, you don't need to worry about your situation. I've taken care of your father's matter for you, and for now, there shouldn't be any problems. The rest of your time should be spent cultivating diligently. Next year's freshman competition will depend on your performance. Qianshurian spoke to Shenlin, and then disappeared completely. And Shenlin remained silent for a moment. A level 9 expert is really impressive. If he can't solve a problem, the other party can just send out a clone. You seem to have a lot of trouble? Sakura glanced at Shenlin and said, yes, I never cause trouble, but trouble can still find me. I'm also very troubled. After all, too much trouble is never a good thing. And Shenlin said, staying in Anqing is a problem, and settling down in Anja is another problem. There are countless other troubles lurking in the shadows. And Shenlin could already imagine how annoying life would be afterward. Is that so? I don't understand things about you humans, and I'm only temporarily your teacher. As for void level power, to be honest, there's not much I can teach you, since those at the void level have limited abilities, and Shenlin is the only one she cares about. The other one, she didn't care whether he lived or died, because there was no need to care. Although the opponent also possessed void level abilities, their level was not as high as Shenlin's, and she doesn't like that guy. Then can you let me go? And Shenlin asked sincerely. No, I'm afraid you'll run away, Sakura said. I can still run. If I really can run, that would be amazing. And Shenlin muttered softly. He is currently a student at Yenching University and will definitely be staying there for some time. Besides, Ing is a sky-piercing realm cultivator at the Shikon level. How could he possibly escape? As Shenlin stepped out of the room, he saw Principal Bei Chang'an standing at the door, his face clearly showing a look of confusion when he saw the two of them come out. Who is this woman? May I ask who you are? Bei Chang'an asked, puzzled. I am Shinlin's mentor, so we are colleagues. My name is Lining. Dawn level out of order. Please guide me from now on. Sakura naturally extended her hand to Kita Chang'en. Bei Chang'en looked at Ying's outstretched hand and fell silent. If he remembered correctly, the Venerable One had said 2 months ago that he would personally guide Shinlin. How did it turn into a completely different woman? He couldn't quite understand. The Venerable One values Shinlin highly, doesn't he? He even sent an avatar to proctor the college entrance examination back then. How could such a high level of importance be casually entrusted to an out-of-order individual whom he had never even heard of? Hello, I am Bei Chang'en, the president of Yenqing University. It seems you are a new teacher at our school. Bei Chang'en reached out and grasped Lin Ying's hand, smiling as he spoke. No, I am only Shinlin's teacher. I don't care about anyone else. Shen Shiyan only asked her to be Shinlin's teacher, so she wouldn't do anything else. Besides, she really didn't want to have too much contact with Shinlin's friends. I see, I understand. Bei Chang'en nodded, immediately understanding Qian Shiyan's intention. Lin Ying's identity is probably not that simple. At Yenqing University, there was almost always a sense of surveillance. But why entrust such an important person as Shenlin to Lining? This is something that Bei Chang'en doesn't quite understand. Then we'll be leaving now. Sakura picked up Shenlin and left. But soon, Sakura came back and looked at Bei Chang'en, asking, how do we get out? Bei Chang'en, Yenqing University on the ground. Sakura brought Shenlin to an open space. Alright, you should go back now. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Sakura loosened her grip and released Shenlin, and Shenlin stretched his body. Although he is a little taller than Sakura, Sakura is stronger than him. He was like a little chick in Sakura's hands, completely powerless to resist. And Shenlin looked at Ing, remained silent for a long time, and then asked, are you sure you want to be my teacher? Sakura helplessly shrugged and said, didn't we meet in Prism World last time? I had a minor health issue that time, but I'm fine now, and everything has been resolved. However, when they bombed Mirror Sea, they didn't expect to attract some things from the depths. There's nothing I can do but leave the tenfold world and hide for a while. But this is your world, and it's not appropriate for me, as a celestial being, to be here, so I went to him. It is indeed a good thing for me, as the one who guides the heavens, to extend goodwill to you. But you can't possibly trust a celestial being, so he asked me to teach you because there's no one else who can teach you except me. Another function was to monitor me. You should know that your Yenqing University has more than just devices specifically designed to prevent the Skybreakers from escaping. There are also more than 10 experts at the Shikon level, 7th rank. If I want to run away, or do something bad, the strong here could subdue me in an instant. I'm staying here to teach you to conceal my identity, and also to save my own life. As for other matters, Sakura looked at Shenlin, her gaze lingering on his neck. Shenlin immediately covered his neck and retreated. Sakura laughed and said, don't worry, I'm not one of those sky piercers who need the mirror sea to replenish their energy frequently. After your blood cured my problem last time, I didn't need anything else to recover. So, if there are no problems, I don't need you to help me with the recovery. Besides, someone will bite your neck someday, but it won't be me. Hopefully, you won't be too passive then. After saying that, Sakura disappeared from Shenlin's sight. And Shenlin, there were so many things that happened today. Moreover, every single thing they did was beyond comprehension. Anqing Lu's visit seemed like a trivial matter. Fine, this is the only way. And Shenlin sighed helplessly. With Tianqing becoming his teacher, what is impossible? Moreover, these things were clearly beyond his capabilities from the very beginning. If he hadn't gone to Anqing Lu hoping for the best, then what happened next might not have happened at all. No. According to Anqing Liu's idea, he would probably use various methods to get him out. So it's highly likely that the order will just be changed. Speaking of which, I might be the first person to be taught by a celestial being. And what about that guy, TSK? Fistina wouldn't really come and bite me, would she? She might very well. Sigh, this world is truly insane. And Shenlin sighed on his way back. You already have a mentor? Chu Xiao looked at Shenlin in surprise when choosing a mentor. Is this surprising? We already have them. Lin Xianqiu asked curiously, standing next to Chu Xiao. Ha! Chu Xiao looked bewildered, then looked at Meng Chongyin and Fistina. Both Meng Chongyin and Fistina nodded. They all have mentors now. Their teachers approached them after the freshman competition at the opening ceremony. Doesn't Chu Xiao have it? Chu Xiao, could that text message you thought was a scam actually be real? And Shenlin yawned, recalling the scene the morning after the freshman competition when Chu Xiao deleted a scam text message while cursing. At that moment, Chu Xiao muttered that it was a scam. But it seems to be a message sent by a teacher. Is it that buzzcut guy? Fistina asked, pointing to a man walking towards them with an aggressive air. All I know is that he calls himself Lu Yusheng. Chu Xiao said, looking at the man who seemed to have ill intentions. Lu Yusheng? Isn't that Li Dao's mentor, and Shenlin's friend? Meng Chongyin asked in confusion. Chu Xiao nodded, then said, that's why I thought it was a scam text message. Besides, who sends messages by text these days? Well, since he's here to see you, let's avoid him for now. And Shenlin Shenlin sensed that something bad was about to happen, so he hid to the side. Seeing this, Fistina also hid to the side. Although Lin Xianxiu was somewhat worried about Chu Xiao, many of the problems were caused by Chu Xiao himself, so let Chu Xiao bear some of the blame himself. Then Shi and Meng Chongyin hid to the side. Would you believe me if I said I didn't do it on purpose, teacher? Chu Xiao looked at Lu Yuxing and said awkwardly. They also said it wasn't intentional, so you'll end up like them. Lu Yuxing smiled and pointed to the person behind him. Chu Xiao looked up and saw two guys trapped inside the bubble, spinning at high speed, one with yellow hair and the other with purple hair. These two guys were visibly about to vomit, but these bubbles are sealed. If they are released, the consequences could be disastrous. Chu Xiao remained silent for a long time, then turned and ran. A moment later, another bubble appeared spinning behind Lu Yuxing. It seems to be a teacher who can restrain Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao is lucky, and Shenlin said. Chu Xiao's personality is such that he cannot be taught well without a teacher with a strong personality, and someone who can teach someone like Li Dao to be so outstanding must naturally be able to handle Chu Xiao. Olden, look how handsome I look. Don't I have that military bearing? Wearing a specially made military uniform, Chu Xiao came in front of Shenlin to show off, looking very satisfied with the outfit. No, he looks more like a thug. And Shenlin looked at Chu Xiao in his military uniform, which was completely out of character, and complained. Putting everything else aside, anyone else would think Chu Xiao is a military thug. Really? I feel like I'm ridiculously handsome. Chu Xiao didn't believe it and continued to examine himself in front of the mirror. And Shenlin ignored Chu Xiao and quietly packed the things he needed to take to military training. Military training began the day after the instructors were selected. The military training took place at Prism World, a very famous location in Yanjing, Tiangong. After arriving in Yanjing, Shenlin went to learn about this Prism World called Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace contains many floating islands, and some of these islands feature natural landscapes resembling architectural structures. The majority of creatures inside the Heavenly Palace are flying creatures. Furthermore, this is because the gravity is different within the Heavenly Palace. Some animals, even those without wings, can fly. The Heavenly Palace is divided into two parts, a ground area and a floating island area in the air. Apart from a slight difference in gravity, everything inside the Heavenly Palace is extremely suitable for human habitation. The Heavenly Palace is home to many powerful demonic beasts, and many of them harbor great hostility towards humans. Secondly, there's the issue of bad quality. Because the connection between the Heavenly Palace and the ten-sided world is relatively close, the bad matter appears more frequently. Furthermore, the Heavenly Palace is one of the few places where demonic beasts can come to the real world and cause destruction. However, none of those things happened in the Heavenly Palace. From the moment the Heavenly Palace appeared, an army has been stationed inside it at all times. Therefore, the scenario of Prism World invasion did not occur. It's different in other regions. However, Shenlin was not worried about these things, but rather about the potential appearance of the heavenly beings. With him around like a piece of Tang Monk's flesh, who knows what unexpected things might happen? No, it doesn't seem like something unexpected. While packing his things, Shenlin also put away the Book of All Delusions. The moment Shenlin received the book, he recalled what he had seen when he woke up that morning. Shu mistakenly entered a deep cave and picked a peculiar spiritual plant. When the Heavenly Emperor appears, nothing happens. The sound and the butterfly got into a dispute. Rin and Shu encountered an accident while on a mission, but nothing happened. Military training ended ahead of schedule, and Shenlin was completely distraught when he saw these messages first thing in the morning. Is it really okay to be so scary so early in the morning? After seeing the new content, Shenlin could imagine how many things would happen during the military training. As far as he knew, the contents of the prophecy book were compressed. For example, nothing happened means that something happened first, but in the end no one was hurt. Okay, what if you get injured? If you're healed, then nothing happened. Therefore, the fact that nothing happened is 100% a sure sign that something did happen. There are also prophecies concerning Chu Xiao, and Shenlin guessed that the reason why the military training would end early was because of him. As for what trouble Chu Xiao might cause, this is something you'll only find out during military training. To be honest, the moment Shenlin saw the prophecy, he didn't want to go to military training anymore. It's too dangerous. He himself is a powerful being, and to the Heavenly Sovereign, he's like a piece of Tang Sanzang's flesh. He was the one who suffered the consequences of the apocalypse. But there's no way around it. I can't skip the military training. They have no reason not to participate. So Shenlin could only pray that these things wouldn't cause too much trouble. If these things happen one after another, no one can withstand it. Oh, and we also need to pay special attention to Chu Xiao. Stay away from Chu Xiao if you can, otherwise you won't be able to escape if you cause trouble. Sigh, I'm so tired. After packing his things, Shenlin boarded the car heading to the Heavenly Palace, with extremely complicated feelings. Military training has begun, and so has the trouble. Wow, it's huge! Chu Xiao exclaimed from the bottom of his heart when he saw the Heavenly Palace Prism World. It's huge! It's more than 10 times larger than the entrance to the prism world they went to. A massive prism stood before them, with smaller prism fragments floating around it, creating a sense of oppression even from a short distance away. Near the entrance to the Heavenly Palace were fully armed soldiers. There were also specially made firearms in the distance, in case anything happened at the Heavenly Palace. They can then quickly seal off the area to prevent any accidents from happening. And Shenlin carefully observed his surroundings. Except for the fact that it's not a military camp, this place is basically the same as a military camp. Moreover, its defensive capabilities are stronger than those of many prism worlds. Think of the prism world in Xinjiang. It doesn't even have a name, and it's only guarded by 100 people. He didn't know how many people were stationed here, but it was definitely comparable to the permanent army of a city. Because the Heavenly Palace is the most dangerous prism world, if an accident occurs, it won't just be Yinjing City that suffers. Cities surrounding Yinjing will suffer. The troops stationed here are only on the surface. There must be another army guarding the entrance inside the Heavenly Palace. The fact that Chu Xiao could still cause quite a stir with such a defensive force already proves the danger of the Heavenly Palace. Chu Xiao, behave yourself during military training. This isn't like those prism worlds we go to. People could die if something happens. And Shenlin warned Chu Xiao that, based on the prophecy, the events that occurred during military training were most likely caused by Chu Xiao. If Chu Xiao had behaved himself, nothing would have happened. At least nothing unexpected will happen. Relax, relax, I, Chu Xiao, am the most law-abiding person, Chu Xiao said confidently. And Shenlin looked at Chu Xiao and said, do you even believe that yourself? Believe me. Chu Xiao was a little uncertain. He did seem to be quite good at causing trouble. Fine, just don't go too far, and Shenlin said helplessly. He decided to stop following Chu Xiao. Ha ha ha, Olden, we're in the same group. Chu Xiao put his arm around Shenlin's shoulder and laughed excitedly. There are 6 people in the group, 4 men and 2 women. Chu Xiao and Shenlin were in the same group, as was Fistina. I knew 2 of the other people, Wen Liang and Hanyu, who shared the same mentor as Chu Xiao, but they weren't on the rankings. However, these 2 guys seem to be just as capable of causing trouble as Chu Xiao. The other girl's name is Kaylin, and she ranks 83rd among the freshmen. Their team captain is Fistina, and the vice captain is Shenlin. Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianqiu are the captain and vice captain of another group. Simply put, their 2 teams are cooperative teams. The 2 teams basically operate together, whether patrolling within the base or conducting reconnaissance missions outside. The 2 teams basically operated together. Why not make it a team of 12? The reason is simple. A team of 12 is difficult to coordinate, while a team of 6 with 2 captains is relatively easier to coordinate. The 2 teams that were working together had a total of 14 leaders, and when there was nothing else to do, they each did their own thing. When problems arise, the 4 people coordinate and direct each other to get out of the situation in the best possible way. Furthermore, they were students at Yinqing University. Yes, being young and impetuous, he caused quite a lot of trouble. The other team can then try to stop it. And Shenlin was also feeling somewhat hopeless. Unfortunately, he ended up being teammates with these very people. And Shenlin glanced at Wen Liang and Hanyu, whose temperaments were exactly the same as Chu Xiao's. The 2 guys were still grinning and showing their teeth on the side. Clearly, the 3 of them had forgotten that Lu Yuxing had put them inside the ball and spun them around for hours yesterday. When Chu Xiao returned yesterday, it was the first time Shenlin had ever seen someone so disgusting. Yeah, it's disgusting on the surface. Chu Xiao took a long time to take a shower, and when he tried to go find Lin Xianqiu the next morning, he was refused. I don't know if it's really a good thing for them to be together. This feels a bit dangerous. And Shenlin thought to himself, because they work alongside soldiers, they have squad leaders in addition to their own teams. There is also someone in charge of managing them. Note that they are only the people in charge of them. We are not responsible for anything else. The military training at Yinqing University involved sending them to the Heavenly Palace to work with the army, then deal with some unexpected events. If nothing happens, then it's just experiencing a month of military life. But what if something happens? That means experiencing what it's like to be in the military. Yinqing University also sent people over, but it remains to be seen whether these people are there to protect the students' safety or to make them unsafe. Nobody knows anymore. In any case, the moment they stepped into the Heavenly Palace, they were no longer students, but soldiers. Wow, this is magnificent! Chu Xiao and his 2 friends exclaimed in shock upon entering the Heavenly Palace. The scene inside this Heavenly Palace is much more spectacular than the outside. In the distance are countless floating islands suspended in mid-air, and many monsters flying in the air. The forest is dense and the terrain is unique. The only drawback is the red sky that is visible to the naked eye in the far distance. The mortal world, the most dangerous place in the Heavenly Palace. The presence of the mortal world means that all living beings within it have been corrupted by it. These creatures, whether good or bad, are extremely aggressive towards humans. Then there is the evil quality. The special nature of the Heavenly Palace means that there must be evil quality existing deep within the mortal world. There are even demonic beasts possessed by evil spirits. The Heavenly Palace palace is truly a danger that can be seen with the naked eye. Fortunately, the mortal world was far away from them, so they didn't need to go into it to conduct reconnaissance. After all, the mortal realm within the heavenly palace is not the same as the mortal realm on Earth. Its level of danger is far greater than usual. All they needed to do was conduct daily patrols, guard the city walls, and carry out reconnaissance. External reconnaissance is also conducted within a 200-kilometer radius. The target of the reconnaissance was the group of demonic beasts, and the situation of some of the demonic beasts gathering together. If anything goes wrong, they need to report it immediately to prevent the formation of a monster tide, because once the monster horde attacks the base, there will inevitably be bad elements mixed in with it. Monsters are easy to deal with. Killing the Beast King will make them retreat. However, dealing with monsters possessed by evil spirits is a bit troublesome. Therefore, even when conducting reconnaissance missions, they would repeatedly emphasize not to provoke the monsters. But Shenlin found this difficult. When you come to a new place, you have to make a big splash. Don't you agree? Xu Xiao put his arm around Shenlin's shoulder and spoke to the others. But few people paid him any attention. Upon entering, many people immediately began to look around at their surroundings. After entering the prison world, they arrived at a large base. There are many defensive facilities inside, and soldiers are patrolling. Not far away are towering metal walls, with soldiers stationed on them. The entire camp was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Although some soldiers were joking around, their posture of keeping their hands on their weapons at their waists was striking. They believed that these soldiers would react immediately should anything happen. The security is so tight, Meng Chongyin said softly, standing next to Shenlin. Shenlin's gaze fell on the people who were carefully observing them not far away. That person seems to be Xu Xiao's teacher, Lu Yuxing. Xu Xiao's mentor is here. Could Ying be here too? No, that's unlikely. Sakura is a celestial being. Coming here is no different from revealing that she is a celestial being. However, I don't feel safe without a strong person by my side. And Shenlin thought of the contents of the prophecy book inside. When the heavenly emperor appears, nothing happens. Why do I feel like I'm about to get bitten again? Forget it. This time I absolutely cannot get bitten. Otherwise, you really will be drained dry. Everyone assemble. Just then, a rough voice rang out. On a high platform not far away, a middle-aged man was watching them. Upon hearing this voice, Shen, Lin Meng, Chongyin, and the others quickly stood together without any hesitation. The assembly was done in team order. Their team was the first squad, and Meng Chongyin's team was the second squad. Following this pattern, there are over 1,600 teams with 10,000 people. As for the extra few people, well, they've been assigned to other weaker teams. Are there many teams? Actually, there aren't that many, because there are 80,000 to 90,000 soldiers permanently stationed in this base alone. Moreover, the base is so large that it could accommodate another 500,000 people. Not only is the base large, but the area that needs to be explored is also very large. Because the entrance to the Heavenly Palace is located at the edge of the Prism World, the base was also built at the edge of the Prism World. The circular base needs to be explored and scouted in an area spanning several hundred kilometers in radius from the base itself. Therefore, their more than 10,000 students are really not very noticeable within the base. The 1,600 plus teams are just the foundation for the annual military training. 3 minutes had passed since the man called for a rally, and there were still some people who had not returned to their groups. Seeing this, the person who shouted the message smiled, and the other soldiers also looked on with anticipation. The annual performance is about to begin. Everyone, stop right now, the middle-aged man shouted, his spiritual energy erupting. The next moment, the people who had been noisy and wandering around immediately stopped. Even those who were already standing felt unable to move their bodies. Let me count. There are a total of 2,731 people who are not standing properly. Wow, that's a lot of people. It seems your principal was right. Your class is indeed the most special one. Previously, there were only a few hundred people who didn't stand properly, but here there are 2,000. Moreover, most of the year Miss level, second tier, creatures were not standing properly. Great. I love students like you who don't follow orders. It's more fun taking care of you this way. The middle-aged man burst into loud laughter, and the louder the laughter, the more unsettling it became for the students who weren't standing properly. Many students were even struggling to move their bodies back into the line. Come on, let's put our favorite toys on these students who aren't standing properly. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and immediately thousands of people appeared, holding bracelets and smiling as they walked towards the students who were not standing properly. The students who weren't standing properly looked on in horror as the men with ill intentions put bracelets on their limbs. Among them were Chu Xiao, Wen Liang, and Han Yu. After putting bracelets on the wristbands of the 2,000 people, the middle-aged man squatted down on the stands and said with a smile, "Are you all wearing them properly? Don't let them come off in a bit." "Everyone is wearing them," the 1,000 soldiers replied with smiles. "All right, get moving. All of you who are standing still, find a place to sit down and watch the show." With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man restored the mobility of those who had been standing still. Then he ran to the side without hesitation. As for those who were not standing properly, they remained motionless in their original positions. Do you know what kind of program we have here every year? The middle-aged man looked at the students who had hidden themselves and asked with a smile. Everyone shook their heads, but their eyes were filled with curiosity. Hee hee, the show is of course, let's all fly. The middle-aged man chuckled and then released the restraints from the 2,000 people. The moment they were freed from their restraints, the 2,000 plus people simultaneously and slowly flew into the sky. It didn't fly directly up, it was more like it was floating. This is the Heavenly Palace. Due to its special environment, the gravity here is much lower than on Earth. Therefore, all the monsters here have great speed and extremely high jumping ability. There are even more flying monsters. Therefore, most of the time we need to fight in the air. Those of different orders cannot fly unless they reach the evening star level, 5th order. Therefore, we created a device that allows the outcasts to fly using the environment within the Heavenly Palace. The equipment on your limbs is the flight gear that all out-of-order soldiers below the 5th rank, evening star, must wear. However, this equipment is designed for environmental use, so defective products are very common. These defective products cannot make people fly, they can only make people float as if they are weightless. Moreover, there is a strong repulsive force between each defective product. Taking it off will be incredibly difficult, but don't worry, there's a barrier near the base, so you won't fly out. But think about it, what would happen if we added a little force while you were floating? The middle-aged man said with a wicked grin. Those floating in the air immediately knew what they were about to do, and with a look of terror, they reached out to try and remove the bracelet. However, the powerful repulsive force repelled their hands. Come on, the punishment begins. A strange force swept over the person floating in midair. Then, these 2,000 plus people in the air began to move and spin at the same time. Holy crap, a flying whirlwind, someone exclaimed. That's right, this is a program that happens every year, and it's also the punishment for you high-achieving students who disobey orders. Aerial whirlwind. For the next 4 hours, you will be floating in the air while spinning at high speed. Please be careful. Whatever you do, don't throw up. If you do, your time will be extended. The person already spinning rapidly in the air. Holy crap, this is going to be a disaster. Although they were all out-ordered, they had good physical abilities. But even that can't withstand spinning at a speed of hundreds of revolutions per minute in mid-air. Moreover, it seems to be due to the environment of the Heavenly Palace. The moment they floated into the air, their internal organs felt extremely uncomfortable. Within just 10 minutes of the start, quite a few people felt nauseous, but they all managed to hold it in. Wow, flying. At this moment, and Shenlin noticed something and exclaimed in amazement. The middle-aged man in the stands looked terrified and immediately shouted, "Get that incontinent guy down here." Honestly, this is the first time something like this has happened in their decades-long series of punishment shows. The moment I saw that unidentified object fly out, many people visibly panicked. Brother, you're an out of order. If you just keep vomiting, we won't say anything. How could you possibly get that thing out? That's absolutely outrageous. And then they realized why the soldiers were panicking. Meng Chongyin, Fistina, and Lin Xianxiu all approached in Shenlin simultaneously, and Shenlin also expanded the range of the force field to prevent them from being attacked by that unknown object. This show is really good. It can even make fertilizer. Chu Xiao seems to be having a lot of fun, and Shenlin remarked, noticing Chu Xiao floating in the air. Chu Xiao and his two companions had a different style from the others. They chatted as they walked around. You're even slapping each other? Seriously, how did you manage to find each other's faces so precisely while you were spinning like that? They seem to have been circulated around for half a day yesterday, right? Lin Xianxiu asked uncertainly. We went there in the morning, and he came back in the evening. Judging from how well it's marinated, it definitely took quite a while. And Shenlin said, so you have resistance now. No wonder, Fistina said, and then she was about to fall onto Shenlin. However, Meng Chongyin reached out and lifted Fistina up. Fistina could only innocently stick her tongue out at Meng Chongyin. Soon, 4 hours had passed. During this time, apart from that particular guy who was pulled down, everyone else persevered for 4 hours with remarkable strength. However, very few people can stand up and vomit the moment they land. Chu Xiao and the others were standing, but, after 4 hours of this face-slapping game, all 3 of them had swollen faces. It has to be said that those 2 guys are really capable. They actually managed to slap Chu Xiao's thick skin until it was swollen. I don't know him. And Shenlin looked at Chu Xiao's swollen face and turned away without hesitation. Chu Xiao looked at Lin Xianxiu. Lin Xianxiu turned her head away, as if to say, I don't know you. Honestly, standing next to Chu Xiao is a bit embarrassing. But Chu Xiao and his friends were different. Having suffered at Lu Yuxing's hands, the 3 of them went around showing off with their arms around each other's shoulders. Every time you brag to someone, you get the middle finger from that person. Some people, unable to bear it any longer, will even tremblingly use their abilities to attack. Putting everything else aside, although these people were thoroughly exhausted, their combat skills were excellent. Even if you're vomiting uncontrollably, you can still use your abilities completely. After giving these people a break of more than 10 minutes, the middle-aged man's gruff voice rang rang out again. Everyone assemble. Anyone who isn't in position within 3 minutes will have to wait another 4 hours. Within a minute, everyone was standing in neat rows in their assigned formations. Very good. Let me introduce myself first. I am Fong Yueran, the Commander-in-Chief of the front line of the Heavenly Palace. Welcome, brilliant minds of Yenching University, to one of the most dangerous prison worlds in China. For the next period of time, you will be under military-style management with us here. You will also be training, patrolling, and standing guard with us. This month, you are also soldiers. You can also earn military merit. But please note, since you are soldiers, you must be clear about what you should and should not do. Otherwise, you will be dealt with according to military law. Although you won't die, you'll experience a fate worse than death, like being on fire in the air. Alright, instructors, please stand at the front of your respective teams. Fong Yueran waved her hand, then turned around and picked up her thermos to drink water. Immediately, following the rule of 1 person per 2 teams, more than 800 instructors stood in front of them. However, although they are instructors, all they need to do is pass on tasks to them. They were assigned to stand guard and patrol, but they didn't care about anything else. The person standing in front of you is your instructor. They are in charge of managing you, and they are the ones who punish you first when you make mistakes. But they are not responsible for your safety. This is Prism World. You are responsible for your own lives. Even if you are the newest batch of geniuses from Yenching University, we won't always be by your side. Here, you'll need to handle many things on your own. Alright, everyone disperse and go do whatever you need to do. The first batch of tasks will be released tonight. I hope your teachers won't push you too hard. You're all delicate, you can't handle the intensity right away. Fong Yueran said, then turned and left. After Fong Yueran left, the group of them, led by their instructor, headed to their accommodation. The accommodation is shared by 6 people, with men and women living separately. Since the girl lived nearby, it was possible for him to spy on her. But how they will die, and how gruesome their death will be, is unknown. Even if you don't die, you'll still be punished. After the instructor said that, many people with bad intentions gave up their ideas. Even Xu Xiao felt it was a pity. 6 people. Are you sure you want the 2 of us to live with these guys? At the place wherein Shenlin and the others were staying, the 2 stood at the door and asked hesitantly, what's the situation here? First, there's In Shenlin, the second freshman, who seems harmless. But they were all people who had seen In Shenlin fight, so they naturally knew how strong In Shenlin was. Being around him is incredibly oppressive. Secondly, these 3 guys with handprints all over their faces, are they really not crazy? Will nothing bad really happen if we live together? What if their faces look like this when they wake up in the morning? And Shenlin glanced at the 2 people standing at the door, then at Xu Xiao, and then covered her face. Xu Xiao may not be good at anything else, but he's quite adept at making a fool of himself. There are also Wen Liang and Han Yu, who are exactly the same kind of people as Xu Xiao. They lose face together. They'll definitely be doing things together later. These 2 guys have interesting abilities too. Wen Liang and Han Yu both possess heaven-level abilities. Wen Liang possesses a heaven-level dimensional ability, which is a summoning ability. This allows him to summon monsters or strange creatures to fight alongside him. But I've heard that the creatures he summons aren't exactly respectable. Han Yu possesses a heaven-level physical ability, specifically speed-related. He is said to be very fast, but he has little combat ability. They only got into Yenching University because they outlasted several other people. Nothing will happen, we won't do anything to you. When Liang, with blonde hair, stepped forward and put his arm around the 2 of them, saying with a smile, yes, we're all good people. Han Yu said, hands on her hips, good people. I feel like your definition of a good person is a bit strange. Don't worry, we've got your back. Xu Xiao said with a smile, then reached out and placed his hands on their shoulders. The door closed slowly, and cold sweat poured down their backs. It's over, there's no escaping it. First squad, second squad, prepare your equipment and get ready for night reconnaissance mission. At midnight, the instructors approached them and sent them instructions for the night via the makeshift military terminals they were on. Running out to do reconnaissance missions late at night, soldiers are really tired. Olden, wake up, it's time to get up and carry out the mission. Xu Xiao nudged In Shenlin, who was fast asleep on the bed, and then pulled In Shenlin up. A moment later, 206-person teams stood in the assembly area. After receiving the equipment prepared for them, the 200 squads left the base and then split up to carry out their missions after walking a distance. They really think highly of us, giving us the time to do reconnaissance missions at night, Xu Xiao grumbled from the side. They were all students, so we entrusted them with the more important nighttime reconnaissance tasks. It's clear that those soldiers truly treated them as soldiers. Stop talking, this isn't Earth, and Shenlin said, yawning as he walked ahead. This group consisted of 6 people at the mist level, second tier, and 6 at the spirit dust level, first tier. Their strength seems frighteningly low no matter how you look at it. It should be noted that the lowest ranking soldiers stationed at the base are at the boundary river level, tier 3. Assigning them such a task is indeed somewhat inappropriate. However, this is also a test for them from the school. In the perilous prism world of Heavenly Palace, every action they take is related to their own lives. lives, even with military camouflage cloaks and things to ward off monsters. But that doesn't mean they won't be in danger. Chu Xiao, this is not one of those ordinary prison worlds. Don't you dare bite us, or we won't even know how we died. And Chen-Lin said. He still clearly remembered the scene during the summer vacation when Chu Xiao almost killed himself because he ate random things. Honestly, Chu Xiao is really good at causing trouble. Don't worry. This time, the situation will definitely not happen again like last time, Chu Xiao said with great confidence. You'd better be. And Chen-Lin stopped halfway through his sentence. And Chen-Lin then looked at Fistina speechlessly and whispered, now is not the time to do this kind of thing. I know, but we're a team, and there's no danger right now, so it's okay for us to hold hands like this, right? Fistina said with a smile, gently shaking in Chen-Lin's hand before letting go. She stood beside Chen-Lin like a well-behaved and obedient little girl, and Chen-Lin sighed helplessly and continued leading the team forward. Meng Chongyin and Lin Xianxiu's team were on their left, about 60 meters away. In case of any situation, the two teams can quickly regroup. However, it was precisely because the two teams were not traveling together that Fistina dared to do this. Dream Emma wouldn't do that. After walking a certain distance, Han Yu suddenly spoke up. We've covered 5 kilometers. It's time to conduct area reconnaissance. Each of the 6 of them carried different equipment, and Chen-Lin and Fistina were wearing protective gear. The two walked at the front, responsible for scouting the way and deploying protective gear to evacuate immediately if danger was encountered. Chu Xiao was carrying a detection device, which was used to detect the activity of nearby monsters. Han Yu is counting and sensing devices on his body, used to determine how far he has traveled, to sense if there are any unusual places around him, and to analyze the monsters. The device on Wen Liang's body is a communication device, responsible for contacting the base. The last girl's device was used to ward off monsters. Both squads were equipped with the same gear, in order to make more accurate judgments based on the detected data. The initial 5 kilometers are checked, and then another check is performed at 10 kilometers. Then 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers. After completing the detection at all several detection points, they will return. But who knows what might happen on that 100-kilometer journey? Alright, this area only shows traces of normal monster activity. There are no extra traces, Chu Xiao said, then put away the detection device. Just as Chu Xiao finished getting ready to continue, and Chen-Lin looked at the dark figure not far away and said, are you sure you didn't detect anything at all? I'm sure. What's wrong? Chu Xiao asked, puzzled. He followed in Chen-Lin's gaze and froze in place. The others did the same, and then they all froze in place. Finally, the sensory device on Han Yu's body emitted a sound. Tianming bear, a lightning-type bear-like monster, is unfriendly and solitary. Its strength is at the 3rd level, Boundary River. Roar! The sky-howling bear slowly stepped out and let out a low roar. Each of the 4 limbs was 3 meters high, and there were faint traces of lightning crackling around its back. Everyone, this is definitely something the school came up with, Chu Xiao said. We know without even looking, Chu Xiao. And Chen-Lin said, his eyes gleaming with blue light. Bloodbath. Chu Xiao made a decisive move, activating his skill and charging forward. Chu Xiao kicked the sky-howling bear in the head, then used his speed to restrain it. Do you need any help? Meng Chongyin's voice came through the communicator. No need, Chu Xiao can handle it, and Chen-Lin said. They were well aware of Chu Xiao's strength. He could handle any beast at the 3rd tier of the Boundary River level, as long as it wasn't at its peak. Holy crap, Olden! This is a peak, 3rd tier, demon beast from the Boundary River realm. As soon as Chen-Lin finished speaking, a series of wailing and howling sounds came from Chu Xiao's side. Soon, Chu Xiao, whose body was crackling with lightning, was sent flying backward. Alright, it seems it was designed based on the team's strength. Be careful over there, monsters should appear soon. And Chen-Lin raised his hand and used air modification to catch Chu Xiao, then reminded Meng Chongyin. It has already appeared. It should be a peak, 3rd tier, demon beast of the Boundary River, just like you. It seems it will take some time to resolve this. It just takes a little time. The monsters the school selects based on strength can at most seriously injure us. And Chen-Lin said, raising his hand as he spoke. Imitation execution. A wound appeared on Tianming Bear's body. So hard, and Chen-Lin said calmly, then spoke into the communicator. Let's talk in 10 minutes. Let's deal with the immediate problem first. Communication ended. Battle officially begins. Wen Liang, let's see how good your summoning magic is, Chu Xiao said with a smile as he approached Wen Liang. Watch closely. Wen Liang closed his eyes, his body enveloped in white light. Chirp chirp. A little white chick appeared above Wen Liang's head. Chu Xiao. Great. Let's have a big showdown with the 5 of us. So you've excluded me? This guy's electrified. He's going to be tough to fight. Chu Xiao was sent flying again, his body still crackling with electricity. And Chen-Lin appeared behind Chu Xiao, caught Chu Xiao with his hand, and threw Chu Xiao back to Tianming Bear. Olden, you can't play like this, Chu Xiao shouted, but still kicked Tianming Bear in the head. Roar! The sky-howling bear roared angrily and stood up, ready to swat Chu Xiao with its claws. The slash appeared, immediately creating a wound on the raised paw of the sky-howling bear. Chu Xiao Xiao took the opportunity to deliver another punch to Tianming Bear's head. Xu Xiao's power knocked the Sky Howling Bear's head to the side. But this monster is a level higher than them, with strong defense and vitality, so it won't die so easily. A few slashes and attacks alone are not enough to kill this monster. Ugh, so annoying. Fistina. And Shenlin looked at Xu Xiao, who had been sent flying again, and then turned to look at Fistina. Here you are. Fistina jumped onto Shenlin's back, her eyes shining with pink light. A powerful mental shock caused the Sky Howling Bear, which was about to launch another attack on Xu Xiao, to stop, and blood spilled from its mouth and nose. Mental attacks are really effective against this kind of monster, and Shenlin said. Among monsters, those that are not of the willpower type will have significantly weaker mental defenses. Therefore, mental attacks can cause a lot of damage to most monsters. It seems the school won't be able to find any monsters with special abilities. Otherwise, what would have arrived here would have been a third-tier, Boundary River level demonic beast with the power of will. Fistina whispered with a smile in Shenlin's ear. That's not enough. Ordinary Boundary River, third-tier, monsters are no threat to me in Xu Xiao. A peak-level, third-tier, demon beast from the Boundary River realm would probably be the most comprehensive option. As Shenlin spoke, he raised his hand and unleashed several slashes. The slashes landed on various parts of the Sky Howling Bear's body, leaving several wounds. Xu Xiao returned to the Sky Howling Bear, raised his hand and inserted it into the bear's wound, then tore off a piece of flesh. Roar! The Sky Howl Bear let out a painful cry and glared angrily at Xu Xiao. And Shenlin, however, said with a look of disgust, "You'd better not give it to me, never mind." The moment he uttered those words, Xu Xiao had already put the piece of meat in his mouth and swallowed it. They really eat anything and aren't afraid of getting diarrhea. And Shenlin, somewhat disgusted, led Fistina back a few steps. At this moment, the red mist around Xu Xiao became even thicker. Just as the Sky Howling Bear attacked, Xu Xiao did a somersault and kicked the Sky Howling Bear in the head. This kick knocked Tianming Bear over. Tianming Xiong tried to get up and fight back, but as soon as he raised his head, several slashes came down. They chopped off its eyes and cut off its jaw. Roar! The heavenly roaring bear roared, and lightning burst forth from its body. "No way," Fistina said with a smile, and the mental shock occurred again. The heavenly cry bear suffered a severe head injury, and the lightning on its body stopped. Xu Xiao punched Tianming Bear on the head, knocking it to the ground again. "Olden!" Xu Xiao shouted at Shenlin, his mouth stained with blood. "I know." And Shenlin sighed, then raised his hand. The gun of fleeting life. 3 white spears landed on the head, heart, and lungs of the Sky Howling Bear. Despite suffering a fatal wound, Tianming Bear tried to struggle but was knocked down again by Xu Xiao's punch. A moment later, this peak third-tier demon beast of the Boundary River level died tragically at the hands of 3 students of the Mist level, second tier. However, the Heavenly Cry Bear is not a very high-level demon beast. Some demonic beasts with bloodlines higher than the Heavenly Cry Bear can also kill it at the beginning of the Boundary River, third tier. However, as a bear-like creature, the strength of a peak third tier level expert in the Boundary River is enough to allow them to roam freely in certain areas, but they can only serve as whetstones for these geniuses. And Shenlin and his group only had 3 people making a move. The others were about to make a move but realized they were no match for him, so they just watched from the sidelines. "And Shenlin, have you dealt with it over there?" Meng Chongyin's voice came through the communicator shortly after they dealt with the Tianming Bear. On the other side, Meng Chongyin was holding a huge deer head in one hand. After taking a close look at it, she threw it aside. Beside Meng Chongyin was the body of a headless deer, over 4 meters tall, frozen in ice. It's all right now, we've taken care of everything." The voice coming through the communicator wasn't in Shenlin's, but Festina's. Meng Chongyin paused for a moment, then sighed and said, "Let's meet up later. There might be more monsters appearing. It's better for the 2 teams to move together." "Okay, let's meet up 100 meters ahead. The smell of blood might attract other monsters." And Shenlin's voice came through, and then the call ended. "Let's go." Meng Chongyin looked at the others and said in a cold voice, "Yes." Faced with the cold and stern Meng Chongyin, no one else dared to say anything more and could only strictly follow Meng Chongyin's instructions. They all knew that Meng Chongyin and the second-place finisher had a good relationship. Many people speculate that Meng Chongyin and Shenlin, who came in second place, are in a romantic relationship. However, Shenlin also happens to have a very good relationship with Fistina. The relationship between the 3 of them is now somewhat delicate. While on the road, some people raised questions about this matter. As a result, he saw Meng Chongyin's incredibly cold eyes, and then no one dared to ask any more questions. The relationship between Meng Chongyin and Fistina is somewhat complicated, but they all probably can't do without Shenlin. In their eyes, Shenlin was an extremely mysterious guy. Uncertain abilities, formidable strength, a relationship with the family, and an ambiguous relationship with 2 girls. Aside from a few family members, Shenlin received the most attention. Despite having a beautiful woman by his side, Shenlin consistently appeared uninterested. After ending the communication, the 2 teams met up not far ahead and prepared to continue their journey together. No more monsters appeared on the rest of the journey. Data collection was completed at the last next reconnaissance point, 100 kilometers away from the base. All done, mission accomplished. Now all we have to do is return the way we came. Xu Xiao put away the device and then excitedly put his arm around Qianlin's shoulder. There's still a way back, things aren't completely over yet. And Qianlin said helplessly. The rest of the journey went smoothly, but the distance to the base was too far, and there wasn't enough time to intervene. That's why problems only occur on the 5-kilometer stretch of road. If we go back, there will probably be another problem. Sigh, the school really loves to stir up trouble. But speaking of which, how exactly were those floating islands formed? On the way back, Zhu Xiao looked curiously at the floating island in the sky and voiced his doubts. Isn't it said that the reason why the heavenly palace is so high is because of gravity? We can jump dozens of meters high here with a light jump. The floating islands probably appeared because of a problem on the ground. When Liang, holding a white chick, walked in the middle of the group and said, "There's something wrong with the ground, for example?" Han Yu looked at the chick in Wen Liang's arms and swallowed hard. So fat, it looks delicious. Wen Liang, how should I know? Stop looking, it's a summon creature, it will go back when the time is up. How long can your summoning spell last? Lin Qianqiu asked, leaning closer. The stronger the summon creature, the shorter its duration. This guy has no combat power. Will probably disappear once we get back. Why is my summoning skill so unreliable? When Liang looked at the chick in his arms and said helplessly, even though he's already at the second tier, mist level, his summoning skills are still not very stable. If he hadn't been lucky during the college entrance exam, he wouldn't have been able to get into university. It might be a problem with your spiritual energy circulation. There was a clear break in your spiritual energy flow when you used your abilities. If I'm not mistaken, the strength of your summon creatures is determined by the amount and purity of your spiritual energy output. As long as you can control the output and purity of your spiritual energy, you should be able to control summoning spells well. And Qianlin turned his head and said, "How did you know?" When Liang asked, puzzled. "He is a measure of ability," Han Yu said from the side. "Oh yeah, but what you're saying is hard to do, isn't it?" "No, you're measuring your abilities, which is easy for you to do." Wen Liang sighed. It's already quite remarkable that they can use their abilities consistently and unleash such immense power. No one with anomalies has a level of mastery over spiritual energy that surpasses that of other ability users. There could not possibly be such a person among those of the same rank. It's actually quite simple. By the way, did you guys feel the ground shaking? As Qianlin spoke, he stopped and looked at the ground. Is it vibrating? No, right? Xu Xiao said, then stomped his foot on the ground, and Qianlin crouched down to expand his senses. Then his expression turned strange. What's wrong? Fistina asked, leaning closer. Meng Chongyin stood to one side, waiting for Qianlin to speak. I wanted to ask, can any of you run several kilometers in 10 seconds? And Qianlin stood up and asked, while his force field spread out. Are you sure you can do it? Meng Chongyin asked Han Yu. Han Yu shook his head and said, I'm only at the spirit dust level, first rank. How could I possibly have such a fast speed? Then we'll probably have to witness the formation of the floating islands together. And Qianlin said, raising his hand to grab Meng Chongyin and Fistina. Meng Chongyin and Fistina reacted instantly and reached out to grab the other person. What happened? Aha! Oh my god! Xu Xiao was caught by Lin Qianqiu before he could even react. The next moment, the ground began to tremble violently, and then the ground beneath their feet slowly floated up. Around them, countless clods of earth floated upwards. Why does this floating island have to form just when we're heading back? When Liang cursed loudly, throwing the chick he was holding out of his arms. It's not too high yet. Maybe we can try jumping right down. Someone said somewhat flusteredly. No, the ground beneath our feet was glued together by my abilities, and I use my abilities to prevent us from directly integrating into other places. Nobody knows what might happen if you integrate into another place. And Qianlin shouted. Not long after, they saw the chicks that Wen Liang had thrown away also fly up, but it was quickly covered by countless clods of earth, and then blood flowed out from the cracks in the rocks. Poor chicken. Seeing what happened to the chick, many people fell silent, gripping the hands of those around them tightly. Ha! And Qianlin exhaled slowly. Stabilizing the soil beneath one's feet with a force field is extremely taxing on both spiritual energy and physical strength. And Qianlin didn't know how long he could hold on. Both Fistina and Meng Chongyin noticed in Qianlin's current state and began using their spiritual energy to stabilize him. Recover! Fistina whispered in Qianlin's ear. A warm breath gently brushed past Qianlin's ear, and Qianlin immediately felt his spiritual energy slowly recovering. And Qianlin nodded to Fistina and continued to stabilize the environment around them. About 20 minutes later, the ascent stopped. They were also lucky to be on the ground, rather than being covered by clods of earth. Ha ha, it seems there are no problems. And Qianlin, panting, was helped up by Meng Chongyin, and then began to look around at the situation. Floating islands. They finally understood how floating islands were formed. Everything around was similar to what was on the ground, except that some trees had fallen down, everything else was normal. It looks almost the same as the ground. Moreover, the area is quite large, with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. kilometers. It doesn't feel dangerous, but that's just a feeling. Does anyone know anything about floating islands? Xu Xiao asked while keeping a wary eye on his surroundings. The other 10 people were also alert to their surroundings. No, the situation on each floating island is different. Knowing this won't be of much use, but it's said that when floating islands are formed, they bring up some valuable things from the ground. Therefore, floating islands usually contain many rare resources. Upon hearing this, the eyes of 7 out of the 12 people immediately lit up. It's important to understand that most people have to earn resources on their own. At this moment, and Shenlin spoke up, "Don't move. Heavenly Palace, most of the demonic beasts fly. A new floating island has formed. The first to arrive here will definitely be those flying monsters. The most important thing to do now is to find a safe place, and then call for help from base." The mention of rare resources would definitely excite Chu Xiao and his group. But you can't let your heart be moved now, or something bad will happen. The thing to do now is to find a safe place to hide. "Okay, I'll go look for it now," Chu Xiao said, then took a few steps forward. But he disappeared from everyone's sight after taking a few steps. Everyone, holy crap, a magic trick to make someone disappear? The group immediately went forward to check, then turned around and said, "There's a hole here." Chu Xiao fell in. "Is that so? Wait, and Shenlin, are you sure where we're standing right now is safe?" Meng Chongyin suddenly looked at Shenlin, and Shenlin said that the place they were standing on was glued together by his ability. And Shenlin remained silent for a long while before saying, "It seems not." The next moment, the ground collapsed, and everyone fell down. They fell dozens of meters before touching the ground. And Shenlin was unharmed under Meng Chongyin's protection, as were the others. After all, they were all outcasts. They were frightened at first, but they got much better later. Holy crap, there's such a big hole in a floating island? When Liang patted the dirt off his clothes and looked around at the surrounding environment in amazement. After all, the floating island is roughly the same size as the ground. Hanyu said from the side, then looked around at the surroundings. Just then, a roar came from above, and the powerful pressure shook their hearts. "Hide, a high-level monster is coming." And Shenlin pulled the two of them aside, and the others also found a place to hide themselves. Fortunately, their clothes were specially made. It can shield their breath and prevent heat from escaping. By remaining stationary and covering their faces, they can create visual illusions that make it difficult for monsters to spot them. It's safe to say that as long as they stay out of trouble and don't cause any problems, they'll be fine. "Where is Chu Xiao?" After everyone hid, and Shenlin noticed that Chu Xiao was not there and asked, "I don't know, I don't think I've seen him since he fell," Fistina said. "There's another hole here." Someone pointed to his side and said, "And Shenlin." He remembered the contents of the prophecy book. "Well, I really don't know if Chu Xiao is unlucky or lucky, but he managed to land in a place they never expected, even under these circumstances." Gah! The roars of monsters could be heard from outside the cave from time to time. After ensuring they wouldn't disturb the monsters, they began sending distress signals to the base. "Something feels off," and Shenlin observed the demonic beasts flying outside, a puzzled expression on his face. The emotions emanating from these monsters were anxiety, tension, and fear, and their behavior suggests they are urgently searching for something. And Shenlin took a few steps back, wanting to get a clearer view of the demonic beasts outside. And Shenlin lost his footing and disappeared into the cave. And Shenlin, Meng Chongyin was the first to notice, and then jumped down after her. Next up is Fistina. The others didn't understand what was happening and were just about to see what had happened. A heavy thud was heard as the group looked up and saw the belly of a giant bird blocking the more than 10-meter wide opening before it quickly disappeared from their sight. They immediately fell silent, obediently clutching their communication equipment and finding a secluded corner where they were unlikely to be discovered. As for Shenlin and the others, forget about them. Those few people are among the top freshmen. If something happens to them, those of them staying up there have no chance of surviving. Damn, I'm so lucky. After sliding down for a minute, Shenlin landed safely. After landing, Shenlin quickly looked around at his surroundings and saw countless glowing flowers on the wall. The light emitted by these flowers filled the entire cave, making it as bright as day. "What are these? Are they spirit plants?" Shenlin asked, somewhat puzzled. But just then, he heard a noise from above, and Shenlin looked up warily, and then saw Meng Chongyin fall down as well. Upon seeing Meng Chongyin appear, Shenlin instinctively reached out and caught her. "Phew, it seems you're alright." Meng Chongyin took a deep breath and looked at Shenlin. "It's not very deep here. What could possibly happen?" Shenlin said helplessly, then put Meng Chongyin aside. Just as Shenlin was about to continue observing the situation here, there was another commotion above. Immediately, Fistina also fell out of the hole and, ignoring Meng Chongyin to the side, pounced directly on Shenlin. "Wow, this place is so beautiful," Fistina exclaimed, clinging to Shenlin and looking at the glowing flowers around her. Shenlin put Fistina down and said helplessly, "Xu Xiao is probably here, but I don't know where he went. By the way, do you know what these flowers are?" The two shook their heads, indicating that it was also the first time they had ever seen such a glowing flower. "It's probably a plant unique to the Heavenly Palace. On the way, I saw some plants unique to the Heavenly Palace that were not recorded. Our development development of the Tiangong is not advanced enough. Therefore, many plants are only recorded in military records. So it's perfectly normal that there are no records. As Meng Chongyin spoke, she began to carefully observe the plants, just like in Shenlin. There are many flowers that can glow, but this is the first time I've ever seen this kind. As Fistina spoke, she reached out to touch the flowers, but in Shenlin stopped her. Since we don't know anything, it's best not to touch it. Xu Xiao should be here too. Let's make a mark here and go find him. After In Shenlin finished speaking, his eyes gleamed with a pale blue light. His senses began to spread, and soon a partial view of the underground cave appeared in his mind. This way. And Shenlin confirmed the location and took the lead. Are you alright using your abilities now? Meng Chongyin asked with concern, looking at In Shenlin's blue glowing eyes. It's fine for now, but you can't use it for too long, In Shenlin said, his eyes returning to normal as he spoke. And Shenlin had just exhausted himself, so he was struggling to use his abilities now. Speaking of which, weren't floating islands formed by the fusion of soil blocks? But how could caves with these glowing flowers be formed so precisely? Fistina tilted her head, deep in thought, her face full of confusion. Actually, I also have some doubts. Logically speaking, the caves on the floating islands should have been formed by the collapse due to gravity. It's a bit strange that these caves appeared when the floating islands were formed. That's what Meng Chongyin said. We'll talk about whether it's strange or not later. Right now, this place is relatively safe. Once we find Xu Xiao, let's hurry up there. Who knows what might happen if we stay here any longer? And Shenlin said. What they didn't notice was that as they walked ahead, the glowing flowers behind them detached from the wall, their roots acting as feet as they slowly followed behind. On the flower buds that these flowers used to emit light, something resembling an eye is hidden within, watching in Shenlin and the others. All of this happened silently, without even Fistina and Meng Chongyin noticing the strange changes behind it. These flowers were like little people, quietly following behind the three of them. Gradually, more and more flowers left the wall and followed behind in Shenlin and the other two. And Shenlin and his companions were completely unaware that what lay ahead of them was bright light, while what lay behind them was utter darkness. It's so deep here. It seems it will take some time to reach the end. As for Xu Xiao, he should be at the end. After walking for a few minutes, and Shenlin used his ability once again to survey the surrounding area. However, the moment he activated his ability, and Shenlin sensed something amiss behind him, as if something subtle was moving. What is that? And Shenlin suddenly turned his head to look behind him, but there was nothing behind him, just a bright passage. What's wrong? Did you sense something? Meng Chongyin looked behind her and asked with some confusion. When I expanded my senses just now, I felt something following us from behind. They were some very small, strange-sounding things, but when I turned around, I didn't see anything. That's a bit strange, and Shenlin said. He didn't know if his perception was wrong, but once the strange feeling appeared, it was hard to get rid of. It seems the pace of progress will have to slow down a bit from here on out. It's alright, let's keep going. And Shenlin withdrew his gaze and led the two forward. The moment In Shenlin looked away, all the flowers on the wall jumped out and continued to quietly follow In Shenlin. And Shenlin, who was walking in front, was thinking about why there was such a cave. Keep in mind that this is a floating island, and a newly formed one at that. Such caves should not exist in theory. What kind of animals burrow? No, it's most likely a plant's burrow. These surrounding plants aren't necessarily friendly plants. And Shenlin thought to himself as he walked, carefully observing the flowers around him. Where do the roots of these plants extend to? As he spoke, he released a burst of virtual computing power to probe. No roots? The roots of these things are only 2 centimeters long? What the heck? Are these flowers even plants? And Shenlin was stunned. Generally speaking, the root systems of plants that appear in caves are quite long. However, in Shenlin's perception, the roots of these plants were very shallow, as if they were embedded in the wall. Such a situation is quite rare. This place is even stranger now. With this strange feeling, and Shenlin led the two to the deepest part, where they saw Xu Xiao tied to the wall by vines. Xu Xiao still had a flower in his mouth. Hey, you're here. Xu Xiao looked at the three people who appeared in front of him, raised his hand with difficulty to greet them, and his voice was a little muffled because he was chewing on a flower. What kind of look is this? And Shenlin asked after looking at Xu Xiao's portrait on the wall for a long time. After I came here, I found a very fragrant flower and wanted to pick it, but I don't know where the vines came from. They trapped me here, so I had to use my mouth to pick the flower. Putting everything else aside, these vines are quite tough. I can't break free at all. But I knew you'd come, so I'll conserve my energy here, Xu Xiao said, and then tried to break free in front of Shenlin and the other two, but failed. Is this the strange spiritual plant? Xu Xiao is really lucky. And Shenlin sighed, then stepped forward to help Xu Xiao break free of the vines. But the moment Shenlin placed his hand on the vine, he sensed something was wrong. Why is there blood flowing on these vines? No, this isn't a plant. This is an animal. Several slashes appeared, directly severing the vines on Xu Xiao's body. Green blood sprayed out, and a painful roar came from the wall behind Xu Xiao. Is it alive? Xu Xiao exclaimed in horror, placing the flower from his mouth onto the satchel at his waist. Insects, underground caves, complete caves. This is an insect nest. nest, and Shenlin quickly analyzed the situation and came to a terrifying conclusion. This isn't a plant's burrow, it's an insect nest. Aside from plants, only insect burrows can remain intact during ascent. Run! And Shenlin shouted, turning around to lead the group away. But as he turned around, and Shenlin saw countless glowing flowers approaching from behind. These are all insects. What are these things? I've never seen them before. Chu Xiao also became wary, even though he had obtained a good item. But good things require risking your life to use them. This is an insect nest. Let's go this way. And Shenlin said, then carefully observed the surroundings and finally determined a direction with fewer insects. Air modification shock. And Shenlin raised his hand to shake off the insects that were trying to block his way, and then rushed out first. Meng Chongyin and Fistina followed closely behind, while Chu Xiao stayed behind to deal with any possible attacks from behind. After running for a while, the light disappeared completely, but behind them, there was a wall-like light source approaching. Roar! A furious roar rang out, and the vines that had previously entangled Chu Xiao reappeared, grabbing towards Shenlin. Two spatial slashes appeared, directly cutting off these vines. No, they should be called tentacles. Large insect, I don't know what level it is. However, since their lair is near the base, their strength is probably not very high. The flower that Chu Xiao found was most likely a flower raised by an insect swarm. It was most likely used by the swarm leader to break through. These insects aren't very strong, but there are just too many of them. Even if we clear our spiritual energy, we might not be able to defeat them all. We need to find a way out quickly. And Shenlin quickly analyzed the current situation. It is impossible to directly confront a swarm of insects. The insect's basic strength may not be very strong, but the insect swarm is not necessarily the same. Insects, which are not high-level monsters but act in groups, are the most difficult to deal with. A massive swarm of insects can rival an army. Even if the insects behind them only possessed the aura of the spirit dust level, they could easily kill them with a single strike. However, there are at least tens of thousands of them. If you were surrounded by such a swarm, you might not even leave behind any remains. There are bugs up ahead too, Meng Chongyin exclaimed, and Shenlin looked ahead. Sure enough, another light source was moving rapidly toward them. Fistina, restore me, and Shenlin shouted at Fistina. If this continues, you might overload, Fistina said. So this is to restore my strength, and then you'll need to take me back. And Shenlin said, now, he's the only one among the four who possesses a wide-range attack method. Fistina pondered for a moment, then nodded to Shenlin. Recover. Fistina's lips moved slightly, and Shenlin's spiritual energy and physical strength were subsequently restored. That's enough, and Shenlin took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with a pale blue light. He clasped his hands together, and a faint white light appeared in his palms. This is an insect nest, and the inside must be a maze of interconnected passages, so the best solution is to create a path directly upwards. Fictional creation, rejecting the floating singularity. In an instant, Shenlin and his group of four were enveloped in white light. The light spread, destroying the surrounding walls. Along with the spreading light came a powerful repulsive force. Some of the insects that tried to approach died, while others were blasted away. Just then, the mother insect, which was digging downwards from above, was suddenly blasted away by the light. The pale green sphere encased in layers of carapace on its chest also flew out. When will Shenlin and the others be back? The 8 people who didn't go down with Shenlin huddled in a corner. The person who asked this question was Wen Liang, because they had recently received a reply that support would arrive in 10 minutes. 6 minutes have passed now. If they don't come back soon, reinforcements will be arriving. They will definitely send reinforcements to rescue them. However, this is the Heavenly Palace. If Shenlin and the others disappeared for a few minutes, they would likely be dead by now, so it's impossible not to worry. Let's wait and see. If something happens to them, we won't be of any use to them. If something happens to some of the strongest people, can they help? Don't joke around. Those 4 are all ridiculously strong. If Shenlin and the others get into trouble, going there would just be suicide. By the way, did you guys feel the ground shaking? Someone said, looking at the ground with a puzzled expression. Really? Ah, there was definitely a vibration. No sooner had he finished speaking than a violent white light appeared, overturning the ground and sending countless insects flying out. Some insects died after being enveloped in white light in mid-air, while others flew high into the air. Among them were several large insects, some several meters long. There was even a terrifyingly large female insect. Those who were at the edge of the cave were not spared either, and were directly blown away by the white light. Soon, the white light dissipated, and Meng Chongyin carried Shenlin to the ground, as did Fistina. Many people who react quickly land perfectly. However, Chu Xiao and the others landed face down. What happened? Lin Xianxiu stepped forward, pulled Chu Xiao out of the ground, and asked Meng Chongyin and the others. Meng Chongyin put Shenlin on the ground and explained, there's an insect nest down there. We accidentally wandered in and angered the insects. Fortunately, Shenlin just destroyed the insect nest with his ability, so the insects pose no threat for the time being. But none of that is the main problem. Insects are incredibly resilient. We need to get out of here right now. Gah! As soon as Meng Chongyin finished speaking, a furious roar came from not far away. Immediately, countless points of light appeared in the forest and rushed towards them. So fast? Everyone retreat! Meng Chongyin shouted, then picked up An Shenlin and started to run. That thing, pick it up! And Shenlin weakly pointed to the green sphere not far away, and coughed twice after speaking. It almost overloaded. Meng Chongyin didn't ask any more questions. She picked up the green ball and put it in her storage space, then started to run away. Gah! The anger in their voice intensified, as if something valuable had been stolen from them. Xu Xiao, could it be the flower you picked? Fistina sensed something was wrong and turned to ask Xu Xiao. The first abnormality occurred when Xu Xiao put the flower away. At that time, something resembling an insect king launched an attack on them. I just don't know where that insect king is now. I don't know, Xu Xiao said, though he himself wasn't sure either. Now, behind them are countless rapidly moving points of light, and those points of light are all insects. Roar! Several huge spots of light appeared. In their line of sight, more than a dozen enormous flowers, each about 3 meters in size, appeared. Bah! That's not a giant flower. It's an insect. These insects move quickly using their feet, which resemble plant roots. Their heads look like flowers, and the glowing things are the flower buds, which are their heads and eyes. Damn! A tier 3, boundary river, level insect. This is a medium-sized insect hive. Someone shouted. Damn it, these bugs are so annoying. Everyone with fire-type abilities can launch ranged attacks. Those without ranged attacks set fire to the ground. We can't let them catch up. Meng Chongyin calmly issued the order, then turned around and unleashed a spatial slash. The spatial slash severed the leg of a large insect, temporarily immobilizing it, but after the insect fell, several more large insects appeared and joined the group chasing them. We're so lucky. If we had encountered these bugs from the beginning, we'd all be dead. Xu Xiao watched as more and more points of light appeared, and the area behind him was basically the same as during the day. But this daytime is not a safe daytime. It's a daytime that eats people. Those with fire-based abilities began attacking the insects behind them. Most insects are afraid of fire, and the ones they encountered were not a small number. As the flames fell, a large number of insects died instantly, and the ground ignited, causing the smaller insects to choose to detour around them. But the big insects wouldn't. It seems that because their rank is too high, their flames don't do much damage to them. Roar! A large insect suddenly jumped down from the tree and pounced straight at Meng Chongyin. Get out of here! Xu Xiao leaped into the air and punched the insect away. But the next moment, another large insect pounced on Xu Xiao, looking at the several legs that had been cut off from him. This insect appears to be the one that has entangled Xu Xiao in the cave. Moreover, it's a peak 3rd tier insect from the Boundary River realm. Simulated. And Shenlin raised his hand to swat the insect away, but Fistina pressed his hand down. A strong wind is coming, Fistina whispered. The next moment, a gust of wind containing a mental attack appeared, directly blowing away the insects that wanted to attack Xu Xiao. Many of the small insects that followed were blown away. You can't use your abilities right now. It will overload, Fistina said to An Shenlin. And Shenlin didn't speak, but silently looked behind him. At the very back of this swarm of insects, a mother insect, 2 stories high and over 10 meters long, with black smoke emanating from her body, was moving forward. The mother insect does not emit light, so it hides in the darkness. This queen insect can also conceal its presence, making it very difficult for ordinary senses to detect it. And Shenlin then looked around at the crowd who were running and attacking the insects that were rushing towards them, and fell into deep thought. What method should we use to escape now? What method can allow everyone to leave unharmed? When will the support arrive? At this moment, and Shenlin seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. Suddenly, a giant bird with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters appeared in the sky, and its powerful aura made them tremble. A monster of the heavenly sea level, 4th tier. And Shenlin looked into the distance. Sure enough, there was more than one bird-like monster. Hundreds of them were circling in the distant sky, and the flashes of battle could be seen from time to time. A horde of bird-like monsters. It seems the reinforcements will be arriving a little later. The monsters in the sky can help us deal with the mother worm, but we'll have to deal with the other worms ourselves. However, our strength here is completely insufficient. Within 3 minutes, we will be surrounded by the swarm of insects. And the swarm of insects can tear us apart in less than a minute. It seems we can't hesitate any longer. And Shenlin thought to himself, then whispered in Meng Chongyin's ear. Give me back what I asked you to pick up. Meng Chongyin was stunned for a moment, then took out the palm-sized green ball from her storage space. The moment the small ball appeared, the swarm of insects behind them went even more frenzied. The mother insect also let out an angry roar. The swarm is enraged. Heavenly Palace, because it is close to the 10-sided world, there are also bad substances in its depths. Necrotic substances can possess living organisms. Insect-like monsters are also a type of possession by evil spirits. The queen insect, the commander of the swarm, has the highest level but the lowest combat power. When the evil entity possesses the mother insect, it will draw upon the mother insect's vitality and reproductive ability to create a peculiar thing. This thing was created by the necrotic using the power of the connected 10-sided world and everything on the mother worm. It is something that combines vitality, computational power, and spiritual power. This is an extremely rare and precious spiritual object that is hard to come by in the market, the Spirit Void Egg. When used on the Zerg, the Spirit Egg can create an incredibly powerful and self-aware individual. Natural hatching will result in a Zerg individual with an extremely high bloodline level. Being eaten by a monster not only grants the low-level monster new power, but also increases its strength. Those with a different order can also enhance their strength by consuming it. However, those with disordered abilities are most suitable to consume the Spirit Void Egg. 95% of all the Spirit Eggs that appear in the world are consumed by those with abnormal abilities. Only those with supernormal energy levels can fully digest the energy within. And Shenlin came across this thing when he was investigating what could improve his physical fitness. So the moment he saw it, he told Meng Chongyin to put it away. "Are you angry? Do you want to take this away? But you can't." And Shenlin took the insect eggs and then got down, slowly walking towards the swarm of insects. The enraged swarm of insects moved even faster, and the glowing parts on their bodies slowly turned red. Gah! The mother insect behind her let out a terrifying roar, but was quickly grabbed by the giant bird in the sky. The mother insect, emitting black smoke, struggled, her compound eyes fixed on Shenlin on the ground. Hopefully the reinforcements can arrive quickly. And Shenlin thought to himself, then opened his mouth and swallowed the green insect egg under the surprised gazes of the others. A peculiar power immediately spread throughout Shenlin's limbs and bones, and a refreshing feeling rushed straight to his brain, like eating an ice-cold mint. The spiritual energy within the body is rapidly recovering, as is the virtual computing power. An unexpected surprise, though it's not exactly a good thing for me. Feeling the power rising within him, Shenlin thought to himself. And Shenlin didn't care about improving his strength, because his strength would increase even if he didn't do anything. Just like how he rarely cultivated, yet still reached the late stage of the Suewu realm, second tier. Well, I'm already at the peak of the year mist, second tier. Ha! And Shenlin's eyes gleamed with blue light as he exhaled softly. Faced with the swarm of insects that had already reached his face, he calmly raised his hand. Fictional creation, utter emptiness. A black sphere appeared, then rapidly grew larger, enveloping Shenlin and the swarm of insects in front of him. A moment later, the black sphere transformed into a giant hemisphere. These people don't know what those insects feel like, but the moment this black sphere appeared, they all sensed the presence of death. They felt that the inside of the black sphere was like a chaotic, collapsing space. What Meng Chongyin and the others felt was a small space that was erasing life. The difference between the two is that one feels like half the world is about to be destroyed. The other side knew that this move was wiping out life on a large scale, forming a huge black sphere. All life within the sphere will be marked the moment it is enveloped, and then the virtual computing power will ignore everything and unleash its power on the weak points of the locked creature. At the moment of the eruption, everyone inside the black sphere felt a strange sensation. This feeling depends on one's strength. The weaker one feels the space collapsing, while the stronger one feels life being erased. Which of the latter interpretations is correct? Because at the moment the virtual computing power erupts, only those with strong abilities can barely survive. Those who are weaker will be detonated by virtual computing power even when they are conscious of it. The black semicircle quickly retracted, and the view returned to normal. But the daylight-like light disappeared from sight, leaving only the remains of insects fluttering in the air. The light on those river-level, Tier 3, insects dimmed considerably as they struggled to their feet and continued their attack. But no matter how much these insects struggle, they cannot escape their fate of death. How did they manage to wipe out the terrifying swarm of insects in one move? Those dozens of river-level, 3rd tier, insects were also on the verge of death. No, we're all students from Yenching University. How come you're so good? The freshman ranking competition didn't even show your true strength. Just how strong are you, bro? He's reached the peak of the mist realm, 2nd tier. Fistina murmured, a strange light flashing in her eyes. What? He reached the peak of the misty realm just by eating some unknown thing? Chu Xiao exclaimed in surprise. That's probably some rare spiritual item, but is it really okay to take it like this? Meng Chongyin thought for a moment and then said, even at the peak of the misty age, 2nd tier, such destructive power is just too exaggerated, isn't it? Why didn't you use it before? It's probably because my spiritual energy and virtual calculation power are insufficient, otherwise I would have used them when I was in the cave. Are you done talking? If you're done, come help me up. Just then, Shenlin turned to look at them and spoke calmly. But the moment he opened his mouth, blood flowed from his nose and mouth, and Shenlin overloaded his virtual computing power. Fistina and Meng Chongyin immediately stepped forward and pulled Shenlin back, and found a suitable place for Shenlin to rest. Chu Xiao stepped forward with a dagger, ready to give the insects that weren't quite dead yet a quick death. While we're at it, let's see if there are any valuable parts that we can cut off and sell. A painful roar came from the sky, and then countless feathers, large enough to be used as blankets, slowly drifted down. Everyone looked up and saw the giant bird fighting with the mother insect. Despite being controlled by the giant bird, the mother insect still launched a counterattack against it. They felt something was strange. The mother insect seemed to be possessed by something, and and was not afraid of death. However, even if the mother insect is not afraid of death, the difference in size and strength is still there. The mother insect was eventually torn apart by the giant bird, which then landed nearby and began to devour her corpse. Looks like he survived, one of the men said, collapsing to the ground. They all survived. If it weren't for Shinlin's move, they would probably all be dead here. A few minutes later, a fiery meteor struck the giant bird in the distance, knocking it off the floating island. Team 1, Team 2. Fire signal flares to let us pinpoint your location. Support has arrived. This kind of situation is quite rare, isn't it? Lu Yuxing murmured as he stood on the city wall, looking at the flock of bird-like monsters in the distance. Fang Yuan smoked a cigarette to the side and said calmly, "This happens every time a floating island is formed. It's normal." This time, however, the floating islands were located closer together. To prevent these beasts from attacking the base, the only option is to drive them away beforehand. Tomorrow's lunch will probably include bird meat. Aside from anything else, all the monsters in the Heavenly Palace are delicious. By the way, Lao Lu, I heard you took on a student with yellow level abilities. Could it be another guy like Li Dao? Lu Yuxing laughed and said, "That guy is a bit stronger than Li Dao. Aside from his lack of ability, he's good in every other aspect. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he'll be the biggest dark horse besides those three." Really? You didn't have such a high opinion of Li Dao back then. But thinking about that kid still makes me angry. He stole my dagger when he left. Fang Yuan took a deep drag on her cigarette, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Alright, that kid isn't worth getting so angry about," Lu Yuxing said. "I know, it's just a dagger, nothing serious. But I don't understand, why don't you hire someone with better abilities? Didn't Yinqing University recruit 5 people with void-level abilities? With your qualifications, you should be able to teach someone with a void-level ability, right?" Fang Yuan looked at Lu Yuxing with a puzzled expression. Lu Yuxing sighed, and then said, "I'd like to, but those few void-level cultivators aren't easy to teach, and they don't suit my teaching methods. There's also someone whose ability level is still uncertain. That guy is a real oddball. I've observed him. He's the kind of person who doesn't need to cultivate." "No need for cultivation? Is there such a guy?" Fang Yuan asked in confusion. "We didn't think there were such people at first, but that guy is special. His abilities are always active. Each time the ability is used, the spiritual energy within the body will improve by 1 point. That guy, no one can teach him, because he's slowly getting stronger every moment. If he were to cultivate, it would actually disrupt the circulation and balance within his body, so maintaining the status quo would allow him to improve his strength faster than practicing meditation on his own. You probably only need to cultivate on your own when you break through a breakthrough. To become his mentor, all you need to teach are various skills or some secret techniques. He can't teach anything else," Lu Yuxing said, his voice sounding somewhat self-doubting. "There are still people like this? But at least they have something to teach, right? You, a 6th-tier moon-level cultivator, can't even teach a 2nd-tier mist-level cultivator?" Fang Yuan asked in confusion. "It is a quantitative ability, a pure quantitative ability. Whether it is a heaven-level ability or a void-level ability is still unclear. Moreover, his abilities are very special, and currently, apart from the venerable Thousand Worlds, who can teach him? That old bastard in Shanghai, who's good at measuring abilities, is someone I can teach." However, his teacher was a powerful expert at the Shikon level, 7th rank, whom none of us knew. That teacher gave me a very strange feeling. Lu Yuxing frowned slightly as he recalled the red-haired girl. "Alright, stop overthinking it. If you can't teach it, someone else will. And are you sure you're not trying to kill me by telling me all this? This is clearly top-level classified information." Fang Yuan leaned against the railing, exhaled a smoke ring, and said, "It's not classified. That guy won't be able to keep it hidden for long. Our students with void-level abilities can't hide for long." Fang Yuan was taken aback when she heard this, then looked at Lu Yuxing and asked, "What happened?" Lu Yuxing rolled her eyes and said, "Confidential." "What's so secret about that?" "I didn't say it out loud." "What's the difference between saying that and actually saying it out loud?" "Yes, there are big ones." Just as the two were arguing, a strange energy emanated from nearby. The moment they sensed this energy, Fang Yuan and Lu Yuxing vanished from the city wall. Immediately, their voices echoed through the night sky. "Tian Qingzhe, leave at once. Otherwise we will ambush and kill you here." A round sun and a huge golden human figure appeared in the sky 10 kilometers away from the base. The powerful pressure scared away the giant bird-like monster that was still entangled with the heretics in the distance. Dawn Sky level, 7th rank, and Peak Moonrise level, 6th rank. Before the two, a red-haired celestial being flew in mid-air, his gaze towards them carrying a hint of solemnity. Tian Qingzhe looked at Shenlin, who was imprisoned on the ground by her. "TSK. I finally managed to sense this void-level ability anomaly again, and now it's all gone. Last time it was that radiant knight, and this time it's a powerful figure from China. It's really annoying. It seems I have no choice but to leave." Not long after the two appeared, the red-haired celestial being reluctantly left. Meanwhile, Shenlin and the others who had been restrained on the ground were able to move again. "Olden. That seems to be be the same Tianqing from last year. After pausing for a moment, Zhu Xiao came to Shenlin's side and whispered, I'm not blind, I can see it. And Shenlin rolled his eyes and said with a look of utter despair. The appearance of the Skybreakers was something they hadn't expected. It's easy to encounter the heavenly beings in the heavenly palace, but it's not like they'll encounter them every time they arrive. Furthermore, although those who possess the power of the heavenly realm can sense who has the ability to measure it, but it's impossible to sense the existence of a quantity capability from thousands of kilometers away, right? Even if they sense it without making a judgment, they wouldn't know the level of the ability, and they wouldn't act rashly. But the one who appeared was none other than the one from last year's trial. This guy remembered in Shenlin, otherwise he wouldn't have risked being killed to appear in front of them. Aren't there hidden barriers around here? How did this celestial being sense such power? Lu Yuxing landed on the ground, cursing as she spoke. That's a bit strange. I'll send someone to check those devices later. Fang Yueran also landed, his expression somewhat puzzled. This is to prevent the bad elements and the skyborn ones from getting too close to the base. Therefore, there is a barrier specifically designed to conceal the aura of quantitative power and the power of virtual weapons. Even the perception of those who are in the heavenly realm is disturbed. Logically speaking, it should be impossible to find the existence of such a quantity of power so accurately. Otherwise, they wouldn't have felt comfortable placing military training at the heavenly palace. Hearing their words, and Shenlin was stunned for a moment, and then he roughly understood why Tian Qingzhe was able to approach him. If I'm not mistaken, he broke through the barrier set up by the base when he used Wan Kong. Then the celestial being sensed it. It turns out he was the one who exposed his coordinates. That was a little awkward. It's good that nothing happened. This time, the compressed prophecy was finally correct. Back at the base, and Shenlin was taken to the medical room to rest. Because it's a virtual overload, a situation unique to the quantity capacity, they don't have any good solutions here. So after a brief treatment, they gave Shenlin a private room to rest. After they returned, they also shared their experiences on the way back. The formation of the floating island was something Lu Yuxing and his group hadn't anticipated. Then, the formation of the floating island coincided with the presence of a bug nest, something they hadn't anticipated. Even more outrageous, Zhu Xiao picked a star orchid that only grows in special places like insect nests and was just ripe. This is a very valuable type of spirit plant among the Xian-grade spirit plants, because this is a spiritual plant that can be perfectly used by those with disordered willpower. Moreover, Zhu Xiao was very lucky. He picked the flower the moment it formed, and it's unclear how it was harvested, but its medicinal properties are preserved exceptionally well. This one flower is worth at least 10 million. When Zhu Xiao heard that a single flower was worth 10 million, his eyes practically turned into money. 10 million. I wonder how many resources that could get. That's a real steal. However, Zhu Xiao stammered a little when asked about the method he used to harvest the fruit. Because the situation was urgent at the time, and Zhu Xiao was already entangled by insects, so he simply tore them off with his mouth. Otherwise, why was he carrying this flower in his mouth when Shenlin found him? But as long as I can make money, that's all that matters. Finally, they learned that the insects they had provoked were called dream demon insects, because it glows and lives primarily underground, and only moves at night in places where there is virtually no distinction between day and night. This insect is called the dream demon insect. They also learned that Shenlin had reached the peak of the Suiwu realm, second tier, after consuming the food. They were also amazed by Shenlin's good luck, but if they hadn't been so lucky, they would have died. Zhu Xiao, on the other hand, was immersed in the excitement of making money. After the group disbanded, Fistina quietly left the team and headed to the medical room. Meng Chongyin noticed that something was wrong with Fistina, and after thinking for a moment, she followed her. Hi, how are you? In the ward, Fistina peeked out from behind the door and looked at Shenlin, who was lying on the bed in a daze. And Shenlin looked at Fistina and asked with some confusion, do you need something from me? I do have something to discuss with you. Fistina closed the door and came in, bringing over a stool to sit on the edge of the bed. After sitting down, Fistina lay on the hospital bed, smiling as she looked at Shenlin, and asked, do you know what my abilities are? And Shenlin remained silent for a long time before answering, void level ability, silent dream. Fistina paused for a moment, then smiled again. I didn't expect you to know about this ability that doesn't exist in the records. I just saw it by chance, so you came here because of your abilities? And Shenlin looked at Fistina and asked. Fistina looked at Shenlin, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes, but after a moment she still said, more or less, I did come here for my abilities. You might not know the unique nature of my ability. Speciality? And Shenlin asked, puzzled. Well, to be honest, why isn't my ability recorded? Actually, it's because my ability is not one that humans should possess. My ability is an ability that only those who can awaken the heavenly sovereign can awaken. It's an ability that can only be possessed by those born with exceptional talent. Fistina lay on Shenlin's lap through the blanket, looking at him with her pink eyes and speaking, the abilities of the Sky Piercer. And Shenlin fell silent. Why did it feel different from what he had seen on that tree? Fistina swung her legs and looked at Shenlin as he awakened. Yes, it is precisely because I, a human, awakened the abilities of the Skybreaker. So from the moment I awakened, I reached the peak of the Misty Age, second tier. However, I have no way to break through, nor is it possible for me to cultivate. Because if I were to cultivate this method, I would explode and die. I can't even use my abilities freely before I reach adulthood, as it would affect my body. Those situations will disappear once I break through to the Boundary River level, third tier. I can also cultivate to become stronger, just like the other out-of-order individuals. However, I need a prerequisite to break through to the Boundary River level, third tier. My blood, no, it should be said that my blood contains the power of the Void level. The best time to use my blood is after I reach the peak of the Mist realm, second tier, which is when my strength is roughly the same as yours. And Shenlin guessed what Fistina was going to say next and said with a hint of helplessness. Actually, I should have guessed it a long time ago. However, Fistina was unaware of these things and would not reveal her own guesses. Well, I won't force you, I'm just asking for your opinion, because what I need isn't ordinary blood, but your essence. That will have a short-term effect on your body, but ultimately, you are in charge of this matter. So I wanted to ask you if you would agree. It is not necessary to do so during the second stage of the year fog. You can let me use your blood when you are stronger, or when you are at the Boundary River level, tier 3. I think the decision you've made. Festina's pink eyes looked at Shenlin, waiting for him to make a decision. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Festina abruptly stood up and leaned close to Shenlin, asking, "You don't think I approached you specifically for this reason, do you?" "No, I know, of course I wouldn't think that way." And Shenlin stepped back to create distance between himself and Festina, then sighed and continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you didn't actually intend to use my blood in the first place. Is it that your family is preparing to help you with something from the tenfold world? But something went wrong with that thing, so you had no choice but to come to me, right?" Festina was stunned, then tilted her head and asked in confusion, "How did you know?" "Nonsense. Kyokai was destroyed by Sakura." And Shenlin thought to himself, Sakura told him about this. Before going to military training, he went to see Sakura, and Sakura told him some things. Sakura said that before the Mirror Sea was destroyed, some of the Chinese heretics went to negotiate with the Skybreakers to exchange for a bottle of Mirror Sea fragments. However, Mirror Sea was bombed, and the Skybreakers, unable to find the instigator, started fighting with the Order Breakers. And then that was it, because Sakura messed everything up. So why replace that thing? Sakura said it was for someone to break physical limitations, but she didn't say who it was. And Shenlin didn't delve into the matter, but when Festina approached him and explained the special nature of her abilities, and Shenlin then knew the whole story and guessed what Festina wanted to ask for. No wonder Sakura said someone would bite him. He initially guessed it was Festina, but that guess had other reasons, so he didn't realize that Festina would approach him for the ability. However, Sakura probably didn't expect that he would reach the peak of the Misty Peak on the second day of military training, and that what he said the night before last would come true in just a few days. That's amazing. Although there was something slightly off, it was quite obvious. Sakura already knew that Fistella would come looking for her. How could I not know? Mirror Lake was destroyed by her. Thinking about all these things, and Shenlin covered his head speechlessly and thought to himself, I'm speechless. I never imagined something like this could form a closed loop. The teacher hadn't even taught me anything yet, and I already had problems with him. Finally, and Shenlin sighed helplessly, then pulled open the shirt around his neck and said, "It's not a big problem, a simple recovery will do, so let's get started now. Oh, and be gentle when you bite down." Festina's face flushed red instantly, and she twisted her fingers together, somewhat at a loss. Then Shenlin realized that Festina wasn't a celestial being. She didn't need to bite it. He could have done it himself. I made a mistake. Oops, you actually came. Just as Shenlin was about to straighten his clothes, Festina stepped forward, lowered her head, and gently bit Shenlin's neck. "Festina, we definitely have to take advantage of something this good." However, unlike the Skywalkers, Festina was not as rough. She first used her ability to make a small cut on Shenlin's neck before gently putting her lips on his. At the same time, it also released its power to relieve Shenlin's discomfort. And Shenlin was unaffected, because when Ing had absorbed his essence before, he had also absorbed a portion of her blood essence. The loss of essence and blood was nothing to Shenlin. At most, he would just be tired for a while, and Shenlin didn't know why. Although Festina blushed slightly, her movements remained fluid. She also took the opportunity to grab Shenlin's hand, and Shenlin didn't feel anything was wrong. Festina had done this kind of little trick quite a few times before. Dream emphasis. Okay, she won't do anything underhanded. She'll stop Festina from doing anything underhanded. A few minutes later, Festina got up and got off Shenlin, and Shenlin touched the scar on his neck and sighed softly. As expected, I didn't feel anything. He discovered long ago that his essence and blood were somewhat different from others. It takes a long time for others to recover from losing even a single drop of essence. Losing a large amount of vital essence results in a loss of combat power in a short period of time, and it takes a long time to recover. It's even quite possible that it won't recover. This is why many out-of-order individuals individuals, despite not being seriously injured, still appear weak and lacking in strength. But Shenlin doesn't need to worry about these things. It's only a matter of time before his essence and blood are restored, and this essence and blood won't have much impact on his combat power. Although his essence blood is limited, Shenlin will not have any problems even if it is completely drained. Thank you, Fistina said softly, blushing, then gently kissed Shenlin on the cheek before quickly leaving. Ha, what the hell? Shenlin was stunned, then sat on the bed and began to contemplate life. Never mind, let's just pretend nothing happened. Fistina breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the ward. Although she is usually very bold, this was the first time she had done something like this. But in the end, Shenlin still doesn't care about these things. Fistina sighed softly. Judging from the fact that he was willing to give her blood, Shenlin still treats them the same as before, casually and indulgently. They can do whatever they want, as long as it's not excessive, and Shenlin won't mind. Does Shenlin really not know about their feelings? Or perhaps he does? However, as someone with superhuman abilities, all the emotions in his mind are basic, and he cannot analyze their feelings. Hopefully, Shenlin will realize something this time. Fistina sighed softly, but she soon felt Shenlin's blood spreading through her body. The blood of a void-level being contains incredibly powerful virtual computing power, and this virtual computing power will subtly change some things about a person. Not everyone will change. Otherwise, measurement ability would truly become a high-grade medicinal material for everyone. Only certain special cases require it, but in general, other things are used as substitutes. Few people would use the blood of those with abnormal abilities at the void level. Just as Fistina was about to leave, Dream Emma emerged from the shadows. Chongin, have you been staying outside the whole time? Fistina asked, looking at Meng Chongin. Meng Chongin nodded, her voice a little cold. So you know? Fistina asked tentatively. That's right, I understand. I'm waiting for you here to warn you, Meng Chongin said coldly. Fistina was stunned, somewhat confused as to why Meng Chongin would say such a thing. Essence and blood are one of the original life forms of the heterogeneous beings. If only a small amount of essence and blood is lost, those who are out of order will naturally not have any problems. However, if one loses essence and blood over a long period of time, problems will still arise. Shenlin was willing to give you his essence blood because he trusts us and is somewhat lenient with some of our actions. But that doesn't mean you can push your luck. Meng Chongin said. It seems she knows what Fistina wanted to do with Shenlin. Don't worry, I only need a little bit of my essence blood. I won't do anything extra for Shenlin in the future. After all, I feel very sorry for him. Fistina covered her mouth and laughed as she spoke. Really? But a normal person wouldn't go to see Shenlin during his recovery period after being injured, would they? Meng Chongin crossed her arms and looked at Fistina with icy eyes. This was an oversight on my part, but I can't possibly go to him with other people around, can I? I don't care when you go to see him. After this, you cannot ask Shenlin for his essence blood again. Why? Is this something you can decide for me? Or are you making the decision for Shenlin? You just need to remember what I said. Shenlin's indulgence of you is not a reason for you to demand anything from him. If you truly care about Shenlin, you would naturally be focusing on his health right now, instead of going to him now to ask for things related to his body. Don't worry, I care about Shenlin's health even more than you do. After all, in a sense, I understand Shenlin's physical condition better. After all, I've left my mark on him for over a year. You, ugh, are you provoking me? I didn't. For a moment, the two were on the verge of a fight, as if they were about to start a brawl. Cough cough. Just then, Shenlin's coughing came from the ward where the door was not closed properly. The two of them froze on the spot, and then their faces visibly turned red. Immediately, the two disappeared into the corridor. Shenlin, in the ward, sighed helplessly after sensing the two had left. So this is what the argument was about. I thought it was about some kind of disagreement about the actions involved. Sigh, I really don't understand their thinking. No, maybe I can figure this out, or is there a problem? Never mind, let's take it slow. It's too early to talk about these things now. Maybe I'll know about them in a while. After saying that, Shenlin looked out the window. It's like daytime even in the darkness. That's right, this is the prism world, where there is no distinction between day and night. So many things happened on the way, but we still managed to get back almost ahead of schedule. So much time has passed without me even realizing it, and I haven't felt anything at all. More or less, there are already problems with my body. Are you fully aware that there is something wrong with your body? At this moment, a red cross mark appeared on the back of Shenlin's neck, which Sakura left on him just in case. How could I not know? I'm measuring ability, and it's an ability that hasn't been recorded before. I am very aware of my body's sensations and any abnormalities. Do you think I don't know if there's something wrong with my body? Shenlin sighed. This Sakura is just like Fistina. She likes to leave marks on other people, although this mark was left to ensure his safety. Indeed, your abilities are indeed different from other void-level beings. Do you want to know what's different? Sakura's voice echoed in Shenlin's mind. I'd really like to know, but I don't have the strength to even consider it right now, do I? Shenlin sighed. You're quite self-aware, with your current abilities, trying to understand those things is practically suicide. I'll only teach you here for 2 years, after which I'll leave. I won't say much more, but once you reach the Sunset Star level, Tier 5, go to the Void Land. You'll find the answers you seek there. Upon hearing this, Shenlin paused slightly in turning the pages of the book. At that moment, the book in his hand had just been turned to the section introducing the 10 main prism worlds and the 10 prism world. These 10 main prism worlds are the 10 prisms of different colors that can be seen when looking up at the sky from within the prism world. The leading prism world is not the Great Black Heaven, which is a dark, seemingly non-existent spacetime continuum. Instead, it appears to be the most ordinary and unremarkable part of the prism world, seemingly without any danger, the realm of emptiness. It is also the light blue prism among the 10 prisms. The land of emptiness? I will go. This day has finally come. And Shenlin sighed helplessly as he looked at Chu Xiao, who was standing excitedly to the side. A week has now passed since the military training began. The formation of the floating islands some time ago attracted a large number of monsters. The appearance of the Skybreakers forced them to suspend their overseas missions and the various small teams' missions. A week has now passed. The area around the base has become quiet. Therefore, all kinds of missions carried out outside the area need to be restarted. And Shenlin and Chu Xiao were lucky enough to be assigned to the same task, to observe a group of monsters in a specific location. The main task is to keep an eye on the monster horde for any unusual activity recently. It's a very simple task. No matter how you look at it, and Shenlin doesn't seem simple at all, because the person with him was Chu Xiao, who was most likely to get into trouble. If the contents of the prophecy book are correct, this trip will definitely cause some bad situations. I have a feeling that this military training will be over after I leave this time. And Shenlin sighed as he tidied his equipment. This wasn't just in Shenlin's imagination, it was truly unpredictable what might happen if he went out with Chu Xiao. Olden, let's go, Chu Xiao said excitedly as he finished organizing his gear. And Shenlin sighed again when he saw Chu Xiao like this. Chu Xiao's current state is what worries him the most. Soon, the two of them packed their gear and set off. The target is 200 kilometers away. Mission duration, 3 days. What might happen during the 3-day mission to observe the monsters is truly unpredictable. I knew this would happen. The accident happened after only 50 kilometers. Chu Xiao casually plucked a spiritual plant and then pulled out a rock monster. Chu Xiao, next time you impulsively touch something, can you at least check what's happening underground? And Shenlin ran ahead of Chu Xiao and shouted at Chu Xiao behind him. I never expected this, Chu Xiao replied loudly, with the rock monster hot on his heels. 5 minutes later, Chu Xiao and Shenlin hid in a big tree and watched the monster leave. After the monster left, the two jumped down from the tree. The two of them were not incapable of dealing with a monster at the peak 3rd tier of the Boundary River. However, dealing with truly powerful monsters is extremely troublesome and requires a considerable amount of time. There's even a chance of something going wrong, so it's better to get rid of this monster. After confirming that the demonic beast had left, Shenlin slapped Chu Xiao on the head. This is the Heavenly Palace, and every demon beast here is a Boundary River level 3rd order demon beast. This time we only angered one demonic beast, but what if we angered a whole pack? And Shenlin said, somewhat speechless. Chu Xiao squatted on the ground and drew circles. I never expected the monster to be hiding down there. But think carefully, where is this place? Sigh, never mind, let's talk about more things later. And Shenlin said, with a hint of helplessness, everywhere in the Heavenly Palace is dangerous, and coming out with Chu Xiao has undoubtedly amplified the danger. After confirming that there was no danger in the surrounding area, Shenlin and Chu Xiao set off again. However, after listening to Chu Xiao's words, Shenlin also began to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Chu Xiao is a very strange guy. He can distinguish whether something is a spiritual plant or a spiritual object by smelling it. However, he only cares about the quality. He can't smell the low-quality stuff. But Shenlin is different. He could already distinguish between spiritual plants and spiritual objects. He only needed to slightly extend his perception. Of course, it's not entirely accurate. However, at least some obviously valuable spiritual plants and items can be acquired. By the time the two reached their destination, Chu Xiao's backpack had grown considerably larger. Hey Laowen, your nose is better than mine. Why didn't you use it before? Chu Xiao's eyes turned to look at money. I wonder how much this backpack full of stuff could sell for. And Shenlin stared at Chu Xiao, who was carrying a large backpack, and fell into deep thought. I still need to buy a storage device. Although both Fistina and Dream Encore are present, Dream's storage space will also increase as her strength grows. But ultimately, it's not truly yours. You'll find yourself doing more missions alone or with Chu Xiao in the future. Storage equipment becomes extremely important. Okay, there are some things that I don't want to use, but that I can't use. After walking for 6 hours, we finally reached our destination. Let's rest for a bit, and then take turns doing the tallying. And Shenlin took a few steps forward and then looked into the distance. About a kilometer in front of them was an extremely vast plain. On the plains lay their subject of observation, a herd of golden bulls. The spirit spirit golden bull is a neutral monster of the metal-type bull species, and it is a monster that moves in groups. Currently, this group of spirit golden bulls numbers around 1,000, and its leader is a spirit golden bull at the peak of the heavenly sea realm, 4th tier, and about the size of a small house. Of course, Xu Xiao and Shenlin couldn't possibly handle this horde of demonic beasts. All they needed to do was observe the movements of these monsters, then write it down. After all, this horde of monsters was only 200 kilometers away from the base. I wonder what these cattle taste like, Xu Xiao said, looking at the herd through binoculars. Don't you dare go looking for trouble by attacking these cattle. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. And Shenlin rolled his eyes and said, I know, I won't go looking for trouble. But why not deal with such a huge horde of demonic beasts? Xu Xiao was somewhat puzzled. Although 200 kilometers is still a bit far from the base, they can immediately detect any movement by the monster horde. However, he felt it was better to deal with it in advance. If this herd of cattle is gone, another herd of monsters will come. It's better to let these docile cattle take over this plain than to let some malicious monsters occupy it. That makes me feel a little more at ease. And Shenlin explained, yeah, want some beef jerky? It's made from a 5th tier, Evening Star, cow. I stole it from my teacher. Thanks. No abnormalities were found, but the cattle herd is in its breeding season, and the number of cattle may double in the future. After observing the cattle herd for 12 hours, Shenlin wrote down his 12th observation data. Beside Shenlin was Xu Xiao, who was tilting his nose up to prevent blood from flowing out. Why did Xu Xiao become like this? It's simple, they overdid it. He stole his teacher's food and took it out to eat. As a result, because his rank was too high and he contained too much energy, and he ate too much, he got a nosebleed. And Shenlin was fine after eating one of them and then realized he shouldn't eat too many. However, Xu Xiao's megalodon gnawed on more than 10 of them. That's bad. Even if they used their abilities, they can't digest that energy. So it became a human-shaped fountain. Sigh, it's such a hassle to come on a mission with you. Something always seems to happen here or somewhere else. How come you're always causing trouble? After taking notes, Shenlin sat down to the side and looked at the lifeless Xu Xiao, complaining. Maybe it's because I'm the main character? Xu Xiao said with a smile, then quickly looked up. Damn it, blood is spurting out again. And Shenlin rolled his eyes and said, come on, I've never seen a protagonist have a nosebleed that lasts for an hour. I've never seen it either. By the way, Laowen, I want to go and take a look around the area. Xu Xiao said earnestly to Shenlin. What trouble are you going to cause this time? And Shenlin looked at Xu Xiao with a puzzled expression. I won't cause any trouble. Xu Xiao chuckled mischievously, making Shenlin feel even worse. And Shenlin sighed. Even if I told you not to go, you would still go, right? After all, there are so many resources in the Heavenly Palace, you've been itching to get your hands on them for a long time. Xu Xiao's eyes lit up immediately when resources were mentioned. Go ahead. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't cause any trouble. And Shenlin said helplessly. Anyway, he couldn't control Xu Xiao, and Xu Xiao would only be a hindrance, so he might as well let Xu Xiao go. Then I'm off. Xu Xiao disappeared in a flash, and Shenlin sighed softly. I wonder when he'll be back. Knowing his personality, he won't stop until he gets enough resources. Sigh. 5 hours later, Xu Xiao, who had traveled 200 kilometers using his abilities, stood in front of a cave. Hey, there's a cave here? Hey, why is there blood in this cave? Let's go in and take a look. Xu Xiao, who had been wandering outside, slipped into a cave that had been isolated for several kilometers from any other monsters. This guy wouldn't actually pull some big surprise on me, would he? TSK. I wouldn't be surprised if he caused any trouble. And Shenlin sighed softly, somewhat helplessly. In the 10th hour, Xu Xiao finally returned. Who knows how far he had gone? Where did you find me? And Shenlin looked at the 2 black eggs that Xu Xiao was holding, each as big as his head, and asked after a moment of silence. Found it from the cave. And these things too, they're all good stuff. Xu Xiao threw the egg on the ground, and then threw the backpack made of a large leaf on his back onto the ground as well. The leaves unfurled, revealing dozens of spiritual creatures and plants before Shenlin's eyes. Xu Xiao was very excited and picked up one of the ring-like objects, saying, Olden, do you know what this is? And Shenlin extended his senses to check, then looked at Xu Xiao with a strange expression. You managed to find a storage ring? That's impossible. No, how did you know? Xu Xiao asked, puzzled, his initial surprise vanishing. How I know doesn't matter. It's obviously something from a person, isn't it? And Shenlin stared at the dried blood residue on the ring with a strange expression. It seems so. Could it be from that soldier? Xu Xiao looked puzzled, a hint of doubt creeping into his eyes as he gazed at the storage ring. Soldiers are not issued equipment that resembles such ornaments. Never mind the ring for now, what's with those 2 eggs? These look like monster eggs, don't they? You brought them back like that? And Shenlin looked at the 2 black eggs placed to the side and asked in confusion. I know, but isn't it said that some monsters can be tamed? I thought, since these 2 eggs haven't hatched yet, let's take them back and hatch them directly. What if it's a monster that recognizes us at first sight? Wouldn't we soon have a cool monster pet? If not, even young monsters are easy to tame. Since I didn't see anything around, I found some odor-removing products nearby and wiped the smell off myself and the egg. Then I brought it back. Here, Olden, this smaller egg is for you. As Chu Xiao spoke, he placed the smaller egg into Shenlin's hand. The eggs had an extremely strong aroma, as did Chu Xiao himself, and Shenlin could easily imagine that Chu Xiao had gone to great lengths to find something to remove the smell. You say Chu Xiao isn't careful. At least Chu Xiao knows to remove his scent to prevent being approached by monsters. You say Chu Xiao is cautious. He brought from an unknown place the stored spiritual plants and spiritual objects of an unknown demon beast as well as its egg. And Shenlin looked at the egg in his hand and then at Chu Xiao, who was cleaning up the medicinal herbs. This looks like they're trying to drag him down with them. And Shenlin sighed softly, then used his diffused perception on the egg. Oh, it's alive, looks like it's about to hatch. And Shenlin sensed the life inside the egg and thought to himself, since things are as they are now, there's nothing we can do but pretend nothing happened. Thinking of this, and Shenlin's eyes glowed blue, and his ability spread to the surroundings. And Shenlin used his ability to remove the strange smell from their bodies. The effect will be better, and there won't be any oversights. Why is my unease growing stronger? Could it be that the hole Chu Xiao dug was the Beast King's? Wait a minute, the Beast Master couldn't possibly be that close to the army base, could he? Besides, they wouldn't lay eggs in a place like this, would they? And does the Beast King really have that few resources? Never mind, it should just be an ordinary monster. On the 49th hour that Shenlin and Chu Xiao were observing the beast horde, which was also the last day, in a remote area on the edge of the mortal world, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Chu Xiao and Shenlin, space was twisting and turning in a deserted place. Then a black figure burst out from the twisting space. Roar! A roar that sounded like that of a king came, causing many weaker monsters to lie on the ground and tremble. Deeper inside, the Beast King seemed annoyed by the monster's voice and roared at the black figure. They were trying to scare away the monster in this way. But to everyone's surprise, the monster turned its head and glanced at the location of the Beast King who had roared, then charged straight there. Space trembled, and countless spatial fragments rushed towards the roaring Beast King. The Beast King was not to be outdone and raised its head to fight back. The entire mortal realm was shaking, and countless black lights and spatial fragments appeared. The enormous black body and the red body on the ground were locked in a fierce battle, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The surrounding monsters quickly left the area, otherwise the aftershocks alone would have killed them. A moment later, the two beasts separated, and the black Beast King left with a strange object in its mouth, satisfied. The red Beast King watched in humiliation as the other party left. Gone, gone, the means by which my species reproduced is gone. Damn black dragon, I won't fight anywhere else. I'll just bite its breeding treasures right here. Wait a minute, they don't have any black dragons here. No, where did you come from? The red beast let out a mournful roar towards the sky, seemingly having given up on life. In the distance, the black dragon swallowed what it was carrying in its mouth. The taste isn't very good, but according to human books, tiger penis is highly nutritious and can even increase the chances of having children. I don't know if that's true or not. After flying a certain distance, the black dragon, which was hundreds of meters long, immediately turned into a small dragon 10 meters long, and its flight altitude also decreased. Their imposing presence also diminished. This is also a black dragon that can disguise itself. So what exactly is this black dragon doing? Of course, I'll go to my own treasure trove. It imagined how much it had collected during this period of time. First, he stole 2 eggs from a spot on the seabed, and they were almost eaten by a creature even bigger than himself. Then they went to the west and robbed a group of humans, and also went to the small island in the east and stole a few good spiritual items. Sigh, it's a long and arduous road to getting back to where it was before. If it hadn't been for those 3-winged skybreakers robbing it, it wouldn't have to worry about its treasure every day. But things are alright now. He found a great place, near a base in a country called Prism World. He discovered that, putting aside everything else, the Tianqing people in China genuinely disliked causing trouble here. It didn't know either. It only knew that within a 600-kilometer radius of this base, the skybreakers rarely appeared. There isn't even a Beast King. Although it is the king of beasts, it can hide its strength. Therefore, it is still quite safe to build a treasure vault in an extremely secluded place in that area. Although it's just a small cave right now, it would be easy for it to dig down several kilometers to create a treasure trove. At least you don't have to worry about being robbed by the Skywalkers. Roar, roar, roar. Thinking of this, the black dragon hummed a happy song. The song I'm humming is still Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. There's the aura of a Beast King nearby? Shaw, he just became the Beast King. In human terms, what are you saying? He's nothing but a mere ant. Humans have so many good things, but it's not easy to rob them here. We'll go to the west and rob another batch later. The black dragon flew around, shaking its head, and then landed in a cave. It happily carried a huge spatial crystal inside. My little darling, I'm here. The spatial crystal fell to the ground with a dull thud. It's gone, gone, gone. The stolen eggs, the stolen spiritual plants and items, the looted goods, all gone. Roar! The black dragon let out a miserable roar, but he still suppressed his strength. This makes other monsters sound like ordinary monsters. My treasure! My treasure! Why is it all gone? No! The person who stole my treasure must be nearby. I'll find him and tear him to pieces. Hey Laoan, don't you feel something's off? Chu Xiao suddenly appeared beside Shenlin and asked, puzzled, where did you run off to again? And, why do you smell so awful? And Shenlin looked at Chu Xiao with confusion, and then saw that Chu Xiao's backpack was full again. Looks like he went scavenging somewhere again. We found another cave to dig, but there was nothing there to remove the smell, so we had to use some mud instead. Chu Xiao said, completely unconcerned. You're amazing. I didn't sense anything strange. What's wrong? And Shenlin asked. That's all. By the way, how's that ring? Chu Xiao asked, referring to the storage ring he had found a day ago. The restriction is about to be broken. It's a 5th tier, Evening Star, restriction. Because the original owner is dead, deciphering the decipherable code isn't that complicated, but it will still take a long time. And Shenlin said, holding a ring in his hand. Okay, once we've cracked it, we'll put all our loot into it. We'll exchange it for money when we get back. I'll go look for some other good stuff. Chu Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly, then hid the item somewhere before leaving again. And Shenlin sighed helplessly and continued to observe and break the restrictions on the ring. An hour later, the restriction was successfully broken, and Shenlin also probed into it with his consciousness. There's nothing here. This thing looks like a guild member registration card from overseas, right? No, this is the Heavenly Palace. How could there be foreign objects here? And Shenlin took out the guild registration certificate, which was only available overseas, and fell into deep thought. There are only 2 systems of out-of-order individuals in the world. One is the warbands of China, and the other is the guild system abroad. Guilds and warbands are similar in nature, but guilds have much more power than warbands. Moreover, some guilds are almost like mercenaries. There are no guilds in China, so this concept must exist overseas. However, the Heavenly Palace is a closed prison world under military control. There was only one entrance, which was controlled by the military, and this was Yanjing, Beijing. No matter how powerful foreigners are, they can't possibly get in. So how did this thing end up here? And Shenlin was very puzzled, but even while puzzled, he did not forget to put all the things that Chu Xiao had collected into his storage ring. The storage ring is huge, measuring a full 16 cubic meters. This ring is worth over 500 million, and it seems to belong to a wealthy person. Underwear, silk, BYT, whey, are all kinds of sex toys, some of which are even obscene. Well, it seems this isn't some respectable person's storage ring. The only valuable things in the storage ring were the ring itself and the box full of US dollars inside. Anka-san, thank you for your sponsorship. I'll have Chu Xiao blow up your grave later. I just don't know if your body has been found. And Shenlin muttered to himself, completely unaware of the danger that was approaching. After putting everything away, there was still plenty of space inside the storage ring. But even with plenty of space, there still needs to be somewhere to put it. As for the 2 eggs, and Shenlin hid them in his backpack. If a monster sees us, we're doomed. Then continue observing the herd of cattle. To be honest, this task is not dangerous as long as you don't cause trouble. And Shenlin was also somewhat relieved. Chu Xiao seemed to have taken a liking to exploring mountain caves and didn't actively provoke any monsters. Otherwise, this mission wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Olden, pack your things and run. Chu Xiao appeared beside Shenlin, driving the blood-devouring battle, and with beef jerky in his mouth. Before Shenlin could react, he reached out, picked up his backpack, and carried Shenlin away. Some of the detection devices on the ground were not put away. What? And Shenlin was about to ask what had happened when he looked up and saw the group of golden spirit bulls charging towards them. No, they weren't charging towards them, they were running away. Why would a horde of monsters of this size flee? Then Shenlin saw a 3-story tall black wolf in the distance, its face full of anger. Soulfire wolf, a fire-type wolf-like monster unique to the Heavenly Palace. Judging by his strength and the aura emanating from him. Whoa! The Soulfire wolf suddenly roared, and a powerful pressure descended, carrying a commanding tone. Sensing the unusual aura, Shenlin rolled off Chu Xiao and used his ability to create a wind tunnel, speeding up their escape. Chu Xiao, you son of a bitch! Who did you provoke? The Beast King. And Shenlin shouted at Chu Xiao. I never expected that the hole I dug was where he was sleeping. Whose Beast King goes to the toilet in their sleeping area? Chu Xiao shouted. He had initially discovered a cave with a very strong smell, but then thought that since the smell was so strange, there probably wouldn't be any monsters inside. There might be some special monsters inside. Then Chu Xiao went inside. What happened after he went inside? Chu Xiao set fire to the wolf's whiskers. Then, feeling it wasn't enough, he set fire to a strange place. He wondered where such soft down could be found. Looking at it now, no wonder they burned down the place where others lived and multiplied. Otherwise, how could such a small flame have harmed the wolf? How could the wolf have been chasing Chu Xiao? It's all because what he did was so humiliating to this newly crowned Beast King. The biggest difference between the Beast King and ordinary monsters is that the Beast King has the same way of thinking as humans. They might even feel shame or humiliation just like humans, and then they would command the monsters. The true test of a beast master isn't isn't his strength but his intelligence. Some third-tier boundary river-level monsters can also become beast kings, but they cannot command monsters of a higher level than themselves. Some have even reached the 6th rank of Onue or the 7th rank of Shikome, yet they still might not be able to become beast kings. Their lifestyle still follows the instincts of monsters. And Shenlin was stunned after hearing how Chu Xiao had provoked the Soul Flame Wolf. He glanced at the Soul Flame Wolf with its strange running posture, then at Chu Xiao. No way, how could you be so mean? After doing something like this, it's impossible not to want to chase after you. Moreover, the other party may not actually want to kill them. Chasing them is most likely just for fun. I'm speechless. You're such a troublemaker, and you've already stirred up a huge mess right from the start. And Shenlin said speechlessly, then continued to use his abilities to speed up the two of them. Their speed also surpassed that of the monster horde behind them in a short period of time. Find a chance to shake them off, and Shenlin said, and began to suppress the scent on their bodies. Most monsters rely on scent to find people, even if they become beast kings. And Shenlin originally planned to use reverse creation to maintain their escape speed. But then I thought of the scene I encountered Tian Kings a week ago. Let's forget about it and find a way to get rid of these monsters. But plans can never keep up with changes. Roar! An angry roar rang out, and the powerful pressure caused the orderly fleeing golden bull to scatter and run away. The wolf behind also let out a frightened growl, and its speed increased even more than before. Cough cough, what the hell? And Shenlin and Chu Xiao were so overwhelmed by the oppressive force that they looked up. Holy crap, isn't that a flying dragon? Chu Xiao exclaimed in surprise when he saw the creature flying in the sky. Wait, where did this thing come from? The Heavenly Palace only has earth dragon-type monsters. And Shenlin was astonished, completely bewildered as to why a flying dragon would appear here. There are no flying dragons in the Heavenly Palace. Damn it! Just then, a dark shadow covered them. To their horror, they discovered that the Soul Flame Wolf Beast King had caught up with them. The wolf completely ignored them and continued running forward. It seems the matter of igniting the fluff has simply passed. And judging by the wolf's speed, it was definitely chasing them earlier to vent its anger. If that wolf wanted to, he and Chu Xiao would never have been able to escape in the first place. But Shenlin had no intention of letting this wolf off so easily. Chu Xiao, grab the wolf's fur. And Shenlin raised his hand, grabbed the wolf's fur, and then slowly climbed up. Seeing this, Chu shouted the same, and the two of them hung on the Soul Flame Wolf. The Soul Flame Wolf ignored everything and immediately increased its speed, becoming 10 times faster than before. But flying creatures are much faster than running creatures on the ground, and the black dragon relentlessly pursued them. Damn it! I never expected to encounter something like this. And Shenlin looked at the flying dragon in the sky, thought to himself, and then turned to the Soul Flame Wolf and said, "Big guy, if you want to survive, keep running. Run to the base ahead." Ha! The Soul Flame Wolf made a puzzled sound. No, are you sure you don't want me to go and buy? I'm just a newbie who just became a beastmaster. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't go. You'll be the one who dies first anyway. And Shenlin said. The Soul Flame Wolf fell silent, then accelerated again, as if it wanted to bring the two of them down. However, and Shenlin had already used his ability to make the two of them unable to feel any wind. Roar! Just then, the black dragon in the sky swooped down, and a powerful pressure followed. Whoosh! Black flames appeared on the Soul Flame Wolf's limbs, and its speed doubled. The black dragon missed its target. Damn it, this beast knows how to hide its strengths? Chu Xiao muttered under his breath, lying on the wolf's back. The Beast King's intelligence is similar to that of a human, and he is even born with some skills. It's not surprising, but this way, there's no way to escape. That black dragon is clearly more than one level higher than this wolf. Alright, let's retreat. Let Black Dragon catch this wolf. And Shenlin whispered, but as soon as he finished speaking, a fire barrier appeared around them to prevent them from going down. If I don't survive, neither will you. Good dog, if you go a little faster you can survive. And Shenlin chuckled softly. The wolf had indeed fallen for the trap. How can we run if we don't speed up? Come on, push your limits. Upon hearing that it could survive, the Soul Flame Wolf let out a woof. Its body engulfed in flames, and its speed increased several times over. It's another speed-up skill. Olden. It seems like all of this wolf's skills are speed boosts. Chu Xiao noticed something was wrong and asked. And Shenlin, it's not just a scene, it is. Why is it that all your abilities as a Beast King are for escaping? Soul Flame Wolf, I can't be afraid of dying. The black dragon, having missed its target, looked up and was momentarily stunned to see the Soul Flame Wolf suddenly run a considerable distance away. No, you, as a Beast Master, use all your skills to escape? Although I'm pretty much the same. But, my treasure. Human, give me back my treasure. The black dragon roared again and continued its pursuit. That's right, the black dragon knew that Shenlin and the other person had taken its things, because it has studied humans and knows that only humans would steal treasure. Therefore, its target has always been Shenlin and Chu Xiao, with the Soul Flame Wolf being just a side effect. However, the black dragon was completely unaware that it was getting closer and closer to the human military base. After chasing for some distance, the black dragon roared once more and swooped down towards towards the soul flame wolf. "Shut up, you big-headed devil." Suddenly, someone rushed out and punched the black dragon, sending him flying. One of his teeth flew out. When did a 6th-tier moon-level beast king become so bold? And this dog, wow, it even kidnapped 2 of us students? Fang Yuan twisted her neck, looked at the black dragon, and then at the soul flame wolf beast king on the ground, which was only at the 4th-tier heavenly sea level. Upon seeing this, the soul flame wolf immediately lay down, looking like it was going to do nothing. Only then did the black dragon realize that it had come to the human base. "No, I want my treasure." Without the slightest hesitation, Heilong got up and charged towards Fang Yuan. "Oh ho, this is the first time I've seen a beast king that doesn't care about its life. It's a monster with spatial abilities." I said, "How could a flying dragon beast king possibly appear in the heavenly palace? And it's incredibly stupid, having spatial abilities, it doesn't use them, instead foolishly flying around chasing after something." Fang Yuan was just about to teach the black dragon a lesson. As a result, a distorted space appeared in front of the black dragon, and the black dragon immediately jumped into it and escaped. Fang Yuan's preparations also failed, hence the complaint just now. "Black dragon, oh no, I forgot." However, the black dragon escaped, and now it's the wolf's turn. "The taste of wolf meat, no, as the beast king, don't you have any dignity?" Before Fang Yuan could finish speaking again, the soul flame wolf rolled over, exposing its belly. It had submitted. "This is the first time I've ever seen such a shameless wolf," Chu Xiao said quietly, standing to the side. "Me too." After the incident was over, Shenlin and Chu Xiao were called in for a reprimand. The main problem is that Shenlin and Chu Xiao have caused a really big mess this time. Both beast kings were lured here by these two. That black dragon beast king is a beast king with spatial abilities, and can freely travel through the prism world. The records show that only one type of monster possesses this ability. The monster was a black dog that accompanied a celestial being, a black dog that could speak human language. That black dog also has the ability to travel through the prism world. The black dragon that has appeared now is the second one. Moreover, the extraordinary circumstances within the prism world indicate the black dragon seemed to be preparing to build its nest inside the heavenly palace. Not to mention the black dragon, a beast with such spatial abilities is a beast king, making it very difficult to capture. Take that soul flame wolf beast king for example, a wolf whose only skill is escaping, and it also has a huge appetite. While under duress, they ate the entire base's worth of rations for one meal. Keep in mind that their base has tens of thousands of members who are outcasts. The rations for a single meal are a considerable amount. Later, they wanted to drive the beast king away, but this wolf refused to leave. It absolutely refused to leave. Even if they threaten to kill themselves, they won't leave. They're just going to stay here. That wolf is still sunbathing in the open space. Excellent. The fastest tamed monster in history has appeared. But isn't this a good thing? Good news is good news. However, that soul flame wolf was a beast king, and it was easy for a pack of monsters to gather around a beast king. Why not just tame the monsters? Even the beast king has been tamed. If it were that simple, they would have tamed all the monsters in the prism world long ago. Because the beastmaster has the same intelligence as humans, the domestication might just be an act. Therefore, in most cases they would rather tame ordinary monsters than tame the beast king. After reprimanding Chu Xiaoan and Chen Lin, Fang Yuan sent them away, then leaned back in her chair and rubbed her forehead. "Old Lu, isn't your student supposed to be very smart?" Fang Yu sighed, then looked to the empty right side. Lu Yuxing appeared to the side and sighed softly. They already know the whole story. They also learned about the things Chu Xiao had done. How should we evaluate everything Chu Xiao has done? That's recklessness, like a brainless brute. If it weren't for good luck, encountering a beast king with little fighting power, and then encountering a strange black dragon. Otherwise, they would have died on the way. And all of this was Chu Xiao's doing. And Chen Lin is a bit difficult to deal with in the team, Lu Yuxing said. Fang Yuan also knew what was going on, and sighed. There shouldn't be too many voices in a team, but Chen Lin is too strong and too smart. But we can't include Chen Lin in every reason, can we? Okay, I admit it. Chu Xiao wouldn't have done something like this without Chen Lin's indulgence. It's strange, considering the team is full of intelligent people. I originally thought that Chu Xiao and Chen Lin going on a mission together would be a powerful combination. However, no one expected that Chu Xiao and Chen Lin would lose their minds while on a mission. Didn't Chu Xiao rely entirely on Chen Lin when watching the retreat video before? How did it become like this? Lu Yuxing shook his head and said, "That's what makes them a bit odd. Whether it's Meng Qiumin, or Fistina, or Chu Xiao and Lin Qianxiu, they both clearly possess extremely strong leadership skills. He would be an absolute leader even in other places." According to observers, there were initially differing opinions within their group. They are able to make different decisions in different situations. However, as time went on, Chen Lin gradually became the leader of the team. When Chen Lin was around, Chu Xiao didn't want to use his brain unless he was asked to. In his words, Chen Lin is much better than him, so why should he make some wrong decisions? His mind was still quite clear. No, they should say they trust Chen Lin very much, as do Meng Qiumin and the others. Otherwise, Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have occurred. They all witnessed what Chu Xiao and Meng Chongyin were originally like. Although Chu Xiaoran is reckless, he is definitely not someone who blindly rushes in to do something. Meng Chongyin is very smart and quick-witted. She is definitely a leader. Although Lin Qianqiu's leadership skills are not outstanding, he is a capable deputy. Fistina is similar to Meng Chongyin in many ways. She is also a leadership type. However, in front of An Chenlin, all of them would subconsciously hide these talents. Is An Chenlin very powerful? That's impressive, incredibly impressive. But he is not suited for leadership because he's too lazy. If he weren't in the team, he wouldn't even want to move. Sigh, these kinds of people are the most difficult to deal with. The original intention of military training was to make them rely less on the people around them. But Chu Xiao and his group remained the same. It seems they'll have to be separated for next year's joint training. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for you either, would it? They're all promising talents, but let's single out An Chenlin. If An Chenlin gets serious, even the four of them wouldn't be able to handle him, right? Fong Yueran said. To this day, no one knows how much hidden strength An Chenlin still possesses. They are currently unsure whether it is a heaven-level ability or a void-level ability. No, there must be someone who knows, but they haven't told them. Uncertain, but Fistina is still very strong. However, what is certain is that once it reaches the boundary river level, third order, An Chenlin is the strongest among their generation. Aside from a few personality issues, everything else about him is great. Forget it, it's too early to talk about such things. The next step is to train them to no longer rely on An Chenlin. Lu Yuxing stood in front of the window, looking down at Chu Xiao, who was being scolded by Lin Qianqiu with his ear being pulled, and An Chenlin, who was looking listless, and said calmly, "What about the others? Don't they need our attention? How is that possible? Apart from those from arrogant and prestigious families, this generation has only admitted people from those families. They are all promising talents. This generation is the most suitable for the Wave Project. I haven't heard the term Wave Project in a long time. Aren't we the people who emerged from the Wave Project? Of the 30,000 people, 3,000 survived. All 3,000 were pillars of China. I just don't know how many people will survive this time. Who knows? It's an inevitable trend. The bloodshed in Tianyi City has already told us that. The celestial ones are getting stronger, and are even researching some new things. The dark history of the early days of the tenfold world can never be repeated. Why don't we let Lawan come with us? Without Lawan, there's no fun in exploring at all." During another overseas mission in the third week, as the 11 members of Meng Chongyin walked through the forest, the complaint was made by Chu Xiao. Originally, they were 2 teams with a total of 12 people. However, An Chenlin was ordered by Fong Yueran to stay at the base, so only the 11 of them came out. Without An Chenlin, Chu Xiao felt uncomfortable everywhere. With An Chenlin not around, I need to use my brain. This is a little annoying. Lin Qianqiu walked up to Chu Xiao and slapped him on the back of the head, saying irritably, "What are you doing having An Chenlin follow along? Are you going to let him continue to harm An Chenlin? Both missions were basically caused by your actions. An Chenlin has suffered enough by being stuck with you, yet you still run around recklessly because An Chenlin is around. Now that An Chenlin is stationed at the base, you should probably tone down your temper." Meng Chongyin and Fistina nodded to each other, but soon an embarrassed look appeared on her face, because, when An Chenlin was around, they relied on him. However, Chu Xiao's condition was more serious. He relied on An Chenlin's presence and didn't need to use his brain, turning into a reckless brute. For example, when he and An Chenlin were on a mission together, he only went into the cave after confirming that there were no monsters in the surrounding environment. I never imagined that a beast king would use the entrance to his sleeping cave as a toilet, and there are so many that they exceed the number of markers. Otherwise, what happened last week wouldn't have happened. I understand, but we can't possibly be as good as Olden at making decisions, can we? We must proceed with extreme caution from now on. I still think it's better to have Lawan around, Chu Xiao said unhappily. It's just an overseas assignment. We'll be careful. We cannot rely on An Chenlin forever. Let's go, keep moving forward, and try to complete the task within 9 hours. Meng Chongyin walked at the front and said calmly, inside the base at this moment. Sit down, good dog, but do you really want to eat this little bit? On the open ground, An Chenlin fed half a carcass of pork to the Soul Flame Wolf Beast King, and then complained. The Soul Flame Wolf exhaled hot air from its nose, indicating that even a small piece of meat is still meat. You're really a freak, and Chenlin looked at the Beast King, who had been tamed into a dog. This wolf has absolutely no dignity. It seems they know it's safer here. Anyone can masturbate here. Moreover, it seems that because An Chenlin brought it to the base, the Soul Flame Wolf treated him quite well. However, his attitude towards other students was not good. He's a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. However, it is, after all, a heavenly sea level, 4th tier, Beast King. He showed no kindness to the students, who were only at the 2nd level of the Misty Mist. But for the soldiers stationed inside the base, they were bowing and scraping, being as obsequious as could be. After all, most of the people here are Skycia level, 4th order, out of order beings. According to the information information about the Soul Flame Wolf recorded within the base. The Soul Flame Wolf is a highly aggressive and arrogant type of monster. There's something wrong with this Soul Flame Wolf. It's neither aggressive nor arrogant. Some are simply driven by a fear of death and a self-awareness that leads to rapid surrender. It has absolutely nothing to do with a normal Soul Flame Wolf. I really don't understand. How can a Beast King be so cowardly? And Chen-Lin murmured, "Ha!" Just as Chen-Lin was teasing the Soul Flame Wolf, the Soul Flame Wolf suddenly sat up, as if it had sensed something, and tilted its head to look to the side. "What's wrong? Ha!" And Chen-Lin looked in the direction the Soul Flame Wolf was looking, puzzled. But as he turned his head, a skybreaker with red hair and a pair of prism wings appeared in front of him and reached out to grab his neck. Behind this celestial being, there were countless circular waves of air. The base's barrier was also breached, leaving a large hole. At this moment, a seven-colored prism appeared behind Chen-Lin, and the red-haired Tian King's hand was also very close. Not far away, Fang Yueran and Lu Yuxing rushed over. However, they were not as close to Chen-Lin as the red-haired Tian Kings. At this moment, the red crossmark on Chen-Lin's back lit up slightly, and then a barrier appeared in front of Chen-Lin. Damn it! The red-haired skybreaker's hand landed on the barrier, shattering it, but it still managed to stop the red-haired skybreaker for a moment. The end of the imaginary number evolution ruins. Simulated space travel, mimicking spatial energy for spatial movement. Chen-Lin's eyes instantly turned blue, and light blue lines appeared on his neck. The next moment, Chen-Lin's figure appeared 100 meters away. Spatial teleportation. How is that possible? But the moment Chen-Lin landed, countless tiny spatial cracks appeared around him. A spatial backlash occurred, severely injuring Chen-Lin. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Oh whoa! Chen-Lin is alright, but the Soul Flame Wolf is in trouble. The astonished Tian Qingzhe slapped the Soul Flame Wolf away with a single palm strike, then continued charging towards Chen-Lin. But this time, Fang Yueran stopped her. Old Fang, there's more than one heavenly being. At this moment, Lu Yuxing seemed to sense something and shouted, "What?" Fang Yueran turned her head, but the moment she turned her head, she saw layers of air waves appear again in the distance, and another Sky Warrior appeared in front of Chen-Lin. Damn it! It's too late. Cough cough. And Chen-Lin coughed up blood, looking at Tian Qingzhe who appeared in front of him, his blue eyes flashing with an unusual light. Get out of here! 3 pairs of white wings protected Chen-Lin, and a red-haired girl appeared, defeating Tian Qingzhe with a single move. This power, Tian Kings crashed into the base wall, staring in astonishment at the red-haired girl who had appeared. Cough cough. And Chen-Lin was held in Ying's arms. He looked at Ying and wanted to say something, but the spatial backlash reappeared, causing him to cough up blood. Spatial backlash is a very serious injury. If treatment is delayed, Chen-Lin will die. Knowing all this, Sakura began treating Chen-Lin the moment she picked him up. Layer of waves. Is anyone else here? I'll make sure you all die here. Sakura's expression was furious, and her aura rose steadily, showing signs of breaking through to the Shikon level, 7th rank. The blue one in Chen-Lin's eyes slowly faded. He looked at Sakura and thought to himself, why was she angry? Because I am her student? No, that's definitely not the reason. I felt something was off from the very beginning. She seemed to know me? Is it because I awakened a void level power? No, it was only during the bloodbath that my abnormal abilities became apparent. Why is that? Does she know my mother? My mother is a celestial being? No, that's not right. Mom isn't a celestial being. But Mom did mention having a strange friend. Is it her? The hair color doesn't match. The spatial backlash has struck again. Just get some sleep, and it'll all be over when you wake up. Sakura's eyes turned blue. Lin, are you sure there's an out-of-order individual with void-level power here? In the past few decades, only one person in humanity has awakened the power of the void realm. In the mortal realm, a female celestial being appeared beside the red-haired celestial being that Chen-Lin had encountered before. Yes, Lin, the red-haired Skywalker, said somewhat reluctantly. The power of measurement is something every heavenly being desires to possess. There was a case 100 years ago where someone with the power of a void-level being transformed into a heavenly being, but at that time, it was because human awakening technology was not perfect. They failed to notice a person who had awakened to self-awareness. However, they still don't know who that person who transformed from a void-level being into a celestial being. It can be said that void-level power is incredibly precious at any level, let alone the heavenly beings who wouldn't think of killing them, even a void-level being on the verge of death. Both humans and the celestial beings will try to find a way to save them. The fact that Tian King's Lin told the other Tian Kings about the existence of the void-level power was also a last resort. This is a military training exercise being conducted by the Chinese side. To protect the students who come here, there are powerful individuals stationed within the base. Furthermore, given that she had previously been exposed to powerful figures within the base, it would be difficult for her to approach that void-level power again. There was no other way but to ask someone else to come along. Lin, is this the Heavenly Palace? No wonder you came to us. There's no way to resolve this issue here, only the strong can. Or you could just keep that void-level power for yourself? A black-haired man said with a smile. smile. Jean, stop being sarcastic here. Cooperate if you're willing, get lost if you're not. Tian King's Lin said irritably. The relationship between those born under the influence of the Heavenly Emperor is not very good. There are many disputes among the practitioners. The Celestials only unite when they attack or slaughter humans. In this kind of operation, the person they are targeting is a void-level being. It's fair to say that everyone wants to obtain this void-level power. The same applies to Tian King Zealand. However, if she weren't lacking in strength, she would have taken action herself. I am very grateful that you told us about the existence of void-level power, but even if we act together from now on, it's also a matter of whoever gets it first. That's what Tianqing said on the other side. Inside the Heavenly Palace, 5 heavenly warriors of the Anue level gathered together. They were all women, and they all shared the same goal, to take away the void-level power from the human base. Since there are 5 people here, let's use the wave-like structure to get through. It was indeed feasible for 5 people to use colored glasses together in the past. However, the strong among humans will definitely notice this, even if there are more people on our side at that time. But as long as the strong humans notice him, they will protect him. We had no way of succeeding. Find a suitable place to use the layer wave technique, locate the location of that void level power, and seize it. What do you think of this suggestion? A celestial being said. Layered waves is an ability that requires several skybreakers to use. By compressing space and air together, the force of compression is used to traverse thousands of kilometers in an instant. Because it doesn't use one's own abilities or borrow the power of space, it's difficult to detect when it's being used. However, it can't be used on Earth anymore, as the environment has long since changed. Even if a celestial being were to return to Earth, they might not be able to use it. Wouldn't using Changlang be a bit too cheap for Lin? The previously sarcastic Tian Qingzhi said with a smile. I can go first, Tian King's Lin said calmly. Those with void-level power definitely have something to guard against them. The first person to go will most likely be stopped and then face a powerful human opponent. But it's alright. Tian King Zealand didn't think they could take away that void-level power simply by using layered waves. There will definitely be fighting. The purpose of using the layered waves was not only to catch the strong human beings off guard, but also to create an opportunity to steal the power of the void level. If they can't get it, will they kill those with void level abilities? No, they might have killed someone of a different level of power. However, void level power is extremely rare. If we fail this time, we'll have another chance when we encounter it again. Aren't they afraid that their power will grow to the level of the void realm? Of course I'm afraid, but even if there's only a tiny chance, they'll still try. Alright, let's make preparations 5,000 kilometers away from the human base. As they spoke, a 7-colored prism appeared behind the 5 celestial beings, and the 5 disappeared into the mortal realm, then reappeared 5,000 kilometers away from the base. Upon reaching their destination, the reverse calculation wings behind the 5 individuals expanded, beginning to weave mysterious patterns in mid-air. Even someone with a very large perception range, 7th rank, wouldn't be able to detect something woven with reverse virtual computing power. Therefore, neither of the 2 people inside the base discovered any of this. A moment later, a faint green, mysterious array, barely visible to the naked eye, appeared before them. After the formation was completed, Tian King Zealand arrived at the center of the formation, and the space and air behind him began to compress. Countless spatial rifts appeared around the formation. Layers of air currents appeared. In just a few seconds, Tian King Zealand appeared inside the base and accurately located in Chenlin. And Chenlin indeed had something protecting him. In other words, the thing protecting him stopped her for a moment, otherwise she would have successfully taken in Chenlin away. But she didn't expect what would happen next. A human with the aura of a celestial being has appeared. The owner of this aura is the traitor of the Skywalkers, the 6-winged Skywalker Sakura. Why is Sakura here? Tian King Zealand realized something was wrong. Just as she was about to fight the human powerhouse, she instantly changed her mind and began to retreat. The 7-colored prism appeared behind her. At this moment, 3 other Skywalkers also arrived at the base via the layered waves. However, the 3 had just arrived at the base. A powerful pressure descended. The sky turned deep red, like a god high above raging in the sky. The immense pressure spread directly to a radius of hundreds of kilometers, causing countless demonic beasts to bow their heads in submission. Meanwhile, the group of people who were out on a mission also sensed something was wrong and rushed back towards the base. Law level, 8th rank. Fong Yueran and Lu Yuxing were both shocked by this aura. Who is this law level expert? Judging from the other party's appearance, he is not any of the law level powerhouses they are familiar with. Actually. The Skywalkers quickly recognized the red-haired girl and, in shock, tried to retreat immediately. But the next moment, a cherry blossom-colored world appeared before their eyes. Domain, 0 Cherry Blossom Land. A towering cherry blossom tree appeared in the very center of this world. A gigantic, illusory eye stared at the 4 celestial beings. And Chenlin's skill introduction. And Chenlin, ability name, Moxis Shuyen. Basic skill, surround force field, normally activated, primarily for defense, capable of defending against most attacks, as well as autonomous counterattacks in critical situations. Spirit dust level, first order, main ability, virtual calculation. Analyzing everything around you allows you to analyze skills, living beings, and non-living things. Spirit dust level main skill, final imaginary number evolution, void language. Ruins, the entire body becomes a vessel for virtual computing power. Everything seen, felt, and known can be analyzed. The world before one's eyes will also become a virtual computing world. The scope of analysis is expanded, and analysis can be performed across different levels. However, the side effects are extremely obvious. If not treated in time after use, it will be life-threatening. During use, it cannot be healed or amplified by external forces. After use, one will fall into a long period of weakness. Strength will be slightly enhanced, but the burden on the body will increase. The main ability of the year mist level, second tier floating weak field. Within the force field, everything will undergo weakness analysis, and the analysis of wounds on living organisms will be even faster. The main skill for the misty age level, floating life. Enhanced vulnerability analysis capabilities mean that all attacks will have a capability suppression function. Derivative creation skills, brief, air modification, modify the air for use. Offset, uses a force field to change the orientation of an attack or other object. Fake creation, to alter matter for a short period of time, or to simulate the creation of matter for an attack. Simulated, mimicking an attack. Reverse creation, stores spiritual energy and extends and strengthens virtual computing power. And Shenlin's main offensive skills, briefly. Air modification, shock, uses compressed air to attack. Air modification absolute shock, uses extremely compressed air to launch a wide-range, high-intensity attack. Offset inch, compresses the attack to concentrate it at a single point in bursts within the body. Virtual gun, compress matter into a gun for attack. Phantom creation, sky floating spear, creates a white spear that can suppress abilities but has low piercing damage for attack. False creation, repulsive singularity, a wide-range attack combining repulsive force and weakness attack, with the inner layer being weakness attack and the outer layer being repulsive force. Virtual creation, void, creates a black sphere, and all life forms within the sphere will be subjected to weakness attacks and forced attacks that inject virtual computing power into their weaknesses. Simulated slash, simulates a spatial slash. Simulated thousand wind slash, multiple slashes, simulating Li Dao's wind type attacks. Simulated space slash, a space slash that mimics spatial energy, and can only be used when spatial energy is available. Derivative auxiliary skills, briefly. Air conditioning modification, stagnation, air stagnation. Air modification, scattered flowers, area of effect air barrier and airflow. Deflection, sense of strike, deflects attacks and power. Virtual barrier, to alter the material to make it hard. False creation concealing emptiness, to conceal one's presence. To raise matter. Virtual formation column formation, matter forms a column. Simulated outbreak, regional forces erupt. Simulated virtual enhancement, the body resides at the singularity, and the operation of the singularity achieves continuous enhancement of the body parts. Reversal and return, a gray sphere that automatically stores spiritual energy. Simulated space movement, a space movement skill that can only be used when there is spatial energy. Floating life, weaknesses in analysis, skills that haven't appeared yet but are about to appear. Fictional creation, 100 days of hidden treasures. False creation burial place, illusory anti-gravity field. Virtual collapse sphere, simulated gravity field. Imitation of the heavenly spear. Reverse creation anti-fictional calculation. Floating life, immortal thousand spears. The new core skill that will appear is modern ruins. Chu Xiao, get out of here. Xianxiu, I was changing Laoen's medicine. This is saline solution for normal people. The out of orders don't use this. If you don't understand, don't cause trouble. Take the glucose you bought and go find Han Yu and the others. The glucose was bought by Han Yu and his group. It has nothing to do with me. Then you shouldn't be in the way here. Important, can I buy glucose and saline solution? If the out of orders need them, they can buy them, but nobody knows what they need these things for. Where did Chu Xiao get it from? I saw him pestering the nurse for it yesterday. Doesn't he have any shame? I've never seen him have any shame. It's so noisy. Can't I get any sleep? Who chats on someone's bedside? I want to sleep. You guys are so noisy. And Shenlin, who was on the bed, suddenly spoke up while Meng Chongmin and the other three were whispering. Silence. The entire room fell silent. All four of them stared at Shenlin on the bed. Huff, huff. Okay, and Shenlin is asleep again. Old. Chu Xiao was about to step forward when Lin Qianxiu covered his mouth and pulled him away. Behave yourself. Lin Qianxiu whispered in Chu Xiao's ear. Meng Chongmin and Fistina also planned to quietly leave the ward. Yes, and Shenlin is no longer unconscious. He's asleep. Now you don't have to worry. But just as they were about to leave, and Shenlin suddenly sat up, and then his eyes met those of Meng Chongmin and the other three. The ward fell silent again. Such beautiful eyes, Fistina said first. The other three nodded as well. A pair of deep blue eyes, as if countless luminous blue lines were shimmering within them. Like a blue starry sky, like a blue Milky Way. Those eyes make you stare at them involuntarily. My eyes, yes, my body seems to have changed. And Shenlin was stunned for a moment, then looked at his hands. Using Ruin's language, this time did not increase my rank. Instead, it raised the level of his own force field. Although the force field was always open before, it was still necessary to use one's spiritual energy and physical strength to spread the force field in special situations. Now it's not necessary, the force field has been enhanced. Both the ability to react to perceived malice and the ability to defend normally have been enhanced. When facing attacks, except for special attacks, and Shenlin no longer needs to defend against other attacks on his own. The force field will change according to the intensity of the attack. The consumption has decreased a bit, but you still need to defend yourself against special attacks. Then, instead of getting stronger, I felt like my physical abilities were getting weaker and I couldn't keep up. No, none of these are the most important. Whose gaze was that just now? And Shenlin wasn't woken up by them. Instead, I felt a gaze upon me, a highly aggressive gaze. There was no malice intended, but it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. What's wrong? Meng Chonin noticed that Shenlin was acting strangely and asked. Nothing. By the way, what's going on? This doesn't seem to be the base. And Shenlin snapped out of his daze, looked at the decorations in the room, and then looked outside. It's not the metallic style of the base, it seems to be inside Yenching University. The military training ended early because of the invasion of the Skybreakers. Olden, you have no idea how amazing your teacher is. One field directly crushed 4 Heavenly Realm experts. Those 4 Heavenly Warriors were dealt with by your teacher in a single move. Did you know? When your teacher unleashed his domain, we could feel its power from over 100 kilometers away. Is that the power of the strong? That's so cool. Xu Xiao broke free from Lin Xianxiu's grasp and ran to Shenlin's bedside, excitedly saying. They began to retreat to base after realizing something was wrong. But we've only gone halfway. A cherry blossom-colored sphere appeared before them. Then came a huge cherry blossom tree, and a huge eye. Then they witnessed a scene where one person killed 4 heavenly sovereigns. That person's power shocked everyone's hearts. As geniuses, they felt neither fear nor dread. Everyone had only one thought in their minds, wow, that's amazing. I want to be like that too. The battle ended in an instant. The powerful figures simply carried Shenlin away. Later they learned that the person was Shenlin's teacher, and also a low-level, 8th order, powerhouse who had never appeared before. After their military training ended early, they all returned to Yenching University. And Shenlin was seriously injured and fell into a coma due to a mysterious spatial backlash. He was in a coma for about 3 days. So it turns out the military training ended early because of my own actions. And Shenlin thought to himself, then sighed helplessly. I originally thought that Xu Xiao would cause some trouble that would lead to the early end of the military training, but I didn't expect it would be because of me. However, Tianqing really thinks too highly of himself. They actually used such a risky method to capture themselves. If Sakura hadn't appeared in time, he might have really been taken away. Why does he always feel that Sakura has known him for a long time? Forget it, there's no point in worrying about these things. Time to sleep. And Shenlin thought to himself, then lay down straight to prepare for sleep. Nothing is more important than sleep. Seeing that Shenlin was about to go to sleep again, Xu Xiao didn't say anything and quietly left the room with Meng Chongyin and the others. Sakura looked away and quietly picked up a book to read. You've known Shenlin for a long time? A man in a black robe asked with his eyes closed in front of him. No, I only noticed him recently, during the bloodbath in Tianyi City. Sakura said calmly. Your behavior doesn't seem like that of someone you've recently met. Never mind, this isn't something I should be concerned with. The black-clad swordsman said calmly. Did the Venerable One send you to keep an eye on me? Sakura glanced at the black-clad swordsman and asked. No, it was the Dragon Lord who sent me. He just wanted me to ask you something. The black-clad swordsman said calmly. What is it? You're the first Skybreaker, aren't you? Sakura paused slightly as she turned the pages, but quickly recovered. Yes, I am the first celestial being after the tenfold world descended. How did you find out? Was it a historical site? Pretty much, but we also understand why you show kindness to humans. We'll leave everything else to you. You're in charge of teaching in Shenlin. We will handle the matters concerning the Ten-Ring world. My time has come, and I must go. Goodbye. The black-clad swordsman left. Sakura continued reading the book in her hands. The strong people in China are even more powerful than I imagined. No wonder the key is in China's hands. Olden, how's your recovery going? The day after Shenlin woke up, Xu Xiao secretly came to Shenlin's ward and asked excitedly. It's all right. What are you doing? And Shenlin looked at Xu Xiao and asked in confusion. Didn't we obtain many spiritual plants and items within the Heavenly Palace? Let's hurry up and sell them now. So many spiritual plants and items can definitely be sold for a lot of money. Then we won't lack cultivation resources. Xu Xiao said excitedly. During their overseas missions, Xu Xiao acquired quite a few spiritual plants or objects. The spiritual plants and items in the Heavenly Palace are very valuable. You can definitely make a lot of money by selling selling them. However, some special spiritual plants and items cannot be circulated. They were taken away by the base for equivalent value. Are you in such a hurry? And Shenlin looked at Chu Xiao and took out the storage ring that Chu Xiao had been wearing around his neck as a necklace. Of course we're anxious. We're really short on resources, Chu Xiao said pitifully. Alright, I understand. But it wouldn't be worthwhile to sell these things now. Once I'm better, we'll maximize the use of this money. Then you should first categorize some of the spiritual plants and animals that are suitable for us. What I want are items without attributes and those that improve physical fitness. You can handle the rest. Oh, and there's a box of US dollars inside. Go see if you can exchange it for Chinese yuan. And Shenlin took off the ring and handed it to Chu Xiao. Maximize? How do you maximize it? Chu Xiao scratched his head, puzzled. You'll find out when the time comes, and Shenlin said, keeping everyone in suspense. 2 days later, and Shenlin left Peking University with Chu Xiao. Because the military training ended early, the holiday was longer than usual. And Shenlin led Chu Xiao to a rather special place, the agency. What kind of place is this? Simply put, because of the large human population, there are many things that even the ordered ones themselves cannot handle well. Therefore, a commission will be issued. Most warbands make money by taking on commissions. Then some pharmaceutical companies and other businesses will issue bounties for medicinal herbs or monsters. What are we doing here? Chu Xiao asked, puzzled. We definitely can't just sell them off in bulk. Those resources are too mixed. Others will try to drive down the price. The best way is to exchange what we need for what we want. Money is what we need most right now. Then just exchange money based on your needs. As Shenlin spoke, he led Chu Xiao into the hall and then stopped in front of the scrolling screen displaying mission assignments. Is this all? This seems like too much trouble. Chu Xiao looked at the constantly flashing screen and felt a headache coming on. Of course, we don't sell all of these things through commissions. It's just about gaining a channel. I will rely on this information to deduce a few of the best buyers. However, because our products are too varied, we have to sell them separately. Although it was a bit troublesome, the returns were high, and then it was about establishing some channels. Use your status as a Yenching University student to establish some channels. In the future, we won't need to go through the trouble of finding people to help us with new spiritual plants and items. As for selling it all to one person, they would only be seen as a sucker. So what if it's about doing someone a favor? You have to make others accept your favor first. Okay, that's all for now. You'll be in charge of making the phone call later. And Shenlin said, then stared at the scrolling screen. Chu Xiao nodded. He understood what Shenlin meant. However, their appearance attracted a lot of attention. Those who appear to be students here are most likely students from Yenching University. A stranger, never seen before, naive, a request. It seems a new student has come to make the request. After guessing the identities of the two, many people's eyes gleamed with a strange light. Even freshmen at Yenching University are extremely sought after. Alright, I remember that much. Chu Xiao, let's find a quiet place to make the call. After watching for 20 minutes, and Shenlin turned and left. Chu Xiao didn't understand, but he still followed Shenlin away. However, everyone else was stunned when they saw Shenlin and Chu Xiao leave. No, are you just playing around? Are you no longer accepting commissions? We're still waiting for you two to take on the commission and build up your relationship with him, her. Olden, why did we dial the numbers in order? And Shenlin handed Chu Xiao a piece of paper. It was filled with phone numbers and what the number owners needed. You wrote all of that down? Chu Xiao asked, looking surprised. It's a simple matter. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm not suited for this. And Shenlin said, then sat down and closed his eyes to sleep. Chu Xiao scratched his head, but still did as Shenlin said. An hour later. Olden, we've hit the jackpot. Chu Xiao shook Shenlin awake. What's wrong? And Shenlin opened his eyes with a blank expression and asked. I called the phone numbers you wrote down, but a few didn't get answered. We answered all the other calls, and then we sold most of the items we had at 15% more than the normal price. There were also some items that the other party heard were brought out from the Heavenly Palace, and their bids were directly 50% higher. Also, because we are from Yenching University, we paid a little more money. As for those who wanted to lower the price, I refused. I did the math. We have a total of 472 spiritual plants and 387 spiritual items to sell. Then there are some other things. That makes a total of 7 small goals. I've never seen so much money before. Chu Xiao shook Shenlin and said in an unusually excited tone. 700 million, that is indeed a bit beyond the estimated price. Even if the spiritual plants and animals in the Heavenly Palace are rare, not all of them are unique to the Heavenly Palace. Even the lowest grade spiritual plants and objects they possess are of the highest quality among the mortal realms. Even the best quality mortal level items might not sell for more than 500,000. This indicates that those buyers paid a significant premium for these spiritual plants and items. Okay, I know, don't get so worked up. The ring is with you, right? Then the rest of the transaction is up to you. I'm going back to sleep. And Shenlin yawned and said, don't be in such a hurry to go back. We haven't discussed the distribution yet. How about we split the 700 million in half? 2 are enough for me. Oh, and give me the spatial ring too. I'm not comfortable leaving it with you. Isn't this too little? I only need things to improve my physical fitness. I don't need any other resources. 200 million is a bit too much. Also, once you have money, go and find out if there's anything suitable for you to sell. Buy as many items as possible, then reach the peak of the Mist Peak Tier 2 before New Year's Day, and then quickly break through to the Boundary River Tier 3. Oh, okay. Are you done with your work? Come find me when you're done. After Shanlin and Chu Xiao separated, a red crossmark appeared on the back of his neck, and Sakura's voice echoed in his mind. Oh, and Shenlin's desire to sleep vanished instantly. For the teacher who protected him, Taiyan Kings, and Shenlin still had feelings for him. Firstly, because Sakura is truly different from other celestial beings. Secondly, Sakura's attitude towards him was different from how she treated others. Because I knew what Sakura really looked like, I always felt something was off. But now, never mind, these are things he can't know right now. Even if you dwell on it, it won't make a difference. Sakura is both a celestial being and one of the few people who can teach him. I'll just stick to being Sakura's student. Back at Yinqing University, and Shenlin went to Sakura's residence. It is a villa. The moment Shenlin arrived, the villa's gate opened. Come in, I'll be waiting for you in the training ground on the basement level. Sakura's voice echoed in my mind, and Shenlin walked into the villa and entered the huge metal training room on the first basement floor. Sakura sat in the corner, drinking tea and reading a book. May I ask what brings you here? And Shenlin asked as he walked up to Ing. You are my student, so I must have something to teach you when I come to you. But, I've already saved you once, why are you still so distant towards me? Sakura propped her head up and looked at Shenlin, asking with some confusion. Surely no one would be close to someone who was like the celestial being? Seeing Shenlin's pensive expression, Ing smiled gently, rose, and floated to Shenlin's side, saying, Alright, enough teasing, let's get down to business. Okay. And Shenlin nodded at Ing. However, Sakura cupped Shenlin's face and stared into his eyes for a moment. Teacher? And Shenlin asked in confusion. It seems that your ability does indeed have a problem. The ability to transfer yourself that you used when you were evading the Skybreaker. It relies on seizing control of unconscious spatial energy, then simulating and creating it, and subsequently moving through space. Such domineering skills are outrageous. However, being too domineering is not a good thing either. When you use that skill, you cannot withstand the side effects it brings. Basically, each use will induce a near-death state. If it is not treated in time, it will really be fatal. The only benefit of using skills is that your abilities will be enhanced after using them. Is this an enhancement to your overall force field? If you are directly allowed to break through to the Boundary River Tier 3, you can tolerate some of the side effects brought by the skill. But don't rush, you can suppress your level for a while before breaking through. Also, I love your eyes, they're beautiful and make me feel at ease. Sakura released her grip and, while checking Shenlin's body, said, Thank you for your praise. And Shenlin let Ing do as she pleased, unaware of what she was doing. When Sakura examined Shenlin's back, she suddenly placed her hand on the left side of his back and a warm energy flowed into Shenlin's body. The next moment, Shenlin's reverse creation, illusory wings appeared without any warning. Ha, teacher, what did you do? And Shenlin was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ing and asked, It's nothing, I just felt something was wrong with your back so I tried it out. Was it created by imitating the reverse void calculation wings of the Skybreaker? That's impressive, but it's not perfect yet. Do as I say. Transfer a portion of the virtual computing power in the brain to the heart, and then slowly use the virtual computing wings to draw the virtual computing power from the heart. Finally, use the wings of virtual calculation to spread the virtual calculation power throughout your entire body. Sakura floated to Shenlin's side and placed her hand on his heart, and Shenlin immediately did as instructed. This kind of thing is quite simple for Shenlin. Soon, with Sakura's help, Shenlin completed what she asked for. Then, the virtual wings, which were originally only a little over a meter long, expanded to more than 2 meters. A light blue ring appeared on the right side of Shenlin's back. Immediately, some light blue threads slowly extended from the center of the ring. Sakura watched as the pale blue threads continued to extend and intertwine. A moment later, wings made of light blue silk threads, more than a meter long, appeared. False calculation and anti-false calculation? Sakura murmured, then a smile appeared on her lips. And Shenlin opened his eyes, his right eye gleaming faintly. At the same time, he also sensed that something was wrong behind him. The speed of the virtual calculation has increased, and the range of the force field has also increased. And Shenlin flapped the large and small wings on his back, feeling a little strange. How is it? Isn't it different from before? Sakura floated behind Shenlin and reached out to play with Shenlin's 2 wings. Yes, the speed of virtual calculation has become even faster. And these wings made of silk threads, something seems a bit strange? And Shenlin flapped his wings and let Sakura play with them, then expressed his feelings. Because these wings have the ability to counter virtual calculations, simply put, the moment your silken wings appear, the ability of those with anomalous abilities to analyze you will weaken. When a low-ranking and low-strength ability user uses their ability on you, the power will be weakened. A special defense against pure virtual attacks appears within your force field, compensating for the weakness of your force field and being unable to defend against virtual forces. The attacks from those with disordered abilities will also be weakened. Of course, defense consumes your stamina, and it will cost more than other defensive abilities, and this state will consume more energy, but take it slow, and this problem will be resolved quickly, Sakura said while examining In Shenlin's body. Oh, and Shenlin nodded. He never expected that simply changing the way the virtual wings operated would result in a new skill. Reverse creation seems to have been created by him when he was at the spirit dust level, first tier. Even at the second tier of the Misty Age, reverse creation was not improved. No, it should be said that he didn't improve anything. These blue silk wings possess the ability to counter virtual calculations. Let's call it reverse creation, anti-false calculation. He didn't want to think of any other names. By the way, you can fly, right? You can fly by using the force field around your body. Now you can try using your wings to assist in flight. Sakura suddenly said, how does he know everything? And Shenlin thought to himself, but Sakura quickly said, your strength is still a bit lacking. A close look at you will reveal what you're hiding. Don't forget, I am the heavenly ruler. It's quite simple to find out what you're hiding through touch. Being able to read minds is really annoying. Once you become strong enough, I won't be able to study anymore. The holiday after military training ended quickly, and Shenlin and his classmates also began their university life. At Yenching University, classes are relatively flexible, except for some major courses. There is a lot of time that can be freely allocated. However, even with a lot of free time, most people calmed down when the class officially started. The credits from Yenching University have also been officially issued. Everyone starts with 10 points, and 1 point at Yenching University is equivalent to 10,000 yuan in cash. Inside Yenching University, items were sold for 60% of the normal price outside. However, items exchanged for cash are priced at 5 times the normal price. Earning credits is simple. Just accept some tasks posted within Yenching University. Then comes the ranking. The top 500 students receive academic credits every month. There are also some tasks for the teachers, as well as some teaching assignments. Because only 15% of the students at Yenching University came from prominent families, the others were ordinary students from all over the world or from relatively well-off families. Their cultivation process can be taught to some newly awakened high school sophomores. There are many ways to earn academic credits. It mainly depends on whether you're willing to put in the effort. Along with the prizes, rewards from the freshman ranking competition were also distributed. And Shenlin's custom weapon made of 1000 spirit alloy is a short sword. As for guidance, because In Shenlin is a special case, it was replaced with corresponding resources. Then In Shenlin used up the cultivation time in the cultivation room. He only slept for 16 hours in the training room. Sleeping is equivalent to cultivation. That's very In Shenlin. In addition to regular classes, In Shenlin also trains with Chu Xiao and the others. It's about training and coordination. Shortly after the military training ended, the 5 of them formed a small team. From now on, we can go on any team missions together. However, there are very few team tasks in the first year. Most tasks are done individually or in pairs or more. So they didn't do anything after successfully forming a team. Normally, it's just training, practicing, and attending classes. Then I would occasionally go out for a stroll. However, usually Chu Xiao and Lin Xianqiu go to the same place. And Shenlin, Meng Chongyin, and Fistina went to another place. This is just speechless. October 30th, afternoon. And Shenlin yawned as he watched Chu Xiao and Meng Chongyin fight. Chu Xiao's improvement rate in the past half-month has been very fast, and his physical strength has also increased to a higher level. Although Chu Xiao still couldn't keep up with Meng Chongyin's speed when facing her spatial abilities, but it's much better than before. It can even withstand the Dream Resonance Spatial Slash. Meng Chongyin's strength has also increased a lot, and she has gained many new derivative skills. Fistina is still at the peak of the Mist Realm, second tier, but judging from the aura I've recently sensed from her, it probably won't be long before it breaks through. Lin Xianqiu wasn't there. She had gone on a mission. Many people are now working hard to improve their skills and take on missions. 80% of the previous Spirit Dust level, First Order, new students have broken through. The rest are also working hard to become stronger. Even unreliable people like Wen Liang and Han Yu are taking on missions to become stronger. The family members are also training and striving for higher student rankings. But what's interesting is that, of the top 500, only 89 were from established families. Those who are not from established families are the ones who most enjoy taking on challenges. It would be very difficult for people from established families to develop their own cliques within Yenching University, because they can't accept defeat. Who among Yenching University wasn't a genius? You're better than me? I admit it, but I'll soon be better than you. You'd better work even harder in the coming days. You ganged up on me? I admit it. it, it's because I'm not strong enough. Once I get stronger, I'll get my revenge on you one by one. You were defeated by me despite being a much stronger opponent? It's nothing, just the foundation of genius. Even some rather despicable people will not submit to others. So those who want to develop small groups are either getting frustrated or on their way to getting frustrated. And you can't say anything when you're beaten. Seeking revenge on family members? Come on, using this method is tantamount to declaring war on Yinqing University. It should be noted that there are 10 Radiant Sky Level, 7th rank, cultivators permanently residing within Yinqing University. There are even more Anghua level, 6th rank, a total of 57 plus some sent out from elsewhere. Moreover, very few of the teachers employed there come from established family backgrounds. Generally, those that exist are either military families or special families like warband families, or they are people who have severed ties with their original family or clan. Playing the emotional card? Bullshit. Putting pressure on Yinqing University? What are they thinking? This isn't just any university. Moreover, the people Yinqing University selects are all quite interesting. They were all hot-blooded and vigorous, especially fond of fighting, and unwilling to admit defeat. The overall school atmosphere is comparable to that of Chang'an Military University. No wonder people say that Yinqing University is full of monsters. Their various behaviors are beyond the comprehension of many people. You asked about Shenlin? And Shenlin remains firmly in second place, and no one is challenging him. No, the Yin family and the Yin family will still come looking for trouble, but for Shenlin, it's just a matter of dealing with it casually. Apart from Lin Xianxiu, the other four are all firmly in the top 5. Lin Xianxiu has never fallen out of the top 10. In addition, Bei Chang'in challenged Chu Xiao 3 times. However, he was defeated by Chu Xiao 3 times. But, no matter how many times those who came after challenged Bei Chang'in, they only lost. Now, North Chang'in has completely become the gatekeeper of the top 5. Just as Shenlin was getting bored and about to fall asleep, someone suddenly appeared and sat down next to him. Hey, Shaoan, it seems you've adapted to life here pretty quickly. A familiar voice came from inside, and Shenlin turned his head and saw Li Dao sitting next to him. And Shenlin paused for a moment when he saw Li Dao, then asked, "When did you get back?" Li Dao went to the Sakura Kingdom before entering a relatively important prism world within it. There had been no news for a month, and now they suddenly appeared in front of them. "I was urgently brought back yesterday," Li Dao said with a smile, propping her head up with her hand. "Sent back urgently?" And Shenlin asked, puzzled. "Yes, I destroyed what should have been an important habitat for spiritual plants in the Japanese prism world. Hundreds of people are chasing me. TSK, the Japanese devils, whatever else they may have, are certainly cunning. Look here, this is what happened when I was ambushed. I almost got my trachea cut and that was it. Fortunately, I managed to protect this place with my spiritual energy in time." Li Dao raised her neck, revealing a wound on her neck that had just healed. "Wow, should I say you're lucky to be alive, or that you got into trouble in a very sophisticated way?" And Shenlin looked at the wound on Li Dao's neck and asked, "It's all the same, as long as we come back alive, that's enough. Seeing the Japanese devils get their comeuppance is so satisfying. Ha ha ha." Li Dao laughed loudly, and Shenlin smiled and said, "Don't die before you graduate." "How could that be? I'm Li Dao. Are you going to take us on a mission?" While receiving treatment from Fistina, Chu Xiao looked at Li Dao with a puzzled expression. "Yes, you've only just entered Yinqing University. The tasks I received were all boring, teaching high school students or going out to explore. The credits are few and far between, and they're not very useful. I'll take you on a mission. I guarantee you'll earn tons of credits." Li Dao said that she didn't feel like she had survived a disaster at all. Sure, it's kind of boring at school anyway. After healing Chu Xiao, Fistina stood beside Shenlin and said, I might not be able to bring you two along." Li Dao glanced at Fistina and Meng Chongyin and said somewhat awkwardly, "Why?" Meng Chongyin asked, somewhat puzzled. I was strictly warned that I could bring in Shenlin and Chu Xiao with me when I did things. However, you can't bring Fistina and Dreamy Voice, so I could only take in Shenlin and Chu Xiao with me," Li Dao said somewhat embarrassedly. And Shenlin looked at Li Dao, and then nodded as if he had received the correct information. And Shenlin then addressed Fistina and Meng Chongyin. "Simply put, he can take me and Chu Xiao with him if he's courting death, but he can't take you guys with him, or we're doomed." Dream Encore in Fistina. "So that's how it is." They were truly speechless about the reason. Li Dao scratched his head sheepishly. "That's exactly what Lu Yuxing said. He's caused quite a bit of trouble. I almost died in Japan." In addition, Li Dao and Shenlin also knew each other. Given Li Dao's personality, he might actually lead Shenlin and the others to do some extremely dangerous things. But why weren't Shenlin and Chu Xiao excluded? Those two guys shouldn't die. Girls need to be taken good care of. Don't go hanging out with them. Therefore, Li Dao could only take Shenlin and Chu Xiao out to have some fun. "So you want to take me and Chu Xiao out to have some fun? Aren't you afraid of ruining us?" And Shenlin looked at Li Dao and asked in confusion. "It's okay. I won't die," Li Dao said with a thumbs up and a smile. "No, this doesn't prove safety at all. Brother Li Dao, what kind of mission is it? How many credits does it cost? Xu Xiao wasn't afraid and walked up to ask. Oh, this is about hunting down fugitives at the Tianhai level, 4th tier. I have approximate location information here. The mission requires that life or death be taken, and offers a total of 300 credits and a reward of 10 million. How about it? Want to come along? The 4 people. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Olden, shall we go get dinner? The cafeteria on the west side has a self-service barbecue, and it's even made from monster meat. Xu Xiao looked at Shenlin and brought up the matter of dinner, cleverly changing the subject. No, you're taking 2 of us, both of whom are at the Suewu level, 2nd tier, with you, a fugitive at the Tianhai level, 4th tier. This isn't a mission, it's a bit dangerous. Instead, they're leading them to their deaths. Don't go. I have the ability to protect you, Li Dao said. Li Dao's current strength is at the Tianhai level, 4th rank, and he was still ranked among the top 3 in his generation. Brother Li Dao, it's not that we don't want to go with you, but we know whether to choose money or our lives, Xu Xiao said somewhat embarrassedly, and Shenlin looked at him with a strange expression. You know life is more important than money? Are you kidding me? Who was risking their life to dig up caves inside the heavenly palace for money? Suddenly, and Shenlin thought of something and said to Li Dao, Xu Xiao means that since the allocation hasn't been specified, it's difficult for us to agree. The 4 fell silent and all looked at Shenlin. Xu Xiao's lips twitched. Brother, you can't just sabotage me like that. Li Dao's lips twitched, and she looked at Xu Xiao without saying a word. No wonder he felt a sense of kinship with Xu Xiao after meeting him. They were kindred spirits. Meng Chonin and Fistina exchanged a glance, then a helpless smile appeared on their faces. And Shenlin really understands Xu Xiao and Li Dao. They completely understood each other's little thoughts. Okay, I understand. I'll be the main force in this mission. I'll take the lion's share, 150 credits, and Yuan and Shenlin will each take half. I'll take 6 million, and Yuan and Shenlin can split the rest. Is that alright? Li Dao offered generous terms. To be honest, this mission was basically just Li Dao taking 2 people out to play. Although there is a little danger, there won't be any problems as long as you don't do anything reckless. And Shenlin looked at Li Dao with a puzzled expression. When did I say I was going? Li Dao and Xu Xiao looked at Shenlin with smiles. I'm not going. I'm going to find my teacher for training. And Shenlin said helplessly. Hee, I knew you'd say that. Don't worry, I already spoke with your teacher before I came. Your teacher said that you've been at school for a while now and it's time for you to get out and about, so you're allowed to take me out, Li Dao said, then took out a piece of paper and handed it to Shenlin to look at. It really is her handwriting. And Shenlin took it and sighed helplessly. Sakura's meaning was simple. She wanted him to learn more about other people's fighting styles. Then use simulation to enrich your combat skills. Although simulation can mimic some skills that do not require the manipulation of any elements. However, it's not something that can be imitated in just 1 or 2 days. Oh well, Sakura already said not to go looking for her for now, so let's go for a walk with Li Dao and the others. Can't we just refuse them? As long as he refuses, the 2 of them will take him away, bed and all, in the middle of the night. Seeing Shenlin sigh, Li Dao and Xu Xiao knew that their plan to drag Shenlin along was now secure. When are you going? And Shenlin asked. Now. Li Dao reached out and pulled Shenlin and Xu Xiao along, then drifted away. A gentle breeze ruffled the hair of Fistina and Dream. Then, Meng Chongyin and Fistina looked at each other and gave each other a helpless smile. It seems there's no need to worry about Xu Xiao and Shenlin's safety. However, since Shenlin and the others had gone to do their missions, they couldn't just stay here and do nothing. It's unlikely that either of them will be able to get any missions. At this moment, Lin Xianxiu also returned. Seeing only Fistina and Meng Chongyin, she asked in confusion, where are Xu Xiao and Shenlin? Where did they go? I was taken on a mission, Meng Chongyin said. I see. Who brought them there? Lin Xianxiu asked, puzzled. Li Dao and Shenlin's friend, Fistina said. Li Dao? Didn't Li Dao just accept a mission to hunt down a peak Tianhai 4th tier expert? I saw him when I went to hand over the mission earlier. Lin Xianxiu paused for a moment, then said. Fistina and Meng Chongyin were slightly taken aback, then exchanged a glance. Something seems off? Li Dao, go to hell. You never said it was a peak level 4th tier, out-of-order user of the Heavenly Sea realm at his peak. Relax. Let me, Li Dao, show you what it means to be subservient to the superior. If the grade appears too frequently, add comments to the grades that appear. 2nd tier, Year Mist. 3rd tier, Boundary River. 4th tier, Heaven and Sea. In the ruins outside the suburbs. I didn't expect there to be helpers. Han Yuan and Liang are such idiots, they can't even gather intelligence. While Li Dao was fighting that wanted criminal at the highest level. For more people rushed out from the side, they were accomplices, but not very strong. 1 Boundary River level and 3 Fog level. Stop talking nonsense. This was clearly unexpected. Li Dao, don't you dare go too far. And Shenlin shouted at Li Dao, then turned around to face the river level abnormal being. Xu Xiao, those few mist level beings are yours to handle. And Shenlin shouted. Received. Xu Xiao smiled as he stopped the 3 mist level beings. Don't underestimate me. The river-level out-of-order user came up to Shenlin and slammed his fist, carrying the wind, at Shenlin. Shenlin simply tilted his head and dodged the opponent's punch. A gust of wind howled past Shenlin, and the wisps in Shenlin's eyes gleamed with a pale blue light, offset by an inch. Shenlin punched his opponent in the stomach. The energy spread, and the opponent was knocked back a few steps by the punch, then knelt down clutching his stomach. A strong wind blew past Shenlin's side. As the wind swept by, several wind blades appeared in front of Shenlin. A pale blue light drew a distinct horizontal line in the air. Shenlin dodged all the wind blades and appeared in front of this river-level out-of-order being. However, just as Shenlin was about to attack, he sensed something was wrong and did a backflip to create distance. A pillar of wind blew the opponent up, and within the pillar were countless tiny wind blades. "Scatter," the other side shouted. The next moment, the wind pillar dispersed, and countless wind blades scattered in all directions. Shenlin narrowed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. Shenlin's force field expanded, forming a semicircular protective shield in front of him. The wind blades landed on the force field and disappeared after penetrating less than 5 centimeters. The boundary river level has more skills, and it also has one more core skill than us. But it's not a big problem, they're not as strong as me. The moment Shenlin blocked all the wind blades, his speed surged, and he appeared in front of his opponent as a blur. The other party looked surprised and raised his hand to attack Shenlin. However, Shenlin merely shifted his body slightly to the side to dodge the opponent's attack and then spun around and kicked the opponent away with a sidekick. Just as Shenlin was about to press his advantage, a strange feeling arose. Without hesitation, he retreated immediately. Countless wind arrows appeared out of thin air and landed where Shenlin had just been standing. The river-level out-of-orders are indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Because they spent a lot of time at the boundary river level, they accumulated more experience. Shenlin exhaled a breath of stale air and then charged towards the other party again. The opponent transformed the wind into a bow, and a thick arrow appeared on the bowstring before being shot at Shenlin. Shenlin leaned forward and placed his hands on the ground, and the arrow flew past his head. Such a fast reaction speed. The opponent was astonished and knocked another arrow. However, he realized that it was too late to draw his bow again when facing Shenlin, who was so close at hand. So he dispersed his longbow, intending to create a pillar of wind using the previous method and then distance himself from Shenlin. Imitation execution. A slash appeared, severing the arm that he had just retracted. The pain struck, and the spiritual energy the opponent had mobilized instantly dissipated, only to be mobilized again in the next moment. But by the time he was transferred again, it was too late. Shenlin approached the other person, and a faint blue light reflected into his eyes. The opponent gritted his teeth, and azure spiritual energy instantly spread throughout his body. The next moment, countless gusts of wind, like sharp blades, spread out in all directions. The area within tens of meters of the other party turned cyan. Even from 100 meters away, you can feel the fierce wind. The opponent underestimated Shenlin's strength as a Wuxia-level alien. He was repeatedly beaten by Shenlin without any chance to fight back. His intuition, honed over many years as a heretic, told him, if he hadn't done that, he would have died at Shenlin's hands. This method of unleashing power centered on oneself is very energy-consuming, and it's a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while losing 800 of your own power. Is everything alright now? The other person thought to themselves, clutching their almost useless right arm. A blue light suddenly appeared in the smoke and dust, and then Shenlin appeared in front of him as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? The other person exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide. Shenlin's palm transformed into a blade, piercing directly through the opponent's heart. The next moment, Shenlin pulled out his hand and flicked it lightly. Imitation execution. A slash was unleashed right in front of the opponent. An invisible slash cut diagonally across the opponent's body, leaving a trail tens of meters long on the ground. The final strike also cleaved a ruin in half diagonally. Ha! Shenlin exhaled, then watched the other's corpse slowly fall to the ground with a blank expression, just as the opponent is about to unleash a wide-range attack. Shenlin then compressed the force field around him onto his body, reinforced it with spiritual energy, and covered it with offset. That's how he managed to escape unharmed in that critical situation. The destructive power of a boundary river-level river is still very significant. As the smoke and dust cleared, Shenlin looked around. The center where he was located had sunk deeply. The surrounding ground looked as if it had been slashed by countless sharp blades, leaving it scarred and devastated. Olden, are you alright? Xu Xiao's voice and the sounds of battle came from afar. Further away, the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard. It seems that the battle between Li Dao and Xu Xiao is still ongoing. Xu Xiao asked this question because that guy at the boundary river level just now had such a huge range of attacks. Even though he was fighting nearby, he was almost injured by the wind blades. Those 3 guys were indeed injured by the wind blades. But this does not prevent us from continuing the fight. It's alright, how about you over there? Shenlin asked. Almost there. I'll take care of these 3 guys right away, Xu Xiao shouted. After saying that, Xu Xiao took a deep breath and appeared appeared in front of someone as if he had teleported. Before the other party could react, Chu Shao grabbed the other party's head and slammed it hard against the ground. A deep pit appeared, and blood splattered everywhere. The first enemy has been dealt with. Olden is done, I can't fall behind. Chu Shao wiped the blood from his face and said with a sinister grin, all done. Is it alright to leave someone behind for questioning? Chu Shao clapped his hands, stepped on an unconscious person, and looked at Shenlin, asking a question. Let them stay, since we're not the ones asking the questions anyway. And Shenlin sat to one side and said calmly, so, Li Dao's battle isn't over yet? Chu Shao looked towards the distance, where the battle was still ongoing, with countless cyan hurricanes constantly appearing. It's not that easy, no matter how capable Li Dao is. He's only at the early stage of the Heavenly Sea Realm, 4th tier, now, so it will take him some time to face a peak Heavenly Sea Realm opponent. However, it won't be long. Li Dao's combat strength is still very high. And Shenlin yawned and said nonchalantly, I'm so tired, let's finish this quickly so I can go back to sleep. Just then, something fell between Shenlin and Chu Shao. The two looked and saw that the body was only half full. It seems to be the body of that wanted criminal. This guy has superhuman physical abilities, and his defense is ridiculously high. It took quite a bit of effort to kill him. Li Dao Chengfeng appeared in front of the two. Li Dao's clothes were slightly dirty, and there was a tiny scar on her face. It seems this battle took some effort. Is it resolved? If it is, let's go back. I want to sleep. And Shenlin looked at Li Dao and asked, okay, it's resolved. You and Chu Shao go back to school first, I'll go hand in the task. The credits and money will be in your account soon. Li Dao said, then raised his hand and created a gust of wind, which lifted up the three corpses and the unconscious man on the ground. Then, Li Dao moved with lightning speed and disappeared from Shenlin and Chu Zhao's sight. Wind-type abilities are really good. It can fly even before reaching the Twilight Star level, 5th tier. Chu Shao put his hands on his hips and said enviously, take your time. You can fly once you reach the 5th level of the Evening Star. Let's hurry back to school. Coming out with you guys has been exhausting. And Shenlin said, then got up and left. Chu Shao followed Shenlin, chattering incessantly. Even though Shenlin didn't respond much, Chu Shao continued talking happily to himself. On the other side, Li Dao landed on the mobile building with the corpse and people, and then threw a USB drive at the city guards who were already waiting there. Here comes the message from the Black Spirit Cult. If I'm not mistaken, the Black Spirit Cult is planning something near Yanjing. Li Dao threw the body on the ground, followed by the person who had already woken up. The person who woke up looked at the city guards in horror, not understanding how their whereabouts had been exposed. Understood. Thank you for your help. The head of the city guards saluted Li Dao. It's nothing. I wouldn't have come if my teacher hadn't asked me to. After all, this task wasn't that appealing to me. Besides, cults and the like are also a nuisance. The items are now yours. You can decide what to do next. Li Dao yawned and said in an extremely nonchalant manner, she assigned me tasks as soon as I got back. She's such a troublesome teacher, but there's really nothing I can say. After all, his teacher had been a great help to him. After saying that, Li Dao jumped off the building and prepared to leave. The city guards tidied up the body and then left with the surviving person. Before leaving, the city guard captain gazed in the direction Li Dao had gone and pondered for a moment. What's wrong with the captain? A team member asked, puzzled. No, it's just a feeling of gankai, a complex emotion encompassing both admiration and reflection. It took me more than 10 years as an alien to reach the sky sea level, 4th tier. However, a student from Yenching University has reached the Tianhai level, 4th tier, in just 5 years since awakening. Is this the difference between us and geniuses? The captain sighed. Yenjing Li Dao, born into a farming family, has low-level abilities and is not favored by everyone. He single-handedly became someone who stood above all the other geniuses. There is no top prodigies ranking in China, but if there were, Li Dao would definitely be third in his year. The two ahead of him are not unattainable for him either. Why is the captain making these sentimental remarks? Didn't he also seize everything and get to this point almost entirely on his own? Besides, these prodigies face far more dangers than we do. Our city guard team does many very dangerous things, but compared to what they would do, it's nothing, the team member said with a smile. Who doesn't envy the talent of a genius? But everyone only envies the genius's strength, while the genius doesn't care at all about the dangers they face. Some geniuses don't need to face danger, so when faced with these people, most people only envy their family background. Yes, let's go, it's time to interrogate this guy, the captain said, then looked at the person he was carrying. The man fainted immediately after being stared at by the captain again. Chu Shao and Shenlin returned to their dormitory, and Shenlin fell asleep without even eating dinner. Having no other choice, Chu Shao dragged Hanyu and Wen Liang out for dinner late at night. After finishing his meal, he beat up the two of them, because the mission Li Dao received was based on information provided by them. That's not right. Our mission is to monitor the Black Spirit Cult cadres who have appeared in Yanjing, isn't it? We went there because the other party was at the peak of the Heavenly Sea Realm, 4th tier, and they offered us a lot of credits. Where are the wanted criminals? Hanyu, who had just been beaten up by Chu Shao, suddenly realized what was happening and asked in confusion. Ha? Xu Xiao looked confused, then pointed at Han Yu and the other person. You mean to say that your mission is to monitor a peak, 4th tier, black spirit cult cadre, instead of looking for clues about wanted criminals? Are you kidding me? How could I possibly let 2 second tier, second order, miss-level cultivators do something like this? When Liang raised his hand and said, I used the method in Shenlin told me, which allows me to reliably summon a creature that can conceal its aura. Then, isn't the Korean fish fast? When we realized something was wrong, the two of us ran away. So overall there's no danger. Xu Xiao, that's exactly the kind of thing you two would do. It's common knowledge that Han Yu is fast. When Liang's unreliable summoning is something many people know. But these two oddballs together can actually do things that even the top 10 can't do. But, it also feels very reasonable, because it perfectly matches his cheeky personality towards Wen Liang and Han Yu. The Black Spirit Cult? Does Yanjing have a Black Spirit Cult? Xu Xiao stroked his chin, puzzled. Beijing is, after all, the capital of China. It's a melting pot of all sorts of people, including spies, so it's not surprising. When Liang got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and said, No, I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. Surely, no way? Olden, my teacher is looking for you. The next day, right after the morning classes ended, Xu Xiao came over and said something with a strange expression. What's wrong? Has something bad happened again? Seeing Xu Xiao's expression, and Shenlin had a bad feeling. Xu Xiao said, I don't know, but I also feel it's not a good thing. However, all of the top 10 were contacted, so there must be something wrong, right? Are you sure? And Shenlin asked. Unsure. Xu Xiao immediately shook his head. And Shenlin sighed. There was nothing he could do. If the school teachers hadn't contacted him, he will definitely go back to sleep now. However, since it was a school teacher who sought him out, he had to give them face, especially since it was Xu Xiao's teacher. But why do you look so strange? And Shenlin asked Xu Xiao with a puzzled expression as they walked down the street. Xu Xiao's expression turned strange again, and after a moment he said, my teacher got beaten up by your teacher. And Shenlin was stunned for a moment, then thought to himself, this is definitely something big. Sakura has a very good temper. She doesn't delve too deeply into many things, and coupled with her identity as a celestial being, she rarely interacts with others. Xu Xiao's teacher, Lu Yuxing, must have something that Shenlin needs to do. Then they approached Sakura. But why did Ying beat up Lu Yuxing? It's very simple. The thing Lu Yuxing asked Shenlin to do is most likely something extremely dangerous. Having spent some time with Sakura, Shenlin also came to know what kind of celestial being Sakura was. But rather than being a celestial being, Sakura is actually quite similar to a normal out-of-order being. I'll try new things and also use the internet to read new news. More importantly, Sakura seemed to not want him to get hurt or do anything dangerous. Sakura wouldn't let Shenlin do many things if she felt there would be a great danger. Sakura wants him to grow up peacefully and steadily over the next 2 years. And Shenlin wanted to too. But this is not something he can decide. She initially enrolled in Yenqing University to escape her father, Qinglu, and to avoid the Yin family's various underhanded tactics. If it weren't for Qinglu and the Yin family, well, I don't think I'll necessarily go to other schools. It was only after entering Yenqing University that he learned he had been noticed during the bloodbath. If you show even the slightest unusual behavior in the college entrance examination, you will be admitted to Yenqing University. It was only because of Qinglu and the Yin family that he became a little more proactive. Once he entered Yenqing University, there were many things that were no longer within his control. Yenqing University is meant to cultivate pillars of the nation, not to let him slack off. The school doesn't care if he doesn't usually cultivate or do missions, but it will intervene when needed. He will have to follow the school's arrangements. This is something that is easy to understand. Sigh, I hope it's not something bad. And Shenlin sighed. He can accept it if the level of danger is not high. However, if it's too dangerous, you should think about it carefully. But this is Yenqing University. How could there be anything that isn't dangerous? As Shenlin and Xu Xiao arrived at Lu Yuxing's office, they encountered Bei Changyin and a 6th-ranked void-level body with special abilities. The other person's name is Ouyang Yu, and it seems he knows Bei Changyin. Hey, Bei Changyin, where's your girlfriend? Xu Xiao was quite familiar with Bei Changyin, so he stepped forward and greeted him. She is my fiancée, not my girlfriend. Besides, she was ranked 11th, so she couldn't come. Bei Changyin crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and spoke calmly. Bei Changyin is a very Chinibu, a person with delusions of grandeur, guy who likes to act cool when doing many things. However, it must be admitted that North Chinese strength is still very strong. They also performed very well during military training. He's just too immature and cautious, which makes him slow to complete tasks. You're Shenlin? Long time no see. Ouyang Yu came up to Shenlin and extended his hand to greet him. And Shenlin looked at the other person's outstretched hand, thought for a moment, and then remembered that he and the other person seemed to have met once at the opening ceremony. That was it. It has indeed been a long time. Long time no see. And Shenlin reached out and shook the other person's hand. The two clasped hands lightly slightly, then quickly let go. Let's go in, Bei Changyin said with his eyes closed, and then he was about to walk into Lu Yuxing's office. Bei Changyin crashed into the wall under the watchful eyes of the three men. Is it really necessary to be so childish? The three of them were internally complaining. Bei Changyin opened his eyes as if nothing had happened and walked into Lu Yuxing's office. Meng Chongyin and the other two were already here. There were three other people in Lu Yuxing's office as well. The four of them were the last to arrive. But, is that pig-headed guy sitting in the seat serious? What kind of dangerous mission could have caused Sakura to beat him up like this? And Shenlin had a bad feeling. You're all here? Then let's talk behind closed doors. Lu Yuxing noticed in Shenlin's gaze, coughed awkwardly twice, and said, Xu Xiao closed the office door, then looked at Lu Yuxing and said, Teacher, what tasks do you have assigned to us? Xu Xiao's straightforwardness drew everyone's attention back to Lu Yuxing. They all knew they were called here because they had a mission for them. The task assigned to the top 10 students in the grade must be no small matter. Indeed, you have a task for us. However, this mission is extremely dangerous, and you should consider whether you want to withdraw. Hey, I was just saying, this isn't a request for you to actually withdraw. The top 10 are required to participate. Before Lu Yuxing could finish speaking, and Shenlin turned to leave, Meng Chongyin and Physidia could only smile helplessly at Shenlin's decisive actions. It's best not to say anything polite in front of Shenlin, because Shenlin absolutely did not want to participate in any activities, unless it's a mandatory task from the school. Otherwise, he wouldn't even glance at it. They all completed some tasks at school, more or less, and Shenlin, however, did not do any tasks and simply attended classes as usual. Many people felt that Shenlin's strength was definitely not up to par and attempted to challenge him, but without exception, they couldn't beat them. And Shenlin is lazy, almost like a salted fish. However, his strength is by no means inferior to theirs. Therefore, Shenlin should not be underestimated. And Shenlin sighed softly, turned around and stood next to Xu Xiao, waiting for Lu Yuxing to continue speaking. We received information yesterday about infiltrating the Black Spirit cult in Yanjing. Your next special mission is related to the Dark Spirit cult. The mission regarding the Black Spirit cult isn't going to involve killing members of this cult, is it? Someone joked. But when he saw Lu Yuxing's serious expression, he paused for a moment and then said, Really? Are we really going to kill the Black Spirit cult members? Lu Yuxing said, More or less, but of course not in the sense of dealing with cadres or anything like that. It's just to send you to kill some small groups operating outside. The danger level is not high. It's a very simple matter for the 10 of you. It's so simple, yet Sakura beat him to a pulp? It's probably not that simple. And Shenlin thought to himself, but unlike the others, he did not show a relaxed expression on his face. Soon, Lu Yuxing's next words left everyone except Shenlin stunned. Your mission is to go alone to 10 small Black Spirit cult bases and kill all the Black Spirit cult members stationed there. Note that this refers to the complete annihilation of all members of the Black Spirit cult stationed there. Because the Black Spirit Church operates regularly in the city of Yanjing, they only gather together at certain times. Therefore, the operation against the Black Spirit cult was prepared well in advance. Before the operation begins, you will have 3 days to observe and study how to deal with all the Black Spirit cultists within the small base. We will tell you directly how many people are in each small base, and all you need to do is kill all the members of the Dark Spirit cult before dawn. Lu Yuxing said very seriously. After he finished speaking, the entire office fell silent. Operating alone? A member of the Black Spirit cult from a small base? Are you kidding me? Are you sure this isn't aimed at killing them? Teacher, I have a question. What is the composition of the members in a small base? Xu Xiao pondered for a moment, then asked. The largest group of people you've dealt with in the small bases numbered 27. The minimum number of people is 19. 4 of the smaller bases are guarded by a Boundary River level 3rd tier commander. However, they are all people in the mid-stage of the Boundary River realm, and their strength is not very strong for some of you. The main difficulty of the mission is the number of people involved, as they are all at the 2nd tier of the mist level. Therefore, the most important thing is how to deal with so many people. The others are not so important in comparison. We've also assigned tasks. These are the people you'll be dealing with. Lu Yuxing said calmly, then took out 10 sheets of paper and tossed them to Shenlin and the others. Shenlin's face darkened when he saw the task assigned to him. He was given the largest number of people, the most difficult to deal with. Now all he wants to know is why Ying didn't beat Lu Yuxing to death. That way he won't have to suffer like that. Ahem. We allocate them according to strength. Therefore, everyone's task is different, but based on your own abilities. The difficulty level is the same for all of them. Of course, we won't let you do this kind of thing without any reward. Rewards will be given based on your performance in this mission. The minimum reward is 500 academic credits, and the school will also provide other additional rewards. You will definitely not be treated unfairly. Also, let me say this, the mission begins the moment you leave this office. You can think about what to do next here. Lu Yuxing said, then leaned back in his chair and turned his back to Shenlin and the others. Why are you turning your back to Shenlin and the others? Because he needed to apply medicine, and Shenlin's teacher was too rough. The injury on his face would leave a scar if it wasn't treated properly. And Shenlin, your mission is the most difficult, right? Meng Chongyin walked to Shenlin's side and asked. Fistina came up behind Shenlin, threw herself at him, looked at the paper in his hand, and murmured, "You really are the most difficult one. It seems the school has a lot of confidence in your abilities. Don't worry, it's not because I was tricked." And Shenlin sighed. The school has always wanted to know what his true abilities are. However, his performance during military training showed that Shenlin was stronger than his peers. After reaching the peak of the Suewu realm, second tier, Shenlin's strength was undoubtedly the best in Yanjing. However, because Shenlin is too lazy, he won't challenge others unless they challenge him. Otherwise, he would have been number one long ago. This whole thing is to see how well Sakura is teaching him, and how much more he's hiding. This time, it will probably be about assessing his abilities. Although most people had already guessed that Shenlin possessed void-level abilities. However, it cannot be determined directly without conclusive evidence. The school really went to great lengths to find out even that little bit about me. I should have just confessed. No, if I had confessed directly, I probably wouldn't even have this leisurely time now. It's actually beneficial that I'm being discovered gradually like this. I don't have to worry about too many things being put on me. After all, my current strength is not very high, and it would not be good for me to expose my void-level abilities too early. But, oh well, I guess I'll just have to comply with the school's requirements. And Shenlin sighed inwardly. He wanted to be a couch potato, but he would often be forced to work after only a short time. And Shenlin has gotten used to it now, and if he wants to continue being a lazy bum, he can only complete these tasks as quickly as possible. Fortunately, it was a personal task. This way, there are far fewer things to consider. There are 27 people plus one boundary river level, tier 3, person. Let's think about how to solve this. Olden, let me see yours. Holy crap, it really is the most. I always said, Lawan, you definitely have hidden strength that you haven't shown yet. It's a pity it's a solo operation, otherwise I'd really like to see what your true strength is like. Xu Xiao moved closer. Then Lin Qianqiu also came over. The 5 people started talking about the mission. The other 5 people, on the other hand, remained silent, analyzing the situation as if they were outsiders. It's only the beginning of the school year, so there are very few people who can form a team. Therefore, many people still hang out with their old friends. But it's really rare to see a team like in Shenlin's, where everyone is in the top 10. And judging from the looks of it, there won't be many conflicts inside, because the others basically follow in Shenlin's actions and ideas. Xu Xiao and Lin Qianqiu didn't say anything. However, judging from how often the two spend time together, their relationship is likely more than just ordinary. And Shenlin is a bit lazy and hard to find. However, due to his strong technical skills and sheer ability, he is the core of the team. As for Meng Chongyin and Fistina, this is what they find most incomprehensible. I have a feeling that these two are centered around in Shenlin. They get along too peacefully. It doesn't feel like, forget it, it's not their business. Let's just do our own thing. After confirming their tasks, the 10 people left Lu Yuxing's office. Although the task is difficult, it is not impossible. Once the mission begins, they will not need to complete the course for the next 3 days. There's no need to stay at Yenqing University all the time. You can go directly to investigate clues. Even though Shenlin was reluctant, he still left Peking University. They're finally gone. Now I can properly apply the medicine. After everyone left, Lu Yuxing took out a small mirror from the drawer and began applying medicine while looking in the mirror. Is everything arranged? Bei Chang'an appeared in Lu Yuxing's office and couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lu Yuxing's swollen face. Lu Yuxing rolled her eyes at Bei Chang'an and said, "It's just a small matter, and apart from Shenlin, no one else has any objections." But I don't understand. No matter how good the students are, you can't assign them tasks like this, can you? This mission is more dangerous than any mission previously assigned. Is there any meaning in this? Bei Chang'an said calmly, "It doesn't mean anything. It's just that the difficulty has been increased a little. Besides, the task is only slightly more difficult than before. Their current strength is far superior to that of freshmen at this time in previous years. A total of 60,000 people were admitted to our 6 universities. 70% of them have broken through to the Suewu level, second tier. There are currently 5 people at the peak of the Misty Age, and there are also 5 people who can break through to the Boundary River level, third tier, before the end of the year. There are even more people in the later stages of the year's fog. Do you remember the number of people who broke through to the Mist level, second tier, at this time in the past?" Lu Yuxing nodded as she applied the medicine. "Of course I know. In the previous session, only 25% of the 60,000 participants were eligible, and in Li Dao's session, only 19% were eligible. This generation not only has more people with heavenly level abilities, but their strength has also improved rapidly. Most importantly, most people's strength is real strength. Even among those from prestigious families, very few people have achieved their status through the accumulation of drugs. The class that followed them wasn't as amazing as theirs. However, their abilities far surpassed those of previous students. This is a strange situation, but something big is probably about to happen. For example, the activities of those cults are becoming more and more frequent. The Wave Project has begun again, and the venerable one of 1,000 worlds has returned to Earth repeatedly. Don't all of this mean something big is about to happen? The world is changing. This is something they've felt for a long time. The most prominent among them are the students who awakened around the same time as in Shenlin. The number of people who have awakened their heavenly level abilities is several times higher than before, and the number of people who have entered the mist level is also several times higher than before. This is true both domestically and internationally. The level of power of those who awakened at the same time abroad was several times that of before. Even neighboring South Korea and that island nation each had a void level rare ability born at the same time. 2 years ago, during Li Dao's year, a void level ability also appeared in Sakura country. When Li Dao went to the Sakura kingdom, he was originally going to confront that person with the void level ability, but he accidentally killed him and then secretly sent Li Dao back. However, the other party avoided the issue, so Li Dao had no choice but to focus on the growth sites of the spirit plants in the Prism world every year. The frequent assassinations last year were also due to the abundance of exceptional talents emerging in China. Furthermore, they were unaware that a spy had leaked information about China's plans to restart Project Wave. Many countries, fearing this, secretly began to unite to suppress China. This has led to the fact that even now, there are still people keeping an eye on China's many outstanding talents. Assassinations have temporarily stopped, but that doesn't mean they will never happen again. Everyone at the top level knows that something big is about to happen. In addition, there are the newly emerging, Starless and Nowhere, and the newly emerging Bad Essence, as well as the Skybreakers who have begun to act more frequently. It's impossible not to feel anything. These are the reasons why we do these things. A wave is about to rise, and all we can do is try to create time for them to grow. 200 years have passed since the advent of the 10-sided world, a century spent in struggle against darkness. Another century of peace seems highly improbable, so we need to prepare as soon as possible, Bei Chang'en said, and then sat down directly on Lu Yuxing's table. I know, I understand these things, but aren't you going to look after your grandson? I remember you cherished your grandson very much. Lu Yuxing didn't look at Bei Chang'en and continued applying the medicine. He's grown up and doesn't need me to worry too much. Besides, I can't even be a good father. How can I become Bei Chang'en's grandfather? I'm leaving now. I need to go away for a while. You'd better keep a close eye on this task, or I won't let you off the hook. Bei Chang'en got up and left, his figure turning into specks of light and slowly disappearing. Xin Yu has gone out. Now you should go out too. What? Do I have the final say at school now? Lu Yuxing finally looked up and asked Bei Chang'en. How could that be? If you decide I come back, Peking University will be gone. We're just taking care of some things and we'll be back in 5 days at most, Bei Chang'en said in his last moments before he disappeared. Alright, I'll take good care of them. Lu Yuxing didn't say anything more after learning what had happened. Bei Chang'en left. Lu Yuxing had also finished applying the medicine. After applying the medicine, he looked out the window and muttered to himself, waves, waves, the old waves will die, and the new waves will come. Let's see if the 10 of you can be the first to create a wave. The Wave Project was proposed by the venerable 1,000 worlds 60 years after the advent of the tenfold world. Tens of thousands of people transformed themselves into waves, creating their own wave, growing through trials, and then dedicating themselves to various places, either guarding a place or commanding armies in battle. The wave is not just a name or a plan, but also a group of pioneers of China moving forward. Of the first wave of 50,000, only 1,000 survived, but one dragon lord emerged from among them. Of the second wave of 30,000, only 3,000 remained, but among them emerged a white-robed sword immortal and a powerful blade demon, a phenomenon that seemed almost impossible to find. The waves, it's a tragic song. Oh dear, I'm over 60 years old, I'm an old man now. To entrust the initial stage to an elderly person, they really have the nerve to trust me, Lu Yuxing said with some helplessness, then picked up a computer and began uploading all the tasks for the top 10 freshmen from the 6 universities and some team tasks for the top 100 from other universities. This is the first batch, just a few thousand people. Some people have eccentric personalities, while others are not well regarded. But they were all included in this batch, some were watching, and some were listening. Everything is proceeding slowly. The missions they carried out were all life-threatening. The tasks they perform require a small team, even if it's the army or the city guards. But for these students, they either act alone or in teams of 5, facing an enemy many times their size. Let's create our wave, Lu Yuxing said with a smile. Then continue working. At this time, Shenlin and his group had already hidden themselves in the big city of Yanjing. The mission begins. The 3-day countdown has started. After leaving Yanqing University, Shenlin then entered the location of the target he wanted to deal with into his phone. We can still find it. It seems to be a residential building. It seems we'll have to evacuate the civilians beforehand during the battle. No, there shouldn't be any need to evacuate the crowd in advance. It's impossible for more than 20 people to all stay in one small place. It's most likely in this area. Sigh. We know their location, but figuring out how to get rid of them is the problem. And Shenlin walked down the street, looking at the messages on his phone. The phone screen displayed his 27 task objectives sent by the school. Although there are 27 people, we need to take them all out in one go. The battle will last a long time. Moreover, even for Shenlin, dealing with a 26-year-old Miss level, 2nd tier, and a Boundary River level, 3rd tier, would be a very difficult task. Problems can arise if you're not careful. There will be 3 days, and a unified action will be carried out in 3 days. In other words, besides these 10 places, there are other places where members of the Black Spirit cult reside. He didn't know what the Black Spirit cult wanted to do. However, the things cults do are probably not good. What we need to do now is to investigate these guys, analyze their abilities and combat strength as thoroughly as possible. If you want to quickly resolve the battle without affecting the surrounding area and without anyone escaping, only by analyzing weaknesses in advance can we succeed. Then use a wide-range attack to severely injure these people in one go. It seems difficult. After analyzing for a while, Shenlin sighed. Hello, could you tell me which way to get here? Just then, a young man walked up to Shenlin with his phone, pointed to a location on the screen, and asked a question. I am, Shenlin was about to say that he was not from Yanjing, but when he looked up, he saw that the place the other person's phone was heading to was the small base where the Black Spirit cult was located. Let me take another look? And Shenlin looked at it again, seemingly unsure, then looked at the young man with a strange expression. What's wrong? The young man asked, looking puzzled. No, it's nothing. I know where this place is. Come with me. And Shenlin's expression returned to normal, and he walked in front of the young man to lead the way. That's great. I asked so many people and none of them would take me there. Now I've finally met a kind person. Thank you. My name is Mo and may I ask your name? The young man, Moen, asked with a smile. My name is Chen, and Shenlin said, using a pseudonym. Moen said with a smile. Are you an outcast? Are you a student at Yenching University? No, I am not capable of attending Yenching University. I'm just an ordinary university student. And Shenlin said with a smile, he can make up lies on the spot. Moen said, I see, that makes sense. Every single person who gets into Yenching University is an exceptional individual. Meeting someone from Yenching University is no easy feat. After all, they need to strive to grow up and contribute to their country. Yes, people from Peking University can only envy this, Shenlin said. And so, Shenlin and Moen walked and talked for half an hour before reaching their destination. There are holes in the ground, so it seems to be a secret base built using the basement as a reference. There must have been someone hiding their presence, otherwise they would have been discovered long ago. Finding them by relying solely on perception is also a very difficult task. Getting close to this place was originally a difficult thing, but I didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to contact me. Are you trying to harm me? It's highly likely, since killing a student from Yenching University would be a merit for them. However, he is not on my mission target list. This means the other party is from another secret base of the Black Spirit cult. They probably brought me here because they thought this was the only place where they could kill me. So, are the people at the Boundary River level here? Upon arriving at their destination, Shenlin chatted with Moen while analyzing the situation. In the residential area, people are concentrated in the basement. The Boundary River level target is here. 3 malicious gazes came from the surrounding area. It seems they already knew my identity. It's highly unlikely that you could attempt to infiltrate. A cult would not operate while wearing an indistinguishable mask. It seems we have to retreat first. And Shenlin sensed the surrounding situation and continued to analyze it. After delivering the package to its destination, Shenlin said to Moen, I'll leave you here. I have other things to attend to, so I won't keep you company any longer. Moen smiled and said, okay, see you next time. See you next time. And Shenlin turned and left, extending his virtual computing power downwards as he walked. The location has been determined. The next step is to determine the course of action. This place isn't suitable for fighting, so we need to choose a suitable location when we do fight. And Shenlin left at a normal pace. As Moen turned away from Shenlin, he said to the inside of his collar, can we try to kill him now? Don't rush. The second place genius isn't so easy to kill. He must have noticed that something was wrong with you. Perhaps they've guessed who you are. So it won't be long before they come back. After all, geniuses are always arrogant. We just need to wait for them to walk right into our trap. I understand. Let's let them live a few more days then. Moen turned his head slightly, looking in the direction Shenlin had left, his gaze turning cold. He then casually walked into a building. Is the entrance here? No, there should be more than one entrance. But judging from the look in my eyes just now, it seems they were already plotting to kill me. There are 7 lines indicating poor vision. They are distributed in 7 different locations. They were all on high alert, and it seemed that some action 3 days later would bring them together briefly. We need to seize the right opportunity before taking action. Ugh, this is so troublesome. The school also asked us to think about why these people gathered together. together. It's so annoying. Forget it, I'll just find somewhere to sleep now. We'll talk about the rest later. And Shenlin slowly walked down from the rooftop. Then he randomly found a park, leaned back on a bench, took out the Book of All Delusions from his ring, and prepared to cover it up and go to sleep. However, before going to bed, I checked the book to see if there were any new prophecies. Okay, no, time for bed. Meanwhile, the other 9 people were also conducting reconnaissance. Even Chu Xiao, who is usually the most reckless, is making proper preparations, analyzing how he should fight these people. In contrast to Shenlin's leisurely lifestyle of going to sleep after arriving at his destination once, they were still quite nervous, because they knew that the enemies they faced were no longer monsters or competitors who wouldn't kill each other in the college entrance exam. They are the ones who are truly capable of killing. Therefore, one must ensure their own safety while also completing the task. Of course, some people are more relaxed. That person was Fistina. Fistina was well aware of her own strength, so after scouting the mission target once, she went to find Shenlin. Given his personality, he'll probably be sleeping in this park. Ah, there it is. Fistina arrived at the park where Shenlin was and found him sleeping. And Shenlin is still so careless when he's sleeping. No, it should be that we preserve our energy characteristics within our own force field. So they knew someone was coming, but there was no danger. So, to Shenlin, am I just an ordinary person passing by right now? If we stay here too long, Shenlin will wake up, won't he? Fistina squatted on the ground, looking at Shenlin who was sleeping on the bench, a smile on her face as she thought to herself. She knew Shenlin well, so she knew that given his personality, he would go to sleep after a brief investigation. There's only one park nearby that's suitable for sleeping, so finding Shenlin is quite simple. Shenlin hee. Fistina poked Shenlin's exposed face with her finger and muttered softly, "It's not impossible to be alone with Shenlin at times like this. Many times, I can be alone with Shenlin like this. It's just because Shenlin likes to sleep, and he won't pay attention to anyone when he's sleeping. Moreover, although Shenlin has a good temper, they don't like to disturb him when he's sleeping. Shenlin usually acts like a lazy bum, both verbally and in his actions. However, when it really comes down to Shenlin doing something, he will still step in. Moreover, if Shenlin really doesn't want to do something, even if they ask him to do it under the guise of doing it for his own good, he still won't do it. Therefore, there needs to be a balance in getting along with Shenlin. It shouldn't be too much, nor should it be too distant. Fistina is the type who gets along very closely with Shenlin. He would stick close to Shenlin at the drop of a hat and tease him from time to time. Shenlin never said anything. It can be said that, apart from Chu Xiao, the other 3 girls could have done the same. However, Lin Qianqiu would likely avoid any appearance of impropriety. After all, her relationship with Chu Xiao was what it was. As long as she and Meng Qiumin don't go too far, they can do whatever they want. Otherwise, people wouldn't say that Shenlin spoils them too much. That wasn't pampering, it was simply indulgence chosen out of laziness. Shenlin, when will you realize some of the things you should realize? Or will it take several more years? Or will something happen in another year or 2 before we realize it? Sometimes I don't know if you really don't know those things or if you're just pretending not to know. After all, the leniency you show towards us is something that can't be done in an ordinary relationship. But I never felt your heart beat faster. Thoughts representing emotions throbbed in my mind. If it weren't for that brief emotional fluctuation you experienced when I kissed you, I thought you had been corrupted by the power of measurement. Shenlin, you haven't been suppressing your feelings all this time, have you? Why should we restrain ourselves? What's wrong with expressing our feelings? I really like you. Why should you suppress your feelings if someone likes you? I really don't understand you. The same goes for emphasis. Even though I really like you, I restrain myself because of your behavior. How did Kazun fall in love with you? Perhaps it was the time you spent together in high school that left a deep impression on her. After all, once you spend time with someone, you'll know what a wonderful person you are. Once you spend time with someone, you'll realize just how capable you are. Any girl would fall in love with him after spending a lot of time together. I heard that Qiumin took the initiative to ask you to be her teammate, so wouldn't you say she walked right into a trap? I think so. After all, it was love at first sight for me. Even though I did some bad things to you the first time I met you. Even if you don't mind, I still have to apologize to you. But you're sleeping right now, so I won't bother you. I'll talk about it when you wake up. Of course, I'll talk about it when I remember. Get a good night's sleep, Shenlin. After Fistina finished speaking, she stepped forward, removed the book from Shenlin's face, and gently rubbed her face against Shenlin's. And when saying these words and doing these things, Fistina confirmed that Shenlin was asleep before she spoke and acted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so bold as to say these things. After doing all that, Fistina left. If I'm not mistaken, Meng Qiumin will soon come to Shenlin to ask for his advice. Xu Xiao and Lin Qianqiu will also be coming. The task is indeed a personal one, but it's still possible to request an external brain. Sure enough, shortly after Fistina left, a silver light flashed, and dream resonance appeared in the park. Meng Qiumin, who had just appeared, noticed Shenlin sleeping on the bench. When Meng Qiumin saw Shenlin sleeping, she gave him a helpless smile. Then Meng Chongyin, like feisty Diana, squatted down in front of Shenlin, propping her head up and quietly watching him. And Shenlin, you really are lazy. However, if you weren't lazy, you wouldn't be in Shenlin. Fistina was just here, wasn't she? Honestly, you really spoil her. Even though you treat us all the same, I'm still a little bit unhappy. But I know about your situation, so I'll leave you to your own devices. And Shenlin, do you want to know how I see you? Meng Chongyin smiled sweetly, leaned forward, and whispered a few words in Shenlin's ear. After saying that, Meng Chongyin left with a smile. Compared to Fistella's youthful appearance, Yung Chongyin is more mature. I also need to be more restrained in my feelings. Fistina never restrained her feelings for Shenlin. It was obvious to almost everyone. After all, showing too much of his emotions wouldn't be a good thing for Shenlin. This will leave Shenlin confused. Shortly after Meng Chongyin left, Chu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu also arrived. After seeing that Shenlin was sleeping, the two took a few photos of the three of them together with their phones and then left. After Chu Xiao and Lin Xianxiu left, the book slipped off Shenlin's face, and sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves onto his face. Shenlin opened his eyes and stared at the leaves, lost in thought. This is the first time, Shenlin placed his hand on his chest. For the first time, my heart broke its usual calm and began to beat abnormally, and the brain seems to have released something. Is this a response to what Fistina and Dream Encore said? Is it fake? Or is it just temporary? No, none of those are correct. This is in response to both Fistina and Dreamy Voice. Or did both of them respond? Why is this happening? I don't quite understand. It seems I need to find some time to have a heart-to-heart talk. Shenlin sighed. What happened in the park was just a minor incident. Everyone's immediate task is to complete their own mission. And Shenlin was no exception, even though he was too lazy to do anything but sit and watch the Black Spirit cult from a distance. Didn't the Black Spirit cult notice? However, it's not that the Black Spirit cult lacks vigilance. It was because Shenlin chose an extremely tricky location, allowing him to see the Black Spirit cult members through the gaps. But they couldn't see Shenlin. In addition, Shenlin can use his abilities to conceal his aura. Therefore, even members of the Black Spirit cult at the Boundary River level, 3rd tier, could not sense that Shenlin was watching them. It is indeed a bit difficult. The consumption and recovery form a cycle. Sigh. Why are they all like turtles, staying inside and not coming out? This will slow down my analysis speed considerably. Fine, I'll analyze this for another half hour and then go to sleep. Shenlin yawned and thought to himself. Behind him, the wings of calculation had unfolded, with several gray spheres lying on either side of him. If you've used up too much spiritual energy, use return to recover. If you don't want to continue, just leave. None of those who carried out the mission had it as easy as Shenlin. Furthermore, Shenlin's actions were very easy, and his analysis of the target was the fastest, while others are still racking their brains trying to figure out how to understand these people's abilities. Shenlin has already analyzed the weaknesses of several people. In other words, Shenlin was unable to conduct close-up analysis. Otherwise, the speed would only be faster. Time passed slowly, and it was time for Shenlin to leave. He suddenly noticed that the Black Spirit cult, which had previously been emanating an aura underground, had appeared. No, it should be said that they appeared and then left. There must be something that needs to be done. As a member of the Boundary River level, 3rd tier, he is considered a cadre. So they were probably going to a meeting to discuss how to cause trouble in Yanjing. But they can't cause any trouble now, since they've already been discovered. Their current behavior is almost like taking off your pants to fart. It seems like we could try to sneak in, but they seem to know what I look like. Therefore, it's absolutely impossible to sneak in by wearing a black cloak and a mask. How can I sneak in? Shenlin, who hadn't had a chance to do this in a long time, started to think about things using Chu Xiao's way of thinking. Putting aside everything else, Chu Xiao's way of thinking is simple, crude, and unreasonable. Soon, Shenlin came up with a plan to hide his presence and blend in. They're not stupid. This doesn't seem like a safe bet. Forget it, let's try another method. This one is a bit unreliable. Shenlin thought to himself. On the other side, where Chu Xiao was, let me tell you. Chu Xiao put his arm around the shoulder of a member of the Black Spirit cult and walked into their secret base. Chu Xiao chatted happily with this member of the Black Spirit cult, like long-lost friends. Chu Xiao successfully entered the secret base where his mission target was located. How did Chu Xiao manage to do that? Even Chu Xiao himself doesn't believe it. He couldn't think of a good way to find out information about these people. They also knew that as students of Yenqing University, they must know what I look like. Therefore, it's impossible to sneak in directly. Then Chu Xiao came up with a terrible idea. He approached a member of the Black Spirit cult, put his arm around him, and started chatting. If the other party notices something is wrong, he will knock them unconscious, if it wasn't discovered. Okay, now that we're in the secret base, I put on the black cloak, and nobody knows he's Chu Xiao anymore. Yes, Chu Xiao knocked out 11 of the 12 people. The last one was a guy who didn't look very smart, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten in so easily. They may have discovered my identity and are preparing to trap me. Something feels off here. Oh well, they're all the same same anyway, they're dogs. However, if I don't make a move now, it's absolutely because others have walked right into my trap, because there must be someone else waiting to strike. So they were thinking of using this method to keep me calm while waiting for others to make their move. Then a joint strike. I have a feeling they'll bring in outside help. So let's do a quick reconnaissance and leave as soon as possible. Xu Xiao wasn't stupid, and of course he didn't think he could sneak in so easily. After pretending to inspect the situation, and considering what would happen after these changes in strategy, he quietly left. Compared to Xu Xiao's bold and essentially exposed approach, Festina's approach was much simpler. She used her abilities to hypnotize someone to a light degree. She made the other party ignore her presence and revealed a lot of information. Only Festina, with her void-level intent ability, could achieve this. However, no one knows exactly how many skills Festina possesses. Based on her previous performances alone, Festina has shown that she has more skills than in Shenlin. Let's turn our attention back to in Shenlin. They just got in like that? Could these people have been a makeshift group? And Shenlin stood in the underground base of the Black Spirit cult, a look of confusion on his face. He used his ability to conceal his presence and then arrived at the entrance through a blind spot. The gate, which I had expected to be guarded, was unguarded. It opened with a simple push. However, and Shenlin only found out after he went inside. Once inside, there were a few people in the base, but they were either performing cult prayers or resting, and Shenlin was completely unaware of the fact that he was hiding his presence. However, and Shenlin only concealed his aura as an outsider and the aura of his life characteristics. He can still be seen visually. However, the Black Spirit cult is based on the belief in Mahakala. Therefore, the entire underground base was completely dark. They basically rely on the enhanced strength and perception of the out-of-order individuals to act. It can only be said that this environment helped in Shenlin infiltrate this place. However, and Shenlin's concealment skill cannot make him invisible, so what to do next is still a question. Never mind, take your time. Once you're in, that's fine. Share this post about floating life and record their weaknesses. This will give us a certain advantage in subsequent battles. And Shenlin was not planning to make a move now. Taking action prematurely will definitely cause some bad things to happen. Therefore, we should wait until the operation has fully commenced before taking action. What in Shenlin needs to do now is prepare for the battle to come. Floating life unfolds silently, slowly analyzing the weaknesses of the people within the base. And all of this went unnoticed by anyone. However, unexpected events can always occur during the implementation of a plan. While in Shenlin was hiding in the shadows, analyzing the weaknesses of the people inside the base, they also searched for useful items within the base. Let's see if we can find anything useful. Before in Shenlin could find anything, the people in the base said something that shocked him. Do you think we can succeed this time? Someone spoke in the darkness. It should be fine, right? Anyway, we're going with the captain. It's probably possible to cause some trouble in Yanjing, but it's also easy to die there. If you're lucky, you might survive, but the chances are pretty low. How low? 1 in 1,000 chance of surviving. Then you might as well not say anything. What we're doing is a monumental undertaking that will last for generations. We'd be willing to die for it. However, I still want to know what we are going to do in Yanjing. With so many of us gathered here, we can't just be sent to our deaths pointlessly, can we? Some people say we seem to be planning to carry out a sacrifice while causing riots in Yanjing, then create the starless and vast land that connects to the great black heaven. Really? Is this the time for Mahakala to descend upon the world? It seems we will finally witness the scene of Mahakala bestowing eternal life. The city vanished, everything turned to darkness, and everyone entered the land of immortality. This is what humanity should accept. Immortality. Without painful immortality, all the world's conflicts would disappear. This is the true, benevolent Mahakala. As they spoke, some people began to praise Mahakala. Then, the sound of praising Mahakala rang out in this underground base, and Shenlin stood to the side, looking at the people praising Mahakala with a horrified expression. What the hell? These guys' faith in Mahakala has reached a pathological level. How is this possible? How exactly were these people brainwashed? Wait a minute, the Black Spirit cult members I encountered before were different. That blue-robed deacon didn't seem to be that fanatical about Mahakala. No, that person could only be an isolated case. Because if one wasn't fanatical about their faith, it would be impossible to gather so many people to target Meng Chongqing. Wow, cults are really terrifying. They'll do whatever is most evil, brainwashing, and terrifying. No wonder cults are eradicated as soon as they are discovered. Those who possess the ability to defend their brains will all become like this. What about ordinary people who lack the ability to defend their brains? What will that turn into? There are definitely ordinary people in these cult organizations. They didn't assign us any ordinary opponents. They didn't even tell us if there were any ordinary people nearby. So it's very possible that many ordinary people in the vicinity have been brainwashed by the Black Spirit cult in some unknown way. No wonder there are people living near everyone's mission locations, but we still have to finish the battle quickly. It's highly likely that the area around here isn't safe either. No, Oh, it's highly likely that the brainwashed people nearby are the very people they're talking about sacrificing. That's why they need to gather together and then quickly carry out the sacrificial ceremony. If I'm not mistaken, our mission's 10 objectives are just 10 small locations. It is a place that is not so important in the sacrificial ceremony, but if the sacrificial ceremony is disrupted, it cannot proceed smoothly. So how many ordinary people in this area have been brainwashed? 10%? 20%? There are still more than 2 days left in the operation, so not enough people have been brainwashed yet. This is a really big discovery. It seems I have a plan for what to do next. And Shenlin listened silently to their conversation, then pondered his next move. However, these are all members of the Black Spirit cult, and they do not hold any official positions or serve as deacons. Therefore, some of these guesses are still unfounded, and Shenlin believed that ordinary people in the vicinity might also have been brainwashed. But he has no intention of taking action against ordinary people. First, we don't know how many people have been brainwashed, or whether any ordinary people have been brainwashed. Secondly, he has the ability to kill these people before the battle escalates. Those ordinary people are just ordinary people after all. If they are blind and still dare to come up, then we will kill them. If things can be brought back to normal later, forget it. That's not something he needs to worry about. Even those who aren't deacons can get inside information. Therefore, they were likely also among the targets of sacrifice. But given their fanaticism, they would give their lives without hesitation, even if it meant sacrificing them themselves. Currently, it appears there is a 40% chance that ordinary people will be sacrificed. After all, ordinary people don't have much spiritual energy in their bodies, and they don't know how much they would have to sacrifice to achieve their goals. Someone will definitely come to stop it before that happens, considering they knew my identity but didn't act immediately. Therefore, the probability of sacrificing out-of-order individuals is 60%, and these devout members are also the targets of sacrifice. Ordinary people should be careful, but those who are outsiders should be the most careful. A cult is still a cult. I can understand whatever they do. Therefore, there are some things we must be wary of. After listening to these conversations, Shenlin finished analyzing the weaknesses of these people. Shenlin didn't make any noise. After finding their escape route using his virtual computing power, he left through these routes. A great hall. Time to find a place to sleep. After exiting the passage, Shenlin concealed himself and left. The members of the Black Spirit cult had no idea that such a person had ever been among them. I don't even know that I'd become a lamb to the slaughter in someone's eyes. After resting for 10 hours, Shenlin returned to the vicinity. This time, his target was not the Black Spirit cult. Rather, it was the ordinary residents who appeared in the vicinity. After observing for several hours, Shenlin confirmed one thing: there were indeed ordinary people who had been brainwashed. However, there are not many ordinary people like this. Or rather, the number is strangely small. These ordinary people behave much like everyone else. However, upon meeting members of the Black Spirit cult, they would very discreetly make a gesture similar to a salute within the Black Spirit cult. It seems that there are still ordinary people at the lowest level of the Black Spirit cult. These guys are probably the ones who will be responsible for spreading false information and assisting the Black Spirit cult members in killing people. Assisting in murder. Sacrifice. Ugh, so annoying. The Black Spirit cult does have brains. They are unlikely to do things with a low probability of success. They seem to be doing things cautiously and prudently, at least for now. Those members didn't know much either, and the ordinary members of the Black Spirit cult knew even less. Let's make a record of these Black Spirit cult members' usual routes of operation, and then check if there are any problems. Shenlin thought to himself. Shenlin then took out his phone, recorded everything he had discovered, and sent it to Fistina and the others. Isn't Shenlin really that cautious? They analyzed so much information in just 1 day of observation. I didn't think he was that diligent, did I? After seeing the message that Shenlin sent to Fistina and the others, Lu Yuxing was speechless. The person responsible for observing Shenlin and his group from behind was speechless. We analyzed these things for several days, and it took a lot of time. We were able to confirm the various locations and some details only after comparing information on a Black Spirit cult deacon. But this guy analyzed so much in just over a day. Wow, that's incredible. Old Lu, your Yenqing University still has so many prodigies. A man dressed in the uniform of a high-ranking city guard officer sat down to the side and said with a smile, "Is there a problem with Shenlin's analysis?" Absolutely no problem. This is all the information they received, and their more detailed analysis was similar to that of Shenlin. The Dark Souls cult prepares for the sacrifice of both the heretics and ordinary people, and then summons the Starless Land, which connects to Mahakala. Shenlin's idea of eliminating the ordinary members of the Black Spirit cult during the battle was also feasible, because people in that area were basically notifying people in secret. The Black Spirit cult doesn't dare to directly brainwash ordinary people. Even if their brainwashing abilities are strong, it's impossible for them to brainwash the ordinary people in an area in a short time. They lack the willpower to do such a thing. On the day of the operation, small performance performances will take place in various parts of Yinjing. At that time, there will be no one in those places except the Black Spirit cult. Even those who were not fit to move around began to evacuate long ago. This is also one of the phenomena that in Shanlin observed. There are very few people. Aren't they worried about letting something slip or being discovered by the Black Spirit cult? Because the members of the Black Spirit cult will definitely notice something is wrong. That's when Shenlin and his group came in handy. Students at Yinqing University, and even those in the top 10. By all accounts, they are the most suitable objects for sacrifice. And those were there to make Yinqing University students their sacrificial targets. So even if they notice something is wrong, they won't do anything about it. They unanimously believe that there were more students from Yinqing University nearby than just these few. When the operation is about to begin, many students from Yinqing University will be present. They will then rely on support to kill these Yinqing University students to achieve their sacrificial purpose. These days, the meetings between the Black Spirit cult captains responsible for guarding the secret base are also under their surveillance. It can be said that everything the Black Spirit cult did was within their expectations. The Black Spirit cult's reinforcements for killing Yinqing University students are ready. Meanwhile, the heretics who were supposed to intercept and kill those sent by the Dark Souls were already prepared. They're just waiting for Shenlin and the others to be ready. Oh, and the Black Spirit cult members should also be prepared. Otherwise, there would be no way to get rid of these people all at once. This operation is another large-scale operation, with thousands of civilian outlaws from the city guard already prepared. The only thing we need to wait for is for the Black Spirit cult members to gather and then wipe them all out. Alright, he is, after all, a person of ability, and if he weren't smart enough, he wouldn't be considered a core member by Meng Chongyin and the others. So let's watch their performance now. Remember, this operation is meant to be a deterrent, so be as brutal as possible. Foreign members infiltrated into the Black Spirit cult should also be killed without mercy. At 3 a.m. sharp, we announced our results to the public. As for the rest, that's our business, Lao Gao. I hope you won't interfere in their fight. Lu Yuxing looked at the city guard leaders sitting to the side and said, ha ha ha, of course I won't get involved in their fight. But speaking of which, Lao Lu, you should be choosing a wave now, right? How was it? How does it compare to the previous 2 times? It's much better than the previous 2 times. It's unlikely that we'll see a scenario where numerous waves willingly sacrifice themselves for the sake of one. Of course, after all, one was in the Dark Ages and the other in the Age of Metaphor. Old Lu, I hope this time the wave won't just be about selecting a handful of people to withstand the pressure. We are still alive. Now they only need to shoulder the responsibility of being the backbone. I know. Alright, this topic is too heavy, so I won't say anymore. By the way, Lao Lu, let's remove that one with the Shanghai Ruins level power from the wave. Why? 50% of the Luo family members have contact with foreign forces. We can't afford to take that responsibility. I see. The city guards left, leaving only the unofficial staff in the meeting room responsible for the plan. One of them was an acquaintance, Meng Chongyin's father, Meng Qianjun. Teacher Lu, we're going to get ready too. Meng Qianjun stood up and said, Lu Yuxing nodded. Meng Qianjun and the others were about to leave, but before they did, Lu Yuxing said, your daughter is very good, and Shenlin is also very good. Meng Qianjun turned his head and smiled, then please take good care of me, Teacher Lu. Then Meng Qianjun turned his head away, gritting his teeth as he thought to himself, that brat in Shenlin, he's got entanglements with another girl. If it weren't for the fact that he's been diagnosed with an emotional disorder, I'm definitely going to tear him to pieces. But thankfully, and Shenlin isn't like in Qinglu. My daughter's all grown up now. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm going to give him a good beating sooner or later. After Meng Qianjun left, Lu Yuxing began to consider his next move. But as he thought about it, he remembered what he had experienced when he was part of the Tide. Old Lu, we're off. We probably won't be coming back, but as the Tide, we must be at the forefront. A group of energetic young people led 30,000 outcasts into the prism world, never to return. The tides of the Dark Ages, facing war, facing everything unknown. A metaphor for the war of our times, facing a prism, facing an enemy as vast as the ocean. What are we facing now? It's not quite clear, but it will come soon. At 10 p.m. on the third night after the mission was released, more than 10 groups of people arrived in Yinjing from different directions. They are members of the Black Spirit cult, here to carry out Project Black Mirror. In the darkness, countless eyes slowly opened, and spiritual energy began to emanate. Kill everyone here. Meng Qianjun appeared in front of a group facing directly the red-robed deacon of the Black Spirit cult, who was at the Anhwa level, 6th rank. The aura of a peak level, 6th tier, Anhwa emanated from him. Retreat, the red-clad steward shouted immediately upon seeing the situation turn against him. Why were we exposed? The information we received clearly stated that everything was fine. Could it be that the information was false? You found out too late. Meng Qianjun shouted, transforming into a purple meteor and rushing towards the opponent. Open the door, the community is here to offer warmth. And Shenlin opened the basement door and walked in, yawning. Look Looking at the 27 motionless people, he looked exhausted. Hello everyone, aren't you surprised to see me all alone? Unlike in Shenlin's harmless knocking method, Chu Xiao rushed in directly. However, the people inside the base were prepared and were not surprised when they saw Chu Xiao, who was covered in blood and had a piece of jerky in his mouth. The only thing that surprised them was, Chu Xiao actually came alone. Even if you weren't from Yenqing University, you shouldn't be this brave. He barged in all by himself. Kill him, the leader shouted. Come on, this battle is, what a load of rubbish. The only ones who will die are you. Chu Xiao went straight to meet him. Meng Chongqing's side is more normal. Unlike Chu Xiao, she wasn't reckless. Instead, she lured these people out before starting the fight. After all, a small space is not suitable for her to fully utilize her spatial abilities. Pressure-prone space. After luring these people to an open area to fight, Meng Chongqing's figure flickered again, and a silver longsword appeared in her hand. The long swords they were holding began to shimmer. Meng Chongqing vanished from her spot and reappeared directly behind someone. He stabbed the other man through the heart. Before the others could react, Meng Chongqing's figure had already begun to weave back and forth between them. The battleground of Fistina. Her fighting style is the same as Yung Chongqing's. The plan was to lure these people out before engaging in battle. However, she doesn't possess the same level of aggression as Meng Chongqing. Therefore, her fighting style is relatively conservative. She was so conservative that she sat to the side and didn't make a move at all. Fistina sat to one side, her eyes sparkling with pink light. Before her stood a group of Black Spirit cult members, killing each other in their own right. A silent dream, a fantasy world, illusion-type skills. However, it is not an illusion-type skill that can be used directly. It requires a considerable amount of preparation work, but that doesn't matter. Over 3 days, Fistina left the mark of the illusion on everyone. These marks will erupt when Fistina uses the illusion skill. It affects their thinking and their perspective. In their eyes, they were fighting against the city guard, but the people they are fighting against are their own comrades. So Fistina, who was sitting to the side, didn't need to do anything. All they had to do was maintain the illusion and then intensify it from time to time, constantly pushing their brains to the brink of collapse. At this rate, it won't be long before all of these people die. Rather than actively engaging in combat, Fistina prefers to fight in this way. It takes a long time to completely draw the other person into the illusion. Her ability is not an illusion-like ability. Besides, illusion-type abilities also need to be prepared. However, her preparation time will take a little longer. Lin Xianxiu's side. The entire base was covered in ice the moment the battle began. Lin Xianxiu's fighting ability is actually quite strong. Compared to Shenlin and the others, her combat ability is not that dazzling, but once they separated from Shenlin and the others, Lin Xianxiu's fighting prowess was then fully revealed. Lin Xianxiu stood atop the ice pillar, his mouth slightly open as he exhaled a puff of mist. Lin Xianxiu immediately raised his hand. An ice shield appeared beside her, directly blocking a sneak attack. Immediately, barbs appeared on the ice shield. Although the opponent reacted in time, Lin Xianxiu still managed to keep his arm. You really think I'm just a pretty face? Lin Xianxiu murmured, and a chill appeared with each word he spoke. She possesses a heavenly level ability, and it's not a support type ability. The battle among the other 5 continued. Without exception, none of them backed down when faced with an enemy that outnumbered them. However, when we turn our attention back to Shenlin, something seems a little strange. Why is it so eerie? The battle scenes that were previously imagined did not appear immediately. After Shenlin walked in, everyone froze on the spot, as if they had been frozen in place. Why are you all standing there like that? Are you hallucinating? Shenlin slowly walked into the underground base and then turned on the lights. The base was very clean, and the members of the Black Spirit cult were all dressed in black robes, looking very uniform. However, they all maintained the same posture without moving. Shenlin walked past the Black Spirit cult member at the Boundary River level, Tier 3, then reached out and picked up the paper that hadn't been burned yet. Actually, I don't really want to deal with you, but since it was the school's arrangement, I had no choice but to accept it. My idea is to finish this quickly, since you are all heretics. But in terms of strength, you're the only one who can truly challenge me. Shenlin folded the paper and put it in his pocket, then walked up to the Black Spirit cult member at the Boundary River level, Tier 3. What did you do? He struggled for a long time before finally managing to ask that question. He looked at Shenlin, who was surrounded by 10 gray spheres, with only fear on his face. It's nothing, the school just asked me to kill you all. But on a whim, I wanted to try a skill I had never used before. You are the test subjects. You can't move right now because my skill is in effect. To be honest, this is the first time I've used this skill. I feel a little unwell, and the preparation time was a bit long, so I came to chat with you guys. Shenlin approached the person who had asked him for directions 3 days ago and sighed softly. Everyone wanted to kill Shenlin. However, their bodies seemed to be bound by something, making it impossible for them to move. But in Shenlin's line of sight, these people were bound by countless black threads. Why can't I move? Because these threads not only wrapped around their bodies, but also penetrated deep into their bodies. The characteristic of floating life is that it can suppress the ability of those who are outside the order to use it for a short period of time. Unable to use their abilities, and bound tightly by invisible threads, they were further restricted in their movements. I can move, but it's very slow, and every movement causes intense pain. Alright, that's enough talk, since you're all going to die anyway. And Shenlin walked outside, and the gray spheres behind him disappeared one by one. After walking a distance, and Shenlin crossed his hands and touched his palms together. False creation burial place. Countless black orbs emerged from around the members of the Black Spirit cult, including those who were ordinary people. The black sphere shattered, and countless cross-shaped black longswords pierced directly through their bodies. The moment the black cross-shaped longsword entered his body, the silk threads binding them instantly disintegrated, transforming into something that corroded their bodies. In just a moment, all 27 heretics and 98 ordinary members of the Black Spirit cult were reduced to pieces, and Shenlin was the first to finish the battle. Burial Ground is a skill similar to Void. Within a certain range, it consumes a large amount of spiritual energy and virtual calculation power to transform into threads and a cross-shaped virtual calculation longsword to kill enemies. In order to kill everyone at once, the preparation time required for a burial site is very long, and the spiritual energy required is also very large. That's why Shenlin used it in conjunction with Return Flow. But Shenlin didn't understand why these skills were all beyond his tolerance. And Shenlin suddenly acquired these skills shortly after the college entrance examination. Although each one caused great damage, however, the consumption is also very high. If Shenlin doesn't use recirculation, he will definitely overload himself. Even if the burial site is overloaded, it cannot be used. The only way to avoid overload is to use a large amount of spiritual energy. Everything is strange, and Shenlin sighed inwardly, then left the place. Although the consumption of spiritual energy was offset by Return Flow, the consumption of virtual computing power was real. Defeating so many enemies at once would inevitably require significant resources. So after leaving that place filled with corpses, Shenlin found a place to sit down and rest. Sigh. This time, using burial site was just a coincidence. That way, we don't need to spend too much time analyzing their weaknesses. 3 days was just enough time to analyze a little bit of everything. Otherwise, we'll have to prepare while fighting. And Shenlin sighed. Neither Burial Ground nor Void are ordinary skills and cannot be used casually. And Shenlin has several more skills of this type. If he were to use them all, Shenlin couldn't even imagine how many times he would overload. However, it seems there's a strange substance in the virtual creation. No, it's not that the virtual creation has an extra trace of strange substance, but rather that the final virtual number evolution has an extra trace of strange substance. It seems to have formed slowly in my body recently. These items will also appear when you use the burial site. What is it? Never mind, I'll ask the teacher when I get back. And Shenlin thought to himself. As his strength grew, and Shenlin's abilities began to exhibit more and more incomprehensible aspects. When he first awakened, he couldn't find his own abilities in the Encyclopedia of Abilities. Then it was said that the secret of his ability had appeared, but in reality it was just telling him that his ability was very mysterious. And then that was it. I want to know what my abilities really are. Then you'll have to figure it out yourself. But just as Shenlin was wondering about the strange things that had appeared in his ability, a strange feeling came over him, and Shenlin jumped backward without hesitation. A dark shadow fell, creating a large crater wherein Shenlin had just been sitting. And Shenlin landed on the ground, his eyes gleaming with a pale blue light. An enemy? There are still people here? Would the school's intelligence make such a basic mistake? No, a school would never make such a basic mistake. And this feeling is not human. Is that so? Are the school tests going to be some kind of experiment on us? And Shenlin narrowed his eyes slightly, as if trying to see through the smoke and dust to that person. But before Shenlin could see what it was, a black fist loomed large in front of him. And Shenlin crossed his arms to block the attack, and his legs plowed 2 long tracks in the ground. River level, tier 3, strength. It is indeed not human, but an integration of some kind of energy. And Shenlin looked at the person who attacked him and thought to himself. The other party was emanating black energy and was entirely black, with no facial features and no murderous intent. His strength is at the boundary river level, 3rd tier, but he is stronger than the Black Spirit cult member who died at Shenlin's hands. The black-clad figure appeared precisely after Shenlin had rested for a while following the battle. Although Shenlin has not fully recovered, it does not prevent him from continuing to fight. Why did this happen? What exactly does the school want to do? Well, the school probably has its own reasons for doing this. It's a bit annoying, but I have no choice but to cooperate with the school for now. And Shenlin assumed a fighting stance. The opposing side also adopted a fighting stance, a unique military formation. And Shenlin was taken aback when he saw the fighting stance his opponent adopted. But in that brief moment of hesitation, the dark figure appeared right in front of him and threw a punch. Imitation execution. And Shenlin dodged the opponent's attack and unleashed a slash. The slash landed landed on the shadowy figure, sending it flying and leaving a noticeable wound. However, the shadowy figure adjusted its posture and landed, and the wounds on its body quickly healed. This is a bit tough, and Shenlin appeared in front of the shadowy figure and punched him in the face. Offset inch. The shadowy figure was knocked to the side by Shenlin's blow, and just as it was about to do something, a strange energy spread out. The shadowy figure was once again sent flying by Shenlin. After landing, the shadowy figure adjusted its fighting stance and threw a punch at the ground. The ground cracked, and the powerful impact sent Shenlin flying. The power is beyond comprehension, and Shenlin thought in midair. Shenlin immediately deployed his force field and floated in midair. A huge rock was thrown at Shenlin. Shenlin raised his hand, his force field spreading out around him, and then pushed hard. The boulder crashed to the ground, causing the ground to crack again. But the shadowy figure had already vanished. Shenlin remained expressionless, turned around and unleashed a slash that forced back the black shadow that had appeared behind him. Shenlin and the shadowy figure landed on the ground together. After staring at each other for a moment, two afterimages appeared, and Shenlin and the shadowy figure's elbows collided, creating a shockwave that ravaged the poor ground once again. Thud, thud, thud. The two afterimages kept colliding with each other. The shockwaves from their collision continued to appear, leaving traces of their battle on the ground. After colliding for a while, the two separated, and Shenlin exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes still gleaming with blue light. The shadowy figure had no wounds and showed no signs of fatigue, appearing as if it were an inexhaustible monster. A dark figure appeared in front of Shenlin, raising its fist to strike him. Shenlin looked at the other person with an indifferent expression. "I'm tired," Shenlin murmured. Simulated gun. 10 long, rocky spears appeared and attacked the shadowy figure directly. The shadowy figure quickly dodged, but when it turned its head, it saw that Shenlin's figure had disappeared. Illusory creation, sky-floating spear. Shenlin suddenly appeared behind the shadowy figure, a white spear appearing and pinning the figure to the ground. The shadowy figure tried to struggle, but Shenlin plunged a long spear into its head. The shadows dispersed, leaving behind Shenlin and traces of the battle on the ground. Is it over? Although it's a boundary river level, 3rd tier, it doesn't have any real abilities. He only possesses brute strength, and although he is very experienced in combat, careful observation can still reveal his weaknesses. However, I originally thought that such a thing would have no weaknesses, but unexpectedly, there were still weaknesses. The sky-floating spear can still damage it, since the sky-floating spear has the function of suppressing energy. But what is the school trying to do with this? Do you want to kill me? No, I'm probably not the only one who's encountered this. It should have appeared at other people's places as well. Shenlin stood there, deep in thought, then sighed softly. I don't know what the school is thinking. Oh well, I'd better hurry back. Shenlin scratched his head, yawned, and left. On his way back, Shenlin came to a square where there was a performance. There were quite a few people watching the performance here. However, most of the people here live in nearby residential areas. Due to the mission, most residents were evacuated to these areas. Shenlin did not leave immediately when he passed by, but stopped and watched for a while. Although the performance wasn't very interesting to them, but while battles rage elsewhere, the people here can peacefully watch the performance without worrying about anything, which is already the best outcome. The Black Spirit Cult's plan has absolutely failed. It's very peaceful here. Everything was fine, as if nothing had happened. Record, Shenlin took 4 minutes to resolve the target. Uninjured, showing no signs of discomfort, and still has energy to spare, but is likely unable to fight against a boundary river level, tier 3, enemy again. Rating, level 1. Is this dark figure also part of the encirclement? It doesn't seem like it. Chu Shao finally managed to eliminate the members of the Black Spirit Cult. Before he could rest for long, a dark figure appeared and started fighting with him without saying a word. Helpless, Chu Shao could only continue fighting the shadowy figure. The shadowy figure is very strong in combat, but lacks special abilities. It relies entirely on its own strength in battle. Although fighting the shadowy figure was a bit difficult, Chu Shao had just finished a battle. If I were to fight the shadowy figure at my peak, I could definitely beat it senseless. Record, Chu Shao took 12 minutes to resolve the objective. Rating, level 1. Is this a school tactic? What are they testing? Meng Chongyin, panting heavily, watched the black shadow slowly dissipate before her eyes and murmured. The shadowy figure appeared shortly after the battle ended. It took a little time to deal with the shadowy figure. However, it wasn't because his own physical strength had been greatly depleted in the battle against the Black Spirit Cult. She'll have even less time to deal with the shadowy figure. Record, Meng Chongyin took 10 minutes to resolve the objective. Rating, level 1. Shenlin. While Shenlin was watching the performance, Fistina came looking for him. Upon seeing Shenlin, Fistina immediately smiled happily and then jumped onto his back. Shenlin, did you encounter that shadowy figure? Fistina hugged Shenlin and asked with a smile. Shenlin looked at Fistina but did not speak. What's wrong? Fistina asked, puzzled. Shenlin shook his head. It's nothing. It seems you also encountered a shadowy figure. How did it go? Fistina smiled and said, it's alright. I didn't expend much energy due to my limited abilities. Therefore, the speed at which the shadowy figure was dealt with was also very fast. Overall, the school's tests should have been completed. What about you? You're so smart. You must have finished the school tests too, right? And Shenlin nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to pat Fistina's head. Fistina paused for a moment, then squinted and tried to rub her face against Shenlin's, but Shenlin avoided her. Fistina wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and said, Shenlin, let's go find Chonin. With that, Fistina jumped down and pulled Shenlin along as they ran. Helpless, Shenlin had no choice but to follow Fistina to find Meng Chonin. Record, it took Fistina 8 minutes to resolve the objective. Rating, level 1. Important, Chiaki is here too. After walking with Shenlin for quite some time, Fistina finally saw Meng Chonin and Lin Xianxiu. The two seemed to have met by chance, which is why they walked together. You've arrived. Did you encounter the shadowy figure? Meng Chonin glanced at Fistina, then her gaze fell on Shenlin. I dealt with the shadowy figure very quickly, Fistina said with great pride. Meng Chonin sighed and said, I am not as strong as you, so I am probably not as fast as you. Not to mention Shenlin, he should be the fastest, right? It seems I still need to work harder. Take it slow. Everything will be alright. Fistina jumped onto Meng Chonin's back and said with a smile, easy for you to say. Never mind. Shenlin, how's the situation on your end? Meng Chonin looked at Shenlin and asked. Shenlin said, no problem, it will be resolved soon. Is that so? Meng Chonin nodded, then lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Shenlin thought for a moment, then stepped forward and reached out to pat Meng Chonin's head. But it was just a light touch, and they left quickly. The same technique used when touching Fistina's head. Meng Chonin looked at Shenlin and saw a rare look of confusion in his eyes. Normally, Meng Chonin only sees the confusion in Shenlin's eyes when Shenlin can't find time to sleep. Now Shenlin is confused about something again. Lin Xianxiu glanced at Shenlin, then at Fistina and Meng Chonin, and sighed helplessly. Let's go, Shusha should be on his way back. We should go back and report. Okay, the three answered in unison. Fistina dismounted from Meng Chonin's back and walked beside Shenlin. The same applies to Dream Emphasis. On the way, they encountered Chu Xiao, who had come looking for them. Chu Xiao looked a little disheveled, but nothing serious happened. All 5 of them encountered the shadowy figure, but they all managed to eliminate the shadowy figures. However, it wasn't resolved as smoothly as it had been for Shenlin and Fistina. The 5 of them returned to Yinqing University together. The 3-day mission has now come to an end. Lin Xianxiu, rating, level 1. Bai Chanjian, rating, level 1. All 10 people are rated as level 1, which means they are much stronger than we thought. There are 5 rating levels, with level 1 being the least common. However, those who can give a first level rating are extraordinary individuals in the future. Let's wait and see the day after tomorrow. Everyone's ratings will be out then. Hopefully it will be a pleasant surprise. The surprise has already happened, hasn't it? Ha, that's true. The 90th of the new century, October 30th. The Black Spirit cult is hiding within Yanjing, attempting to carry out cult rituals. However, they were discovered in advance and a plan to encircle and annihilate them was devised. During this operation, several high-ranking members of the Black Spirit cult, dressed in red robes, entered the encirclement. Finally, the Black Spirit cult eradicated all 23 secret bases in Yanjing. All 3,672 members of the Black Spirit cult from outside the region were killed, including 3 Black Spirit cult red-robed deacons. Among them, everyone, including those who were not members of the Black Spirit cult and were suspected to be foreigners, was killed. Thus, the Black Spirit cult's evil plan was completely thwarted. On the morning of November 1st, a news item appeared on various trending topics. This is news about cracking down on cults that hasn't been seen for a long time. It should be noted that China is the only country that regularly cracks down on cults. In response, many countries have publicly declared that China is a country that does not allow religious culture. However, cults are universally condemned, no matter where they are. Other countries also want to eradicate cults, but they cannot achieve the same level of thoroughness as China. For example, the United States has launched several campaigns to suppress the radiant ones. However, there are always cases where plans are leaked, leading to the failure of the encirclement and suppression. This encirclement and suppression by China not only shocked the domestic market but also the international community. But what's shocking is that China has once again cracked down on cults. What shocked China was that the cult had revealed that the foreigner in question was not a member of the cult and had illegally entered China. There were a total of 170 people, representing 30 countries and 10 international organizations. Huaxia directly stated that these were not members of a cult, but rather some illegal immigrants from abroad with malicious intentions. Haven't foreigners infiltrated cults to carry out their activities in the past? Of course there are, and many countries are well aware that they do. However, China never makes this public. But this time it was announced. Moreover, it was announced very casually, as if they didn't care at all. If China were to release information and question these countries countries, their people would certainly unite in protest. They claim that China slandered them and killed their citizens, and they demand compensation from China. But not this time. This time, many high-ranking officials in various countries have keenly sensed that something is amiss. China is too calm. This is not in line with China's past character. This has led to a situation where the internet in various countries is in an uproar, but their leaders have remained silent, and there are not many people even condemning China. Since China remains silent, it means that countermeasures have already begun. Their primary concern wasn't China, but rather whether anything had happened in their own country. Then, China's usual attitude makes people from all countries feel that China is plotting something. In addition, there was the WAVE project that had been leaked long ago. It's hard not to suspect that China is preparing for the WAVE project. The WAVE project, a project of only one country, China, once crushed the Godchild project led by the United States. To this day, that white-robed swordsman is still hunting down the remaining divine children. Why did China know what we were going to do so quickly? Why? Didn't you say you were well prepared, that everything was foolproof? On a small island abroad, a person dressed in white is venting their anger. It seems that someone accidentally offended someone when leaving Yanjing. Then he was designated a wanted criminal, and the person after that disappeared. Another man in white said calmly, but didn't that person confirm that he didn't have anything on him? Moreover, offending just one person can make you a wanted criminal with no regard for life or death? Do you think I'm stupid? Even the Luo family wouldn't dare do that. Do you think anyone in Yanjing has this ability? They must have known that person's identity before designating him as a wanted criminal. And then there's the nonsense about not having anything on me. I've had enough of that. To maintain secrecy, all information regarding this plan was delivered to randomly selected individuals. But the problem arose precisely when the wanted person was leaving with the information. What does this mean? It means that China has been keeping an eye on us for a long time. We went to China obediently, like clowns, and then obediently entered China's encirclement. I warned you before not to make a move in Beijing, China. Something bad will happen. Something bad will happen. Which one of you listened to me? You're all so self-righteous, thinking that just because you succeeded once in Britain, you can do it again in China. The level 9 powerhouses in China are not located in China. But that doesn't mean China is ignorant just because it lost that powerful figure. Do you really think a nation targeted by hundreds of countries during the Dark Ages grew up to be a pushover? This person roared incessantly. He was a white-robed deacon of the Black Spirit cult, one of the highest-ranking members of the cult. He's had enough of these idiot colleagues who are just like the villains in novels. They could have succeeded elsewhere, but they insisted on going to China, which made them feel uncomfortable. Do they really think that the majority of China's power can do whatever it wants in the tenfold world? The United States thought the same thing back then. And the result? They were beaten and fled in disarray. China doesn't like to fight, but that doesn't mean China is a weak little cat. Deacon Shen, calm down. A man in white said reassuringly. How can you expect me to stay calm? We've already lost over 30,000 people in China. I've said before that all we're responsible for is collecting money and sending those foreign idiots into China. We'll take action against China when the opportunity arises. But what are you thinking? They had to take advantage of the time when China was protecting its geniuses, and they had to target the strongest cities in China. They even chose to target Beijing, the capital of China. Our Black Spirit cult may have a lot of people, but we don't act like this. Khan, tell me, did you plot this to avenge your brother? Deacon Chen Bai pointed at a white man and roared. The white deacon remained silent for a moment before nodding. Deacon Chen Bai immediately covered his head and howled. Oh my god, how did I end up with teammates like you? They're all like idiots, completely lacking in judgment. I told them more than 10 times not to take action in China. As a result, none of them listened to me. Now look what happened. Except for my men, who suffered relatively few losses, you all suffered heavy losses. The Black Spirit cult also suffered heavy losses. So many members died, and it's unknown how long it will take to replenish their numbers. I'm truly impressed by you guys. The other 8 people were speechless. Because he is right. From now on, all actions will be done according to my instructions. If any of you harbor any further ambitions towards China, I will no longer tolerate it. Deacon Chen Bai slammed his fist on the table and shouted. So, which country will we target next? Someone asked. South Korea is the easiest place to bully, and it also has more resources in the prison world. But don't recruit people here. You all know the members from South Korea. They eat a lot but do very little work. Understood. If you understand, then go and prepare it. Do you want me to invite you? After completing their mission, and Shanlin and his group returned to Peking University and resumed their lives, much like before. As for the shadowy figures in the battle, they only bring it up when they're talking. I won't talk about this at other times. After all, this was arranged by the school, and the school certainly wouldn't let them know what it wanted to do. If you want them to know, there's no need to let the shadowy figure strike from the shadows. At this moment, and Shenlin also faced another problem, breaking through. After using the Spirit Void Egg in the Heavenly Palace, and Shenlin reached the peak of the Year Mist level, 2nd tier. During During this period, he frequently used his abilities, even resorting to the burial ground, which he could no longer withstand. The energy within his body had long since accumulated to a level where he could break through. Although Sakura wanted him to break through later, not so early. Sakura hadn't expected Shenlin's energy to accumulate so quickly. According to Sakura's calculations, it would take Shenlin at least 2 months to reach a breakthrough level, at the earliest early December. By the end of December at the latest. However, Ing did not expect that Shenlin's energy reached a peak in November. Because Shenlin can gradually become stronger without cultivation, and his spiritual energy is also gradually compressed to achieve purity. Therefore, after Shenlin reached a level where he could break through, the purity of his spiritual energy also met Ying's expectations. It's too early. No, it should be said that Shenlin's speed of becoming stronger is just too fast. It should be noted that Shenlin only broke through to the Suewu level, 2nd tier, just before the Chinese New Year this year. In less than a year, Shenlin is about to break through to the Boundary River level, 3rd tier. This is unprecedented for any member of the Outorder. Even Li Dao, who had the fastest improvement speed at the time, took more than a year to break through to the Boundary River level, 3rd tier. The fastest person in history could only compress the time to achieve a breakthrough into 1 year. Sakura didn't quite understand the training methods and speed of the out-of-orders, but she knew that Shenlin's speed was definitely too fast. Therefore, Shenlin's breakthrough has become a problem. Sakura wanted to help Shenlin break through, to make his breakthrough more stable, but she was bewildered when she touched Shenlin's body, because she forgot that Shenlin's abilities were different from others, so the breakthrough method she knew for those who were outside the established order did not apply to Shenlin. Then Sakura wanted to ask Shenlin what it felt like when he broke through to the Suewu level, 2nd tier, but she didn't expect that Shenlin broke through while he was sleeping. This left Sakura speechless. You broke through after just 1 night's sleep. You really are something else. Helpless, Sakura could only let Shenlin go back and think of a way to break through, while she went to read some books to learn how to deal with Shenlin's situation. However, something puzzled Shenlin was, aren't the heavenly beings all transformed from those of different orders who defected to the 10-tiered world? Would the celestial being, who was once an out-of-order being, not know how to break through? Or is it that Sakura became a celestial before even reaching the Boundary River level? However, Shenlin didn't ask this question because he felt that if he did, he would get beaten up. So I had no choice but to keep this question to myself. Back in his dorm, Shenlin began to think about how to break through his current limitations. How about I take a nap like last time? Maybe sleeping will help me break through? Shenlin thought to himself. But Shenlin quickly shook his head and rejected the idea. The last breakthrough in sleep was clearly due to Ruin's language, thinning the barrier between the 2 stages. That's why the breakthrough happened while I was sleeping. Use void language again? Forget it. I'm not going to risk my life just to break through. Shenlin sighed. It was clear that Shenlin was going to start cultivating seriously this time. I have a feeling something's going to go wrong, Shenlin thought to himself, looking at his hands. Meanwhile, on the other side, Festina returned to her home. In the basement training room of Festina's house, Fei Yuelin fiddled with the high-purity spiritual energy crystals, looking at Festina sitting on the ground and asking, are you ready? There's still a lot of uncertainty about using Shenlin's blood. Although we've confirmed that the barrier in your body has disappeared, there's still a chance, right? Perhaps, you could ask for more of Shenlin's blood. Festina stuck out her tongue and said, brother, that's someone else's body. I can't keep demanding it, can I? Besides, I only stopped when I felt I had taken enough, even though it was only a few drops, but that was enough. Moreover, Shenlin is about to break through to the Boundary River realm, 3rd order, so I can't fall too far behind. Fei Yuelin sighed softly. I understand. Then you may begin. I will protect you. Okay, Festina said, then closed her eyes and began to channel her spiritual energy into the loosened barrier within her body. Festina's aura was also slowly increasing. At this moment, Sakura, who was looking for a book, seemed to sense something, and her fingers paused slightly as she turned the pages. Is he preparing for a breakthrough? It's possible. It took 3 years of preparation for this breakthrough. That's enough. Shenlin's blood should grant you most of the authority over your abilities. That's enough to elevate your abilities to a higher level. Sakura muttered to herself, then continued flipping through the book to look at the content about the breakthroughs of the out-of-order individuals. But the next moment, a strange energy surged forth. Sakura's body stiffened slightly, then she disappeared from in front of the bookshelf and appeared above a mansion. Sakura felt the energy emanating from below and delved into her memories. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Everything went smoothly. Wait, what's this? After several attempts, Festina finally broke through that barrier. The spiritual energy within the body gradually transformed from mist into a river, and spiritual power also flowed within this river. But at that moment, Festina suddenly couldn't feel her body. It felt like my soul had left my body and I entered a strange place. Here, she watched her own river of spiritual energy as an outsider. The river has no banks, but Festina can see a person's silhouette moving upstream along the river's edge. Slowly, Festina Fistina followed the phantom to the end of the river, where she saw a tree branch. But for some reason, Fistina felt that it was more than just a tree branch. Then Fistina saw the phantom reach out and slowly touch the tree branch. A flash of white light, and Fistina's consciousness returned to her body. "How are you?" Fei Yuelin asked Fei Dina with concern. "It's a bit strange, but I've successfully broken through." Fistina shook her head and murmured, "My body has become stronger. It can't be an illusion. It's good that the breakthrough was successful." Fei Yuelin breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't heard a thing from Fistina, so he thought she had failed her breakthrough. Fistina nodded, then suddenly, as if sensing something, she raised her head and looked in the direction of Peking University. "Olden, what are you doing? How come there's such a strong spiritual energy fluctuation? You're not going to blow up the dorm, are you?" As soon as Chu Xiao returned, he sensed a powerful energy fluctuation coming from Shenlin's room. After knocking on the door to no avail, he simply pushed it open. But when he opened the door, he saw the red-haired girl Sakura standing to one side, and Shenlin, whose chest glowed with a pale blue light and whose body was surrounded by countless blue streams of light. "Get out!" Sakura glared at Chu Xiao, her imposing aura emanating from her. Chu Xiao closed the door without hesitation, then squatted in the corner and muttered, "I didn't see anything." After Chu Xiao left, Ying looked at Shenlin, who was floating in midair. "Why does this happen during a breakout?" Sakura was somewhat puzzled, but she still stood aside and watched Shenlin. At this moment, Shenlin had only one feeling: it's so crowded. What are these things? Shenlin's consciousness stared at the constantly appearing black matter before him, lost in thought. Could these things be things that are already inside my body? That feels a bit strange. Shenlin was a little unsure of his own condition. He had been thinking about how to break through this barrier before preparing to go to sleep. But before he could fall asleep, the energy within his body broke through his restraints. And then, the breakthrough began. Shenlin was stunned by the sudden breakthrough. But he quickly realized he needed to control the breakthrough. But, the moment he closed his eyes, his consciousness arrived at this place. This place has a blue river, but it's filled with black matter. And this place seems to be inside my own body? That river seems to be from the time when it served as a boundary river. What are these black things? It seems to be those strange substances in the body. These things, could they be from my time at the border river? That doesn't seem right. What exactly is it? Why am I so confused? Looking at these black substances, Shenlin fell into deep thought. But soon, Shenlin had a strange feeling. Soon, my vision returned to normal. Wait, what is that in front of me? The pillow is soft too. Shenlin was startled and tried to sit up immediately. "Don't move, let me check your body." Shenlin's head had just left Ying's thigh. Sakura pressed her palm against Shenlin's chest, pushing him back down. Then a warm energy flowed through Shenlin's body, which felt very comfortable, with a tingling sensation. This energy slowly circulated within Shenlin's body, meticulously examining every part of him. Just after the blue light on Shenlin's chest disappeared, Shenlin's breakthrough also came to an end. Shenlin is now indeed a third-order, third-tier, alien at the boundary river level. However, Shenlin's breakthrough was too strange, without any warning whatsoever. Sakura originally lived outside Yinqing University. Suddenly sensing that something was wrong with Shenlin, she went straight to Shenlin's room. Then she saw Shenlin breaking through in a way that she was extremely familiar with. However, this method has no effect on the body. It simply causes a person to lose consciousness for a short period of time. Shenlin remained unconscious for approximately 5 minutes. However, Shenlin completed the breakthrough in less than 30 seconds after losing consciousness. During the remaining time Shenlin was unconscious, other things may have happened to him. Therefore, Sakura needs to investigate. If I had known she was coming, I would have suppressed it. Shenlin thought to himself. But Sakura said, "You can't suppress it. You lose consciousness during the breakthrough process. And in the process of losing consciousness, you broke through to the boundary river level, third tier, in just 30 seconds. This requires far more than the spiritual energy within your body to accomplish. Therefore, you cannot suppress the energy within your body. If you suppress it too much, you will explode and die." Shenlin was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. "That was really dangerous. But does that mean I was unconscious for 30 seconds? That's not too long. You were unconscious for a full 5 minutes. You only made the breakthrough in 30 seconds. Sakura said calmly, her eyes scanning Shenlin's body. 5 minutes. I thought I was only unconscious for half a minute. Shenlin sighed, watching him carefully examine his body, and chose not to say anything more. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to analyze his own boundary river level, third tier, core abilities. The ability to measure is always stronger than other abilities. You don't need much training to know how to use your core abilities and corresponding skills. Sakura continued to examine Shenlin's physical condition. Upon breaking through, the spiritual energy within the body was purified during the breakthrough. Physical strength and computational power also reached a new level. There are currently no changes in her body. But why is it that even though he's at the boundary river level, third tier, his physical strength is still lacking? His spiritual energy, computational power, and mental strength have all been enhanced. His spiritual energy had reached the level required for a breakthrough, allowing him to cultivate without needing further refinement. Putting aside everything else, his computational power has always been terrifying, far exceeding that of ordinary people, and his mental strength is also far superior to that of a level 3, Boundary River, level heretic. As for strength, before reaching the peak of the second tier Suewu level, and Shenlin might not have been able to defeat Fistina, but after reaching the peak, his strength surpassed that of Fistina. Now that she has reached the Boundary River level, third tier, her strength has increased significantly. Even if Fistina is at the mid-stage of the Boundary River level, she still cannot defeat Shenlin. And Shenlin's strength increased exponentially with each breakthrough. However, his physical strength is considerably weaker than even the weakest Boundary River level, third tier. What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. No, if it's Shenlin, it's actually quite easy to understand. His strength is so great that he doesn't actually need a high level of physical strength. If I remember correctly, he also has a skill that allows him to maintain his body in perfect condition for a short period of time. As your strength increases, this skill should also become stronger. Based on his previous performance when facing the sudden attack of the Skybreakers, he most likely has some of his skills engraved on his passive abilities. No problem. The only problem is that my physical strength is too low. It seems that Shenlin still needs resources to improve his physical fitness. But what were those black particles that appeared at the last moment? Sakura recalled Shenlin before his consciousness returned. It should be said that the blue light on his chest disappeared. Within Shenlin's blue light, black particles appeared. Sakura had never seen those black particles before, so she found it strange that such a thing would appear on Shenlin. Moreover, the black particle gave her a very strange feeling. It's like something that doesn't exist. What's going on with these core abilities and skills? So, the fiction wasn't something I came up with myself? After studying my own Boundary River level backbone abilities and corresponding backbone skills, Shenlin fell into deep thought. Skill, illusion, uses all matter around the user to fight. It can alter matter to some extent. The new core capability, no, it's not a capability. It must be a special substance that belongs only to him, a black particle. Even Shenlin himself couldn't comprehend these particles. The only known ability is that it can ignore most physical defenses, that is, physical defenses, and directly attack the main body. It feels similar to spatial energy, doesn't it? However, the powerful destructive force of spatial energy can destroy defenses. But those black particles were more like those substances seemed unable to comprehend the black particles and thus unable to stop them. However, black particles have more limitations. Because all current material defenses have special energy on them, they are not really pure material defenses. However, this is only the current information. More specific details will be available after the actual experiments. The black particles, when used in conjunction with virtual creation, can be transformed into any form. However, Shenlin is currently only able to produce a limited amount of black substance. Therefore, it is not very useful in combat. The main skill, Final Ruins, transforms all spiritual energy, computational power, and mental energy into black particles. Its specific function is unknown and must be used independently. Overall, Shenlin has become much stronger, but the extra things on my body are mostly things I can't understand. However, there are also many things about him that are hard to understand. Adding one more, Jinshu, is nothing. There's nothing wrong, it's just that your physical strength is too low. Your physical strength is below the normal level of the Boundary River level, Tier 3. However, your abilities probably make up for these shortcomings. However, attention still needs to be paid to improving physical strength. Okay, it's alright now, get up. After carefully examining Shenlin's body several times, Sakura confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him before letting him get up. Is that so? That's not surprising. Shenlin stood up and murmured. His poor physical condition isn't something that happened overnight. Even if you use spiritual plants or objects to strengthen your body, they won't be of much use. After using Ruin's language once, my physical strength began to lag behind my abilities. Right now, although I don't feel any discomfort in my body. However, the low intensity still bothered him quite a bit. Sakura stood up and looked at Shenlin, saying, "What about the new core abilities and skills? They're probably things that are beyond your comprehension, right?" Shenlin raised his hand, and black particles formed a cube in his palm. He said, "It is indeed something beyond my understanding. However, given how many things are beyond my comprehension, I'm not too surprised by the appearance of something like this. I just feel my core competence this time doesn't seem to be that strong." The void language of the spirit dust level, first tier, and the floating life of the year mist level, second tier, are far superior to ordinary abilities in terms of strength. However, the Jinshu at the Boundary River level, tier 3, doesn't feel that powerful. However, Shenlin wasn't too concerned, since not everyone's abilities could remain so strong forever. For Shenlin, it would be a good thing if this ability, which had never appeared before, actually developed some undesirable aspects. "Do you really think he's not very strong?" Sakura asked, looking at Shenlin. It's just not that powerful compared to my first two main abilities. And Shenlin thought for a moment and then said, but are your first two abilities really abilities that only Spirit Dust level, first order, and Mist level, second order, would have? You should have thought about this, right? Sakura crossed her arms and asked calmly, and Shenlin remained silent. His abilities at the first two ranks are indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary ranks. No, it should be said that it shouldn't have appeared in the first two ranks at all. The reason Shenlin appears in the first two ranks is entirely due to his special abilities. So you should understand that every one of your abilities is extraordinary. Each of your core abilities is a core ability that would only appear later in the game for other characters. So do you still think your newly emerged main branch ability is weak? Anyway, in my perception, your newly emerged core ability is not as weak as you imagine. It's simply because your abilities have already surpassed your current strength. It's just a bit difficult to bring out its full potential. Your return flow has, to some extent, compensated for your situation. And Shenlin's main abilities are all ridiculously strong. And Shenlin, who only had one core skill, was able to do things that were beyond what a Spirit Dust level could do. With only two core skills, and Shenlin's strength far surpassed that of all his peers when he reached the peak of the Suewu realm, second tier. It can be said that Shenlin in the later stages of Suewu is completely different from Shenlin at the peak of Suewu. Now Shenlin's strength has increased to another level, based on the special nature of his abilities, and Shenlin can now easily defeat even a third tier, level 3, outordered being from the upper realm river. However, Sakura knew that Shenlin felt that the reason his new main ability was weak was because there were too many things he couldn't understand. And Shenlin's abilities are like a secret birthplace, with new and incomprehensible things constantly emerging. And Shenlin had asked him about his abilities more than once, but Sakura couldn't answer either. After all, Shenlin's abilities are too unique. Is that so? It seems I still need to find some time to test out my new ability. And Shenlin sighed. To be honest, he still thinks it's better to be mediocre. If you're mediocre, you won't receive as much attention. It's impossible to avoid the spotlight now. You can try it now, Sakura said calmly, then reached out and grabbed Shenlin's wrist. The next moment, Shenlin appeared at the place in Yenjing University used for student battles. Wait for me. Sakura released Shenlin and then disappeared from his sight again. When they reappeared, Li Dao was captured by Ying. Li Dao? No, wasn't he reporting to the teacher about his recent tasks and his own situation? How did we end up here all of a sudden? During the report, Shenlin's teacher suddenly appeared and asked Lu Yuxing to lend him his time. That's how he ended up here. Li Dao? And Shenlin looked at the person Ying had grabbed, a look of confusion on his face. Sakura walked up to Shenlin, pointed at Li Dao, and said, he developed his abilities to the extreme. If it weren't for the fact that his ability level was slightly lower, his current strength can be improved even further. However, these gaps will be bridged once you reach a higher level. I'll suppress his strength to the Boundary River level, tier 3, then you can fight him. This will allow us to see how well your new ability is performing. That makes sense. And Shenlin looked at Li Dao and fell into deep thought. Li Dao excitedly said after hearing Ying's words, little Lindsay, you've broken through to the Boundary River level? Wow, congratulations. Wait, how come your breakthrough speed is so fast? I remember you broke through to the Mist level at the beginning of this year, right? In less than a year, he broke through to the Boundary River level, third tier. Isn't that a bit too fast? Li Dao quickly noticed how fast Shenlin was improving his strength and was somewhat puzzled. And Shenlin broke through in February of this year. It's only mid-November. In less than 9 months, he broke through to the Boundary River level, third tier? Keep in mind that at Shenlin's current point in time, he was still in the late stage of the Suewu realm, second tier. It was only in the second half of the academic year after enrollment that they barely reached the Boundary River level, third tier. His speed already ranked him among the top 10 in his year. Note that this refers to all the students from their cohort, specifically the 1988 cohort of students who were considered out of order in the college entrance examination. It took him more than a year to reach the Boundary River level, even though he was ranked in the top 10. But in Shenlin, less than a year? Is this speed for real? Although he knew that the people in Shenlin's class were ridiculously strong, but this speed is just too outrageous. Something unexpected happened. I was planning to break through after the new year, but I didn't expect to be able to do so now. And Shenlin said he never expected that the Spirit Void Egg could help him break through. The initial idea was simply to restore virtual computing power and spiritual energy. However, I didn't expect to reach the peak of the Misty Peak, second tier, as soon as I used it, and I didn't expect my spiritual energy to accumulate so quickly, so that I met the conditions for a breakthrough in an instant. Li Dao looked at Shenlin and then sighed deeply. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. How could Li Dao not know that Shenlin never cultivates? However, the speed at which one becomes stronger is still very fast even without training. How could anyone not envy someone like that? But there's no use in being envious. Strength is earned through one's own efforts. So, Li Dao secretly made up his mind to go go and explore the Ten-Ring world. Strive to reach the Evening Star level, Tier 5, before graduation. Sakura, who had read Li Dao's thoughts, now held him in higher regard. The ability level is so low, but they will not be defeated by any difficulties, and will even choose to continue to work hard when they encounter someone stronger than themselves. If she remembered correctly, the requirement for graduating from Yenching University was to reach the Tian High level, 4th tier. Is this condition difficult? It's very difficult. Apart from Yenching University, other universities only require students to reach the peak of the Boundary River level, 3rd tier, to graduate. Only about 20 people from Li Dao's cohort reached the Tian High level, 4th tier. But Li Dao felt it wasn't enough. She wanted to strive for even greater strength. Such people are becoming increasingly rare. Alright, I know what you want to do. You just broke through to the Boundary River level, 3rd tier, and want to test your new core ability, right? Sure, your brother Li Dao will fight you. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Now I finally have the chance, Li Dao said with a smile. And Shenlin nodded, though somewhat reluctantly. He still looked at Sakura. Ing raised her hand, and a peculiar energy entered Li Dao's body. Li Dao's strength instantly dropped to the Boundary River level, 3rd tier. I haven't felt this way in a long time. But Rinko, watch out. My current strength is at the Boundary River level, 3rd tier. However, both my spiritual purity and physical strength are at the Heavenly Sea level, 4th rank. If anything goes wrong, your brother Li Dao won't be responsible. Just please don't let your teacher beat me up. Li Dao was initially aggressive, but he immediately deflated after meeting Ying's gaze. He knew that his teacher had assigned in Chunlin a rather dangerous mission. Sakura then beat her teacher until his head was swollen like a pig's. And Shinlin's teacher was known for being extremely protective of him. I won't. Now that everything is ready, let's begin. I'll be watching from the sidelines. But the moment she said start, Li Dao rushed towards Shenlin. A green wind appeared behind him, appearing in front of Shenlin in an instant, and the arm wrapped around the green wind swung towards Shenlin. Shenlin dodged Li Dao's attack with a flash, then raised his hand and unleashed a slash at Li Dao. Li Dao flicked his wrist and unleashed a wind blade, directly blocking Shenlin's slash. Sensing danger, Shenlin, who was standing still, continued to retreat without hesitation. Several wind blades fell from the spot where Shenlin had just stood, leaving long marks on the ground. An attack without any movement, Shenlin narrowed his eyes slightly, then rushed towards Li Dao. As expected, you can even dodge the invisible wind blades I created. I killed the little Japanese devil, Sakura, with this very move. With an arrogant smile on his face, Li Dao charged towards Shenlin as a gust of green wind appeared around him. After witnessing Shenlin's invisible slash, Li Dao soon created the invisible wind blade. Moreover, its concealment is even better than Shenlin's. Li Dao, you really are a monster. Shenlin looked at Li Dao in front of him and threw a punch, offset by an inch. Likewise, Li Dao also threw a punch. A shockwave and waves are forming. A peculiar feeling. Is energy spreading within my body? Li Dao felt something was wrong in his arm and immediately figured out what was the cause. Heavenly Hurricane Aftermath. A blue wind appeared on Li Dao's arm and then compressed into his arm. The feeling of being unable to control his arms, and the energy spreading deeper into his body, were all dispelled by this gust of green wind. Then he smiled slightly as he looked at Shenlin, who was standing right in front of him. Heavenly Hurricane and Sea Breeze. A strong wind is blowing in my face, and it's not just a strong wind. Within the raging wind, there were countless tiny wind blades. No, that's not all. Within these wind blades, there's an aura that seems capable of cutting through space itself. No, it's not an aura that cuts through space, but rather an aura that confuses perception. The all-out battle begins. Shenlin took a step back and then deployed his force field around his body. A strong wind howled past, carrying a faint aura that threatened to break through Shenlin's defenses. Very strong. No wonder Li Dao was able to gain a foothold at Yenching University. Shenlin thought to himself and then tried to analyze the strong wind. But then he suddenly realized that Li Dao was gone. Heavenly Hurricane, Mad Scar. A circular wind trail appeared in the sky, and a powerful sense of oppression swept over us. As the wind blew, dust appeared on the ground. No injury despite the smoke. Li Dao smiled slightly, knowing that Shenlin was alright. Illusory creation, sky-floating spear. The white spear broke through the smoke and dust and arrived in front of Li Dao. The spear was very fast. Most people either didn't have time to react or reacted but couldn't dodge it. But he is Li Dao. Skystorm, leap mark. Li Dao's figure flickered, and countless wind streaks appeared beneath his feet. He actually dodged Shenlin's sky-floating spear, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Shenlin. Heavenly Hurricane, Wind 1000. Li Dao used his hand as a sword, transforming it into a wind sword that stabbed towards Shenlin. Countless wisps of green wind appeared around Li Dao, as if he had seized a tornado and transformed it into a long sword, thrusting it towards Shenlin. Simulated 1000 wind slash. Shenlin used his hand as a blade, gathering wind blades around his arm, and then thrust it towards Li Dao. Their hands touched, but didn't completely touch. There is a vacuum zone between their fingers. A powerful impact occurred. Countless wind blades and gales spread out and swept across the surrounding ground. A strong wind suddenly appeared in the previously windless area. Little Rinko was really strong, but it's not good to keep her hidden forever. Li Dao wiped the dust off his face and said with a smile. And Shenlin sighed softly, assumed a fighting stance, and strengthened his aura. He smiled and said, then let's serve the food. You're serious? Fine, then let me see your true strength now. Li Dao still had a wild laugh on his face, and with a blue wind swirling around him, he charged directly towards Shenlin. And Shenlin compressed his force field and faced off against Li Dao. Li Dao truly lives up to its name. Floating life first appeared in a slow analysis that only occurred when facing a void-level ability. This is not only because Li Dao has a body of the heavenly sea level 4th tier, it's also because his ability to develop has reached a level that no one dares to imagine. This level of difficulty prevented me from analyzing the weaknesses of Li Dao. As expected of you, Li Dao. And Shenlin smiled for the first time during the battle. Seeing Shenlin's smile, Li Dao laughed even more wildly. Come on, come on, come on. Let brother Li Dao see your strength. Skystorm, dance of the gale. Li Dao's figure flickered, and countless gusts of wind spread out in a chaotic manner. It landed on the battlefield and walls, leaving long marks. The all-out battle begins, and Shenlin deployed a force field to counter Li Dao's attack. The strong wind didn't hit Shenlin, but it did slow down his progress. Skystorm, Skywind thrust. Li Dao approached Shenlin and thrust her hand towards him like a sword, and Shenlin's blue glowing eyes looked at Li Dao's wrist. Modern ruins, lock. Black particles appeared on Li Dao's wrist, stopping Li Dao's attack from continuing. Oh, Li Dao was slightly taken aback, but immediately shook off the black substance on her wrist. Just as Li Dao was about to launch another attack on Shenlin, a sense of danger struck. Can't attack, must retreat. Heavenly hurricane, scattered chaos. Li Dao rode away on the wind. At the spot where Li Dao had just been, 7 black thorns appeared and pierced straight into the ground. But strangely, there were no holes or anything on the ground. It was as if something that didn't exist was stuck in the ground. What is this? I've never seen it before. Li Dao squinted slightly, trying to understand what Shenlin had done. But the next moment, Shenlin raised his hand, and the 7 black thorns rose from the ground and rushed directly towards Li Dao. Skystorm, wind and sun shield. A circular shield-like object appeared in front of him. Li Dao tried to block these black thorns in this way. When Blackthorn made contact with the wind shield, it only paused for a moment before ignoring the wind shield and attacking him. How is this possible? Li Dao was slightly taken aback, then quickly dodged the black thorn. The black spikes pierced the ground and returned to their original solid form. What the hell is this? It can't be defended against? No, the wind shield feels like it can't be stopped. It seemed to be something incomprehensible. The wind shield couldn't stop it. Li Dao continued to retreat, putting distance between himself and Shenlin. Those black thorns are definitely not good things. He absolutely must not let them touch him. So that's how it is, and Shenlin summoned back Blackthorn, causing it to float around him. These black particles gave him some strange feedback the moment they broke through Li Dao's defenses. This information is like seizing a portion of the wind shield and then absorbing and analyzing it. Then it was passed on to Shenlin. The analysis in Shenlin's mind was somewhat chaotic, as if it were things randomly arranged. Another factor is the power of the black particles, which can attack regardless of matter. If I'm not mistaken, the damage that black particles can cause is extremely limited. Its primary functions are to acquire information and restrict the other party's actions. That way you'll know how to use it. And Shenlin's attack is a bit strange. There was a strange feeling that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Although they can attack without ignoring my defensive skills, those black things are condensed together. In other words, it can be blown away. If defense fails, attack instead. That's not something impossible. Li Dao quickly analyzed the attack and figured out some things. He then immediately changed his battle strategy, closing the distance with Shenlin, and then Heavenly Hurricane, Entangling Wind. A blue wind appeared on Li Dao's body, and it continued to expand. The green wind surrounding Li Dao also transformed into a giant wind ball, and Shenlin manipulated black particles to launch a probing attack. Blocked? No, it wasn't blocked. Instead, Li Dao uses constantly changing winds to limit the advance of the black particles. The black particles can still ignore these winds. However, Li Dao slowed down my attack to some extent by using this swirling wind. No wonder it's Li Dao. And Shenlin thought to himself, but that won't stop his attack. And Shenlin dispersed the black particles. Seeing this, Li Dao smiled slightly and came to Shenlin, intending to envelop Shenlin in his whirlwind. Fake gun. The scattered black particles did not disappear. Instead, they instantly formed a long spear and thrust it toward Li Dao. Upon seeing the black spear, Li Dao couldn't help but purse his lips, then without hesitation compressed the wind sphere and quickly retreated. The black spear missed its target, but returned to Shenlin's side. Little Lindsay, this skill of yours is a bit cheating. They're restricting my movements and ignoring my defenses. How am I supposed to fight this? Li Dao dispersed the wind from her body and complained to Shenlin. And Shenlin chuckled softly. That is indeed quite cheating. But you managed to handle it too, didn't you? Li Dao now appears to be handling handling things with ease. So it seems that the new attack has indeed posed a threat to Shenlin. Presumably, Li Dao will soon come up with a corresponding solution, just like he did just now. TSK, you really think I'm like you? Li Dao said softly. There are definitely ways to deal with this. However, it's not a safe bet. And Shenlin's strength has far exceeded his comprehension. His strength was limited to the same level as Shenlin's. Even with a lot of skills, it's not very useful. He lost the match. Little Rinko, can't we each use one move and then end this fight? I can't beat you right now anyway. Li Dao bluntly admitted that he was no match for Shenlin. Neither the Heavenly Sea Level 4th tier physical strength nor the Heavenly Sea Level 4th tier spiritual energy could effectively harm Shenlin. He's basically lost. If he continues fighting, he'll just lose a little later. And Shenlin understood Li Dao's meaning and said, okay, then let's go. Li Dao clapped his hands and began to mobilize his spiritual energy. Skystorm, the wind chasing the sky. A cross-shaped wind pattern, seemingly capable of cutting through space, swept towards Shenlin. Illusory creation, sky-floating spear. A white spear appeared, but the next moment all the black particles merged into the white spear. The white spear has doubled in size, and its oppressive force is even greater. The improved, sky-floating spear clashed with Li Dao's sky-chasing wind. The next moment, a bright white light appeared, followed by a violent explosion. A white orb of light appeared in the center of the battlefield, attracting many people to stop and watch. The white ball scattered, the gale dispersed. The impact then spread. The powerful impact bent the surrounding trees. It even lifted the skirts of countless girls. Ha ha ha, this is how you should be. And Shenlin, I'm not as good as you right now. After all the impact subsided, Li Dao, with a bloody mark on his face and slightly torn clothes, laughed loudly and said, what's Shenlin like? And Shenlin stood still, and the dust that would have dirted his clothes was pushed away by his force field. Apart from a strand of hair being pulled out by Li Dao, and Shenlin was otherwise unharmed. You're being modest, and Shenlin said with a smile. Isn't Li Dao strong? Yes, of course she's very strong. But this wasn't a life or death battle, it was just an ordinary fight. And Shenlin knew that all of Li Dao's skills were designed to kill enemies. Li Dao may only be ranked 3rd, but in a life or death battle, no one can beat Li Dao. This kind of ordinary match can be said to have limited Li Dao's performance. Li Dao was well aware that he didn't have much of an advantage over others. In addition, he knew that the comfort of school was only temporary, and most of the time he still needed to work hard. Therefore, he focused on using his skills for combat and killing. Among Li Dao's classmates, Li Dao had the highest number of completed tasks and the highest completion rate. Li Dao also killed the most people during the tasks. When he went to Japan for exchange and study, he was the only one who could kill those Japanese people. It's because Li Dao is strongest in battles where he doesn't have to worry about anything. If Li Dao doesn't need to worry about anything in this battle, and Shenlin probably barely managed to defeat Li Dao, it's impossible for it to be that easy. I really hope you get stronger soon so I can fight you without having to suppress my strength, but I'm not looking forward to it, that's too tiring. And Shenlin sighed. Li Dao knew Shenlin's personality and could only sigh helplessly. At this moment, Sakura, who was standing to the side, raised her hand and untied the restraints on Li Dao, then came to Shenlin's side. How are you feeling? Sakura asked. It's a bit strange, the skills have become more diverse, but how should I put it? There was a slightly strange feeling when using it. It's like some random things have entered the brain. It won't affect the battle, so it's not a big problem. And Shenlin said, the ruins of today have greatly enhanced Shenlin's strength, and Shenlin is no longer an ordinary river level, tier 3, out-of-order user. Although they cannot fight against Skysia level, 4th tier, out-orderers. However, within the boundary river level, tier 3, he should have few rivals except for those at the peak. The strength of one's quantitative ability is often most fully demonstrated in the initial stage of breaking through a new level. However, Shenlin's strength was always extremely powerful and dazzling. Even though Shenlin is usually quite laid back, no one would think that Shenlin's strength is weak. You have some things to do now. Sakura looked at Shenlin, thought for a moment, and then spoke. What is it? And Shenlin asked. Yenjing University possesses a prism world, which is quite suitable for people at the boundary river level, 3rd tier, to enter. You can now go inside and look for the resources you need. Furthermore, your entry now doesn't require any academic credits. You performed exceptionally well during military training, thus earning a free opportunity to enter. Oh, I know that place. I've been there once. That's where I found my little gold, Li Dao said from the side. Little gold? Oh, that golden sea monkey. I haven't seen it in ages. Where did you take it? And Shenlin remembered the demonic monkey that Li Dao brought back when she returned. I threw it into that prism world for training before I went to the Sakura country. I completely forgot to bring Xiao Jinzi back if you hadn't mentioned it. Li Dao suddenly remembered something and exclaimed excitedly. It's unlucky to have an owner like you. And Shenlin remained silent. Li Dao, like Chu Xiao, is a carefree and easygoing guy. However, Li Dao is more meticulous than Chu Xiao. However, because Li Dao himself likes to walk on the edge of life and death, he doesn't care much about many things. This kind of behavior behavior, leaving one's pet somewhere and forgetting to bring it back, is indeed something Li Dao would do. Well, it's not a big problem. Didn't you want to go in? Never mind, I'll just find a time to go in myself. Li Daogang wanted In Shenlin to help him bring his little gold back, but considering In Shenlin's personality, there's a high chance he won't go. However, if it's In Shenlin's request, In Shenlin should do it, right? I will go with you to that prism world, Sakura suddenly said. Ha! And Shenlin and Li Dao both looked at Ing, their faces full of confusion. Did I hear that right? Is Sakura going to enter the prism world with In Shenlin? Although Li Dao didn't know exactly how strong Ing was, she was someone who could beat Lu Yuxing into a pulp. His strength is at least at the Shikong level, 7th rank, right? Wait, is In Shenlin's teacher really that protective of him? Do we need to go to the prism world, where the highest level of monsters is only the Twilight Star, tier 5? Excuse me, teacher, what are you going to do there? And Shenlin remained silent for a while before asking. To protect you, and also because there are things I need to get back there, Sakura said calmly, her tone domineering, as if she had her back. As long as I conceal my presence well, I shouldn't have to worry about the Skybreakers, right? And Shenlin said. Previously in the Heavenly Palace, it was because I used the Myriad Void technique that my aura leaked out and attracted the Heavenly Sweeper. Now, all In Shenlin needs to do to enter the prism world is conceal his aura and reduce the frequency of using his abilities. Besides, it's not like you're unlucky enough to encounter a Skybreaker every time you enter the prism world, right? Sakura slowly shook her head and said, I'm worried. Your current strength is insufficient to change the quantitative energy within your own abilities. If anything unexpected happens, you will be discovered immediately. In addition, that prism world has no device to hide your presence. So if you're going anywhere, it would be best if I went with you. I won't overprotect you, I'll just prevent the appearance of the Heavenly Sovereign. You'll have to handle any dangers you encounter on the road yourself. After experiencing the last time Tian Kings attacked him, she understood that In Shenlin was very tempting to Tian Kings. The allure was so strong that even the heavenly warriors, who only cooperated in battle, took the initiative to seize In Shenlin. Perhaps some of them noticed something amiss with In Shenlin's abilities, but whether it happened or not, Sakura will never let that happen again. Although keeping In Shenlin inside Peking University could effectively prevent the Tian Kings, but this is not good for In Shenlin's training. Moreover, some things can only be done in the prism world. So you've reached the boundary river level, tier 3? Chu Xiao looked at In Shenlin and said with his mouth wide open. Yeah, I broke through for no reason, and I'm getting so annoyed. And Shenlin sighed. I won't allow you to be Versailles. Chu Xiao grabbed In Shenlin's shoulders and shook him violently, shouting. And Shenlin was shaken so badly by Chu Xiao that he couldn't take it anymore and wanted to hit Chu Xiao back, but Chu Xiao let go of his hand. Chu Xiao squatted to one side, muttering to himself. This is outrageous. You reached the boundary river level, 3rd tier, so quickly without even cultivating. I work so hard every day, yet I still haven't reached the peak of the Misty Peak, 2nd stage. Why? I don't want to live anymore. To be honest, In Shenlin's current performance is quite discouraging. They all knew that In Shenlin never cultivated. They even knew that In Shenlin would gradually become stronger over time without needing to cultivate. Because In Shenlin's force field is always on, it will not turn off even if he falls into a coma. Therefore, In Shenlin is indeed getting stronger every moment. Furthermore, In Shenlin's abilities are also getting stronger. This rate of improvement is roughly the same as their rate of constant cultivation. Even though they were roughly the same speed, In Shenlin's speed still far surpassed theirs. That's not the most important thing. And Shenlin only broke through to the Suiwu level, 2nd tier, in February of this year. Those who broke through around the same time still need at least a few more months to achieve their breakthroughs. And Shenlin is now ahead of them. This was a huge blow to Chu Xiao. This was just an accident. You should know that. And Shenlin said. It was indeed an accident. If it weren't for the Spirit Void Egg, he would still be in the late stage of the Misty Age, 2nd tier. It will only reach the Boundary River level, 3rd stage, next year. It was purely accidental that we've now entered the Boundary River level. But there's a saying that goes something like this: luck is also a part of ability. And Shenlin didn't want this luck either, but when luck comes, you can't stop it. No accident can soothe my current sorrow, Chu Xiao said. Little Xiao, want to go on a mission with your brotherly? I'll take you flying. I'll help you make money. Li Dao's voice came from the doorway. Here we come. Upon hearing the word make money, Chu Xiao immediately sprang into action and rushed off. And Shenlin, he looked so dejected just a moment ago. How come he's flying again now? Chu Xiao. And Shenlin called out to Chu Xiao, taking off his storage ring. I'm going to the Prism World. You can keep the storage ring. Why? Take it with you when you go to Prism World. I'm afraid I'll lose it. That's it. I'm leaving. We'll talk when you get back. Chu Xiao refused outright and ran out in a flash. Little Rin, remember to bring my monkey back. If it dies, well, that's fine. But that monkey won't die so easily, Li Dao said with a smile, and then left as well. And Shenlin stood there silently for a long time, holding the ring, before putting it away. Sigh, what a money grubber, and Shenlin said helplessly, then began packing his things to prepare for departure. However, I still sent a message to Meng Chongyin and the others before I went. I don't know how long it will be before I return from this trip to Prism World. However, with Sakura around, there's a high probability that nothing will go wrong. However, it's unclear why Sakura wanted him to enter this Prism World. Besides, if something needs to be retrieved, shouldn't someone of Sakura 10's status be able to retrieve it easily? Why do I have to go with them myself? That's strange. And, ever since Sakura became her teacher, Sakura is either reading a book or on her way to read a book. Although I was reading books about the cultivation of those from other worlds, there were some strange things mixed in with them. Ready? Sakura asked in Shenlin as he approached from the spot where she had fought Li Dao earlier. We've made a few preparations, shall we set off now? And Shenlin asked. Okay, let's go now. Sakura nodded. The next moment, Sakura and Shenlin appeared at the location of East Hill of Yenching University. Here lies the entrance to the Prism World. Moreover, it's the entrance to the Prism World that's completely unguarded. However, Yenching University has more Angue-class personnel residing there than a prefecture-level city does. Even if problems arise, they won't cause much of a stir. Tianjin Prism World, most of the monsters in it are of the metal element type. It is quite aggressive, so it is quite dangerous. It also contains a large amount of rare metals, making it a relatively important rare metal storage site. The strongest monster in it is a monster of the Evening Star level, 5th rank. The best level to enter is the Boundary River level, level 3. And Shenlin will enter this place as soon as he reaches the Boundary River level. Although this is true for most Yenching University students. However, Shenlin is probably the only one who entered the Tianjin Prism World in the first half of his freshman year. Is there anything I need to do inside? And Shenlin asked Sakura. He still doesn't quite understand whether it's necessary to let him in just to improve his physical fitness. Nothing needs to be done. Just follow the route I've set. Sakura said calmly, and then entered the Prism World first, and Shenlin followed closely behind. The moment he entered the Prism World, a gray afterimage attacked Shenlin. It got stuck outside Shenlin's force field. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a little hedgehog, and Shenlin kicked the little hedgehog away and looked at Ing again, asking, Teacher, you said there are things here that need to be taken back. Can't you, with your heavenly aspect ability, get in? If I remember correctly, the Skywalkers can freely enter and exit the Prism World. Not all Prism Worlds can be entered by us Skywalkers. There is a prerequisite for being able to enter the Prism World, that the Prism World has been tainted by the mortal world. Only those who are capable of celestial beings can enter this Prism World, and even those of bad nature can enter it. There are some Prism Worlds that have not been tainted by the mortal world. Those who are celestial beings cannot enter, and those of bad nature cannot appear in this Prism World. Furthermore, if such a world did not have any life, it would directly integrate into the Earth. These areas are also called the newborn areas, as you should know. It's more than just knowing. Why were there so many wars during the Dark Ages? The so-called Dark Ages refer to the period after the arrival of the 10 Prism World, when world order was in chaos, and then Prism Worlds continued to merge into Earth. Because technology cannot return to the state before the advent of the 10-sided world in a short period of time. Therefore, countries constantly wage wars in order to gain territory and a new status in the new world. Warfare with firearms was already obsolete at that time. The ordered system was already discovered during the period of mass death, and then a new war emerged in which ordered people and firearms cooperated. Soon after, the war evolved into a full-scale battle between the ordered ones. However, after Sakura said that, and Shenlin also understood why the school wasn't worried about the Skywalkers infiltrating through the Prism World. It seems they can't get in at all. Then I can do it myself, right? And Shenlin asked, somewhat puzzled. Sakura glanced at him but didn't say anything. Then what is it that you want to take back, teacher? And Shenlin continued to ask. Another secret. I've discovered that the Skyward Slayers really have a lot of secrets. And Shenlin murmured softly. The Tianqing are said to be those who betrayed humanity and entered the 10-sided world. But that's all they know. As for why the Tianqing people, who were once human, would betray humanity, they had no idea. Thinking about this, and Shenlin became curious about the origin of the sky-piercing ones. It should be noted that the initial combat power of the Skywalkers far exceeded that of humans. Furthermore, they can freely enter the tenfold world and are difficult to detect when they descend into the real world. Such a life is called a betrayal of humanity. But why don't the heavenly beasts appear? There is clearly a special reason for this. You really want to know the origins of the Skybreakers? Sakura floated in front, turned her head to look at Shenlin and asked. And Shenlin paused for a moment, then nodded. Well, after all, everyone is telling us that the Skybreakers are people who have betrayed humanity. These people entered the tenfold world and became the celestial beings. But I'm curious, why are the heavenly sovereigns only human and not demonic beasts? Sakura smiled slightly. I thought you would ask why those people became Skybreakers. Logically speaking, the most important question should be why one becomes a heavenly being, right? And Shenlin shook his head. I really don't know why those people became Tiankings. but there's no need to know anymore. They killed many people, even if they had some reasons for becoming skybreakers in the first place. They are also taking revenge on humanity and on society. Therefore, we don't need to understand, an enemy is an enemy. Am I your enemy? Sakura suddenly asked with a smile. And Shenlin remained silent for a long time before saying, to be honest, I don't know, but your kindness to me is genuine. If you hadn't intervened and taken Tian Qingzhe away in Tianyi City, the death toll would have been even higher. You protected me in that critical moment. You are indeed a celestial being, but I feel you are more human than any celestial being I have ever met or seen. Sakura is indeed different from the other celestial beings. She was more like an anomaly among the celestials. The celestial beings regard humanity as their enemy and then slaughter them. However, Sakura, as a celestial being, is preventing other celestial beings from doing such things and is constantly showing kindness to humans. Sakura, as a being of the heavenly realm, is truly extraordinary. Sakura stared into Shenlin's eyes for a moment, then said, I am indeed different from the other celestial beings. But before that, let me tell you about the origin of the heavenly ruler. Is it okay? And Shenlin asked with some doubt. This didn't seem like a good thing for Ing, did it? Sakura said calmly, it's not something that can't be said, and you'll find out later. Tianqing, in your human terms, is someone who has betrayed humanity. But in the eyes of many celestials, they are humanity's saviors. And Shenlin listened attentively without saying a word. But the first thing Sakura said shocked him. The celestials believe they are humanity's saviors? Are you kidding me? Did the savior also kill 7 million people in Tianyi City? You can't understand, can you? Sakura asked with a smile, then continued. Actually, it's not that it's incomprehensible. Because if they hadn't become celestials, they would be, in your human terms, a group of unfortunate people. A person with a tragic fate? Yes, most Skywalkers were human before they became Skywalkers. They are all ordinary people, nothing special. Before becoming a celestial being, some were out-of-order beings, while others were just ordinary humans. So why do these people become the heavenly rulers? The reason is actually quite simple. The blow was simply too great. Humans have always been a very contradictory species. Conflicts among their own kind are even more frequent. These people are among the most tragic in the struggle between human beings. Their loved ones were murdered, and society cannot tolerate them. They were trampled underfoot by those of higher status and witnessed their own relatives being humiliated. They were abandoned by their own teammates and watched helplessly as they were surrounded by monsters. They watched helplessly as their comrades died, powerless to do anything about it. They are the most tragic and degenerate people of this era. They blame their misfortunes on others and transform their resentment into their own strength. Instead of trying to punish these people in any other way, they vented their anger with curses. However, the resentment of most people who have experienced these things is not strong enough to warrant being chosen by the ten-sided world. Only those who kill innocent people out of hatred, only those who sacrifice their own relatives and friends with their blood but choose to harm others, will be chosen. Once these people become Skyslayers, they will choose to use their power to slaughter humans. That's why they're called traitors to humanity. After speaking, Sakura looked at Shenlin, seemingly paying attention to his emotional fluctuations, or perhaps worried about something. And Shenlin simply lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, simply put, most of the Skywalkers chose to harm others during their human era due to their own misfortunes. Then they continue to create misfortune. They were originally unfortunate people themselves, but they chose not to hurt those who hurt them. Instead, they choose to harm innocent people. Such people are chosen as the heavenly rulers, while those who haven't done those things, they could only silently bear their misfortune. Is that right? Sakura nodded. The vast majority of those who are capable of achieving great things are like this now. Therefore, it is absolutely correct to call them traitors to humanity and enemies of humanity. Their interest lies in hunting humans and the weak. Many of the Skybreakers instigate bloodshed in cities simply to satisfy their lust for slaughter. Sakura did not deny that some of the heavenly hunters were interested in killing. 40% of the world's bloodshed is caused by those who bring disaster upon themselves. What else? What are those small groups of heavenly beings like? Are you one of those few who are destined to perish? And Shenlin looked at Ing and asked. Sakura smiled gently, floated to Shenlin's side, and said, that small group, it can be said that apart from me, there are very few of this type of celestial beings that you humans have ever seen. Why? Because in a sense, we are the true rulers of the heavens. The true celestial one? And Shenlin was a little confused. Could there be a real and a fake Tianqing? Sakura reached out and gently touched Shenlin's face, smiling as she said, in fact, the true heavenly ruler is not a murderer, nor is he transformed from that kind of cruel person. The true celestial ruler is like me, who usurped the power of the tenfold world law and then became a celestial ruler. We have never become heavenly beings by killing, nor have we become heavenly beings by accepting charity from the tenfold world. We seize the authority over the laws of the ten-sided world through our own will and then transform it into our own power. These kinds of celestial beings are not the enemies of humanity, but we are the true celestial beings. Those murderous Skybreakers others were merely clumsy imitations of us. The true heavenly sovereigns do not kill. And Shenlin murmured. Sakura's words challenged his understanding of the celestial beings. So, in that case, Chu Xiao's mother is very likely a true celestial being, because if one is not a true celestial being, it is impossible for them to be so friendly to humans and even marry and have children with them. Judging from the personalities of those who pretend to be invincible, they wouldn't even bother to pretend. Speaking of which, I just remembered, your friend Chu Xiao has the bloodline of the heavenly emperor within him. His mother was also a true celestial being. His ability mutated because he possessed the bloodline of the celestials. Moreover, to be precise, the mutation of his abilities is not over yet, because his father's bloodline was also very strong, in addition to his mother's heavenly sovereign bloodline. Once he reaches the heavenly sea level, 4th tier, his abilities should undergo a qualitative change. Sakura suddenly brought up the topic of Chu Xiao's mother, and Shenlin knew that Chu Xiao's mother was a Tianking's when he confronted in Qinglu before. I also think it's quite normal for Chu Xiao to have that kind of situation before. But then I remembered what Sakura said about two kinds of heavenly beings. Okay, it would be best to talk to Chu Xiao about this when we get back. Don't kill good people when the time comes. Where are the true celestials now? I don't know either. I rarely see them. I only know that they exist. The biggest difference between a true Tiancheng and a false Tiancheng is that the former does not necessarily need the mirror sea to replenish themselves. They only need to periodically return to earth and rest as ordinary people for a while. Previously, I had a problem with my soul. There are people in Jinghai who are wary of me, which is why I took action against you. True heavenly beings only show affection to those whose abilities differ from the norm, and do not possess any desire for possession. True geniuses and those with different abilities are natural partners. For those who falsely claim to be celestial beings, quantitative ability is a natural companion. There are significant differences between them. Furthermore, fake celestials are infertile due to their own reasons. Only those who truly possess the power of heaven have it. Every single word was something in Shenlin had never heard before. He had never imagined that there would be two kinds of heavenly beings, one real and one fake. However, the reputation of the current heavenly masters has been ruined by these fake heavenly masters. Having killed hundreds of millions of people, many people harbor deep hatred for Tianqing. Those who truly possess the power to conquer the world are like reclusive individuals, rarely appearing in people's sight. And Shenlin only knows that Ying and Chu Xiao's mother is the true heavenly being. Excuse me, what exactly is the mirror sea? And Shenlin asked, as he had long wanted to know what the mirror sea was. During military training, when Fistina approached him asking for his blood, the goal is to use his blood to replace the mirror sea fragments in order to remove some of the restrictions within his body. It feels like the mirror sea is something similar to blood, which has the power to measure abilities. The mirror sea is actually a prism ocean composed of pure virtual computing power that appears within the 10-prism world. Uncontrolled by the tenfold world, it continuously generates physical virtual computing power in a certain area. This virtual computing power can replenish the virtual computing power needed by the heavenly being. However, being too pure can have a certain impact on the body of those born under the heavenly emperor. Even with this effect, the heavenly beings still need to replenish themselves with the mirror sea, otherwise they will go into a berserk state. Mirror sea is quite special. Even a little bit of foreign impurity can cause it to become dangerous. Most areas will be unusable, and it will be very slow to return to normal. When I blasted Mirror Lake, some impurities were dispersed. It will take at least 6 months for the mirror sea to recover, which is why there is chaos in the tenfold world. I see, and Shenlin nodded to indicate that he understood. These things are basically being used by fake celestials. The true masters of the heavenly realm would not use it, but now they are all hiding. It's probably very difficult to find those who are truly destined to succeed. And Shenlin looked at Sakura. My teacher really does hold grudges. A grudge must be avenged. Those fake Tianqing people don't actually know that there are real Tianqing people. I always thought I was the same kind of person as them. Therefore, when I advocated expressing goodwill towards humanity, they believed that I had betrayed the celestials, so they attacked me. The guide who attacked me is the skybreaker you saw in the prism world. I turned her into a bomb and blew up Mirror Sea. After all, these fake skywalkers are the biggest impurity themselves. However, it is precisely because of my actions that I am unable to return to the tenfold world for the time being. Sakura read his thoughts and said somewhat angrily, crossing her arms. And Shenlin looked at Sakura and suddenly felt that Sakura's methods were quite ruthless. Thinking this, and Shenlin suddenly sensed a strange aura. It seems something is approaching. A giant bear with dark gold fur appeared from their side and pounced straight at Shenlin. And Shenlin suddenly produced a short knife and swung it at the giant bear. Imitation execution. Using a short sword for slashing will make the slashes faster and sharper than before. However, the long sword cannot be used. Therefore, only short swords can be used. An invisible slash swept across the head of the river level, tier 3, giant bear. The massive bear body slowly collapsed, spraying blood everywhere. Phew, Prism World is such a hassle. Monsters appear every now and then. And Shenlin sighed, then ignored the giant bear's corpse on the ground and chased after Sakura, who had walked away. If Chu Xiao were here, he would definitely take all the valuables off this bear. The ability to adapt to one's own abilities is what makes it fast. You don't look like you just broke through at all right now. Its strength far surpasses that of ordinary ability disorderers who have broken through to the boundary river level, 3rd tier. It seems your path ahead will be quite easy. Sakura smiled and looked at Shenlin, saying, too much strength isn't good either, at least not for me. And Shenlin put his hands behind his head and said, with great power comes great responsibility. You can be more secure now, but that may not be the case in the future. It's good to get used to it in advance, at least you can find time to rest later without disrupting your work. Sakura wouldn't say anything to advise Shenlin, a person whose strength is almost unmatched among their peers, and whose strength will continue to grow stronger. There's no need to say anything more. Moreover, it is the majority of people who need to catch up with him, who is relatively unambitious, rather than him chasing after others. I know, Shenlin sighed. By the way, have you looked into the godly inferiority state? Sakura suddenly uttered a word that Shenlin had never heard before. Divine inferiority state? What is that? And Shenlin asked in confusion, indicating that he didn't understand this newly appeared term at all. This was also the first time he had ever heard this word. Haven't you heard of it? That's true, this is a situation that only occurs when a void level ability reaches the twilight level, 5th rank, and it's not guaranteed to happen, so it's normal that you haven't encountered it, Sakura said, her tone tinged with mystery. Hearing Ying's tone, Shenlin suddenly had a bad feeling. This divine inferiority state is definitely not a good thing. However, this situation only occurs with void level abilities. He, Meng Chongyin, and Fistina, well, there are quite a few void level abilities in this year's class. Even if it doesn't necessarily happen, there will definitely be people around him who are in this situation. Excuse me, what exactly is the godly inferiority state? And Shenlin thought for a moment, then asked. Sakura looked at Shenlin, suddenly revealed a mischievous smile, and asked, are you sure you want to listen? This isn't a good thing for you. I only want to hear it because I feel it's not something good. You'll always need to be prepared when you encounter similar situations later. And Shenlin scratched his head, somewhat helplessly. You can't just let trouble find you, can you? You really are afraid of trouble. Sakura reached out and ruffled Shenlin's hair. Then Sakura floated to the side and continued. In fact, the godly inferiority state is a kind of curse, a curse targeting void level abilities. A curse? Will it have any effect on the body? And Shenlin quickly asked. Sakura shook her head. No, because this curse is just a literal word. It's simply because most of the stronger void level abilities will appear. That's why it's called a curse. The reason why only void level abilities can result in a godly inferiority state is that this is because the void level ability is the ability closest to the origin. There are hundreds of void level abilities recorded in the world, and there are several void level abilities in each of the 5 major categories of abilities. The further away from the origin, the lower the level of ability, which is the current standard for judging ability in China and internationally. The stone you use for awakening is actually a stone covered with shallow primal power. This stone stimulates people's awareness and then gives different colors based on their reaction to the source, thus judging the level of their ability. The display of abilities is actually because these stones have corresponding records of abilities, which is why they show the name of a person's ability. The most prominent characteristic of void level abilities is their innate strength, which gives them a strong ability to suppress similar abilities. The reason why void level abilities can suppress the source of lower level abilities is because void level abilities are themselves abilities close to the root. The divine inferior state only occurs when a void level ability is too close to the origin. Get closer to the source, and Shenlin murmured. He suddenly remembered the sequence tree he had seen in that prism world. Many of the void level abilities there are located near the tree trunk. According to Sakura, then those 4 abilities are indeed the ones closest to the origin among the 4 categories of abilities. The closer an ability is to the source, the easier it is to fall into a divine inferiority state. Wouldn't that mean Meng Chongyin and Fistina would definitely be in a divine inferior state? Oh my god, I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. However, when it comes to awakening stones, they don't seem to be very accurate. After all, his ability was also at the void level, but it wasn't tested immediately. But this is probably because his void level ability has never appeared before. What is the divine inferior state? And Shenlin asked. The divine inferiority state is actually because it is too close to the root cause. The root power within an ability can interfere with the mind of the ability's user. It allows individuals with this ability to change their personality, emotions, and some memories while retaining a portion of their memories. Changes will also occur in one's own body. For example, a void level ice type ability might result in a fear of the cold. Fire type abilities are vulnerable to fire. Different people have different divine inferiority states, and some people get through their divine inferiority states and end them ahead of time. This means that some someone with a void level ability will have no problem advancing to the law level 8th rank later on. There is a high probability that the level 9th order will be reached. However, those who cannot get through it instead wait for the divine inferiority state to end on its own. Even if they advance from Shishing 5th rank to Anhwa 6th rank, they will encounter significant problems. Your two girlfriends also have void level abilities, right? In my opinion, there's a high probability they'll experience a god inferior state. You'd better be prepared, or you'll be the one suffering. I don't have that kind of relationship with them, and Shenlin said speechlessly. It will be the same in a few years, so there's no difference. However, you don't need to worry about experiencing a godlike inferiority state. Why? And Shenlin asked, puzzled. Because your abilities dictate that you will not experience the godlike inferior state. It's not that your abilities won't appear, but rather that your abilities are too great. In addition, haven't you always been using your abilities to stabilize your heartbeat and keep your mind clear? In this situation, your subconscious will remain in a state of absolute rationality. The divine inferiority state cannot affect your absolute sanity. Therefore, you will not experience a godlike inferiority state. Moreover, the probability of a person's abilities being in a divinely inferior state is not high, because the divine inferiority state is, in a sense, a way of changing a person's personality using a method similar to using virtual computing power. People in the godly inferiority state are considered to have 1/10 of the power. The ability to measure data inherently utilizes virtual computing power, so its probability of occurrence is naturally very small. I felt even worse after hearing that, because once someone gets involved with virtual computing power, they will naturally have to get involved with quantitative computing power. Furthermore, people in a divine inferior state only retain one set of memories, and their personality will also change. Will you treat him as a lifelong enemy then? In that case, it would be a real disaster. However, it is currently confirmed that Meng Chongyin and Fistina may experience a divine inferiority state. Just in case, it's best to prepare in advance. There's no need to tell them if you don't want to. And Shenlin guessed that people in a divine inferior state probably wouldn't think they were wrong, so saying it probably won't be of much use. The inferiority state is also known as the mental test that involves eliminating the bad aspects of one's inner self before becoming a god. Those who survived the divine inferiority state all became the strongest in their time. One is the self, and the other is the inferior self, which is why it is called the inferior state of God. In some places, simulations are even used to model the divine inferiority state. Sakura suddenly spoke, her eyes turning cherry blossom pink, and then she stared intently at Shenlin. What's wrong? And Shenlin asked, puzzled. Nothing. Teacher, are you sure I'm fine facing these monsters? On the third day after entering the Tianjin Prism world, and Shenlin stood under a large tree, holding a short sword, looking at the pack of wolves that were eyeing him menacingly. He then looked at Sakura, who was floating in the air, and asked her a question. They are all Boundary River level, Tier 3, Gold-type demonic beasts. Although it has strong defensive and offensive capabilities, however, it has a significant drawback in terms of speed. With your current strength, it is indeed difficult to deal with these wolf packs, but you have to try things out, right? Sakura spoke calmly in the air, as if she didn't care at all about Shenlin's life or death. Of course, how could Sakura not be worried? If they weren't worried, they wouldn't have killed the Sky Sea level 4th tier Wolf King. The remaining wolves were actually terrified. The only reason they were still able to stand up to Shenlin was because Ing forced them to confront him. Is that so? I feel like you're trying to screw me over. And Shenlin murmured softly, even if your heart stops beating for 30 minutes, I can bring you back to life. You won't die under my command. Sakura heard Shenlin's words and said, and Shenlin, being a student under Sakura is really difficult. No one else is qualified to be my student. Alright, enough talk, let's get started. As he spoke, a powerful pressure descended. Under Sakura's pressure, the pack of wolves charged towards Shenlin. And Shenlin ignored everything, took a deep breath, and charged forward with his short sword in hand. Imitation execution. 30 minutes later. And Shenlin, covered in wolf blood, stood panting on the wolf carcasses. He had no injuries, but his spiritual energy and virtual calculation power were severely depleted, almost completely empty. Very good. As expected of my student. Sakura came to Shenlin's side and cleaned him up with a wave of her hand. Wolf blood smells strange on the body, and Shenlin is still better when he's clean and tidy. Let's keep going. After dealing with Shenlin, Sakura led him onward, and Shenlin had no choice but to follow behind Ing. He rested for half of those 3 days. Then the rest of the time is spent either traveling or killing monsters. Then comes the harvesting of medicinal herbs. In just 3 days, Shenlin had already killed 3 groups of demonic beasts. They are mostly river level, Tier 3, monsters. Many of the independent monsters were also killed, and they were mostly peak, 3rd tier, level monsters of the Boundary River level. And Shenlin also relied on his own strength to make his way through. The time spent using these abilities in the past 3 days is equivalent to the time spent training with Chu Xiao and the others. It's like reliving the grueling senior year of high school. At this pace, how many more days will it take us? And Shenlin looked at Ing and asked. Sakura thought for a moment, then said, we'll reach our destination in about 2 more days. 2 days. Keep going, keep trying. And Shenlin murmured. During the rest period, and Shenlin neither lit a campfire nor found a safe place. He just found a random place and went to sleep. With Sakura around, there's no way anything will happen at night. If a problem really does arise, it's most likely that Sakura herself caused it. However, and Shenlin had never seen Sakura sleep. It's probably because their strength has become so great that they no longer need to sleep to recover their stamina. After waking up, we continued our journey. Along the way, they collected many spiritual plants to enhance their physical strength. They will also go and kill the monsters. As for Li Dao's request to find Xiao Jinzi, he did find him. You must have grown up on hormones, right? And Shenlin stared at the fierce-looking golden sea monkey, which was 3 stories tall. No, it should be called the golden gorilla now, a sky sea level, 4th tier, golden gorilla. His enormous size and bulging muscles, and, because he didn't recognize In Shenlin at first glance, he tried to attack In Shenlin but was hit by Sakura and got a big bump. Roar! Little Gold pounded its chest twice, seemingly showing off its powerful physique. This gorilla has intelligence comparable to that of the Beast King. However, it was very loyal to its master, so it gave up the opportunity to evolve into the Beast King. And then, he was probably like that before because of his bloodline. So he used to be quite short, but now his bloodline has awakened. So it became stronger in a short time. It's a creature with good potential. Sakura looked at the little goldfish in front of her and said calmly, hooray! After receiving Sakura's praise, little Goldie excitedly patted his chest twice. So, it has always been a gorilla? Was it simply because of his bloodline that he was once a monkey? And Shenlin murmured, the golden sea monkey and the golden sea gorilla are 2 different kinds of monsters. The former is only 2 meters tall at most. The latter, it's already 10 meters tall, right? Can we really afford to raise Lee Rice? And Shenlin fell into deep thought. The wolf at the military training base ate quite a lot every day. Although little goldfish isn't as big as that wolf, it must eat quite a lot. This thing is too big. We'll take it with us when we get back, Sakura said, then raised her hand and tossed little Gold back into the woods. And Shenlin looked at Xiao Jinzi's terrified eyes. It seems he didn't win Sakura's heart. The two continued their journey on the 5th day, and Shenlin and Sakura reached the edge of the prism world. And Shenlin silently took out a map and looked at the border that was so close at hand. The planar area of the prism world is 770,000 square kilometers, which is 5 times the size of present-day South Korea. At their pace, it would be impossible for them to reach the edge of the prism world in 5 days. It would take at least 10 days. And Shenlin looked at Ing, but Ing reached out and covered his eyes, indicating that nothing was wrong. I would have believed it if I didn't have a map. Teacher, why did you go to all this trouble to make me travel for 5 days? And Shenlin didn't move Ying's hand away. He put the map away while asking a question. You'd better not worry about it too much. Sakura remained silent for a moment, then withdrew her hand. After regaining his sight, and Shenlin saw that Sakura had transformed back into her previous appearance as the Skybreaker. It has 3 pairs of prism wings on its back and wears a white mask on its face, the same size as Fistella. Did it shrink a little before? Don't think such impolite things in front of girls. Sakura reached out and grabbed in Shenlin's face, saying calmly, feel sorry, I always forget that she has mind-reading abilities. Sakura released her grip and looked at the boundary in front of her. Sakura's 3 pairs of prism wings suddenly extended, and a strange energy spread out, all of it drilling into the boundary in front of her. And Shenlin covered his face, watching the boundary in front of him slowly open like a gate. Really? And Shenlin watched as the boundary slowly opened, revealing the metal floor inside. He immediately thought of something, archival ruins. Is this a relic of a civilization? And Shenlin asked, looking at the metal fortress that was gradually revealing its appearance. Yes, this is a relic of a civilization that existed a long time ago. Sakura nodded, then folded her wings and walked inside on her legs. It has existed for a long time? Teacher, were you once a student at Yenching University? And Shenlin was puzzled again. Then Yenching University was established in the early years of the Dark Ages. The prism world of Tianjin appeared 30 years into the Dark Ages. It just so happened to appear within the grounds of Yenching University, and was then designated as Yenching University's prism world. Yenching University also oversees several prism worlds. However, only Tianjin is located on campus. The others are located not far from the campus. Students enter with credits, Chinese people enter by paying money, and foreigners enter by risking their lives. Tianjin is a place that can only be entered by students of Yenching University and the military. No one else is allowed to enter. Sakura knows there are ancient ruins here, so she is very likely a student from Yenching University. No, Yenching University hadn't even been established when I appeared. Then you, and Shenlin was even more puzzled. Everyone has their own secrets, and there are some things you can't understand yet, Sakura said, then reached out and tugged it in Shenlin's face. And Shenlin had just been wondering how old she really was. I was wrong. And Shenlin quickly admitted his mistake. Indeed, a woman's age is something that cannot be questioned too deeply. However, and Shenlin also confirmed that Sakura was the first celestial being to appear when the Ten-Ring world descended. However, Sakura's strength, well, there must be some unspeakable reason behind it. So, teacher, what did you put in here? And Shenlin continued to ask. One of the reasons he and Sakura came here was that Sakura wanted to take something she had left here. Although it's unknown how Sakura entered the Tenjin Prism world, but Sakura said that what she wanted was here, so it must be here. Some weapons, Sakura said after a long silence. Some weapons? Does the teacher mean weapons made of special alloys? No, it's a weapon you've never encountered before. It's also a weapon that you will inevitably come into contact with in the future. Weapons made of alloys are indeed possible, but higher-level weapons cannot be forged from simple alloys. Sakura shook her head, then led in Shenlin deeper into the area, and Shenlin followed behind Ing, looking around curiously. After entering a similar ancient site last time, and Shenlin saw many characters that he could understand instantly. I don't know why I can understand those words instantly. The inscriptions inside the ruins are still the same as before, and Shenlin can still understand them. Could this be an armory? And Shenlin looked around at the things and murmured to himself. Thousand Spirits military knife, multi-legged self-propelled cannon, celestial star exoskeleton armor, spirit origin particle knife. Apart from the fact that the weapons were relatively normal at the beginning, the weapons that followed started acting strangely. Self-propelled artillery like spiders, exoskeleton armor, and tanks, etc. In terms of technology alone, the things here are beyond Shenlin's comprehension. Moreover, many things have very little wear and tear, and they still look usable. Don't touch anything here. Many things are still usable. Sakura suddenly spoke, causing Shenlin, who wanted to study a shell called regenerative gravity bullet, to quickly withdraw his hand. How long have these things been here? And they're still usable? And Shenlin asked, somewhat puzzled. Time flows very slowly in space, and non-living entities can survive in it as long as they do not encounter spatial tremors. Basically, there shouldn't be any problems. Otherwise, do you think that cultural relics are hailed as priceless treasure troves of knowledge? However, there are only a few well-preserved ancient civilization sites in the world, because it possesses relatively advanced technology. Sakura explained to Shenlin. This made Shenlin understand even more the backwardness of human civilization at present. No, actually, our current level of civilization and technology is not backward. After all, they can even create devices that repel the mortal world and predicted no star, no place. Their technological strength is actually quite strong. Such a weapon should also be possible to make. The advanced technology that Sakura mentioned is probably the technology used here to defend against spatial oscillations. Indeed, it can withstand multiple spatial oscillations over an unknown number of years without anyone controlling it. Such a civilization's technology and use of spiritual energy are indeed more advanced than theirs now. Teacher, do you know anything about this civilization? And Shenlin asked. Upon arriving here, Shenlin raised numerous questions. Sakura wasn't impatient either, and said, this civilization is a very glorious and powerful civilization. The people of this civilization are making everything move in a better direction. It can be said that everything here is just a tiny, insignificant part of this civilization. However, no matter how glorious and brilliant this civilization was, it could not avoid being destroyed. But you can tell from everything here, this civilization never gave up, not even at the very last moment. Although the civilization has disappeared, it has left behind many things that are of great help to people today. You may not know that after the arrival of the 10-sided world, all human communication satellites have become useless, and dust will also block radio waves. People can only communicate in relatively ancient ways. Subsequently, electronic devices capable of communicating beyond the mundane world were discovered through analysis and research of the ruins of this civilization. It could be said that without the remains of this civilization, humanity would have remained blind for another decade or so. In the Dark Ages, all technology had to be rebuilt from scratch. Even weapons need to be rebuilt from scratch. Without breakthroughs in scientific research and technology, humans would still be unable to communicate with each other. It can only be said that the 10-sided world brought both disaster and countless opportunities. Cultural relics are one of them. Humanity's rapid development is inseparable from the discovery of ancient civilization sites. After listening to Ying's words, Shenlin remained silent for a moment, then looked at Ying and asked, Teacher, you seem to know a lot about this civilization? Sakura nodded gently, then continued walking forward. She whispered as she walked forward. After all, it was I who first gave the first civilization site to China. And Shenlin stood there, stunned. He suddenly sensed that Sakura's tone had become much more weathered. It seems that during that turbulent and dark era, Sakura, as the first celestial being, experienced quite a lot. True heavenly sovereigns stand on the side of humanity. One could say they are completely inclined towards humanity emotionally. Therefore, it is unbearable to see humans struggling desperately in the early days of the Dark Ages. That's why they took the step of bringing ancient cultural relics to the attention of humanity. And Shenlin learned a lot during his trip to the Tianjin Prism world. Moreover, there are many things that Shenlin is currently unable to access and therefore does not know. The true and false heavens, a divine inferior state, and the ruins of civilization. These things are not inaccessible. Rather, it's because he can't access it now. At the boundary river level, 3rd tier, he has absolutely no access to these things. These are things he can only try to make contact with once he's stronger. But Sakura isn't one of those higher-ups, so she doesn't care about these things. Moreover, telling Shenlin some things now will reduce a lot of trouble in the future. Take the godly inferiority state as an example. If we wait until Meng Chongyin and the others reach the Evening Star level, 5th rank, before talking about it, it may already be too late. Although it's unlikely to be that late. And Shenlin looked at Sakura. Sakura's feelings along the way were really contradictory. At first, he said he had no way to directly enter the Tianjin Prism world. But there's something else here. This is actually easy to understand. After all, storing things in the ruins of another space is a very good option. But judging from Sakura's behavior, she's been here more than once. Was it the black dog that brought her in? The black dog seemed to have been coerced by Sakura, so probably not. And Shenlin thought of the black dog he had seen before, and then dismissed the idea. Moreover, Sakura doesn't need to accompany him here. She can adventure in the Prism world on her own. Sakura can come here directly to take what she wants. There was absolutely no need for me to stay by his side the whole way. Forget it. This isn't a question Shenlin should be thinking about right now. This matter has nothing to do with him. And Shenlin and Ing walked to the end of this fortress-like ruin of civilization. At the end, another large door appeared. However, there were originally words on this door, but someone erased them. Is it Sakura? After all, only Sakura has ever been here. Sakura raised her hand, releasing the energy within her body. A moment later, the heavy door slowly opened. An indescribable sense of oppression swept over us, and Shenlin felt a sudden pang of fear, and his own force field spontaneously deployed in an attempt to block the aura. Immediately, Sakura waved her hand gently, and the oppressive feeling that Shenlin had been experiencing vanished instantly. What is this? Why is there such a strong sense of oppression? And Shenlin murmured, then looked at Ing. Sakura didn't speak, and let Shenlin inside. And Shenlin lingered in place for a moment, then followed. As Kanzuya and Sakura entered the room, and Shenlin also saw 5 weapons of various kinds floating in midair in the distance. Upon seeing these weapons, Shenlin felt an indescribable power. This power surpasses that of weapons forged through ordinary means. Even those custom-made special weapons are not as powerful as these 5 weapons in front of us. The sequencer is the most unique existence in the world, and it can also be called the most powerful weapon. Sakura looked at the 5 weapons floating in front of her and said calmly, "A sequencer, something I've never heard of before," and Shenlin murmured. The sequencer is built using things that are naturally formed. One of the sequences that needs to be incorporated into the creation process is a set of rules. The strength of this rule determines the strength of the sequencer. Currently, there are only 2 people in the world who can create sequencers. However, the sequencers they created were relatively rudimentary. There are many low-level sequencers, and they are used under very limited conditions, making them incomparable to higher-level sequencers. Many advanced sequencers are remnants of civilizations or were created accidentally. The 5 sequencers here, no, that's all. Just know that these things are not things you can access right now, but you will definitely encounter it in the future. Sakura said, then raised her hand and gently grasped the sequencer in the sky. But, the 5 sequencers in the sky didn't make a sound, which made Shenlin look at Ing with some confusion. Sakura simply sighed softly and looked at Shenlin, saying, "You can go out for a bit." Although Shenlin didn't understand why he was being asked to leave, he nodded obediently and went out. After leaving, Sakura's gaze fell once again on the 5 sequencers, and energy surged from her body. And Shenlin, who had been kicked out, observed the various weapons placed there. Because Sakura said that most things here are usable. Therefore, Shenlin did not touch anything carelessly. About 10 minutes later, Sakura's voice came from the room. "Okay, you can come in now." And Shenlin entered the room and then saw that the 5 sequencers containing powerful energy in the sky had disappeared. Sakura now has 5 rings in her hand. Sakura put the ring away and walked to the other side. "Come with me." And Shenlin continued to follow. Walking to a corner, Sakura simply touched a mechanism in the corner. Immediately, the 10 cylinders slowly rose up, and after they were fully raised, the originally opaque cylinders became transparent. Inside the cylinder, 10 identical sets of dark armor appeared. The armor was engraved with various mysterious patterns, exuding a distant and ancient aura, as if it came from an ancient era far removed from this time. The moonlit armor, Tier 6, left behind by this civilization. It can be worn regardless of rank, and it can defend against attacks from the Anua level, rank 6. However, items below the Anua level, 6th tier, can only be worn for defense and cannot utilize the amplification inscriptions. Take 5 sets with you, and activate them when you get back. back. The blood oath ceremony is sufficient. It will protect you whenever you encounter danger. However, it can only protect you a maximum of about 5 times within a certain period of time. Without energy replenishment, 5 times is already the most. As Sakura spoke, she tore off the protective shield covering her armor. He immediately raised his hand, and the 5 sets of armor transformed into rings that flew into Shenlin's hand. And Shenlin took the ring and looked at Ing, asking, "This is something from a civilization site, after all. Would it be inappropriate for me to just take it like this? There's nothing wrong with it. I found this place first, and I'm in charge of everything here," Sakura said with great conviction, and Shenlin forced a smile and had no choice but to accept it. "I'll distribute them when I get back. These 5 sets of Inchi armor are all for you. Don't give them to anyone else." 5 sets of Inchi armor. If one set's defense is no longer useful, you can use another set. With 25 defenses against attacks from a moonlit, 6th rank, level enemy, you wouldn't have to worry even if you encountered a sky-piercing, 7th rank, enemy. Moreover, you are easily targeted by the celestial beings, and most of those who target you are celestial beings of the Anua level, 6th rank. Otoyu armor is just the right thing to prevent this from happening, so don't give it to others, it's for your own good, Sakura said calmly, and then a surge of energy swept across Shenlin's palm. As blood flowed out, the 5 rings flickered briefly upon contact with Shenlin's blood and then established a connection with him. After being forced to acquire these 5 sets of Inchi armor, Sakura then took away Shenlin's storage ring. "Then I don't know what to do with it." When he returned, Shenlin's storage ring contained many more special bombs. "It's for self-defense. Besides, I know what you're thinking. However, you'd better not give it to them." Both Meng Chomin and Fizatina come from unusual families, making it easy to notice something amiss. "Chu Xiao, if you give it to him, he'll go and blow people up. So you should keep all these things for yourself." She gives the impression that she's there to buy goods. "Can I refuse?" And Shenlin asked, looking at Ing. "A bomb with half a storage ring attached, that doesn't feel good. What do you think?" Sakura crossed her arms and looked at him through the mask. "Alright," and Shenlin sighed. Although Sakura is a bit unreliable, she's basically doing it for his own good. Since he can't refuse, he should just accept it. "Have we finished taking care of things here? Shouldn't we be leaving?" And Shenlin asked after collecting Ying's belongings. Sakura nodded, then stared intently at Shenlin. "There's one more thing." "What's wrong?" And Shenlin asked, puzzled. "I want to ask a very simple question. You don't intend to accept Meng Chomin and Fistina?" The journey back took another 5 days. On the way back, I also brought Li Dao's little goldfish with me. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Jinzi led them. 5 days is still an abnormally fast time, and Shenlin didn't dare to say much about it, since it was something Sakura did herself. Also, regarding Sakura's question, why did she ask that question? No, I should say, why should we care about their affairs? Never mind. What Sakura is thinking is none of his concern. After returning to school, and Shenlin returned to his previous university life. Sleeping, attending classes, sleeping, attending classes, then being dragged by Chu Xiao or Li Dao to do missions. Or perhaps they'd be taken out for a walk by Dreamy Voice and Fistina. The conversation that I originally wanted to have with Yung Chomin and Fistina was put on hold because of Sakura's question. In the blink of an eye, New Year's Day has arrived, and the 91st year of the new century has come as scheduled. It was evening, inside a restaurant, and Shenlin and the others sat at the table chatting. Meng Chomin and Fistina were discussing their breakthrough. Meng Chomin has reached the peak of the Misty Peak, 2nd stage, and will probably break through in a while. After breaking through to the Boundary River level, 3rd tier, Fistina also began to cultivate, but her cultivation speed was relatively slower. It seems that due to her own reasons, Fistina's cultivation speed was much slower at the beginning. Lin Xianqiu sat there listening to Chu Xiao tell him about the interesting things he and Li Dao did on their mission. Lin Xianqiu smiled, her eyes filled with Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao continued speaking to himself, occasionally glancing at Lin Xianqiu's condition. As for Shenlin, he's sleeping. Moreover, he was sleeping while sitting between Dreamy Sound and Fistina. Meng Chonin and Fistina were chatting over Shenlin. That's a bit strange. Olden, time to eat. After all the food was served, Chu Xiao woke Shenlin up. After getting up, Shenlin looked at them blankly, then yawned, eating as if he hadn't woken up properly the whole time. Chu Xiao and his group said they were completely used to it. We thoroughly enjoyed the meal. Although Shenlin was lazy, he never spoiled the fun. In addition, Chu Xiao and the others had become completely accustomed to Shenlin's habit of being able to fall asleep anytime, so I don't really care about it anymore. And just as Chu Xiao was about to tease Shenlin, Meng Chonin and Fistina will also step in to stop it. Time flies, and the new year is just around the corner. Before the Lunar New Year, all 3 of Meng Chonin's companions broke through to the Boundary River level, 3rd tier. They became among the first to break through to the Boundary River level, and were among the fastest to do so. The time it took them to go from the Year Fog level, 2nd tier, to the Boundary River level, 3rd tier, did not exceed 1 year. Although it didn't have the abnormal speed of Shenlin and Fistina, it still surpassed the fastest breakthrough speed in the past. This This alone demonstrates the strength of their class. It's worth noting that in Li Dao's year, only a handful of students broke through to the Boundary River level before the start of the second semester after enrollment. Their class, Meng Chongyin and others broke through before the Lunar New Year, and many others were on the verge of breaking through. Before the start of the second semester, at least 17 people went to the Boundary River level, and Chen Lin, who was usually lazy, acted out of character. He did not return to Tanny City, nor did he stay at the school, nor did he sleep in all day. Instead, she went to the Prism World with Chu Xiao. The reason is actually quite simple. He and Chu Xiao are now in a similar situation, both having lost their parents. Since there was nowhere else she wanted to go, she followed Chu Xiao to explore the Prism World. Although Chu Xiao was prone to causing trouble in the Prism World, and Shanlin didn't care. After all, he's not easy to die now, thanks to the armor Sakura gave him. But Chu Xiao is a different story. He doesn't have many ways to save his life, so most of the time he won't have any problems, but Chu Xiao might. In a secret conference room in Yanjing, Lu Yuxing held up a report and said, "The first batch of selected individuals has been decided, totaling 1,000 people. There are a total of 27 people with a level 1 rating. There are a total of 63 people in the level 2 rating. There are a total of 150 people in the level 3 rating category. There are a total of 260 people with a level 4 rating. There are a total of 500 people in the 5-level rating system." After Lu Yuxing finished speaking, he looked at the projector on the conference table. "Who are the level 1 rated individuals?" a male projection asked. "The top 10 of Yenching University's class of 90, Chen Shirling and Li Dao from the class of 88. Military Region Lin Baiyan, Ouyangshi, and Bei Changguang. Chang'an Army Wu Anlinger, Chun Tianming, and Huangfu Changming. Shanghai University." Lu Yuxing read them out one by one, and all the people she read out were outstanding individuals among their peers. Yenching University alone had 12 students. They are all good kids. But why are there so many people at Yenching University? A female projection asked. The class of 1990 at Yenching University far surpassed any other class in both ability and character. The top 10 were determined by the venerable one of 1,000 lifetimes. Lu Yuxing explained. "I understand." The female projection that asked the question nodded. "What are the plans for this first batch?" "Based on the proposal given by Venerable Thousand Worlds, I have proposed 3 methods. The first is the Heavenly Heart Project centered around Shenlin, Meng Chonin, and Faisadina. The second is the core plan with Shenlin as the leader and the others as his deputies. Thirdly, based on the rating system, a free-range wilderness project will be implemented." Lu Yuxing explained the specific details of the 3 plans to the others. Then they remained silent, waiting for these people to vote on the best plan. This time, the wave project has far fewer plans specifically for waivers than before. The reason is that these waves are very strong. They are so strong that many plans are not applicable to them. The wave project aims to transform selected individuals who excel in all aspects into even stronger individuals. Within the wave project, each wave has its own direction of growth. Why were the first 2 waves of death so devastating? That's because the previous 2 wave projects took place during the most tragic times of an era. Many people died on the road to protecting the country and the people. Those who did not die all became the pillars of China. He even became a figure feared internationally. The Godchild project, led by the United States, was designed to contain China's wave project. It can be said that the rise of China versus their divine son is like a battle between 2 of the world's most outstanding individuals. This is a struggle of destiny, and also a war that a group of people voluntarily joined in to protect their country. The wave project only includes elites, and not all geniuses are included. For example, in this wave project, in addition to many outstanding students from Yenching University being included in the project as core members, the other 5 universities selected for the wave project were not top talents. The person with the void level ability from Shanghai was not selected. Instead, the person ranked 17th and over 100th was selected. The same applies to other universities. The requirements for elites to enter the wave project are more stringent, because elites are often not individuals. The wave project requires only the elites of China, not the pride of other countries. Therefore, many outstanding talents were not included in the wave plan. They were not in the first batch, and they will not be in any subsequent batches. Let's vote. I'll vote for Project Wasteland. Desolate Heart. Heavenly Heart. If most people choose the wilderness plan, then execute the wilderness plan against the first wave. The first group of people will be granted special privileges, including access to a portion of the national resource pool. Lu Yuxing, you will be responsible for selecting the second wave while also being in charge of the first wave. This wave of projects is expected to involve 60,000 people, but the requirements can be relaxed a bit. This time, we will train them in 4 aspects: strength, command, leadership, and military skills. Therefore, we don't necessarily need people with strong abilities and potential. For example, Fang Fan, a rising star in the Northwest Military Region, may not be particularly strong, but his military talent is second to none. I have already accepted accepted him as my disciple. People like this can join the WAVE project. It doesn't necessarily have to be like the previous two WAVE projects, which were designed to cultivate strong individuals. That's what a middle-aged man said. Lu Yuxing nodded and said, the same is true of the requirements of the venerable one of 1,000 generations. For this wave of talent selection, I will choose elite individuals from all walks of life within China. Thanks a lot. Everything is for humanity. The meeting ended, and the projector disappeared. Lu Yuxing sighed softly, then looked at the report in her hand. Sigh, being a trendsetter isn't so easy. The wave is strong, but there will always be people stronger than the wave. Those who are caught in the tide are the absolute pillars of China, pillars that no one can compare to. I hope you can withstand the pressure of the wave project. Xu Xiao, Li Dao, I have high hopes for you both, Lu Yuxing said, then packed his things and left the conference room. Li Dao, Xu Xiao, you two come back here. And Shenlin stayed on a big tree, watching Li Dao and Xu Xiao sneakily approach a bird-like monster that had just entered the Xixing level, 5th rank. Their target was the fruit protected by the bird-like monster. That fruit is a spiritual plant of extremely high value. Since demonic beasts are vulnerable after a breakthrough, Li Dao and Xu Xiao had wicked ideas. The two men, dressed in homemade camouflage, concealed their presence and slowly approached the fruit still on the leaf. And Shenlin was speechless at their reckless behavior. The little golden creature, now half a person's height, was speechless at its master's reckless behavior. After their attempts to persuade him failed, and Shenlin and Xiao Jinzi reached the same agreement: if anything happened, the two of them would run first. Nice. Oh crap, run. Xu Xiao had just taken the fruit down when he and Li Dao hadn't even taken a few steps when they saw the bird-like monster that had been sleeping wake up. Li Dao and Xu Xiao immediately set off. Fortunately, the bird-like monsters were still in a weakened state after their breakthrough and could not fly, so they could only run to catch up with Xu Xiao and Li Dao. But bird-like monsters don't run very fast on the ground. Therefore, the bird-like monsters were unable to catch up with Xu Xiao and Li Dao in a short period of time. Furthermore, fearing to damage the fruit in their hands, the bird-like monsters dared not use any means of attack. But after chasing for a while, the bird-like monster couldn't hold back any longer and was about to open its beak to attack the two. A giant tiger suddenly rushed out from the side and pounced on the bird-like monster. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered into the territory of another 5th tier, Tier 5, demon beast. Out of concern for its own safety, the monster launched a direct attack on the bird-like monster. Then, Li Dao and Xu Xiao ran even faster. It has to be said, those two guys are really lucky. In such circumstances, one can survive unscathed. After Li Dao and Xu Xiao had run several kilometers, they finally found Shenlin and Xiao Jinzi eating. Then he started showing off in front of the man and the monkey. They seemed so carefree, as if they've forgotten the scene of being chased by monsters just now. And Shenlin looked at the two of them and sighed helplessly. Since Li Dao joined their adventure team, although combat power has increased, so has the danger. The two of them, relying on the fact that they had two heavenly sea level, 4th tier, and two boundary river level, 3rd tier, warriors, ran around causing trouble. But it shouldn't lead to anything too dangerous. This was also the first time they had done something beyond their capabilities in the prison world. What were you doing most of the time before? Come on, I've been watching you guys for a while now. Hand over everything you have. While Li Dao and Xu Xiao were carefully studying the fruit's true value, a group of people came out, and the leader was a scarred-faced Tianhai level, 4th tier, expert. The rest are all boundary river level, 3rd order. Prism world is a lawless place where most things are not investigated in depth unless they are discovered. Therefore, some exploration teams with little sense of decency choose to rob people here, but they are only a minority. The majority of prisms are located abroad. They've robbed the wrong people. Why, you four gentlemen, please leave us some underwear. Li Dao, isn't it the new year already? Aren't you going back to visit your family? During the break, Xu Xiao and Shenlin prepared dinner and looked at Li Dao, asking her a question. Consider this dinner, after all, it's nighttime on Earth right now. No, my relatives are coming again. My dad and grandpa are both so annoyed with me that they're telling me not to go back. So I plan to go back after the Lunar New Year. What about you? Why aren't you going back? Sorry for the intrusion, it just came out unconsciously. Li Dao realized he had said the wrong thing and felt apologetic. He didn't want to go back for the New Year because it was too much trouble, but he could still go back to visit after the New Year. At least I have a home to go back to. But what about Shenlin and Xu Xiao? Li Dao knew about Shenlin's family situation. His mother was dead, and his father was a scumbag, and Shenlin never regarded Qinglu as his father. Therefore, Shenlin does own a house in Tianyi City, but that doesn't count as home. Xu Xiao had lost both his parents, so he had nowhere else to go. Although you can stay at Lin Xianxiu's house, you can still go there before you go to university. Now that he's in university, Xu Xiao is focusing more on improving his own abilities. Therefore, I declined Lin Xianxiu's parents' invitation this year. It can be said that Shenlin and Xu Xiao are the same. Wherever they go, that's home. It's okay, I'm used to it. I've been living like this for over 10 years. However, this kind of life will probably come to an end in the near future. Olden, don't you think so? Xu Xiao didn't seem to care and said with a smile, "What? You're planning to marry Lin Qianqiu right after graduating from university?" And Shenlin leaned against a big tree and said calmly. Xiao blushed and scratched the back of his head sheepishly, saying, "It won't be that fast, although that's what Chiaki suggested, but I think it would be better to wait a little longer. These things can't be delayed. Do you expect a girl to wait for you forever?" "I can't believe it," Li Dao joked, sitting to one side. Of course not. It's just that I feel I'm not qualified yet. Although I shed my former weakness, it's still not enough. I still have a lot to do, and I probably won't even think about this until I've finished those things." Xu Xiao looked at his hands and said sullenly, "Along the way, we had Shenlin and the others by our side. He also has someone he likes by his side, who has even changed the course of his life. I haven't avenged my parents. I haven't avenged the 7 million dead. I'm still too weak. I still have a lot to do. So you're just going to ignore her?" Li Dao asked Xu Xiao with a smile. A response, "That's a question for Shenlin." Xu Xiao instantly perked up and pointed at Shenlin. "Shenlin, Rinko? Indeed, you haven't responded to them yet, or do you want both of them?" Li Dao smiled and looked at Shenlin, asking a question. Shenlin was about to say something when Sakura's words to him instantly flashed into his mind. Then Shenlin fell silent. "It's too early now. If you understand the concept of measurement, you'll know why I said that." And Shenlin offered an excuse. "Are you saying that the effects of your emotions and feelings have already begun? No wonder you haven't responded yet. It turns out it's because of your lack of ability. It seems you'll have to take it slow." Li Dao knew about the potential problems with the measurement ability, so he didn't press the matter further. Xu Xiao did the same, but he looked at Li Dao and asked with a smile, "So, Li Dao, how are you doing? This is your third year at Peking University. You don't still not have a girlfriend, do you?" Xu Xiao has Lin Qianqiu and Shenlin, or rather, Meng Chongyin and Faisadina have Shenlin. So what about Li Dao? Given Li Dao's focus on this issue, could it be that she doesn't have one herself? "I'm already engaged," Li Dao said with a smile. "Ha? When did this happen? Why didn't you invite me? And I didn't see you wearing an engagement ring. There haven't been any rumors about you getting engaged at university." And Shenlin's reaction was unprecedentedly intense. He looked at Li Dao in disbelief and asked, "I've always worn it." "Oh, I put it on the wrong side. Also, it's not that there aren't rumors, it's just that I beat up the person who tried to spread the information." Li Dao showed off the storage ring on her left hand, then realized something was wrong and put the storage ring on her middle finger. "And Shenlin and Xu Xiao, what the heck? This storage ring is your engagement ring? Are you kidding me? Who wears a storage ring as an engagement ring?" Xu Xiao also got excited. A single storage device costs at least hundreds of millions. Li Dao has two storage devices. One is a 5 cubic meter storage necklace, which Li Dao stole from someone else. Another thing is the storage ring on her finger, which has a capacity of 1 cubic meter, but Li Dao has never mentioned the origin of this ring. "I got engaged when you were taking the college entrance exam, but the process was a bit outrageous." Li Dao began to recount her experiences over the past 2 years. Li Dao's girlfriend is the 4th-ranked student at Peking University, possessing a void-level water-based support ability, and her name is Miloine. She is the daughter of the chairman of a pharmaceutical company. The two were originally at odds because Miloine felt that the 3rd place at Yenching University belonged to her, so she always targets Li Dao, but Li Dao never pays any attention to her because Miloine is of the same level, has a support-type ability, and is a girl. During a joint exercise between multiple schools in the 2nd semester of her freshman year, Miloine had an accident, and it was Li Dao who saved her. Yes, a classic case of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Then, Miloine gave up and targeted Li Dao. After Li Dao returned to Tianyi City to carry out an outbound mission, he and Li Dao formed a team. At the time, no one had high hopes for Li Dao because of his abilities, so no one was willing to form a team with him. With the help of auxiliary abilities, Li Dao became bolder in her actions. Many times, he and Milos were on the verge of life and death. In the doubles competition of the Huaxia freshman competition in July, the two won first place with overwhelming victory. And Shenlin and Xu Xiao still remember this. Li Dao's partner was a very beautiful brown-haired girl. After the freshman competition ended, Miloine confessed her feelings to Li Dao. Li Dao did not agree because she felt it was not the right time. The reason she agreed to Miloine's request was because an accident happened while she was on a school mission, and she wanted to prevent Miloine from losing her will to live. Then she accepted Miloine's confession. After that, during the time when Shenlin and the others were taking the college entrance examination, Li Dao became famous for completing 97 tasks in 14 days with a 100% success rate. Then Miloine took him to meet her parents. Because Li Dao wasn't very good at talking, she didn't initially win over Miloine's parents. However, he refused the financial assistance offered by Miloine's parents and explained how he got to where he was. And Shenlin once said that even Xu Xiao would find it hard to compare with Li Dao's life experiences. Born in a poor rural area with limited educational resources, he managed to get into junior high school in the city thanks to his indomitable spirit. Then he went to high school with without paying tuition, and after awakening, he became the most outstanding student in their province's college entrance examination with his low-level abilities. Yenching University occupied one of the top 3 positions with the most arrogant attitude. His arrogance is a skillful arrogance, an arrogance born from teetering on the brink of death, an arrogance born of self-confidence. Mai Ling disliked Li Dao's arrogance, but after being saved once, she began to understand Li Dao better and then fell in love with him. Li Dao's experience also moved Mi Luoyin's parents, and then, under the family's exquisite and profound words, what was supposed to be an ordinary get-together turned into an engagement dinner. It's fair to say that Li Dao was completely baffled. You can tell from the fact that he even wore the ring in the wrong place. Moreover, his family only found out about this. You really are impressive, and Shenlin said, his lips twitching as he looked at Li Dao. Li Dao's experience is indeed outrageous, but it is 100% true, because Li Dao truly got here on his own. That's really impressive, but why have we never seen your girlfriend, fiancé? Xu Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. I've spent quite a bit of time with Li Dao, but we haven't met yet. Li Dao's expression softened for once. Because I haven't reached the heavenly sea level, 4th rank, yet, I've been working hard to cultivate since I returned from Japan. I should be spending the Lunar New Year with my parents right now, but I felt like I was bothering them, so I came here. The transition from the boundary river level to the sky sea level, 4th tier, cannot be achieved in just 1 year. Otherwise, Yenching University wouldn't require graduation from the Tianhai level, 4th tier. Well, in the end, it's just 3 homeless people who had nothing better to do than come out looking for excitement. Especially since you're someone with a fiancé, we're really pitiful. Xu Xiao pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. And Shenlin patted Xu Xiao on the head. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, and you're pretty much the same. And what about you? Xu Xiao asked, his soul seemingly piercing the silence. It's not even close to being a done deal. On the 3rd day after entering the prism world, Shenlin, who had just found a place to rest, was mysteriously pulled away by Xu Xiao. Then Shenlin followed Xu Xiao and Li Dao and hid in a clump of grass. And Shenlin posed a soul-searching question. Are you going to cause trouble again? Or are you going to do something bad? Don't cause trouble, Laowen, sensing the surrounding area. See if there are any hidden monsters. Your perception is stronger and more detailed than ours. Xu Xiao pointed into the distance, his eyes practically glowing with greed. And Shenlin followed their gaze. Then I saw a patch of spiritual plants growing not far away. Judging from its appearance, it is a valuable spiritual plant that is also useful to them. And Shenlin sighed and looked at the two of them, saying, are you treating me like a tool? He entered the prism world to prevent the Yin family from harming him. Although Sakura gave him some defensive equipment. However, it doesn't work well on Earth. If you use it, people who know about these things will immediately guess that the items on him are from ancient ruins. Even with Sakura around, he doesn't plan to use those things on Earth. That's why I followed Xu Xiao and Li Dao into the prism world. The purpose was so that if an accident occurred, he could directly use the things Sakura gave him. This is the safest option. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the prism world to suffer alongside Xu Xiao and the others. Then Xu Xiao lost his mind. While Li Dao was alright, she knew how to analyze things. If it were Xu Xiao who discovered this spiritual plant, he would probably think for a minute and then test it out. And then, he charged forward. Don't doubt it, Xu Xiao is perfectly capable of doing something like this. After all, he's just a bit slow on the uptake sometimes. And Shenlin sighed, then placed his hand on the ground and spread the force field outwards. No trace of demonic beasts was found. However, there is no such thing as a perfectly intact spiritual plant in the prism world, so you'd better be careful. And Shenlin said, then yawned, and prepared to leave. Xu Xiao and Li Dao exchanged a glance and then nodded. The next moment, a gust of green wind blew by, severing a spiritual plant. Then, nothing happened, as if nothing had occurred. Just when the two thought nothing had really happened, the ground began to tremble violently, and Shenlin, who had only taken a few steps, immediately crouched down and spread his senses. Damn it! A horde of monsters! A horde of monsters is attacking from afar. Retreat immediately! And Shenlin didn't care about anything else and shouted at Xu Xiao and the others. They encountered nothing else, but instead ran into a horde of monsters. What bad luck! The monster horde in this prism world isn't limited to only the mist level, 2nd tier, and boundary river level, 3rd tier, monster hordes. Many of them are heavenly sea level, 4th tier, monsters. Even if they have 2 heavenly sea level combatants here, they can't possibly fight a group of demonic beasts head-on. Upon hearing Shenlin's call, Xu Xiao and Li Dao immediately rushed forward and harvested the dozen or so spiritual plants. But after the collection, Xu Xiao's angry curses were heard. Damn, this is a plant that can disguise itself as a spiritual plant. I was fooled by the plant. Although Li Dao was very unhappy, she didn't say anything and simply pulled Xu Xiao along and started running. After running for a distance, Shenlin and his 2 companions quickly climbed a tall tree. Then they would hide their scent and aroma. How could there be a horde of demonic beasts? Xu Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled, as he watched the horde of demonic beasts passing by below from the treetop. This is a huge wolf pack, numbering over 1,000. There are many of them at the heavenly sea level 4th tier, and the leader is a demon beast at the evening star level 5th tier. If it weren't for their timely reaction and the fact that the wolf pack seemed to be in a state of anger, they would have been in trouble. No matter how well they hide, they can't stay long, because they will soon be discovered. Who knows? There are too many monsters with different habits in the prism world, it's hard to remember them all. But it seems, someone must have provoked them. Li Dao analyzed. He frequently enters the prism world, so he knows very well what might happen there. And Shenlin leaned against the tree, looking down, trying to find something. Upon closer inspection, he actually discovered something. That is, there is a monster that is still nursing. And Shenlin then muttered under his breath, some people are really bold. They even dared to steal the Wolf King's cubs. Now look what happened. His attempt to steal a chicken backfired, and he has no idea how long he'll be chased by the wolves. If a nursing mother wolf causes an entire wolf pack to riot, it's most likely because she stole wolf cubs. Indeed, there are many wealthy people on Earth who like to keep mythical beasts as pets. Most monsters can only be tamed by raising them from a young age. The government does not prohibit it because there are already domesticated monsters. However, to raise a monster, one must carve something special onto their body to prevent the monster from harming them. Stealing monster cubs is also common in the prism world. Is it stealing cubs? Then we need to be careful. After all, these guys are all ruthless people. After saying that, Li Dao and Shenlin looked in the same direction at the same time. Li Dao carried Chu Xiao, while Xiao Jinzi led Shenlin away from the tree they were on, and then gracefully landed on another tree. After landing, their breathing became still. Many wolf-like monsters stopped and looked puzzled, but then continued searching for their target. Blackthorn appeared, then transformed into a black afterimage and stabbed fiercely in one direction. A slight sound of a sharp object piercing flesh was heard, followed by a person falling from a large tree. He was soon bitten to death and dismembered by the wolves, before he could even use his abilities. As the wolves dismembered the carcass, the people in the trees quickly moved to a different spot and looked warily at where Li Dao and his group were. How did they detect us before we even made a move? A man carrying a large backpack said in confusion. They had just discovered Shenlin and his group hiding in the tree. They planned to use them, along with a wolf cub, to distract the wolf pack, allowing them to escape. But before they could even make a move, Shenlin and his group then moved to a different position and quickly launched a counterattack against them. Their speed and awareness exceeded their comprehension, making them realize instantly that those people were not to be trifled with. One of them died, and Shenlin retracted the black thorn and said calmly, "How about we kill them all with a few more blows?" Chu Xiao said from the side. His eyes remained fixed on those few people. "Sure, but it's a bit troublesome because people die frequently here. The wolf pack will have a high probability of discovering our presence. Therefore, it's best to leave now rather than stay here." And Shenlin calmly stated his analysis. I've noticed, Laowen, your suggestions are usually about running away. I came here to escape disaster, not to take an adventure. Now, being with you all has completely turned into an escape story. And Shenlin's words made Li Dao and Chu Xiao a little embarrassed. They knew Shenlin's purpose in entering the prism world. However, they have always adhered to the principle that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. So I've been taking risks all along, which are quite risky, but also very lucrative. But if Shenlin hadn't scouted and planned their route, they would most likely be dead by now. And Shenlin made these choices to avoid trouble. Otherwise, you'll encounter even more troubles along the way. Why doesn't Shenlin act alone? The reason is simple. They can't get rid of them. These two people plus the monkey are impossible to shake off. The two appeared beside him while he was taking a nap. The two were like leeches, impossible to shake off. However, following them isn't bad either, since Shenlin has planned the fastest and safest routes for safety reasons. Therefore, Shenlin will also receive a portion of what they have gained. It's just a bit annoying. After all, Chu Xiao and his group are very good at causing trouble. They're just two troublemakers. Although leaving now is indeed a good option. But it seems they're not planning to let us off the hook. Li Dao had been observing those people's actions and said calmly, "Sigh, then kill him, I don't care." And Shenlin spread his hands, then raised his hand and delivered a slash. Wait! Before Li Dao could finish speaking, Shenlin unleashed a slash. Most of the trees in front of them were cut down in half by Shenlin. False creation, concealing emptiness. A strange power enveloped them. Soon, their presence in our senses was reduced to a minimum, though they were still visible to the naked eye. "I didn't expect you to have such a skill," Li Dao murmured, sensing the changes within herself. And Shenlin didn't speak, but just watched the group of people in the distance who were scrambling around. Killing intent cannot be faked, and Shenlin's perception of killing intent is even stronger. So he knew that those people wanted them as bait to lure the wolves away. This is a forest. As long as they are careful, there shouldn't be any problems. However, what they didn't expect was that Shenlin would take the initiative to attack them. They might even unleash a deadly move right from the start. A large number of trees collapsed, and they scattered in all directions, trying to find other places to hide. But it was too late. The wolves had already noticed them. Woof! The sky sea level 4th tier wolf demon beast launched the first attack, sending several huge orbs of light hurtling battling towards them. Once discovered, they had to take action to defend themselves. Not everyone is a Skysia-level outlier. Some people can't even avoid it. Let's go. After achieving their goal, and Shenlin led Chu Xiao and the others away. The wolves' attention is now focused on those people, making it difficult for them to notice them. Therefore, leaving now is the best option. Li Dao and Chu Xiao left without any objection. This is the rule of survival in the Prism world. Otherwise, why would murders in the Prism world go largely unpunished? As long as a person doesn't betray the group or commit malicious murder in the real world, they will generally not be held accountable. But this isn't the real world, and Shenlin and the others only committed murder indirectly, so there's no question of guilt. They wouldn't even feel sorry for them. This is essentially fundamental for every ordered being. Seeing these monster hunters, I feel like I've forgotten something, Chu Xiao said, stroking his chin after escaping danger. And Shenlin looked at Chu Xiao and said, have you forgotten that our 2 demon beast eggs were incubated in a constant temperature room? Chu Xiao clapped his hands. Yeah, I completely forgot about this thing. And Shenlin sighed softly, don't worry, they won't hatch so soon. To be honest, we haven't had those 2 eggs tested yet to find out what kind of eggs they are. Won't it turn into a rotten thing if I just throw it in a temperature-controlled room? I don't know. Whatever, I think a constant temperature room is enough, Chu Xiao said nonchalantly, completely forgetting that he had picked it up himself. And Shenlin and his 2 companions walked through the forest, and at first nothing happened. But less than half an hour later, someone stopped them. They were the few people who had been entangled by the wolf pack earlier. However, their numbers dwindled dramatically. There were only about 20 people around when Shenlin was cutting down trees. But now there are only 7 people left. 3 Sky Sea level, 4th tier, 4 Boundary River level, 3rd tier. Judging from their disheveled appearance, it seems they betrayed their teammates and used some items to escape. What, haven't you died enough? Li Dao stood in front, looking at the 7 people with a cold face. No, I just came here specifically to thank you, the leader said with a forced smile. Does thanking us mean you want us to die here? A long spear appeared in Chu Xiao's hand. Pretty much. After all, so many of our people have died, so it's only natural that you die here too. The leader continued to speak with a smile, showing no regard for Shenlin and his group. There were only 3 people and a tamed monster. If they hadn't used underhanded tactics, they would have been killed long ago. That's why I hate meeting people, and Shenlin sighed. It's one thing to have to guard against those who settle down, but now we also have to guard against these kind-hearted outsiders. No matter where you are, people are the most complex beings. How do I do it? Li Dao asked casually, a confident and arrogant smile on his face. They want to kill us, then kill them. And Shenlin said calmly, a short sword appearing in his hand. Let's go! Chu Xiao shouted, and then charged forward. A member of the Heavenly Sea level, 4th rank, tried to step forward to block Chu Xiao, but Li Dao, who suddenly appeared, kicked him away. Don't bully them, you scum are our opponents. Roar! Little Gold immediately transformed into a giant ape, smashing its huge fist toward a Heavenly Sea level, 4th tier, expert. Kill them, the leader shouted. But the next moment, Li Dao appeared in front of him, grabbed his head, and slammed it to the ground. Damn you! Thank you for your support. Xiao Jinzi faced a Tianhai level, 4th tier, opponent alone, while Li Dao faced 2 Tianhai level opponents. With Chu Xiao facing 2 Boundary River level, 3rd tier, opponents, the remaining 2 Boundary River level opponents would naturally be in Shenlin's match. 2 crisp sounds rang out, and Shenlin sighed softly, looking at the 2 people holding weapons. You guys are really unlucky to have run into me. Without a word, the 2 charged forward, weapons in hand, flames and ice appearing on their weapons. A special weapon? And Shenlin murmured, gently parrying one of the attacks with his short sword. Another person attacked Shenlin, but he calmly raised his hand. An invisible slash appeared, sending the opponent flying. There's defensive equipment too? No wonder he survived. And Shenlin said calmly, looking at the armor that had appeared on the other person's body. But what good are defensive equipment? You'll still die. After knocking one person away, Shenlin forcefully shook the person in front of him, then unleashed 3 consecutive slashes. Blood splattered in 3 different places, directly breaching his defensive equipment. The 1000 Spirit Alloy is not something that can be blocked by ordinary defensive equipment. Then, Shenlin's eyes glowed with a pale blue light, and his virtual computing power was injected into the brain of the person in front of him, causing the other party to crash for a moment. As the opponent's system crashed, Shenlin plunged a knife into the opponent's throat, then with a powerful slash, severed the man's head. Then, Shenlin turned around and kicked the person who was trying to attack him away. Then, several slashes left the opponent completely bewildered. Just as he was barely managing to defend against the final attack, Shenlin appeared beside him. A pair of eyes gleaming with a pale blue light glanced at him. Another head flew off. 7 people, fully equipped, and apart from the dozen or so who died, they could be considered a real team in a sense. On the contrary, none of Shenlin, his 2 companions, and their beast wore any defensive equipment. The weapons they carried were all custom-made by the school. Although they are all specially made weapons crafted from special alloys, they are stronger than the 7 people in front of them. However, none of the 3 of them had any defensive equipment. The school will not provide defensive equipment, you will need to buy your own. Defensive equipment is expensive, and Li Dao and Chu Xiao are reluctant to buy it. But none of that matters anymore. Even with defensive equipment, they were no match for In Shenlin and his group. Roar! Little Gold was still fighting against that heavenly sea level, 4th tier, alien. And Shenlin and his two companions had long since finished their battle and were watching the show from the sidelines. Little Gold is quite strong, but why does he seem so weak against this terrified guy? Chu Xiao ate the dried meat he had stolen from Lu Yuxing and murmured to himself, that guy has physical strength. Little Gold won't be able to beat him to death in a short time. Li Dao said that he could immediately see why Xiao Jinzi didn't have the ability to solve problems quickly. I see, this guy is pretty pitiful. Anyone else would have committed suicide. Little Gold is very strong and has many skills, but after seeing In Shenlin and his team easily defeat the other 6, they got excited too. I want to kill this person with brute force. However, physical abilities plus the defensive equipment he has on him. Hee, Little Gold's strength is still not enough. But since it's all over now, let's see how long this person can hold on. If all else fails, then kill him out of humanitarian considerations. What is In Shenlin doing at this moment? He's sleeping in a tree over there. Are you sure he's here? At the entrance to the prison world, a young man led more than 10 people into the place and asked the people in front of him in a calm tone. It has been confirmed that In Shenlin is in this prison world, and his current location is in the center. However, because In Shenlin's senses are extremely powerful, we cannot get close, so we don't know his current location either. Is that so? What a waste. Never mind. This is a rare opportunity. We must bring In Shenlin back this time. The young man spoke, then looked at the group of heavenly sea level, 4th tier, people behind him and said calmly, scatter and find In Shenlin for me, then bring him before me. Yes, the 15 answered in unison, and then they all disappeared from the spot. Hee, no matter how many times I see the spirit and technology of Uranja, I am always amazed. These guys are willing to have their mental imprints engraved on them in order to become stronger. But in the end, they all became your puppets. However, if your family hadn't been so blatantly arrogant during your dark ages, you wouldn't have ended up in this state. The person in front of the young man said with a smile, clearly mocking him. Anja Anua level, 6th rank, people cannot come out. If they could, it wouldn't be a Shishing level, 5th rank, person who came. Moreover, they only brought 15 puppets with them, which will be disposed of after they come out, because nobody wants to see these puppets exist. The young man glanced at him and said, so what? Even your Yin family needs the capabilities of our In family, so what right do they have to criticize us? All we need to do now is follow the rules. But the day we no longer need to follow the rules, you'll be the first to suffer. I don't care, after all, you'll never have that day. They are all descendants of sinners, impure bloodlines that rose to power through collateral channels. Don't think that the Yin family has no means of guarding against you. The man was not annoyed, he simply said it calmly. After saying this, the person left the prison world. The young man didn't speak but walked towards the distant forest after the man left. In Shenlin, we've come to find you. Be a good boy and become our tool. The In family's attitude towards In Shenlin has never changed, even knowing that In Shenlin's abilities might be at the void level and that he might be the leader of a new era. But they don't care about any of that, all they want is a tool. Those who are not tools will ultimately harm Anja. They've settled down, they can never go back to what they were before. The rules state that you cannot actively imprint someone's mind, but people who settle down can. Therefore, their actions do not count as attacking anyone outside the In family. In Shenlin, I hope you won't be ungrateful, the young man murmured. In order to ensure its own inheritance and the status of the In family, the collateral relatives have never been treated as human beings, and the direct descendants are almost the same. They have never treated other people as human beings either. All they care about is the current In family and its status. On the other side, Little Gold finally killed that guy. It took quite a while to kill it. After killing him, Xiao Jinzi excitedly showed off his pectoral muscles to Chu Xiao and the others, but Li Dao looked down on him. After dealing with these issues, Chu Xiao and Li Dao thoroughly checked their equipment. Some of the equipment is well preserved and can be sold. As for the equipment that Little Gold smashed, let's just forget about it. Olden, let's go. Chu Xiao woke up Lai Anshenlin, who was asleep, and continued to pull Anshenlin along the way. And Shenlin reluctantly followed Chu Xiao and the others. Chu Xiao watched as Shenlin took out the familiar purple book from his backpack and asked curiously, Olden, what's up there? I've noticed you take it out to look at it every night and every morning. And Shenlin, holding the Book of Illusions, said, this is a book of prophecy. It can foretell the coming of danger. Olden, I'm not a child. Chu Xiao murmured. And Shenlin rolled his eyes and said, then don't ask anymore. It's just a blank book. I don't know why I took it out to read it. Of course, it's to see if anything new happens. The Book of All Dreams is indeed a book of prophecy, but recently there have been far fewer prophecies in it. It was probably because I got into Yinqing University. Therefore, not many prophecies have appeared. The last prophecy appeared when he was telling him what would happen during military training. No more prophecies were made after after that. This puzzled Chen Lin greatly, but he didn't pay much attention to it. And Chen Lin's gaze fell on Chu Xiao. The last time Meng Chongyin's blood triggered something in the Book of All Delusions. Then what about Chu Xiao's blood? I'll give it a try. Thinking it over, and Chen Lin pulled Chu Xiao over, used a short knife to cut a wound on Chu Xiao's palm, and then pressed it onto the Book of Illusions. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but he always forgot. In addition, I don't usually take the book with me when I travel far, so I've never done it. Now that I've brought the book and Chu Xiao is with me, of course I have to give it a try. Olden, what are you doing? Chu Xiao shook his hand, and the wound on his palm immediately healed. Then he looked at Chen Lin, who was staring at the book, and asked in confusion. In Chen Lin's vision, the Book of Delusion emitted the same light as during the blood disaster. Under Chen Lin's expectant gaze, the Book of All Delusions once again shone with its former brilliance. And Chen Lin immediately opened the book without hesitation. Revelation: the Yin family has dispatched 1 Xixing level, 5th rank, direct descendant and 15 Tian high level, 4th rank, personnel to enter the prism world to capture Chen Lin. They are expected to meet and fight in 3 days, at which time Chu Xiao will briefly activate his heavenly bloodline. That's it? And Chen Lin looked at the newly released trailer, speechless. That's it? That's all? Chu Xiao's blood did indeed trigger the revelation of the Book of All Delusions. However, the revelation contained very little information and did not provide specific instructions like it did last time. There was only one thing: the Yin family sent someone, and Chu Xiao would be able to activate the bloodline of the heavenly seekers. These are actually not big of a deal. After all, the fact that the Yin family sent people was something he had expected. As for Chu Xiao activating the bloodline of the heavenly beings, Sakura said that Chu Xiao would experience a change in ability when he reached the Tian high level, 4th tier. This is probably a sign of an impending change. Sigh, these are truly troubled times. And Chen Lin sighed, then looked at Chu Xiao, who was staring blankly at the Book of Illusions. No, there's nothing on this, Laowen. What are you looking at? What's so interesting about it? Chu Xiao asked curiously. It's nothing. It seems your blood isn't very effective either. And Chen Lin sighed. It seems I should try getting some of Meng Chongyin's blood later. As for Fistina and Lin Xianxiu, let's just forget about them. One possibility is that you'll definitely be asked some strange requests, and the other is that asking for this particular item would be rather odd. If you have the chance, try someone else's blood. My own blood is useless, but maybe someone else's blood will be useful. What the hell? Never mind, I'm going to sleep. Chu Xiao was confused, but he didn't want to worry about it anymore. He yawned and went to sleep. Today is Li Dao's night watch, something Chen Lin never does, and neither Li Dao nor Chu Xiao care. After all, Chen Lin was, in a sense, their main force. Over the next 3 days, Chen Lin led Li Dao and Chu Xiao to constantly change locations. However, the contents of the Book of All Dreams remained unchanged, and no new revelations appeared. So on the 3rd day, you should run into those from Anja. A person at the Evening Star level, 5th rank? If he didn't become a puppet, he's probably a direct descendant. With the Inchi armor on me, I don't need to worry about dying here. But it's not necessarily the case for Chu Xiao and Li Dao. And Chen Lin walked behind Li Dao and Chu Xiao. He had previously left the group to prepare to face the Yin family alone. But Li Dao and Chu Xiao refused to accept this and insisted on facing it together. However, no matter how strong Li Dao is, it is difficult for him to deal with the Yin family's Tianhai level 4th tier puppet. And Jia's puppets may not be that outstanding in terms of ability. However, due to the Yin family's special methods, they are very strong and their teamwork is exceptional. The main reason I was able to beat those people in the college entrance exam was that although their teamwork was good, they hadn't reached the level of being puppets. The puppets under Njia's command are several times stronger and more coordinated than those from before. However, puppets cannot participate in the college entrance examination, otherwise Chen Lin would have stopped before even reaching the college entrance examination. At this moment, in the distance, the young man stood atop the tree, looking at Chen Lin and his 2 companions in the distance, and calmly raised his hand. Thousands of long spikes made of spiritual energy appeared around him. In an instant, he waved his arm lightly, and all of the thousands of spiritual spikes shot out. What? A set of black armor suddenly appeared on Chen Lin's body, protecting him. He immediately realized that it was the Yin family who had launched the attack. Without hesitation, he went straight to Chu Xiao and Li Dao and protected them. The ground trembled, and a powerful impact was felt. A crater nearly a kilometer long appeared before the young man. The trees were completely destroyed, and a black protective shield could be seen curling up in the distance. Evening Star, Tier 5, destroyed a 1,000-meter-long forest with just one move. He does have protective gear, but I don't know how many times it can be used. The young man murmured, then gently waved his hand. Go over there, cripple the other 2, and take Chen Lin away. Yes. 15 puppets with different abilities immediately rushed out. At their speed, they could arrive in front of Chen Lin and the others in no time. Cough cough. What the hell? A monster attack? Chu Xiao coughed twice and muttered. No, the Yin family is here to arrest me. And Chen Lin, dressed in black armor, looked into the distance. Fortunately, the Inchi armor has a deployable defensive mechanism, otherwise otherwise Li Dao and Chu Sha would have died here just now. At the Sunset Star level, 5th tier, it can be said that after the Sunset Star level, the outcasts are on a completely different level, because the inner world, or the self-world, existed starting from the Evening Star level. With the inner realm, out-of-orders will experience a significant boost in all aspects. Unless someone is an unparalleled genius, a person at the Heavenly Sea level, 4th rank, might not even be able to defeat a newly entered Evening Star level. Among those at the Sky Sea level, the strongest might have a chance to escape from an outcast of the Evening Star level, but those below the Sky Sea level would absolutely not be able to do so. Not long after Shenlin turned around, 15 different people appeared in front of them. The senses didn't spread immediately, but that's alright, and Shenlin did not panic when he saw the 15 people appear. Instead, he immediately swung out 3 small silver balls. As the small ball appeared, 3 spatial barriers materialized in front of them. As the 15 people in front of him continued to charge towards him, they crashed directly into the spatial barrier and were sent flying. Let's go! And Shenlin pulled the 2 away. A puppet of the Heavenly Sea level is difficult to deal with, let alone a guy of the Evening Star level, 5th rank. Before the attack, Shenlin and his 2 companions had already activated the distress signal device that Peking University had prepared for them to use in special situations. Yenqing University will save its students, no matter what happens. However, they will not help those who have actively provoked others. However, there is an unwritten rule among students at Yenqing University: never ask for help unless in a life-or-death crisis. The situation is now beyond their control. But, these people are probably doing everything right under someone's nose. Is that really alright? Damn it! Holden, you didn't say anyone at the Evening Star level, 5th rank, would be coming. I didn't say it, but I did say that people at the Heavenly Sea level, 4th rank, or above would be coming. TSK. I haven't felt this way in so long. The 3 of them each had a different performance. The young man in the distance also had his own thoughts. If we send out a distress call, Yenjing is only 10 minutes away from here. We need to act quickly. With that, the young man disappeared into the tree.